As the top genius of the entire school, I was stripped of my college entrance exam qualification and became an ordinary border soldier. All because in this world, the passage between humans and the other world was opened, and countless demonic beasts descended upon the earth. Only those who awakened a B grade or higher talent could take the exam. Yet, I awakened the lowest grade talent. Even classmates who once idolized me now mocked me as trash. But what they didn't know was that upon first arriving at the border, I awakened a monster-slaying point system. As long as I killed monsters, I could earn points. How can one claim the insignificant cannot reach the pinnacle? With the courage to slay demons, I dominated through the ages, standing proudly at the peak, becoming the supreme sovereign. Many years later, when the demonic races launched a full-scale invasion and the fate of humanity hung by a thread, I stood before hundreds of millions of my people, sword in hand, shaking the entire demonic race with my strength alone. I recalled the time at the entrance of number 8 high school, when I walked past the students expressionless, holding my withdrawal letter. Not long ago, they had still called me Senior Sue, but now everything had changed. In Dragon Country, only those who awaken a B grade or higher talent are eligible to take the college entrance exam. Those below B grade have only two choices: transfer to a vocational school to study subjects like forging and medicine, becoming rearline personnel at the border, or voluntarily apply to join the border forces to fight monsters. Fresh high school graduates sent to that brutal battlefield are mostly cannon fodder destined to die. But I refuse to be relegated to a vocational school and resolutely choose to go to the border, because a voice inside me is calling me to that place. By the military truck at the school gate, a middle-aged man in camouflage uniform called out loudly, "Sujin from class 10? I walked over and handed him the withdrawal application. I was the only one from number 8 high school who chose to join the border forces. He glanced at me. My fair skin and frail build made me look like someone with little combat ability, and warned me that I might regret it. I answered firmly, reporting, "No regrets." After boarding the truck, the middle-aged man couldn't help but look at me a few more times. He had never seen someone so eager to go to the border before. Others were all listless. Only I wore a resolute expression. He glanced at the documents in his hand and muttered under his breath, "What a shame. If only his talent grade were a bit higher, he might have a chance to survive. Grade 1 is far from enough." He tossed the documents into a burlap sack, then turned to the group in the truck and said, "Since you've chosen to go to the border to fight monsters, remember these rules. Don't even think about deserting. Violators will be executed without mercy. Don't think about betraying us. Violators will have their entire families exterminated. Don't think about shirking merit. That place rewards only the victors. We'll reach the border in another 10 hours. Get some rest while you can. There won't be any chance for deep sleep once we're there." As soon as he finished speaking, the truck fell into silence. Most chose to close their eyes, but their fear was unmistakable. Those who stayed awake wore equally troubled expressions, their young faces filled with confusion, heading straight into the abyss without ever climbing out of the valley. The only relatively normal ones might be me and the girl eating snacks next to me. I took out a necklace from my pocket, a silver chain with a round, azure blue gem hanging from it, like a miniature version of Earth. According to my late mother, this was my lucky charm, accompanying me for half my life. On the border battlefield, I used this necklace to protect myself and the hope of humanity. Now, I am resolute and clear about my goals, undeterred by any hardships on the battlefield, because I know that as long as I press forward, I will eventually find my place and purpose in this chaotic world. That necklace wasn't actually something that had accompanied me for half my life. It was something I had from my previous life. I still remember getting it after gathering 999 people to help me haggle for it on Pinduoduo. The day the necklace arrived, I transmigrated. I thought it might be a special item, but over the past decade, it hadn't served any purpose, not even granting me a high-level talent. Since I was about to go to war and might die soon, there was no point clinging to past attachments. I opened the window and threw the necklace out. The girl eating snacks next to me widened her eyes. "Hey, if you didn't want such a beautiful necklace, you could have given it to me. Why throw it away?" She couldn't believe what she was seeing. I glanced at her. She had a fair, oval face, the epitome of a school beauty. I had no idea why someone like her was here, but I wasn't in the mood to care. Without another word, I turned away and closed my eyes. "Why are you like this? So aloof and not saying a word? Are you mute or something?" The girl blinked her eyes, staring at me for a while before finally turning away in disappointment when she realized me really didn't want to engage. Just then, a blue light suddenly flashed beside me. Thinking she was seeing things, the girl quickly rubbed her eyes, but when she opened them again, everything had returned to normal. The strange voice sounded once more, killing intent fully charged. "System awakening imminent. Current distance to awakening location, 822 meters. Half asleep." Me had grown accustomed to these mechanical prompts and no longer found them startling. The middle-aged man was also one of the border demon slayers. He could tell me was genuinely asleep, unlike the others who were feigning calm out of fear. For a fresh out-of-school teenager to understand the importance of conserving energy even in the face of life's lowest point was already far beyond most peers. Yet, the gap in talent remained an insurmountable chasm for me. Would there be a miracle? He withdrew his gaze, smiled, and closed his eyes to sleep. After all, he'd need to slay demons when he woke up. We've reached the border. Everyone, off the vehicle. After disembarking, me was met with the sight of a towering steel wall, rusted and stained with blood. A biting wind howled, carrying a nauseating stench that was almost unbearable. The inexperienced students turned pale with fear at the sight, many began vomiting, and some even pleaded with the middle-aged man to take them back. His expression hardened as he said coldly, "Pathetic. Once you've made your choice, there's no turning back. I've already given you a chance. You have 1 minute to regroup. After that, report to the border assignment office." His tone was icy and left no room for argument. The half-demons on the city wall seemed to have noticed us long ago, commenting on our group. "This batch of rookies isn't performing well, far worse than last year's." Though last year's group wasn't strong either. At least none of them cried. Someone pointed at me and the girl beside me, saying, "That guy has a good temperament. And that girl is impressive too, she can still snack in this situation." Upon seeing me and the girl, the expressions of those on the wall shifted slightly. Many began paying attention to the two of us, especially the composed and resolute aura around me. As long as his talent isn't lacking, this guy will definitely be a force to reckon with. Someone stood up and said, "I'll go check him out. If he's suitable, we can recruit him into our squad." The girl too. Soon, dozens descended, with one calling out, "Old Cie." The middle-aged man turned and tossed a snakeskin bag toward them. The border primarily operates on a squad-based demon-slaying system. These people came to recruit new members, which both simplifies procedures and increases the survival rate of newcomers. Higher-ups have always turned a blind eye to this. Unfortunately, I am an exception. Though promising, my talent is too weak. Had I been in their batch, I could have joined a squad, but now it's impossible. No one wants to gamble with their teammates' lives. They pointed at me, their words filled with regret. I took it all in. Similar setbacks had happened before, and it was no big deal. Right now, I only focus on the prompt in my mind, killing intent fully charged. System awakening imminent. Current distance to awakening location, 10 meters. Judging by the distance from here to the steel wall, it means the system will awaken as soon as I step inside the city walls. After 18 years of charging, I wonder what system will awaken. I rubbed the necklace in my pocket, though the necklace had actually been discarded. This should be a recollection. Lost in thought. Just then, a young man in combat attire approached with a document. Looking at the girl, "You're Yi Liushue, right? I'm the captain of the 72nd Eastern Border Demon-Slaying Squad. Your records show you have a B-grade talent. Would you like to join our squad and fight alongside us?" Yi Liushue eyed him warily, subtly moving closer to me. I glanced at her in surprise. The young man's eyes lit up as he continued, "Will you join our squad to slay demons together?" Unexpectedly, Yi Liushue panicked at this, darting behind me and only peeking out after a moment to shake her head at him. The young man looked at me in surprise. "Do you know each other?" An unbelievable thought suddenly popped into his head. This girl must have been lured to the border by me. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. After all, I was truly handsome, probably even surpassing Ouyang Xiaoyao, the most handsome man on the border, by a few degrees. The eyes of the surrounding people looking at Subai were all wrong. Even the middle-aged man was looking at Subai with a stunned face at this moment. Now the network is developed. Maybe this girl is really abducted by Subai. Otherwise you wouldn't have been snacking with a happy face the whole way. How is this like going up to the border? It's obviously more like an elopement, okay? You guys guessed wrong, I don't know her. Subai shook his head expressionlessly. Really? The young man stared at him with disbelief. Subai twisted his head. Believe it or not? Don't believe me. The young man's face didn't look too good when he saw Subai ignoring him. But the thought that in a few days Subai would be ruled into submission. He then didn't care and turned his head to continue inviting Yi Rouge to join their team. Yi Rouge refused as before. Undeterred, the young man tried a few more times, invariably ending in failure. Quite a few people followed up to invite Yi Rouge to join the team, but she didn't agree. It's almost time, since they don't want to, you guys shouldn't force yourselves anymore. The middle-aged man drank. Everyone gather, line up in order from female to male, and report to your assignments with me. Soon. The group was then led by the middle-aged man through the narrow doorway to the interior of the steel wall. Killing intent recharged, the system is about to awaken, currently 0 meters away from the awakening location. Ding! The demon-killing explosion point system has successfully awakened and is now bound to the host, Subai. System, what is your function? Subai's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't wait to learn about the system. Back to the host. The system is called the Demon Killing and Exploding Points System. As long as the host destroys the demons, he can obtain attribute points. Attribute points not only add to the host's own attributes, but also to the host's talents, host's cultivation, and host's weapons. Note, the system is very arrogant, cannot enter the system eye of the weapon, cannot be added talents can be added as well. Doesn't this mean that his humbly ranked talent Bloodblast could get a boost? Level E can only absorb 100,000th of the enemy's cultivation. Then if it is upgraded to D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, or even SSS grade, will it become 1/10,000th, 1,000th, 100th, or even all absorbed? And the system also increases cultivation. Isn't this equivalent to having 2 upgraded strength plugins? Subai's breathing became quite heavy as he thought of this. But he calmed down quickly. After all, there was no free lunch, and he was going to have to reach the level of anticipation. Just have to kill the demon. And then kill demons. Kill a lot of demons. Why is this guy suddenly so murderous? The middle-aged man in the lead glanced back suspiciously. Subai exhaled and hastily suppressed the fluttering in his heart. 10 minutes later, the lead man stopped in his tracks. The distribution office is here. In order, register in order to receive your equipment. Chapter 3 Solo Combat. Name? Subai. Gender? Sorry, wasn't paying attention. You have such pale skin, I thought it was a girl. The glasses girl in charge of registration looked up and her eyes lit up. This guy, so handsome. Are you done registering? Subai asked expressionlessly. Almost there, the rest of the information is on there, go over there and pick out your gear. The glasses girl, Fong Cheng, softly said, and the previous impatient appearance was a different person. Thanks. Subai turned to leave. Fong Cheng followed without rolling her eyes, and the corners of her mouth were even on the verge of drooling. That. Sister, he's gone, now it's my turn to register. Got it. Name. Fong Cheng turned back impatiently and resumed her previous appearance. The other side. Subai came to the equipment distribution office. There were a lot of weapons neatly organized here. However, most of them are alloy textured lances, clubs, and other long-range killing categories. The middle-aged man had been waiting here for a long time, and it was only when the last person came along that he opened his mouth and said, when you first entered the eastern border, most of your cultivation levels haven't reached first-level martial artists yet, so you can only hunt ordinary small demons on the outskirts of the city walls. Although all of you have yet to engage in close quarters with demons, the school has presumably educated you on the subject, and I'm sure you're well aware of the fact that most demons are large in size and have a large attack range. A word of advice here, choose a weapon with a long attack range. It's slightly bulky, but this will improve your chances of survival. Of course, you can all ignore my advice. Let's start choosing equipment, one for each person, and when you're done, go to the side and get your Eastern Frontier combat uniforms. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the crowd dispersed in all directions, picking out competent weapons. Many people choose to listen to his advice because of the lives involved. But Subai didn't go. Not because he didn't want to listen to advice, but he had his favored weapon, the sword. He was going to pick the sword, not just because he liked it, but more because it was familiar. In his previous life, he was the president of the university's kendo club, and his knowledge and use of the sword had reached the level of actual combat. For him, the only way to improve his chances of survival and combat power was to take a sword. Subai walked through several storerooms in a row, but he couldn't find the shadow of the sword. It wasn't until he came to the last room that he found a couple dusty alloy longswords in the corner. Jing! Picking up a hilt at random, with a slight vibration, the dust of the sword was shaken away, revealing its original appearance. Not to say it's pretty, but it's much better than the unbladed longswords I've used in my previous life. Kid, can you get close to those demons with this weapon you chose? The middle-aged man had been following Subai. Originally, he wanted to see what Subai would choose, but he didn't expect Subai to choose an alloy longsword. Knowing that in this place, one has to fight demons to the death every day, an inch is as strong as an inch, and long-range weapons are the preferred choice. But this guy actually disobeyed his advice and chose the most short-lived weapon here. I know you're arrogant, but take my advice, what you're holding is known here as the short-lived sword, and I don't need to tell you what that means, do I? The middle-aged man advised again. Yeah, Subai, just listen to Big Brother says advice. Yi Rouge, who was holding a snack bag, walked over carrying a pole alloy lance. She wasn't quite as tall as this gun, but she had a few gallant qualities to her. Many of the boys on the sidelines had their eyes glazed over. Subai did not speak, his long sword was held horizontally, he lifted his finger and flicked it, and the clear sword chanting sound resounded once again. Without waiting for the crowd to look over, he inserted his long sword into the scabbard in a very ethereal manner. The action is fluid and incredibly fast. The middle-aged man and Yi Rouge both looked directly dumbfounded. Knock. When a girl on the side saw the scene, she was so surprised that she couldn't hold the lance in her hand and smashed it hard on the ground. Sorry, I didn't hold it steady. The girl hurriedly picked up the gun. After such a small episode, the crowd came back to their senses. You've practiced swords? The middle-aged man frowned. Practiced. Well, that's fine then, choose the weapon you're familiar with correctly. The middle-aged man stopped talking, and when he saw that everyone had chosen their weapons, he urged them to register. Once the crowd had gotten it right, he led them to get their Eastern Frontier combat uniforms. The combat uniform in question was the black power suit the young man had been wearing earlier. It's not much to look at, but it's said to be made of special materials that provide some defense and cleaning power. There are 2 sets of clothes per person, and upon request, they need to change now. There are locker rooms, however. Hiss. This is too cool. Subai, he's really, boy god. I've heard about Subai from the 7th senior class of the 8th middle school before, and now I see that he's really extraordinary. Handsome, in addition to looks, there is also feeling, but now Subai is handsome in both looks and feeling. We're dressed like dog thieves, he's dressed like an aristocrat, that's the difference. Subai had just changed and walked out when the surrounding students let out a gasp. Dressed in a strong suit and carrying a long sword on his back, Subai at this moment lived as the dream male god they wanted to be. It is quite pretty. Yi Rouge followed. The whirlwind caused another small sensation. Ahem. Quiet, now that the clothes are changed, there's just one last step to take. The middle-aged man murmured. Below, you must make a choice, it's a matter of life and death, so I hope you will be careful, and more careful. First, choose to fight in a group. Second, choose to fight solo. The former will be formed into squads by yourselves, with a maximum squad size of 5. The latter fights alone. End of explanation. It's as simple as that. Those who choose to team up form their own teams, those who choose to fight solo don't care. As the words fell, a number of students from the same school immediately came together. Those who didn't find the same school also approached those around them, hoping to team up with each other. Even Yi Rouge, who was eating snacks, also perked up and moved to Subai's side with small steps. The greater good is also clear to these students after experiencing 2 low points in their lives. Those in the congregation were all scum who hadn't reached the first level of martial artist, and it was natural for them to embrace the group if they wanted to stay alive. Subai looked at the few girls who came over and subconsciously moved to the side. Subai, you're going to choose to fight alone? Yes. Subai nodded. The middle-aged man was a bit surprised to see this, but it was within his expectations. After all, with Subai's character, it would be really difficult for him to form a team. However, this also meant that he had to defend the city and kill demons alone as a less than first-level martial artist. The surrounding students were likewise doubly surprised, and many of them even whispered that he was pretending. Subai didn't know what they were thinking, and he wouldn't care if he did. He was now burdened with a systemic plug-in, so there was no need to form a group. And he's not used to taking care of people, he's fine on his own. Not teaming up. Yi Rouge's face had a slight loss as she blinked her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. Then I won't group either. The middle-aged man had an odd expression on his face. Sure. I'm be grade talented, no group. Chapter 4, The Heavenly Deceiver, aka the Supreme Being. Be grade talent, no group. Yi Rouge's light and pleasant voice echoed in his ears, and the middle-aged man only felt his brain buzzing. Does a high talent level mean you can do whatever you want? Yes. A high level of talent allows you to do whatever you want. That's a B grade talent, a pass to stay on the mainland and take the university entrance exam. LOL. The middle-aged man sighed. I wanted to persuade a bit more, but Yi Rouge's words sort of blocked the way. In that case, it's decided, and I hope you won't regret it later. Barely. The middle-aged man pulled open the door behind him and walked in. When he came out again, he had a clear pocket in his hand, and in it was a bunch of ancient black rings. Merit rings. This is the ring of merit that can supposedly record the number of demons killed. I heard my brother say that the merit points of this merit ring can be exchanged for high-level weapons, high-level defense. So that's what the merit ring looks like. Subai had also heard of this thing, but this was the first time he had seen it. Since you all understand, I won't say any more. This is the merit ring of our eastern border war zone. One for each person below. Don't worry about the size. The merit rings are able to recognize the size of the finger circumference. Also, those who are teaming up will touch the merit rings to each other, and it will be considered that you have succeeded in teaming up. Subai, Yi-Ruj, you two come here. The middle-aged man took the two men into the room alone. There was nothing else in the room. It was all shelves, filled with merit rings, one by one. However, there were a dozen or so unique-looking merit rings that were hung individually in the most prominent position. See these merit rings? These are the single combat merit rings. You two pick one each. To reiterate, you can't team up after choosing this kind of merit ring. You two still have a chance to regret it now. The middle-aged man murmured, his gaze landing on Yi-Ruj's face. He knew that Subai couldn't persuade him, but he still wanted to persuade Yi-Ruj again. After all, that's a B-grade talent. It would be a shame if it just died young. However, Yi-Ruj, who was wrenching her fingers to choose a ring, turned a deaf ear to his words. I want this. Only after a long time did Yi-Ruj point at one of the rings shaped like a tree branch with a happy face. LOL. It's hopeless. The middle-aged man sighed and removed it for her. This ring is called a Seijai and I hope you take good care of it. The ring has a name? Chaucer, alas. That's nice. It matches my name. Yi-Ruj received it with a happy face and put it on. The twig-like ring, worn on her greenish-white, slender hand, blossomed into a different flavor. It's like dead wood. Subai also removed his ring at this time. Blood red in color, resembling a dragon pattern, it looks somewhat demonic and evil. Seeing him choose this ring, the middle-aged man's complexion changed slightly, but he quickly collected himself again. This ring is called Chang'an and I hope you do not dishonor the name. Subai nodded silently. They walked out of the room, and the students were all nonplussed when they saw the rings on their fingers. There are other styles of merit rings, why are we all the same? That's just it, it's not fair. What makes theirs so good looking? I want a rerun. Me too. Silence. The middle-aged man coldly shouted, his breath spread out, and the surrounding students were silenced. It's actually a third-level martial artist. Awesome. A martial artist of this rank could serve as a principal in any place in the mainland. I didn't realize that it was only used to lead newcomers to check in here. This Eastern Border Theater, it's not simple. Be careful from now on. Subai subconsciously went to touch the necklace in his pants pocket. But this time, he didn't touch it. System, what's going on? Back to the host. The system has been around the host's neck since its awakening. Subai looked down and saw that a necklace was hanging peacefully around his neck. Not removable? Back to the host, no, but this is just the appearance of the system, it doesn't affect the host in any way, as long as the host wants, the appearance can disappear at any time. Subai's mind moved, and the necklace around his neck instantly disappeared without a trace. After thinking about it, he revealed the thing again. After all, after accompanying him for so long, and also lost and returned, a little thought, good. If you guys want to re-choose, that's fine, so go for the solo fight. I'd like to see how many people who aren't afraid of death dare to pick this. When the middle-aged man said this, the scene was silent, and the crows were silent. Since no one dares, follow me. 1 month before the newcomers arrive, they will first start by guarding the walls of Tianmen Pass. Next, I will lead you in assigning your respective walled garrison areas. This wall, is it called Tianmen Pass? Subai took a look at the appearance that the joint had seen earlier, and it was indeed standing on the earth and catching the heavenly dome. Tianmen Pass. It's true to its name. Soon. The group followed the middle-aged man and rode the elevator to the top of the city wall. To Subai's surprise, at such a high altitude, the clouds were actually missing and could be seen for a long distance. An accident, I guess. It was like this when I first came here, and according to the old men of old, this sight was the result of a strike by the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Border War Zone. That's a legendary Cheongyu realm powerhouse. I've been here for 18 years and I haven't seen a single one so far. The middle-aged man saw Subai's doubts and spoke out to explain. Cheongyu realm powerhouses? What kind of rank division is this? How come I've never heard of it? A student wondered. There's no harm in popularizing it to you guys. This is the realm division that came out of that place of the demon race, the Cheongyu realm, which corresponds to our human race's level 6 martial artist. 6th level martial artist. The faces of the students changed. To them, any 3rd level martial artist at the principal's level was already impressive. A rank 6 martial artist, they had never even seen or even imagined. Can you also tell us about the corresponding realm divisions of the other classes? Subai calmly asked. Looking at the other students who were shocked and lost their minds, and then looking at Subai, the middle-aged man only felt a heaven and earth. He withdrew his thoughts and spoke slowly, saying, there is no intention to elevate the demon race, but the realm division that has come out from them is indeed very poetic, and most of the current eastern border war zone, as well as the other war zones, have already used this realm division. The human race's level 1 to level 9 martial artists, respectively, correspond to the demon realm divisions in order: the Spirit River, the Lushan, the Sea Viewer, the Royal Wind, the Prosperity God, the Cheongyu, the Shanghui, the Bodhi Realm, and the Heaven Executioner. By the way, there is another alias for the 9th level martial artist counterpart of the Heaven Executioner in this. It's already overbearing, but it actually has an alias? Yuruja's small face was dumbfounded, and she still hadn't gotten out of those realm names just now. The Celestial Deceiver, also known as the Supreme Being. Chapter 5 South 23rd District. Supreme. As soon as these two words came out, without waiting for the middle-aged man to portray, everyone felt an unprecedented surge of domineering energy. Looking at the disoriented crowd, the middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Once upon a time, when he first heard the word, how could it be otherwise? Between heaven and earth, I am the only one. The Supreme Being also. Neither. In this life, is there any hope of witnessing the birth of a Supreme Being? The middle-aged man looked longing and couldn't help but look at Subai, who was meditating in the crowd. But then withdrew his gaze after 3 seconds. Think what you want. Even if a Supreme Being would appear in the world, it shouldn't be him. Although he is good-natured and proud enough to choose the Chang'an merit ring. But E-rank talent, so weak that it's a catch in the crowd. It's not easy for such a person to be alive here. It is ridiculous to talk about the Supreme Being. Retract your thoughts. The middle-aged man led the crowd to a rusty house on the city wall. To start you off, the Eastern Border Theater has only 10 military commanders in addition to the Commander-in-Chief, and the rest are all squads except for the logistics department. There are none of the rigors of the regular military here, but the proper courtesies should still be done. You'll understand the rest later. Now I'll divide the garrison area for you. The middle-aged man spread out a map and greeted the crowd as they gathered around. From the map, Subai learned that there were a total of 100 areas from south to north. There are 50 districts in the north and south, with the two furthest parts of the wall being the northern and southern districts, and the closest being the northern and southern 50th districts. The middle-aged man took the lead in assigning the township area for the group combat members before it was Subai's and Yuruja's turn. There are still a few more places to pick from down there. You two pick them. Try to choose the middle part of the area. It's not easy for this place to be attacked by the demon race on a large scale. The middle-aged man pointed at the map, on which there were only 5 areas left. They are, respectively, North 5, South 10, South 23, North 13 and South 35. Subai and Yuruj reached out together. He pointed to the southern 23rd district and Yuruj pointed to the southern 35th district. Subai, you kid, don't pick the southern 10. I thought you would pick this? The middle-aged man made a rare jab. Subai calmly glanced at him and didn't say anything. He's a person with no cultivation. Picking the southern 10th district, isn't this purely looking for death? Just kidding, never mind. The middle-aged man laughed a little. My name is Xia Changkong. You can call me Old Xia like the people here. From this moment on, we are comrades in arms, fighting side by side and defending the human race. A final word of advice to all of you: be careful of the demon race as well as the people around you. In addition, the merit ring must be protected. It can not only collect merit points to exchange for items, there is also a locator inside. Every time we have support, we rely on the merit ring to locate us. Okay, without further ado, everyone line up to get a copy of the notes each, and then you can take over in the area you are responsible for. After receiving the notes, Subai turned around and walked in the direction of the South 1st District. His garrison area was over there. Although each garrison looks the same, the notes are labeled on the map, so there is no worry about going the wrong way. Hey! You wait! Yi Ruj trotted to keep up with Subai. Subai didn't care about her. You're cold and silent, you want a snack? Saying this, Yi Ruj handed a packet of small snacks to Subai. No, thanks. Ha, I thought you weren't talking. Yi Ruj didn't get angry when she was rejected, but instead revealed a bright smile. These realm divisions of the demon race really sound good. I think the best ones are Spirit River and Sea Viewing. It's beautiful to think about. What do you think? Subai ignored her and walked on his own. Ugh, not talking again. Say, why don't you team up? A few people together isn't quite good, just snacking a bit fast. Also, you look so handsome with a sword. Can you teach me sword practice? By the way. With this series of Yi Ruj's ramblings, Subai only felt a wave of headache, so he quickened his pace. Hey! You walk slower. It was fine if Yi Ruj didn't make a sound, but once she did, Subai walked even faster. He even went so far as to use some simple stances he had learned since school. Am I that scary? I'm not a demon race, why are you avoiding me so much? Looking at Subai, who was getting farther and farther away, Yi Ruj stood still and fell into deep thought. Half a day later. It was only then that she snapped her head. I know, I must have not given him my favorite cucumber refreshing flavored chips. But I, too, only have one packet left. Successor? Subai. The new ones, they actually didn't even reach the Spirit River realm. The quality has really gotten worse these past few years. South 23rd District. The door to the garrison room opened, and out of it stepped a young man with a lance in his arms. When he saw that Subai was the only one in front of him, his face was very ugly. Just you? Subai nodded his head expressionlessly. Good. Very well, not being a martial artist and still daring to choose to fight alone, you really don't know how to die. Let's hope we don't hear about the loss of South 23rd tonight. The young man snorted coldly and brushed past Subai while holding his spear. But after taking a few steps, he turned around with a sneer on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the merit ring on your finger is Chingan, right? Problems? Subai calmly turned around. Although the other party was a level 2 martial artist, he was not worried about making a move against him. The caveat states clearly that it is strictly forbidden for border killers of demons to kill each other. Violators will be killed without pardon. Nothing, it's just that you took something that our captain regarded as in the bag, so I hope you live well. My name is Jing Hai, my cultivation level is at the floor in Mountain Realm, I think we'll have the chance to meet again. Ah, interesting, interesting. Jinghai smiled broadly and hugged his gun as he left. Subai frowned and turned his head to enter the garrison room. It's a modestly sized house with simple facilities, just a bed, a cupboard, and a toilet. There was also a dining table, but it was empty with a hole in the center. The note states that that is the location where the meals are transmitted up. Subai slightly cleaned the house and confirmed that there were no surveillance means before he sat down on the ground. System. I'm here, host. Aren't you forgetting something? Back to the host, the system doesn't understand you. Where's my newbie pack? It's the system that's not well thought out, but what others have, the host must have too, and better. Ding. The newbie gift pack was issued successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the newbie gift packet. Please ask if you want to open it. Open up. Ding. Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Personal Attribute Panel, Attribute Points X100, Pure Sword Heart. Chapter 6 Lingchuan Realm. Personal Attribute Panel, at any time, anywhere, comprehensively display the host's status in all aspects. Attribute Points, a great treasure that can be used to enhance various attributes. Pure Sword Heart, when practicing the way of the sword, it is as if it were a god, not afraid of the world's illusions, charm and other illusionary arts. Ding. Rewards have now been issued, host please check. The moment the system prompt fell, hundreds of sword lights instantly surged out from Subai's body. Jing. The alloy longsword on the side seemed to have sensed something, and for a moment, the sword trembled and chirped long. Dozens of seconds later, the vision dissipated. Subai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Swish. Swish. Visible to the naked eye, two brilliant and biting sword-ons emerged from his eyes, and the sword-like shadow flickered continuously within his ink-black pupils. He reached out his hand and the alloy long sword beside him flew into his palm. The alloy longsword entered his hand as if a dragon had entered the sea, emitting a crisp sword sound before falling silent. It's a pity that it's only a C-rank alloy weapon. If it was an A-rank or above possessed longsword, it might be able to resonate with my pure sword heart. Dragon Kingdom weapons are aligned with talent levels, with the highest being SSS and the lowest being E. The strongest weapon Subai had previously seen was the C-grade lance of the principal of the 8th grade. But unlike the peaceful hinterland, being on the border, C-class weapons weren't enough. What's more, he had now awakened the pure sword heart, and the sword that matched it naturally wouldn't be a mortal product. System, open the personal attributes panel. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Subai. Training, Mortal 9100. Addition available, next level Raichuan Realm. Attribute points, 100. Physical fitness, 1710 for normal people. Additional points may be added, qualitative change occurs at 100. Spirit, 5010 for ordinary people. Additional points may be added. A qualitative change occurs when the spirit reaches 100. Talent, Pure Heart of the Sword, E-rank Blood Explosion 0-100. Additionally, the next level, D-rank Blood Explosion, can absorb 1/50,000th of the cultivation of the person it decapitates. After browsing through it broadly, Subai decided to raise his cultivation and physique first to improve his survivability. System, add 10 points to cultivation and all the rest to physique. Ding. System addition in progress. Ding. Adding points completed, current cultivation level Spirit River Realm 0-200, current physique 107. Ding. The host's physique exceeds 100, causing a qualitative change. Congratulations to the host for obtaining iron skin and bronze bones. Is this the spiritual power that can only be controlled by a first-level martial artist, the Spirit River Realm? Subai's mind moved, and a ball of spiritual energy emerged from his dantian, like a cloud, spreading and flowing in his hand. This, then, was the aura that he had been unable to absorb for so long when he was at school. Unable to absorb aura into the body, one cannot break through the mortal shackles and is reduced to an ordinary person for the rest of one's life. He had envisioned that he would break through one day, but he didn't expect it to come so easily. Just add a little. Try the power. Subai turned his wrist, and the previously docile aura suddenly transformed into a long sword and stabbed at the steel wall. Only to hear a loud boom, the aura long sword shattered, but the wall was unharmed. The translucent light screen flowing on it resisted Subai's strike. Sure enough, the Heaven's Gate Pass has a pass protection formation, or else it wouldn't have stood here for so long based on steel alone. As Subai spoke, he violently slammed his fist into the alloy longsword on the side. Instead of the dull sound of flesh and iron clashing, what came was the piercing sound of metal clashing. Is this iron skin and bronze bones? Subai looked down, and a greenish-gray iron color emerged from the place where he collided with the alloy longsword. Over time, this iron color quickly faded and returned to a fair complexion. Subai had a feeling that weapons below D grade could no longer affect him now. But being on the border with the lowest class C weapons was still a threat to him. However, the current him was far too powerful than when he first entered this place. It's still at the bottom of the heap, but it's got some self-preservation. Subai then proceeded to familiarize himself with the changes in his cultivation and physique in all directions before he pushed the door out. It was dusk, and the yellow sand-filled Tianmen Pass was full of depression. Beyond the Heaven's Gate Observatory, I don't know how far away it was, you could still clearly see the mountains, rivers, and grasses. Within the Tianmen Pass, I don't know how far away it was, but I could also clearly see the mountains, rivers, grass and trees. Only Tianmen Pass is in the desert, between the two, very abrupt. Newcomer, are you the Subai who chose single combat and selected the Chang'an merit ring? At this moment, a curious voice sounded in Subai's ears. He subconsciously looked around, but saw no one. Don't look for it, this is spiritual power transmission, you've roughly only entered the Spirit River realm not long ago, it's normal that you don't know how to do it, I'll teach you. Under this person's careful explanation, Subai quickly grasped the techniques of spiritual power transmission. It's me, you're the resident of South 22? Subai followed the traces of this person's spiritual energy and quickly discovered his location. Well, my name is Wu Shanqing, but I'm not like you, I'm not alone, I added the squad. And your teammates? My 4 teammates went out to kill the demons, and I'm responsible for staying behind and holding down the area the squad is responsible for. Oh, yeah. Leaving one person to hold down the fort, the remaining 4 went forward to kill the demons to earn merit, which had the benefit of a small team. By the way, Yi Rouge next to you is quite impressive, she also stepped into the spirit river realm just now. Next to me? Isn't she South 35th District? Subai was a little confused. You wait until I pick up her psychic transmission. The visitor murmured. A moment later, a clear and pleasant ringing sound resounded in Subai's ears. Subai, I'm Yiruj, I didn't expect you to enter the spirit river realm as well, awesome. Subai suddenly had some reluctance to speak. By the way, did you call home to check in? No. The border is always at war, the signal is weak and does not support phone calls at all. He did not bring his cell phone with him on this trip. I've got a satellite phone here, if you want to make a call come see me at 24 South, I just switched with someone. Wow. Subai actually talked back to me. South 24th District, Yiruj couldn't help but show a smiling face. The shallow dimples beside her two small tiger teeth told of her current mood. Kaiser. Satellite phones, they do work, but this is a strategic resource strictly controlled by the military, and I didn't expect this guy to actually have it in his hands. Subai was a bit surprised. But on second thought he was relieved. If B-level talent can come to the border, what else is impossible? Ahem. Interrupting, it's almost 6 o'clock now, and after 6 o'clock is the peak time for the demon clan's attack, so you guys need to prepare yourselves. Let's not talk for now, you two can just aura transmit if you want to talk. Wu Shanqing broke the spirit power transmission. Subai naturally wouldn't go looking for Yiruj, a chatterbox, but Yiruj looked for him. Subai, this is my spiritual power transmission, memorize the route, and in addition come to me if you want to make a call. Good. After thinking about it, Subai still replied back. Though he was alone now, the mainland was not without people he cared about. Dang. 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 6 o'clock sharp. Demon killers in position, defend the city. Chapter 7, Killing Demons. The flood bell rang, and the demon slayer took his place. The moment. All the people who were in the garrison room, all of them came out. They stood atop the walls, another wall of flesh and blood on top of a wall of steel. Swish. 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 Right at this moment, several piercing rays of light rose up from the two ends of the city wall, and leaped to the top of the wall at the rear boundary of the city wall. A plant, another pretentious outing for these demons. There's no need to be envious, when you break through the Royal Wind Realm one day, you'll be able to be like them. Don't dare to think about it, the Royal Wind Realm in Tianmen Pass is a real big shot. That's right, besides the Commander-in-Chief and the Army Chief, these guys are the strongest. Again, what they are guarding are the top 10 dangerous zones in the north and south. What's wrong with being strong and pretending? On the surrounding passes, many people voiced out, breaking the stagnant atmosphere. But with it came a new wave of dead silence. Subai didn't have the heart to pay attention to the fact that a powerful person of the Royal Wind Realm could step into the air this minute. Because dozens of miles in front of Tianmen Pass, a continuous thick black fog had gathered at some point. The bright moon hangs high and the moonlight is cold. Through this only glimpse of brightness, he even saw hundreds, or even tens of thousands of great demons, teeth and claws, whistling. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Subai's expressionless face gradually revealed a look of gravity. The alloy longsword in his hand, also at this moment, Woody tightened a few points. Yo, the demon clan is coming in force tonight, I'm only afraid that those newcomers are going to die quite a bit. It has to be, this scene is even more violent than when we came, how can they block it when several of them don't have any cultivation? There's something about these two guys. I'll be damned, come and look, these two, indeed, are different from the rest. In the surveillance room. A dozen or so demon slayers sniffed and gathered around, looking towards the large screen. The screen in front of you consists of 100 small screens, each of which represents a garrison area. At this point, there are 10 garrison areas marked by red circles. Look at these, you guys. The man in the chair pointed to the 8 images marked therein. The crowd looked over, and the demon slayers displayed on it all had faces of horror and trembling legs. What's more, some were directly paralyzed with fear and wailed. Scrappy. Goons. Rubbish. Several demon slayers saw this, and a look of contempt appeared on their faces. You guys weren't much better when you first got here. The man in the chair spat, then pointed to the other red circle marking the 2 images. When the crowd looked over, they couldn't help but show a touch of appreciation on their faces. These two images, one was Yi Rouge who was holding an alloy lance in one hand and a snack bag in the other. One, on the other hand, was holding a long sword, his body straight, his face staring at Subai below the city wall with a grave expression. He was wild at first, ruffling Subai's slightly longer hair, making him look as if he was a swordsman ready to strike the sword, floating and handsome. This guy is handsome. It always feels like he's forcing the issue. The demons haven't come yet, he can barely hold his own this minute, I just don't know if he'll pee his pants when the demons kill him later. I'm getting a picture when you say that. Want to bet on it, I bet he'll be crying for help later. Soon. The bet to kill the demon in the surveillance room breaks down. Because no one thought that Subai would dare to fight straight against the demon race. As old men here, they had seen too many demon killers. Including those existing windbags, when they first came here, they also fled in a sorry state. So, they had no reason to believe that a newcomer who had just arrived at the Heaven's Gate Pass and had no cultivation would break the usual tradition here. 3 minutes later. The demon army was on the verge of approaching the city. As if they had formulated a strategy, as soon as they arrived, they pulled back their ranks and attacked different garrison areas. Among them, most of the demon races went to the garrison areas at the north and south ends. Only a small part of it attacked the central garrison. But even so, being in the southern 23rd district, there were still hundreds of demons under Subai's city wall range. He swept a glance, most of these demons were mortal demons with no cultivation, but there were 13 of them, the same as him, in the same Spirit River realm. Barely. Bear it. Just as they reached the bottom of the city wall, hundreds of demons climbed in with scarlet eyes and claws. Sharp claws plunged into the city walls, splashing bursts of blinding sparks. The azure currents bombarded their bodies, and for a time, their skin split open and blood flowed in all directions. But these demons climbed more and more ferociously as if they didn't feel any pain. It seemed like he was going to cross this damn city wall and go to the human territory in the back to go on a killing spree. Roar! A winged demon race was the first to leap onto the city wall. It was stated on the notes that this demon race belonged to the pterodactyl race, characterized by a black body with huge black wings and an extremely fast flying speed. At the same time, their sharp claws were also very powerful, and even the sharpness of mortal demon sharp claws could reach D rank. Suffer death, damned human race. As soon as the pterodactyl fawn leaped onto the city wall, he opened his sharp claws and launched an attack, not giving Subai the slightest time to react. As the two drew closer, a look of disdain appeared on the pterodactyl's face. If he was facing a human race that wielded lances and clubs and other means of attacking from a distance, he would still have 2 points of fear. But the human in front of him actually wanted to stop him with a long sword in his hand, he simply didn't know how to die. Die. The pterodactyl laughed hideously, he had already envisioned the scene of Subai being clawed into several petals by his 2 claws. But the next moment, he realized that Subai had moved. The speed was so fast that it was even 2 points faster than he was in his heyday. In just 2 seconds, Subai flashed away from his attack range. How? The pterodactyl's eyes changed steeply, and he just wanted to draw back, but the inertia carried by his huge body made it impossible for him to steer, and he could only crash towards the front. It was also at this moment that Subai swept over from the side, and with his hand on his sword, he ended the life of this pterodactyl. How can? On the verge of death, the pterodactyl wondered a bit. Why would this human race, who was unafraid of their demon race, still be so calm? This heart, it's really extraordinary. The other side. While Xie Changkong was killing demons on the city walls, he also drew his attention to the situation in the various garrison areas. A flash of shock flashed across Subai's face when he saw that he didn't panic like the other newcomers, instead, he calmly decimated the pterodactyl. He had expected Subai to perform well, but he hadn't expected that it would be this outstanding. Old Xia, glancing around on the strength of your eyesight in the sea-viewing realm again, are you? What do you mean by glancing around? I call it looking brightly. Xie Changkong replied back, the lance in his hand flew out, and within moments, a demon race fell to the ground. Outstanding, handsome. Chapter 8, Just One Man, One Sword. In the surveillance room, the man sitting in the chair suddenly slapped the table. Such a commotion attracted the surrounding people once again. Through the screen, they once again saw Subai who stood straight on the city wall. The wind, it's still blowing. The young man's face was full of perseverance, without an ounce of fear. The scene. As if it were earlier. But unlike that, a huge winged dragon lay beside the teenager. The huge-sized demon race, the thin and weak teenager, formed a huge contrast at this moment. Quick, mother ing dead cripple, zoom in on this for me. What's the point of talking about your father? The man in front of the chair spat, but his hands were not slow to zoom in on the image until it spread halfway across the screen. The enlarged image could clearly see the strands of Subai's hair, and even the pterodactyl behind him was shown clearly. Look at the wound on that pterodactyl. The image focuses on the pterodactyl's head, on which a 4-finger-wide gash stands out. One move. This guy actually only used one move. Is this guy human? How can he do such a thing, settling a pterodactyl with a single move? Even for a mortal grade winged dragon, its strength isn't much weaker than an unusual Spirit River Realm powerhouse. How could he? Quick, I want to see the live replay. This new guy has something. The people in the surveillance room gathered around the big screen and watched the live replay. When they saw Subai dodge, swipe, and draw his sword to kill the pterodactyl, they fell silent. Because this response, it's perfect. Decapitating a pterodactyl in such a flowing manner was enough to be called textbook level. Most of all, Subai's state of mind was too strong, facing the demon race in danger, analyzing, dodging, and even killing back. Every step, just pinpointed at the key point, but any miscalculation of a sliver cannot be so perfect. Genius. I don't know who exclaimed. But this time. And yet there was no rebuttal. Although they fancied themselves as old men, Subai's performance of demon decapitation this time was not much inferior to them. There's even more to it than that. After all, in the end, Subai was still just a newcomer who had just arrived. To make this move is enough, deservedly, to be called a genius. Alas, unfortunately, I just read his profile, and he's only an E-ranked gifted person. Someone sighed. There is no way, martial artists are innately doomed to the upper limit. If his talent is a little stronger, perhaps, it is the next. Southern Demon again. Southern Demon. Alas, it is not impossible. In the end, his talent is too low. Ugh. The crowd all sighed. Grip, this guy's ing off the wall, how dare he? At that moment, a roar woke up the crowd. The crowd snapped their heads up. Only to see that Subai, who was still on top of the city wall earlier, at some point, had already leaped off the city wall. Oh no, Qin Tianju, quickly go over and provide support. If this guy dies, I won't feel good in my heart. Call me Tianju, don't add Qin, okay? The man with the baguette shattered a bite, but quickly disappeared into the surveillance room. Ding! Host kills mortal grade pterodactyl X1, gains attribute points X1. With the system's prompt ringing in his ears, Subai's eyes halfway up the city wall snapped into focus, and between the swings of his alloy longsword, another demon race was killed. Ding! Host kills mortal grade wolf demon X1, gains attribute points X1. Subai didn't care about the system prompts, took a deep breath, leaped down again, and ruthlessly smashed on the head of another demon race. This is a mortal level skeleton demon, characterized by a humanoid skeleton shape and a hard body, and weapon attacks below D rank are ineffective against it. The notes state that in order to kill such a demonic creature, the demonic core in its skull must be destroyed. Subai moved extremely fast, and without waiting for this skeleton demon to react, the alloy longsword had already stabbed into its skull and shattered the demon core. Ding! The host has killed a mortal level skeleton demon, gaining attribute points X1. Skeleton demon death. Subai leaped and jumped onto another demon race. The longsword rose and fell, collecting another life. As he kept jumping down and kept decapitating the demon race, this scene was also noticed by the demon slayers on the city walls. My god! Who is this, and why is he so fierce? Isn't the central region full of low-level martial artists? How can someone dare to go down the city wall? How did he dare? My son's exemption is too damn handsome, one vertical leap, long sword waving, this is almost catching up with the martial arts movie. If it wasn't for my weak strength, I'd be damn handsome in my highs and lows. Being handsome is for life, don't you dare do that, you'll only be handsome once in your life. Subai, what are you doing? Xia Changkon, who was closely watching this place, saw this scene and his face changed drastically. Subai's hand in decapitating the pterodactyl was already uncomplicated, but he didn't expect that Subai actually dared to leap off the city wall and take the initiative. This, a deed that only the bigwigs at both ends of the wall would dare to do. How dare he? And that is? Subai? Yi Rouge, who was holding a gun in both hands and biting a lollipop, had just repelled a demon when she saw this horrifying scene. At first she thought she was mistaken and even rubbed her eyes. But when she saw the blood-stained, alloy longsword that was unusually shiny in the moonlight, she froze. It was because other than Subai, she hadn't seen anyone using a sword in the middle of the Heaven's Gate Pass so far. And this person was right next to her, which meant that this person could only be Subai. No way, that brave? Just one man, one sword. Step on the demon, cut the demon. It was as if a generation of sword fairies had their feet pointing at the spring water, and their swords were floating in the air. Yi Rouge looked at this image, her beautiful eyes fluttering, unable to describe her mood at this moment at all. Same time. Many eyes also swept towards Subai from above the city walls, but at this moment, Subai didn't think so much about it. He did this not as a death wish, but as a result of careful weighing. He had iron skin and bronze bones, and for a short time, he was not at a disadvantage in a hard fight with these mortal-level demons. Moreover, after the physical quality change, all aspects of his body's functions went up by a large margin. His speed, endurance, and reflexes were all much stronger than these mortal-level demons. Sure. Most importantly, it was trying to earn a little more attribute points. Barely. Pulling out the alloy longsword from the wolf demon's head at his feet, Subai gained another 1 attribute point. By this time, he had come to a position halfway up the city wall. He didn't stop, and once again went down for the kill. Human race, good guts, actually dare to take the initiative to attack, really don't know how to die. Just then, a fragrant breeze suddenly drifted from below. Immediately after, Subai, who was in the skull demon's head, was wrapped in a pink mist. Oh no, it's the Fox Demon clan, they're the best at illusions, Subai is in danger. In the monitoring room, one person noticed the scene and immediately exclaimed in shock. The rest of them didn't look too good either. Ugh. This guy is more than likely done for. This situation Qin Tianju is not good to make a move, alas. Pity, but also said that it is a seedling. Will there be a miracle? Mostly it's gone, even if it's a Spirit River Realm Fox Demon casting a charming technique, it's the Lushan realm that can't resist it. Chapter 9 Silver Bone Body. The surveillance room was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Every demon slayer had a heavy face, no one thought Subai could escape from the Fox Demon. Ugh, what's the point of being so impulsive? Xia Changkong sighed and withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Subai. After all, in the Tianmen Pass, there was no precedent of a mortal, or even a Spirit River Realm martial artist, escaping from the hands of a Spirit River Realm Fox Demon. Subai's heart was good, but this time when he was targeted by the Fox Demon, Xia Changkong didn't think he would survive. Subai, are you going to be alright? Yi Rouge was stationed in the area right next to Subai, and she naturally noticed the change. She would like to help Subai. But now Subai was in a place that was halfway up the steel city wall. At such a distance, she, a Spirit River realm, simply couldn't rush over. She was also clear that the current her was no match for the Spirit River realm Fox Demon. Subai, I hope you survive. Yi Rouge sighed softly. Holding the gun with both hands, he focused on killing the demon. Most people were currently focusing on the demon race in front of them, or Subai who was caught in the illusion. And no one noticed. Yi Rouge, who wasn't eating snacks at this moment, had a long spear that broke like a dragon. Between one pick and one stab, blood rained down. Only. She, however, did not look towards Subai again. Chant. Right at this moment, a piercing and long chirping sword sound resounded through the Heaven's Gate Pass. Immediately after that, a 10-meter-long sword suddenly appeared from mid-air. The sword's aura was extremely powerful, as if a meteor had crossed the dome of the sky, lighting up several garrison areas. I knew it. Above the city walls. Yi Rouge's mouth smiled, not caring about the flash of the sword. Turn your head. Another packet of snacks was removed. Long sword through rainbow, this guy, when did he break through the Spirit River realm? The other side. Xia Changkong was also relieved. Grip it. It's awesome. That's a sword aura, I've never seen anyone cast it out before. Damn, who was it that said there were no miracles? In the surveillance room. The moment the demon slayers saw that sword aura appear at first glance, each of them was agitated and their chi and blood rose high. In the central region of Tianmen Pass, sword-ons appear, but looking at the length of the aura, it's just a Spirit River realm, interesting. South 1. Under the walls. A powerfully dressed woman glanced towards the halfway point of the city wall, but quickly withdrew her gaze. However, the long sword she held tightly in her hand was, at this moment, trembling. No one else can see it. But she was clear. The moment that sword blade appeared just now, her long sword, actually tried to break free from her and ran towards that person. "Captain, should we take this man?" a woman next to him murmured. The powerfully dressed woman scowled there for a few more moments before finally shaking her head. He, as yet, is not qualified to be in the Rakshasa squad. But just now, the Heaven's Path squad has already sent someone to survey this person's situation. The powerfully dressed woman pondered for a moment and said, "Then you go and check it out after tonight." "Captain, didn't you just say he's not qualified?" One of the people on the side made a snide remark. "Rakshasa, I built the team, and when I say he's qualified, he's qualified." Subai didn't realize how much of a stir his sword just now had created in Tianmen Pass. He just felt that the fox demon in front of him was too disgusting and couldn't help but give her a hard time. With a pure sword heart, he can't be affected by illusions. What he saw was not a vision, but rather just an ugly-faced fox demon scratching its head. Ding! Host kills Spirit River Realm Fox Demon, gaining attribute points x10. Mortal level demons only gave 1 attribute point, and the Spirit River Realm doubled it 10 times. Seeing this gap, Subai wanted to hunt Spirit River Realm level demons alone. But now is not the time to be picky. A little bit of money is a little bit of money. Swish! The longsword moved, and the demon underneath him died. Subai leaped and landed on the next demon race. That's all. Leaping and beheading demons along the way, Subai soon arrived under the city wall. At this point, there were only 13 demon races left that fell within the boundaries of the southern 23 districts. 5 Spirit River Realm Fox Demons, as well as 8 unusual mortal level demonic beasts. This was tantamount to an attribute point buffet for Subai, who had a sword heart and was not afraid of illusions. However, in 10 minutes, Subai resolved these demon clans and rode on the elevator that led to the top of the city wall. When he returned to his garrison, a young man armed with a long stick was standing outside his garrison room. "That sword of yours, it's strong." "You are?" "I don't change my name when I walk, I don't change my name when I sit. My surname is Chin and my name is Tianju. You can call me Old Chin, or you can call me Tianju. But, don't call me by my full name, okay?" Chin Tianju said with a serious expression. "Something wrong?" "It's okay, come over to look around, recognize the way, and maybe we'll have a chance to deal with each other in the future. I'm from the logistics department's monitoring room, and I'm mainly responsible for getting out and supporting the various garrison areas." After Chin Tianju finished speaking, he turned around and left. But not having taken 2 steps, he turned back and commanded once more. "To remind you again, my last name is Chin Tianju. You can call me Old Chin, or Tianju, but don't call me by my full name, okay?" After Chin Tianju left, Subai guarded the city wall for a while longer, confirming that there were no demon clans before he returned to the garrison room. System, opened the attribute panel. Ding! Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Early Reichuan Realm 0200, can add points. Attribute points, 234. Physique, 107 Iron Skin, Bronze Bone. Addable, qualitative change at 200. Spirit, 50. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 100. Talent, Pure Heart of the Sword, E-Rank Blood Explosion 0100. Optional. System, add 200 points to your cultivation, and add all the rest to your physique. Being at the border, Subai still chose to focus on enhancing his strength. Ding! Adding points completed, current cultivation level Early Lushan Realm 0500, current physique 141. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the Lushan realm, his physique has gained an increase, current physique 235. Ding! Physical attributes have reached 200, a qualitative change has occurred, congratulations to the host for obtaining this silver bone body. Body of silver bone, immune to damage from weapons up to C rank not including C rank. Swish! A white mist enveloped Subai, enhancing his physique. Instead of the pain of quenching the body, this process was quite comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring. To be honest, right now Subai was still feeling a bit as if he was waking up from a dream. He never thought that one day he would be able to get stronger just by lying down like this. As the vision dissipated, Subai fiercely clenched his fist, and in just a moment, a translucent silver protective film formed above his fist. Through this protective film, one could also visualize his fair complexion and greenish veins. When he unclenched his fist, the translucent silver protective film dissipated in a moment. The silver bone body is really stronger than the iron skin and bronze bone, and it works on the surface of the body, so even if you fight at full strength, you won't turn into a metal monster. That's quite good. Subai proceeded to familiarize himself with the changes in his body. He hadn't guessed wrong, this breakthrough in his physique had increased his speed, endurance, and other attributes by a lot more. However, what was puzzling was that with the breakthrough in cultivation, he didn't feel any noticeable changes other than his spiritual energy being quite a bit thicker. System, what's going on? Chapter 10 Willow Demon Shui Shui. Back to the host, this reason, but also from the origin of the building mountain realm, the legend. The system explained that this realm division was not unique to the demon race, but was created by the human race hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, in the middle of the human realm, there was a strange mountain called the Heavenly Jedi Mountain, which was treacherous and difficult to climb. The first person who climbed this mountain built a building on the mountain, which was called Lushan, meaning that the building was higher than the mountain. And because only those who have reached the second realm of cultivation can climb this mountain, over time, Lushan A will be used as the second realm of cultivation. Against the current level 2 martial artists, the most obvious change was the increase in physique. Since that's the case, the C-viewing realm of the third level martial artist counterpart is the sight enhancement? Back to the host, the main enhancement is the power of sight, but in reality, the breakthrough of the realm, whether it is the physical or spiritual, will be accompanied by the enhancement. Subai sniffed and looked at the spiritual attributes, which had now grown from the previous 50 to 80. In less than a day. Cultivation had broken through 2 realms in a row, and his physique had changed qualitatively twice, enhancing all aspects. Everything was going in the right direction, but Subai was also a bit helpless. The cultivation that his gifted blood explosion absorbed him was not felt at all. If it wasn't for the awakening system, relying only on his talent, he would only have not even broken through the spirit river realm this minute. Maybe. Straight away, the pterodactyls at the beginning were torn to pieces. Knock knock. The knock on the door interrupted Subai's thoughts. Hello, Subai, I'm the vice captain of the Rakshasa squad, Willow Demon Shui Shui. Subai opened the door, and the woman standing outside the door's eyes visibly drifted for a moment when she saw him. In a moment's time, however, the bottom of her eyes were, once again, covered by thick shock. You have, now, reached the second-grade martial artist, Lushan realm? Shui Shui had just checked Subai's profile. The information showed that Subai wasn't even a first-level martial artist, Spirit River realm. She also poked around Subai's situation from the 8th middle school and learned that he had a solid foundation and was diligent and hardworking, and had previously been the proud face of the 8th middle school. It's the awakening talent that's low, just the lowest level E rank blood explosion. This continued until the allocation of garrison areas. However, when the demon race attacked, the cultivation level that Subai displayed was the Spirit River realm. With his base, it was reasonable to break through this realm. But Shui Shui couldn't imagine. He had only just broken through the Spirit River realm, and not long after that, he then broke through the Lushan realm. In a day. No, less than half a day, breaking through 2 realms in a row. This is a phoenix feather existence when looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom. Other than the sons of families with ancient martial arts heritage, Shui Shui had never even heard of ordinary people being able to be like this. But the Subai in front of her, but the real and tangible stand in front of her, so that she had to believe. Available at such a swift cultivation speed, was it really something that could be achieved by an E-rank talent blood explosion? Subai, you 1T have awakened another talent in the back, a double talent with 2 talents coexisting, right? As Shui thought about it, she could only think of one possibility. While dual giftedness was rare, it wasn't unheard of, and her captain was. A double gift? Subai doesn't have any dual talents. But Shui's words opened up a thought for him. The E-rank blood explosion was very limited and could only absorb cultivation, but if it was raised to S rank, SS rank, and SSS rank, wouldn't it be possible to absorb talent? This guy won't admit it, so it looks like it's not far from what I thought, that this guy is a dual gifted. When Shui Shui saw that Subai didn't say anything, she strengthened the judgment in her heart. Captain. This time, I've come to the right place. It's like this, I came here to invite you to join our Demon Hunting Squad. Demon Hunting Squad is a group mode initiated by the members themselves, and you are not affected even if you choose to fight solo. This is the profile of our squad, you can read it first, there's no need to rush to say yes. There is still a month's time before you take up the mission to go out and hunt the demon race, as long as you give me an answer during this period. Shui Shui handed Subai a pamphlet. Subai thought for a moment and then still picked it up. Excuse me, which squad is Jinghai in? Jinghai? Shui subconsciously glanced at the merit ring Chang'an on Subai's finger. Jinghai is a member of the Underworld Squad, and the captain is Thick Earth Tangjin, the Royal Wind Realm, or a rank 4 martial artist. This man is not simple. Chang'an has always been regarded by him as a bag of tricks, so you should be careful. But we, Rakshasa, are not afraid of him. Shui blinked. To popularize it for you again, after reaching the Royal Wind Realm, talents can be used as codenames, such as Tangjin, whose talent is Great a Thick Earth. Class A? University Military School graduate. Sue White this minute said she didn't want to talk. As for me, I'm also a college student. Shui hid her mouth and smiled, and in the next moment, she turned into a green stream of light and flew into the night sky. Elementary school brother, be careful, you and the Tianmen Pass Tangjin dare not do anything to you, but a month later out of the mission is not the same. Shui's voice came through. Subai didn't answer and closed the door with an expressionless face. Leaning back on the bed where he had changed the bedding, he pulled out the pamphlet that Mizu had given him. The cover of the pamphlet was simple, with only the words Rakshasa Squad. But it is decorated by many pink patterns and looks very girly. Turning to the first page was a profile of the leader of the Rakshasa Squad. There are no pictures on it, not even any decorations, just a few short lines. Position, Captain. Name, Southern Demon. Cultivation, Peak of the Royal Wind Realm Level 4 Martial Artist. Talent, a rank swordsman, B rank archer. Dual talent possessor? Or is it in the Eastern Border Theater? Come here to kill demons, what does she want? Subai was a bit confused, but he understood why Shui said that their squad was not afraid of Tangjin's squad. A dual talent possessor, coupled with the cultivation of the Royal Wind Realm, this southern demon's battle power far exceeded that of its peers. If they were experienced in battle, they might even be able to fight across the ranks. How could an existence that was invincible at the same level be afraid of someone at the same level? Subai proceeded to scroll down. The next page is a profile of Shui. It's a lot more fancy than the southern demon's decorations, and comes with a big headband. Her cultivation level was at the early stage of the Royal Wind Realm. The talent is an A-rank talent, Willow Demon. The two players after that were both at the Sea Viewing Realm, but all of them were clear-cut women. From what Shui said, in a month's time, one must take on an outgoing mission. Although it might be dangerous, it's also an opportunity to earn attribute points. Subai closed the pamphlet, tapped the Chang'an merit ring, and the number 234 appeared on it. Merits are calculated here in the same way as system attribute points. However, 234 merit points was too little. Subai planned to earn some more and go to the logistics department to exchange for a sword skill. Sword skills are a type of martial arts, and the level is the same as the weapon and talent level. What Subai used to practice in school were all unimpressive mortal level martial arts. Somewhat lethal, but still not enough for the demon race. After all, only high-grade martial arts could bring out the advantages of cultivation. Well. Chapter 11, The Three Swords of Fu Shao. The spacious, brightly lit garrison room is hung with a cloud-like lamp decorated with various pastel patterns. Indoor. 3 women, sitting around a wooden table. Table. Several photographs were posed. No exceptions. It's all Sue White. At this point, the southern demon sat in the main seat and joined the remaining 2 women in looking at Shui, who had pushed her way in. Shui didn't say anything, just shook her head with slight regret. It didn't work out? Too bad it didn't work out to recruit such a big handsome guy. Ugh, is it watery? You didn't make it clear, do you want me to try? When the 2 girls on the side saw this, a loss flashed in their eyes. It can't be helped, the other Suda handsome is too high and cold, I wasn't able to recruit him. Nizu sighed and walked over to her spot, grabbing the KT Cat water bottle and taking a gulp. The eyes were disheveled and just about had the word depression on their faces. I'll try. I can check it out too, I'm bigger than Shui. At this point, the 2 girls got up and were about to go out the door, but were stopped by Nan Demon slapping the table. She looked at Shui with a cool gaze. Say, don't beat around the bush. Alas. Shui's eyes rolled. People are already in the Lushan realm. What? Impossible, he only broke through the Spirit River realm last night, how could he break through to the Lushan realm so quickly? The 2 women sniffed with disbelief. The southern demon didn't say anything and just looked at Shui, waiting for her to follow up. Shui pinched her face and put away her playfulness. Subai has indeed broken through to the Lushan realm. It's reasonably impossible for an E-rank talent to improve so quickly. That's why I suspect that he's a dual talent possessor like Sister Demon. What, double talent? A girl lost her voice and shrieked. Touching the southern demon's icy eyes, she hurriedly lifted her chin to close her mouth. The girl next to her also looked shocked. Confirmed? Southern demon asked calmly. He didn't admit it himself, but I think it's about 8 or 9. That's it. The southern demon nodded thoughtfully. Shui could not be sure, but she was clear that Subai was the dual gifted. And his other talent was only an A rank or above, sword-related talent. Otherwise, how could she attract the long sword in the hands of her A-grade talent sword fiend? What's his attitude? There was no explicit refusal and no explicit agreement. Aha! The southern demon nodded. If he had agreed instantly, I would have despised him instead. I gave him our squad's brochure and gave him a month to think about it. Also, he chose the Chang'an merit ring. Shui sunk in. Shot on? The southern demon sniffed and looked down at his hand, the merit ring that resembled a long sword. Her merit ring is called Wanqiu. During that time he also asked me for information about the Sea of Thorns, and the Spectre squad he was in, and I gave him some of it. I thought he would be afraid of Tangjin, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't even change his face for a moment, which makes me a bit surprised and more convinced that this person is a condescending dual talent possessor. Shui went on. Hearing her words, the two girls on the side already had stars in their eyes. Sword practitioner, good looking, and a genius, love it, love it. I'm going to the bathroom. The southern demon didn't care about the two girls with nymphomane mania. She knocked on the table and sank in. If he wants to come, I'll take my Rakshasa squad, and if he doesn't, forget it. Not fighting for it? Shui was a bit surprised. I'm the captain. A dual talent possessor, a heavenly pride that breaks through 2 realms in one day, you really aren't impressed at all? The southern demon didn't answer. Carrying his sword, he went out the door. Only a heavenly pride can understand a heavenly pride. The captain is this type of person and naturally understands Subai's thoughts. This time, perhaps we, the Rakshasa squad, are going to face rejection for the first time. The girl on the side. Why don't I make another trip then? In situ. Shui murmured. Honestly. She was eager to recruit Subai into the Rakshasa squad. A dual talent possessor grows up to be a teammate with a decent combat power. And seeing that overly handsome face every day could also cheer her up quite a bit. Forget it. Shui looked down at her toes and then at the woman across from her. Gritting his teeth hard. Bear, you go. The next day, Xia Changkong came to the southern 23rd district. Upon realizing that Subai had risen to the Lushan realm, he was so surprised that he froze in place for several minutes. After slowing down, he opened his mouth to explain the purpose of his visit. That is, he explained to Subai about the matters related to the task to be taken out for demon hunting after January. In passing, he brought him a map of the demon race that was more detailed than the notes. Not long after he left, one after another, there were also quite a few demon hunting squads that came to recruit Subai, only to be rejected by him. But from them, Subai also knew some information. For example, the current rankings of all demon-killing squads and demon hunting squads within Tianmen Pass, as well as the ranking of individual combatants within the Heaven's Gate Pass. It seems that there are many experts inside the border. Subai tapped the ring twice, and the numbers 1043 surfaced on it. It wasn't merit points, but his current battle rank. In other words, there are 1,042 people ahead of him who are better than him. However, this is only the arrangement according to the realm. In fact, there is a slight discrepancy, but it is not much different. Wow, Subai, I didn't realize that you've even broken through to the Lushan realm. Awesome. At this point, Yi Ruja's pleasant voice rang in Subai's ears. I thought I was going to break through first, but I guess there's still 2 or 3 days left. Seeing that Subai didn't say anything, Yi Ruj muttered to herself again. Subai was a bit surprised to hear this. What kind of B-grade talent could progress in cultivation so quickly, having to break through 2 levels in a row in a few days? That sword you swung last night was really strong and cool. Teach me sometime. I can pay, merit points and snacks are fine. Cucumber refreshing. The further Yiruj spoke, the more biased she became. Subai was impatient and broke off her aura transmission. Dang! 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 6 o'clock sharp. Demon killers in position, defend the city. Open the personal attributes panel. Host, Subai. Cultivation, early Lushan realm 91,500, can be added. Attribute points, 3,427. Physique, 240 silver bone body. Addable, qualitative change occurs at 500. Spirit, 91. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 100. Talent, pure heart of the sword, E rank blood explosion 0-100. Optional. Martial art, C grade sword skill Fu Shao 3 swords proficiency, supreme. No points may be added. Time is running out. A month passed. This time, Subai was focused on killing demons and defending the city. He didn't use the attribute points he earned, but only spent 2,000 merit points to exchange for a sword skill. Because of the addition of the pure sword heart, he quickly cultivated it to the highest proficiency, to the highest level. A month has passed, my foundation has been solidified, tomorrow is the time to take on the mission, and it's time, too, to raise my strength. Chapter 12, Sea Watching Realm. System, add 409 points to your cultivation. Ding! Adding points completed, current cultivation level early sea viewing realm 05,000. The system tone fell. Subai had then risen to level 3 martial artist, sea viewing realm. Sight is the most obvious change in this realm. He could now even make out the fine dust that permeated his surroundings. It can also change the sight distance and magnify or minimize things in front of you by several times. Moreover, with an extreme push of one's eyesight, one could also deduce a portion of the trajectory of the sight-locked item. In addition, his psychic energy stores, his physique, and his spirit had all grown somewhat. With such amazing eyesight as the sea viewing realm, it may not be impossible to replicate martial arts performed by others as long as there is enough enlightenment. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the sea viewing realm, his spirit and physique have grown, current spirit 103, physique 260. Ding! The mental attribute has reached 100, a qualitative change has occurred, congratulations to the host for obtaining unforgettable eyes. Unforgettable, as the name suggests, the host will form a fixed memory of everything he sees and hears. Physical attribute plus 240. Ding! Adding points completed, current physique 500. Ding! Physical attributes have reached 500, a qualitative change has occurred, congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden body. Golden body, immune to weapon damage up to and including C rank. A golden light envelops Subai. The process is the same as always. Soon, the light enters the body and the enhancement is complete. Subai's mind moved, and a golden, semi-transparent protective shield quickly surfaced on his hand. This is the benefit of the golden body, in addition to passive defense, but also can be used at will. It's a lot more humane than the relatively stereotypical silver bone body. 2 additions cost a total of 649 attribute points, with 2,778 attribute points remaining. Subai took a deep breath and looked at the E-talent that had been untouched, blood explosion. System, talent blood blast add points, add them all. Ding! Adding points is complete, the current blood blast talent level is C rank 678-8000. Grade C blood explosion, absorbs 1/10,000th of the cultivation of the person it decapitates, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain bludgeon rate current bludgeon chance 5%. The next level is B rank blood explosion, which absorbs 1,000th of the cultivation of the person it decapitates, with a 10% bludgeoning rate. 1 in 10,000 didn't seem high, but if you killed enough demons, along with a blitz, it could cause a qualitative change. Subai was quite satisfied with this. System, refresh the attribute panel. Ding, the attribute panel has been refreshed. Host, Subai. Cultivation, early sea viewing realm 05,000. Optional. Attribute points, 0. Physique, 500 golden body. Additions can be made, qualitative change occurs when physical fitness reaches 3,000. Spirit, 103 unforgettable. Additions possible, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 500. Talent, pure heart of the sword, C rank blood explosion 678-8000. Optional. Martial art, C grade sword skill Fu Shao 3 swords proficiency, supreme. No points may be added. Ta-da! Subai tapped the merit ring twice, and 3 numbers 639 surfaced on it. That is to say, the Eastern Border Warzone had 638 strong people above the sea viewing realm in addition to him. His strength, at best, was in the middle of the pack. If you want to stand firm, you have to continue to get stronger. Subai hadn't forgotten that the underworld hunting squad had been secretly staring at him. Dang! 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 6 o'clock sharp. Demon killers in position, defend the city. A familiar melody plays. Subai carried his long sword to the city wall. When the sky was full of moon and the earth was cold and frosty. A gale of sand and dust has risen. It's just that there's nothing to do tonight, so I'll be out tomorrow morning. So I cut down the demon. Bravo! What, Subai took that mission? Yeah. Ministry of Logistics. The tasking office. When Xie Changkong received Ji Ruja's affirmative answer, his entire body instantly froze in place. How could he have never imagined that Subai, who had an excellent heart, would actually go and take on that mission? It wasn't just him, it was Shui on the side who was in a daze. She came here early in the morning, wanting to wait for Subai to give an answer. But I didn't realize it was still a step too late. Even more unanticipated. Subai was the one who took that mission and left. To know. The people who took that mission, in the last 10 years, all of them died except for the southern demon who came back from completing it. Among them are some of the once highly regarded talents of the heavens. Moreover, when the southern demon took on this mission, his own cultivation had already reached the late stage of the sea viewing realm. Adding to the fact that she was a dual talent possessor, she could explode with a strength comparable to that of a strong wind executing realm practitioner. This is the bottom line for the southern demon to take on this demon killer mission. She couldn't figure out where Subai, who could be a Lushan realm, got the courage to take on this mission. A newcomer who dares to take that mission, really looking for death. Alas, it's so hard to see a handsome man, only that I'm afraid I'll never see him again. Killing 10,000 demons, the Lushan realm, is ridiculous when you think about it. He doesn't really think he's a demon on the level of southern demon, does he? Many old people on the side heard the news and spoke out. Most people seemed to think that it was impossible for Subai to come back alive after taking on this mission. Taking on that mission was a real death wish. I should have known that I wouldn't have sent Jinghai out. Inside the garrison room where not a single ray of light was visible, 2 red eyes suddenly lit up, reflecting the large room into a blood-like red color. The figure of a young man dressed in dark red clothing was revealed. If anyone is here, he must be able to recognize that this person is the leader of the famous underworld squad. Fake Earth Donqing. Captain, I just got the news that Subai has taken up the mission of demon killer and left the gate. Can we still implement the recruitment plan for him? The snow-white, brightly lit garrison room was filled with radiant holiness. At this point, 4 people were sitting around a pure white, flawless stone table. The one who spoke up was a young woman sitting in the back. It's not necessary. Demons like the southern demon, taking on this mission with a late-stage cultivation of the sea viewing realm can only barely complete it, dragging his dying body back. He's just a tiny Lushan realm, even if he also has dual talents, he'll more than likely be killed. My Heaven's Path squad has never had the habit of waiting for dead people since its inception. The man at the head of the table spoke blandly. No one contradicted his words. Because he was the captain of the Heavenly Dao squad, Hurricane Yang Tian. And the people in the crowd also didn't think Subai would return alive from his mission. Captain, what should we do? Should we go out and give him a hand? The city walls. Shui let out a long sigh, her face as heavy as ever. It was so hard to identify a teammate that would please the entire squad, and she really didn't want to give up. Initiate alternate plan to recruit new team member, Yi Ruj. A half-dozen musings. The southern demon with her back to Shui gave her reply. Captain, do we really have to give up? As long as we step in and help him, this mission still has a chance to be accomplished. Shui pleaded out. That's an order. The southern demon turned around, his face cold and his tone unquestionable. Available. Shui wanted to say something else, but Nan Demon simply turned around and left. No one noticed that her hand, which was holding the long sword, was trembling madly at this moment. Under the eyes. Even more so, an extremely rare fear surfaced. That mission, it's not even humanly possible. If it wasn't for luck, I'd be dead too. Chapter 13, Slaughtering Demons. Through the desert, ancient trees. Subai quickly arrived at a demon race camp. There's no opening line. Raise your sword and kill it. 10 minutes later. Subai beheaded the last demon race in the camp. Ding! The host has killed demon race X232, gaining a total of 412 attribute points. Ta-da-da-day. Tapping the merit ring 3 times, a string of numbers quickly surfaced on it, 232 10,000, 275 H. This was the progress of Subai's mission to kill 10,000 demons this time, followed by the time left. The 20 Spirit River Realm demon clans that were decapitated can only be counted as one by the looks of it. He murmured and continued on his way to the demon race's realm. It didn't take long before another demon camp appeared ahead. With the powerful visual power of the sea viewing realm, he observed that there were about hundreds of demon clans inside. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual power fluctuations were not small, and it was obvious that there were quite a few demon clans, all of which were above the Spirit River realm. However, this level of demon race was not enough for him to look at. Subai's gaze was clear and cold as he dragged his bloodied longsword and walked slowly towards the camp. The killing intent on his body was undisguised. Enemy attack. The scent of a human. Kill. Sensing the aura from his body, the crowd of demons killed out one after another. The ground shook with the might of his huge body as he stepped on the ground. When they saw that the visitor was just a skinny human, a rampant cold smile appeared on the faces of the demons. But soon, they realized that the human in front of them was simply a killing god, a humanoid beast. This person actually exuded a golden light all over his body, carrying their damage hard and killing whoever got in his way. Moreover, there was no demon that could be a single enemy of this person. Between the swings of the long sword, a demon will perish. It didn't take long. The previously aggressive demon race retreated towards the back. They, all of them, had already been killed by this human race in front of them. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked beyond words by the scene in front of them. Because there had never been a human race that could make this group of ferocious and brutal demon race feel fear. Flee, go back and report to the Lord. This person is too strong, withdraw. Go! The crowd of demons didn't eat their words, and with a command, they immediately turned into birds and dispersed. Subai's eyes were cold when he saw this, and his feet moved frequently, but in a few moments, he had already decimated most of the demon race. However, the demons were too spread out, and with the air-controlling pterodactyls, a few of them escaped out after all. The longsword stabbed into the ground. The wind, it rises. The large demon race camp was currently covered in demon race debris. Subai closed his eyes and concentrated, and the blood-colored air currents were pouring into his body from the surrounding demonic corpses. This was the cultivation of the C-rank talent blood burst absorption. Several minutes passed. The vision stopped. Subai opened his eyes, clenched his fist with one hand, and berserk spiritual energy sprang out. The cultivation level was slightly enhanced, not much, but it was the first time he felt the effects of his talent. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X352, gaining 802 attribute points. The system beep sounded. Subai's eyes moved slightly. In less than half a day, more than 1,200 attribute points were seized, which was not a small harvest. In exchange for manning the walls, this amount, he would have to put together for about 10 days. Sure enough. It's still faster to hunt demons. Subai collected his thoughts and lifted his longsword to move across toward the left face of the demon camp. According to Xie Changkong, the demon race was concerned about rank hierarchy, and camps of the same rank were usually arranged horizontally. Currently, it was still at the periphery of the demon realm, and further in, there would be the appearance of demons above the Lushan realm, the sea viewing realm, and even the sea viewing realm. Although the higher the demon realm, the more attribute points were rewarded, but one had to have the life to take them. Subai didn't think that with his sea viewing realm cultivation, he would be able to walk sideways in the demon realm. And the demon race that fled earlier was bound to attract some powerful demon race, he had to beware of this. Right now a camp of this level was the first choice for slaughtering demon clans to earn attribute points. Report to the Great King. A man has slaughtered our demon race camp. What? The humanoid demon clan sitting on the tiger skin chair slapped the table, shaking the entire tense ground. Are you sure you're right about the weak human race daring to slaughter my demon camp? The king, that's right. The kneeling fox demon warily crushed and exploded a video stone. Soon the picture unfolds. When he saw the figure bathed in golden light, part against the attacks of the demons, God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha, killing the demon race in front of him. Inside the large demon race camp, the sound of sucking in cool air resounded. Brutality. It's atrocious. The crowd of demons, for the first time, felt cruelty above a human race. What a strong physique, but it's still quite a bit inferior to my Thunder Ox clan. Based on that, I, Lei Tian, am going to meet him. The Thunderbolt clan, humanoid demon clan. Lei Tian's eyes appeared with the color of greed. Among the human race, he had never seen anyone whose physique could be so strong. Moreover, through the meticulous observation of the sea viewing realm's visual power, he probed that the body protection golden light of this human race in front of him was not a display of the body's surface, but rather a kind of extracorporeal shield that floated on top of the body's surface. Although the human race was weak, the refining of weapons was a masterpiece. Therefore, he concluded that this protective golden light of this person's body must be a magic treasure. If he could take it over, his strength, then, would surely be drastically increased. Don't send anyone to follow. I, Lei Tian, alone, am enough to kill him on the spot. After Lei Tian finished speaking, he disappeared into the camp as a residual shadow. But a few moments later, his form reappeared here. What realm is that, human? From what I've observed, his strength is comparable to yours, Great King, both being in the sea viewing realm. Humph, what is a human race's sea viewing realm? If I'm not back in a day, go get my brother to avenge me. Lei Tian smiled disdainfully and turned around to disappear into the tent. The demon clans inside the tent looked at each other, and a look of incomprehension appeared in their eyes. Didn't the Great King say that the human sea viewing realm is nothing? Why did he say the latter sentence? I think it's because the Maharaja wants to be appreciated by his older brother, that's why he said that. Calling him elder brother is a lie, but in reality, it's a way for his brother to see his war record and promote him. So do we still call him brother? Call it, but wait one more day to leave the king enough time to ravage this human race. This way. Subai had slaughtered 3 demon camps along the way horizontally, earning a total of 2,132 attribute points. With the addition of the C-rank talent Blood Explosion, his cultivation, too, had broken through to the middle stage of the sea viewing realm. And he had also discovered an obscurely counterintuitive aspect of Blood Burst. While the Blood Explosion absorbed his cultivation, it would also inject some of his spiritual energy into his body. It wasn't much, but it could replenish a certain amount of spiritual energy consumption. He slaughtered a campsite, consuming roughly about 80% of the aura in his body. But with the Blood Blast booster, he could leave 0.5% more. This was not a large value, but when the Blood Explosion was upgraded and brought in more spiritual energy, he would be able to fight endlessly without fear of spiritual energy depletion. Thinking about this, Subai's motivation to earn attribute points became even stronger. After a short rest to recover his strength, Subai arrived at the next demon race camp. But without waiting for him to approach, a humanoid figure with 2 horns on its head and a body covered in black hair stepped out. This king's name is Lei Tian. The Thunderbolt clan is known for its strong physique. I know that your human physique is not weak, but can you dare to compete with my Thunderbolt clan? Chapter 14 Second Kill. Lei Tian stood proudly at this place, his cultivation of the sea viewing realm not hidden in the slightest. Infected by this aura, many demon tribesmen came out from the camp and surrounded him, clustering around him and shouting in support. Weak human race, can you dare to compete with my Great King? The Great King is invincible. The Great King's physique is unrivaled. Subai calmly glanced at Lei Tian and nodded in the eyes of the crowd of demon clansmen who were disdainful. To actually dare to accept this king's challenge, you're good, human race, more backbone than any human race I've ever seen. The note states that the demon race is highly ranked, and the sea-watching realm is benchmarked against the king-level demon race. From the sea-viewing realm upwards, the corresponding realm's demon races were, in order, the Emperor-level demon race, the Earth Emperor demon race, the Heavenly Emperor demon race, the Zune-level demon race, the Earth Zune demon race, and the Heavenly Zune demon race. A king-level demon race has the qualification to govern 10 demon race camps. The Emperor-level demon clan, possessing the qualifications to govern 10 king-level demon clans. Earth Emperor level, governs 10 Emperor-level demon clans. By analogy, the highest-ranked Heaven-exalted demon clan could govern 10 Earth-exalted demon clans. The fact that Lei Tian was waiting here meant that the several demon camps that Subai had slaughtered were all within his jurisdiction. Human race, since you dare to compete, then follow the rules of my Thunder Ox race. My Thunderbolt clan has always used golden stones to quench their bodies, and these 2 stones in my hand are the sea-viewing realm body-quenching golden stones. Lei Tian let out a sardonic laugh and took out 2 golden glittering stones and threw them on the ground. Between the flashes of golden aura, 2 3-meter-wide golden light shields appeared out of thin air. This contains the gas of golden gung. Let's compare who stays in here for a long time, and the one who comes out first is the loser. How about it? Su Bai nodded. A cold smile flashed across Lei Tian's eyes when he saw this. Stupid human race. These 2 body-tempering goldstones have already been refined by me, and I can independently control the strength of the gung gene qi within them. You're just asking for trouble if you compete with me. You can't win. Once I've crippled you, I won't be worried about this treasure. 3 breaths. Oh, you people don't talk about this, then after 3 seconds, enter it together. Su Bai nodded again. 3, 2, 1. Swish. Swish. 1 person and 1 demon entered the golden light shield at the same time. Barely. Bear it. Bear with me. When Fang entered it, dense golden gung qi emerged from the interior and kept bombarding Su Bai. His golden body gradually became dim under this bombardment. In contrast, on the other side of the golden light shield, there were only a few threads of golden gung qi flowing around. It's about time. About 15 minutes later. Su Bai carried his long sword and walked out of the golden light shield with an expressionless face. Ha, the weak human race has lost, the great king is invincible. The king is awesome. I told you how this damn human race could be a match for the great king. Your Majesty, please accept my knee. Aren't you a pterodactyl? Where'd you get the knee? When the surrounding demon clan saw this, they revealed a look of disdain, and the sound of mockery continued. Su Bai didn't say anything, just calmly looking at the golden light shield in front of him, where Lei Tian was. Human. You lose. Lei Tian's extremely arrogant roar came from the golden light shield. Immediately after that, he tore open the golden light shield and walked out. But the moment he stepped out, a series of 3 10-meter-long sword-ons came down from above, ruthlessly splitting on top of his massive head. Air. Lei Tian's face was fixed in this moment, to the point of death. He hadn't figured out why this human race stormed out to kill. At this time, a line of blood spread downward from the center of Lei Tian's head. Immediately after that, blood splattered in all directions, splitting his nearly 2-meter-tall body into 2 halves, dead beyond repair. Human, you don't keep your word. Our great king made a bet with you and you actually sneak attacked him? A Spirit River Realm demon race said angrily. With you demon race, what credit is there to speak of? It's ridiculous. Su Bai coldly laughed, golden light cloth his body, and directly started the journey of demon slaying. 20 minutes later, his long sword rose and fell, decapitating the last demon race. Since the demons were more concentrated this time, not a single one of them escaped. However, at this time, Su Bai was also a bit of a mess. His golden light was obscure, his face was pale, and his body was bathed in blood. If it wasn't for the longsword stabilizing his body, he was only afraid that he would fall to the ground in the next second. Earlier, when dealing with Lei Tian, he had directly utilized the only sword skill he had mastered, the Fuyang 3 swords. The first sword of this sword skill can explode twice its own strength, the second sword explodes 4 times, and the third sword explodes 6 times. 6 times his strength poured out, killing Lei Tian in seconds while Su Bai's own spiritual energy was on the verge of exhaustion. If it wasn't for the blood burst moving and bringing some of the spiritual energy from within Lei Tian's body, he wouldn't have necessarily lasted until the last demon died. At this point, the cultivation of the surrounding demon race turned into lines of blood and surged in. Su Bai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and sat down to meditate on top of the mountain of demon corpses. Our squad's mission is to behead the leader of this demon camp, do you understand? Behind the ancient wood, a small group was sitting around, spreading out a map and discussing strategy. It's horrible. It's horrible. Come on, let's go. Just then, a panicked voice came. Immediately afterward, there was a man crying and crawling. What's going on? It's too late to explain. Go, if you're late, you're dead. The visitor screamed and fled in panic in the direction of Tianmen Pass. The crowd was so infected by it that they hurriedly followed, not even bothering to take the map. Only after escaping to the edge of the desert did the man from earlier fall on his butt. What's wrong, Su Wei? What exactly did you see when you went scouting for information? Why are you scared like this? I've run off one of my shoes. Get to the point. It was only after a few people urged him to do so that Su Wei pulled out a camera with an afterthought. See for yourselves. A man took the camera, which held a video, and he curiously clicked play. A few people came together, and within 3 seconds, a look of horror appeared on each face. "What the heck? Let me see, what am I looking at with you all in the way?" Someone in the back who hadn't been seen peeled away from a few people to look at the camera. Image. It's dim, sunless forests of ancient trees. Suddenly, the cold moon rises at first. The cold light poured down. It illuminated the camp of the demon race, which was a river of blood, as if it was in a pool of blood. In the center of the blood pool were mountains of demon corpses. At this moment, a blood-soaked humanoid monster was sitting on the corpse of a demon race. Uncountable streams of bizarre blood gushed out from within these corpses as if they were sacrifices, heading towards him. A few moments later, this humanoid monster slowly got up. With his hands spread out, he turned his back to the endless blackness of the night, as if he was being baptized by these streams of blood, and as if he was summoning the endless undead. The image is so eerie and sacred that you can't help but want to worship it. Ta-da! The image is fixed here. The crowd said nothing and fell into a deep dead silence. But inside their hearts, however, they set off a huge wave and could not be calmed for a long time. Is it a human being? For a long time. Only then did someone break the silence. It shouldn't be the demon race, since the sea-viewing realm will continuously develop towards a humanoid state. This should be a cruel, powerful demon race. Someone explained. But I have a feeling that this is human, and I have a feeling that it looks familiar. Me too. Ding. Host kills demon race X356, gaining 553 attribute points. Chapter 15: The Realm of the Wind. One day later, Subai slaughtered the 13th demon camp, and his quest progress broke through the 4,000 mark. System: open the personal attributes panel. Host: Subai. Cultivation: Middle Sea Viewing Realm 30-25,000. Optional. Attribute points: 4,532. Physique: 548. Golden body. Additions can be made. Qualitative change occurs when physical fitness reaches 3,000. Spirit: 112. Unforgettable. Addable: qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 500. Talent: Pure Heart of the Sword. See rank Blood Explosion 678-8000. Optional. Martial art: see grade sword skill Fu Shao 3 swords proficiency supreme. No points may be added. Add 1980 points to your cultivation. Ding. Adding points completed. Current cultivation level: Early Royal Wind Realm 0-100,000. A flash of white light, Subai's cultivation level broke through the 4th level martial artist, the Royal Wind Realm. When you reach this rank, you can travel on the wind and fight in the air. Subai adapted to the change in his cultivation, so he let the system mask his cultivation's aura, and externally he remained at the early stage of the sea viewing realm. System: how come the required attribute points jumped to 100,000 all of a sudden? Subai was a bit depressed. For 100,000 attribute points, he needed to kill 100,000 mortal level demons, or 10,000 Spirit River Realm demons, or 2,000 Lushan Realm demons, or 1,000 Sea Viewing Realm demons. Back to the host. The realm before the Royal Wind Realm is the conventional martial artist realm, and since the Prosperity Realm, one enters the super conventional martial artist realm. For example, in the Prosperity Realm, it requires the host to comprehend the intent to break through, which is a very long process. Intent: is sword intent okay? Can. But the sword intent is closely related to the sword. The host wants to comprehend the sword intent. There are 2 ways. First, you need to have a sword with a high grade and covered with sword intent. Second, having personally seen someone perform the sword intent and realize their own sword intent. You mean, if neither of these 2 conditions are met, the only way is to gather 100,000 attribute points, right? Subai didn't think that he would obtain a high-grade sword carrying the intent in a short period of time. Much less would he think that that sword cultivation powerhouse had nothing better to do than to cast a meaning for him. Yes. Liver it is then. Subai collected his thoughts and continued to the next demon camp. Just a few steps away, his heart suddenly tightened and he hurriedly leapt towards the side. In a flash, a silver lance that shone with the light of thunder flew against his hair. Immediately following, a silhouette leapt out from the dense forest on the side, grabbing a long spear and killing towards him. The movements of the visitor were flowing like they had been practiced hundreds of times. It's you, Jing Hai. This person was none other than Jing Hai, one of the members of the Underworld Squad. Only now, Jinghai was no longer at the Lushan realm, but was a solid sea-viewing realm powerhouse. Subai, take what my captain regards as his bag, die. Jinghai had been searching for Subai on the outskirts of the demon clan's territory for the past 2 days. However, he did not want to turn around several times without finding Subai, so he wanted to take his chances and go a little deeper. Sure enough, the Emperor's heaven did not disappoint. He had just gone a little deeper when he found Subai's trail. What shocked him was that Subai's cultivation level had actually broken through the sea-viewing realm as well as his. Such a stunning talent made him feel fear. In order to avoid leaving behind a scourge, he decisively struck out, wanting to kill Subai on the spot. However, he had never thought that Subai had actually dodged the surefire strike that he had rehearsed hundreds of times. It was important to realize that this strike, using not an unusual C-rank weapon, but the B-rank possessed killing weapon that his captain had lent him, the thunder gun. However, after a brief moment of daze, he, who was experienced in combat, quickly picked up the thunder gun and killed towards Subai. Barely. Berserk thunder flashed open and bombarded above Subai's body, and the shield that was condensed out of his golden body suddenly dimmed a lot. Subai immediately took a few steps back. Subai, suffer death. Sensing his trepidation, Jinghai let out a grimace and his attack became more and more blistering. The two quickly went through hundreds of moves. What made Jinghai strange was that although Subai was difficult to resist and retreated again and again, he was slow to show his fatigue. On the contrary, he himself had already consumed most of his spiritual energy by now. The two went on for hundreds more moves. Subai still retreated again and again, but at this moment, Jinghai seemed to have realized something and his face was extremely ugly. Subai, are you using me as a chaperone? Now that you've reacted, it's time for you to be on your way. The words fell. Subai in front of Jinghai's eyes suddenly turned into a white light and swept in, so fast that even with the visual power of the sea-viewing realm, he could not see it clearly. Royal Wind Realm, how long has it been, how can you? Nothing is impossible. Subai's figure clearly appeared in front of Jinghai, and Jinghai just wanted to raise his gun to counterattack, but he realized that his sight had suddenly become wide. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized that he was the one who had been split in half by Subai's sword. He who kills, man will always kill. Subai wiped away the bloodstains around him before picking up the thunder gun and wearing Jinghai's corpse to the next demon camp. It wasn't until these demons had gnawed Jinghai's corpse cleanly, with no bone crumbs left, that he began to unleash the slaughter. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X323, gaining 380 attribute points. With the strength of the Royal Wind Realm, the battle was easily resolved in just 3 minutes. The demon camp in front of him was no longer enough for the current Subai. He carried the thunder gun on his back and the alloy longsword, and went a little deeper inside. What? Something happened to my royal brother's younger brother, Lei Tian? Yes, Demon Emperor, Great King Thunder Sky, his soul plate has shattered. In the huge tent that was decorated with horizontal splendor, Lei Xian stood up as he pushed away the fox demon in his arms. After he received the shattered soul plate that was covered with a familiar aura, he roared. Demon Emperor, this is the video of that human race. One of the demon clansmen turned the video on, and on it was the very image of Subai bathing in golden light and slaying demons with his sword. When Lei Xian saw this sight, his face changed for a moment, and undisguised greed surfaced under his eyes. What did my royal brother say before he went? The Great King seems to have said that this human physique is fine, but he wants to prove that the Thunderbolt clan's physique is the strongest. Yes? Lei Xian was in deep thought. He knew his brother's nature. He must have gone to find someone else to test his physique, and his physique was unbeatable, so he died at the hands of this person. That is to say, that body protection treasure on this person was even stronger than his brother's body that had crowned the sea-viewing realm. It's hard not to. This magic treasure, it can be compared to the Thunderbolt clan body of this emperor's windproof realm? Think about it. Lei Xian was breathing quite heavily. You and the others guard this place, wait for this emperor to go ahead and behead this damned human race and avenge this emperor's brother. Great King, you must come back. The fox demon swinging on the ground called out. Shut the up. Why can't this emperor come back? Once something happens to this emperor, the demon clan's assassination team will definitely kill him on the spot. Does he dare to touch this emperor? Ridiculous. This emperor will go and come. Lei Xian put down a sentence and disappeared into the camp as a stream of light. Why don't we go and inform the demon assassination team first? At this point, the demon clan who came to inform him said in a deep voice. You don't trust the Demon Emperor? No, it's just that I remembered that Lord Thunder Sky said the same thing last time, and then dare to curse His Excellency, drag him out and behead him. In the meantime, the group of 2 arrived at a certain demon camp. This, Subai did this? Chapter 16 Demon Assassination Squad. The woman with the lance in her hand couldn't help but squeeze the snack bag in her hand when she saw the scene in front of her. These demons are covered in sword wounds, and the designated bit of the Subai ring has also appeared here. So it can only be him. Xia Changkong looked at the locator in his hand with some disbelief. He came over with Yi Rouge this time because he wanted to bring Subai back. Without realizing it, Subai had already gone on a killing spree here. This demon camp in front of us was coiled with at least 350 demons. This power, if gathered, even the late stage of the sea viewing realm would not be able to resist it. But Subai, a Lushan realm, actually slaughtered them with this crushing momentum. It's only been a month out, and he's, already grown to this point? Xia Changkong recalled the teenager who had entered 2 abysses in a row at that time, but was still able to sleep when he said he would, and then connecting it to the scene in front of him, for a moment, he actually had some illusions that it was like a lifetime ago. Could it be that he really is a miracle? Xia Changkong murmured. He doesn't know. But while all the newcomers were in shock, he calmly inquired. He seemed, then, to have it. Is Subai already this strong? Yi Rouge sniffed and silently put down the snack that was passed to her mouth. He's gotten stronger. I have to get stronger too. Next moment. A strong aura then spread out from Yi Rouge. Guan High Realm. Yi Rouge, you broke through Guan High Realm? Xia Changkong felt this aura that belonged exclusively to a 3rd-level martial artist, the Sea Viewing Realm, and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. In a month's time, breaking through 3 realms in a row, is this ING still a person? Is this really a B-grade talent? For a long time. It was only then that Xia Changkong sighed with obscure eyes. He's got a bad taste in his mouth. After more than a decade of traveling, it's just been surpassed by someone for a month. Sounds like bull. This, however, is an indisputable fact. Perhaps. That's genius right there. Xia Changkong found a reason to comfort himself. He looked down at the locator in his hand, and suddenly saw a demon race hidden in black robes on the screen, and for a moment his face turned pale. Yi Rouge, escape. Before his words had even fallen, Yi Rouge had already sent a short blade mixed with black mist flying with her gun in one hand. I can beat him. Yi Rouge said and chased after him. Don't get attached to the battle, that's a demon assassination team, the lowest is in the late sea viewing realm, and they come out in groups. It was because of their presence that those heavenly prides of the past were unable to accomplish this task. Get out of here before it's too late. Xia Changkong roared. Then Su White. Subai's signal has returned to Tianmen Pass, hurry up and follow me, if you're late you won't even see him. Move. Yes. Yi Rouge's face loosened and she followed Xia Changkong, retreating quickly. On the way, Xia Changkong glanced back. The position they were in earlier had been densely occupied by members of the demon assassination team. He crushed the locator in his hand as soon as he saw it. Yi Rouge. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Subai is actually still in this. But the human race has already lost him as a genius, they can't lose you as a demon. They're not the target scent is up ahead, hunt it down. Many members of the demon assassination squad concealed themselves into the darkness for a moment and disappeared. Subai, at this time, had already found a new camp for the demon race. It was bigger than any camp he had slaughtered before. Judging from the incoming and outgoing demon clans, at least around 800 of them existed here. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual power fluctuations were raging, and among the refuted breaths, those with cultivation accounted for the majority. The most of them were the Spirit River realm and the Lushan realm, while the Sea Viewing realm had the least, with only 3. With a demon camp of such strength, even Subai, under a hard attack, would not be able to ensure that no demons escaped. The only way to have a chance was to first kill those 3 Sea Viewing realm demon clansmen. Subai was not reckless, and then observed for a while, seeing that the time was ripe, he killed a single Lushan realm demon by thunderous means, and then immediately collected his breath and wrapped it in demonic blood, and transformed into his form and walked in. Great-grandfather, are you going to attack the city tonight? Tai grandpa, are my scales good? Good evening, great-grandpa. Great-grandfather, the great king has called you to his tent, he has something to discuss with you. The generation of this demon race seemed to be a bit high, and many of the demons along the way greeted Subai. He had stared at this demon race for a long time earlier, so he simply returned to this person's demeanor as it was. The demon clans here were all in a lower realm than him, so they naturally couldn't tell that this demon clan was him in disguise. That's all. Subai was called Great-Grandpa all the way into the largest tent in the camp. As soon as he entered, the huge sea-viewing realm wolf demon sitting on a chair immediately rose to greet him. Great-Grandpa, you old man is finally here. Quickly, today this king has been assigned the task of attacking the southern 15th district. You old man, quickly make a strategy. South 15? Subai put his hands behind his back and came to the sand table in a pretense of sophistication. Seeing this, the huge wolf demon immediately farted to follow. However, Subai walked around the sandbox, but he didn't say anything. Tai Grandpa, speak up, you old man, you're about to attack. The huge wolf demon said sharply. Subai sniffed and glanced at him obliquely, and slapped his hands on the sand table. The huge wolf demon was immediately startled. Great-Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Is there something my little one didn't do right? You old man, feel free to say whatever you want, the little one will try to satisfy you. Subai coldly smiled and grabbed a pole of brown chess and ruthlessly smashed it on the ground. Offense? Strategy? Is this the business of a demon like you? Call all the sea-viewing realms over here for me? Yes, I'm on it. The huge wolf demon scratched his head and walked out. He didn't understand what was so crazy about Tai Grandpa that he just called the man over and then had to call him back. However, he didn't think much of it and quickly called the remaining 2 sea-viewing realms into the tent. Great-Grandfather, you called us? Great-Grandfather, haven't you already asked the 2 of us to lead the vanguard, and suddenly called us over? Is there some temporary arrangement? Knowing that, why don't you roll over? Subai snorted coldly. When the 3 sea-viewing realm demon kings saw this, they immediately walked over with smiles on their faces. Just as they were approaching Subai, 3 lingering sword awnings suddenly appeared, killing them on the spot. Until the moment of their death, these 3 sea-viewing realm demon kings did not even think to understand. Why would their great-grandfather, whom they had always respected, suddenly step in to subdue them? Ding! The host kills the Observatory Realm Demon Race X3, gaining 300 attribute points. My lord, what's going on in there? I hear movement inside. It's fine, we're discussing strategies. Besides, you go gather all the demon clans and prepare to attack the city. Subai murmured. Yes, Great-Grandpa. The demon clan outside the door led the order to retreat. By the time Subai came out, the entire camp's demon race had already gathered together. The whole 800 demon race, a small piece of Yurumi, black fog surging between, the power is not small. Great-Grandfather. Chapter 17 A Grade Talent Blood Devouring. The crowd of demons shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky and startling countless birds in the forest. Nice! Subai nodded in satisfaction. All demons listened to the order, target, the human Tianmen Pass, full speed ahead. Great-Grandfather, where are the 3 great kings? A demon race member was puzzled. The 3 demon kings have gone ahead to scout the enemy for you and others 30 miles outside of Tianmen Pass. I will accompany all of you and strive to take the human Heaven's Gate Pass today. As Subai's words fell, the faces of all the demon tribesmen showed excitement. It's really great that Great-Grandpa is going to be with us. With Great-Grandpa sitting in, we can definitely win. With the presence of Great-Grandpa, who anticipates everything, what are those human races? Long live Great-Grandpa! Charge! Kill the Tianmen Pass! Charge! The demon clan's morale soared, and they killed towards the Heavenly Gate Pass with great vigor. Subai, on the other hand, followed the back of the group, from time to time decapitating the fallen demon race. In just 10 minutes' time, he had decimated nearly 100 demon race. And those demon clans whose hot blood had risen and who were only concerned about moving forward did not notice this in the slightest. Half an hour later, after the number of demon race had been reduced to half, some demon race finally realized that the situation was not right. Reporting to Great-Grandpa, a demon has wandered off. Not lost, I killed them. Ha! Before that demon clan could react, they were killed by Subai with a sword. This scene was witnessed by quite a few demon clans, and for a while, the demon hearts were in chaos, scattering in all directions. It's bad, Tai Grandpa killed the demon. Great-Grandpa killed the demon, help! What are you doing, Great-Grandpa? 2. At this time Subai didn't bother to hide it, directly restored his prototype and raised his sword to slaughter the demon. In the crowd is only the spirit river realm, the building mountain realm of the demon race, is not at all his royal wind realm of foe. Plus, he had the ability to control the air, so in less than an hour's time, he had decimated the group of demons. Swish! 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 800 or so bloodstreams surged into Subai's body, raising his cultivation progress a bit. However, for the 100,000 attribute points he needed to break the boundary, it seemed a bit insignificant. But Subai didn't have the habit of wasting it, and he didn't leave until the absorption was complete. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X832, gaining attribute points 14, 320. System, Blood Burst plus 7,322 points. Ding! Adding points completed, current Blood Blast level is B rank 050,000. Grade B Blood Explosion, absorbs 1,000th of the cultivation of the person it kills, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain bludgeon rate, current bludgeon chance 10%. The next level is Class A Blood Devouring, which can absorb 1% of the cultivation of the decapitated person, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain bludgeon rate, the bludgeon rate is 20%. In addition, there is a 1 in 100,000 chance of devouring the talent of the decapitated person, and the initial level of the devoured talent is all E. Devouring Talent. Subai finally saw what he wanted. Although the chance of devouring it was low, only being 1 in 100,000. But he had the system, and as long as he continued to add points to Blood Burst, those odds were bound to grow. Similarly, although the talent he got from devouring was only E-ranked, he could add points to it. At this rate, he would inevitably be able to wear multiple SSS-ranked talents. The moment. Rao Subai's breathing couldn't help but be a few points heavier even though he had a calm and steady mind. It was a long moment before he calmed the throbbing heart. He knew very well that only by staying alive, only by upgrading Blood Explosion to Blood Devouring or a higher realm, would all of this be possible. Otherwise it's all talk. Chant. The longsword chimed softly. Looking at the longsword in his hand once again, Subai's gaze became much firmer. Kill the demon. Barely. The longsword swept across, and the head of the last demon race landed on the ground. Splattered with blood, it reflected the face of a young, handsome, and unusually resolute man. Ding! Host kills Demon Race 862, gaining attribute points 13, 280. Phew! The longsword is sheathed. Accepting the incessant influx of cultivation around him, a hint of fatigue appeared on Subai's white face. He had spent a day and a night trying to regiment this demon camp. Mental tension was high during this period, and it was only now that I could relax a little. 10 minutes later. Subai left this place after absorbing his cultivation. Not long after he left, Lei Xian arrived here. When he saw the tragic situation of this place, his eyes erupted with fire and he raised his head to the sky. Damned human race, killing the demon of this emperor's demon race, this emperor will definitely break you into pieces. Say it. Lei Xian's nose moved as he chased after Subai in the direction he had left. But he had just stepped out 20 miles when Subai's aura disappeared. What's going on? Did this guy realize that this emperor is following him? How can he, a sea-viewing realm, be able to detect the presence of the royal wind realm? It must be an illusion. This emperor will look again. Lei Xian frantically twitched his nose, but there was still no scent of Subai. Are you looking for me? This time. Subai leapt down from an ancient tree. Human race, you actually dared to appear in front of this emperor. You are really looking for death. Return this emperor's brother's life. Seeing this, Lei Xian immediately turned into a gray stream of light and charged towards Subai. Wherever it passed, earth and trees flew horizontally, and sand and stones were shot in a chaotic manner, with an appalling power. Subai's face was expressionless as he unhurriedly took out 2 stones from his backpack and threw them aside. This emperor's brother's sea-viewing realm body-tempering goldstone? Lei Xian turned violently to pick up the 2 stones. Not bad. Your brother approached me for a physical test but couldn't beat me. As his elder brother, your physical strength shouldn't be bad. I want to compete with you. Why does this emperor compare himself to you? Lei Xian sneered. I'm a sea-viewing realm and you're a wind royalty realm. There's a big realm difference. I can't beat you, but I'm sure that my physique is definitely stronger than yours. A small sea-viewing realm, and you dare to say that the body of this emperor's thunderbolt race of the windproof realm isn't as strong as yours. Where did you get your backbone? So, as the Thunderbolt clan of the Royal Wind Realm, you are afraid to compete with me? You fart. When has this Emperor's Thunderbolt clan ever feared a weak human like you? Then let's compare and let me lose. Yes. Lei Xian nodded with a fierce smile. As you wish, lest other demons say that Demon Emperor Lei Xian bullied your human race based on his high realm. Said. He pulled out 2 pieces of Royal Wind Realm body tempering goldstone. This is this Emperor's body tempering goldstone. The rules have been told to you by this Emperor's brother. Start the competition. You swore on your Taoist heart that you would not do anything to kill me when I passed. Su Bai murmured. This Emperor Lei Xian swears by the heart of the Tao, by the Heavenly Father of the demon race, that before the end of the competition, if this Emperor makes a move against this human race, then I will tell this Emperor to fall down in realm, unable to advance an inch, cut off his children and grandchildren, and will not be allowed to die by the 5 thunderbolts. Lei Xian swore without hesitation. Of course he's not going to make a move. But his hardened golden stone will strike. That was the Royal Wind Realm body tempering gold stone, and within it, in addition to the Gung Jin Qi, there was also the power of inflammatory fire, the power of cold ice, and other terrifying means of body tempering. How could a body protector treasure be able to withstand the body hardening damage of so many attributes? Again. Even if you can carry it off, so what? Once Jinshi withdrew, the contest was over, and with his cultivation, it wouldn't be easy to decapitate this human race in front of him? He doesn't lose out any way you count it. Think about it. A smug sardonic smile appeared under Lei Xian's eyes. The many demon emperors laughed at his recklessness. Okay. Swearing by the Tao heart and the demon Heavenly Father, this Lei Xian was decisive beyond Su Bai's expectations. Without hesitation, he walked quickly to Lei Xian's side. Swish. Swish. Chapter 18, Death to the Immortals. Goldstone hit the ground. 2 golden shields of light appeared. 3 breaths. Oh no, you people don't talk about this. How about entering together after 3 seconds? Could be. Su Bai nodded. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Lei Xian was about to enter the golden light shield, when suddenly danger came from his heart, and as soon as he turned around, the 3 sword-ons that came his way drowned him. Immediately afterward, a thunder lance carrying rolling thick might broke through the air and pierced through his chest, pinning him in place. Human race. Despicable, you are actually. Royal Wind Realm. As soon as Lei Xian finished speaking, the next moment, the body split into 2 halves. Rolls of hot blood drifted, symbolizing the fall of this strong wind royalty realm master. Ding! The host has killed the Imperial Wind Realm demon race, gaining 200 attribute points. Su Bai pulled out his lance with an expressionless face. He actually wasn't sure about decapitating Lei Xian at first, but the other party was too smart and gave the opportunity. At this point, several lines of blood gushed out from Lei Xian's corpse and flowed towards Su Bai. This went on for a good 5 minutes. Worthy of being a strong Wind Sentinel Realm practitioner, one person's cultivation is worth half the camp. Su Bai picked up the 4 golden stones on the ground and had just taken 2 steps outside when an excited voice came out from Lei Xian's corpse. Great King, good news, an ancient cave has appeared within the ancient wolf demon emperor's realm, calling for you to go along to retrieve the treasure. Treasure? The demon emperor's realm? Su Bai paused for a moment, his feet not stopping. He hadn't completed his mission yet, but he didn't have much heart to go to the demon's mouth to seize the treasure. Great King, new news, the ancient wolf demon emperor has taken out a broken sword from it, but it is said that the sword has a spirit and refuses to recognize him as its master. Su Bai stopped once again. He looked at the alloy longsword in his hand and silently turned around. There's no point in taking risks with the demon's mouth. Swords accepted. What kind of broken sword won't recognize its owner, and you still need to call this emperor? Don't you know that this emperor is usually very busy? Day 2. Demon Emperor Lei Xian arrived at the ancient wolf demon emperor's realm surrounded by a group of lesser demons. It was a sizable stone palace with many ancient patterns carved on it, but most of them were the history of the human race. Obviously, this palace was a site left over from the previous human race. Brother Xian, don't come here, this emperor has obtained something from an ancient cave that is naturally extraordinary. Brother Xian will know once he comes over to take a look. Ancient wolf demon emperor's voice came from the depths of the palace, containing a vast and surging breath, a veritable late-stage powerhouse of the royal wind realm. As soon as he spoke, a number of lesser demons pulled open the stone door and lined up in 2 rows to greet Lei Xian. Lord Demon Emperor, my Demon Emperor has an invitation. Demonless, next time you welcome this emperor's battle, remember to make it bigger, understand? Understood. The crowd of lesser demons were busy nodding their heads, lest Lei Xian would be unhappy and kill them on the spot. Brother Xian, calm your anger, and quickly have an invitation. The ancient wolf demon emperor walked out of the palace with a tired face, greeting Lei Xian with a smile on his face. As the same demon emperor, why was this ancient wolf so scornful of Lei Xian? Lei Xian's eyes vaguely flashed with a trace of incomprehension, but on the surface, he arrogantly walked in. When the ancient wolf demon emperor saw this, he didn't seem to feel anything wrong. The two walked into the palace. It was only at this time that Lei Xian realized that there were already 5 demons sitting within the palace. And the cultivations of these 5 demons were all clear of the royal wind realm. So many demon emperors? What's the situation? Ancient wolf called so many people? Lei Xian's eyes were on guard for a few moments. Nothing else. The Lei Xian at this moment was not Lei Xian, but Su Bai, who was pretending to be him. Where is that broken sword? Take it out and show it to this emperor. This emperor would like to see what broken sword can still have a spirit. Su Bai directly ignored this group of people and mimicked Lei Xian's tone to coldly shout out. I'll take it here, brother Xian, please wait a moment, I'll bring it over here. The several demon emperors around them all had indignant faces when they heard this. Ancient wolf, what are you doing? You didn't take your sword when we came, you had to wait for this guy. Do you think we're not demon emperors? Same demon emperor, this guy Lei Xian is blessed with a deep source of fortune, you let him be the first to take the sword, in case if he recognizes it as his master, won't we lose a lot of money? The world's treasure sword with hero, Lei Xian cover the world hero, will be able to let the spirit of the sword to recognize the master, but the ancient wolf old thief, you actually do not let this emperor first try, have to wait for Lei Xian, then how to do this emperor? Alas, is it possible that this sword is not destined for this emperor, or how about brother Xian letting this emperor try it on first? Several demon emperors lamented as they spoke. However, the coldness under their eyes was keenly captured by Su Bai. Emotionally, this was holding up Lei Xian, encouraging him to get the sword and use the broken sword's hand to behead him. But with that brain of his, there's a 99% chance he'll fall for this. Nice try, this sword will surely belong to this emperor, don't even think about it you guys. Since they thought so, then Su Bai would go on as they wished. He wanted to see what was so special about this broken sword that it could suppress a demon emperor. No chance, alas. Well, at least give it a shot. Another wasted trip. Don't even think about it Lei Xian, you can't get it. Several demon emperors sang red faces and white faces. The words were stimulating Su Bai to get the sword. Su Bai mimicked Lei Xian's arrogance as he argued with them one sentence at a time. This process continued until the ancient wolf demon emperor came holding a jade scabbard, and within the scabbard, an ancient stone broken sword was inserted, looking inconspicuous. However, Su Bai's heart was beating hard at this moment. This sword, it's definitely good. Otherwise it wouldn't have elicited a reaction from my pure Kenshin. Ancient wolf, this is this emperor's item, quickly bring it over to this emperor. Su Bai imitated Lei Xian's nature, striding over to grab the scabbard into his arms. Before he could draw his sword, the stone sword within the scabbard suddenly trembled, vaguely implying that it was about to break out of its sheath. Meanwhile, Su Bai's heart was beating for no reason at this moment. This frequency was actually the same as the frequency of this stone longsword trembling. What kind of crap is this? Isn't this a ING toy that the human race has come up with? Su Bai's heart crossed and he directly threw this scabbard outside the palace. What, the famous Thunder Bull clan's Lei Xian demon emperor doesn't dare to draw his sword? Still claiming to be the first demon emperor, I didn't realize that he didn't even dare to draw his sword, what a waste. Dare to throw and dare not pluck, this is your Lei Xian's guts, how ridiculous. Shame on the demon, you don't pluck, let this emperor come. Several surrounding demon emperors saw this and started to stimulate Su Bai again, 1 or 2 of them even made a gesture of getting up and drawing their swords. Seeing this, Su Bai directly rushed to the outside of the palace in an arrow step to pick up this scabbard. Who said that this emperor doesn't dare to pull it out? Now, widen your doggy eyes, this emperor will pull it out for you to see. Having said that, Su Bai drew his broken sword. Next moment, the trembling broken sword suddenly stopped moving. At the same time, a feeling of blood connection surged from the broken sword. Su Bai also learned the name of this broken sword. The name of the sword, Punisher. Chapter 19 The Body of 100 Elephants. Ha, who said that this emperor does not dare to draw the sword? See, now this sword has recognized this emperor as the main, you have who, dare to fight with this emperor? Su Bai held the broken sword in his hand, his face rampant. Inside the hall, the faces of the 6 demon emperors in a row were a shade of green and a shade of white, but none of them uttered a sound again. Report! All demon emperors, news has come out from the realm of Lei Xian Demon Emperor. The Lei Xian Demon Emperor's soul plate is shattered and he has fallen. This time, an urgent cry of alarm suddenly rang out from outside the ancient wolf demon emperor's camp. Without waiting for the incoming demon to enter the temple, Subai chopped him to the ground with a sword. The sword light was brilliant, and the blue sword aura that erupted from the body of the immortal punishing sword caused the several demon emperors present to be fearful, not daring to make any movements. After all, when this broken sword was first taken out, this broken sword had instantly decapitated the ancient wolf demon emperor's right-hand man. Only one step away from breaking through the shackles of the sea-viewing realm and stepping into the peak demon king of the royal wind realm. With such might, even as demon emperors, they didn't dare to try it with their bodies. Furthermore, among the crowd of demon emperors, no one could see that the sightless and arrogant tone of Lei Shen in front of them was false. This emperor would like to see which goddamned one dares to spread the news of this emperor's fall. Subai snorted coldly and carried the immortal Punisher's sword to seize the road. Swish! 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 A minute later, a group of demon assassination team members arrived at this place. You, all of you, are demon emperors. Why didn't you stop that human who pretended to be Lei Xian? The leading member of the Royal Wind Realm assassination team spoke coldly. What, Lei Xian is really a fake? Bold human, how dare you fool this emperor? This emperor will definitely break you into pieces. This emperor's sword nah. Several demon emperors came out of anger and joined the hunting team of the demon assassination squad. Quickly, lead us after this man. The demon assassination team has blocked off the various exits, he can't escape. The leading demon assassination team members sneered and disappeared into streams of light. Several demon emperors hurriedly followed. This person is not wrong. Subai had only just swept out 30 miles when he was stopped by dozens of black-robed wrapped members of the demon assassination team. The cultivation level of these demons was at least at the sea-viewing realm, and there was also a powerful person at the royal wind realm who was suspected to be the leader demon. Target confirmed. Kill. No unnecessary nonsense. As soon as the two sides met, these members of the demon assassination squad launched an attack. With dozens of sea-viewing realm demon kings, plus a same-level royal wind realm demon emperor, in just a few seconds, the golden shield on Subai's body was broken. System. Physique plus 2,400 points. Ding. Adding points completed, current physique 3,000. Ding. Physical attributes have reached 3,000, a qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of 100 elephants. 100 elephants body, with the power of 100 elephants, it can cut 80% of the damage from weapons of grade B including grade B or below. During this period of time, while Subai absorbed his cultivation, his physical attribute and spiritual attribute both grew partially. So only 2,400 attribute points are needed to make a qualitative change in physique. Swish. White light lingered around his body, strengthening Subai's physique. It was such a cozy feeling that he couldn't help but want to fall to the ground and lie flat. But he can't. He didn't even dare to have a moment's relaxation. Because these demon kings and demon emperors were attacking and killing from all around. Soon, the white light melted into his body, and feeling the surging power contained within his body, Subai let out a deep cry, and changing his previous guarding position, he violently slashed at an attacking demon king. Boo! Berserk power poured out, and the demon king in front of him directly turned into a pile of broken flesh and exploded. Blood rained down, like a brilliant firework under the sunlight cast through the cracks of the ancient trees. With a single strike, Subai suddenly stormed up and killed the demon king closest to him. With the cultivation of the royal wind realm, the power of 100 elephants, and the ability to block 80% of the damage from weapons below B class, what was he going to carry? Unsurprisingly, this demon king was killed by Subai with a single strike, setting off fireworks in the same way as the previous demon king. The surrounding members of the demon assassination team did not flee at this scene and continued their methodical assassination, except for that royal wind realm demon emperor, who took out his flute and blew. Boom! 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 Under Subai's horizontal killing all the way, blood rained down, and in the gloomy ancient wood forest, and another, bright fireworks constantly bloomed. In just 2 minutes' time, under his all-out slaughter, he had already killed nearly 30 sea-viewing realm demon kings. But what made his heart sink was that the number of demons around him was increasing instead of decreasing. Moreover, there were also a dozen or more auras of the Royal Wind Realm Demon Emperor vaguely approaching towards this place. The moment Subai sort of knew why this mission was placed in the most prominent position of the mission board. At that moment, he stopped fighting and decisively killed a gap and retreated out. However, the members of the demon assassination squad around them were accumulating more and more. The demon assassination squad, even long ago, had deployed a number of demon kings and even demon emperors in his fallback line. However, Subai did not turn back, but relied on his strong body and the immortal Punisher sword to kill a bloody path. Half an hour later, after experiencing a series of assassinations from the demon kings, as well as 3 Royal Wind Realm demon emperors, the white body shield on Subai's body became dimmed. There was also very little spiritual energy left in his body, and the reason why he lasted for so long was all due to absorbing the cultivated spiritual energy of those demons along the way to replenish it. Launch a general attack, kill. The leading Royal Wind Realm Demon Emperor seemed to have seen that Subai was at the end of his rope. At his command, the hundreds of demon kings around him, as well as the 2 demon emperors, immediately came towards Subai in unison. The black mist carried up by the many demon clans quickly drowned Subai in it. However, the next moment, a piercing lightning appeared, followed by dozens of sea-viewing realm demon kings directly transforming into fireworks and blooming away. The black mist was forced back by the thunder light, and Subai's figure holding the thunder gun was revealed. Without spiritual power, he couldn't take any advantage of using the immortal Punisher sword. But he still has strength. The power of 100 elephants, more than 1,000,000 pounds of power, under a full force strike, not to mention the sea-viewing realm demon king, it was the demon emperor with a strong physique that couldn't carry a few blows. Boom! 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 With his long spear in hand, Subai knocked out a dozen sea-viewing realm demon kings in a row, and because he didn't have the spiritual power to navigate the air, he only chose enough to seize the road and retreat. However, at this time, all the demons seemed to feel something, defiantly, more and more desperately towards Subai to kill, with the intention of using their lives to consume his physical strength. Suddenly, Subai's heart trembled, and he violently swung out a shot towards the side. With a bared sound, the gun shook through the black mist and plunged into the shoulder of the Royal Wind Realm Demon Emperor who was holding a short dark blade. Terrifying power poured down, and this Demon Emperor's shoulder instantly shattered open into a large bloody hole. However, a sardonic smile suddenly appeared on his grim face. Assassination curse. As the words fell, a bizarre pattern of short blades suddenly attached itself to his wrist. Having been hit by my demon clan's assassination curse, wherever you go, you will be prioritized for assassination by my demon clan. Noisy. Subai's eyes were cold as his lance exploded out, but it only shattered a black mist. He didn't care about this demon anymore and directly utilized the 10% of spiritual energy that was absorbed back from the blood explosion to escape through the air. Yi Rouge, you're confused. Subai is dead. The terror of the demon assassination team is not something you can imagine. Let's go, don't wait. Chapter 20, Killing Demons at Heaven's Gate, Xia Changkong. Outside the demon realm. At the desert. Yi Rouge's body was straight, dragging the lance with one hand, and he was indifferent to how Xia Changkong tried to persuade him. Ugh. Xia Changkong was helpless. Yi Rouge is not as high and cold as Subai, but the decisions made are easily irrevocable. He knew that he couldn't be persuaded, but he didn't want to give up on this human demon. After all, there were only a few short months before the winter demon tide. As a person from the past, he was well aware of just how much of an impact a demon had on the battlefield. In the previous year's winter demon tide, Tianmen Pass Southern 1 to Southern 10 districts fell, and the crowd of demon killers frantically retreated at the same time. It is the demon south demon a sword and an arrow, only one person, alone in 10 districts, to save the building will fall. That scene, like a steel brand, was engraved in his heart in a raw manner. He realized that he wasn't a demon and would never be able to do that. But, the demons of the human race can. From that time, he found another direction in life. That was to do what he could to guard those human demons who had yet to grow up. Xia Changkong looked down at the long gun, which had 3 words engraved on it: Xia Weigua. Father. You died to save a human demon, and previously, I had once thought it wasn't worth it. But now I understand you. I have seen the horrors of demons, and what they have done, 100, 1,000 of me could not match. They are worth far, far more to the human race than we are. So, you didn't die for that demon, you died for the human race. You're not a cutie pie either. You are the great silent hero of our human race. Clunk. Xia Changkong held his spear horizontally and silently walked 10 meters in front of Yi Rouge. Old Shay, you? Before Yi Rouge's words fell, a fierce fighting sound suddenly came from the front. Immediately afterward, a silhouette was like a meteor crashing to the ground, ruthlessly smashing in front of Xia Changkong's heels. This person was none other than Su Bai, who had desperately fled all the way. He had just been airborne the previous hour when he was forcibly shaken down by the 6 demon emperors who had arrived. He had no choice but to carry the strong pursuit of hundreds of demon kings and more than a dozen demon emperors to run away and escape. Just now, with both his spiritual energy and physical strength depleted, the 3 demon emperors combined their efforts in a single strike and blasted him here. Pust! Su Bai had just braced himself to stand up, when a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. At the same time, a series of several lines of blood were the first to fly out of the forest and pour into him. It made his ghastly white face slightly rosy. But it was a meager supply for his porous body. Su Bai! Su Bai! 2 cries of alarm sounded in his ears at first. Su Bai turned his head to see that it was Yi Rouge and Xia Changkong. What are you guys doing here? Hurry up, I'm being targeted by the demon assassination team. They have hundreds of demon kings and more than a dozen demon emperors. You guys are no match. What? Yi Rouge, who ran over, turned white with a swish. The bag of snacks, tightly squeezed in his hand, also dropped at that moment. Surely? Xia Changkong's lance clenched tightly as a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. You guys, go. Me, break off. You're no match for them, you guys hurry up and leave, I can still hold out for a while. Su Bai roared. That's an order. Xia Changkong pulled out a transparent white ball and smashed it hard at Su Bai and Yi Rouge while they didn't react. Boom! Boom! 2 white lights flashed, and the 2 figures instantly appeared 10 miles away. Also my choice. Xia Changkong murmured, and suddenly turned back to his head, laughing recklessly. You too, you can't deprive me, Xia Changkong, of one of the few chances to act tough. I, too, am a hero. Ha ha ha. Before the laughter fell, the overwhelming number of demon kings flew out and swept out. Along with them, there were more than 10 demon emperors. It's you guys, chasing after my human race's Su Bai? Xia Changkong swung his lance, his sea-viewing realm cultivation bursting out, shaking the sand and dust. You are? A demon emperor said in a cold voice. They didn't do anything rash. Because there had never been a human race from the sea-viewing realm that faced them straight on and could still be so arrogant. I'm not changing my name when I walk, I'm not changing my name when I sit. Kill the demons at Tianmen Pass, Xia. Long. Empty. The words fell. Xia Changkong's lance shook, and a burst of dazzling and piercing golden lance aura suddenly erupted from the plain and unadorned alloy lance. The spears uncrossed dozens of meters in front of his body, and wherever it passed, the demons avoided retreating. It didn't take long. The spear on dissipated, and in the boundless blackness of the night, only Xia Changkong's unrestrained laughter remained. How about it, Su Bai? This pussy of mine is no worse than you in terms of pretending. Hurry up and get lost, and come here to inform Xia Changkong when he becomes a supreme being someday. The voice broke off as several streams of light swept in from the sky, and hundreds of black shadows swarmed and wrapped around the black fog. Old Shay. Yi Rouge stood frozen in place, her eyes empty and tears pouring from her eyes. Go! Su Bai grabbed Yi Rouge, and relying on the 10% of his spiritual power that had just recovered, he was able to stick to the ground and ride in the air. However, this amount of spiritual energy could not withstand the consumption, and within 10 minutes, the 2 collapsed on the ground. At this time, Yi Rouge also came back to her senses. The 2 of them didn't speak and took the road to run wildly. Behind. However, a mile away, there are more than 10 demon emperors who are streaming light in the air, and right behind them is a huge assassination team of the demon race. The 2 of them were very fast, but not even half a minute later, the closest ancient wolf demon emperor caught up with them, holding out his large hand to grab towards the 2 of them. Damn human race, give back my spirit sword. Phew. Just then, a long arrow broke through the air and destroyed this large hand condensed with spiritual energy. Same time. 2 streams of light swept out from the front, grabbing Su Bai and Yi Rouge and turning around. With their body techniques, they were so fast that they soon left the crowd of demon emperors behind. However, this group of demon emperors and the demon assassination squad behind them frantically chased after them until they witnessed a few people enter the Heaven's Gate Pass, and only then did they stop in their tracks. Damn human race, one day, I will break you into pieces. Ah! My spirit soared. The crowd of demon emperors roared angrily, but the towering pass in front of them made them fearful. Let you live some more time, Rinwater Demon Tide. After breaking the Heaven's Gate pass, this emperor will definitely make your life worse than death. So is this emperor. The same goes for this emperor. Putting down their harsh words, this group of demon emperors, as well as the demon assassination team, retreated back. What kind of person actually attracted more than a dozen demon emperors and so many members of the demon assassination squad to chase after them? It's Subai and Yi Rouge. I just saw Nan Demon and Shui go to meet them. How could it be, that mission? How could Subai have survived? See for yourself. Soon. The news that Subai had returned alive was like a plague, spreading to the entire Tianmen Pass. The city walls. Nan Demon left after putting down Subai, leaving only Shui and Yi Rouge in the field. Subai, you're not badly injured, go to the logistics department to cash in some medicine to treat it. Shui softly said. Subai, however, shook his head with a heavy face. Can you tell me where Xia Changkong's garrison area is? North 18, what's wrong? Shui queried. Thanks. Subai didn't reply and turned toward the North 18th district. What's wrong? Shui frowned at Yi Rouge, who also looked lost in thought and listless. Old Xie sacrificed himself to save us. Ugh. Shui patted her on the shoulder and without a word, turned to leave. Night. It's deep. But just then, a voice that resounded through the Heaven's Gate Pass came out from the direction of the Northern 18th District. Eastern Border War Zone, Tianmen Pass Demon Slayer, Northern 18th Region, Sea Viewing Realm Xia Changkong, on July 2nd, 93rd year of the human race calendar, outside of the demon race realm, he fought 13 demon emperors and 253 demon kings in a heroic battle. Sacrifice. Chapter 21. North 18th District. Subai walked into Xia Changkong's garrison room. Not much furniture inside, standard straight style. But unlike the unusual straight man, he had every item neatly arranged. It was the pack of cigarettes and lighter on the table that seemed a little random. Subai took out a cigarette and lit one. He who had never smoked tried to take a puff, and was immediately smoked enough by the bitter smoke. But a moment later, the feeling that burned through his heart put him in a bit of a trance. Through the smoke that wrapped around his body, he seemed to see the middle-aged man holding a long spear. To be honest, old Xia, the pussy you're pretending to be, it's really not good. Subai took another drag, still choking. He didn't stop though. Even when he took a drag and choked, he didn't drop the cigarette in his hand. Outside the open window, Yi Rouge silently covered her small mouth when she saw this scene. But the tears in the corners of his eyes, as if breaking the dike, kept pouring down. Don't see what's so great about this stuff. It's so hard to smoke and people still like to smoke it. Subai stared at the cigarette that was about to burn out, and couldn't help but hand it to his mouth and take a hard drag. Aha! It burns the lungs. Ta-da! Cigarette butts in ashtrays. Subai went out of the house, closed the door and went back to his garrison room. Swish! The Punisher's sword was sheathed, and a small line of writing soon appeared above the wooden table. On the night of July 2nd of the 93rd year of the human calendar, Demon Slayer Subai and Demon Slayer Xia Changkong made a pact to break through to the Supreme, and they would tell each other. Putting down his long sword, Subai's clear and cold eyes were a little colder. Open the Personal Attributes panel. Ding! Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Subai. Cultivation, 8457 100,000 at the early stage of the Royal Wind Realm. Optional. Attribute points, 41, 245. Physique, 30 2300 elephant body. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 50,000. Spirit, 156 unforgettable. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 500. Talent, pure heart of the sword, B rank blood explosion 50,000. Optional. Martial art, C grade sword skill Fu Shao 3 swords proficiency, supreme. No points may be added. Weapon, Pseudo-S Immortal Punisher Sword, attributes, C grade sharpness 20,000, Immortal Punisher Sword intent missing 80,000, S grade hardness 50,000, Immortal Punisher Sword formation missing 800,000, Immortal Punisher Sword body damage 2 million, Immortal Punisher Sword spirit missing 2 million. Optional. Add 20,000 attribute points to the sharpness of the Immortal Punisher Sword. Ding! Adding points is complete. the Punisher sword is now grade B sharpness 0-200,000. The system tone fell. The blue light on the immortal Punisher sword flickered, and when it calmed down again, a lot of stone chips fell around the sword. Looking inside the place where the stone chips had fallen, a hint of the blue-colored sharp blade could be faintly seen. Ta-da! Subai placed the B-grade weapon thunder gun and the backpack on the table. These were the harvests from his mission out there. Da-day-day-day. Tapping the Chang'an merit ring 3 times, a string of data immediately surfaced on it, 1001210,113H. The mission was accomplished, but his heart didn't fluctuate much. Fizzle. Unzip the zipper. Inside the backpack was a pile of short blades draped in black mist, as well as 4 pieces of golden-colored body-hardening gold stones. These are special items that can be exchanged for merit points at the logistics department. Demon cores could also be exchanged, but Subai's backpack was too small, so he didn't collect them. System, is there any carry-on space? Ding. Carry-on distribution in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 cubic meters of carry-on space. Carry-on space, the host can collect items with a single movement of the mind. Note, living beings cannot be collected into it. Didn't give it before the mission though, lost a decent amount of merit points. But the next time you go out demon hunting, there's always no need to go out with a backpack. System, can this assassination curse be removed? Subai hadn't forgotten the pattern of the short blade left in his hand by that demon race. If this thing didn't find a way to fade away, his next mission out would be very tricky. Ding. Yes, but it costs 1 attribute point. Remove. Ding. The host has spent 1 attribute point and has successfully removed the assassination curse. Subai looked at the short blade pattern that was gradually disappearing and inexplicably remembered the Demon Emperor. If the other party knew that the curse that they had fought so hard to obtain in exchange for serious injuries was only worth 1 attribute point, they didn't know how they would feel. Scattered thoughts. Subai took an inventory and carried his backpack to the logistics department. All departments are open throughout the day, except for the mission junction, which is not open during this time. This move was also to ensure that each demon slayer had sufficient logistics. Right now, several hours have passed since the demon race attacked the city. It's not the peak time for merit point exchange, there aren't many people here. However, Subai, who appeared with a pale face, bathed in blood, and carrying a monstrous smell of blood, still attracted the attention of everyone present. That guy, is that Subai? It's really him, he really came back alive? My god, no, he a building. Hiss, he actually broke through the sea view realm. Seeing how miserable he looks, he shouldn't have completed that mission. It's good enough to be alive alright. Subai ignored their whispers and grabbed his backpack and placed it on the table. The sound of snaps startled Fong Qing, who was typing notes. Her face sank on the spot. But when he looked up to see his visitor, a big smile immediately piled up on his face. It's Subai, you want to exchange merit points? Subai nodded and unzipped his backpack and pushed it to her. Upon seeing what was inside the backpack, even though Fong Qing tried her best to maintain a smile, she was unable to hide the unparalleled look of shock. What is it that takes half a day to redeem? The person who was behind Subai in line at some point muttered and impatiently poked his head out. But when he looked at the contents of the backpack, his entire body froze in place. How can there be so many demon assassination squads possessed short blades? You should know that the lowest cultivation level of every member of the demon assassination team is the sea viewing realm. So many short blades, how many demon kings of the sea viewing realm does this have to kill? A total of 172 demon assassination squad possessed short blades. Fong Qing, who had returned to her senses, quickly gave her answer. Hearing this number, the demon slayers behind Subai only felt a wave of suffocation. 172 sea viewing realm, that's 172 demon kings. What kind of devil was it to be able to decimate to such a number? What? Subai killed 172 demon kings? How can that be? He himself is only at the sea viewing realm. It's, like, fake, right? The surrounding people also came over at the sound of the words, but none of them spoke again after seeing the backpack wrapped in blood, and the pile of possessed short blades. The entire logistics department was dead silent, with only the sound of backward breaths of cold air rising and falling. At this point, Fong Qing put down the calculator. According to the logistics department's recycling price, 1 short blade is worth 3,000 merit points, 172 handles, a total of 516,000 merit points. Sure you want to exchange all of them? Subai nodded. Okay, Subai, please show the merit ring. Fong Qing softly said. Subai raised his hand, and under the instrument sensing, the value displayed on the Chang'an merit ring changed from 124,732 to 640,372. Seeing such a quantity of merit points, those present sucked in another breath of cool air. With so many merit points, Subai probably really completed that mission. Chapter 22, The Order of Chang'an. Someone exclaimed in shock. But strangely enough, this time no one voiced a rebuttal. Soon, the news of Subai completing that mission went viral. Many demon hunting squads heard this news and gave orders to recruit him into their teams. But that's all. Subai didn't know that. He returned to the garrison room after exchanging his merit points, followed by some healing potions. At all costs, absorb Subai into my Heaven's Path squad. I have a hunch that this fellow must be the key figure in this winter demon tide. Inside the large and bright garrison room, Hurricane Yang Tian, the leader of the Heaven's Path squad, gave orders to several people. But Captain, some days ago, didn't you say that the Heaven's Path squad, since its establishment, has no habit of waiting for the dead? A young man next to him snickered. Yes, I admit it. Yang Tian nodded cheerfully. But, gentlemen, you must understand that Subai is not a dead man now, he is a demon like the Southern Demon. Winter Demon Tide, Southern Demon. At the mention of these words, several people couldn't help but think of the cold woman who had been left alone to guard 10 districts. And Yang Tian knocked on the table and looked at a few people with a very serious face. I have a feeling that Subai is even more demonic than Demon Nan Demon. Why? I've seen the scene of chasing down the Southern Demon. There were only 3 demon emperors and dozens of demon kings, but what about the one that chased down Subai? I think you guys saw that scene as well. Furthermore, Subai also took out 172 demon assassination team possessed short blades. There's no need for me to say what this battle record represents, right? Yang Tian, who rarely smoked, couldn't help but light one at this time. He couldn't figure out how Subai had survived in the face of this kind of pursuit that was enough to threaten the level of a military commander. With a full 13 demon emperors and over 400 demon kings, he would have to be exhausted in his place. Go, and promise him every favor, even the captaincy. Yang Tian exhaled a smoke ring. What? Captain, you're right, aren't you? Are my ears calloused? Several people stood up, looking at Yang Tian with unbelievable faces. I've made progress in my cultivation, I've already sensed the realm of intent, it's only a matter of time before I break through. When the time comes, this will not be my battlefield. Subai, a person I have observed, is a good candidate for captain. With him to lead you, I have no worries. A few people sniffed. The face that had previously collapsed and pulled, abruptly became ecstatic. Captain, now that Subai has returned, should we recruit him or continue to recruit Yi Rouge? The Southern Demon stood on the city wall, his face cold as he stared at the demonic realm outside of Tianmen Pass. Behind her, stood Shui and 2 other girls from the Rakshasa squad. Recruit Subai. Subai. Without waiting for Nan Demon to open her mouth, the 2 girls spoke out in unison what was in their hearts. What Shui actually had in mind was to give up Yi Rouge and recruit Subai into the team. But ever since Xie Changkom's sacrifice, she had sensed some changes in Subai. She couldn't say what it was. It just feels like the previously high and cold, non-talkative Subai seems to be more withdrawn again. No trick. Rakshasa squad doesn't deserve him. The Southern Demon's voice caused the 3 people, including Shui, to directly freeze in place. Without waiting for Shui and the girls to ask why, she turned and walked into the garrison room. The darkness fades and the dawn comes. There was no sharp wind in the morning, and it was the most peaceful time of the day in the Tianmen Pass, which was in the middle of the desert. But today, at this time of the day, Tianmen Pass is a little different than it has been in the past. In particular, the mission handover at the Ministry of Logistics. At this point there's been a lot of bickering. Several demon hunting squads were facing each other at the gate, arguing loudly with red faces and thick necks. The word that comes up the most in this is nothing more than the word Subai. Get out of the way. Subai is coming. I don't know who shouted. The original watertight mission handover office, in a flash, a thoroughfare large enough for 4 or 5 people to walk along, extending from the front door of the logistics department all the way to the front door of the mission handover office. Perhaps sensing this amazing oppression, the few people who were handling the handover task flashed to the sides in an instant. Soon, a slightly thin silhouette came walking slowly. It's Subai. So damn handsome. So high and mighty, but it's my favorite one. 100 hears are as good as a sight, and when I see it today, it is true that the stranger is like jade, and the prince is matchless in the world. Carrying a long sword and wearing a ring with the Chang'an merit ring on his hand, Subai without a doubt. Subai, join our demon hunting squad. Join us. The crowds on both sides of the avenue kept chanting, and some even jumped up and waved frantically, only expecting Subai to take a look at her. Among the onlookers, there were also many who loudly begged Subai to sign their weapons. The scene was very hot and lively, just like the stargazing scene in the mainland. Only Subai didn't hitch a ride, all he was thinking about now was just handing over the mission. Not for long. Subai then walked into the mission handover. Good morning, Subai. As soon as Fong Qing, who had been waiting here for a long time, saw that the visitor was him, stars directly sprang out of her eyes. The surrounding staff of the logistics department, too, stopped what they were doing. All of them stretched their necks and sized up this demon slayer who was currently in the limelight. Turn in your assignment. Subai tapped the merit ring 3 times. When the string of numbers lit up, all sound died down in a flash. The entire logistics department, at this moment, was reduced to the sound of rising and falling, ragged breathing. Fong Qing, who was observing from a close distance, froze for a long time before returning to her senses. Sorry, Su White, I got carried away. Just sit and wait, I'll get the instruments and hand you over the task. Fong Chung moved a chair. Subai thanked him and sat down. The scene. It made the crowd outside the door that had been poking their heads in to see it outright dumbfounded. This Tyrannosaurus Rex has this gentle side too? 9 eyes, turned in so many missions, haven't enjoyed this kind of treatment, Subai Hibai. He really deserves it. Subai, drop idle. So polite, love it. Love it. If it were anyone else I'd be spraying, but this is Subai, and all I can say is that Fong Qing, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, is still doing a poor job. Fong Qing quickly returned and numbly handled the task handover procedures for Subai. Subai, the 100,000 merit points for the completion of the quest have been transmitted to your merit ring, and this is another reward for you. Said. She handed a token to Subai. The token was the size of a mahjong, dragon-shaped, translucent black, with a blood-colored glow from within. This is the Order of Chang'an, and by holding it, one will have the qualifications to create a demon hunting squad. I took it upon myself to pick it out for you by looking at your merit ring, Chang'an, and if you want another style, you can still come with me to the storeroom and choose your own. No, thanks. Subai took the Chang'an order and got up. Subai, wait. He had just turned around when Fong Qing suddenly ran in front of him. Without waiting for him to speak, she pulled out a flat, warm jade pendant. Can you, sign my book? Chapter 23, I dare you to do it. Subai didn't say anything and expressionlessly went around from one side. Fong Qing's eyes darkened. The scene where he turned away without hesitation kept echoing in his mind. She felt her heart ache and didn't know how to describe the loss she felt at the moment. And yet, inexplicably, Subai at that moment. It's really cool. This way. Subai had just walked out the door when he was surrounded by several demon hunting squads that kept recruiting him to join their team. These included both the usual demon hunting squads as well as the top-ranked strong squads. It's Chill Lanrua, the vice captain of the Heaven's Path squad, has brought someone over to recruit Subai. A gasp rang out from the crowd. Immediately after the crowd dispersed into a small path, a group of 3 people walked over with calm expressions. As soon as they came over, the numerous demon hunting squads that had been chanting continuously earlier were silenced. Nothing else. It was only because the Heaven's Path Demon Hunting Squad was the second-ranked super strong team and had been occupying this position for years, with no changes in the last 5 years. In the face of such a strong team of demon hunters, their demon hunting squad looked bleak even if they promised heavenly conditions. Subai, how are you? I'm the vice captain of the Heaven's Path squad, Zhou Lanrua, and the 2 next to me are my Heaven's Path squad members. Something? Subai looked at Zhou Lanrua. It's like this, I was ordered by our captain to invite you to join our Heaven's Path squad. The captain said that as long as you are willing to join, our Heaven's Path squad is willing to pay all the price, that is, the position of the captain, and there is nothing wrong with that. Autumn Lanrua explained the reason for her visit. For some reason, facing the sea viewing realm Subai, he, a royal wind realm powerhouse, actually felt pressured and a little uncomfortable. This person's aura is so powerful, it's worthy of being the candidate that the captain has his eye on. I also have this feeling, and even this sense of oppression is a few points stronger than the captain's. The eyes of the two people beside Sho Lanrua flickered as they expressed their opinions between aura transmissions. One time. The two who were originally unconvinced in their hearts also reversed their perceptions. What, the conditions offered by the Heaven's Path squad are so fierce, how can our squad still play then? The captain's position can be given, this Hurricane Yang Tian is really willing to shed blood. Subai, quickly say yes, that's the Heaven's Path squad, the second-ranked super demon hunting squad. With such hardcore conditions, even Subai has no reason not to agree. Hearing Chio Lanrua's words, the surrounding people directly exploded, but they quickly fell silent. Everyone looked to the overly handsome face, waiting for an answer. In the face of such heaven-defying solicitation conditions, no one thought Subai would refuse. After all, that's the Tendo squad. As long as Subai agreed, he would be able to obtain this demon hunting squad with horrifying combat strength at his fingertips. Sorry. Under the expectation of the crowd of demon killers, Subai only shook his head lightly and left. My god. Subai rejected the Heaven's Path demon hunting squad. He didn't even hesitate for a second. That's the Heaven's Path squad, and it was just rejected by him? It's a shame, but the way he turned to leave was really high and cool and handsome. The crowd erupted once again. Things fermented extremely quickly, but in just 10 minutes, the news of Subai's rejection of the Heaven's Path squad spread throughout the Heaven's Gate Pass. Subai, I didn't expect that even the captaincy of the Heaven's Path squad wouldn't be able to beat you. Shui leaned against the city wall, finally understanding the meaning of the southern demon's words. Subai and she are one of a kind. They, being born aloof, would never join any of the teams. Unless, of course, you build your own team. Boom. 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 Subai, I know you're in there, hurry up and get your ass out here. Evening. Subai, who was sitting cross-legged to heal his wounds, was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. Without waiting for a response, the door to the garrison room was toppled open by a wall of earth. Immediately after that, a young man dressed in dark red clothing rushed in with 3 people. As soon as the party entered, they rummaged around to his garrison room. In but a few moments, the garrison room was turned upside down. Subai, where did you hide my Tangjin's things? Hurry up and bring them out or suffer the consequences. When she didn't find what she wanted, Tangjin angrily rushed to Subai to question him. The 3 people behind him also surrounded Subai at the first opportunity. Roll. Subai calmly looked at Tangjin. A small sea viewing realm, who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Are you impatient with life? Tangjin let out a sardonic laugh, and the thick earth attribute spiritual energy surged wildly between his palms, very tyrannical. It seemed that in the next moment, these spiritual forces would turn into lingering means of attack and kill Subai. Be sensible and hurry up and hand over our captain's thunder gun, or I'll make you look good. If you don't want to die, hand over our captain's weapon now. You have 10 seconds. Between the sneers of the few people around them, their hands were also wrapped in furious spiritual energy. Subai didn't say anything, just slowly stood up. Seeing this, several people around them pulled out their weapons and took an offensive stance. Even Tangjin's eyes vaguely flashed with a hint of wariness. Subai, don't be impulsive. This time. Shui rushed over, peeling away a few people and standing in front of Subai. Tangjin, you forced your way into the Demon Slayer garrison room with the intent to attack the Demon Slayer, aren't you afraid of being sanctioned? Now, get the hell out of here or suffer the consequences. Who said I broke into the garrison room? He was the one who opened the door and let us in, okay? Tangjin sneered. And attacking and killing demon people, Shui you really know how to put a hat on him. Look at him, there's no ash on him. Does this look like he was attacked by us? Several people around them also chimed in to echo Tangjin's words. Shui was so angry that her body was shaking, but she didn't know what to say. Tangjin was the most cunning person, and the fact that he dared to come proved that he was fully prepared. Furthermore, Subai's body indeed had no obvious signs of battle, and based on that alone, there was no way to take him. Subai, you're lucky this time, there's a silly woman protecting you. But if you don't hand over my stuff, next time, you won't be so lucky. As a man, you can't, hide behind a woman's ass all the time, can you? As soon as Tangjin said this, the few people under his hand immediately let out rampant laughter. Barely. At this time, a silver white lance covered in thunder suddenly appeared in Subai's hand. Is this it? Not bad, count on you Subai to know what you're doing, hurry up and bring it to me. Tang Jin thought Subai had conceded defeat and immediately reached out to snatch the gun. But in the next moment, the lance steeply erupted in a burst of brilliant thunder, stabbing straight towards his head. The gun was so powerful that he could not block it at such a close distance. Swish! In a hurry. Without hesitation, Tang Jin pinched and exploded the translucent white ball concealed in his sleeve. Next moment, his figure appeared directly 10 miles away. Noticing such a change, the faces of the few people under his hand changed abruptly and instantly exited Subai's garrison room. Tang Jin, who had returned in the air, hung above the sky dome, her eyes looking at Subai, who was stationed in the chamber, with murderous intent. More? Subai walked out with his spear in hand, looking at Tang Jin with a calm expression. Kill me and this is yours. Tang Jin's eyes spewed fire and his body trembled, itching to directly strike out and kill Subai. But he couldn't. The Heaven's Gate Pass stipulated that those who struck out against demon killers within the pass were subject to sanctioned punishment. It seems that you don't dare to do it. Then the next time you break into my garrison room, remember, I dare you to do it. Chapter 24. A flat tone of voice, speaking extremely domineering words. Moreover, it was against 3 of the same realm, as well as a demon slayer who was 1 great realm higher. Such a strong contrast creates an unspeakable visual impact. At the back, Shui looked at the slightly thin back, unconsciously covering her small mouth, her heart complex. She didn't understand what Subai was relying on, but this moment he was. But it was like the southern demon of old. Yes. Great. Very good. Subai, you are indeed brave beyond my imagination. Here, I wouldn't dare to make a move on you, but you'd better not take the mission out. Let's go. Tang Jin dropped a few harsh words and led the 3 away. Captain, this Subai is too rampant. We really can't find a chance to repeat the same trick once. I feel bad for him, especially since he actually dared to make a move on the captain. A sea-viewing realm, who gave him the courage? The few people who returned to the garrison room were indignant, only Tang Jin did not say a word, her face as gloomy as water. When Subai came back alive with the thunder gun on his back, he knew that Jinghai had been decimated by him. Given the seriousness of Subai's injuries, he will not be going out for a short time. He then came up with this plan, preparing to use his own cultivation to shock and forcefully retrieve the B-grade attunement weapon, Thunder Gun. Nay, Subai was too calm, so calm that it made him tremble. What he didn't expect was that being at the Heaven's Gate Pass, Subai actually dared to strike at him. The strength that was displayed in that shot was now palpitating in his heart when he thought back on it. If he hadn't used the life-preserving instantaneous orb, he would have been seriously injured without dying. The same old trick? It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it. However, he didn't dare to gamble. Subai had already proved it with practical actions. He, indeed, dared to do it. Enough, don't mess with him now, this guy, he's just a crazy person. Tang Jin slammed her palm on the table, startling the 3 people beside her. Captain, if we don't move him and retrieve the thunder gun, won't Jinghai die in vain? And with the winter demon tide coming, with multiple killers, the squad's chances of survival increase while also capturing another good ranking. To the side, a young man murmured, and the remaining 2 nodded along. What I'm saying is don't provoke him within the Heaven's Gate Pass, but if he goes out on a mission, then he can do it. Zhang Hoshao, you are now responsible for prying into Subai's whereabouts within the Guan. Chen Zhang, once I give you the news, you will be in charge of traveling to the Demon Clan's realm to decapitate Subai. In that place, your talent darkness will be extremely advantageous. Su Fan will be responsible for cooperating with Chen Zhang's actions, as well as making up for it afterward. Remember, we must completely kill Subai, both to avenge Jinghai and for our own sake. In the meantime, I'll head to the demon race's realm and kill demons to earn merit points, making final preparations for the coming of the winter demon tide. If you guys are in danger, you can also send a signal and I'll back up as fast as I can. Tang Jin sighed. Aye, Captain. The 3 men nodded their heads and retreated with grave expressions. Subai, for today's shame, I'm not only going to let you die, I'm going to make your life worse than death. Stationed indoors. Tang Jin pulled out a satellite phone with an icy face. Hey, old classmate, trouble you to find out for me what kind of people are in Subai's family in the 7th class of the 8th middle school. Barely. Ding. Host kills Demon Race X-147, gaining 347 attribute points. South 23rd District. Subai put away the immortal execution sword and was just about to return to the city wall when the ground beside him shook and hundreds of demon clans suddenly surged in. He fixed his eyes and realized that these demon clans were lured over by a dark shadow. Only this black shadow under the dark night, as if cloaked in a cloak of invisibility in general, without a closer look cannot be found at all. The black shadow lured these demon clans to the southern 23rd district and then performed his body technique to leave, quickly disappearing without a trace. These hundreds of demons lost their target of attack and turned their heads to kill Subai. Under Subai's restraint, 5 minutes passed before most of the hundreds of demons died. A trickle of tiny little blood streams came from the ground and merged into him from the soles of his feet. "Subai, let me help you." This time, Yiruj swept in from the side and joined the battlefield without a second thought. Subai wanted to refuse, but the other party had already carried his lance and killed the demons. At that moment, he stopped talking and just silently accelerated the speed of killing demons. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X243, gaining 1,280 attribute points. Subai, you're awesome, even a Sea Viewing Realm Demon Clan can't even get through 2 moves in your hands. Yiruj's lance was behind his back, and ignoring the bloodstains on his hands, he pulled out snacks and poured them into his mouth. But before she could pour it out, she squeezed the bag tightly with a swish. "That, Subai, do you want to eat it?" Subai shook his head. "Still so high and mighty, when are you going to teach me the sword skills you promised to teach me? I've even bought the sword now." And Yiruj started chattering again, and Subai sheathed his long sword and turned around to go back to the city wall. When he came to the door of the garrison room, he found Shu Wei waiting for him here. "Something wrong?" "Cough cough, just now that wave of demons was lured over by the people from the underworld squad, I was thinking of helping you out a bit, but I didn't expect you and Yiruj to be so strong in battle." Shu Wei smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Thanks." Subai nodded and pushed the door to go in. "Hey! Elementary school boy, wait." Just as Subai was about to close the door, Shu Wei snatched a step ahead and stuck in the doorway. Without a second thought, he forced his way in by virtue of his slim figure. "It's like this, I heard that you have body tempering goldstone in your hand, and I want to trade with you." When Subai exchanged his merit points, he didn't exchange the body tempering goldstones, so all 4 body tempering goldstones were still in his hands. Shu Wei came here mainly to exchange the body tempering goldstone to quench his body and improve his fighting strength. After all, the winter demon tide, it's coming soon. Which piece? Subai placed the 4 pieces of body tempering goldstone on the table. "This one from the sea watching realm is enough." Shu Wei pointed to one of the small pieces. Subai pushed a sea viewing realms and a body tempering goldstone of the royal wind realm to Shu Wei. "The other piece, bring it to the southern demon for me." Water froze. "She saved my life." Subai said this and silently lit a cigarette. The smoke curled up, reflecting his white face, and hazily seemed to veil him in a veil of holiness. Shu Wei, who had always disliked boys smoking, was mesmerized at the moment. Returning to her senses, Shu Wei had wanted to trade merit points with Subai, but she was rejected by Subai. In the end, she insisted on leaving 2 clear white balls before walking out the door. This is the instantaneous movement orb, which allows one to instantly move a distance of 10 miles. It was originally a strategic item, but because the winter demon tide is coming, the logistics department has opened up the exchange. In addition, the logistics department has also released some goodies, as well as sword techniques, so Subai, you can go and take a look. "See you later, little brother." Shu Wei's spirit power transmission drifted over, slightly flirtatious in tone. Subai didn't reply to her, but was closing the door towards the logistics department. He needed to learn a new sword technique too. Chapter 25 Grade A Cluster Injury Sword Technique. At this time, the time slot for the demon attack had just passed, and the logistics department of Tianmen Pass was crowded with demon killers who had come to exchange their merit points. I don't know who recognized Subai who had come here, and with a cry of alarm, everyone looked towards the back. The crowd exclaimed in shock and consciously made way, but no one came forward to greet Subai after his reputation for being high in cold spread. He made his way through the crowd and into the supplies exchange at the back of the merit point exchange. It was a small steel building isolated separately, with 3 floors. In the past, when he came here, only 1 floor was open, but at this time, all 3 floors were open, brightly lit, and covered with demon slayers who had come to exchange supplies. Only most of the people were gathered on the first floor, and the upper 2 floors were sparsely populated. The first level Subai had already wandered around many times and didn't have what he was looking for. He went straight to the second floor. "Subai, you're here?" As soon as Fong Qing, who had just been transferred here and was responsible for managing the second floor, saw Subai, she immediately greeted him warmly. "Let me show you around, there's a lot of good stuff inside the second floor." "No need." Subai declined her offer and strolled around on his own. Not for long. He then found the clear white ball that Shuei had left behind. Instantaneous ball, you can inject your mind into it, and when you pinch the ball, you can instantly move up to 10 miles away according to your mind. Merit points required for redemption, 50,000. When Subai saw this object, he suddenly remembered Xie Changkong. That demon slayer who had stayed in this place for many years but was only in the sea viewing realm. Perhaps just 2 transient orbs had cost him most of his savings. Otherwise, how could one not even have a decent weapon after all these years? Retract your thoughts. Subai continued to walk. Items on the second floor are more expensive, which explains the sparse numbers. He rolled over to the corner. There was a rather large variety of various martial arts techniques neatly placed here, but they mainly belonged to guns, clubs, and other long-range killing weapons. Sword skills, not a single one. Subai turned around and went up to the 3rd floor. As soon as he walked through the door, he saw a row of B-ranked possessed weapons that emanated a lingering might. These weapons were ridiculously expensive, even the cheapest spirit attachment lance required 300,000 merit points. This was an absolutely astronomical amount for the average demon slayer. No wonder there aren't many people here. Subai, here, the sword technique you want is over here. The 3rd floor is not big. Subai searched for the sound and looked up to see Fong Qing, who was jumping and waving at him. In her hand, she was holding a blue light screen, on which the word Choshui was displayed. Subai walked over and saw the specifics of this sword skill. Grade A cluster injury sword technique Autumn Water, a sword cuts out, the sword aura turns into 3,000, like autumn water swinging away. Merit points required for redemption, 100,000. This sword skill is said to be left behind by a former commander-in-chief. It's very powerful, and the power of the sword on that it transforms into doesn't diminish, it just reduces the scope of the attack. The difference, it's like a cannon and a shotgun. Fong Qing introduced in a serious manner. To get closer to Subai. She had long ago learned everything about swords here. Question, why are there no heat weapons here? Speaking of cannons, shotguns. Only then did Subai realize that there were no hot weapons commonly found in the mainland here, only cold weapons. Such behavior is tantamount to the human race giving up its technological advantage. This. Fong Qing scratched her head, not knowing how to answer for a moment. She hadn't noticed this either. Thermal weapons, the last straw for the human race. This time. The southern demon walked over with an expressionless face. Subai understood what she meant. The demon race, like the human race, was a race with intelligence. Once the human race moves to use thermal weapons, nuclear weapons on the battlefield, it may not be impossible for the demon race to follow suit and learn from it. And after the revival of Aura, they were favored by heaven and earth. Not only were their fleshly bodies strong, but they also had all sorts of innate aptitude, and their might was extraordinary. Coupled with the huge number of demons, if they mastered thermal and nuclear weapons on top of that, it would be an annihilating blow to the human race. Moreover, the human martial artists above the Cheongyu realm, the demon celestial emperors, are not afraid of thermal or nuclear weapons. The southern demon came here and swept a glance at the sword skill Autumn Water, turned around and left. However, when he passed by Subai's side, he couldn't help but stop his footsteps. Your sword, let me see it. Subai's mind moved and the immortal execution sword was sheathed, hanging steadily in front of the southern demon. The other party possessed an A-rank talent, Sword Fiend, and could naturally detect the extraordinary nature of the immortal execution sword. Good sword, too bad it's broken. The southern demon scrutinized it for a moment without taking the sword and turned around to go downstairs. Subai actually still wanted to know why the southern demon would say that strong people above the Cheongyu realm would not be afraid of thermal weapons, or even nuclear weapons, that kind of heaven-destroying and earth-destroying mass murderer. But the other man obviously didn't want to talk about it, and he wasn't in the habit of being a curious baby. Phew! With a thought, the long sword returned to its sheath. Subai exchanged autumn waters, and after exchanging some healing potions and 10 bottles of astringent water, he went back to the garrison room. Ta-da! The Chang'an merit ring lit up and a string of numbers emerged, 501, 312. Ta-da! The number becomes 129. Turning off the merit ring, Subai took out the sword skill Autumn Water. Blue light curtains, standard technological style, contemporary means of recording important information for the human race, designed to prevent theft by the demon race. Subai reached over and sensed his merit ring. The blue light curtain spread out and transformed into a light curtain, on which was recorded the cultivation method of the sword skill Autumn Water. Begin with the sword, gather the spirit and come out, one transforms into 3,000. Stationed indoors. Subai held the immortal execution sword, and with reference to the spell, he began his cultivation. Under the pure sword heart enchantment, he quickly performed this sword skill in a decent manner. Ding! The host has acquired the A-ranked mass wounding sword skill Autumn Water. The current proficiency level is Intro 100, and can be increased. Add 100 points. Ding! Adding points is complete. The current proficiency level of the A-rank group wound sword skill Autumn Water is proficiency 1500. Add 500 points. Ding! Adding points is complete. The current proficiency level of the A-rank group wound sword skill Autumn Water is proficient 2000. Add 2000 points. Ding! Adding points is complete. The current proficiency level of the A-rank group wound sword skill Autumn Water is Master 5000. There are 7 levels of proficiency, and above the Master, there is the Grandmaster, the Realm of Transformation, and the Supreme. Subai did not continue to add points. The proficiency master level, Autumn Water, was already equivalent to a minor consummation. Adding on to this, the direction is towards more refined aspects, such as shortening the length of sword strikes and controlling the sword aura with precision. All of these situations can improve with more casting and there is no rush. He now wants to save up attribute points. Open the Personal Attributes panel. Ding! Host, please look at the big screen. Chapter 26 Blood Explosion Re-Escalation. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Early Royal Wind Realm 93 28 100,000. Optional. Attribute points, 22 143. Physique, 30 1900 Elephant Body. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 50,000. Spirit, 172 Unforgettable. Additions possible, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 500. Talent, Pure Heart of the Sword, B-rank Blood Explosion 50,000. Optional. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Technique Fuyu 3 Swords Proficiency, Tijun, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Technique Autumn Water Proficiency, Master 5000. Optional. Weapon, Pseudo-S Immortal Punisher Sword, Attributes, B Grade Sharpness 200,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Intent Missing 80,000, S Grade Hardness 50,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Formation Missing 80,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Body Damaged 2 million, Immortal Punisher Sword Spirit Missing 2 million. Optional. Now my injuries have been healed, and I've also acquired the Group Injury Sword Technique, Autumn Water. It's time, to earn attribute points. Turning off the attribute panel, Subai came to the quest issuing place. There were more people and squads out these days, and when he came here, there were only 3 quests left on the quest board. First, assassinate 10 demon kings. Secondly, collect demonic crystal cores 300. Third, to explore the ancient cave that appeared within the ancient wolf demon emperor's realm. Subai didn't pick and choose and took them all. You're making so many merit points and you're still going out? I thought you weren't going to take on a quest anytime soon. Qin Tianju, who was carrying an alloy baguette in his arms, walked over from the side. He is attached to the monitoring room and is mainly responsible for supporting the various garrison areas. In addition, they are also responsible for manning unmanned garrison areas when the Demon Slayer is out on a mission. The last time Subai had gone out on a mission, it was the southern 23rd district that Qin Tianju had stationed for him. Hold it! I'll instruct you once more. My last name is Qin, my first name is Tianju. You can call me Old Qin or Tianju, but don't call me by my full name, okay? Good. Subai nodded, and the Chang'an merit ring lit up, transferring 1,000 merit points to Qin Tianju. Hiring someone to cover for an outside mission costs merit points, usually 80 points a day. 10 days. Subai turned to leave after saying that. Qin Tianju looked at the merit points that had arrived, his eyebrows narrowed slightly, then he shouted loudly. 200 more. Subai didn't reply and just waved his hand. Beware of the underworld squad, if you go out on a mission, they're bound to make a move. Tangjin went out 5 days ago. This sentence, Qin Tianju used spiritual power to transmit his voice. Thanks a lot. Subai's voice came back. Qin Tianju smacked his lips and tapped the merit ring in boredom. Handsome. Rich. generous, and polite, and a dual talent possessor, and ridiculously strong in battle. The world's benefits how all to him, damn, favor the old man a little bit of ing do not account for this pain, family, who understand ah? Venting the depression in his heart, Shin Tianju leaned against the city wall and silently lit a cigarette. But then again. Old Xia, you have a good eye, very good, very good. Shin Tianju. A shout came from the distance. I'll ing repeat it to you one last time, my name is Qin, my name is Tianju, you can call me old Qin, you can call me Tianju. But don't you ing call me by my full name, are you okay? By a moon in the sky. Subai crossed the desert and walked into the demon clan's territory. Not long after he left, a dark black, hidden in the darkness of the night figure appeared at this place, and then disappeared a moment later. Although the number of demon camps on the outskirts of the demon realm was high, most of them were only mortal-level demons and were of little value. Subai didn't linger here and continued to go deeper, and it didn't take long before he came to the camp of a demon king. After he had swiftly killed the two sea-viewing realm demon kings inside, he unleashed the master-level A-grade mass injury sword skill, Autumn Water. 3,000 sword-ons burst out like silk, destroying everything. Wherever they passed, the camp crumbled everywhere, and the demon race was put to death. Subai held the immortal execution sword and watched the scene expressionlessly, adding a few swords from time to cut down the demon race that was lucky enough to dodge. In just 3 minutes' time, the large demon king camp was reduced to rubble. The ground was in shambles, and as far as the eye could see, it was all scarlet, with nearly 1,000 corpses of the demon race collapsed in it, and it was bloody and abnormal. A stream of blood gushed out from their bodies, wrapping Subai's body in it. From afar, it was treacherous and demonic, like a translucent blood cocoon. Ding! Host kills demon race X923, gaining attribute points of 12,456. 10 minutes later. Subai arrived at the next demon king's camp. Continue. Slaughter. Ding. Host kills demon race X856, gaining 11,342 attribute points. Next again. Ding. Host kills demon race X839, gaining attribute points 12,133. After Subai finished absorbing the cultivation of this demon king's camp, he leaped up to the nearest ancient tree and sat down on a hidden branch to meditate. The grade A cluster injury sword technique Autumn Water, within a short period of time, he could only use it 3 times, and after 3 times, his spiritual energy would be depleted, and he would have to sit down and meditate to recover his spiritual energy. System, Blood Explosion plus 50,000 points. Ding! Adding points is complete. The current level of Blood Eclipse Blood Burst upgrade is a rank 0/500,000. Grade A Blood Devouring can absorb 1% of the Decapitator's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain bludgeon rate is 20%. In addition, there is a 1 in 100,000 chance of devouring the Decapitator's talent, and the initial level of the devoured talent is all E. The next level is S Blood Devouring, which can absorb 1/10 of the decapitated person's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain bludgeon rate of 30%. In addition, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of devouring the decapitated person's talent, and the initial level of the devoured talent is all E. A 1 in 10,000 chance of absorbing the talent, although not high, Subai understood that it was already terrifying. The current blood devouring not only violated the 3 laws of talent awakening: talent cannot be altered, talent cannot be increased, and talent cannot be created, but it even devoured other talents. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid that the entire human Earth realm would be energized. However, this was something that was unlikely to happen. He possessed such a talent and naturally would not show it easily. Phew! Subai exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Feeling the spirit energy filling his body, he leaped down the ancient tree and prepared to head to the next demon camp. Swish! Just then, there was a sudden coolness behind him, followed by a lance stabbing him in the back. At the same time, 2 long arrows carrying ear-piercing air-breaking sounds shot sharply towards his head. Ha, Subai, you scum, this time I'll see if you die. In the darkness in the distance, a figure with a bow in both hands leaped out. This person Subai recognized, it was the member of the underworld squad, Sufan. However, Sufan did not see the sight of Subai's head being penetrated by a long arrow. He only saw that the 2 arrows, when they touched Subai's head, as if they were hitting a stone with an egg, blinked and shattered into several truncated pieces and fell to the ground. How? These 2 arrows of mine are C-grade alloy weapons, how come they can't break your defense? Chapter 27 Talented Darkness. Su Tian froze in place in shock at the scene in front of him. How could he know that Subai's 100 elephants body was directly immune to C-class weapons? Phew! Before Su Tian could return to his senses, he was nailed in place by Subai with a thunder gun, dead to the world. At the same time, Subai turned around violently and grabbed the lance that was stabbing above his body and flung it. The strong power brought by the 100 elephants' body directly threw a silhouette that had melted into the darkness out. When this silhouette landed, a hard and thick ground was smashed out of a large hole. Without waiting for this figure to get up, the immortal Punisher sword was sheathed, penetrating this person's body in an instant. But on the verge of death, the man still released a flare towards the sky. Barely. Subai added a sword, completely decapitating this person. Losing his spiritual power to sustain him, this person's figure was revealed to be the vice-captain of the underworld squad, Chen Zhang. Swish! Swish! At this point, 2 lines of blood surged towards Subai from Su Fan, Chen Zhang's body. To his surprise, there was a thin black line attached to the bloodline belonging to Chen Zhang. Ding! The host has gained the talent Darkness. Current rank is E rank 0100. E rank talent Darkness, when activated, remain motionless in the darkness for 10 seconds, and you'll become one with your surroundings. The next level is D rank Darkness, and under the E rank effect, there will be 2 seconds of shielded perception when launching an attack, and within those 2 seconds, the attack you launch cannot be perceived. Subai didn't expect that just after upgrading Blood Explosion into Blood Devouring, he had devoured Chen Zhang's talent, Darkness. This talent is not conducive to one's growth, but it is extremely useful. System, Darkness plus 100 points. Ding! Adding points completed, current Darkness level is D01000. The next level is C-level Darkness. In addition to having a D-level effect, it can also activate Darkness Sneaking, which blends into the surrounding environment and is difficult to be perceived, and attacks launched in the sneaking state also have a 2-second shielded perception. Darkness plus 2000. Ding! Adding points completed, current Darkness rank is C rank 08000. The next level is B-grade Darkness. B-grade Darkness has the following attributes of the following levels. In addition, as long as you are in a dark place, you can also get an instantaneous movement effect within 1 meter, which is capped at 3 times per day. Even though Subai's state of mind was smooth, his eyes were still hot when he saw the words instantaneous effect. If he had mastered the C-rank Darkness when he was chased by the many demon kings and demon emperors before, he wouldn't have been so passive. 3 instantaneous transmissions were rare, but with the rest of the effects of the talent Darkness, used well, it might not be impossible to return in one piece. There's even a chance for a full count back. Think about it. Subai breathed in sharply for a few moments. Still, he was patient and waited for his mind to calm down before he began to familiarize himself with this new talent. The human talent is similar to the innate aptitude of the demon race that is born with the highest level of proficiency. It takes no practice to cast it perfectly. Only whether the talent gained from devouring was like that, Subai wasn't sure. But the facts soon gave him the answer. Talents gained from devouring are the same as other innately awakened talents. It can be cast with a thought. Darkness. Subai's body did not move and unleashed the talent Darkness. 10 seconds later, he blends in with his surroundings. Just as he was about to try his hand at dark sneaking, a stream of earth-colored humanoid light swept by. With his superb eyesight, he could see the person's appearance. The person who came was none other than the leader of the underworld squad who had been summoned by the flare Tangjin. Subai, I, Tangjin, hereby swear that I must break you into pieces. Seeing the miserable state of Su Fan and Chen Zhang, Tangjin was enraged, her body trembling, her berserk spiritual energy roaming out of her body, her cultivation at the late stage of the royal wind realm fully unleashed. Affected by this, the ground within 100 meters radius shook wildly, rumbling non-stop, seemingly in response to this rolling oath. Boom click. The ground where Subai was suddenly collapsed down. He didn't hesitate and immediately used Darkness Dive to come to Su Fan's side. The thunder gun that had attacked Su Fan earlier had not yet been retrieved, and he was prepared to use it as bait to attack and decapitate Tangjin. This way. Tangjin also gradually calmed down after a flurry of fury. He stared dead at the thunder gun not far away, but had no tendency to come and take it. Subai, I know you're here, come out and fight, I'll give you a chance to have a fair duel with me. Tangjin roared angrily, and the sound of his added spiritual power, like thunder exploding, shook the dust. Subai didn't say anything and still had a cold gaze, holding the immortal execution sword and hiding at Su Fan's side. But Tangjin, the man's cunning and patience exceeded his imagination. He thought the other guy would come over after some trial and error. But 10 minutes passed in a row, and Tangjin didn't make any moves except for barking a few times in the middle. Just then, Tangjin cautiously stepped out a step forward and picked up the B-grade spirit attachment lance that Chen Zhang had dropped on the ground. He turned the tip of the gun to see a small stain of crimson blood hanging from the tip. This was left behind when Chen Zhang stabbed Subai. However, the power of that shot was resisted by 80% by the 100-elephant body, so it didn't affect him much. Could it be that Subai saw the flare when he was injured and vanished, not even having time to put away the thunder gun? Tangjin's brows furrowed, and the wary look in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Next moment, spiritual energy erupted around him, and the ground soil rose up from the ground, and in just a few moments, he created an earth chamber 50 meters in circumference. Sufan, Chen Zhang, Subai, and himself were all blocked in. The surroundings were filled with dirt, and Tangjin's spiritual energy was involved, and with the attribute of the A-rank talent thick earth, any wind and grass within the earthen chamber could not escape his senses. But he probed dozens of times and never detected a single thing strange. That guy really got away? After contemplating in place for 10 minutes, Tangjin once again took a step forward. At the same time, the dirt in front of him rose up, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a giant hand of mud, grabbing fiercely towards the thunder gun. A maneuver that is very decisive and very deceptive. If Subai hadn't been keeping a close eye on him, he wouldn't have thought that he would suddenly strike. Barely. The thunder gun was grabbed by the giant hand and pulled out from within Sufan's body, flying steadily towards Tangjin. Looks like that guy is really gone. As the thunder gun approached, the wariness on Tangjin's face loosened a bit. But just before the thunder gun fell into his hands, 3 10-meter-wide sword awnings burst out without warning from behind the giant hand of clay. In Tangjin's slightly expectant eyes, these 3 sword awnings split through the giant hand of clay and submerged him. Immediately afterward, Subai's figure appeared, grabbed the thunder gun and threw it violently. With more than 1,000,000 pounds of strength, and the addition of raging thunder power, the thunder gun directly passed through Tangjin's previous location, smashing a deep pit in the ground behind him. The immortal execution sword in Subai's hand received another horizontal slash, and 3 sword-ons appeared with it, chopping at Tangjin's previous position. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. When Subai put the thunder gun into his hand and withdrew 100 meters, the land boundary here was still filled with smoke and dust, and the earth and trees were flying. 3 minutes later, calm was restored all around. Tangjin, who had been cautious earlier, was currently holding Chen Zhang's B-grade spirit attachment lance in both hands and standing motionless. Above his chest, an open gaping hole was unusually eye-catching. At the moment, the light of electric arcs flashed non-stop around this gap, and every time it flashed, it was accompanied by bright red flesh and blood falling. Touchy-feely. A loud clicking sound came from his hand, and the long spear in his hand snapped, a line of blood flying downward from his forehead. At the same time, the clothing on his side exploded, and a swish of crimson blood ran past his waist. In but 3 seconds, his body, in chunks, crashed to the ground. Subai. Although you killed me, you will regret it, for sure. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 28: A Human Man, Using a Sword. Tangjin's spiritual energy from the place where he was dying came together and left behind the last harsh words of his life. Subai leaned against the tree trunk with an expressionless face, absorbing the cultivation that gushed out from Tangjin's remains. No doubt about it. Tangjin was the strongest of all the people he had killed. Talent, heart, mind, all top-notch. Each strike was very cunning, without any sign of surprise. If he hadn't taken advantage of the darkness, it was uncertain who would win or lose. After the cultivation was absorbed and another 10 minutes passed, Subai's taut heart loosened the slightest bit. No matter what, this deadly battle with the underworld squad was his to win. Unfortunately, it didn't absorb Tangjin's thick earth talent. Barely. Bear it. Bear with me. Subai held the thunder gun and wore the corpses of Tangjin's 3 people together like barbecued meat as he arrived at a demon camp. As always, he waited until these demons had eaten the 3 of them dry before he made his move to slaughter the demons. 10 minutes later. The dust has settled. Subai stood on the ruins of the demon race's camp, allowing hundreds of bloodlines to wrap around him. Ding! Host kills demon race X839, gaining attribute points 11,328. 30 minutes, next demon camp. Ding! Host kills demon race X928, gaining attribute points 13,296. Day. The progress of the quest surfaced on the merit ring. 001, 1010. 002? 300. 003? The first quest had been completed, while the second and third quests were to be submitted back at Tianmen Pass. However, Subai had exterminated 5 demon camps and collected more than 4,000 crystal cores. The second mission was overfulfilled. Currently, just one last task to go. Exploring the ancient cave that appeared within the ancient wolf demon emperor's realm. Originally, Subai was prepared to put this quest on the back burner, but after obtaining the talent Darkness, he changed his mind. After all, with this talent, combined with the stacked strength of the Fuyao 3 swords and the 100 elephant body, it might not be impossible to slaughter the demon emperor's camp. System, Darkness plus 8,000. Ding. Adding points completed, current Darkness rank is B rank 50,000. The next level is Class A Darkness. Class A Darkness has the following class attributes. In addition, as long as you are in a dark place, you can also get an instantaneous movement effect within 1 meter, which is capped at 10 times per day. Reporting to the ancient wolf demon emperor, multiple king-level demon camps are now being slaughtered in our realm. The slaughterer's methods are extremely cruel, and now that the demon hearts in the camps of the king-level demon clans are terrified, I hope that you, the demon emperor, will come to the aid of the demon king. Oh, can you detect any special information? On the stone throne, the ancient wolf demon emperor opened his eyes in a depressed manner. From time to time now, he was missing the stone broken sword that he had brought out from the ancient cave. Every time he thought of it, he could not wait to break the damned human race into pieces and retrieve the broken sword. Several times he had rushed out of the demon clan's territory, only to be persuaded back by his men. It wasn't because he was a wimp, but as a demon emperor, he couldn't be bent on having his own way and had to think about his men. Reporting to the ancient wolf demon emperor, a few words have been left behind on each of the massacred demon camps. What's the word? Tianmen Pass Demon Slayer, Xia Chongkong. Xia Chongkong? The ancient wolf demon emperor sniffed and looked at his stomach. Are you sure you heard correctly? And what kind of weapon did the other people who massacred the demon camp make? Judging from the wounds probed, this person used a sword. Could it be him? But how is that possible? The ancient wolf demon emperor thought of Subai at the first moment, but Subai was now equipped with the assassination curse, so as long as he was within the demon clan's territory, he would be sensed by the demon clan's assassination squad. But at the moment there's no movement in the assassination squad. Can it be that it's the woman with the sword who broke into the demon clan's territory and went on a killing spree a long time ago? Report. The Earth Emperor has ordered the ancient wolf demon emperor to send out 30,000 demons to prepare for the winter demon tide 10 days from now. Just then, a winged dragon flew into the palace. So fast, and it actually wants this emperor's 30,000 demon plans, wasn't it only 10,000 last year? The ancient wolf demon emperor frowned. According to the Earth Emperor, the demon sovereign predicted that there is a heaven-defying demon in the human race's Heaven's Gate Pass, and this winter demon tide was brought forward in order to subdue him before he grows. Got it. The ancient wolf demon emperor waved his hand. Ancient wolf demon emperor, the Earth Emperor also said that this heaven-defying demon is a human man with a sword for a weapon. What? The ancient wolf demon emperor sniffed and exclaimed in shock, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. Human man with a sword. Who else could this be but that guy? Pass on this emperor's order, the strongest people of the demon race above the sea viewing realm, gather all of them to support the remaining king-level demon race camps in the middle of this emperor's territory, and notify the demon race assassination squad in the process. Yes. In addition, send a team of demon soldiers to support the excavation of the ancient cave. This winter demon tide, this emperor will also take the treasure to show his head. Ding. Host kills demon race X852, gaining attribute points 13,872. Subai walked all the way and slaughtered 4 king-level demon camps before he arrived outside the ancient wolf demon imperial palace hall. At this moment, about 50 sea-viewing realm demon kings were gathered at the entrance of the palace, carrying rolling black mist with extraordinary might. The one leading them was not an ancient wolf, but an eyed demon emperor on the steps. Listening to their tone, it seemed that they were trying to reinforce the king-level demon race territory under the ancient wolf. Soon, this group of sea-viewing realm demon race then followed this demon emperor and left. Subai's eyebrows twitched as he cast Dark Knight Sneak to quietly follow him. Just when he was only a few meters away from this eye-born demon emperor, Subai stormed out as a killer, and in the space of 2 seconds, the 3 swords of Fuyao followed the Thunderlance. Before this demon emperor could perceive anything, he had already drank his hatred in the northwest. After killing the demon emperor, Subai picked up the thunder gun and once again entered the sneaking state. The ancient demon emperor is dead. Enemy attack. Alert! The 53 demon kings stirred for a while and entered combat. The black mist rolled over, obscuring their figures and making it impossible to see the exact situation. Phew! Just then, a thunderous light suddenly pierced the black fog from it. At the same time, a demon king fell to the ground in response. But instantly, the thunderous light dissipated and everything was calm again. He's among us, spread out. The crowd of demon kings scattered. Seeing this scene, Subai, who was in the sneaking state, silently put away his thunder gun and replaced it with the immortal Punisher sword. Swish! There was no sword flash, just a nearly transparent figure sweeping by in the darkness of the night. In the next moment, a demon king fell to the ground silently. Such a scene kept happening until there were only 10 or so demon kings left before the crowd of demon kings reacted and fled in all directions. But them, how could they be faster than Subai of the Royal Wind Realm? 10 minutes later. Along with the last demon king falling to the ground, Subai's figure was revealed. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X54, gaining 5,500 attribute points. Chapter 29, The Eternal Moon. Sheathe your sword. Subai finished absorbing his cultivation and once again sneaked back to the ancient wolf demon emperor's palace. It was late at night, and the hall was brightly lit, with a large number of incoming and outgoing demon clans whose strength was at least at the Spirit River realm. A place with a light source could not be sneaked. Subai poured a bottle of astringent water towards his body and walked in as the demon emperor he had beheaded earlier. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. On the way, the demon clans they bumped into bowed and saluted with great respect. Relying on his demon emperor status, Subai came straight to the back of the palace. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. A small demon of the floor and mountain realm bumped into him and bowed in panic. Where is the ancient wolf demon emperor now? The demon emperor is practicing in the Moonwatch Hall. Subai turned to leave. The little demon watched his departing back from where he was and scratched his head in confusion. The ancient moon demon emperor is a bit strange. The demon emperor cultivates with him every day at this time. Can he even forget this? Next moment. A large hand of spiritual energy directly crushed his head. Ancient moon demon emperor. When the Spirit River realm little demon that had just walked over saw this scene, he immediately prostrated himself in fear, not daring to utter a single breath. He was afraid that the demon emperor in front of him would kill even him if he didn't get his way. Dragged out and dealt with. Subai spoke coldly. Your Honor, as you wish. The Spirit River realm little demon's head struck the ground with a rumble. Subai glanced at him and turned toward the highest stone palace, the Moonwatch Palace. The ancient wolf demon emperor belonged to the wolf demon clan of the demon race, and it was stated on the demon race atlas that the cultivation method of the wolf demon clan was to look at the moon, absorbing the chi of the moon and condensing the moon spirit power. Ancient moon demon emperor. Ancient moon demon emperor. Ancient moon demon emperor. There were 9 floors in the Moonwatch Palace, and because of its unique location, there were demon clans from the wolf demon clan practicing on each floor. Subai walked all the way, and feeling his cultivation aura of the royal wind realm, all the demons stopped their cultivation and bowed. Just like that, under the rising and falling salutes of the demons, Subai arrived at the 9th floor of the Moonwatch Palace. The view from here is so open that you can look up and see the bright moon in the sky. It seemed to be the proximity that made the moon here look so much bigger than the layers below. At this moment, the ancient wolf demon emperor was tilting his neck and staring blankly at the moon. Silky soft beams of light, visible to the naked eye, continuously filled in around him, intermingling with the spiritual energy around him and surging into his body. A great demon at the level of demon emperor had taken on a human form. The ancient wolf demon emperor did not differ much from the human race except for his long, silvery hair. Guyu, you got things done? The ancient wolf demon emperor stopped cultivating and turned his head to look at Subai behind him. Subai nodded. The lookout is often there, but not constant. The ancient wolf demon emperor looked towards the moon in the sky, his eyes suddenly swept over a few points of melancholy. Ancient moon, do you think there is an eternal moon in this world that can be used by the wolf demon race for cultivation every day? Subai shook his head. I knew you weren't sure. The ancient wolf demon emperor waved his hand, and a yellowed and aged children's science magazine fell into his hands. He rubbed his hands on his robe and very carefully turned one of the pages. Look, this is the eternal moon within the human race, and it is said that with the addition of thunder and lightning, this moon will stay bright. You say, if the two of us, brothers, get such a treasure and cultivate it all day long, then isn't this Earth Emperor, Heaven Emperor, or even Demon Zune a matter of course? The reason why my brother went around searching for treasures is so that one day, he can find a treasure forged in the ancient times of the human race for my brother to cross the Shanghai Pass and go to the interior of the human race to snatch back this eternal moon. Subai looked at the large light bulb displayed on the magazine and fell into deep thought. But you don't need to worry about any of this, my brother will think of a way to do it, you just need to cultivate. That ancient cave left behind by the human race is about to be opened. At that time, my brother will first allow you to choose a handy divine weapon, and you will be responsible for making a name for our two brothers at the winter demon tide 10 days later. My brother, on the other hand, is responsible for sneaking into the interior of the human race and getting this eternal moon. The ancient wolf demon emperor had a longing face. Unaware of the bright moon overhead, it was suddenly covered by layers of dark clouds. Swish! 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 When the dark clouds covered the moon, Subai flashed 3 times, holding the immortal execution sword and performing the Fuyao 3 swords, slashing fiercely down towards the ancient wolf demon emperor's head. At the same time the thunder lance was thrown out, over 1,000,000 pounds of power pouring down, carrying humongous thunder and locking onto his chest. The ancient wolf demon emperor, as a late-stage royal wind realm powerhouse, was not slow in his reaction, and when he sensed the crisis coming, he offered up a body protection treasure. However, under the immortal execution sword that had been enchanted with the twofold Fuyao 3 swords, this magic treasure was cleaved into 2 halves in less than 3 seconds. Without his protective mantle, the thunder gun directly penetrated his chest. The berserk might carried on it directly blasted a large hole in his hardened demonic body. Barely. 3 sword-ons reappeared above the ancient wolf demon emperor's head, declaring the end of this battle. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X1, gaining 200 attribute points. 5 minutes later. Subai finished absorbing his cultivation and scavenged on the ancient wolf demon emperor for a while, then destroyed the magazine and went downstairs. Thanks to the ancient wolf demon emperor's body protection treasure, as well as the effect of the Moonwatch Palace material, this battle didn't move much. When Subai came down, there was still a group of wolf demons who were pulling their necks to practice. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Subai nodded. Next moment. The A-ranked mass injury sword skill Autumn Water was unleashed, directly regimenting the demon race on this floor. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X334, gaining 6,340 attribute points. After absorbing his cultivation, Subai meditated in place and came to the next level after recovering his spiritual energy. Ding! Host kills Demon Race 523, gaining attribute points 8,930. Next level. Ding! Host kills Demon Race 627, gaining 9,820 attribute points. Ding! Host kills Demon Race 724, gains attribute points 11,230. Ding! Host kills Demon Race 824, gaining attribute points 13,212. After Subai finished killing the Moonwatch Hall, he rolled over to several surrounding halls to go on a massacre. An hour had passed, and the Demon Emperor's camp, which had previously been brightly lit and had a large number of traveling demons, was littered with wreckage, rivers of blood, and a fishy smell that rushed to the heavens. A sword-wielding back figure stood on top of the Great Hall, his hands propped up, absorbing the lines of blood that gathered from all directions, just like the presence of a god. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X6423, gaining attribute points 92,310. Another hour later. Subai walked out from the palace. When he left, he took tens of thousands of stone bricks with him, intending to go back and study them to learn the reason for their strong defense. Just then, a pterodactyl flew over. Reporting to the ancient Moon Demon Emperor, now that the human cave has been opened, the ancient Fury Demon King has asked me to inform you and the ancient Wolf Demon Emperor to go ahead and retrieve the treasure. Chapter 30, Stranger Seeking Snow. This emperor's elder brother is in cultivation, this matter is left to this emperor's full discretion, take this emperor over. Subai pointed his toes and leaped onto the back of the winged dragon. The latter felt the aura of the royal wind realm on his body, and no one dared to disobey him, inciting his wings and leaping into the air. Not for long. He then brought Subai to the bottom of a gloomy mountain. This place was surrounded by ancient trees, huge boulders towering, and stone bricks scattered everywhere, filling it with an ancient desolation. The moment. Thousands of demons were constantly hugging the stone bricks outward from a gaping hole in the stone bricks. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Seeing Subai, every demon race bowed and saluted, their faces swept away their fatigue, and they worked even harder. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor, the ancient fiend Demon King is now inside the cave. The winged dragon said. Subai didn't say anything and turned around. Seemingly thinking of something, he turned to look at the pterodactyl. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor, do you have any orders? The winged dragon bowed and asked. In the blink of an eye. His massive head fell to the ground. When the surrounding demons saw this, they originally used to walk, but this minute they directly ran. But after a piece of sword awnings passed, all the demon race died in a clean sweep. Ding! Host kills demon race X1223, gaining attribute points 17, 234. Subai looked around to make sure that there were no living souls before he walked into the cave. All the demons encountered on the way died under the immortal execution sword. Half an hour later, Subai walked to the end of the hole. It was a wide stone hall with a night pearl inlaid in the head, reflecting the earth-colored stone tiles, which looked brilliant and very atmospheric. Dozens of demons were gathering in the middle of the large hall, clearing the cluttered stone tiles inside. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Ancient Moon Demon Emperor. Subai walked into the main hall, and the surrounding demon clans put down their hands and bowed. However, what greeted them was a sword blade that swung away like autumn water. After this move, there were only a few demon clans left in the field that survived. At this point, a wolf demon clan Demon King suddenly leapt out from behind a stone wall and subdued the few demons that didn't die. Second brother, I know what you're thinking. In human terms, this is called killing a demon to silence it. It was hard for our three brothers to find this treasure, so naturally we can't let the slightest bit of information leak out. How about it, second brother? Am I handy? Even though I've been supervising the work here all this time, I haven't been lazy at all. I've been practicing all the time. Here, Ergo, come and look. This is the good stuff I found in here. This wolf demon beckoned, and Subai walked over with an expressionless face. Then, with an inviting expression on his face, he gave him a thunder shot that came out at full force. Second brother, you. I understand, you even want to kill your own brothers in order to monopolize the treasure. Good. So ruthless. Ding. Host kills Demon Race X64, gaining 1,250 attribute points. Subai kicked the ancient fiend corpse away and walked over. Soon. He then came to a sarcophagus that had been opened a crack. He frowned and shot out to lift the lid of the coffin. This was while backing up tens of meters in case there was any kind of mechanism in it. 10 minutes passed, and seeing no movement inside the coffin, Subai walked over. There was no treasure in the sarcophagus, only a stunningly beautiful female corpse dressed in white robes. This female corpse was so lifelike that it was as if it could wake up at any time, with no hint of what a dead body should look like. In addition, inside the sarcophagus, there are some ancient inscriptions carved. System, translate. Back to the host, the text inside the coffin reads, 15 years of the Vanguard calendar, stranger seeking snow. What era is the Vanguard calendar? Back to the host, the Vanguard calendar is about 10,000 years away. 10,000 years, how is that possible? Subai once again looked at the stranger seeking snow in the coffin. 10,000 years, the corpse does not decay. Is this the efficacy of the sarcophagus, or is this person too strong? And right now, it's only been a few decades since the recovery of the aura, so why are these people who existed 10,000 years ago emerging? Could it be that they, 10,000 years ago, had a premonition that the aura would be revived during the present time? Or... Subai thought in place for a long time, not having much of a clue, so he stopped dwelling on it and turned around to go to the rest of the hall. What he didn't notice was that as he turned to leave, the stranger seeker in the coffin blinked. Subai strolled around for a while and didn't find anything good within the Great Hall, so he recorded it and turned around to leave. But just as he reached the entrance to the main hall, he turned back and put the lid on the sarcophagus. On the way out, he got some stone bricks to fill up the hole, and to prevent any demons from discovering it, he moved hundreds of boulders to press on top of this boundary. Break the Heaven's Gate Pass and destroy the human race. Break the Heaven's Gate Pass and destroy the human race. Break the Heaven's Gate Pass and destroy the human race. In the shadowy and extremely dark demon race camp, nearly 50,000 demon race members gathered together, black mist surging, and their voices shaking the heavens. However, what none of them, including the leading demon emperor, had realized was that under the nearest tree to them stood a humanoid figure that blended in with its surroundings. This person was none other than Subai. He had set his sights on this demon emperor camp when he came out of the ancient wolf demon emperor's realm. The demon emperor in charge of this place belongs to the Stone Spirit clan. His name is Pan Shan, and his cultivation level is in the middle of the royal wind realm. Originally, Subai had planned to slaughter them directly, but when he learned that 50,000 demons were going to be gathered here to participate in the winter demon tide, he changed his mind and prepared to save up more attribute points. Break the Heaven's Gate Pass and destroy the human race. Broken. Such a distance to face nearly 50,000 demon race, feel this strong murderous aura, even spare Subai, also feel a heart palpitation. You can imagine how shocking the winter demon tide will be. Great. Just then, a muffled voice came. A moment. An old man with a head full of green leaves appeared right in the middle of the field. Wood Dragon Demon Emperor. Wood Dragon Demon Emperor. Wood Dragon Demon Emperor. Nearly 50,000 demons roared in unison when they saw the old man. Ah, good, very good. Wood Dragon Demon Emperor stroked his beard and smiled, his powerful breath spread out, and the demon race in the field immediately stood straight and silenced. Peak Windstorm Realm Powerhouse? Subai's eyes moved slightly. But immediately afterward, he detected a different aura in this Wood Dragon Demon Emperor's aura. This aura was intangible and qualitative, but it gave him an extremely terrifying pressure. Is this, in fact, the mood? The Wooden Heaven and Earth Emperor sent this emperor to come and lead you to attack the Heaven's Gate Pass during the winter demon tide. Are you willing to do so? The Wooden Sky Demon Emperor said in a loud voice. Yes. 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 The crowd of demons chanted in unison. Since that's the case, then next, this emperor will lead you, and together we'll break through the human Heaven's Gate Pass. After Wood Dragon finished speaking, he whispered a few words to Pan Shan, who instantly nodded and left. After this, Wood Dragon dismissed the crowd of demons and walked into the largest tent in the camp. Subai was initially prepared to behead the demon emperor of this place at this point, but this was for Pan Mountain. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor at the moment was most likely a powerful person who had comprehended the realm of intent and was about to break through to the 5th level of martial artist, the prodigious realm. Facing a demon emperor of this level, with his current strength, it would be difficult to kill them in seconds. System, open the Personal Attributes panel. Chapter 31, The Realm of the Sword. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Subai. Cultivation, mid-range of the Royal Wind Realm 43, 212 100,000. Optional. Attribute points, 302, 828. Physique, 45 60 200 Elephant's body. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 50,000. Spirit, 457 Unforgettable. Additions possible, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 500. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, A rank Blood Eater 0 500,000, B rank Darkness 0 50,000. Optional. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fuyu 3 Swords Proficiency, Tijin, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, Master 38 25,000. Optional. Weapon, Pseudo-S Immortal Punisher Sword, Attributes, B Grade Sharpness 0 200,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Intent Missing 0 80,000, S Grade Hardness 0 50,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Formation Missing 0 80,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Body Damaged 0 2 million, Immortal Punisher Sword Spirit Missing 0 2 million. Optional. System, Cultivation plus 56, 788. Ding. Adding points completed, current cultivation level Early Prosperity Realm 0 3 million. Ding. Spiritual attributes have reached 500, a qualitative change has occurred, congratulations to the host for obtaining giftedness. Gifted, very capable of learning and catching on to anything very quickly. Ding. Detected that the host's cultivation has entered the prosperity realm, but has yet to comprehend the realm of intent, please select the realm of intent. You can pick your own? Back to the host, as long as the host wants to get the realm, the system has it, still please choose the realm. Sword Intent. Ding. The distribution of the sword's intent is complete. The system tone fell. Subai's body then erupted with a stern sword intent. At the same time, the immortal execution sword on his back let out a crisp sword sound, unsheathing itself and rotating around him. The Earth Emperor from where has descended, I apologize to the Wooden Dragon for having missed the welcome, I hope the Earth Emperor will forgive me. The Wood Dragon Demon Emperor, who was in the midst of his cultivation, sensed this overpowering intent and hurriedly swept out of the camp, bowing to meet him. A wooden dragon? Subai manifested as a wolf demon. Yes. The wood dragon demon emperor felt the sword intent on him and his body bent even lower. This bending over caused a head full of green leaves to hang down, revealing his twig-like torso. From these few characteristics, it could be concluded that he was of the tree demon clan recorded in the Demon Clan Atlas. I don't know what is the purpose of the Earth Emperor's descent here. My elder brother is the wooden heaven and earth emperor, and he is most fond of making good friends in the world, so if there is nothing else for you to do, you can follow me to go and have a talk. Whatever, you deserve it. I have made a mistake in my words, please forgive me, Earth Emperor. When the wood dragon demon emperor heard this, he directly knelt on the ground, trembling. I came here to ask you to borrow something. Earth Emperor, please speak, as long as it's something wood dragon has, wood dragon will do whatever it wants. The wood dragon demon emperor bowed his head and spoke in a high voice. Lend you a leaf from your head. Wooden dragon obeys. Without the slightest hesitation, the wood dragon demon emperor ripped off dozens of green leaves from his head and got up to respectfully present them. The green leaves on the head of the tree demon clan were the result of their cultivation, and ripping off the green leaves would cause their cultivation to regress if they were light, or damage their foundation if they were heavy. But more than that, the wood dragon demon emperor wished not to offend the earth emperor in front of him at the moment. After all, the demon race had a strict hierarchy, and those of higher rank could beat and kill those of lower rank with abandon. I told you, I'm only borrowing a leaf from your head. The earth emperor atones, it's wood dragon's fault. The wood dragon demon emperor swished and fell to his knees, and as soon as he dropped the large handful of green leaves in his hands, he took another most colorful leaf from the top of his head. Pust. When this green leaf was removed, the wood dragon demon emperor spat out a mouthful of turquoise blood on the spot, his cultivation falling from the peak of the royal wind realm to the early stage of the royal wind realm. But even so, he didn't dare to have a single bit of dissatisfaction because the person in front of him was a demon earth emperor who was one level above him. Earth Emperor, here are the greens you asked for. The wood dragon demon emperor cupped the green leaves and raised them above his head, his tone filled with decadence. It was a world away from what it had looked like before when he first entered the place. Aha! Subai's two fingers reached out and clamped this delicate and colorful green leaf that looked like a newborn. The wood dragon has the audacity to ask, what does the Earth Emperor want with the wood dragon's green leaves? Take your life. Ha! The wood dragon demon emperor raised his head abruptly. Next moment, a piece of green leaf, which was mixed with sword intent, sliced past his neck. Ding! Host kills demon race X1, gaining 200 attribute points. When there is a sword in the heart, everything can be a sword, that is the intent of the sword. Subai's eyes flashed two long sword shadows, and a moment later the long swords transformed into a piece of chaos, from which everything in the world was born and rolled over to form the swords again. Week after week, it's like a cycle. For a long time. Subai came back to his senses. Time had only passed a few minutes, but he felt like tens of thousands of years had passed. It was only at this moment that he truly understood what the realm of intent really was. He also understood why even a heavenly pride at the level of the southern demon would be stuck in this realm and be unable to break through. System, Physique plus 39, 234. Ding! Adding points is complete, the current physique has reached 50,000, a qualitative change has occurred, congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of 1,000 elephants. Body of 1,000 elephants, immunity to damage from weapons of grade B including grade B or below, immunity to damage caused by possessed weapons of grade B or below, 90% reduction from possessed weapons of grade B. In addition, one may possess the power of 1,000 elephants. The cultivation level broke through the prodigy realm, and the various attributes gained a significant increase, and Subai's attribute points for improving his physique were subsequently less. When the physical enhancement was complete, Subai raised the sharpness level of the Immortal Punisher sword to grade A again. Visible to the naked eye, the stone chips on the body of the Immortal Punisher sword fell a lot more. In certain places, the azure-colored body of the Immortal Punisher sword could even be clearly seen already. The Immortal Execution sword seemed to have sensed the changes in itself, and intimately crossed in front of Subai's heel, the sword chirping continuously. It seems that you can't wait to kill demons as well. Subai held the Immortal Punisher sword and walked into the Demon Emperor's camp with an indifferent face. Soon, the Autumn Water General sword awnings kept swinging away, and with the sword's intent added, even the Sea Viewing Realm's Demon King couldn't resist a single sliver of it. About 50,000 of the demon race were slaughtered by Subai in just an hour's time. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X49, 810, gains attribute points 321, 369. Earth Emperor, we've already tracked down the trail of this human race. This person is now inside the Rocky Mountain Demon Emperor's Demon Clan camp. With his brutal character, I'm only afraid that he's already launched a massacre now. This emperor would like to see what human race dares to slaughter dozens of demon camps in a row. Gather 100 members of the Demon Emperor level assassination team. This emperor today will personally lead the assassination. In the sky above the ancient wolf demon emperor's palace hall, a young man dressed in the attire of the demon race's assassination squad shouted in a cold voice and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A few moments later, a whole 100 demon emperor level assassination teams appeared at this place, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into streams of light again. Chapter 32, Vanguard Era. When the young man of the demon assassination team led 100 assassination team demon emperors to the Rocky Mountain Demon Emperor camp, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. The large demon emperor's camp was reduced to ruins, tens of thousands of demonic remains were spread all over the place, and blood flowed horizontally, dyeing the territory a fishy red. Above this place, a wolf demon race Earth Emperor was hanging in the air, his hands spread out, and tens of thousands of thin lines of blood streams converged towards him as if they were waves. The crowd of demons saw the scene for the first time, and for a while, their eyes were round and shocked. Damn it, this guy is the illusion of that human race. All the demon emperors listened to the order. Follow this emperor together and break this damn human race into pieces. The moment the young man's words fell, he had already disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already holding a short red blade and appeared 10 meters in front of this wolf demon Earth Emperor. He was just about to make a move when a handful of rocks flew at him head-on. Human, is this your means of attack? The young man smiled disdainfully, but in an instant, a long sword shadow was attached to each stone. Bared. Under the sword intent enhancement, these stones directly tore through the space of this place and killed towards the young man. The young man was also an Earth Emperor, and he had already flown out when he sensed this sword intent. However, his move landed the Demon Emperor in the rear. The realm of intent, against those without it, had an extremely terrifying suppression. The Demon Emperors standing in the front row were unable to react in time, and were blocked by this intent, unable to move. One could only watch as these stones with sword intent attached to them, pierced through his body. After one strike, the 7 Demon Emperors in the front row fell to the ground and smashed into a pile of demonic wreckage, their lives and deaths unknown. Good tactic, human race. I was prepared to do this during the winter demon tide, but you, I guess, won't be able to see it. The young man laughed in anger as he held his short blade horizontally and disappeared into the void once again. At this moment, the rear Demon Emperor level Demon Assassin squad also acted, assassinating against the intent suppression. Nearly 100 Demon Emperors and an Earth Emperor struck out together, and the black mist they carried up directly enveloped the void within a 1,000-meter radius. Demon Earth Emperor? Above the void. Subai fully absorbed his cultivation. He reached out and the immortal execution sword fell into his hand. Die! Suddenly, the young man's figure emerged from the front of Subai, and between the swinging of the short blade, he seemed to take Subai's head straight. It was his original way of assassination. Other demons go for attacking and killing from the surroundings, and focus on surprise, but he's different. He goes for the front, focusing on the surprise of surprise. However, he didn't expect that Subai would be so calm and not panic in the slightest when facing such a level of assassination. Boo! The weapons of the two clashed together, and the berserk power instantly revitalized the surroundings. The sand and rocks rolled chaotically, and the void shook. Nearly 100 Demon Emperors on the side, affected by this, all fell back dozens of steps uncontrollably. Because the collision between the two was not just a contest of strength, spiritual power, but also a contest of intent. They originally thought that this scenario would last for a long time, but they never imagined that the young man would only last for 3 seconds before he flew out upside down, spitting blood in the air. By the time he stabilized his figure, he was already pale and his gaze was horrified and scornful. You, what kind of intent is this? Why is it so overpowering, so strong? Subai didn't reply, only caressing the long sword in his hand. How could it be sword intent? How could it be? This kind of intent has been severed since the age of the ancients. How could you, a weak human race, be able to comprehend it? Ancient era, what does it mean? Subai asked out loud. Ha, human race, do you think I'll tell you, you die of this? You don't think that only you human race will blockade us, do you? To tell you the truth, we, the demon race, have likewise blocked your human race, but these things, your human race won't have the chance to know. After this winter demon tide, there will be no more people in the world. Kill! The young man roared, and nearly 100 Demon Emperors' bodies shook as they went forward to kill towards Subai. He himself, in the meantime, fled as a stream of light. Swish! 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 After the 3 autumn water sword manifestations, there were only a few demon emperors with strong physiques left in the field, but they were quickly cut down by Subai. Ta-da! Subai fell into the ground and replenished the 7 demon emperors who had just fallen. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X100, gains 20,000 attribute points. After absorbing the cultivation. Subai recalled what the young man had said and couldn't help but look in a certain direction. The 15th year of the Vanguard calendar, stranger seeking snow. After pondering for a long time with his eyes closed, he came up with a very frightening thought. The human race's past 10,000 years ago was blocked by the demon race. Subai pondered for a long time, and was unable to speculate on what it would have been like 10,000 years ago. Is it true, again, as recorded, that man was transformed by the ancient ape, and that the ape is the ancestor of the human race? Do you think so? Subai recovered his real body and looked at the mini blue star hanging around his neck. Back to the host, history, by nature, is a plaything written by the victors, and the truth, perhaps, will not exist in the books. Subai turned over the Demon Clan Atlas, and what came into his eyes was the Ape Demon Clan, and the first sentence of the introduction above was Ape Demon Clan, one of the 10 royal clans of the Demon Clan, with a powerful body and human-like intelligence. Snap! Subai closed the book and pondered between his brows for a while, but he didn't come up with anything. He then stopped thinking and opened the ranking column on the Chang'an merit ring, and 2 numbers surfaced on it, 65. Turn off the merit ring. Subai pointed his toes and rode in the air, but in a moment, he arrived at the next Demon Emperor's camp. Because there were only a few days left before the winter demon tide, more than 30,000 demon race members were gathered in the Demon Emperor's camp at this time. For a Demon Earth Emperor of the same level, Subai could defeat and decimate it, but he couldn't kill it in seconds, and the opponent's escape couldn't be stopped. That's why the Demon Emperor's camp is still the first choice for now. It's just that there are fewer demons here. Subai held the immortal execution sword, his footsteps were calm and his expression was indifferent as he walked in. Reporting to the Demon Emperor, a wild human race has been discovered. What human curmudgeon dares to trespass on my white snake Demon Emperor's territory? Little ones, take him down. Kill the people, eat their blood. The crowd of demons swarmed to the scene, more than 30,000 demons poured out together, the black mist surging, like a big wave of flood tide. The sound was horrifying. This was the result of Subai deliberately hiding his breath. Killing them one by one is somewhat time-consuming, gathering them together is much less time-consuming. When all 30,000 demon clansmen surged out, Subai's long sword shook, and his sword intent scattered in all directions. In an instant, all the demon clans below the sea viewing realm all prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to move. The demon king of the sea viewing realm wasn't much better, able to move, but suppressed, unable to send out half of his strength. The only ones who were better in the field were those 2 demon emperors of the royal wind realm. Not good, it's a prosperity realm powerhouse, go! Go! The 2 demon emperors fled without a moment's hesitation. But for a moment. A light of thunder and a light of blue flashed out from behind them. Before they could react, they were cut down one by the thunder gun and the immortal execution sword. At the same time, the blue waves of the autumn water sword mantle rippled, and the large demon emperor's campsite was turned into a cultivated hell in an instant. Is Subai not back yet? Chapter 33's grade talent, Heavenly Tao. I don't know, I visited his garrison room today and only saw Qin Tianju. The city walls. Yiruja's small hand cupped the snack bag, her gaze despondent as she looked out of the Heaven's Gate Pass. Above the sandy desert is a dark fog. This is a sign of the gathering of the demon army. According to the speculation of many old demon killers, this time the winter demon tide is expected to be advanced. Right now most of the demon slayers who had gone out sensed the abnormality and rushed back to Tianmen Pass. But there was no Subai in this. If he doesn't come, the division of the area in charge of this winter demon tide might not be able to pick any good places. Shui on Yiruja's side frowned. Each winter tide is divided into zones based on strength. But whether you're killing the strongest of the demons or just people in general, you have a choice. With Subai's reputation in Tianmen Pass at this point in time, he was bound to be classified in the top 15 region. But he's not there, there's no choice but to take what's left over from someone else's picking. In Tianmen Pass, such a place of walking on the tip of the knife, even if it is a little cute. I know that the further back you go in the garrison, the better your chances of survival. Moreover, the winter demon tide this time, the demon race has sent out a large army, unprecedented horror, so you can imagine the difficulty of stationed in the forefront area. Now many demon hunting squads and teams have already formulated their constituency boundaries. According to the information that Shui had obtained, even the Yanwang squad, which ranked first among the demon hunting squads, had not included the top 3 garrison areas in its selection. So that once Subai didn't show up, it was likely that he would be reduced to manning the first 3 districts in the north and south. This guy, it's really worrying. The people from the underworld squad didn't come back either, will he? No, Subai won't die, I believe in him. Yi Ruja's eyes were filled with determination. You trust him that much? Shui was a little surprised. I don't know, I just think he's different from the average person, like, one can trust him unconditionally. Yi Ruja's eyes trembled slightly. She'd never felt this way about anyone, even her parents, the clan. It was because her talent was not some B-grade talent, but the talent known as Heaven's jealousy and mercilessness, Heaven's way. Possessing this talent, her cultivation speed was fast, and as long as she sensed a breakthrough bottleneck, she could break through with a single movement of her mind, as if the heavenly Tao was helping her. The only drawback, however, is that it is emotionless, i.e., it is a mind as quiet as water, not bound by worldly emotions. But ever since she met Subai, she had inexplicably developed a favorable impression of this boy. Even though he was ignoring her, she still thought of him from time to time. When she went out on the mission for the first time, although Xie Chankong said that Subai had already gone back, she was clear that Subai was still there and was facing life and death dangers. At that time, she somehow just had to go out of her way to wait for him, as if she was possessed. She had a premonition that it was her gift that was influencing her. Tendo wants her to guard him, to fight tooth and nail to save him. It was as if, to the heavenly Tao, he, more than anything else in this world, was important. And she realized that her emotions would only loosen up if she stayed with Subai. This was true when Xie Chankong sacrificed himself, and it was also true when Subai smoked. It was clear that she had never been emotionally loose, yet she had laughed, cried, and teared up in just over a month's time. Yes? Shui cast a meaningful look. But this place, Heaven's Gate Pass, isn't really suitable for romance, oh. Yi Rouge. Of course, as your most solidly ironic BFF, in honor of you guys making it, buy me a snack first. Yi Rouge sniffed her small hands and hid the snack bag behind her back. This is the last half bag of cucumber refreshing flavored chips yet. She's going to keep it and give it to Subai. Petty. Shui cut out, crossed her arms, and was just about to say something when her face suddenly became heavy. Subai had better come back soon. Sister Demon has also given up stationing in the first 3 districts for our safety. The Rakshasa squad has also abandoned the first 3 zones? Yi Rouge was a bit surprised. Nan Demon, an icy and belligerent nature, she had thought that her opponent would just lock the top 3 districts. It can't be helped, this winter demon tide is, most likely, the most terrifying of all times. The two looked beyond the Heaven's Gate Pass. The place that had previously been a desert had, at some point, added a black fog. When the sunlight shone on this place, you could still see the figures of the demon race with huge bodies and ferocious eyes. Dang! 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 All demon slayers listen to the order, all enter the logistics department to select the winter demon tide garrison area, which is now being manned by the surveillance room on behalf of the guards. Let's go, ugh. Shui sighed and came to the logistics department with Yi Rouge. By the time they arrived, many demon slayers had already gathered in the large steel plaza of the logistics department. Although these demon killers are scattered, the common ones are all 5-member squads, a few are 4-member, and very few are 3-member squads. As for the single, there was none. Sister Demon. Shui pulled Yi Rouge to where the southern demon and the others were. Is there no one who chooses to fight solo like I did with Subai? Yi Rouge asked. Sister Demon, there are several other demon hunting squad leaders who fought solo, but they all chose to create demon hunting squads later on. Mizu explained. That mission had so many people completing it? Not really, the conditions for creating a demon hunting squad can also be obtained through other quests, only there is no specific badge to symbolize it. That's right. Yi Rouge nodded her head. Subai's Chang'an order looks good. Should we team up with him? He wouldn't agree to it, would he? Silence. This time. A middle-aged man appeared on the stage, his body's breath spread out, full of oppressive intent enveloping the entire square. The crowd was all energized. It's Army Commander Bright. Water whispered. Last time it was just a demon slayer who just stepped into the prodigy realm in charge of coordinating. I didn't expect this time to rise directly to a military commander, this time the winter demon tide situation is only afraid that it is not optimistic. It wasn't just her. The moment this middle-aged man appeared, many of the demon slayers on the field changed their faces. Rakshasa squad, not considered top 5. The southern demon said in a cold voice. A few of the people in Shui looked at her, but none of them said anything. Tendo squad, not considered top 5. The other side. Yang Tian, the captain of the Heaven's Path squad, also gave the order. Hades squad, not considered top 5. When the top-ranked demon hunting squad also withdrew from the top 5, the crowd of demon killers fell silent. Many of the squad sniffed and pushed back the zones they had originally considered quite a bit. Let's start by dividing the top 15. The middle-aged man murmured. This area will be selected by Subai, Yanwang squad, Heavenly Tao squad, Rakshasa squad, and God of War squad. Yi Rouge. The one with the lowest strength will be given priority to pick. In 3 minutes, Yi Rouge will be the first to pick. Chapter 34, I want to choose with Subai. Soon. 3 minutes passed. Kill the demon Yi Rouge, the first 15 districts in the north and south. Where do you want to pick? The light warlord murmured. Can I pick it later? Yi Rouge replied. Yi Rouge, are you stupid? Don't do that, choose. Don't you want to live? This statement was made. All the demon slayers turned their gazes toward Yi Rouge. The 3 of them, Shui, hurriedly spoke out to persuade them. It was the southern demon who couldn't help but frown when he heard this. However, Yi Rouge didn't change her mind and looked firmly at the stage. Could be. The light warlord spoke out. But I need a reason. I want to pick with Su White. That's okay. A glint of realization flashed in the light warlord's eyes. Next. Under his organization, all of the top 15 regions in the north and south, with the exception of the top 4 in the south 3, were picked away. The last picker, Subai. The voice of the army chief of light resounded through the square. To his surprise, at this time, the crowd of demon killers were silent, no one came up, and no one spoke. That army commander of light, I'd like to ask, this sorting method, is it according to the weakest to the strongest strength? This time. Yang Tian, the leader of the Heaven's Path squad, asked out loud. This statement was made. The demon slayers in the field looked at the lightning army chief. It's a question they want to ask just as much. It was important to realize that the strongest strength in plain sight today was the Yanwang squad and the rest of the demon hunting squads at the top of the rankings. If it was truly the weakest to the strongest, wouldn't that mean that Subai, with his own strength, had suppressed multiple demon hunting squads and asked for the strongest in Tianmen Pass? I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Subai, come up here quickly and pick a garrison area. The light warlord said coldly. Hiss, it's actually true. Subai he. But how is this possible? He, obviously, is only a Sea-View realm. I also find it unbelievable, how could the Yama squad, all of whom are at the Royal Wind realm and are so powerful, be suppressed by a sea-viewing realm? Can it be that Subai has jumped 2 levels in one go and has become a big shot at the Prodigy realm? This reply from the light army commander was tantamount to confirming Subai's identity as the number 1 in terms of strength. Such news was like a heavy bomb that caught the crowd of demon killers off guard and shocked them. Demon sister. Shui looked to the southern demon. The word she had said inexplicably came to mind. No trick. The Rakshasa squad, they don't deserve him. Side by side. The 2 Rakshasa squad members were also stunned in place. How is it possible? How long has it been? Just a little over 2 months at full count, this fellow actually became the strongest in Tianmen Pass. It's too scary. At this rate of progress he's making, won't he be on the battlefield of heaven before long? Handsome, strong, sword cultivator, dual talent possessor, there's no one else. Aside. Yi Rouge couldn't help but hold up her chin as she listened to the discussion between the 2. If Subai was so strong, then she had to follow suit and become stronger. Boom click. Yi Rouge entered the Royal Wind realm in response. You're breaking through, a bit fast. Shui held her forehead. She really didn't want to talk this minute. One Subai even, how come this guy is like that too? If it wasn't for the fact that the information showed that their talents were really only E and B grade. She was about to suspect that this was a talent above S rank that only the chosen one would have. Actually, I was able to make a breakthrough a few days ago, only I was thinking of joining Subai. Yi Rouge battered her mouth with snacks and giggled dully. Aqua. Is Subai not here? The Light Warlord frowned inquiringly as he was slow to see anyone come up to make his selection. Reporting to the military commander, Subai went out on a mission and hasn't returned yet. I'll pick first. Yi Rouge walked onto the stage. She took the list and looked at it, pointing at it. Army Commander Bright, how is it that the ranks of the Spectral Squad have fallen so far behind? They should be guarding the first 15 sectors. The captain of the Underworld Squad, Tang Jin, the vice captain, Chen Zhang, and the team member, Su Fan, are all dead, and the current Underworld Squad, with only Zhang Xiaorua left, does not have enough battle power to station in the top 15 districts. Ooh, good death. Yi Rouge spared a smile. Army Chief of Light. What? Thick Earth Tang Jin is dead? This guy is an A-rank talent and is so cunning and cautious that 3 demon emperors didn't even manage to leave him behind the last time they chased him, so how did he die? Shenzheng Su Fan and the 2 of them are also very difficult to deal with. Even if there are only 3 of them in the Underworld Squad, their battle power is extremely strong, so to die so quickly, I guess there is something fishy. I've heard that the Underworld Squad and Subai don't deal with each other, and I don't know if there's any relationship with Subai. Hiss. If Subai can really kill the 3 main forces of the Underworld Squad all by himself, then he is indeed qualified to be ranked in the front. The crowd of demon slayers burst into a frenzy. Is even Tang Jin not your opponent anymore, Subai? Now, just how strong are you? In the future, can I continue to call you my little brother? Shu Wei recalled the taciturn boy from back then, and then associated him with the scene in the garrison room where he had brazenly discharged his gun, and for a moment she was overwhelmed with thoughts. He, it seems, has been growing wildly. Though the path taken, solitary, cold and uninvolved. Then the next time you break into my garrison room, remember, I dare you to do it. That's so bossy. My sister can't help but be impressed, my elementary school brother. Nizu sighed and collected her thoughts. She twisted her head, and the southern demon remained expressionless. It was as if none of this had anything to do with her at the moment. The 2 of them, they're really alike. That, Army Commander Bright, I'm having trouble choosing, so please bear with me, it might take me a little longer. On stage. Yi Rouge took the map of the area division of the garrison area and looked left and right. From time to time, he raised his head and quietly surveyed the entrance to the logistics department. You have 5 minutes. The Light Warlord murmured. Thank you, Army Commander Bright. Yi Rouge nodded with a smile. 5 minutes later. Army Commander Bright, I've got a bit of a headache, give me a few more minutes to think about it. You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes later. Sorry, Army Commander Bright, I'm a little hungry, let me have a snack first. 3 more minutes. Another 3 minutes later. Army Commander Bright, I'm having thoughts now, please don't rush me, I'll pick it out right away. Last minute. 1 minute later. Army Chief of Light. Choose directly, don't delay any longer, there are still a lot of squads behind us that haven't been divided. Oh. Yi Rouge sighed and reached out to point at the southern 4 districts on the map. Yi Rouge has selected the southern 4 regions, has Subai come yet? Hurry up and come up and select the regions. I'll give you 3 minutes, and if you don't come up here in 3 minutes, I'll take it upon myself to finalize South 1 for you. No need. This time. A cool voice came through. Subai. Chapter 35 I'll take it all. Without waiting for Yi Rouge to exclaim, when Subai's voice rang out, the gazes of the crowd of demon slayers all fell on him. So handsome. He's handsome, not for a day or 2. Don't you guys know, he's now jumped to be the #1 marshal of Tianmen Pass. What a strong aura, this is the Royal Wind Realm. How long has it been, and you've broken through the Royal Wind Realm? The crowd automatically dispersed a direct path to the stage as the surrounding people continued to exclaim in shock, but Subai did not move. Subai, come up to the stage and choose your garrison. The Light Warlord murmured. No need. Subai shook his head. You mean, accepting my arrangement to directly guard the South 1st District? No. Then why don't you come up and choose? The Light Army Chief was a bit confused, and the surrounding demon slayers were also looking at Subai with puzzled faces, not knowing what he was up to. South 1 through South 3, I'll take them all. After Subai said these words, he turned around and leaped onto the city wall as a stream of light. Little did he know that for nearly 3 minutes after he left, no one uttered a single word in the vast steel plaza, and a needle could be heard. Even the commander of the Army of Light, who was responsible for coordinating the division of the Winter Demon Tide garrison area, was in deep thought. It's so pretentious, and for the record, it's so pretentious that I'm convinced. A roar broke the silence. Next moment, the square exploded directly. Just ask the successive Heaven's Gate Pass demon slayers, who the hell dares to make such a bold statement? In the past, the southern demon alone guarded 10 garrisoned areas, but that was already the end of the battle. Now Subai dares to say that under this horrifying wave of demons, it's damn impressive. It's so hot, my husband is the best, who can be half as handsome as my husband? Damn, it feels like all the pussy in the last month or two has been loaded up for this guy, and on the contrary, I still have nothing to say. You say it's infuriating. Come back to your senses. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably as the light military chief looked in the direction Subai had left. This pussy, really good, why did I not think of it before? I'm going to find Subai. Yi Rouge greeted the bright army commander and the Rakshasa squad crowd and similarly transformed into streams of light and leaped onto the city wall. Perhaps because she wasn't very skillful, she almost fell off in the middle of it. Let's go too. Water said. This time, the Rakshasa squad picked South 5. Subai, are you there? Yi Rouge knocked on the door of Subai's garrison room. A few moments later, Subai opened the door. Something? Can't I find you if there's nothing to do? You said you would teach me to practice sword, it's been a long time, what are you? Snap. Before she could react, Subai closed the door. Enough about that, Subai, I really have something to look for you. The door to the room remained closed. Oops, something's really wrong, something big. The door to the room was still closed. That call you made came back. When? Yi Rouge stared dumbfounded at Subai, who appeared in front of her in seconds, and for a moment her head went a little down. No, do you have something against me? You don't even open the door when I call you, and you come out as soon as I say the phone. Subai looked at her expressionlessly. Never mind, see for yourself. Yi Rouge pulled out the satellite phone and handed it to Subai with a huff. Subai glanced at it, and there was indeed a missed call on it. He took the phone and called back. Hey, is that Brother Subai? It's me. Brother Subai, I miss you, when are you coming to see me? Soon. Brother Subai, Xiaoji really misses you, this exam. Xiaoji took first place again. Well, the teacher praised me for being great, but I'm not happy because Brother Subai hasn't praised me yet. Ji is awesome. Aside. Yi Rouge, who heard these words, was directly petrified in place. This guy is so high-strung. Surprisingly. And complimenting people? Thanks. 3 minutes later. Subai returned the phone to Yi Rouge. That, Subai, I want to trade with you, I want to trade the merit points for the body-tempering gold stone in your hand. Swish. 2 body-tempering goldstones appeared in front of Yi Rouge. She was just about to say something when Subai had already closed the door to the resident room. Ugh, the merit points haven't been given to you yet. Yi Rouge knocked on the door. Phone bill. Subai's voice came out. Just using the phone for a bit, what kind of phone bill do you need? What kind of phone bill can be worth 2 body-hardening gold stones? Don't throw it. Want. Yi Rouge held it in her arms babyishly. But I can't put you at a disadvantage, so here's the deal. Just let me know if you need anything from me. I can grudgingly agree to that if we're building a team and need players. I also have half a bag of cucumber refreshing flavored chips, which are my favorite snack if you want them. Tisk, TSK, okay, you're rolling this abacus in Subai's face. As soon as Shuei just walked over, she heard Yi Rouge talking to herself here. Good lord, that's a real thank you if you don't know. Ugh, what are you doing here, Mizu? Yi Rouge saw Shuei and blushed a little in embarrassment. I'm looking for Subai for something. Oh, well, you guys talk then, I'll head back. Yi Rouge finished speaking and swished into streams of light and scurried into his garrison room. The first time I did this in front of outsiders, it was a bit of a difficult situation. This way. The city walls. Subai and Shuei stood side by side, and in front of them was the sandy desert outside Tianmen Pass. Beyond that, there was the rolling black fog that had dyed the sky on the outskirts of the Demon Clan's territory. Subai, give me a bottom line, are you really sure you can hold the 3 most marginal districts? The Rakshasa squad chose the South 5th district, which was close to Yi Rouge's South 4th district, as well as Subai's first 3 districts. These top-ranked regions were the focus of the demon race's massive attack. Once a zone is lost, that pressure is shared to other zones close by. If Subai was unable to hold on to the first 3 districts, the pressure from the 3 districts would then be dispersed to the other districts, which would spell doom for the other districts. Shui had come this time, both for the safety of the Rakshasa squad and to persuade Subai to give up this decision. After all, even the southern demon has chosen to withdraw from the top 3 districts, so I'm afraid that this winter demon tide will be far greater than before. As long as Subai gave up, there was a high probability that the battlefield of heaven would send down a prosperity realm powerhouse to assist in the battle. By then, they will also be much less stressed, and their chances of survival can increase quite a bit. Subai nodded. Shui wanted to say something else, but when she saw this skinny back, what she was about to say was somehow swallowed in her stomach. She, again, didn't know that Subai really was different from the average person. Yi Rouge, maybe you're right. Then go for it, Junior. If you can't carry it, run, Senior will cover for you. Chapter 36 The Body of 10,000 Elephants. After Shui left, Subai went back to the garrison room. System, how many attribute points do I have in total now? Back to the host, now attribute points total 539, 489. Physique plus 248, 604. Ding. Adding points completed, current physique 300,000. Ding. The body mass has reached 300,000, a qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of all elephants. Body of 10,000 elephants, 90% damage reduction for ranked weapons including possessed weapons, immunity to all damage from weapons below A ranked, and in addition, the power of 10,000 elephants. After Subai's physique was enhanced, his every move was filled with a huge amount of power, and if he used his strength, he could also induce a distortion in the void. Moreover, the defense was extremely strong, and the great sharpness of the immortal Punisher sword could only leave a small bloodstain when it slashed at his body. Right now, with just his physical strength, Subai was also able to easily subdue a Royal Wind Realm level powerhouse. The Exorcist sword intentions add 80,000 points, and the Darkness adds 50,000 points. Ding! The Immortal Execution Sword has gained Immortal Execution Sword Intent. Ding! Adding points completed, current Darkness rank A0 500,000. The next rank is S-Class Darkness. S-Class Darkness has the following attributes of the following ranks. In addition, as long as you are in a dark place, you can also get an instantaneous movement effect within 5 meters, and there is no upper limit to the use of this effect. Jing! The Immortal Execution Sword softly chirped, and when it was sheathed, it carried a gust of azure-colored sword intent, distorting the surrounding void. Although the appearance was still just a stone-broken sword, at this moment, it already had the divine sword charm. Subai reached out and made a move, the broken sword entered his hand, and under the double superimposition of the 2 sword realms, the Immortal Execution Sword directly cut through the surrounding void. With a gentle stroke from top to bottom, the void tore apart, revealing a black as ink vacuum, but in a moment it was repaired as before. Subai proceeded to practice his sword stance, and as time passed, he became more skillful in fusing his own sword intent and the Immortal Execution Sword intent. 2 hours later, he had been able to perfectly fuse the 2 strands of intent. One day, you will be brought back to your former power. Withdraw the sword and caress the sword lightly. The Immortal Execution Sword seemed to feel it and let out a soft chirp in response. Swish! The broken sword is sheathed. Subai went out and came to the material exchange office. With one man holding down 3 districts by himself, he'd have to do some more preparation. It's Subai. It's better to hear 100 times than to see one. It's really enviable to be so magnificent. What item is he here to exchange? Who knows, these types of bigots are going to the top 2 floors. On the verge of the winter tide, the exchange office is overcrowded and noisy. However, when they saw Subai, these people tacitly shut their mouths and sidestepped to make way. Subai walked straight up to the 2nd floor. Subai, long time no see, you're handsome again. When Fong Qing on the 2nd floor saw Subai, she immediately set aside the demon slayer she was talking to and warmly greeted him. This demon killer wanted to have a fit when he saw this, but when he saw that the visitor was Subai, he scratched his head and left, looking as naive as he could be. But if those who were familiar with him had seen this scene, they would have had to be shocked out of their wits. Because this person was one of the Heaven's Path squad members. Are there any very heavy weapons? Subai stated the reason for his visit. He had an emptied body of all elephants and needed a weapon to match it in order to maximize its advantages. A very heavy weapon? Fong Cheng frowned and couldn't say anything for a while. Let me ask for you. She trotted off and returned panting in no more than a minute. Subai, found it, it's on the 3rd floor, I'll take you there now. Good. Subai followed Fong Cheng to the 3rd floor. As soon as Fong entered, he found several demon slayers gathered in the center of the room, pointing at a glass cabinet. The auras on these demon slayers were relatively strong, with the lowest being in the middle stage of the Royal Wind Realm. However, other than the Southern Demon and Xiao Lanrua, he didn't know anyone. Right there, just delivered from the mainland today. Fong Cheng led him over. Subai, are you also interested in this weapon? Xiao Lanrua uttered a greeting. Aha! Allow me to introduce, this is the captain of our Heaven's Path squad, Yang Tian. He bowed and introduced Yang Tian beside him. I've heard about your name for a long time, but today, it's really extraordinary. Yang Tian laughed. Subai nodded and didn't say anything, twisting his head to survey the weapon. But the next moment, a tall silhouette stopped in front of him. You're Subai? I heard you're going to be guarding 3 districts all by yourself, will you be able to do it with this thin skin? Subai glanced at this person and then went around him. However, this person seemed to be unforgiving and still crossed in front of him. At the same time, his cultivation at the late stage of the Royal Wind Realm spread out, and a powerful pressure crushed towards Subai. Du Duanfeng, what are you doing? This is Tianmen Pass, are you going to pick a fight here? Autumn Lanrua frowned. Pick a fight, I wouldn't dare. Du Duanfeng, am timid, it's just that our Heavenly Warfare Squad is stationed in the southern 6th district. I'm afraid that this guy won't be able to guard the first 3 districts at that time and make us suffer along with him. I was thinking of going to his garrison room later to talk to him, since he's here. What do you mean? Xiao Lanrua murmured. It doesn't mean much, it's just to verify whether this bright army commander's mouthpiece, the strongest in Tianmen Pass, has the strength to subdue the South 1 to South 3 zones. Du Duanfeng sneered. Word of advice, get out of the way, make amends, the world is a big place and there isn't just anyone you can mess with. At this point, Yang Tian smiled. You, Yang Tian, are the captain of the Heavenly Dao Squad, an existence on the verge of comprehending the realm of intent and stepping into the prodigy realm. Du Duanfeng, naturally can't afford to mess with you. But I, too, can't let my crew die for nothing, can I? It's good that you're happy. Yang Tian waved his hand and stopped talking. So, Subai, please also let me see if you have the strength to hold down 3 districts? Get out of the way. Subai didn't say anything, but the Southern Demon on the side walked over and crossed between the two. Southern Demon, this is between me and him, it has nothing to do with you, what do you mean by that? Du Duanfeng looked at the Southern Demon, a flash of scorn hidden in his eyes. I don't want the Rakshasa squad to share your Southern 6th District's garrison area. The Southern Demon spoke coldly. What do you mean? What do you mean? This guy really has the strength to hold down 3 districts, don't joke, you're an old man as well, there's no need for me to tell you how horrible this winter demon tide is. I'm only going to say this once, get out of the way. The Southern Demon spoke coldly, his body's aura spreading out, his cultivation at the peak of the Royal Wind Realm revealed. And there was an aura, if anything, caught in the middle of it. Context. You actually went this far as well, good, this time I, Du Duanfeng, concede, but if Subai can't hold the 3 districts, then I, Du Duanfeng, am laying down my life to make him pay the price. Du Duanfeng snorted coldly and walked straight towards the exit. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and looked at Subai with a disdainful face. I hope the next time I see you, you're not hiding behind a woman. Phew. Chapter 37 Heavenly Lack. Shasta. A stone-broken sword stopped Du Duanfeng. The azure-colored sword intent was as if it was substantial, sealing off all of his paths. Context. It's actually a realm of intent, such an overpowering realm of intent. I knew it, Subai has already taken that step. The few people around were very shocked at this scene. What a genius, a demon. Autumn Lanrua couldn't help but speak. Yeah. Yang Tian nodded with a bitter smile. Originally thinking that he was the first person here to take that step, he didn't realize that Subai was already ahead of him. Moreover, the comprehension of the realm of intent was so strong, I'm afraid that if one looked at the entire battlefield of heaven, there weren't many people who could compare to it. Snap. Under the suppression of sword intent at such a close range, Du Qinfeng's cultivation at the late stage of the Royal Wind Realm was simply unable to resist. He braced himself for dozens of seconds, but still couldn't hold on, and his knees gave out and he fell to the ground. Apologize. Subai's cool voice rang out. Sorry to. Du Duanfeng grimaced and squeezed these words out of the corner of his mouth with difficulty. Phew! Sheathe your sword. Without the suppression, Du Duanfeng stood up and quickly left the third floor. After the demon tide, I kill. The southern demon glanced at Su Bai and turned around to leave with an expressionless face. This guy is really thunderous, but Su Bai, you have to be careful, this Du Duanfeng has someone above him. Yang Tian said. Thanks a lot. Su Bai nodded. Cough cough, Su Bai, let me introduce this weapon to you. This weapon is called the Star Meteorite Fist Gloves. The weapon grade is grade A, the attachment spirit is fire attribute, and it is said to have been created with a meteorite that weighs more than 30,000 pounds. At this point, Qiu Lanruo pointed to the transparent glass frame and introduced it. Su Bai looked over. This glove is black, the surface is uneven, shining with stars and fire, as if a meteorite has just crashed to the ground. Handsome, I think so. Yang Tian laughed. Unfortunately, this weight is not something that an ordinary person can hold. Du Duanfeng, who possesses a B-rank talent force field, can hold it, but he can't use it freely, with great limitations. This is the heaviest weapon here. Fong Cheng followed. Is there anything heavier? 30,000 pounds, for the power of 100 elephants is not bad, but for the power of 10,000 elephants, it is still too light. This is still light? Yang Tian pulled the corner of his mouth. The afterglow glanced at the scabbard on Su Bai's back. For a moment I didn't know what to say. A sword practitioner should logically take the light route. How come when it comes to Su Bai, he's still playing heavy martial arts? The main thing is that 30,000 pounds is too light and you want to be heavier. In this world, is there such a sword cultivator? Forget it if you don't have it. Su Bai turned around and left. Wait. At this point, Fong Qing called out to him. Su Bai, I suddenly remembered a weapon. I don't know if you can use it, but it's really heavy. It can't be that, can it? Qiu Lanruo's face looked odd for a while, and several people on the side also showed the same expression. How much does it weigh? I don't know, this has been here since the establishment of the Heaven's Gate Pass. Lead the way. Okay, you come with me. Su Bai followed Fong Qing all the way to the huge square of the logistics department. Yang Tian and the others didn't let go of this opportunity to see what was going on and followed up. That's it. Fong Qing pointed at the giant lance that stood in the center of the square. The gun was silver white, with a strand of red tassel hanging from the tip, glittering in the sunlight. Su Bai had seen this item before, but he had always thought that it was a costume made by the Heaven's Gate Pass, but he had never thought that it was really a weapon. Can I take it? Su Bai asked. Could be. Receiving an affirmative reply, Su Bai walked over and carefully examined the lance. You guys say, can Su Bai really pull out this lance? Qiu Lanruo frowned. 80% hanging by a thread, it is rumored that this lance can't even be held by the commander-in-chief, let alone Su Bai. Su Bai is very strong, but this lance has stood here longer than even Tianmen Pass, and who knows how much it weighs. Even if he has a strong physique, he probably won't be able to shake this lance. Not bad. How many demons have been in the Heaven's Gate Pass through the ages, who have come and tried, but none of them could shake a single thread. No one around you thought Su Bai would be able to pick it up. Even Yang Tian was not optimistic about Su Bai. This time, Su Bai found a few small lines on the gun. The characters are written in the same manner as those in the sarcophagus. System, translate. Back to the host. These words mean, in the third year of the Vanguard calendar, human refining master Ouyangyan forged this gun. This gun is named Heavenly Lac, no spirit, no attributes, only the hardness is very hard, equivalent to present-day S-class weapons. In addition, this gun is extremely heavy, combining the power of 1,000 elephants. Another Vanguard calendar. Su Bai frowned, no longer thinking about it in detail, and put his hands on top of the gun and exerted a force to pull it out. Boom click. In an instant, the power of the 10,000 elephants poured out, and the lance that stood here was subjected to this tremendous force and kept pulling upwards. My God, how is this possible? Qiu Lanruo was petrified in place. A few people on the side were also stunned to see this scene. Someone can hold this lance? Above the clouds. Sitting here on his plate, the old man in the suit opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye. And he came to the Heaven's Gate Pass. When he saw the scene in front of him, he only felt incredulous. Not relying on spiritual power, not relying on intent. Actually shook this lance with only its own strength. Interesting. The old man's complexion moved, his eyes glowed, and when he looked at Subai again, he actually took a few steps back uncontrollably. Golden muscles and jade bones, the chi and blood are monstrous, it's simply a humanoid ferocious beast, my human race, when has anyone ever quenched their physique to such a state? Hello, you bumped into me. Young Tian, who had been bumped by the old man, spoke out. Oh, sorry, shocked by this kid's physique. The old man turned around and apologized. Young Tian waved his hand, it wasn't a big deal, he was just asking for an apology. At least he was the captain of the Heaven's Path squad, one of the popular figures of Tianmen Pass, and he still had this bit of temperament. At this point, young Tian seemed to have realized something and hurriedly took out a photo to compare it with the old man in front of him. Once the two were compared and infinitely overlapped, young Tian directly froze in place. Total. Hush, quietly, don't say anything, just so you know. The old man tapped him on the shoulder. Yes. Young Tian nodded excitedly. Give me some information about this kid, the more detailed the better. Was it really because of this guy that he showed up? Young Tian looked at Subai, who was drawing his gun in the middle of the field, and envy appeared in his eyes. To be seen by the commander-in-chief. I'm afraid. It's the next army chief again, or the next commander-in-chief. The name of this man is Subai. Dual talent, having completed that quest and being able to draw this gun is qualifying. The old man's eyes flickered, and the color of satisfaction in his eyes grew stronger. Boom, click. Along with the last piece of the gun body coming out of the ground, the long gun that had previously been grasped in Subai's hand emitted a thunderous sound, followed by rapidly becoming smaller. In just a few moments, it had transformed into the size of an unusual alloy lance. After Subai pulled out the lance recognized him as its master, and he could change the size of the lance at will. Yes. Chapter 38 Winter Demon Tide. The old man shouted and led the applause. Seeing this, young Tian similarly applauded. Autumn Lanrua, seeing her own captain applauding, also applauded without hesitation. On the side, when this group of people saw that young Tian, the captain of the Heavenly Dao Squad, was applauding, they also applauded. But the one with the brightest smile belonged to Fong Qing, who had stars in her eyes at the moment. Subai, can I have a try? When Xiao Lanrua saw the gun become smaller, a light sprang up in her eyes and she couldn't help but want to play with it. A number of people on the sidelines were also very interested. As demon slayers, they had the most exposure to long-distance killing weapons like lances and long sticks. However, compared to the baguette, the lance is a bit tougher to kill, more handsome, and is the first choice of many people. With prolonged use, their weapons were fixed. As a result, lances were popular here, not to mention Subai's lance that stood here and was fast becoming a symbol. Subai didn't say anything, and with a throw of his spear, he stuck it in front of Xiao Lanrua's heel. Barely. The steel floor that possessed the shelter of a large formation was directly pierced by a large hole in the tip of the gun. Such a mighty power caused the demon slayers in the crowd to have their eyelids jump. It's terrifying that a floor that can withstand the bombardment of a B-class possessed weapon can't carry the weight of this gun. A shocked look appeared on the face of a demon slayer. Thanks to the white dudes, I'll try it first. Xiao Lanrua took a deep breath, spiritual power cloth his hands, and launched himself upwards. But 3 minutes had passed, and Xiao Lanrua could not shake this gun even though he had drawn it red in the face and neck. Forget it, I can't. Xiao Lanrua was paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, looking like he was dying. So weak? Subai, can I try? A demon slayer asked, rubbing his hands together. After receiving Subai's permission, he similarly carried his berserk spiritual energy and brazenly drew his gun. Yet not even 2 minutes later, he collapsed to the ground, making company with Xiao Lanrua. Call me vain, I don't know who's vain, I lasted 3 minutes at least, what about you? This demon slayer was just about to speak when his eyes went black and he fainted. Don't mind him, the boy is overexerting himself. The old man's mouth twitched. How dare these guys try anything he can't handle? Said. The old man turned his head to look at Subai. Subai, I found that your bones are amazing, is 100 years rare to see the practice of martial arts genius, I happen to have. Not right, said leaping off the stage, I mean this, you are willing to worship me as a teacher? This statement was made. The people were all a bit puzzled. On the contrary, it was young Tian who kept making glances towards Subai, imploring him to agree. Subai, however, just shook his head calmly. He could sense that the old man in front of him was very strong, the strongest one among the human, demon races he had encountered. However, with the body system, as long as you kill demons to earn attribute points, you can upgrade by adding points, and you don't need to worship a teacher to guide you. Good, I'll leave you then, there's quite a lot going on up there. The old man wasn't annoyed at being rejected, but instead the appreciation in his eyes grew stronger. But this statement of mine still stands, and you can still come to me one day when you change your mind. My name is. Never mind, you'll find out in time, goodbye. The old man waved his hand and directly disappeared in place in the next moment. Grass. What kind of strength is this? I actually didn't notice it at all. A demon slayer exclaimed. The crowd of demon slayers were also shocked. They already represented the strongest battle force in Tianmen Pass at this time. Even for military commanders who had comprehended the realm of intent, they were able to catch a trace of it. But there are still people who are able to disappear under their noses. Then how strong would this person be? Could it be? At this point, a demon slayer seemed to have thought of something and stared at Yang Tian with an unbelievable face. Not bad, this person is none other than the commander-in-chief of Tianmen Pass. Yang Tian sighed. Su Bai, do you know that you're missing out on a heavenly opportunity? The demon killers on the side were dumbfounded. Or perhaps a plant, the commander-in-chief personally moved to take on an apprentice, and Su Bai actually refused? What a cry, why doesn't this luck come to me? It's the commander-in-chief. Su Bai, alas, too bad, if I were him, I'd have to regret this minute. Too high and cold, the commander-in-chief even refused. Su Bai, you are the elder god. The surrounding people looked regretful, and many looked at Su Bai, wanting to see his regretful appearance, but Su Bai just pulled up his lance and left with an expressionless face. He didn't know that the news that the commander-in-chief wanted to take him as his disciple had spread throughout Tianmen Pass in just a few minutes. The look on everyone's face when they heard the news was amazingly consistent. When the southern demon learned of this, a slight fluctuation appeared on his expressionless face. What a shame, that's the commander-in-chief. Becoming his disciple will allow you to enjoy his unreserved cultivation. Shui sighed. Shui. The southern demon voiced. What's wrong, demon sister? After the demon tide, I'm going to leave, and Yi Rouge will be the next leader of the Rakshasa squad. I'm fine with it, I just don't know if she'll agree. Shui's talent, Willow Demon, was only a supporting talent with a weak combat power of its own. She never wanted to succeed the captaincy. This advancement speed of Yi Rouge was already more than a demon. Moreover, her battle power was not bad, and with her leading the Rakshasa squad would not be weakened by the departure of the southern demon. I just don't know how to persuade that stingy relationship brain. After the demon tide, I'll go talk. Southern demon said. Yeah. The demon tide is coming soon, but demon sister, are you still choosing to be alone when you go up? Maybe, team up. The southern demon sighed, a certain figure coming to mind. Well, then we must group Su Bai, this guy is cold but reassuring. You like him? The southern demon looked to Shui. Like, how not to like, long handsome, double talent, prosperity realm strong, also dared to refuse the commander-in-chief. These things, it is destined to be different from other boys. And I, having seen him so well, I don't suppose I'll ever be attracted to any other boy but him again. Shui honestly said what was on her mind. What about you, demon sister, do you have a favorite? The southern demon didn't say anything and left the garrison room with an expressionless face. Alas, in Sister Demon's heart, is it really only cultivation and killing demons? Dang! 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 At 6 o'clock sharp, the demon slayers are in position to defend the city. The floodgates ring at first, the night chapters. Su Bai stood suspended in the air on the city wall. Behind him, the empty South 1 through South 3 districts. Su Bai, let's compare who killed more today. On the city wall of the southern 4th district, Yi Rouge raised an eyebrow at him with a lollipop in her mouth. Su Bai didn't say anything, his gaze immobile as he stared at the black mist that was getting closer in front of him. Emergency notification. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. The entirety of the demon race's hordes have marched in, the winter demon tide has arrived. All demon slayers obey the order. Die defending the heavenly gate pass, defending our human race. Chapter 39, The Blade of Imperial Blood. As soon as the emergency notification was sent out, the crowd of demon slayers slammed the door at once. When witnessing the dark, dense fog that was like the twilight of the abyss encroaching over, many people had panic written all over their faces. So many demon races are coming over. It's horrible. Is this the winter demon tide? The pass protection formation is fully open. Another piercing announcement. Immediately after the arcs of light started, the steel walls were instantly covered with a translucent shield. Break the Heaven's Gate Pass. Kill the people. Break the Heaven's Gate Pass. Kill the people. Break the Heaven's Gate Pass. Kill the people. Along with the night swallowing the last ray of light of dusk falling, the tens of millions of troops of the demon race stepped into the foot of Tianmen Pass. Sensing this invincible, substantial and distorting void-breaking aura from a close distance, the eyes of a group of demon slayers all revealed a look of gravity. Kill. Without any opening words, the tens of millions of demon clans directly launched an attack. Barely. Bear it. Bear with me. In just a minute's time, the top of the huge steel walls of Tianmen Pass were already adorned with demon clansmen who had climbed up strongly, hissing and roaring. This was especially true of the South 1 to South 3 districts guarded by Subai. When the demon race detachment attacked just now, the majority of the demon race all flocked to the southern district, and amongst this majority of the demon race, the majority of them gathered in the area he was guarding. So many demon clans, can Subai he make it? The number of demons in the 3 districts of Subai alone is already equal to, or even far greater than, the previous winter demon tide. Moreover, the strength of the demon race this time was stronger than every time before. Under such circumstances, even though Shui had experienced several Rincon demon tides, she couldn't help but feel terrified in her heart. Kill the demon. The southern demon spat out 2 words without expression, raising his hand with the bowstring wide open, and when he let go a pterodactyl fell straight down, smashing into the steel walls. Electricity and blood intertwined, painting a treacherous red firework. Go for it, Subai, I believe in you. Shui looked at Subai with a determined expression, and when she turned around again, she already had a murderous look on her face. This guy, he's pretty calm. The city walls. Yang Tian swung the hurricane to blow down the demon race while taking the time to survey Subai. To his surprise, Subai was still hanging expressionlessly in front of the 3 garrisoned areas at this time, without the slightest intention to make a move. Sunken indeed. Xiu Lanrua held his spear in his hand, and his face was also full of admiration. He didn't know what Subai was going to do. But surely, it was a transcendent feat that he could not do, and could not do in his lifetime. Subai, aren't you going to make a move yet? If this continues, the demons you kill won't be able to catch up with me. South Quad. Between Yi Ruja's long spear sweeps, the wind and fire flourished, and a dozen demon clans exploded in response, turning into a dazzling mass of brilliant fireworks. This was her newly exchanged Be-Great Attunement weapon, the Wind and Fire Lance. Originally, he thought that he could use this to provoke Subai's reaction, but Subai, at this time, was still indifferent. It really is. Can't we get a response? I spent all my merit points to redeem this weapon. Yi Ruj bit down hard on the lollipop, venting his indignation on the demon race, and between the swings of his lance, several more smoldering flames were scattered. Damn demon race, why are they all coming towards me? How can you let me help Subai like this? Pitch black night. The fight is continuous. Everyone is in a dead heat. Subai, on the other hand, seemed like an outsider, silently watching all of this. Grip it, I'm not going to make a move yet, White. How long is this going to take? This heart is really extraordinary, but it's too cold. It's already this time. Subai still doesn't make a move. Is he really not afraid of being scolded by the other demon slayers? Who dares to babble half a word when a Prosperity Realm powerhouse acts? In the surveillance room. Everyone was stoic and very nervous, staring at the big screen. This winter demon tide is unusual, and they are responsible for supporting the various garrison areas, so they can't afford to slack off. However, up until now, from South Zone 1 to South Zone 3, apart from the stone-broken swords flying around and beheading the demon race that leapt onto the city walls, Subai did not make any moves. Has the day finally come? Just then, Xin Tianzhu, who was in the middle of the crowd, suddenly realized something. His face sank and he left the surveillance room with his baguette in his arms. The other side. Many of the demon slayers who were responsible for stationing in the southern district saw that Subai still hadn't made any movements, and anger appeared on their faces. However, fearing the strength that Subai had recently displayed, for a while, none of them dared to utter half a word. Same time. The rear of the demon race's army. A young man in black robes played with the blood-stained short blade in his hand, and between the flashes of his eyes, killing intent frequently emerged. Just then, a demon emperor flew in as a stream of light and bowed in front of him. Reporting to the Earth Emperor, the location of that human, the man with the sword has now been determined, and is now between the southern 1st and southern 3rd sectors of Tianmen Pass. Good, strike immediately, but be careful, the demon sovereign has said that this person's body is extremely strong. In order to be able to decapitate him, you need to use the blade of Emperor's blood. This item is in this Emperor's possession. You 500 demon emperors, as well as the other 10 Earth Emperors, need to give cover to this emperor, is that clear? The young man looked cold. Understood. Soon, hundreds of black mists merged into the army of the demon race and swept straight towards the first 3 districts of the southern district. They were moving fast, but amongst the tens of millions of demon race armies, it was like mud and stones entering the sea, and didn't attract much attention. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, the demon race army has attacked, please instruct. What the hell am I instructing? The demon race is hitting us, what else can we do, just fight. Above the clouds. The old man roared angrily, and for a long time, he did not calm this breath in his heart. This is probably a pretty long fight, and I don't know how that kid is doing, let's see. Swish. Speaking. The clouds spread out in front of the old man, and the images of the Tianmen Pass battle were captured in his eyes. When he saw that everyone else was fighting to the death, but Subai was calmly hanging in the air, he couldn't help but rest his chin and frowned. What is this kid doing? When the old man was puzzled, he suddenly saw several black shadows sweeping towards where Subai was. One of the figures actually made him feel a hint of threat. He fixed his eyes and saw that this person was holding a blood-stained short blade, hiding in the midst of the demon army, sizing up Subai from time to time. Damn dog-coin demon sovereign, actually used the blade of imperial blood on my disciple, damn it. The old man fought to get up, but in the next moment, the environment around him shifted, and without warning, he came to a pitch-black, extremely dark realm. He was just about to leave when a figure covered in thick fog stopped him. Commander-in-Chief of Tianmen Pass, Hiyawu, long time no see. It's you, dog-coin demon sovereign? Chapter 40, my family is poor, so I won't give up an inch of land. Tianmen Pass. The Great War is still going on. Under the successive attacks of the demon race, the steel city wall that used to stand here like a heavenly moat was already scarred. Many demon slayers, with red eyes, were drowned by gusts of demonic waves between their vociferous resistance, declaring the end of their lives. But the next moment his weapon was picked up by his companion and he was once more engaged in battle. It goes round and round, again and again. The human race, which was at a disadvantage, was finding it more and more difficult to resist as the number of demon slayers decreased. The torrential waves of demons, however, were gradually gaining the upper hand by virtue of their numerical advantage. In the surveillance room, the man in the chair stared dead at the big screen, not caring about the thick blood in his eyes. Zhao Changchun, support from North 35th District. He Naijin, South 36th District support. Fearless Wang, support from North 21st District. Lu Weiyang, support from South 42. Just then, a gap suddenly appeared in the wall of the Southern 6th District. Immediately afterward, thousands of demons swarmed over the area, decapitating the 2 members of the Heavenly Warfare Squad in charge of this garrison area on the spot. Mother heirs, I'll fight you. Du Duanfeng roared on, carrying the raging power of his gifted force field, and killed most of the demon clan in this area in a matter of moments. Subai, you still don't. He turned around and roared, but before his words could fall, he was thrown off the city wall by a hidden assassination demon emperor as a result of his life. As he was dying of consciousness, he saw a scene that he will never forget. Above the boundaries of the Southern 1st to Southern 3rd districts, it was covered with endless demon races. The teeth and claws are open and loud. Subai alone, on the other hand, was as if he were another gate of the Heaven's Gate Pass. Even if thousands of demon clans came roaring in, they were unable to shake it in the slightest. He still hasn't made a move. But carried 3 districts. It's about time. Subai waved his one hand, and the heavenly lacking gun fell from his hand, smashing towards the demon race below. That's all it takes? A demon clan member smiled disdainfully at the sight, and instead of retreating, rushed towards the heaven's lacking gun in order to seize it. But the moment the lance entered his hand, he felt a strong sense of crisis. Without waiting for him to escape, the heaven's lack gun, which could previously be held in one hand, suddenly became hundreds of times larger. In his horrified eyes, he was directly pressed into the ground along with the demon race of the 3 districts. The earth shook and blood and flesh floated. By the time Subai recalled his lance, the land boundary from South Zone 1 to South Zone 3 was already littered with patches of demon race debris. Ding! Host kills demon race X102, 350, gaining attribute point 702, 359. Hiss, this tactic. Xiu Lanrua, who saw the scene from afar, was directly petrified in place. This is still a sword cultivator, sure it's not a body cultivator? Yang Tian was similarly stunned. Subai, you're cheating, how can I chase you like this? More than 100,000 demons were killed in a single blow, and with this effect, Yi Ruja's pressure was all the lessened. But she was not happy. Obviously, we were leading by a couple hundred earlier, so how did we get back to square one all of a sudden? Pissed off. Subai, just wait, I will definitely surpass you. Yi Ruj transformed her grief and anger into strength and brazenly rushed towards the hundreds of demons on the side. This guy. Mizu would smile. She knew it. He'll be able to hold it. Subai, well done. Subai, even God. Damn, to kill over 100,000 demon race in one strike, just ask who can do such a thing. I've decided, I'm going to be Subai's follower. Subai's strike not only shocked the demon race, but also inspired people. A lot of demon killers' blood boiling, heart high, actually reversed the previous trend, gradually stabilized the situation. Both sides, at an impasse. Kill. Within the black mist, a roar once again came out. The crowd of demons' bodies shook at the words, their eyes scarlet red, as if they had lost their minds, and they launched their attacks even more frantically. The demon race is attacking too fiercely, it can't be topped. They're attacking with complete desperation, there are so many demons, they can't be killed even if they kill them. Can't hold out. In this case, it took but 3 minutes for the balance between the two to break again. The human race, once again, was reduced to the scene of being crushed by the demon race. The protective shield on the steel city wall also completely dimmed at this moment. Barely. Bear it. Bear with me. Without the protection array, Tianmen Pass's mortal iron body can't resist the fangs and claws of these demons. Within a few moments, the large steel city wall had been ravaged by tens of millions of demon clansmen. Not good. The city walls are about to be destroyed by this group of demon race, quick, retreat. Withdraw. It's too late to pull back. Many demon slayers made an immediate decision to shorten their defense line and leapt to the back of the city wall. The steel walls, on the verge of falling to the ground, could be held back for some more time. Their mission was to decapitate the demon race that leapt over from the front of the city wall. And as the demon slayers retreated, now on the city wall, there were only a few strong people of the Royal Wind Realm left fighting in the air. Everyone prepare to retreat in advance, fighting in the air is too consuming of spiritual energy, we don't know when this battle will be over, we can't afford to waste spiritual energy. Yang Tian let out a deep cry, and with a point of his toes, he took the lead to go backward and imperiously airborne for tens of meters. The people around them saw this and followed. And yet 2 of them didn't move. Subai, Southern Demon. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded, but the next moment, their figures appeared amongst the crowd of demons in front of the city wall. Crazy. What are these 2 going to do? That's tens of millions of demon clans. In the surveillance room. Those who saw this scene cried out in shock, unbelief crawling on their faces. Such a loss of reasoning actually appeared in 2 demons. It doesn't make sense any way you think about it. Maybe, it's that. The man in the chair sighed. I've investigated Subai's profile, do you guys know what the best essay he wrote in school was called? Come on, don't sell out. Riddler be damned. Say it. You only talk half the time, is it the same when you go to the bathroom? The man in the chair didn't pay any attention to them, but just got up silently and walked to the window, looking out at the sullen desert in front of the Tianmen Pass. The crowd, however, did not notice that at this moment he had walked all the way without limping once. That article by Subai is called, Yu's family is poor, so he won't give an inch. Yu's family is poor, so I won't give up an inch of ground. The one slayer demon murmured, and in a moment, berserk spiritual energy broke out of his body. Damn, this is given to the people bullied to the doorstep, I still return a chicken hair I return. If you want to kill a demon, take me one. +1. Me too. But this time. The man in the chair stopped them instead. I know you guys are upset and stifled in your hearts, but have you ever thought that Subai, Nan Demon, and the others can live if they go, but what about you guys? Chapter 41 S-Class Blood Devouring. These words were like a pot of cold water, dousing the anger in the eyes of the crowd. Yeah. Subai, the southern demon, the most prestigious demonic figure in the current Heaven's Gate Pass. With the strength of the two of them, they might not be able to repel the demon race, but they would have no problem at all defending themselves. They, on the other hand, were just one of the many ordinary demon slayers of the Heaven's Gate Pass. Ordinary strength and poor self-preservation. In the face of such a situation, it seems that the only thing that can be brought out is a single voice of courage. Everyone kill the demons. The man in the chair looked to the crowd. I know that you want to kill the demons and drive these brutal beasts out of our human race's boundaries, but the Heaven's Gate Pass is about to break, and we don't have the power to save the heavens from tumbling. All we can do at the moment is stay calm, don't mess around and do our jobs. As for the rest, leave it to them, they are the other steel wall after the fall of Tianmen Pass. Said. He glanced out the window. The crowd followed his line of sight. Under the night. In the midst of the demon tide. That one skinny figure stood out. Kill this human. Kill. What a strong chi and blood, it must taste good. A human man, with a sword, this is the human race designated by the demon sovereign to be killed. In front of them were tens of millions of demon clans. Subai was alone with his sword, as if he were a flat boat, traveling against the sea. Wisps of blood-colored thin threads surged in, staining the thousands of meters of ground beneath his feet with a demonic reddish hue. Swish. 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 Under the blood-devouring enchantment, he had no spiritual power to worry about, and when he raised his hand, it was the three swords of the rotary sword and the autumn water sword mantle. With this reckless play, he grew stronger and stronger, and in just half an hour, he had advanced more than 10 meters. This didn't seem like much to him, but from the perspective of the demon slayers in the back, it was him using his own strength to drive back the black mist and crush the entire demon race. Too terrifying, a lone person can defeat tens of millions of demon clans, is this Subai's true strength? Terrifying, none of the demons in front of him can even block his sword. Sword techniques that don't want to be executed, won't his spiritual energy dry up? Intentional realm powerhouse, terrifying as it is. Burning, so ing burning. The crowd of demon slayers couldn't describe the sight in front of them. But this moment. The skinny figure holding the sword, however, was engraved in their hearts as if it was engraved in their bones. Ah, good job, just ask the previous winter demon tide, can anyone be like Subai, not retreating but advancing, crushing tens of millions of demon clans with his own strength? Xiao Lanrua laughed aloud. The bellyful of pent-up frustration that had been suppressed earlier was gone at this moment. There will not be in the past, and there will not be in the future, the human race to kill the demon people. How much, Subai? Has only one, but this is enough. Yang Tian sighed. He was born to be the star-crossed pride of the heavens, and this was the first time he had experienced what it meant to be ashamed of himself in a person. And that person is Subai. Boom click. Under the general trend, the northern wall of Tianmen Pass was the first to be breached by the demon race. Everyone, although Tianmen Pass has fallen, the demon slayers have not. If there are no walls of steel, then new walls of flesh and blood will be forged. What's more, my vast human race that has been passed down for 10,000 years, why should I be afraid of his demon race? Kill. Shui, who was gifted with the auxiliary system, should have taken a back seat, but at this moment, she was the first to rush out. Slim and petite, she was a stark contrast to the massive demon race in front of her. When the crowd of demon slayers saw this, killing intent spilled out of their bodies. Well said, my vast human race, why should I be afraid of his demon race? I don't know what to say, kill the demon and be done with it. If a woman is still like this, how can I, a 7-foot man, retreat again? Brother, lend me your gun, and I'll put a few more demon heads on your grave someday. Kill. Night. Very long. The war, it goes on. Subai couldn't remember how many demons he had killed and wasn't sure how far he had traveled. He only knew that the speed at which blood devouring was absorbing cultivation was about to be suppressed. Boom. 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 At this point, dozens of arm-sized blood pillars suddenly emerged from the ground, and these blood pillars were rooted in the blood pool at one end and connected to Subai at the other end, sending a steady stream of cultivation. At the same time, a massive amount of spiritual energy surged in, filling Subai's dried-up dantian. In just a few moments, a date red glow appeared on his white face. Swish. A sword that superimposed two sword realms was swung out, the void shattered, and tens of thousands of demon clans were cut off at the waist. However, Subai's full dantian did not receive the slightest relief. His eyes flashed as he swung out several swords in succession. But the squandered dantian was soon replenished. Moreover, as the demons kept falling, more and more spiritual energy converged, leaving him at the extreme point of spiritual energy explosion at all times. System, talent blood devouring plus 500,000 points. Ding! Adding points completed, current blood eater rank is S rank 05 million. The next level is SS blood devouring, which can absorb 1/5 of the decapitator's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain bludgeon rate 50% bludgeon rate. In addition, there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of devouring the decapitator's talent, and the initial level of the devoured talent is all at grade E. Blood devouring was upgraded, and the cultivation it devoured was even more massive. Subai couldn't suppress it and directly let go of the restriction, allowing the boundless sea of cultivation blood to drown him. This guy, what is he doing? Why does he have such a berserk aura on him? The city walls. Yi Rouge, who witnessed this, was directly dumbfounded. Not waiting for her to figure out the situation, Subai's figure then leapt out from the sea of blood. What came out with it was also the azure sword awnings that the immortal Punisher sword had declared. After this blow, half of the demon race around Subai was dead or injured, and the black fog shook away, revealing a vacuum like a blood-colored abyss. The moment he faced the sea of demons, carrying a pillar of blood made of countless cultivation on his back, and carried his sword as if he were a killing god coming out of the land of 9 ghosts. Under such circumstances, none of the demon tribes near him dared to come forward. Kill! Black mist surged and roars came out. The crowd of demons were enraged at the words, and once again, they bravely rushed towards Subai. But soon, they were again beheaded on the spot by Subai, in a strong crushing posture. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Suddenly, 10 demon race Earth Emperors and nearly 600 demon Emperors joined forces to launch an attack on Subai. Such a number of demonic powerhouses struck out together, directly turning the surrounding realm into a vacuum. Subai was in the center of the attack, holding a sword in his right hand and a gun in his left hand, and with the dual intent enhancement, he blocked the strike in an extremely brutal way. But he didn't notice a dark, ink-like figure melting into the vacuum, holding a short, blood-stained blade and swooping towards him. Subai, you wouldn't have guessed it, but this time, I still choose to assassinate from in front of you. And with the effect of the blade of imperial blood attached, even if you have a strong physique, you will surely die. Chapter 42, My name is Qin, my name is Tianju. When the crowd of demon race powerhouses joined forces to attack again, a young man swept out from the vacuum and pushed straight at Subai's face. What greeted him, however, was the double sword intense superimposed Fuyao 3 swords. The azure-colored sword aura was dazzling and brilliant, carrying the might of shattering the void, directly drowning the young man. Subai scored a hit, and several more Fuyao 3 swords fell in succession, not giving the young man a chance to catch his breath. But right at this moment, a blood-colored light exploded, followed by a blood-stained short blade breaking through the sword awnings and stabbing sharply towards Subai. The speed was as fast as lightning. Subai sensed that the short blade was extraordinary and just wanted to avoid it, but he realized that he was confined all around and could not move. Ha, Subai, this is my demon clan's greatest treasure, the blade of imperial blood, which is stained with the blood of 10 demon zoons or more, and carries its own power of rules. You're just a tiny prosperity realm, how can you dodge it? Resign yourself to your fate, damned human race. The void was repaired, revealing the young man's bloodied body. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and didn't rush to heal his wounds, but stared at Subai with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to witness him being beheaded. Die, human! The second before the blade of imperial blood approached Subai, the young man laughed out coldly. He had already anticipated the picture of Subai's certain death. But just in the nick of time, a figure suddenly leapt out from the side and blocked Subai's heels. Barely! The Emperor's blood blade entered his body and a terrifying might erupted, and the visitor fell into a pool of blood before he could utter a single word. Why, how? The young man's eyes were horrified when he saw this scene. Suddenly, his head snapped up as he realized what was happening. Next moment, dozens of lingering sword blades whistled, drowning him. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X1, gains 500 attribute points. Qin. Subai walked up to the visitor. Fight, stop, again to give you instructions once again. Lao Zi surname. Surname Qin, name. Name Tianju, you can call. Call Lao Zi Lao Qin, also. Can also call lousy Tianju, but don't call lousy full name. Swish. With a wave of Subai's hand, countless spiritual energy was poured into Qin Tianju's body. The latter's miserable white face, suddenly a moment of redness over. Subai, are you trying to ask me why did I lay down my life to save you? Subai didn't say anything, just resisted the attacks of the surrounding demon clans and looked at him calmly. Don't ask, I won't tell you. I only blame the situation was urgent, I didn't get to pretend, damn, I really want to pretend properly, handsome is a lifelong thing, la sa. Qin Tianju looked despondent and shivered as he pulled out his pockets. Seeing this, Subai took out a cigarette and lit it for him. He narrowed his eyes and took a large hard inhalation, but it tugged at his injuries and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. No, it's not a loss, it's not a waste to come to this world if I can smoke the cigarettes lit by you Subai personally in my lifetime. For that, I'm better than old Shay, and going down to him can be pretentious too. Subai didn't say anything. That's pretty high and mighty, for the sake of you lighting a cigarette, one more piece of advice, beware of the people and demons of the Vanguard era. After Qin Tianju finished speaking, he grabbed the lance on the side and stood up with a trembling stump. Subai went over to help him, but he pushed him away. No matter what, I am also a demon slayer of Tianmen Pass, and even if I die, I have to die on the way to kill demons. This pussy, I'm going to pretend, whoever comes to stop me I'm going to be pissed off with. Qin Tianju roared in anger and killed the Spirit River Realm demon race in front of him with a shot. Animal demon race, is that all you guys have? Come and kill the old man. He smiled broadly, his lance pinned to the ground, and lumbered toward the front. Come on, beast, come and kill me. I've suffered enough anger in my life, let's have a few more to let me vent my anger and pretend to be a pussy in the process. And you thief god, the next life can give me a good talent, what level precognition, can only predict 10 years later, but also only once every 10 years, sprinkle money stuff, I can go to your mother. Swish. Another Spirit River Realm demon race fell to the ground. Xia Changkong, you're so talkative, I'm convinced by you. But open your eyes, old man can kill demons even when he's about to die, so you're just saying that it's pretentious or not? What, speak louder, don't you know that I'm way ahead of you, and I can't hear you when you talk in a small voice? Lao Tzu. After killing several demons in his stride, Qin Tianju finally collapsed on the ground. Hundreds of surrounding demons saw this and swarmed him, quickly drowning him. But for a moment. These demon clans were then cut off by an azure blue sword blade. It didn't take long. Subai came to Qin Tianju's side. Behind him was Yi Rouge, who was holding her spear horizontally and had tearful eyes. Subai, old son, handsome or not? Qin Tianju smiled miserably. Subai nodded. Then after 10 years, may, come here again and light a cigarette for old me? Good. No loss at all, old me earns hemp. Qin Tianju let out a loud laugh. No one knew what he was laughing at. And no one knows. 10 years later, a human supreme being would come to this place and light a cigarette for a demon slayer of the Lushan realm. Qin. Yi Rouge covered her small mouth. Lao Tzu, again, will you one more time? Qin Tianju looked at Yi Rouge, and before he could finish his words, he collapsed helplessly in a pool of blood. Subai didn't say anything, silently lifting the immortal Punisher sword and walking towards the middle of the demon race. Immediately after that, amongst the demons, the autumn water swept away like a blue wave, and hundreds of sword-ons blossomed like flowers. The skinny back with a long sword in hand was like a flash of blood-colored light that tore through the black fog that swept through the heavens and earth. Demon Lord has ordered a retreat. The black mist surged and the sound of roaring came out. In just 10 minutes' time, the demon race that had previously covered half of the sky had all withdrawn to the demon race's territory. Logistics border staff, speed up the wall repairs. Report the names of the living demon slayers. Surveillance room, check for demon traces inside and outside the pass, no hidden dangers can be left behind. Contact the mainland media and broadcast this winter demon tide. The demon slayers in each garrison area march 10 miles out of the pass to intercept all demons. In addition, Tianmen Pass kills demons, the hero of the human race, Subai, don't go looking for him, he'll be back. After the war. Inside the Tianmen Pass. Everyone did their job, silently. Under the orderly restoration, the traces of the winter demon tide were gradually erased. The steel walls, as they once were. Just a few more moments of unwarranted despondency on each face. Occasionally, someone would look up for no reason, but in front of them, the thin, sword-wielding figure was missing. Yes. It's just boundless desert. Subai, I know you want to avenge old Qin, but please, you must come back alive, okay? Chapter 43 Battlefield of Heaven. What the hell is going on? Why are we retreating when Tianmen Pass has been breached? I can't figure it out either. Subai is certainly strong, but with my demon race army swarming all over him, he's bound to die as well. What's the point of retreating from a battle that was already unsuspecting? I hope that this time the demon sovereign will give an explanation. What is the meaning of retreating after sacrificing so much and getting Tianmen Pass at your fingertips? How dare you? The meaning of the demon sovereign, is it not something that you and other little demons can speculate on? Has the wooden heaven and earth emperor not come yet? The territory of the demon race. Earth Emperor's camp. Quite a few demon emperors gathered together, venting their inner indignation as you spoke and I spoke. Just then, the withered old man with green hair on top walked in. The crowd of demon emperors hurriedly bowed at the sight. Wooden heaven and earth emperor. The withered old man's face was expressionless, and his eyes swept around sharply. Lord Demon Exalted has ordered that all strong people above Demon Emperor gather here and march into the battlefield of heaven in 3 days. What, the battlefield of heaven? A wolf demon clan Demon Emperor looked horrified. Wooden heaven and earth emperor, is this true? The battlefield of heaven has always been a battle that can only be participated in by demon clans above the earth emperor level. How are we qualified? Could it be that something has happened to the battlefield of heaven? At the mention of the battlefield of heaven, the faces of all the demon emperor powerhouses didn't look too good. Not bad, the battlefield of heaven has indeed changed. Wooden heaven and earth emperor sank his voice. But this change of heart is to our advantage, for now, Lord Demon Zun has held the commander-in-chief of Tianmen Pass in check. The various earth emperors and heaven emperors of the heavenly battlefield also hold a great advantage, and it's only a matter of time before they capture this place. The reason why the demon sovereign ordered the retreat, the purpose, was to speed up the progress of the battlefield of heaven. The crowd of demon emperors stopped speaking out. The battlefield of heaven was more important to the human race and the demon race than the pass. It was set up to isolate the heavens from the prying eyes of the other side. In view of its special nature, in all the years, the demon race and the human race were all earth emperors, and powerful people above the prosperity realm were guarding this place. As long as we break through the battlefield of heaven, learn the location of the human race, and set up a teleportation array, the overthrow of the human race is just around the corner. A fox demon race demon emperor murmured. So that's how it is. No wonder the demon sovereign would retreat at this point. There's no time to lose, let's hurry up and inform. Once the battlefield of heaven is captured, my demon race will be able to march in on a large scale. How can the weak human race stop it? Ha, I knew that there must be a reason for the demon sovereign's actions. Wooden heaven and earth emperor, I'll have someone go and inform. Go. Wooden heaven and earth emperor nodded his head. The crowd of demon emperors bowed and saluted. However, when they looked up, they saw dozens of azure blue sword-ons appear out of nowhere, drowning the wooden heaven and earth emperor. It's human Subai, that guy followed us here. Damn it, go. Escape. The crowd of demon emperors scattered in all directions. The demon emperor at the end suddenly had a cold heart, and just as he turned back to look up, he was wiped out by the immortal execution sword. As his head hit the ground, he saw a figure that melted into the darkness and kept flashing, chasing after the next demon emperor. He tried to voice out a reminder, but his life was extinguished by a sudden sliver of the sword. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X336, gaining attribute point 67, 500. An hour later. Subai came slowly in the darkness. In his hand, he was dragging a long spear skewered with demon heads. The lance was hundreds of meters long, with tens of thousands of heads on it, and every one of them was a strong demon king or above. Soon. Above the lance, there were dozens more heads. Old Qin, old Xia, go well. Subai raised his head and glanced ahead, then turned around and walked towards Tianmen Pass. He didn't hide his tracks. However, amongst the demon race, not a single demon dared to step forward to block the way. It's been a long walk. It was only then that he saw the bleak and desolate desert. I don't know what came to mind, but he pulled out a cigarette and dropped it here and there, and pulled out another and lit it. The smoke was clear, and the Heaven's Gate Pass in front of them blurred a little more. But he didn't stop. Click. A photo op sounded ahead, followed by a gun-toting girl who came in streams of light. Subai, you looked handsome just now, just a little sad. it would be good if you smiled. Yi Rude shook the camera in her hand. She had been guarding the city walls and rushed over as soon as she realized Subai. Subai ignored her, his footsteps not stopping. Hey, what's this? At this point, Yi Rude noticed the lance in his hand, and after seeing the demon head hanging in the back, her pupils shrank and she covered her small mouth in shock. I didn't even realize that the tightly squeezed snack bag had fallen to the floor. Subai, welcome home. Shui also came as a stream of light. At the sight of the lance, she also froze in place. She knew that Subai was very powerful, a prodigy realm-level powerhouse. However, she didn't expect that this departure of Subai had actually killed so many strong demon race members. Shui roughly counted. There were a total of nearly 1,000 demon emperors on the lance, more than 10 earth emperors, and more than 50,000 demon kings. This number basically corresponds to the number of powerful people in this winter demon tide. In other words, in less than 2 days, Subai had killed all of the strongest demon race members of the winter demon tide. At this point, the crowd of demon slayers at Tianmen Pass all walked out. Upon witnessing the lance, everyone didn't say a word, just silently moving to the sides to make way for an avenue. But Subai stopped at that moment. Subai? What's wrong? Old. Just as the crowd was wondering, Subai's sword intense spewed out around him. In the blink of an eye, the passageway that led straight to the gate of the Heaven's Gate Pass suddenly sank by tens of centimeters. Swish! Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Subai's lance shook, and tens of thousands of demon heads embedded themselves into the channel, becoming a new channel. Only after doing this did he raise his lance and step on the heads of the crowd of demons, walking into the Heaven's Gate Pass with no expression on his face. Too damn handsome, Subai, well done, the heads of these beasts are only worthy of paving the way for us. Xiao Lanrua, who witnessed this scene, directly let out a cocky laugh. On the side, the crowd of demon slayers were also red in the face and breathing heavily. For them, killing a demon king on a normal day was already amazing. But now, because of Subai, these normally high and mighty demon kings, demon emperors, and even earth emperors could only be stepped on by them. Subai. I don't know who growled. In an instant, everyone roared in unison. The word Subai resounded through the Tianmen Pass. Headmaster, look at them, how spirited they are. These can be the future pillars of my human race. Look at Zhang Hao from Class 3, Zhou Shiyu from Class 5, and Lu Ruoxue from Class 7, they, all of them, have awakened ranked talents. My 8th grade fame is just around the corner. 8th Center. The large conference room was packed. Principal Ji Hongwei looked at this sea of confident and pleased high school students with quite a bit of pride in his eyes. This session of the 8th grade was the one with the highest number of B-grade talents within the previous sessions. In a short while, this group of high school students would make the name of the 8th middle school resonate throughout the human land. It's a pity that Subai, who was the center of attention of the whole school in the past, is only an E-grade talent. Chapter 44, Lu Banyue. On the podium, the white-haired old man wearing black-framed glasses sighed. He was Wei Wuxing, the homeroom teacher of the 7th class, and Subai was the child he had watched grow up, as well as the heavenly pride that he was proud of. However, he hadn't seen Subai since his talent awakened and he left for the eastern border war zone. But whenever he saw these spirited students, he still couldn't help but recall that stubborn and resolute face. Yes, the Subai at the time was truly amazing, it's just a pity that the creation was so unfortunate. The snowy-haired dean of instruction also voiced his feelings. Alas, with his E-rank talent, going for that 9-death border kill of demons is more than likely out of the question. Ugh. Talking about Subai, many people's faces dimmed a few points with it. Who doesn't know about that former 8th grade representative? Ahem. Ji Hongwei got up to break the dull atmosphere. Students, you have passed the talent test, and in the future, you will walk into the university to cultivate, turn into powerful martial artists, and become heroes who protect the human race. Just yesterday, I received a video of a battle from the Eastern Border War Zone, regarding the Winter Demon Tide. I haven't seen it, but I've been there and I know the terror of the Winter Demon Tide. In this pledge meeting, I hope that with this heavy video, I can make you deeply realize that the so-called quiet years are nothing but someone carrying the weight for you. Besides, there might be a shadow of Subai in there, so let's all watch together. Play the video. Click. The conference room lights went out. The projection screen lit up with it. Soon, the picture unfolds. What met his eyes was the tens of millions of demon tribesmen that came in like an overwhelming sky. This suffocating sense of oppression caused the students in the crowd, the school leaders, to change their faces. Soon, tens of millions of demon race soldiers are at Tiananmen Pass. On the steel walls, the demon slayers stood at attention. But when the image was fixed on that thin, hanging figure, everyone froze. "It's Su Bai!" someone exclaimed. With his body suspended in the air, is this Su Bai having stepped into a fourth-level martial artist? How could he, an E-ranked talent, step into a fourth-ranked martial artist so quickly? An illusion. This must be an illusion. I find it unbelievable too, and besides, why does he have to guard 3 places when others only guard 1? I'm afraid this isn't something Su Bai shot out to bluff. Not only were the school leaders stunned, but even the students on the stage had a heated discussion. Among them, there was a girl in a white dress who stared closely at Su Bai's figure without saying a word. "Manhwa, this must be a fake. This doesn't look like Su Bai at all." Someone on the sidelines made a noise. The girl, however, stared blankly at the screen as if she had not heard. She knows. That's him. She can't be mistaken. Kill. This time, the demon race on the screen launched an attack. They tore their way up the walls, only to be constantly decimated by the demon slayers. But the process. Su Bai's figure had never moved. The only stone-broken sword kept weaving in and out, exterminating the demon race that climbed over the city wall. I knew it, Su Bai, an E-grade gifted person. How can he deal with these demons? Not being scared to death is not bad. I reckon he is already dead. He on this video, it is estimated that it is also pee on it. Or else how can he not move a muscle in the face of so many demons? A student sneered. Exactly, I was just about to say that. That's what I thought. Agreed. When he said that, a number of students followed suit. No one uttered a rebuttal, even Su Bai's homeroom teacher Wei Wuxing just sighed. He likewise thinks it was the border war zone that PD him up after Su Bai's death. However, for an E-ranked talented martial artist, it was already a good ending to die heroically at the border. Su Bai, aren't you going to make a move yet? If this continues, the demons you kill won't be able to catch up with me. At this time, a stunningly beautiful girl appeared on the screen. She was holding a lollipop in her mouth, and she waved her lance in a valiant manner, just like a female god of war. Good lord, Su Bai actually found such a beautiful girl to play with. What a beautiful girl, not in the least inferior to our big school flower, Lu Banhwa. I don't know how such a pretty girl ended up as a demon slayer. It's still Su Bai, so popular with girls everywhere he goes, he can show off his hand even when he's dead. A lot of students are hot to trot. The only girl in a white dress, when she saw the scene, her eyes fell for a few moments. Banhwa, don't mind her, you're the prettiest. Who doesn't know that Class 7, Lu Banhwa, is the school flower of our 8th grade? You shouldn't think so much, Su Bai is already dead, all this is just a self-directed script. Lu Banhwa didn't say anything. Just staring at the screen without a word. She knew that this might be the real script, or maybe it was a video of killing Demon Man P after Su Bai's death. But she was inexplicably a little envious. She, too, had wanted to talk to Su Bai in the same tone that this girl spoke in. But she tried for 3 years and couldn't get into his life. Boom click. At this point, the southern 6th District garrison was overrun by the demons, killing 2 people in a matter of moments. But soon, a strong demon slayer rushed up to set the crisis right. He looked at Su Bai angrily, and before he could finish his words, he was attacked and killed by a demon emperor hiding in the shadows. This is the real demon slayer. Su Bai is just a picture monster. I don't understand why he's called Su Bai. It's a battlefield, the slightest mistake could cost you your life. It must have been Su Bai who begged him before he died. This damned guy, he has to drag others down with him when he dies. Unable to forgive Su Bai's actions, he indirectly killed a rank 4 martial artist with this move. The crowd of students had ugly faces, and many of them were even loudly reprimanding. Even the school's leadership team frowned with heavy faces. Su Bai is moving. This time. I don't know who shouted. Immediately after. Everyone saw the scene where Su Bai threw the heavenly scarcity. The disdain and contempt in their eyes turned to shock as the blob of blood exploded. Swish. Principal Ji Hongwei rose violently. It's that gun, it's actually that gun, Su Bai can actually shake that gun. No one knew what he was talking about, but that minute set off a furor in everyone's mind. Under one strike, 100,000 demons fell silent, such divine might, truly horrifying. Is it really an E-class gifted person? Su Bai moved and the demon race died, which had broken the rumors of the P-picture. Everyone knew that the person in front of them was the real and true Subai. But they have trouble believing it. Why, in less than 2 months, had the once E-ranked gifted person grown to such an extent? That is to say, Subai is now really a rank 4 martial artist? Chapter 45, then accompany him as a demon slayer. A student broke the silence. Needless to say, Subai can fight in the air. This is the most typical level 4 martial artist. Another student replied. As highly gifted people who were about to take the entrance exam, the school had given them a perfect martial arts system to sort out during this time. None of them were unfamiliar with the characteristics corresponding to the corresponding level of martial artists. But this, how can this be, Subai, he's just an E-ranked gifted person, a recognized trash talent? A question was raised. This statement was echoed by a number of people. But a new question arises, how to explain the speed at which Subai is growing? No one knows. In the conference room, there was once again dead silence. Headmaster, can there be any more records of Subai's talent awakening? Not knowing what he remembered, Wei Wuxing spoke out. Talent awakening is a big deal, not to mention Subai, who was once the face of my 8th grade school. Ji Hongwei tapped a video on his cell phone and handed it to Wei Wuxing. Above this was the process of Subai awakening his talent. Sure enough? After Wei Wuxing finished reading it, he returned the phone with a heavy face. Unfortunately, we, in the 8th grade, have really missed out on a genius. What do you mean? Ji Hongwei was confused. Just now I looked, Subai didn't go to the dual talent awakening stage after he awakened his E-rank talent, which means that Subai, most likely, has a dual talent. Double talent. The faces of the surrounding school leadership team were shocked. Exactly. Only the fact that Subai is doubly gifted can explain why he has grown to this point in a short period of time. Wei Wuxing's voice was not loud. But in the conference room, where a needle could not be heard at that moment, everyone could hear it clearly. What, Subai is dual-talented? Mostly true, Subai is originally a shining pride of heaven. When you think about it, he is a double talent, which is not surprising at all. On the contrary, he awakened the E-level talent, which is truly unexpected. The dual-talented Subai is the one who is that supreme heavenly pride in the hearts of the people. Less than 2 months, breaking through the royal wind realm, such talent, even if we look at the human race, it's still a phoenix-like existence. What is this if not double talent? As soon as this news spread, many people expressed their opinions. No one questioned Wei Wuxing. Because at one time the teenager's name of heaven's pride was true to its name. And they, all of them, are witnesses. I knew it, he's obviously so good. Lu Banyue murmured, a pair of beautiful eyes covered in a layer of water mist at some point. In this moment she was in tears, but smiling. The smile was gentle. As the spring breeze begins to come, see the willow holding the moon. It's all my fault, it's my incompetence as a principal, it's me who made the 8th grade miss out on a genius. Ji Hongwei could think with his eyes closed about how world-renowned it would be for a dual talent to appear in the 8th grade. But now, Subai had gone to the border to become a demon slayer, and without a few years, he simply couldn't come back. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and if he misses this opportunity, he will never get a chance to enter college. If we had found out earlier, we might have been persuaded, but he's already rostered at the border and it's too late. Wei Wuxing sighed. There are only 2 ways for demon killers at the border to come back to the mainland. First, 3 years of killing demons at the border. Secondly, the big man stepped in to fish. With the high school exams approaching and time running out, you simply can't wait that long for the first one to be ruled out. And the existence that could mobilize the killing of a demon man, looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, there would not be more than 10. The 8th middle school was only one of the many middle schools in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was not possible to access such characters, and the second one was also unrealistic. 8th middle school owes Subai too much. This time, no matter how much it costs, I want him to come back for the college entrance exam. Ji Hongwei's tone was firm, and the school leader on the side wanted to say something, but he waved his hand to stop it. I know what you all want to say, but don't say any of you, and leave this matter of Subai to me. I'm here to assure you all that if he doesn't show up at the examination center, I, Ji Hongwei, will resign from my position as principal. This time, Wei Wuxing also stood up. Headmaster, we also want Subai to come back, and it's not that we don't believe in your ability. But what if Subai refuses to come back? Everyone knows to the point that this kid is arrogant and stubborn, and it seems to me that he wouldn't necessarily want to come back even if he had the opportunity to come back. The words fell. A girl stood up abruptly. She was dressed in a white dress, reflecting the hazy light on the projection screen, just like a fairy who fell to earth. I'll persuade him. With everyone watching, the girl opened her teeth lightly and spoke her mind. I don't agree, Pulling Moon, that place is too dangerous, you can't go. You're one of the few ranked gifted people in our school, and you're responsible for revitalizing the school, you can't afford to have anything happen to you. Manhwa, you can't be impulsive, 8 middle school is without Subai, if you're gone again, what will 8 middle school rely on to make a name for itself? I don't agree either. In the conference room, the voices that rose and fell were all disagreeing with Lu Banyue's decision. She said nothing and turned to leave. She, like him, made decisions that no one could change. Banyue, I know I can't persuade you, but have you thought about it? What if you can't persuade Subai back either? Wei Wuxing's voice came from behind her, and Lu Banyue's footsteps lurched. Turning back, she gave a sweet smile. Then, accompany him as a demon slayer. Same time. The videotapes from the Eastern Border War Zone reached all parts of the human race. Under the arrangement of the top management of the Dragon Kingdom, universities, middle schools, elementary school, and even kindergartens were uniformly organized to broadcast. Ms. Evening E, this person is my brother. Hey, his name is Subai, isn't he handsome? Star of the Sky Kindergarten. The little girl in the pink dress pointed happily at the TV screen. Wow, it's really handsome, is he really your brother, G? Brother Subai said he was about to come to see me, but it's been a long time and he hasn't come yet. Xiaoji misses him so much. The little girl propped up her face, her little fleshy hands picking at the screen. It seemed as if he was trying to look through the television set and pulled a thin figure by the scruff of the neck. Xiaoji, wait a little longer, your brother Subai is busy, he'll come to see you when he has time, okay? A female teacher crouched down to comfort. Goodbye, Xiaoji is not unintelligent, Xiaoji is just so want Subai brother. Brother Subai said, he also wanted to take Xiaoji to the amusement park to ride the Ferris wheel, Xiaoji can like the Ferris wheel. Good, then Ms. Evening E will come along then? The female teacher laughed and was just about to pinch the little girl's baby fat little face, but she avoided it. Ms. Evening E, my face is only for Brother Subai to pinch, no one else can pinch it, or else I'll lose my temper. Okay, the teacher won't pinch. The female teacher resentfully withdrew her hand and continued to chat with the little girl about this boy called Subai. Because the only way to talk about him, this silent little girl, was to talk to them. No one noticed. Not far from the window, a man in black was icily watching this scene. Young Tang, the man has been found. Chapter 46 Commander of the 10th Army. By order of the Bright Army Commander, demon slayers above the Royal Wind Realm proceed to the plaza to gather. This day, the piercing sound of the briefing spread through the Heaven's Gate Pass. Before long, dozens of streams of light leapt down, like meteors falling to the ground, attracting people's attention. TSK, a great man of the Royal Wind Realm, traveling in the air, it's so pretentious. If he can fulfill his ambition, he will ride on the green clouds as a stunning star. It is not yet time to ascend to the battlefield of heaven, and I wonder what the Bright Army Commander has come for? Just look at it. As soon as the notice came out, apart from the strongest members of the Royal Wind Realm, quite a few demon slayers also came over to watch the fun. In just a few minutes, most of the demon slayers had gathered in the logistics department's square. Subai is here. I don't know who yelled. Next moment, the crowd of demon slayers tacitly stood to the sides, revealing an avenue large enough for more than 10 people to pass through. No one said anything, just every pair of eyes coincidentally looked towards Subai, who came slowly. It wasn't until he walked into the ranks of the Royal Wind Realm powerhouses that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. This kid has a lot of face. The corners of the Bright Army Chief's mouth twitched. Such a big row, not to mention him, I guess the Commander-in-Chief has never enjoyed it. But he was also a little puzzled. These knife-edged demon slayers are reasonably bad-tempered. Although Subai was strong, he wasn't so strong that everyone would be pleased with him, right? The Bright Army Chief twisted his head to look at the circle of powerful people above the Royal Wind Realm, and found that each one of them had a respectful face, and several of them even crowded together just to save a place for Subai. This even included the notorious Zhoulan Rua of Tianmen Pass, Yang Tian, and others. What's the situation? Even these heavenly prides recognized Subai's position? Army Commander Bright, Subai is now, not just a demon slayer, but a well-deserved god of war in our Tianmen Pass, it's not too much to say that it's faith. Yang Tian laughed bitterly. Agreed. Nothing wrong with that. Good point. Quite a few Royal Wind Realm powerhouses spoke out in agreement. The chief of the Army of Light was suspicious. To forcefully suppress tens of millions of demon clans from the Rincon demon tide, to enter the demon realm alone, to pluck tens of thousands of demon kings, thousands of demon emperors, and more than a dozen earth emperors' heads to pave the way, this action, is it not a god of war, is it not a belief? Shu Wei explained out loud. Power over tens of millions of demon clans. Pave the way by picking the heads of tens of thousands of strong demon kings and above. The light army commander's face changed as he sniffed, blinking as he appeared on the path paved with demon heads. Feeling the strong aura released by these demonic heads, he was shocked beyond words in his heart. Such a shocking act, was it really done by a progenitor realm powerhouse? He couldn't believe it. However, the sword intent that flowed from the heads of these demons gave him no reason to question it. The Chief of the Light went back and forth on this path dozens of times. 10 minutes passed before he took a deep breath and straightened his clothes in the mirror conjured by his spiritual energy. When he reappeared in the square, he was already standing in front of Su Bai with a solemn face. Tianmen Pass Demon Slayer, Su Bai. Your heroic performance in the Winter Demon Tide this time is enough to go down in the annals of the human race, and Wang Guoguang, the commander of the 10th Army of the Eastern Border War Zone, hereby expresses his gratitude to you on behalf of the entire Tianmen Pass. Say it. Wang Guoguang bowed. The whole room was silent for a moment. No one expected that Wang Guoguang, who was one of the top 10 army commanders, to think that he would perform such a great salute in front of all the Heaven's Gate Pass demon slayers. In the past, such a scene would have caused a ripple when it happened. But at this moment, not a single person in the room was surprised. Simply because the object of the salute was Su Bai. He suffered. Su Bai. Su Bai. Su Bai. In the square, a sudden and long-lasting chant rang out. I'm sorry to be on the receiving end. Su Bai picked up Kingdom Light, and at the same time, sword intent emanated. The crowd of demon slayers felt this familiar aura and instantly quieted down. No arrogance, not bad. Not bad. Wang Guoguang patted Su Bai on the shoulder with an appreciative face. When he looked at the crowd of demon slayers again, his face steeped in seriousness. Now that the commander-in-chief is being held back by the demon race's demon Zune, the crowd of demon slayers are caught in a deadly battle, and the situation on the battlefield of heaven is critical. For the sake of the human race, all demon slayers above the Royal Wind Realm will follow me to the battlefield of heaven in 3 hours. Something happened in the battlefield of heaven as well? A look of shock appeared on Xiao Lanrua's face. Hearing this, not only him, but quite a few people beside him turned a few shades of white. They were only at the Royal Wind Realm, but the minimum requirement for the battlefield of heaven was the Prosperity Realm. This time, Wang Guoguang came, indicating that the situation above was serious and had reached the point of asking for help downwards. We'll make arrangements for the specifics up there, so you guys go ahead and recuperate, and meet here in 3 hours to set out. Wang Guoguang disappeared from the spot after saying that. These demonic beasts are really annoying, only just survived the Rinwinter Demon Tide and came back to this, do they still want people to live? It can't be helped, the battlefield of heaven is more important than the Heaven's Gate Pass, and it can't be lost even in death. Alas, what can we do up there with this level of cultivation, serve as cannon fodder? The military commander will have his own considerations, and no matter what, it's impossible to ask us to go to our deaths. Many of the demon slayers did not look too good, and several demon slayers had already gotten together and were ready to form a team. But no matter how the crowd shifted, no one dared to approach Su Bai. Yang Tian did look at him with some interest, but quickly withdrew his gaze. It would have been fine if he was alone, but it happened so suddenly that all the members of the Heaven's Path squad were affected. As captain, he couldn't leave his teammates behind and ignore them. Hey, Junior, want to team up with me, Love Brain, and Demon Sister? At this time, Shu Wei came over. Yi Rouge also grabbed the snack bag and poked her head out from Su Bai's side. Stinky Shu Wei, who are you calling a Love Brain? Don't you have enough people in your Rakshasa squad? Big Bear and the girls haven't stepped into the Royal Wind Realm yet and are designated to stay at the Heaven's Gate Pass, and right now our squad is just the two of us, Sister Demon and I. Oh, yeah. Yi Rouge shook her head, her afterglow sizing up Su Bai, and the snack bag suddenly squeezed a few points tighter. Promise. Say yes. If you say yes, we'll be a squad. Your merit ring is Chang'an, mine is Chowga, and the name of the squad will be Ange. No, Ange doesn't sound good, let's call it Chang'ga, it's a powerful and poetic name. In Yiruj, Shuei's expectant eyes, Subai shook his head and refused. Why don't you agree? The battlefield of heaven is unfamiliar, we all have a care together. Yiruj was like a deflated ball of leather, and the snack she had been chewing with such relish became tasteless. Okay let's team up later then. Although the outcome had been expected. But Subai's refusal without half a hesitation still made Shuei a little sad. Alas, while there's still some time left, let me tell you about the battlefield of heaven first. Chapter 47, Ancient Martial Arts Cultivation Technique. Come on, is there a better snack there? Yiruj moved a stool and sat down. Seemingly remembering something, she hurriedly got up and moved the stool in front of Subai. Subai, sit. Subai didn't bother with her. I'm the one who has to talk, okay, shouldn't I be given a seat? Water spat out. Stinky water, you're too short and you're always calling me a love brain, so you won't get a seat, slightly. Yiruj spat out her tongue in triumph. Shay, don't give a. Shuei raised a willow eyebrow, and the next moment willow branches surged on the ground, forming a chair in just a few seconds. She leisurely sat down, which at the same time also got a chair each for Nan Demon and Subai. Whoa, such a beautiful chair, Shuei, I want to sit too. Yiruj's eyes lit up when she saw the chair. Who was it that called me stinky water just now, and if I remember correctly, someone else called me stinky gutter before, didn't they? Who bullied you so much? Tell me, Shuei, I'll clean him up for you and beat him up hard. Yiruj blinked her eyes, her small fists clenched and tied in a righteous manner. Love brain, how come I didn't realize you were so thick-skinned, convinced? The corner of Mizu's mouth twitched and she raised her hand to get her a chair as well. He. Yiruj happily sat down, swaying left and twisting right, living like a curious baby. But after a moment of fiddling, her attention returned to the snack in her hand. That's right. Shuei put away her jostling mind. The battlefield of the sky, strictly speaking, still belongs to the category of the Heaven's Gate Pass, only because the human race, the demon race, strong people fighting caused by the waves too big, so the two strongest people will join hands to cut out a piece of space, as the strongest people fighting the boundary, because this space in the sky dome above, over time, it will be known as the battlefield of the sky. This, too, is the reason why not a single cloud is visible on the walls of Tianmen Pass. You mean the battlefield of heaven is, in fact, located above the steel walls? Yiruj asked. Nice. The battlefield of heaven is indeed located above the Heaven's Gate Pass, but it's not limited to the Heaven's Gate Pass. The most accurate statement should be to take the area from the Demon Earth Emperor's camp to the area above Tianmen Pass. Waterways. But I can't figure out why the Demon Slayer is traveling to the battlefield of heaven, compared to the Heaven's Gate Pass. That place should have a greater threat factor? Danger, often accompanied by opportunity, although the battlefield of heaven is a brutal struggle. The resources up there are incomparable to the Heaven's Gate Pass. The most we can exchange here is a grade weapons and a grade martial arts, but up there, we can exchange for S-grade and even higher grade weapons and martial arts. So it is. Surprise appeared on Yiruj's small face. It's all about exchanging your life. After killing demons for so long, you didn't just exchange for a B-rank possessed weapon, so you can imagine how expensive the stuff on it is. Shuei said helplessly. But what attracts the crowds the most up there is still the ancient martial arts cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques, don't we rely on our talent to cultivate? What's it got to do with techniques? My vast human race has been passed down for 10,000 years, so how could I not have some heritage, or else how do you think those ancient martial arts families have been producing celestial pride? Shuei smiled. It's not that their talent is better than ours, but it's because they've been practicing gong methods since they were young. But for people like us who don't have an inheritance, the only way to get twice the result with half the effort is to find a technique that suits our talents. So you have come here to find a technique to cultivate? Yiruj looked at Shuei and Nan Demon suspiciously. The southern demon didn't say anything, but Shuei nodded her head dryly in acknowledgement. That's right, or do you think I'd have to come here and live this life of birth and death with my A-level talent? Oh, that's true. The border war zone is the best way to obtain ancient martial arts cultivation techniques on the surface, so I hope that this time up there, everyone can find the right technique for their cultivation. After Shuei finished speaking, she looked at Subai. Subai, be careful when you go up there, someone might want to target you. Who dares to target Subai? Has he never died? Yiruj gritted her teeth and swung her fist. On the bright side, there are 3 people in the battlefield of heaven who will most likely make a move against you. Subai looked at Shuei, waiting for her to follow. The first one, Tang Hao behind Tangjin, he's Tangjin's cousin, and he also wants Chang'an in your hands. The second one, the former leader of the Heavenly Warfare Squad, Li Fingyi, also known as Boss Du Duanfeng. The third, Ouyang Easy. The first two I can understand, beat the little one to come to the old one, but what the hell is this Ouyang Prowler? Subai has no enmity with him, right? Yi Ruj frowned. Ouyang Prowler, this person is handsome and extremely focused on appearance. He was nicknamed the first handsome of Tianmen Pass, but after Subai's arrival, he was reduced to the second handsome of Tianmen Pass, and with his character, he will most likely turn on Subai. This person is also an A-class talent, and it's rumored that he broke through the Prosperity Realm 5 years ago, and now, if he is now, he might be on the verge of breaking through the Qiongyu Realm. Shui murmured. Qiongyu Realm, this has reached the realm of the Commander-in-Chief of Tianmen Pass. Is this person so powerful? You're outdated with this information. The Commander-in-Chief Qiongyu Realm, that's the explicit strength, and it's been decades since then. Now it's estimated that he's already broken through to a higher realm. Worthy of being the Commander-in-Chief. Yi Ruj didn't feel bright and stern. In addition, 3 years ago, the 9th Army Chief was killed in battle, the position was vacated, and this person, Ouyang Prowler, is one of the strong contenders for the position of the Army Chief, and explicitly and implicitly, there are not a few people who support him. So Subai, you have to be careful. This news, Shui didn't say it explicitly, but instead used voice transmission to tell Subai alone. Thanks a lot. Subai answered back. Shui went on to say some more news about the battlefield of heaven. By the time she stopped, Kingdom Light had appeared on the stage. This girl is right, Subai, you have to be careful of Ouyang Prowler, this person is not simple. Subai's voice came from Wang Guoguang in his head. Thanks a lot. If you have the chance, you can also fight for the 9th Army Commander position. Good. Cheer up, I look forward to the day when I join you in the battle against the demon race. Wang Guoguang smiled in relief. Not for long. All cultivators above the Royal Wind Realm have assembled. Don't worry, you guys are heading to the battlefield of the heavens this time, and other than a small number of you who need to fight against the strongest members of the demon race, the rest of you will only be responsible for holding down the fort. This statement was made. Many people were relieved. Since we're all here, let's go. A golden ladder slowly fell from the dome of the sky during a wave of Wang Guoguang's large hand. This is the stairway to heaven, the passageway from the heavenly gate pass to the battlefield of heaven, let's go. The crowd walked up the ladder together. After walking a few steps, Yi Ruj suddenly turned back and looked at the motionless Kingdom Light in place. Army Commander Bright, won't you join us? Chapter 48, Subai, I'll remember you. Let's go. The Army Commander of Light is one of the 10 Army Commanders, and with the Army Commander's order, you can enter and exit the battlefield of heaven at will. Water patted her little brain. Let's go then, Army Chief Bright. Yi Ruj waved her hand, and Wang Guoguang smiled as she watched them leave. After the line is gone. Wang Guoguang came to the road that was paved with demon heads and walked it over and over again. Hello everyone, I'm Ouyang Easy, welcome. Subai and the others had just stepped onto the clouds when a man in a white robe came with his sword. The gentle breeze ruffled his long hair, making him look ethereal and dashing. So handsome. Yi Ruj exclaimed in delight. Ha, the little girl has vision, but the word handsome is no longer enough to describe me. I now prefer others to call me a beautiful man. Ouyang Prowler stroked his hair and struck what he thought was a charming pose. What are you rushing to say when I haven't even finished talking? Yi Ruj crossed her arms and ruthlessly ate her snack. Rather, it is Easy who is being abrupt. I wonder what other words the girl is prepared to use to describe me. Is it appearance that is better than Panin? Is it suave? Or is it a handsome face? No. Yi Ruj shook her head. I mean, although you're handsome, you're still a bit far from Subai. Oh yeah? The sword light flashed under Ouyang Prowler's feet, and in a moment, he swept to Subai's heels. When he came with his sword, he noticed Subai, whose face value was heavenly. Above the clouds. Ouyang Prowler stared at Subai's face for a long time, and the smile on his face, too, gradually froze. Indeed, he is very handsome and has the qualifications to be compared to me, Ouyang Easy. And, you use a sword too? Speaking. Ouyang Prowler's body emitted a strong sword intent, crushing towards Subai. Chant. Before Subai could strike, the immortal execution sword was already sheathed and emitted azure-colored sword intent to fight against Ouyang Prowler's sword intent. The two strands of sword intent collided, and the might raged, but the void only swept out a ripple and did not shatter. This showed that the spatial strength of the heavenly battlefield far exceeded that of the ground. Interesting, that's a nice sword, is it for sale? Ouyang Ichio looked at the immortal execution sword. The color of love in his eyes was not hidden. Subai didn't pay any attention to him, and with a single move of his hand, the immortal Punisher sword entered his hand. Same time. The sword intent on his body spread out, two strands of sword intent superimposed on each other, and Ouyang Prowler's sword intent was only resisted for a moment before it was suppressed. At the critical moment, Ouyang Prowler turned his long sword at his feet, and only then did he barely manage to block the blow. Very good, it seems that this term's demon slayers aren't all mediocre. Subai, you're very good. Ouyang Prosperity, remember you. After Ouyang Ichio finished speaking, he pointed his toes and flew away with his imperial sword. Everyone, I'm sorry, I was originally the one who came to meet you all, it's just that Fong was late due to something temporary. Great Sword Immortal Ouyang didn't make things difficult for you, did he? This time. A middle-aged man dressed in a demon slayer costume walked out from the side. Subai glanced at him and didn't say anything. The fact that this person is only showing up now is nothing more than someone else saying hello. But he wasn't interested in that, he only wanted to kill demons to earn attribute points. This uncle, you came, quite at the right time. As for whether it is difficult or not, I think your long eyes are not blind, you should see it very clearly. Yi Rouge bit into the snack bag and said in a cold voice. She could care less about other people, but she was upset that Ouyang Prowler was making things difficult for Subai. I don't think it's a good idea to dwell on that. The priority is to go to the assignments earlier. The middle-aged man said helplessly. If you say you won't get entangled, do you really think that the regulations of the Eastern Border War Zone are just for show, or that the rules set by the Commander-in-Chief, which he, Ouyang Prosperity, is free to transgress? Little girl, you're overstating it. Seriously, but just for the record, or are you in league with him? Yi Rouge coldly said. I wouldn't dare, it's just that all of you have just come from the Heaven's Gate Pass and don't know much about everything here, so it's better if you follow me to assign your jobs first. Having said that, the middle-aged man didn't give Yi Rouge a chance to speak, his body turned into streams of light and went far away. I kill. Southern Demon said expressionlessly and followed this person with the crowd. Subai noted down the direction that Ouyang Prowler had left, and then turned his head to follow the Southern Demon and the others. Not for long. He then came to a complex built above the clouds, similar in style to a royal palace, but on a much smaller scale. On the gate of the palace, the words Battlefield of Heaven were written in large letters. The moment. Yi Rouge's group was standing in front of the main gate. You have to pay 100,000 merit points to get in. Who made this rule? Don't go too far, our patience is limited, don't you push us. Are all the demon slayers of the heavens battlefield so rampant, using the public for personal gain? Who gave you the right? Subai fell down, and it was only after Shui informed him that he understood what had happened. It turned out that they had lost the middle-aged man who was leading the way, and when they found this place and just wanted to go in, a man came out of the doorway and asked one of them to pay 100,000 merit points before he would let them in. I said 100,000 merit points per person, not a single point less. The visitor leaned lazily against the doorpost with a pitch-black lance in his arms. However, the surging intent that flowed through his body highlighted his cultivation at the peak of the prodigy realm. You! Yi Rouge was just about to voice out a theory, but Yang Tian stepped forward first. This brother, you do this, not too good, 100,000 merit points, for us is not a small amount, why don't we change it to 10,000, let's make friends, what do you think? No how, 100,000 per person, 1 point less and you won't get in this door, I say. Since you don't agree, let me, then, learn the high tricks of a powerful person of the realm of intent. The long spear in Yang Tian's hand vibrated and swung out as a spear martial art. He knew that intentional realm powerhouses weren't simple, but the other party had already bullied his way to his head, so if he didn't respond, did he really think that he, Yang Tian, was a soft target? However, the opponent just moved his gun body, and the power of the intent that was pulled up blasted Yang Tian down. At this time, a sword-wielding figure instantly leapt out, and the long sword in his hand made a stunning turn, transforming into a sword light that went straight to the neck of the visitor. Swish! The coming person's gun body lifted, and the intent it induced instantly blasted the sword-wielding figure out of the room. Sister Demon! Shui exclaimed in shock and hurriedly caught the Southern Demon who flew out backwards. Anyone else have an opinion? If you don't have a problem with it, pay the merit points, otherwise, this door, you can't enter. The visitor, with his lance in his arms, glanced at the crowd and continued to lean against the doorpost, faking sleep. This time, Subai walked up to him. Are you going to pay your merit points, or are you going to fight? Chapter 49: The 9 Regions of the Southern Boundary. Subai didn't say anything and tapped the merit ring. A string of numbers then surfaced. 8,847,071. More than 8 million merit points, quite a bit higher than what I predicted. Subai had killed many demons in the midst of the winter demon tide this time, and many people had counted the merit points he had earned in this regard. But none of them had calculated that this number shown on the merit ring. Such a number, when it's really horrible. More than 8 million merit points, how many demon races must this kill? This is too scary. The crowd of demon slayers looked horrified. It wasn't just them, it was the doorstoppers who had closed their eyes, but they also opened their eyes at that moment. As a fellow Prosperity Realm powerhouse or a sword cultivator, he knew that Subai's strength wasn't bad, but he didn't expect that he would be able to take out so many merit points. At the Heaven's Gate Pass, the main way to gain merit points is to kill demons. Generally speaking, the number of demons killed is directly proportional to the merit points, while strength is directly proportional to the number of demons killed. That is to say, the number of merit points can, to a certain extent, represent the strength of that person. Subai had more than 8 million merit points, so one could imagine how strong he was. How much do you want? Subai spoke calmly. The doorstopper stared at the more than 8 million merit points, his gaze hesitant. A few moments later, as if he had made up his mind, he sidestepped and chose to get out of the way. Heaven's Gate Pass Demon Slayer, Heaven's Battlefield Townkeeper, Late Prosperity Realm, Wang Zhanyuan. Subai didn't say anything and walked in with an expressionless face. Subai is strong enough, he can go, but you guys, no. 100,000 merit points, not a penny less. Wang Zhanyuan stopped Yi Rouge and the others who wanted to go in. I'll pay. At this point, Subai's voice came through. Wang Zhanyuan's face sank, and after thinking for a moment, he still chose to give way. Subai, if you have this temperament, you are bound to not be a treacherous and stingy person. I, Wang Zhanyuan, serve you. In my life, I am most displeased with those who brutalize their compatriots, and it was someone who transmitted a message telling me that you were killing your compatriots indiscriminately, which is why I snapped at this place. But now it seems that it was all a misunderstanding. Who said that? Yi Rouge frowned. I don't know, the other party's voice transmission method is extremely high, leaving no traces. Wang Zhanyuan glanced at her. So, the other guy said that and you believed it? I didn't believe it, I just judged right and wrong in my own way. It turns out the other side was wrong. Wang Zhanyuan turned his head to look at Subai. This embarrassment is my fault, Wang Zhanyuan. I don't like to apologize, but I'll make up for it in my own way. Subai, I can do 3 things for you that don't touch the bottom line. No need. Subai shook his head. Whether you use it or not is your business, whether you do it or not is my business, Wang Zhanyuan. If you have orders, just greet them. Wang Zhanyuan turned around and left after saying that. This guy, he really has a personality, but strong is also really strong. It's a good thing that he didn't lay his hands on me, otherwise I'm only afraid that I won't be able to walk for more than 3 moves. Yang Tian came covering his arm. He's, well, strong. The southern demon recognized. I'm sorry guys, I was suddenly in a bit of an internal hurry just now, so I walked a bit faster, and I didn't realize that this happened again. I'm so sorry. Since there's nothing wrong with everyone, let's go with me to the assignments, it's urgent and there's no time to lose. The middle-aged man who had disappeared earlier appeared at some unknown time. Yi Rouge was just about to say something when Shui pulled him behind her. Then Your Honor would be grateful for the trouble. Good talk, everyone is a demon slayer, no need to be polite. My name is Jin Xingxi, mainly responsible for regulating the new arrivals in the battlefield of the heavens. There will be many more chances to deal with you all in the future. Everyone just call me Old Jin. The middle-aged man said as he rode in the air. In just a few minutes, he led the crowd to the demon beheading hall. This hall was located in the center of the heavenly battlefield, and the interior was very spacious, but except for a white light ball in the middle part, there were no extra decorations. Any new demon slayers that come up have to keep a roster here. It's simple, just lean the merit ring around the white ball of light. Say it. He brought the merit ring close to the white mass of light, and his basic information quickly surfaced on it. Name, Jin Changxi. Position, Captain of the Battlefield of Heaven Town Guard. Just like me. Jin Xingxi withdrew his hand, and the message on the white ball of light disappeared with it. I'll try first. Yi Rouge carefully leaned the merit ring up. The white mass of light surged for a while, and a few lines of small words swept out. Name, Yi Rouge. Position, Battlefield of Heaven Townkeeper. It's been tested and there's nothing wrong with it, so go ahead everyone. Yi Rouge withdrew her small hand. The crowd was seen lining up to complete the roster entry. However, when it was Subai's turn, the words displayed on it were different from the rest. Name, Subai. Position, Slayer of Demons in the Battlefield of Heaven. What's going on? Why is Subai's information different from ours? Yi Rouge looked at Jin Xingxi with a mischievous face. The snack bag was put away, and her small hand was resting on the lance at some point. Ahem, I forgot to tell you guys, strong people whose realm breaks through the prosperity realm are required to take up the Demon Slayer position except when instructed to do so by the commander-in-chief or the army commander. The middle-aged man let out a relevant laugh. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? I suspect you did it on purpose. This is not the recent war situation is serious, forget about it, it is my problem, I hope everyone understands a little. You. Yi Rouge heard the gun awning steeply, and if Shui hadn't stopped it in time, he would have killed it. Shui, why are you stopping me? This guy is obviously punking Subai, I will never let him go. Yi Rouge said angrily. Shui patted her head and said something that made her walk to the corner with a depressed look on her face. Ahem, it's not as easy here as Tianmen Pass, Captain G is busy with his affairs, we all understand. However, we are new to this place and don't know much about it, so I wonder if Captain G could provide some notes on the Battlefield of Heaven. Shui turned around and laughed. Hey yo, if you don't tell me my brain can't remember, the notes are here, one for each hand, everyone familiarize yourself with them and head to the township, I've circled them for you up there. As for Subai, you'll need to go out and kill demons, and I've marked the area you're responsible for. With a wave of Jin Xingxi's hand, dozens of notes flew out, each hanging in front of the crowd of demon killers. Subai took a look. This note is rudimentary, with only a map of the area responsible for the Battlefield of Heaven. There were 10 districts on it, and the one Jin Xingxi had marked out for him was South Boundary 9. It's too rough, isn't it? Nothing, not even marking where the supplies exchange is? Chapter 50 The Wind Realm. It's indeed too simple, not at all as detailed as Tianmen Pass. What's the point of this, marking one area of responsibility and nothing else? High and low also indicate the current situation of each heaven's battlefield, right? The crowd of demon slayers kept flipping through the notes, their frowns getting deeper and deeper. It was the first time they had seen such a perfunctory booklet. If they weren't in the battlefield of heaven, I'm afraid that many people wouldn't be able to help but curse. Just take it easy guys, you'll be familiar with it after a while, I've got things to do, so I'll leave you guys to familiarize yourselves a bit more and head to your area of responsibility in an hour. As the middle-aged man's words fell, he turned into streams of light and left this place. Damn it guys, an hour for us to head to the area of responsibility, that's a lot of rush. Yi Rouge angrily chewed on her snacks, the notes issued by Jin Xingxi had already been torn into pieces by her. We're fine, we're right here, but Subai is so far away, how will an hour be enough time? As soon as young Tian's words fell, the crowd unanimously looked at Subai. If you want me to say directly do not go, the big deal is to make a fuss to the military commander. Call the commander to come over to decide. Xiu Lanrua said in a cold voice. Better not. Shui sighed. The other side is powerful, and the fact that they dare to tease us so blatantly proves that the background behind them is not simple. Right now what we can do is to seize the time to improve our strength, only our own fist is big. Said. Shui looked at Subai. Subai, it's advisable to get there within half an hour now, or go back in a couple hours. They're only giving such a short period of time, I suspect someone is setting you up. Aha! Subai nodded and left. Since you've set a trap, Shui, why do you still ask him to go over there, isn't this a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Yi Rouge was puzzled. What you think of, others can't possibly not think of, if Subai doesn't go, he might just fall into another one of their traps, and the consequences caused could be even greater. It's a young plot, it's a setup if Subai goes, and it's a setup if Subai doesn't go. It's all a set, so what's the difference between going and not going? Yi Rouge scratched his head, a little confused as to what Shui meant. To go, there may be danger, not to go. Can be a deserter, the punishment for desertion, do not need me to say. They, how dare they? Why wouldn't I dare? Shui sneered. You think this group of guys who killed their way up from the Heavenly Gate Pass is really that simple? Then Subai, isn't he in danger? That's not quite true, instead I think that it's best for Subai to go there. Why? Because when he goes there, he'll be dealing with mostly demons, whereas when he stays here, he'll be dealing with people, who can be much harder to deal with than demons at certain times. Indeed. Yang Tian nodded thoughtfully. Furthermore, to crush tens of millions of demon races progenitor realm powerhouses with his own strength, no matter what, we should trust him. Open the personal attributes panel. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Late Prosperity Realm 2, 368, 212 3 million. Optional. Attribute points, Sex, 039, 472. Physique, 580, 396 Body of all elements. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 5 million. Spirit, 8,237 Brilliant. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 50,000. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, S-Class Bloodied 05 million, S-Class Darkness 05 million. Optional. Intent, E-Class Sword Intent 150,000. Optional. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fuyu 3 Swords Proficiency, to the best. Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, to the best. No points may be added. Weapon, Pseudo-S Sword of the Immortal Punisher, Attributes, Grade A Sharpness 500,000, Grade E Sword Intent 150,000, Grade S Hardness 500,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Formation Missing 800,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Body Damaged 2 million, Immortal Punisher Sword Spirit Missing 2 million. Optional. During the Winter Demon Tide, in order to hunt down the crowd of demons, Subai had raised his talent Darkness to S rank. The proficiency of the Grade A Cluster Injury Sword technique also reached the Supreme Realm in the process. System, Cultivation plus 631, 788. Ding. Adding points is complete. Ding. The host reaches the note of breaking through the Prosperity Realm cultivation. May I ask if the host will directly choose to break through, or continue to comprehend the Realm of Intent? You mean, I can still continue to comprehend the Realm of Intent if I don't choose to break through directly? Back to the host, it's like this. What is the purpose of continuing to comprehend the Realm of Intent? Back to the host, the next realm of the Prosperity Realm is the Cheongyu Realm, and the main feature of this realm is the realm of conceptualization. A single realm of intent can only transform the elements into a single realm, but if it has multiple realms of intent, it can transform multiple realms, or even unite multiple realms to form a superimposed realm. Multiple domains in one's possession means that one is immune to the restraints of the opponent's domains, and stacking domains multiplies the power of the domains. Can you only choose one of two options? Yes, host, once you choose to break through, the Sword Realm will be transformed into the Sword Realm. You may not comprehend any other realms after this, but if you choose to continue comprehending realms, as long as you step into the breakthrough node, you will be able to comprehend realms without any limitations. And, if the host does not want to continue to comprehend the Realm of Intent and chooses to break through directly, the Realm of Intent gained will all be transformed into a domain. Continue to comprehend the intent. Contemplating for a while, Subai made a decision. Ding. Please ask the host to name the realm of meaning you wish to comprehend. Wind Intent. Ding. The realization of the wind realm is successful. The system tone fell. A gust of wind then rose from Subai's body. The wind raged, and the surrounding void was swept up and twisted. Same time. The resistance in front of Subai's body decreased, and his imperial speed rose by a large margin. What used to be a 1-minute trip, he now does in 5 seconds. System, the Sword Intent adds 150,000 points, the Immortal Execution Sword Intent adds 150,000 points, and the Wind Intent adds 150,000 points. Ding. Adding points completed. Current Sword Intent level is D rank 050 million, current Exorcist Sword Intent level is D rank 050 million, current Wind Intent level is D rank 050 million. As the level of intent increased, Subai's body was filled with sword intent, and his airborne speed rose once again by a large margin. Swish. The Immortal Execution Sword was sheathed, and the blue sword intent filled the air, circling around Subai. System, the Immortal Execution Sword body adds 2 million points. Ding. Adding points is complete, the current Punisher sword body has been repaired. As the tone fell, a cloud of azure light wrapped around the Immortal Punisher sword. When he reappeared, the body of the Immortal Punisher sword had already been repaired. Chant. The Immortal Execution Sword softly chirped and quietly hung on Subai's side. Promise you I won't go back on my word, and this is just the beginning. Chapter 51 Forbidden Context. Subai lightly stroked the stone-long sword, then swung it in the air. With the 3 realms of intent added, the sword slashed through the void, leaving a vacuum black line above the sky dome. It wasn't until the intent was withdrawn and there was no power to maintain it that the void was gradually repaired. The power of this sword was even greater than the sword intent clash between him and Ouyang Prowler. It was evident that the triple intention was superimposed strongly. Phew! Sheathe your sword. A golden curtain of light appeared in front of Subai. Note the map indicates that this is the security cordon for the human heavens battlefield. It can move back and forth with the concentration of demonic aura, serving as a foretaste. After passing through this light curtain, one could enter the heavens battlefield demon slaying area. There are 5 districts in the north and south of this place, the north district being numbered 1 through 5, and the south district numbered 6 through 10. The southern 9th region, the second largest demon-killing region in the southern region, was located on the right side of the light curtain. Subai's mission was to not let a single demon race break through this area. These beasts have increased their offense again. Tang Hao, stick to the plan. South 8. With a sword, Ouyang Prowler forced back the demon race in front of him and retreated towards the location of the southern 9th district with unabated speed. Got it. However, let's say it in advance, if you get your hands on the Chang'an I want, then don't blame me, Tang Hao, for not giving face. A voice came from the merit ring. What magic power does this thing have in the end? A merit ring is just that, worth your Tang clan's obsession? Ouyang Prowler's eyes moved slightly. None of your business. It's not unusual for me to give it to me, all I want is Subai's cheek. Alright, hurry up and lure this group of demon race over there without delay. Are you so sure that Subai will definitely come here? Ouyang Ichio asked. He'll be there, it's just a matter of time, and I don't need to tell you what happens when you're a deserter, do I? Also. Ouyang Easy laughed. But I've been poking around, this guy isn't weak, and I'm afraid that 50 Earth Emperor demons is a bit less. What do you mean? I mean, go draw some more over. Isn't the guy from the 8th Demon Clan here recently? Let him go and meet Subai for a while. Good. A moment of contemplation. The merit ring resounded with Tang Hao's voice. However, the movements are subtle, and although the 9 army chiefs and the commander-in-chief are held in check, it must be done just in case. That I know. Ouyang Ichio laughed coldly as his long sword swept across the room, attracting dozens of demon race Earth Emperors. Not for long. He then came to South 9. As soon as the crowd of demon race Earth Emperors set foot here with him, they were confined in place by several spiritual chains that surged out from above the clouds, unable to move. If it weren't for the help of the domain left behind by the 9th Army commander, it really wouldn't be easy to make you guys stay here obediently. 15 minutes of time. By the time Subai gets here, this group of beasts should have just gotten out of the trap. Ouyang Prowler sneered and disappeared as a swordlight. Same time. In another direction of the South 9th District, a man holding a heavy hammer appeared. Behind him, there were similarly dozens of demon Earth Emperors bound by spiritual chains. The 8th Demon Clan, the imperial clan among demons, existences that can use their innate divine abilities. Subai, when you meet him, prepare to wait for death. The Chang'an merit ring, it can only be mine. Tang Hao then disappeared into thin air. Within a few minutes, Subai appeared. Damn human race, let us out. What kind of a man is it to resort to other people's domains? Look at you, you should be a little white guy in the human race, not much bigger guy, can you dare to have a fair fight with me? Human race, let this emperor out, and this emperor promises you that he will not come to this region. Let this emperor out. The crowd of demon Earth Emperors had their spiritual energy rippling around their bodies as they struggled to get away. But there was a subtle energy that always confined them in place. But by the looks of it, in another 10 minutes or so, they're going to get out of the trap. This time difference was exactly the time point when Subai rushed to this place before he did not comprehend the wind intent. If he had rushed at his previous speed, he would have arrived here and run out of spiritual energy just in time to encounter a group of demon Earth Emperors who had broken out of their traps. Such behavior made it clear that someone was trying to put him to death. Name who led you here and I'll give you a fair duel. Subai looked toward this group of demon race Earth Emperors. Good, seeing as you, a human, are also a man, this emperor will tell you that the one who lured this emperor here is a guy with a heavy hammer. A demon Earth Emperor spoke coldly. What does it look like? This way. During a wave of this demon race Earth Emperor's large hand, the figure of a young man holding a heavy hammer was condensed in the void. Subai looked over. This person's eyebrows were slightly similar to Tangzhen's, so he must be his cousin, Tang Hao. Alright, human race, this emperor has told you, hurry up and release this emperor. Subai didn't say anything, his long sword entered his hand, and under the 3 intent enhancements, only one of the demon earth emperors present was soon left. Human race, you don't keep your word. The remaining demon earth emperor said angrily. However, what answered him was the sword mane that Subai swung out. Ding! Host kills demon race X23, gaining 11,500 attribute points. Subai didn't wait for the cultivation to be absorbed. The wind intent surged and soon appeared at another border of the southern 9th district. Here, he similarly discovered a group of trapped demon race. As he did, he learned about Ouyang prosperity. Ding! Host kills demon race X27, gaining 13,500 attribute points. This time, Subai didn't leave, but instead sat here and absorbed his cultivation. The vast cultivation gathered by these demon earth emperors pushed him to the peak of the prodigy realm once again. Just a hair's breadth away from entering the Cheongyu realm. Barely. Bear it. Bear with me. This time, several pillars of cultivation blood surged from the sky and directly poured into Subai's body. Ding! The host has reached the note of breaking through the prosperity realm cultivation. May I ask if the host will directly choose to break through, or continue to comprehend the realm of intent? Comprehending intentions. Ding! Please ask the host to name the realm of meaning you wish to comprehend. What was the power that imprisoned these demon earth emperors in the southern 9th region earlier? Back to the host, it's a force of the forbidden realm that remains in this place. This domain, is it transformed from the forbidden intent? Subai asked. Yes. Good, then I'll comprehend the forbidden intent. Ding! The realization of the forbidden realm is successful. Swish! 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 Gusts of light flashed, and one by one spiritual power chains emerged from Subai's body, constantly surrounding the surroundings, as if to imprison this heaven and earth. The visions quickly disappeared, and these chains turned into clumps of spiritual energy that melted into Subai's body. Subai's eyes moved slightly, and in the next moment, several chains flew out, forming a closed space with him as the center. With the forbidden intent, he was able to forbid most of the matter within space with a single movement of his mind. However, the confinement duration can't last too long, only a few seconds. Subai proceeded to familiarize himself with the forbidden intent here, and then waved his hand to withdraw this space. Boom click. Chapter 52, The Realm of the Magi. It was at that moment that the change came. Only to see that in the middle of the southern 9th district, several spiritual chains suddenly flew in, and in a very fast time, wrapped Subai inside. Within a few moments, these spiritual chains melted into Subai's body. Barely. Subai's body shook, and hundreds of spiritual power chains flew out, quickly spreading over half of the southern 9th district. With a single movement of his mind, the spiritual energy, clouds, and mist of this half of the southern 9th district were all imprisoned in place, unable to move. Even the void, which was previously difficult to confine, was blocked by a metaphysical force at this moment, unable to flow properly. Sure enough. Subai's eyes flashed as he felt the arcane power. The reason why he chose the forbidden intent was that he wanted to gain the closeness of the forbidden realm of this place. Thus, to some extent, access to the domain capabilities here. As it turns out, he was right. Now that his forbidden intent was incorporated in the forbidden domain of this place, not only had his grade risen to a rank, it also had a trace of domain power attached to it. Such a situation not only allowed the range of the confining intent to increase greatly in power, but also planted the seed of transforming it into a domain. As long as one dives into enlightenment, it would only be a matter of time before the forbidden intent would completely turn into a forbidden domain. System, if my forbidden intent is transformed into a domain, will I directly step into the Cheongyu realm? Back to the host, no, as long as the host still has a realm of intent that has not yet been transformed into a realm, he is still within the prosperity realm. Under regular cultivation conditions, the only way to master the abilities specific to the realm above it is to move up the realm. For example, only those who were strong enough to be above the royal wind realm were able to travel in the air and fight in the air. Those in the lower realms thereof would not be able to do this on their own without breaking through to this realm. But now, what the system meant was that Subai was in the prosperity realm, and as long as he comprehended the domains, he could use the domain abilities that could only be grasped by Cheongyu realm powerhouses. At the same time, he could also comprehend many realms of meaning in many domains without limit. This operation, it's a bug pull full. In the long run, he was bound to be an invincible existence among his class. Moreover, crossing the ranks can be equally invincible. The moment. Even though Subai was in a calm state of mind, when he thought of this, his heart was surging and it was difficult to suppress it. A long time passed before he calmed the rolling waves in his chest. Swish. Subai retrieved the chains that covered half of the sky in the southern 9th district and surveyed this place. Tang Hao, have you sensed it yet? The confined domain of the southern 9th region seems to be in turmoil. Above the clouds. Ouyang Prowler's mind moved as he looked toward Tang Hao, who was hurrying in the air on the side. It should be that group of demon earth emperors breaking free of the confinement field. Tang Hao coldly said. Speaking. He glanced back. Only to see a white-robed teenager holding a long stick, chasing after them. Probably, at this time, this fellow Subai should have come to the southern 9th district as well. I really want to see how he, who is deficient in spiritual energy, can resist 50 demon earth emperors chasing after him? Ouyang Easy laughed. This person is not simple. I think he must have some means of preserving his life, not to be underestimated. So what if he has a means of preserving his life? I just don't believe that he can escape the pursuit of this ape demon clan's prosperity realm powerhouses. You know, this guy is a strong person who has comprehended 10% of the power of the realm, and also possesses innate magical powers. Even if you and I face it are a bit tricky, and he's a small prosperity realm, facing this ape demon, I'm afraid that he won't be able to walk for more than 3 strokes. Ouyang Prowler sneered. If the residual domain of the 9th Army commander is still there, he still has a slight chance of escaping, but during this period of time, the power of this domain has been consumed by us, and after this group of demon earth emperors broke free, 80% of this domain dissipated. Without the restriction of the domain, there is indeed no possibility of Subai surviving when he faces this ape demon alone. Tang Hao nodded in recognition. Human scum, 2 to fight 1, you guys don't dare. What a wimp, give this emperor down to stop. Do you people not even have the courage to face this emperor directly? Rear. The white-robed young man with a long stick in his hand shouted out angrily. Tang Hao and Ouyang Prowler were a few points faster when they heard the two speak. Period. Ouyang Prowler even made frequent monkey moves. The white-robed teenager witnessed this scene and hated it so much that tyrannical spiritual energy even surged out from the long stick in his hand. Human scum, when this emperor captures you, he will definitely break you into pieces, and your souls will light up the lamps, and you will not be able to transcend for eternity. Damn monkey, come on. Ouyang Prowler laughed disdainfully and struck another monkey fishing for the moon maneuver. Ah! Damn human scum. This emperor will tear you apart with his own hands. The white-robed teenager's face flushed red with anger, and his speed rose steeply by quite a bit. But this time, the two of them, Ouyang Yufing Tang Hao, had already stepped into the boundaries of the southern 9th district. Just as they entered the place, they saw a black power-suited teenager standing here with a sword. His expression was calm and his gaze was cool, as if he had been waiting for them here for a long time. In front of him was a neatly arranged row of demon Earth Emperor heads. How? Tang Hao's eyes were horrified. He had thought that Subai would survive. However, he didn't expect Subai to face a siege of 50 demon Earth Emperors and emerge unscathed. This time, Ouyang Prowler's gaze moved and he hurriedly swept to the side. Subai, didn't you say that you wanted to find a monkey to brew monkey wine? Now that we've brought this ape demon here, you just watch. As soon as the words fell, he crushed and exploded the black transparent orb in his hand and directly disappeared in place. Seeing this, Tang Hao similarly pinched and burst an orb to disappear. The two of them were extremely fast, and both of them were covered with the power of a domain. The confinement field that Subai had laid out on the southern 9th district's land boundary didn't leave the two behind. Human scum, you actually want this emperor to brew monkey wine for you? Who gave you the guts? When the two disappeared, the white-robed teenager vented his anger on Subai, holding a long stick and slamming it at his head without a second thought. Subai's expression moved, and hundreds of spiritual power chains appeared at first, wrapping around the white-robed teenager's feet. But in less than a second, the white-robed teenager broke free of his confinement and killed him. Boo! The stone sword texture of the exorcist sword clashed with the long stick. Berserk power leaked out in all directions, and the surrounding void became distorted as a result. The two were touch and go. Subai did not move in place, but the white-robed teenager retreated thousands of steps backward. Human, I didn't expect your physique to be so strong. You deserve to be taken seriously by this emperor. The white-robed teenager's words fell, his body, the long stick above the instantaneous cloth on a metaphysical breath. To die under this emperor's god stick domain with a prodigy realm cultivation, human race, you're good enough to leave your name in the history of the human race. The white-robed teenager handed out a stick, and countless stick shadows appeared with it, but in a few seconds, it had already enveloped Subai in a 50-meter radius. Subai stood straight under the countless stick shadows, like a mayfly, as if he was going to be blown away at any moment. Die, human! Chapter 53 Ape Demon Vajrabhati. The white-robed teenager's palm pressed down, snapping his fingers as the shadow of the roiling stick fell. The surrounding void was subjected to this pressure, just like a page of transparent paper, constantly twisting and crumpling. Subai was in the center of the domain, but the changes around him seemed to have no effect on him. He stood still from the beginning to the end, without moving his feet for a single minute. Carrying so much pressure hard without moving, this human's physique is actually strong to this extent? The white-robed teenager was shocked in his heart, but his hand movements were not slow at all. However, in a matter of seconds, the 50-meter square area of the god stick field had all covered Subai. However, what surprised the white-robed teenager was that even though he was carrying the entire domain from such a distance, Subai still didn't make any movement. Human race, under the suppression of this emperor's full power domain, you actually don't flee, so arrogant. Do you know that even though this emperor's domain is only 10% comprehended, it is equivalent to 40% or 50% of an ordinary demon race? The white-robed boy roared. Subai calmly looked at him, unmoved. Human race, how dare you ignore this emperor so much, it really pisses me off, give this emperor a death. This attitude of Subai caused the white-robed teenager to be greatly frustrated. With a hideous face, he united his hands and pressed downward, the god stick domain all but killing him. Click click. The void couldn't withstand the force and cracked open with a slight gap. Soon, it spread to Subai. However, all these visions stopped abruptly around Subai. The void can't even be strangled, how could a weak human race have such a physique? The white-robed teenager was shocked beyond words by the scene in front of him. As the field pressed down, his expression loosened up just a bit. Because he saw that the void around Subai's feet had been affected. Just then, Subai turned his wrist, and the immortal execution sword suddenly bloomed with an azure-colored sword aura. The sword-ons penetrated extremely well, piercing through a number of divine rod shadows in the blink of an eye. But as soon as it touched the edge of the field, it was suppressed back. Ha, weak human race, how can you try to shake this emperor's domain with just a single sword intent? The white-robed teenager sneered. Not waiting for his words to fall, on the immortal execution sword, a blue sword aura once again erupted. The two sword-ons merged into one, directly stabbing through a gaping hole in the divine stick domain. Two realms of intent, one of yours and one of this sword's, human race, unfortunately, you're still a shade weaker. The white-robed teenager pinched his hands together and his spiritual energy surged out furiously, making up for the domain and suppressing the sword-on back. At the same time he snapped and the field compressed to a meter in front of Subai. Such a ghastly pressure exploded Subai's top, revealing his white, thin body. Almost there, human, die. God stick domain, God stick heavily tilt. Swish. 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 A divine rod shadow flew out from the divine rod domain and smashed fiercely towards Subai. The power of the domain attached to it made Subai feel a palpitation before he even got close. With such power, it was beyond an A-rank possessed weapon level attack that could pose a threat to him. At that moment, he stopped trying, his longsword was held horizontally, the wind intent was added, and under the gathering of the three intents, the sword chopped through the coming god stick shadow. 3 realms of intent, how is this possible? The white-robed teenager uttered a shocked voice. It was written in the ancient texts that a living being could only master a maximum of 2 realms of intent. One of them is still attached to the weapon. And there is a repulsive reaction between contexts. He had never seen anyone who could combine 3 moods so harmoniously. Such a situation had broken the records inherent in the history of the demon race. Even in the demon race's holy book, the record of the 10,000 ancients, he had never seen it before. Swish! Just at the moment when the white-robed teenager froze, the azure-blue sword aura shone brightly. Subai swung his sword down, and the divine stick domain instantly annihilated. The sturdy void of the heavenly battlefield also had a large gap appear at this moment. One person, 4 realms of intent, how is this possible? It's not even recorded in the ancient era. The white-robed teenager's eyes turned red as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The age of the ages? Subai heard these words again. Human race, don't even think about prying information from this emperor's mouth. You mastered the 4 realms of intent. This emperor thinks he is undefeatable. When we meet again in the future, this emperor will break you into pieces. The white-robed teenager finished speaking and disappeared far away. Subai's mind moved and chased after him. His speed was fast, and it didn't take him long to catch up with the white-robed teenager. Swish! The long sword was waved, and the azure sword on carrying the 4 realms of intent chopped out in an instant. Before the white-robed boy could react, a bloody wound appeared on his back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and didn't dare to stay, continuing to flee against his injuries. But how could his speed compare to Subai, who had comprehended the realm of wind intent? In less than 5 minutes, several wounds appeared on his body one after another, and one of his arms and legs were removed. Having reached this point, even as an ape demon clan with tenacious vitality, the white-robed teenager was weak and his speed dropped by a large margin. Subai followed without slowing down, lifting his hand and swinging out several sword awnings. The only remaining arms and legs of the white-robed boy were also chopped off. Suffering such a heavy blow, he fell directly above the clouds. Just as he wanted to get up, the immortal execution sword in Subai's hand crossed above his neck. Human, you can't kill this emperor. This emperor's uncle is in the surrounding void. He is a demon race heavily emperor who has control over a complete domain. If you dare to kill this emperor, he will definitely step in and suppress you. The white-robed teenager screamed in horror. Speak about the ancient era and let you go. Subai looked at him calmly. Ha, human race, don't even think about it. Even if this Emperor Ape Sky dies, he will never do anything to turn his back on the demon race. Also, do you really think that with this amount of strength, you can really decapitate this emperor? Swish! A golden light suddenly exploded from in front of his eyes, followed by a huge force coming from the body of the immortal execution sword, shocking Subai back hundreds of steps. By the time he stabilized his figure, Ape Sky, who had previously broken his arms and legs and was extremely injured, had already recovered his arms and legs, emitting a burst of golden light. The aura it exuded was even stronger by a few % than it had been in its previous heyday. Human, you forced this emperor to use his divine ability. This emperor will eat you alive to make up for the 1,000 years of longevity this emperor has spent. You pride yourself on having a strong physique. This time, this emperor wants you to see that under this emperor's ape demon clan's divine ability, the ape demon Vajra body, your painstakingly quenched physique is nothing more than that. As he spoke, the ape heavenly long stick disappeared, directly choosing to fight Subai physically. Phew! Sheathe the immortal sword. Subai swung out his fist and collided with the speeding Saratobi. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and an appalling power erupted from the two fists. Such power directly shattered the void, revealing a pitch-black vacuum. The two figures separated again. Subai remained standing in the same place. Saratobi, on the other hand, was blown backwards by this strike, retreating thousands of steps. Impossible, this is impossible. This emperor's ape demon clan is one of the 10 great demon royal clans, and the ape demon Vajra body is even a supreme divine ability that can strengthen the body hundreds of times, so how could it possibly lose to you, a human? Chapter 54 The Immortal Punisher. This situation was beyond Ape Sky's expectations. Seemingly thinking of something, his face changed drastically. Human, you didn't use your full strength earlier? Subai didn't say anything. The immortal execution sword entered his hand. Waving his hand, hundreds of Fushao sword-ons that were enriched with the 4 meanings appeared, submerging the Ape Sky's figure. Human race, you can't kill this emperor. The golden light on Ape Sky's body scattered in all directions, counteracting the azure-colored sword aura. But what followed was an unending series of sword slashes. Eventually, the golden light on Ape Sky's body annihilated and was sliced into pieces, exploding into a shower of blood. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X1, gains 5,000 attribute points. Who is it that dares to behead my nephew Ape Sky? Barely. The void cracked open, and a giant figure with golden light stepped out. His copper bell-sized eyes scanned the weak, and when he saw Subai, without any further ado, he raised his huge fist and smashed it fiercely towards Subai. The fist passed by, and the power of the realm carried on it rushed to the sea, and the solid void in front of it was as if it were papier-mâché, shattering in pieces. Ape Wind, stop it. Kingdom Light emerged from the void. But the distance he was at was too far, and this Ape Wind struck out extremely viciously and quickly. Even if he used the power of his domain directly to hurry, he simply wouldn't be able to make it in time. One could only watch as that heaven-destroying fist drowned Subai. Ape Wind, if you dare to kill him, I will dare to destroy my own domain today so that you can accompany him to the grave. Coming from the Cheongyu realm's pouring strength, even if Subai's demon was peerless, Wang Guoguang didn't think that he would be able to survive such an attack. At that moment, Kingdom Light directly sacrificed his domain, preparing to burn with it. But to his surprise, Ape Wind's fist didn't fall, but stopped over Subai. He thought it was Ape Wind throwing his weight around, but the next moment, the power on Ape Wind's fist increased steeply. At the same time, a heart-pounding force exploded, directly annihilating the void in a radius of thousands of meters. Boom click. There was a loud bang. Ape Wind took a step back with an ugly face. In front of him was Subai, who had retreated thousands of steps. How is this possible? Subai's mere prosperity realm cultivation actually made Ape Wind, who was at the peak of the Cheongyu realm, take a step back. His physique, how could it be so strong? The other side. Wang Guoguang, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was directly frozen in place. He had thought that Subai would die under this punch, but he didn't expect that Subai not only didn't die, but instead, he carried this punch hard. One had to know that this was an outpouring of strength from a peak Cheongyu realm demon heavily emperor. Moreover, it was still on the premise that the other party had executed the divine ability 8 demon Vajrabadi. Human, with your progenitus realm cultivation, you were able to resist this emperor's strike. Such talent, truly a demon, today is to pay a heavy price. This emperor will definitely suppress you. Ape Wind roared, instantly raising his fist to appear at Subai's side. Subai matched him with a punch, used the force to retreat, and kept leaning in the direction of Wang Guoguang. A strong person at the peak of the Cheongyu realm, the intent was completely transformed into the power of the realm. Although Subai had a strong physique and mastered the 4 realms of intent, he could only resist and was simply no match for him. Ape Wind, stop it. This time Wang Guoguang also reacted. He braced his domain and vanished into the void in the blink of an eye, blocking a heavy punch from Ape Wind. At the same time, he used the power of his domain to transmit Subai behind the light curtain. Subai, are you okay? Kingdom Light's voice came from the merit ring. It's okay. Just now, Subai and Ape Wind had thrown 2 punches against each other, and only his body surface had been cut out by the power of the domain with hundreds of wounds. But this is not a big problem for him who has the body of all elephants. Moreover, the Kingdom Light had already erased the power of the realm from his body when it teleported him, and now he only needed to meditate for a while to recover. That's good. By the way, didn't I arrange for someone to meet you guys? How come the function of merit ring calling isn't even activated? And what are you doing here? Didn't I arrange for you to go to the South Third, where the range is the smallest, and who told you to come here? Wang Guoguang's tone loosened. Subai didn't reply and closed his eyes and sat down to meditate. I know, but dignity is something that is earned. 9th Army Commander selection in a month. There was a moment of silence. Once again, Kingdom Light's voice came from the ring. By the way, there's a girl there at the Heaven's Gate Pass, named Lu Banyue, said she's here to find you. Do you want to talk to her? Lu Banyue. Subai remembered the figure in the white dress. Come back to your senses. He refused with an expressionless face. Alright then, come back from your healing and continue to guard the southern 9th district. With me holding this fellow back, he won't be able to make a move against you. But it will be dark soon. The demon race is coming fiercely during this time. If you can't carry it, retreat, the commander-in-chief said. Our bottom line is the battlefield of heaven. Good. Half an hour later, Subai recovered from his injuries. Open the personal attributes panel. Ding. Host, please look at the big screen. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Middle Prosperity Realm 1,103,234 3 million. Optional. Attribute points, 2,987,639. Physique, 1,103,396 Universal body. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 5 million. Spirit, 25,034 Brilliant. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 50,000. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, S rank Bloodied 05 million, S rank Darkness 05 million. Optional. Realm of Intent, D rank Sword Realm 0500 million, D rank Wind Realm 0500 million, A rank Forbidden Realm 05 billion. Optional. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fuyu 3 Swords Proficiency, to the best, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, to the best. No points may be added. Weapon, Pseudo-S Sword of the Immortal Punisher, Attributes, Grade A Sharpness 0500,000, Grade D Sword Intent 0500,000, Grade S Hardness 0500,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Formation missing 0.800,000, Immortal Punisher Sword Body damaged 0.2 million, Immortal Punisher Sword Spirit missing 0.2 million. Optional. System, Cultivation +1, 896, 766. Ding. The host reaches the note of breaking through the Prosperity Realm cultivation. May I ask if the host will directly choose to break through, or continue to comprehend the realm of intent? Comprehending intentions. Ding. Please ask the host to name the realm of meaning you wish to comprehend. The realm of the gun. Ding. The realm of the gun has been successfully comprehended. Phew. The heavenly scarcity had just been taken out, and when he felt the gun intent permeating the surroundings, he immediately trembled lightly and unceasingly. Subai held the lance in his hand and waved it a few times, no longer feeling any rustiness. System, the Immortal Execution Sword Formation adds 800,000 points. Ding. The Immortal Execution Sword Formation has been repaired. The current level is E02 million. Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Chapter 55, Mindfulness. Grade E Immortal Execution Sword Formation. A large formation set up with the Immortal Execution Sword is the eye of the formation, with a range of 10 miles, and those who step into the formation will be attacked by 5 sword-ons with Immortal Execution Sword intent in every breath. Note, the Immortal Execution Sword is the eye of the array and cannot be used when setting up the sword array. The sword array relies on the Immortal Execution Sword to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not cut off. The Immortal Execution Sword is not restricted. The sword is not cut off. In addition, the higher the level of the Immortal Execution Sword intentions, the stronger the Immortal Execution Sword array. Power. The sword-ons condensed by the Immortal Execution Sword intent could easily kill a Royal Wind Realm powerhouse with a random one. The sword array could release 5 sword-onings in a breath, and if a strong person above the Prosperity Realm broke into it, even if they were not killed in seconds, they would have to face 5 Immortal Execution Sword-onings attacks in a breath of roughly 3 seconds. This kind of intensive attack was difficult to resist continuously, and if there were still people attacking in the dark, it was tantamount to certain death. The reason why Subai chose this sword formation was to massively kill the demon race and earn attribute points. However, he did not expect that this Immortal Execution Sword formation would be this overbearing. Combined with the forbidden intent he now mastered, the S-rank talent Darkness. As long as the other party hadn't transformed his domain to more than 70%, he was fully confident that he would be able to decimate them when he was in this formation. System, Spirit +24, 966. Ding. Adding points completed, current Spirit 50,000. Ding. Spiritual attributes have reached 50,000, a qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mindfulness. Mindfulness, enlightenment is greatly improved, so you can achieve twice the result with half the effort when you are enlightened. The prompting tone fell, and Subai's mind and spirit were permeated for a while. The 2 sword techniques whose proficiency had already reached perfection also had some new insights at this time. However, he didn't look into it in detail and turned to close his eyes to comprehend the forbidden intent. He had already gained a trace of domain power previously, and using this as a base, he had no difficulty in comprehending it. In just half an hour's time, he had transformed 30% of the forbidden domain. Swish! When Subai opened his eyes, hundreds of spiritual power chains spread out from his body and merged into the Immortal Execution Sword formation. With a thought, he manifested a spiritual split into it. Swish! 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 In a blink of an eye, hundreds of spiritual chains imprisoned the doppelganger, and without waiting for it to react, several azure blue sword awnings decimated it. At this point, the sun is setting and darkness is falling. Subai walked into the Immortal Execution Sword formation with an expressionless face while holding the heavenly lac lance. Would Frontier Earth Emperor, the Southern 9th region, but there is still the power of the 9th Army commander of the human race's forbidden domain remaining, we really want to attack from here? The most domain power we have transformed is only 50%, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist against the human army commander's level of domain power. How about changing the area? Indeed, that place is a bit evil. I'm only afraid that this residual domain power is extremely terrifying. Would Frontier Earth Emperor, it's a matter of whether or not we can break through the human heavens battlefield early, so I hope you'll think twice. Above the clouds, more than 1,000 demon Earth Emperors were assembled here. The savage aura wrapped around it swept up a churning tidal wave of fishy black mist. Meh. The eyes of the demon Earth Emperor who stood at the very front surged with bloodlight. The surging aura spread out in all directions, and it was actually a peak Earth Emperor who had transformed 60% of his domain power. Under the suppression of the power of the domain that covered several miles around, the Earth Emperor who had spoken out earlier shut his mouth for a moment. This emperor has long since poked around, and within the southern 9 regions, the power of the domain left behind by the 9th Army commander of the human race is about to dissipate into thin air. And because of the presence of this power, there are no human guards in this region. Therefore, as long as we join forces to break the power of this remaining domain, we can drive in and forcefully take down the human heavens battlefield. At that time, we will be the meritorious members of the clan, and we will have all the techniques and martial arts, and perhaps, we can even get a look at the legendary demon clan's holy book. The holy book of the demon race. Upon hearing this name, many of the demon race's breaths heaved for a few moments. But, what frontier Earth Emperor, what if there really are people guarding this place? An Earth Emperor said in a deep voice. The town guard? Mufeng sneered. Now that all the major border war zones of the human race have been restrained by my demon race, it's unlikely that any foreign aid will come. The human powerhouses at the level of the battlefield of Heaven's army commander have been dragged down by the clan's heavenly emperor and are unable to get away, so you and the others, what do you have to worry about? Without an army commander level powerhouse to make a move, may I ask who among the human race in the current battlefield of heaven can withstand more than 1,000 Earth Emperors? Unless they have a formation to help them. But how could a human race with a broken heritage have this mass-killing weapon? Formation. Upon hearing these 2 words, many demon race Earth Emperors' bodies trembled, revealing a scornful expression. As powerhouses at this level, they had already come into contact with some of the demon race's secrets. Among them was the formation known as the most powerful in terms of ranged killing power. It was recorded that there had been a strong demonic person who had laid down a large formation and killed a pass of demon killers in one fell swoop. Such an appalling battle performance was etched in the minds of every Earth Emperor who had seen it. It's a good thing that this kind of thing is in the hands of my demon race, otherwise, with the addition of the human race's nuclear weapons, my demon race would only be in danger. Another Earth Emperor lamented, and the crowd of Earth Emperors all nodded in deep thought at his words. Also, don't you guys want to behead Subai, the conditions set by Lord Demon Zun, remember them all? Mufeng sank. The demon sovereign has said that those who can kill Subai will be able to obtain the imperial blood transformation, join the demon imperial clan, obtain a view of the demon clan's holy book, the record of the 10,000 ancient records, and enter the demon clan prisoner of the heavens tower to pick out 10 items. Many Earth Emperors roared out with wild eyes. Then what are you and the others waiting for? Subai is already a prosperity realm powerhouse and is most likely in the battlefield of heaven right now. The human race has broken their inheritance, and without formations, they can't pose a large-scale threat at all, and they don't dare to use their nuclear weapons right now, so at this moment, this is the best opportunity. When Mufeng said this, the group of Earth Emperors all had red eyes and their spiritual energy exploded. Yes, the human race has broken their inheritance, not to mention formations, they don't even have any better feats in martial arts, how are they going to fight us? Without the threat of formation nukes, my 1,000 or so Earth Emperors are more than enough to sweep through the human heavens battlefield. Let's slaughter this weak human race together. Kill the southern 9th district, behead the human Subai, and find the demon exalted to collect the reward. Accompany this emperor and together we will break through the southern 9 regions and kill our way to the battlefield of heaven. The crowd of demons went off in a rage. Not for long. They then came to the outskirts of South 9. The power of the forbidden domain is not sensed, the domain here has dissipated, kill. The crowd of demons swarmed and broke into the confines of the southern 9th district. But the scene that appeared in front of them made their eyes glaze over. This is my fellow demon race. Damned human scum, I'm bound to break you and the others into pieces. They have the aura of the power of the forbidden domain on their bodies, they should have been beheaded by the human race through the power of the domain of this place, no wonder the power of the domain of this place is dissipating so quickly. Woodfront Earth Emperor, do we still need to move forward? I suspect this is a trap set by the human scum. Chapter 56 Thunder, Ice and Wood. South 9. The crowd of demon Earth Emperors witnessed the rows of demonic heads, their faces were hideous and their killing intent was majestic. Their sacrifices have not been in vain, because of them, we don't have to be distracted from dealing with the power of the realm here. Mufeng sank. Then, Woodfront Earth Emperor, which direction should we head in at this time? An Earth Emperor asked. Since our compatriots have already explored the path, the area where their heads are located must have lost the power of the domain, so we'll go in from their direction. Mufeng's body was clothed with the power of the domain, and he took the lead and walked to where the demonic head was. The crowd of demons saw this and hurriedly followed. Not long after, more than 1,000 demon race Earth Emperors had all arrived at this place. Just after walking here, many Earth Emperors grabbed the heads on the ground and stuffed them into their mouths to chew on them. Would Frontier Earth Emperor, this head contains the power of the Forbidden Domain. Although it doesn't have the same origin as ours, it can be refined into pure domain power, and the blood of our compatriots is plentiful, so eating it will enhance your blood. An Earth Emperor held a cobbled-together head and handed it to Mu Feng. Mu Feng felt a familiar aura. When he took the head and turned it around, his entire body froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. How about it, Woodfront Earth Emperor? I have a good eye, don't I? This is the head with the most abundant blood chi here. This Earth Emperor laughed. This Emperor is not bad, Nima. Are you blind? This is the Ape Demon Royal Family's Ape Sky. You dare to eat it? Mu Feng threw the head back in one go. This Earth Emperor held Ape Sky's head and met his 4 eyes with it, and for a moment, his face was ashen. He looked around the room and finally respectfully placed the head back in its place. On his way out, he even knelt down and kowtowed several times in style. Don't waste time, kill them. Mu Feng roared angrily and was just about to move, when several azure-colored sword blades suddenly flew in the darkness. With a cold expression on his face, he waved his big hand, and the power of the domain cleansed away, blocking these sword beams. This sword aura, it's Subai. Just as Mu Feng wanted to make a move, hundreds of spiritual power chains emerged from the clouds and wrapped him in death. Not waiting for him to break free, several more sword awnings appeared out of thin air around him. Bloody hell! On one side, there was a lingering sword blade, and on the other side, there was the power of the Forbidden Domain. Knowing that it was not good to drag on like this, Mu Feng immediately exerted 60% of his domain power. Fizzle! Berserk power erupted out, and the spiritual chains that imprisoned him around him instantly collapsed. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to retreat. However, he failed to notice that a figure melting into the darkness was standing behind him with a long spear in hand. Swish! Without waiting for Mu Feng to react, a long spear pierced into his body. The raging power carried on it directly blasted him thousands of meters away. At the same time, the azure-blue sword awnings came one after another, not giving him the slightest chance to catch his breath. But even so, he relied on this 60% of the power of the domain to stabilize his figure. However, the lance above his chest was like a huge mountain, making it impossible for him to stand up straight, and he could only hunch over to cope with the sword and spiritual chains around him. Right at this moment, a young man with a cool expression suddenly appeared, drawing his lance while blasting his head with a punch. He only felt his eyes go black, and just as he tried to brace himself to stand, the silver-white lance poured into his head. But on the verge of death, he sent out a cryptic message. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X1, gains 500 attribute points. System, if I remember well, the last time I killed Ape Sky, it gave 5,000 attribute points, right? Back to the host. Ape Sky is a demon royalty. As long as the host kills a demon royalty, the attribute points gained can be increased tenfold. Got it. Subai carried his spear, his figure blending into the darkness as he continued to search for his next target. These demon Earth Emperors had strong physiques, and many of them were powerhouses who had transformed several percent of their domains. Relying on the Immortal Execution Sword formation and the Forbidden Domain that possessed 30% of the power of the domain alone, it could not be killed in a short period of time. He, also, has to make up for it. Half an hour later. Subai killed the last demon Earth Emperor. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X 1024, gaining 512,000 attribute points. Swish! 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 The system prompt had just fallen, and thousands of cultivation blood pillars swept in from all directions. Seeing this, Subai sat on the ground and devoured and refined these cultivations. As time passed, his cultivation attributes increased higher and higher, and he soon reached the critical point of breakthrough. However, these cultivations were not yet consumed and drilled into him without stopping. It didn't take long for his fair cheeks to become as bright red as blood in water. Ding! The host has reached the node X3 of breaking through the Prosperity Realm cultivation. May I ask if the host will directly choose to break through, or comprehend the 3 realms of intent? Comprehending intentions. Ding! Please ask the host to name the 3 realms of meaning that he wishes to comprehend. The realm of thunder, the realm of ice, and the realm of wood. Ding! The realm of thunder, the realm of ice, and the realm of wood have been successfully comprehended. Boom click. A brilliant thunder erupted from Subai's body, followed by frosty coldness and wood vitality. This moment for him. Being underneath the monstrous thunder, behind him were frost and wooden intentions opposing left and right. "Excuse me, Senior Wang, how far is the southern ninth district from here?" "Under the stars and moon." The two streams of light sped towards the golden curtain of light. "Soon." Wang Zhanyuan sank his voice. "But is there something you want to go to Subai all of a sudden?" "I've been asked to bring him some words about his entrance exams." On the side, Shuei's face was a little anxious. "Here's the deal." A hint of realization flashed in Wang Zhenyuan's eyes, and his imperial speed suddenly increased by a fraction. On the side, Shui hurriedly followed. Full speed ahead down the road. The two of them soon arrived at the border of the southern ninth district. At this time, Wang Zhenyuan suddenly stopped here. Aqua flew to the side uncertainly. Just as she raised her head, she saw that Subai was hanging in the midst of a sheet of thunder, with half of it behind her being a morose coal ice fog and half of it being an ominous green color. The two were like wings, defending him from this roiling thunder. And at his feet was a field of demon corpses, whose flowing blood had stained the clouds for miles around. The visual impact of this kind of image caused waves to rise in Shuei's heart. It took a long time to calm down. It wasn't until the visions converged and Subai landed on top of the clouds that she returned to her senses. If I'm not mistaken, that vision just now should have been the simultaneous presentation of all three moods. Wang Zhanyuan spoke out heavily. Shuei's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she could similarly see this. But she knew. In addition to these three realms, Subai also had his own sword intent and the sword intent attached to his sword. That is to say, now Subai, alone, had mastered 5 realms of intent. And there are 3 other moods that were just realized today. You guys, what's up? Chapter 57, The Hall of Merit. She's looking for you, not me. Wang Zhanyuan moved to go elsewhere. Shui succinctly stated the reason for Lu Banyue's visit. Subai shook his head no after hearing this. He had no reason to take the entrance exam. Staying here and continuing to kill demons to earn attribute points was fine. But Subai, in order to participate in the selection of the military commander, you need to be at least a prospective college student. If you don't participate, then you won't have a chance. Waterways. No comment then. But if you don't select the military commander, when Ouyang Ichio, Tang Hao and the others take the throne, they're bound to turn on you, and then... Shui blushed heavily for a few moments. It's okay. Ouyang Prowler, Tang Hao and the two of them roughly transform 90% of the power of the domain. Being in the battlefield of the heavens, with 8 realms of intent, 1 domain, plus the immortal execution sword formation, Subai already had the qualifications to resist against them, and wasn't worried about them coming looking for trouble. Available. Shui wanted to say something else, but when the words reached her mouth, she just sighed helplessly. She knew that she couldn't persuade Subai. Shui, I heard you went to look for Subai? While the two of them were speechless, Yi Ruja's voice came out from Shuei's merit ring. Yes, I'm in South 9 right now. Shui returned. Then you let Subai know that call from him came through and ask him if he wants to come over and take a look. I'm behind the security cordon right now, and I was going to come through, but they said there's no signal past here. You tell him I'm here for him. Good. Shui looked up, but only saw Subai's rapidly departing figure. He traveled in the air currents around him avoiding him, and disappeared into the southern 9th district in the blink of an eye. So fast, it's less than a minute, right? This way. Yi Ruj had just torn open a packet of snacks and hadn't taken 2 bites when she saw Subai speeding by and stopping in front of her. Phone. Oh. Yi Ruj was busy handing it over. Subai took the phone and dialed back, and the opposite side quickly connected. Brother Subai? Aha! Brother Subai, today I won the first place again. Oh, the teacher said that we did great this time, then we have to take us to visit the 8th high school entrance examination. Hey, but I'm not happy, because Brother Subai did not praise me. But as soon as I think I'm going to see Brother Subai soon, I'm very happy and cheerful. Brother Subai, when the time comes, will you take me to ride the Ferris wheel? Xiao Ji had a dream yesterday, and in her dream she rode the Ferris wheel with Brother Subai. Brother Subai, is it okay? Good. Yay, it's a deal. A little girl's pleasant cheer came from the other end of the phone. The two talked for a long time more. But mostly Ji was talking and Subai was listening. Subai brother, then you be good, to eat well, sleep well, practice well. Oh, you are the best. Xiao Ji want to see you want to test to the first place it. Good. Well. And, Brother Subai, aren't you forgetting something? She got first place on the test, awesome. Hehe, I knew Brother Subai wouldn't forget to compliment Xiaoji. Brother Subai, go to sleep quickly, do not stay up all night. Good. But, Brother Subai, Xiaoji really misses you, so much. Star of the Sky Kindergarten. Dormitory Park. The little girl clutched the hung-up phone and stared out the window without looking away. It seems to be trying to find some familiar figure through the illuminated streets. This weird uncle in black has shown up again. This way. Subai had just returned the satellite phone to Yiruj when Shui rushed over. Subai, now that Senior Wang is holding down the fort there, if you're not doing anything, go to the Heavens Battlefield Hall of Merit to take a look, there are quite a few good things in there. Yeah, there's really quite a lot of good stuff in there, and there are hundreds more snacks than the Tianmen Pass material exchange. Yiruj's eyes glowed in agreement. Shui sniffed and slapped her forehead helplessly. This rice bucket. Is there nothing else in your head but Subai and food? I've looked at it, and there are 5 floors in the Hall of Merit, but each floor requires a specific number of merit points to get in, and I've only looked at the first 2 floors, but everything in here is more varied and complete than the Heaven's Gate Pass. In addition, I have found out that there is a sword skill on the 4th floor. It is said to have a huge killing power, but the price is very high. Rumor has it that Ouyang Prowler is saving up merit points to redeem it, so you can make the first move. Subai nodded. The A-grade mass injury sword skill Autumn Water didn't have much killing power against demon clans above the Earth Emperor level, and the C-grade sword skill Rotary 3 Swords was not small in terms of power. However, due to the limitations of the realm, in order to exponentially unleash one's strength, the spirit power stored in the Prosperity realm was only enough to be used twice, which was not cost-effective. He did need to exchange for a new sword skill now. By the way, this is a detailed version of the notes I found. The information of the Heavens Battlefield is presented on it, so read it when you have time. Shui handed over a booklet. Subai took it. After parting with the two, he rode in the air to the Hall of Merit in the Battlefield of Heaven. This place was similar to the logistics department of Tianmen Pass in general, and whenever the demon race retreated, it was able to gather a lot of demon killers. What's the situation? Usually there are hundreds of demon Earth Emperors, how come there are only a few tonight? I still have to chip in merit points to exchange for things, how is this enough? You think you can deal with a few demon Earth Emperors? Save your breath, have there been fewer deaths in the past few days? It's likely that the demon race is preparing to launch a general attack. The situation is dire. The commander-in-chief hasn't shown his face for a few days, so everyone be careful. In this situation now, it depends on the outcome of the battle between the commander-in-chief and the demon Zune. Alas! Subai bypassed the crowd and went up to the 2nd floor. No sooner had she arrived than a woman dressed in a demon slayer's costume greeted her. Hello, how may I help you? Subai shook his head and turned toward the 3rd floor. The woman froze for a moment and whirled to catch up with him. You should be the new demon slayer that came up here. The floors here are different from the Heaven's Gate Pass. Going to the 3rd floor requires over 1 million merit points. You shouldn't have that much yet. It's better to shop around on the 2nd floor. The stuff here isn't as good as the 3rd floor, but it's much better than Tianmen Pass. Subai didn't say anything and lifted his foot to walk up the steps leading to the upper floor. Hey, you guy, I reminded you because I think you're handsome. Don't be ungrateful, okay? The woman's face was a bit mortified. Change to earlier. She just wasn't going to bother with these demon killers that just came up. She wouldn't have bothered to come over if the man hadn't been a bit handsome. But this guy is actually so high-strung. She had already opened her mouth to persuade her, and she was still so self-centered. Was she really not afraid of being blasted down by the light curtain on the 3rd floor? What's the situation, Sister Sin? A few demon slayers approached seeking the sound. After being informed of the specifics, everyone had banter on their faces. Chapter 58 S-Class Sword Technique Demon Beheading. This guy really doesn't know the heights of heaven. He's only just come up here and wants to go up to the 3rd floor. He thinks he's Ouyang Great Sword Immortal? Just wait and see, the recognition light curtain will soon blast him down. It's been a while since I've seen a light curtain blast someone, and it's not a bad show. Hey, old gal, tell the brothers to come up and watch the light screen blast. Several demon slayers yelled at each other, and before long, dozens of demon slayers had gathered here. After understanding what happened, everyone looked at Subai, who was about to walk up to the 3rd floor, with a sneer on his face. Isn't this Subai? A voice rang out from the crowd. The crowd of demon slayers sniffed and silently made way. Nothing else. It was only because the person speaking was one of the most prestigious figures of the current heavens battlefield, Ouyang Yuxiang. How is he not dead? Ouyang Prowler looked at Tang Hao beside him, his eyes all unbelievable. Tang Hao's face didn't look too good either. Originally, earlier in the day, he had planned to go to South 9 to see what was going on. However, the Demon Earth Emperor attacking the area he was responsible for tonight was far more than before, and failed to vacate his body. After the demons retreated, he was just about to go over when he was called here by Ouyang Prowler. I thought there was something big, but I didn't realize that this guy was trying to borrow merit points from him to exchange for sword skills. This guy is not simple, Ape Sky is mostly dead. To kill him, we can only think of another way. Tang Hao transmitted his voice and sank. No one Ouyang Prowler, have ever escaped the people I wanted to kill. He, Su Bai, is no exception. Ouyang Icho sneered, and when the surrounding female demon slayers saw this, their eyes were starry-eyed and swarmed towards his side. Ouyang Greatsword Immortal. Ouyang Beauty, give me an autograph. I want it too. Me too. The fact that so many women were clustered together made Ouyang Prowler very popular. He smoothed his hair and gave what he thought was a handsome smile. Don't rush, line up, one by one. Ouyang Yunchang? Subai turned back and saw Ouyang Prowler and Tang Hao who were surrounded by the crowd. He didn't say anything, and with an expressionless face, he stepped into the curtain of light that blocked the area between the second and third floors. However, he didn't know that this turning back caused the previously noisy crowd to fall silent for a moment. May, let me sign it for you. Ouyang Yisin smiled and turned his head, but he found that the woman in front of him was staring at the direction Subai had left without taking her eyes off. He grimaced and turned his head to the other woman, only to find her doing the same. Unbelievingly, he looked at a few more women, only to find they were all the same. Several of those with poor stamina had even gulped a few mouthfuls of saliva. Oof. Ouyang Prowler peeled through the crowd and walked up to the third floor with a gloomy face. After the two left, several cries of surprise suddenly erupted from the silent crowd. How is this possible? How can this newcomer who just arrived have so many merit points? He actually did go into the third floor. That's 1,000,000 merit points. You have to kill 2,000 Demon Earth Emperors to make it up. When I look at this guy's merit ring, it seems to be Chang'an, which means that he chose to fight solo, but alone. How could he gather so many merit points? It was the woman who had previously struck up a conversation with the woman. Other than Ouyang Prowler, she had never seen that any Demon Slayer party had more than 1,000,000 merit points as soon as they came up. Phew. Returning to her senses, the woman made a few quick taps on the merit points. Hey Violet, take a look, is there an extremely handsome-looking boy coming up the stairs? Yeah, I tried to entertain him, except he was too high-strung to bother me. I'll go, this guy is still trying to head towards the fourth floor. That's a place you have to have more than 5,000,000 merit points to enter. How can he possibly go in? A gasp came from the merit ring. It wasn't a small voice, and everyone in the room heard it clearly. Upon learning this news, the group of demon slayers were nonplussed. He's only just come up and he's going up to the fourth floor. Is he trying to break the record of the battlefield of heaven? Impossible, absolutely impossible. So many merit points. How can he, a guy who just came up, get them all together? 5,000,000 merit points. This is to kill 10,000 Demon Earth Emperors. If he really had this strength, he would have come up long ago. Why is he still down there? Don't believe me. I don't believe it either. I don't believe too. Oops, I'll upload the image for you guys to see. Violet's voice came through. Immediately after, spiritual energy surged on the merit ring in the woman's hand, transmitting Su Bai's figure going up the stairs. Upon seeing his figure again, quite a few girl demon slayers took a deep breath. The rest of the demon slayers had a mocking look on their faces. 1,000,000 is the limit. If he really goes up to the fourth floor, I'll call his ing father. Only dad, ing called him grandpa. I call him old man. I called him great-grandpa. My name is. Before the voices of the crowd rose and fell, Subai walked into the fourth floor of the Hall of Merit. The curtain of light that changed from red to green was like a pot of cold water being poured down, silencing all the demon slayers on the second floor of the Hall of Merit. And all of this, Subai did not know. This minute, he had found this sword skill in Shuei's mouth. Hello, this sword skill is called Demon Beheading, an S-rank martial art, priced at 6,990,000 merit points. Next to Subai, the woman in turquoise robes was pointing her finger at the red light curtain and softly introduced it. Xing-yi, this sword skill is mine. How can he, a guy who just came up, afford it? At this point, Ouyang Easy walked over. He flicked the merit ring, and a string of numbers quickly surfaced on it. 7001, 263. The woman glanced at Ouyang Prowler and ignored her, continuing to softly introduce Subai. Because it touches the S rank, this sword skill doesn't have an extra introduction, but the commander-in-chief himself said that this sword skill has a huge killing power and is the ultimate in sword skills. Li Qingyi, do you think he can afford to exchange it? Don't delay, hurry up and give me this sword skill. Ouyang Prosper urged. As a rule, he was here first, he has 10 minutes to think about it, and you're in no position to rush it. Li Qingyi uttered a clear and cold voice. Fine, then I'll see if this guy really has that many merit points. Ouyang Prowler leaned on a side shelf and looked at Subai with a cold smile. He knew that Subai's strength wasn't bad, and this winter demon tide wasn't simple either. He had predicted that Subai would be able to get more than 4 million merit points at most. It was able to go up to the 4th floor and borrowed at least $1 million from someone else. It adds up to a total of just over $5 million. But this sword skill is priced at 6,990,000 merit points. It was he who had to find Tang how to borrow some to have enough, and he didn't believe Subai would be able to take it out. I'll take it. Chapter 59 Demon Chopper Road. You want it? Ouyang Prowler's face was odd, as if he had heard a heavenly joke. Do you hear me, Sing Yi? Sell it to him quickly, he's already sure he wants to buy it. Ouyang Prowler didn't believe for a second that Subai could pull out 7 million merit points. He had, by now, anticipated the scene where Subai would be punched in the face. Perhaps it was because of this face of Subai's, when he thought about it, his heart was very pleasant. Ouyang Easy, my name is Li Qingyi, please call me by my full name from now on, thank you. Li Qingyi coldly glanced at Ouyang Prowler. Okay, Cyan. Ouyang Ichio mixed up and laughed. Next moment. A square halberd broke out of the air and rested on his neck. The power of the domain on the halberd scattered in all directions, and before it fell, several bloody slits appeared on his neck. He gently pushed away the pole square halberd, and the smile on his face converged, replaced by a face of gravity. Qingyi, I was just joking with you, why make such a big deal out of it? Ouyang Prowler, I hope you get it right, I'm not advising you, I'm just informing you. If you feel offended, you can always come to me, I, Li Qingyi, am always waiting. Swish. Li Qingyi put away his square sky painting halberd and turned his head to continue talking to Subai in a soft voice. Take the sword skill, and just show the merit ring over here. She took out the sword skill and handed it to Subai. Li Qingyi, what are you doing? He hasn't even deducted his merit points yet and you're giving him the sword skill, that's not in line with the rules. Ouyang Prowler let out a cold cry. Li Qingyi didn't pay attention to him, but just extended his merit ring and touched Subai's merit ring. Immediately after that, a series of numbers 6990,000 appeared, indicating that the transaction was successful. How? Ouyang Prowler looked at this scene with a dull gaze. He couldn't believe that Subai actually did have 7 million merit points. That's 7 million. That's how much he's earned in total even in the years he's been in the Eastern Border Theater. But this guy has only been here for 2 months or so, and he's earned such a sum. Is he open? The deal is complete, you can leave with it. Li Qingyi laughed. Subai nodded and left. However, just after taking 2 steps, Li Qingyi called out to him. Subai, you were able to leave the demon-slaying Dao at Tianmen Pass, it's very impressive, we can spar sometime, my name is Li Qingyi, if it's too much of a hassle, just call me Qingyi. The Way of the Demon Chopper? Subai hadn't heard of this name, nor had he ever had this thing. It's the road that you paved by beheading more than 10 Earth Emperors, more than 1,000 Demon Emperors, and more than 30,000 Demon Kings, the name of which was given by the 10th Army Commander, Wang Guoguang. The moral is, step on the path of demon beheading, come out and behead the demons. Got it. Say it. He moved to leave, but his way was stopped by the sudden arrival of Ouyang Prowler. Wait, how do I count you don't have this many merit points? I suspect you have tampered with the data in the merit ring, without explaining clearly where your merit points came from, this Benjamin sword technique stays. Subai didn't say anything, and what answered him was an azure blue sword aura that was enriched with 2 sword intentions, as well as 30% of the power of the forbidden domain. This sword came with such ferocity that even though Ouyang Prowler reacted quickly and hurriedly offered the domain of swords to resist it, he was still shaken back dozens of steps. Good. Subai, you have great guts, you actually dare to make a move here, don't you know that making a move against your fellow countrymen on the battlefield of heaven is subject to sanctions? Oh Yang Prowler, you were the one who provoked Subai and questioned his merit point data in the first place, and there's no excuse for him to take action. Li Qingyi said in a deep voice. I admit that I provoked him, and I also admit that I questioned him, but I did not make a move against him here from the beginning to the end. Instead, it was he who, instead, laid a deadly hand on me. According to the rules of the battlefield of heaven, Subai's behavior like this needs to be sanctioned. Subai looked at him expressionlessly and raised his hand with another azure blue sword blade. This sword was enriched with 8 realms of intent and 30% of the power of the forbidden domain. Boom click. The sword blade went straight towards Ouyang Prowler, and the appalling might it carried directly shattered patches of emptiness. Ouyang Yiwu didn't expect Subai to strike again, and in his haste, he swung his long sword and offered the field of swords before blocking the sword. 8 realms of intent, one of them has even transformed at least 30% of the power of the realm. How could this appear on a person's body? Unusual martial artists only had 1 realm of intent, and it was only a short while ago that the dragon's domestic lands had researched the coexistence of multiple realms of intent. However, there was repulsion between the realms of intent, not a mutual property, and they simply could not coexist. Even if it was a phallic attribute, looking at the entire dragon kingdom, there would not be more than a handful of people who currently mastered more than 2 realms of intent. Not to mention mastering so many Dao intentions and blending them so skillfully. It could be said that Subai's sword had broken Li Qingyi's perception. Subai, you have violated the laws of the heavenly battlefield by laying your deadly hands on me like this. Now that the military commanders are not here, then I, Ouyang Easy, will take their place and sanction you. Ouyang Prowler roared, the domain around him braced itself, and the violent power of the domain swept over. Subai was in the middle of it, and the place he saw was no longer the 4th floor of the Hall of Merit, but a dark, vacuum area covered with long swords. Unfortunately, Subai, I just broke through the Cheonyu realm yesterday and was thinking of coming to redeem this sword skill, but I didn't expect to be pocketed by you first. But it doesn't matter, as long as I kill you, everything you have, including that cheek of yours, is mine. It seemed that Cheonyu realm powerhouses mainly relied on domains to fight, so it was no wonder that many army commanders were missing from the battlefield of heaven. Subai took a deep breath, and the immortal execution sword flew out, laying down the immortal execution sword formation. At the same time, the heaven scarcity lance emerged from his hand, with thunder raging and rumbling on it. System, the thunder intentions add 650,000 points. Ding! Adding points is complete. The current thunder's intent is C rank 01 million. Barely. Bear it. Bear with me. As the intent upgraded, a more powerful, pure light of thunder immediately erupted from the heaven's lack lance. I didn't expect that you even comprehended the thunder intent that has such a strong killing power, such a demonic talent. Today, you must not be retained. Ouyang Prowler waved his long sword, and the thousands of long swords in the realm immediately turned into streams of light and attacked, and its speed was no less than the wind realm that Subai had comprehended. Swish! 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 The long swords in the sky surged into the formation, triggering the might of the immortal execution sword formation, and countless azure blue sword awns appeared out of thin air, blocking these long swords. However, the long sword that was clothed with the power of the domain was not something that could be blocked by a single immortal execution sword intent. Moreover, this places within the domain of Ouyang Prowler. The immortal punishing sword cannot draw spiritual power, but in a few tens of seconds, the spiritual power in the sword has been consumed, and turned into streams of light and flew into the scabbard. Without the help of the immortal execution sword formation, Subai could only rely on the heavenly scarcity lance to fend off the endless long swords. Subai, die. If I hadn't stepped into the Cheongyu realm, I wouldn't have been fully certain of killing you, but today, you will die. Chapter 60, you're in no position to sanction. While Subai was dealing with the roiling sword, Ouyang Prowler suddenly appeared from the side. The long sword in his hand carried the power of the domain and accurately stabbed towards his neck. When he saw this, the heavenly scarcity lance shook, and the power of the 10,000 elephants leaked out, chopping up hundreds and thousands of swords to confront Ouyang Prowler's longsword. Only heard a loud bang, Ouyang Prowler was like a kite flying backwards. But Subai, who was bombarded by the power of the domain, was also not in a good position and retreated in the same hurry. What a terrifying power, you actually have such divine power. One strike was not allowed, Ouyang Yiwu no longer stayed, the domain quickly contracted, and the power of the domain was steeply enhanced. Subai was in the middle of it, and the pressure increased steeply, as if he was deep in a quagmire, restricted in all directions. At the same time, within the realm, the long swords in the sky gathered together to form a giant sword that emitted a blinding light. Die! Ouyang Yiwu pointed his long sword, and the giant sword instantly carried the might of the domain. Subai stared at the huge sword with a deadly stare, and with a thought, the immortal execution sword flew out. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, the sword on carrying 8 realms of intent and 30% of the power of the forbidden domain met this huge sword. At this same time, he was holding the heaven's lack lance, and the thunder intent was wide open, wrapped in invincible power, following the immortal punishing sword, and chopping at this huge sword. Boom click. Boom click. 2 horrible forces exploded one after another, followed by Subai retreated violently, and the huge sword from earlier shattered. However, the shattered giant swords quickly transformed into long swords in the sky again and attacked again. System, cultivation. Subai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was just about to break through the Cheongyu realm when a figure suddenly appeared from in front of him. This person was holding a square sky painting halberd, and at the top of his head was a piece of halberd that was shining with a shiny light. Come on, man. It was Li Qingyi. Ouyang Prowler, you passed. Li Qingyi's square sky painting halberd crossed, and tens of thousands of halberds instantly came down. In the blink of an eye, however, it shattered all the sword intent in the sky. Pust. The domain was damaged, and Ouyang Prowler sprayed out a mouthful of reverse blood and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Qingyi moved his eyebrows, and the surrounding domain dispersed, restoring the appearance of the 4th floor of the Hall of Merit. Beside the shelves, Ouyang Prowler looked at the 2 people who appeared, his face grimacing, his killing intent surging wildly. Take advantage of your illness. Subai turned his wrist, and the heavenly lacking gun came out of his hand, carrying the power of shattering the void, and appeared in front of Ouyang Prowler with a snap of his fingers. The power of the domain was unleashed around Ouyang Prowler, narrowly avoiding the move. Ka-ching! The heaven's scarcity lance stabbed above the wall of the Hall of Merit, and the majestic power contained within it directly broke open a large hole in this wall. When the lance struck, Subai was ready to strike with his immortal execution sword in hand, but he was stopped by Li Qingyi. Subai, you can't kill him. Taking advantage of this gap, Ouyang Prowler crushed the golden light screen in his hand. Subai, you lay your hands on your compatriots, Li Qingyi. You're actually harboring this murderer so much, Ouyang Prowler, can't sanction you guys, but someone else can. Swish. The wind intent was unleashed, and Subai bypassed Li Qingyi. Raising his hand, the azure blue sword awnings covered with 8 intent appeared above Ouyang Prowler. Who is it that dares to disregard the laws of the battlefield so much as to strike here? Just then, a golden middle-aged man's figure emerged, and with a wave of his hand, he dispersed the sword-ons that Subai had chopped out. Subai, this person is Tianmen Pass 8th Army Commander Gu Xingdong, peak cultivation at the Cheongyu realm, rumored to have touched the edge of the Shanghui realm, an extremely strong character. Moreover, he is very optimistic about this person, Ouyang Yuxing, selecting the position of the 9th Army Commander, so you have to be careful. Xing Yili transmitted his voice. This at the same time. She also crushed a golden curtain of light. What? Being in the eastern border war zone, the battlefield of heaven, how dare you be so lawless, you should be sanctioned. Gu Xingdong snorted coldly and raised his hand as the golden lance shadow appeared, attacking towards Subai at an extremely terrifying speed. In addition to the terrifying power of the domain on it, it also contained an inexplicable power. In the face of this shot, Subai's sweaty hair stood upright around his body, and he wanted to dodge, but he was confined to the spot, unable to move. Before it was even too late to add points, this golden lance had already come to heal. At the critical moment, a long stick broke through the air and blocked the fatal blow. But even so, the might from the collision of the two still shook Subai out. Pust. Subai spat out a mouthful of blood with difficulty as he got up. This strike was the strongest killing move he had ever faced. If he wasn't in the body of the 10,000 elephants, he would have died horizontally on the spot. But even so, he was still heavily injured. Shishue, why are you stopping me? Gu Xingdong said coldly. I already know the cause of this matter. Everything was provoked by Ouyang Prowler in the first place. Ha! Provocation in the first can kill at will. This is in the Eastern Border War Zone. There is the rules of the Eastern Border War Zone. Killing is sanctioned by heaven and earth. And your good disciple, actually helping the murderer against easy. I didn't even go to you to settle the score. You actually stopped me from sanctioning this person. What, is 7th Army Commander Gu Shishue also going to harbor this murderer? No such thing. A golden woman's figure emerged next to Li Qingyi. It's just that, you're in no position to sanction. Gu Shishue, what do you mean, as the military commander, you're saying I can't sanction him? The middle-aged man sneered. You've heard about the Demon Chopper Road that Kingdom Light said, right? You mean, this guy? This is the Subai who forcefully beheaded tens of thousands of demon heads to pave the way at Tianmen Pass? Gu Xingdong sank in. After receiving Gu Shishui's confirmation, his face suddenly became very ugly. The Eastern Border War Zone stipulates that those who have accomplished great feats, enough to be recorded in the annals of the human race, should be honored. Even if a big mistake is made, the military commander cannot judge the sanction, and the commander-in-chief must give the word to finalize the decision. Eastern Border War Zone, Tianmen Pass, 7th Army Commander of the Battlefield of Heaven, Gu Shishua, would like to thank Your Excellency for your significant contributions to the war zone, and to the human race. Gu Shishua bowed to Subai, and Li Qingyi hurriedly followed when she saw this. There's no need to be like this, it's just killing demons. Subai said calmly. It's just killing demons, yeah. It's just killing demons. Gu Shishua's expression was stunned, and a hint of appreciation showed in her eyes. Ha! Since I'm calling the commander-in-chief for a trial, I'll call the commander-in-chief. Gu Xingdong crushed the light blue light screen in his hand as he spoke. What's the point of calling me? Don't you know I'm in the middle of ING Demon Zone? A light blue figure emerged, and it was none other than the suited commander-in-chief of the Eastern Border War Zone, He Yawu. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, this man committed a deadly act against his compatriots within the battlefield of heaven, and should be sanctioned according to the law, but Gu Shishua stopped me, saying that only you are qualified to judge him. Gu Xingdong sank in. What the hell, just follow the rules, what are you calling me for? Him. Gu Xingdong pointed at Subai. I'd like to see who dares to be lawless and make trouble with me. He Yawu twisted his head with an ugly face. Next moment. His tightly wrinkled face suddenly broke into a smile. It's you, good disciple. Chapter 61, Within 3 days, 500 Earth Emperors. Good apprentice? The always maverick commander-in-chief of the Eastern Border Theater would actually take on a disciple? Gu Shishua's face was odd, and Li Qingyi on the side also had an unbelievable face. On the contrary, Gu Xingdong and Ouyang Yuxiang's two faces were more ugly than one another. I didn't say I want to be your disciple. Subai said expressionlessly. When these words came out, several people's faces changed for a few moments. It was a great honor for the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Border War Zone to personally accept his disciple. But Subai actually refused just like that? Subai, quickly agree, this is a very serious situation you're in now. If you don't worship the commander-in-chief, it's not good for him to step in and protect you. Li Qingyi eagerly transmitted her voiceover, but Subai just looked at her and didn't say anything. It's okay, it's not too late to come back to me when you've fought it through. To the surprise of a few people in the scene, the always short-tempered He Yawu, who had been refuted by Subai, still greeted him with a smile and without any impatience. Seeing such a kind and amiable commander-in-chief with their own eyes, a touch of shock appeared in the eyes of several people. Right, Subai, I just received a message from Guiguang. He said that you left at Demon Beheading Road at Tianmen Pass. This move greatly dampened the demon race's spirits. You have done a good job. I will personally give you the relevant reward when my main body descends. He Yawu looked at Subai with an appreciative face. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, Subai previously laid a deadly hand on me. According to the Eastern Border War Zone's rules and regulations, even if he is a meritorious member of the Eastern Border War Zone, he should still be sanctioned accordingly, so I asked the commander-in-chief to deal with it impartially. This time, Ouyang Prowler suddenly clasped his fists and said, Oh, there is that? He Yawu turned his head to Gu Xingdong, who nodded. Commander-in-chief, I am a witness to all this, so let me give you the original story of the matter, and if there is anything missing there is still monitoring to add. Qingyi stepped forward. In a few words she retold what had happened earlier. It does not add fuel to the fire or deliberately take sides. Just one more mention of the cultivation of Subai is in Ouyang Prowler. He Yawu's eyes narrowed after hearing this. That is to say, Ouyang Prowler, a Qiangyu realm, went to provoke Subai, a prosperity realm, and said that the other party laid a deadly hand on him? If I remember correctly, the prosperity realm uses intent, but the Qiangyu realm can be used in the realm. The strength of the two is like a gulf between heaven and earth. A small prosperity realm, how can it be possible to pose a threat to the Qiangyu realm powerhouses? Reporting to the commander-in-chief, this person Subai has endless means. Not only can he use the 8 realms of intent, but he can also use the power of the forbidden domain. This person's strength must not be taken at face value. Ouyang Prowler hastily spoke out to add. Oh yeah? He Yawu looked at Li Qingyi, who hesitated for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Commander-in-chief, look, Li Qingyi has even spoken out to testify for me. Ouyang Prosperity said excitedly. Subai, show me your 8 Dao realms of intent and domain power. He Yaowu looked at Subai, the admiration in his eyes growing stronger. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuxiang wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Gu Xingdong. If you don't want to die, don't touch the commander-in-chief. Why? Do you think that someone who can sit in this position would be simple? Subai is obviously the heir apparent that the commander-in-chief has his eye on. If he doesn't want to sanction him, there are many ways to do so. Right now you still have to compete for the position of the 9th Army commander. You must not upset the commander-in-chief at this joint. When you succeed in ascending to the position of military commander, there are many ways for you to get Subai killed. Got it. Ouyang Prosper sank his voice. Swish. The immortal execution sword shook, and the azure blue sword aura that was attached to 8 realms of intent and 30% of the power of the forbidden realm suddenly surfaced. It's true. It's true. One person comprehending 8 realms of meaning, Subai, when it comes to being a heavenly genius, unrivaled in the world. He Yaowu exclaimed in shock. He then surveyed the immortal Punisher sword and suddenly frowned at Subai. You were able to fuse these 8 realms of intent so harmoniously, it was by this sword, wasn't it? He Yaowu having this question was something Subai did not expect. After a moment of silence, though, he nodded. He could only use the immortal Punisher sword right now to fuse all of the mastered realms. Using any other weapon would not work, not even the S-ranked Heaven's Scarcity Lance. In that case, coupled with 30% of the power of the domain, as well as the golden muscles, and your strong physique, you are indeed qualified to fight against the Cheongyu realm powerhouses. But if you want to say decapitation, the current you, it's still a bit difficult. So, you can't kill Ouyang Prowler now, am I right? Subai was silent. It was true that he couldn't kill Ouyang Xuanyi right now. But after only meeting him twice, this person had analyzed his strength so thoroughly. This kind of strong person is truly terrifying. Since Subai doesn't have the strength to decapitate Ouyang Prosperity, plus Ouyang Prosperity isn't a big deal, this matter should either be done or not, and as for Ouyang Prosperity's side, I'll compensate him individually, how about that? He Yaowu said calmly. Commander-in-Chief, a country cannot be established without laws and a family cannot be complete without rules. If this matter is spread out like this, I'm afraid that the crowd of demon slayers in the eastern border war zone will have a slight opinion. Gu Xingdong sank his voice. That's hard to do, but this guy Subai, even if I'm the commander-in-chief, there's no way to do anything to him. He's not just a demon slayer who's accomplished a great deal. He Yaowu frowned. When the several people on the side heard this, they were all a bit puzzled. Including Subai, this minute he didn't know what He Yaowu was playing at. At the expense of you two being military commanders, are your eyes blind? Can't you see what that gun Subai is using? Hearing this, Gu Shixue and Gu Xingdong looked at the lance stuck in the wall for the first time. In a moment, though, both men recognized the gun. This is the lance that stood in the square of the Tianmen Pass Logistics Department? Gu Shixue said with a shocked expression on her face. Rumor has it that one can only pick up the lance by physical strength. He, Subai, is only a prosperity realm. How could his physique be so strong to this point? Gu Xingdong's face was similarly eyed with astonishment. The one sitting in the Dragon Kingdom can't even hold this gun. If the news that Subai can use this gun were to spread back to the mainland, how much of a sensation it could create, I don't need to say more, do I? Do you guys think that Subai is something that I, the commander-in-chief of Tianmen Pass, can judge? He Woya calmly looked at Gu Xingdong, who had a heavy face and didn't say a word. Rising to those at the top of the Dragon Kingdom, he, a small military commander, was not qualified to speak. But then again, Gu Xingdong, you guys have a good point. If you don't give a little punishment, then wouldn't the Eastern Border War Zone's rules and regulations be in vain? How about this, since it's a demon killer, how about punishing Subai for killing demons, 500 Earth Emperors in 3 days? Chapter 62. If he can kill me, I can kill him. He Yaowu's words fell. Both Gu Shixue and Li Qingyi's faces were relieved. 500 Earth Emperors, although it sounded like a small number. But in terms of Subai's revealed strength, it wasn't a difficult task, it was just that the time was a bit rushed. I have no objection. A moment of contemplation. Gu Xingdong spoke in a deep voice. But, Commander-in-Chief, I want the selection of the 9th Army Commander in a month's time to be by contest, not by vote. Do you mean that the selection for the position of 9th Army Commander this time is determined by strength? Yes. Gu Xingdong replied. Currently, the demon race is attacking ferociously, but the eastern border war zone is green and yellow, and under such dire circumstances, the battlefield of heaven must make certain changes. The restoration of such a model, although cruel, is very practical and can provide a certain number of strong people for my human race in a short period of time. Indeed, it's time for the battlefield of heaven to make some changes. He Yawu looked at Gu Shui. If I'm not mistaken, a couple of your army commanders, you should be thinking the same thing. Gu Shui nodded. This matter was discussed by our 10 army commanders a few months ago, and at the time, it was proposed by Ride the Wind, and we all held our own opinions at first. After Ride the Wind fell, a few of us discussed it again and unanimously agreed with his initial idea. The current heavens battlefield also truly needs a fresh injection of strong blood. When the word Ride the Wind rang out, everyone in the crowd turned their gazes toward Subai. Subai, do you know who is multiplying wind? He Yawu asked. Subai shook his head. Ride the Wind, full namely Ride the Wind, gifted with an A-ranked rainbow sword, is the commander of the 9th Army of the Battlefield of Heaven, and is nicknamed Ride the Wind with the long sword. The Ring of Merit, Chang'an, which you hold in your hand, was worn on his hand a few months ago. Speaking of which, He Yawu looked at Ouyang Yushan. The long sword in his hand is Li Qingfeng's original matching sword, Rainbow Light, and the Rainbow Light sword intent attached to it once amazed the entire heavenly battlefield. Rainbow Light swordsmanship. It turned out that Ouyang Prowler's sword intent was realized by borrowing this sword. A trace of realization flashed in the bottom of Subai's eyes. It can be said that the two of you are the ones chosen by Li Changfeng in the underworld. And, you all chose to fight solo. He Yawu sighed. Now that you've discussed it, let's do as you say. In that case, then I will go down and make arrangements. Gu Xingdong clasped his hands and said. Go on. He Yawu waved his hand. Only after Gu Xingdong left with Ouyang Prowler did he look at Subai. Do you know that no one is allowed to intervene during the selection process of the military chief competition, dead or injured, which means that it is very likely that Ouyang Prowler will kill you during the competition. If he can kill me, I can kill him. Subai said expressionlessly. He is currently entering the Cheongyu realm for the first time, and he doesn't know this realm very well, but in a month's time, with his talent he can definitely explode to the peak of the Cheongyu realm, and you're not afraid of that at all? Indeed, although this person, Ouyang Prosperity, has a deep mind, but the talent piece is nothing to write home about, in a month's time, he will definitely be able to display strength far beyond what he has today. Gu Shui recognized. Subai didn't say anything, sheathed his long sword, pulled out his lance and left the place. This guy, he's so arrogant. Li Qingyi said. Ha! Proud, also need to have a proud capital, if you can pull out this gun, can be in the body of 8 realms of intented domain, only then he is still proud. He Yawu laughed. Originally, I wanted to lure him to be my disciple, but I didn't expect this guy to not fall for it at all. Li Qingyi looked at He Yawu with an odd expression. However, he was no longer visible in the 4th floor of the Hall of Merit. Alas, the weak are the strong. It's only been less than 100 years since the Aura revival, and the human race, after all, is going to come to this? Gu Shui sighed. Master, I don't think there's anything wrong with this, but I'm more hopeful that Subai will ascend to the position of military commander than Ouyang Prowler. Oh, why? I've heard the demon slayers who came up from the lower realms talk about him, and they all have a very high opinion of him. Moreover, do you think that a person who only went forward when the crowd was retreating, a person who would angrily kill tens of thousands of demonic heads to pave the way for the sake of a floor in Mountain Realm, would not be a good person? Li Qingyi's words silenced Gu Shui. Trance. She saw the rainbow light sword awnings that crowned the 10 regions of the heavenly battlefield again. That day. Him. Similarly, he only moved forward, dragging down the 10 strongest demon race members with his own strength. For them, a silver lining. Let's hope so, although he is gifted, the chances of him winning this army commander competition are not high. It's a pity that you chose to fight in a group at that time, otherwise, you would have had a chance as well. After all, the only way to qualify to go to that place is to become a military commander. Gu Shui said sadly. I don't really have any thoughts about the position of military commander, and for the rest of my life, I just want to kill a few more demons to avenge my former teammates. Qingyi Li said. Your injuries are almost over. If you want to kill demons, go to the southern 9th district and look for Subai, that place. Right now he's the only one guarding it. It's good for you to go and help out. Thank you, master. Wait a minute, you kid, I have something to tell you. Battlefield of Heaven. Behind the security cordon, He Yawu, who had arrived, called out to Subai. It's like this, I'd like to ask, is your forbidden intent, the power of the forbidden realm, something you realized from the power of the realm left behind by Li Changfeng in the southern ninth region? Subai nodded. Good boy, good looking, double talent, physical toughness is just a matter of course, the enlightenment is also so good. Do you know, you're hitting people very hard like this. Hiyawu patted his head, he knew it would be such a result. Calming the waves in his heart, Hiyawu's face suddenly became a few points more serious. Since you got this talent from Li Changfeng, he also, to a certain extent, helped you, so could you help him fulfill a last wish? Say. I knew you boys weren't ungrateful. Hiyawu rubbed his hands together. It's like this, even though Li Changfeng was honored to be the top 10 army commanders of Tianmen Pass, he has always had one regret, and that is not being able to worship me as a teacher. Originally, I was already prepared to take him as my disciple, but unexpectedly, when the strongest of the demon race raided, he died honorably in order to cover the retreat of the army chiefs. So I want you to help him fulfill this last wish, which is to worship me on his behalf. Having said that, Hiyawu looked at Subai, but realized that Subai had left at some point. I'm talking to the point of tears, and you kids don't even listen. Hiyawu howled and was just about to chase after him when the merit ring on his hand suddenly moved. Immediately afterward, the figure of a middle-aged man emerged from it. Old Captain, it's Hongwei. Chapter 63 The Realm of Water. This way. As soon as Subai set foot in the southern 9th district, Wang Zhanyuan left holding his long stick. Phew! The Immortal Execution Sword was sheathed and the Immortal Execution Sword formation was set up. Subai sat in the center of the sword formation and swallowed a dozen or so bottles of healing potions, then closed his eyes and inhaled the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. In the battle with Ouyang Prowler, he was only lightly injured. However, the aftermath of the exchange between the two army chiefs afterwards aggravated his injuries. Arguably, it was the worst wound he had ever received when he came to the Eastern Frontier Theater. 3 hours passed. Subai's body returned to its full strength. He got up and opened his personal attributes panel. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Late Prosperity Realm 2,880,743 3 million. Optional. Attribute points, 128, 407. Physique, 1, 289, 396 Body of all things. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 5 million. Spirit, 109, 354 Clear mind. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 300,000. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, S-Class Bloodied 05 million, S-Class Darkness 05 million. Optional. Realm of Intent, 05 billion for Class A Realm of Confinement, 050 million for Class D Realm of the Sword, 050 million for Class D Realm of the Wind, 015 million for Class C Realm of Thunder, 015 million for Class E Realm of Ice, 015 million for Class E Realm of Wood, and 015 million for Class E Realm of the Gun. Optional. Fields, Level E Forbidden Fields 300, 4,256 10 million. No points may be added before breaking through the Qiongyu realm. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fushan 3 Swords Proficiency, Supreme, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, Supreme. No points may be added. Weapon, Pseudo-S Sword of the Immortal Punisher, Attributes, Grade A Sharpness 0500 million, Grade D Sword Intent 0500 million, Grade S Hardness 0500 million, Grade E Sword Formation 02 million, Spirit of the Immortal Punisher Missing 02 million. Optional. Cultivation plus 119, 257. Ding! Adding points completed, the host has reached the note of breaking through the Prosperity Realm cultivation. May I ask if the host will directly choose to break through, or continue to comprehend the Realm of Intent? Comprehending intentions. Ding! Please ask the host to name the realm of meaning you wish to comprehend. The Watery Realm of Intent. Ding! The realization of the Water Realm is successful. The system tone fell. Subai's body then exuded a gust of water mist around him, which rotated around him non-stop, just like a water column tornado. It was at that moment that the change came. In the middle of the water column, suddenly, the path of morose greenness surged in. Soon. The previous transparent water column was then transformed into a turquoise water column tornado under its influence. Water begets wood, the 5 attributes of the 5 elements are born from each other, and they are still blended so well. This fellow's enlightenment is indeed superb. Far away. Hiyawu's eyes grew satisfied. Just then, he seemed to have remembered something, and a rare look of shock appeared on his face. No, what's the situation? When did he comprehend this water realm? Could it be that this brat mastered the 9 Dao realms of intent right from the start and is still hiding from me? The more he Yaowu thought about it, the more he realized it was so. According to the research of the Dragon Kingdom, it is speculated that one person mastering 9 realms of intent is the extreme number, and when one comprehends further, a qualitative change will occur. In addition to the sword intent on the sword, this kid has also comprehended 8 realms of intent, only one short of 9, and I don't know if he can comprehend 9 realms of intent above. At this point, Subai's water intent and wood intent were already in balance. Yaowu was just about to go over when a piercing white light once again surged out from the water and wood dragon scroll. In the blink of an eye, the dragon roll was completely frozen. But if you look closely, you can see that although the outer part of the dragon scroll is sealed by ice, but inside, the water and wood dragon scroll is still slowly surging and endless. Ice and water from the same source. Now this kid can use the 3 realms of intent at will even if he doesn't use that sword. If this news is spread back to the mainland, I'm only afraid that those old guys are going to start a wave of coming out to take on disciples. This sent to the mouth of the fat meat, some cannot give up. In the end let him go back? Yaowu's eyes flickered. A few minutes later, he sighed dozens of times like a deflated ball. It's just. Go back, and only prospective students can participate in the military commander selection, and only if they become military commanders can they go to that place. Strike that. Yaowu moved to walk over. This time, the visions around Subai also calmed down. He raised his hand and the heavenly scarcity lance emerged from his hand, which was covered with the 3 meanings of ice, water, and wood, emitting a pressure that caused the void to distort. Not bad, as long as you take them by surprise. If a shot like this goes down, the demon race below the Cheongyu realm is expected to be crippled if not dead. Yaowu laughed. But there are still some flaws. How about this? You worship me as your teacher and I'll give you some pointers? Subai didn't bother. Yaowu was already familiar with his high spirits, and with a few snickers to himself, his face became a bit more serious. Subai, do you know that you have to be at least a prospective college student to participate in the selection of military leaders? Subai nodded. It's like this. Earlier, the principal of your 8th grade school, Ji Hongwei, contacted me and said that he asked me to call you back to take the entrance exam. Subai sniffed and was just about to speak when Yaowu abruptly interrupted him. I know what you're going to say, but please don't say it until you hear what I have to say about the benefits of becoming a military commander. Subai looked at him calmly. I'm surprised this brat didn't refuse. Looks like there's something in it. It's a good thing I didn't give him a chance to refuse, or else it would have just fizzled out again. Yaowu cleared his throat. It's like this, after becoming a military commander, you can have the qualification to enter the 5th level of the Hall of Merit, where you can exchange for more super great items. At the same time, you have stepped into the top echelons of the human race, and have the right to know some of the secret stories that ordinary people cannot know, but I cannot tell you these now, but you should have heard of the words 10,000 ancients. It seems that the news blocked by the demon race is not complete, and the strongest members of the human race, likewise, have knowledge of this secret story. But yes, the demon race can also know about the human race through certain channels. Subai pondered for a while and took out hundreds of stone bricks that he had collected in the beginning. There were those in the ancient wolf demon emperor's palace hall, as well as those within the demon clan's treasure digging hall. Well, this is the legacy of the ancient era. It seems that you already know a certain amount of information. Yaowu didn't go into details and continued to introduce Subai to the benefits. Not long after, he finished his introduction and looked at Subai with a nervous face. Having been rejected by Subai more than once, he had given dry shadows and was afraid that he would shake his head again. However, to Yaowu's surprise, Subai nodded in agreement without much thought. I wanted to ask, why did you say yes so dryly? Subai didn't say anything. Just in the back of my mind, a certain little girl came to mind. She wore a pink dress and always followed him around, holding his coat. Call him Brother Subai. Enlightened Demon Sovereign, the investigation is correct. Heaven's Gate Pass, Subai, has arrived at the battlefield of heaven. Chapter 64 Total Transformation. Calling 10 Assassination Emperors. On the shadowy hall, the demon Zun, dressed in a blood-red robe, spoke coldly. Not more than a quarter of an hour later, 10 figures hidden in the black mist appeared at this place one after another. They were half kneeling, facing the main seat of the great hall, looking solemn and respectful. This honored one called you and others to come here to behead Subai, the upcoming rise of a heaven-defying demon of the murderer clan. It's a matter of the survival of my demon clan, do you understand? Understood. The 10 demon race heavenly emperors shouted in unison. Very good, worthy of being my demon clan sons and daughters. This time you and the others go ahead and kill them. The rewards previously promised by this father will still be valid. In addition, this true imperial blood blade has the blood of the 10 imperial demon exalted clans on it, and it contains extremely strong rule power, so as long as it stabs this person will die. Just in case, you and others go with this blade, remember, don't be interfered by the rest of the demon slayers. Your purpose is just one, and that is, to decapitate Tsubai. The demon sovereign's long sleeves flicked out, and a short blade instantly came out, cutting through patches of space and appearing in front of the 10 heavenly emperors. We understand. In order to avoid a long night, you and others, strike this night and don't give it time to grow. The demon sovereign waved his hand, and the crowd of demon race heavenly emperors instantly retreated at his words. You two, stand down. As you wish. When the crowd of demons retreated, the demon Zun rose from his seat, waved his long sleeves, and a large crystal ball suspended in the air and lit up. The image it mapped out was a thin figure holding an azure blue longsword. He stood straight in front of the human race, blocking the entire demon race with his own strength. Pust! The demon sovereign suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the strong aura on his body suddenly weakened. The crystal ball in the air, also at this moment, transformed into a piece of spiritual energy debris. Even the Divine Crow Imperial clan, who possesses the divine ability deduction, is unable to deduce this person's subsequent future? South 9. Hiyawu left behind the words that someone would come to pick him up a day later and then left. In situ. Tsubai took out the S-ranked sword skill, Demon Beheading, and then put it back a moment later. In his previous battle with Ouyang Prosperity, he was well aware that without a corresponding strength of domain power, he would be greatly suppressed when facing this type of powerhouse. Therefore, he decided to first transform the forbidden intent, all of it, into domain power. The night was fading, the sun was warm, the sky was blue, and the clouds were soft. Tsubai laid down the immortal execution sword formation and continued to comprehend the power of the domain in the formation. With his previous experience, he now comprehended and transformed with ease. In just 2 hours, Tsubai had transformed 50% of the forbidden domain. He didn't stop, but continued to sit in meditation. It wasn't until he had fully transformed the forbidden domain that he slowly opened his eyes. Barely. Bear it. Bear with me. Tens of thousands of spiritual chains spread out from his body, and in a few moments, the large southern 9th district was already covered with the power of a strong confinement field. Tsubai stood in it, and with a single movement of his mind, he could imprison all things. Even the void, which was previously difficult to shake, could be easily blocked at this point. With a movement of his mind, the immortal execution sword formation was instantly confined out alone. He could clearly feel that at this moment, the immortal Punisher sword was unable to draw spiritual energy. This move was just like when Ouyang Prowler had imprisoned the sword formation in the domain. Only, after Tsubai familiarized himself for a while, he found that he was unable to establish a domain space of his own. In other words, he was unable to hold up his own domain to fight like Ouyang Prowler, as well as Li Qingyi. In addition, Tsubai also discovered that although his forbidden intent had all been transformed into domain power, the forbidden intent still existed. System, what's going on? Back to the host, both of these are due to realm limitations. You can use the power of the realm to fight, but you can't hold up the realm. For the host, this loses a field to suppress the other party, but the host has transformed all the power of the confinement field, and even if he is in the enemy's field, he is not subject to any suppression, and instead he can use the full power of the field to confine others. You mean, holding up the domain to fight consumes some of the domain power? And instead of opening my domain, I can use all the power of the domain? Yes, the host understands completely correctly, except that Xiongyu realm powerhouses can choose between 2 battle modes, but generally speaking, most powerhouses won't give up on using their domains to suppress the other side. The domain can limit the opponent in all directions and also give some increase to itself. This is something that Tsubai knows well. The flaw, however, was that when the domain was damaged, the person controlling it would be injured along with it. Ouyang Prowler being seriously injured by Li Qingyi was the best example. He couldn't hold up the domain now, and although it was less of an increase, he could use the full power of the domain. It was enough for him. System, will the immortal Punisher sword that is attached to the power of the forbidden domain receive domain suppression? Back to the host, no. The immortal execution sword was not suppressed, which meant that Tsubai could carry the sword formation to fight in the middle of the domain. Being in the realm in this way is equivalent to having a small realm of assistance. Why, how? Qingyi had just stepped outside the security cordon when he felt the power of the forbidden domain spreading out in all directions in the southern 9th district. Such strength of power had surpassed 30% of Subai's original strength. It was the power of the domain emanated by the 9th Army Commander Li Changfeng at the time, which was also quite inferior to it. Could it be that this is something that Subai is transforming through a deep level of intent? But how long has he only stepped into the prosperity realm? How could he have enough time to comprehend the deep-level intent and transform it into domain power? Qingyi flew over incredulously. It wasn't until she stepped into the southern 9th district and experienced the power of this imposing confinement domain that she was convinced that Subai's domain power was transformed from a high-grade confinement intent. Swish! Just as she was lost in thought, Subai suddenly appeared in front of her. Something? Subai looked at her with a cool face. Ahem, it's like this, I heard that you're guarding the southern 9th district all by yourself, so I came over to help you. No need. Subai refused. Now that he didn't even have enough attribute points, there was naturally no reason for someone to insert a handle. That's fine, I'll look elsewhere, just call me if you need a merit ring. Qingyi tapped the merit ring a few times, and Subai's merit ring instantly lit up. That's it. Qingyi said. The words she said similarly came out from within Subai's merit ring. Having said that, Li Qingyi decisively turned around and left. Just then, Subai's merit ring lit up once again. Junior brother Subai, I'm Shui. Aha! It's like this, that rice. Eater's family seems to have called her back to participate in the college entrance examination. Originally she didn't intend to go, but when the 10th Army commander stepped in to vouch for the fact that you're also going, she agreed to go over. I now realize that this Eater actually knows the 10th Army commander. I was wondering earlier why the usually stern 10th Army commander was so nice to her, so that's why. By the way, she left that satellite phone when she left and said she told me to pass it on to you, so just come get it from me. Never mind, I'll bring it to you after this night, you can't get away from that place. Good. Subai nodded. The wind, rising with the moon. The night came with the demon. Kill the people, eat their blood. Chapter 65 Attribute Dao Intent. Break the battlefield of heaven and slaughter the human race. Kill. Nightfall. Thousands of demon race Earth Emperors came together to kill. The black mist surged wildly, and the wind and thunder rumbled. But in just a few minutes, they rushed into the South 9th District as if they were a force to be reckoned with. Human race, this emperor needs to break you into pieces. You deserve to die for killing my fellow demon race members. Paving the way with the head of my demon race, we need you to pay in blood. When this group of demon race Earth Emperors saw this scene, their eyes were wide with anger, their spiritual power and domain power rioted, and without any further ado, they attacked and killed with monstrous might. The crowd of demons moved, wrapped in black mist as if it were a night curtain, quickly obscuring the boundaries of the southern 9 districts. The light of the stars and the moon could not be shed, and here, it became a true land of the deepest darkness. Subai sat perched above the heads of the demon race, his gaze indifferent and unmoved. When the last Earth Emperor set foot in the southern 9th district, he suddenly disappeared in place. At the same time, thousands of forbidden domain chains roared out, suppressing this group of Earth Emperors one after another. They had only transformed about 70% of the power of the domain at the highest, and were powerless to fight back under the 10% forbidden domain, and were directly suppressed and unable to move. No good, there's an ambush, retreat. How is this possible? Isn't Li Changfeng dead? How could his domain power reappear? Damn it, pull back. Retreat. Seeing this, the Earth Emperor at the back immediately erupted into a gust of offense in an attempt to break free. Due to the fact that most of the domain power suppressed the Earth Emperors in the center part, they weren't suppressed much. With all their efforts to get rid of them, a few Earth Emperors actually recovered their actions and fled quickly. However, they did not expect that a figure that kept flashing in the darkness of the night would soon catch up with them and kill them one by one. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X12, gaining 6,000 attribute points. After the back row of fleeing Earth Emperors were resolved, Subai carried his lance and disappeared in place once again. Swish! 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 Long spears rose and fell, and blood rained down. Each shot was accompanied by the fall of a demon Earth Emperor. The immortal execution sword formation assisted, the forbidden domain suppressed, and Subai made up for it. As a result of this, the thousands of demon race Earth Emperors were unable to escape at all. In half an hour's time, the South 9th District was reduced to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Subai ran through them, slaughtering the demon Earth Emperor. Behind him were hundreds and thousands of brightly colored pillars of cultivation blood. Boo! With the last shot falling, Subai finished killing all the Earth Emperors that had come to the southern 9th region this time. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X 1658, gaining attribute points 82, 9000. The demons were killed and the black mist dispersed. The moon is clear and the stars are in the air. Subai sat on top of the clouds that looked like blood mirrors, devouring the cultivation that came pouring in by the thousands. Boom click. There was a sudden loud bang and the void shattered. The surroundings changed, and Subai arrived at a dark vacuum realm. Without waiting for him to survey his surroundings, the 9 demon race heavenly emperors attacked him. Subai's eyes were cold as his talent darkness was unleashed and kept flashing. At such a speed, even the demon heavenly emperor who had practiced body technique was unable to chase after it. And that demon race heavenly emperor who held up the domain was even more shocked. Even though he had exhausted all of his domain power to hold up the domain, he was unable to suppress Subai. Not good, this person. He shouted angrily, and before his words fell, his head was cut off by the immortal execution sword that was imbued with the power of the full number of forbidden domains, as well as the 8 realms of intent. Once this celestial emperor died, the domain was left unmaintained, and Subai and all the celestial emperors returned to the southern 9th district. But in an instant, the surrounding heaven and earth changed, and Subai once again fell into a realm. The heavenly emperors who were chasing after them had also changed from 9 at the beginning to 8. Heavenly diffusion illusion technique. A roar came from the darkness, followed by a non-stop transformation of the surrounding situation. However, Subai's heart was cool and was not affected by it. Instead, he chopped back the assassination emperor in front of him with his sword. Swish! A sword won. Immediately after the flash plus the lack of heaven, the demon assassination heavenly emperor in front of him had not yet reacted, was attached with 3 realms of intent, the power of the domain of the lance nailed on top of the clouds, life and death do not know. Not good, this human race is not affected by the illusion, you and others be careful. As soon as this heavenly emperor's words fell, Subai had already killed an assassination heavenly emperor once again. Although these assassination heavenly emperors were Cheonyu realm powerhouses, they had given up their strong physiques and long-distance weapons in order to fine-tune the way of assassination. Even the domains that were comprehended were intended to cover their tracks. But how could they know that the speed and the domain of hiding traces that they were so proud of were no match for the realm of Wind's intent and the S-rank talent Dark Knight? It could be said that their shortcomings were Subai's strengths, and their strengths, Subai was longer than them. This was supposed to be a no-holds-barred battle, and the only downside was that it was a bit time-consuming. Half an hour later, Subai settled the fight unharmed. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X10, gaining 100,000 attribute points. System, how is this Emperor's blood blade different from the previous one? Back to the host, the previous blade of Imperial blood was dipped in the blood of 10 ordinary demon Zuns, but this blade, which was cast by taking part of the blood of the 10 great demon Imperial Celestial Zuns, is so incredibly powerful that even if it is a Shanghui realm powerhouse, there is a great possibility of perishing if he is struck by it. But all the blades of royal blood have one feature, they disappear after one use. Got it. Subai silently put away the blood-stained short blade. The domain shattered and returned to the southern 9th district again, and he crossed his legs to continue absorbing the cultivation that he hadn't finished absorbing earlier. As well as, the cultivation of the 10 or so demon race assassination heavenly emperors that were decapitated in the back. Ding! Ding! The host has reached the node X6 for breaking through the prosperity realm cultivation. Will the host choose to break through directly, or comprehend the 6 realms of intent? Comprehending intentions. Ding! Please ask the host to name the 6 realms of meaning that he wishes to comprehend. The realm of gold, the realm of fire, the realm of earth, the realm of killing, the realm of darkness, and the realm of light. Ding! Realm comprehension successful. Ding! The host has comprehended more than 9 attribute realms: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, darkness, and light, and has obtained the attribute Dao intent. Attribute Daoi. After obtaining this attribute Daoi, you can establish a chain of attribute realms, organically connecting and integrating the attribute realms you own, and when you use the attribute realms, you can choose a single attribute or multiple attribute realms, and there is no repulsion. In addition, when you have the attribute Daoi, you can comprehend the rest of the attribute realms and the water will flow into the water, as if it were God's help. Boom click. The moment the system prompt fell, a piercing pillar of light surged out from Subai's body and shot up into the sky, lighting up the dome of the sky in the southern 9th district. Such a scene was clearly visible even when they were in the battlefield of heaven. What is it? It seems to be a realm of intent, but how could it be so terrifying? How could there be such a terrifying realm of intent in this world? Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, wind, light, and darkness, these 10 attributes, how could they be fused together? This seems to be the location of the southern 9th district, which means that this is a vision made by Subai? It's Subai, but how long has it been, and he's already powerful to this point? It wasn't just the battlefield of the heavens. At this moment, the great army chiefs had also discovered this scene. Dao-yi, it's actually Dao-yi. Chapter 66, Die on your feet, never live on your knees. Wang Guoguang, whose battlefield was the closest to the southern 9th district, was the first to feel the rushing intent. He cracked open a corner of the domain and saw Subai's figure seated under a pillar of light. Ah, the heavens have blessed my vast human race, you beasts, one day, you will surely eat your own fruits. Wang Guoguang's heart was very fast, the spear-ons in the field steeply flourished, and the attack was once again a few points more severe. Moreover, the power of the rules embedded in each attack was even more condensed. Damn human race, Kingdom Light, I didn't expect you to condense the 5th rule because of this. Why not? Wang Guoguang sneered. You only allow your demon race to break my human race's inheritance to ascend to the top, but you don't allow my human race's demons to come out of the woodwork? Ha! Attribute Dao will so what, my demon race heavenly pride countless, enlightenment superb countless, you human race 110 years, but appeared a few seedlings. How can the light of such a grain of rice compete with the white moon? The human race shall die. Let's see the real thing under the hand, it's disgusting for me to say more to you beast. You seek death. Ape Wind killed with fury. However, Kingdom Light, who had newly comprehended the power of a rule, changed from his previous disheveled state and dealt with it calmly. No one knew what this rule he had comprehended was. It was just that in his mind, there was a picture of a young boy sitting cross-legged. Attribute Dao intent, Dao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things, and when deduced by many Dao intents, it is the world. Somewhere on an unknown battlefield. Yao's gaze flickered as a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. When he struck again, the opposite demon Zun was directly blown back more than 1,000 feet by the blow. 30%, you actually comprehended 30%, how long has it been, how is this possible? Shock was written all over the demon Zun's face as she flicked her wrist and the crystal ball came out of her hand. In the dome of the sky, the image of Subai sitting under a pillar of light was outlined. Damn it, how can this human race do this while being blocked from the news by my demon race? Such a demonic pride has shaken the foundation of my demon clan, it should be killed. The demon father's figure disappeared into thin air. But Yao wouldn't let her go easily, and wherever she went, he hunted her down. Ugh, this chasing the beast feels pretty good, little beast, look straight at me. Yao, don't be complacent, my demon clan will definitely not let this person go. The demon sovereign seemed to have made up his mind, and took several leaps back to the demon clan's realm one after another. Yao pondered for a while in the periphery, and finally gave up the idea of chasing and killing. He now had to go and practice down the previous epiphany. In the end, it's still all up to this kid Subai, this path he's taking may be the way of cultivation between the ages of my human race. Tens of minutes passed, and the visions in the southern 9th district dissipated. Subai opened his eyes, and a trace of chaos flashed through his eyes. Regarding the attribute Dao intent, he seemed to have some enlightenment, yet he did not know where this enlightenment came from. Subai pondered for a while and couldn't figure it out, so he stopped probing in detail and recalled the heavenly lac lance. Click click click. With the many attribute intentions added, the aftershocks emanating from the lance directly shattered the void, revealing tens of meters of vacuum. Swish! With a wave of the spear, the void within 100-meter radius was annihilated straight away. This kind of might was no weaker than the immortal execution sword that was enriched with the 8 realms of intent and the power of the realm. Right now, with just the heavens lac lance, Subai had the certainty of beheading a Cheonyu realm powerhouse. Damn the human race! Kill! So many Earth Emperors, help! What's the townsman doing, not coming to help me yet? This time. The battles in the various regions are not yet over. This time, there seem to be far more people coming to the demon race than usual. Subai's expression moved as he converged into the void and disappeared into the southern 9th district. Senior Sister Qingyi, such a number of Earth Emperors is far beyond the realm of resistance. Retreat. South 6th. Xingyi Li along with the demon-killing squad responsible for this place had been surrounded by thousands of demon Earth Emperors and were caught in a bitter battle. Under the rounds of bombardment by the crowd of demons, they were consumed immensely. Even if Xingyi Li, who had stepped into the Qiongyu realm, had no more than 3 out of 10 spiritual energy in his body at this time. Retreat! Li Qingyi decisively ordered. At the same time the square heavenly painted halberd was thrown out, and the powerful domain power on it exploded, repelling hundreds of Earth Emperors and opening up a passageway for the crowd. Move! Retreat! Don't get attached! Withdraw! The crowd was fighting and retreating, but in a matter of tens of seconds, they were out of the passage. At this time, Li Qingyi was suddenly startled in his heart as an ominous premonition surged. Stop! Without waiting for her words to fall, a demon slayer took a step backward. Immediately after the sky swirled around, the crowd came to an unfamiliar realm. It's pitch black in here, and you can't see a thing. Boom click. With a loud bang, a blinding white light appeared above the heads of the crowd. They looked up and realized that it was a silver and white long sword with a shining light. It's hot! A demon slayer suddenly leapt into the air, and in the next moment, tens of thousands of long swords fell. These long swords carried the power of the domain, and he was subdued after only a moment of resistance. Don't move so easily, spirit power to protect your feet. If I'm not wrong, this thing is a demon race formation. Li Qingyi looked down and saw that the previously pitch-black ground had been burned red by the surging spirit fire at some point. Even for martial artists, stepping on it was like a regular person stepping on a red-hot iron plate, blazing hot and burning. Ah, damn human race, do you think that you are the only ones who can use schemes? I'm sorry, but this demon imperial clan, the Divine Crow clan, will do the same, and, moreover, is smarter and stronger than you. The Void. A young man in a blood-colored robe manifested. He was arrogant, standing under the thousands of long swords, looking down on the crowd as if he was looking at a group of ants. However, when he looked at Li Qingyi, his face changed slightly. You human women are sharp-eyed, actually recognizing the unique formations of my demon race. In that case, my father would like to see how you can break my Cliff Knight's formation with your combination of losers. Say it. Cliff Knight sat in the air, watching the several people with interest. Brothers, I can't hold on much longer. If you escape, take the trouble to send a letter to my family. Tell my old mom that her son, not a waste, is a demon slayer who guards the human race, a hero who stands on top of the world. The one slayer demon man shouted angrily and used the last trace of spiritual energy in his body to kill Cliff Knight. But before they could reach their heels, they were killed by countless long swords running through their bodies. I really don't understand, how can you human race be so stupid? Shouldn't you beg for mercy at this time? Perhaps, this honored one's heart will be soft and let you go. Cliff Knight laughed. Begging for forgiveness from you beastly demon race, I'll go to your ing spring and autumn dream, old me is to die standing up, and I will never live on my knees. If you want to kill me, let me go. I, who Shakeshan, will not be considered a man if I frown. Ugly demon race, and you also presume to make my vast human race bow down to you? Chapter 67, This Sword, So Cool. In the middle of the formation. The crowd of demon slayers drank loudly and continuously, their faces determined, not choosing to bow down just because Cliff Knight controlled their life and death. Seeing this, the smile hanging on Cliff Knight's face stiffened. He flicked his long sleeves, and even fiercer spirit fire surged out from the ground. My father has met many human races, the Eagle Kingdom, the Neon Kingdom's human races, and every time this time of year comes around, they all choose to bow down to my demon race. Only you people of the Dragon Kingdom have this courage to not fear life and death. This honored one would like to see if your bones are really this hard? Barely. Li Qingyi's square heavenly painted halberd plunged into the ground, and the few people beside her were instantly absorbed into her domain. Her feet stepped on the spirit flames all over the ground, and her gaze was clear and cold as she walked towards where Cliff Knight was. You are, indeed, very interesting. This honored one would like to ask, how long can your weak spiritual power support your domain to hold open? Also, with the power you have now, honestly, this father can suppress you with a single finger, so what's the difference between you doing this and striking a stone with an egg as your human race calls it? Xingyi Li didn't say anything, just took one step forward, allowing this blazing spirit fire to scorch her body. Within seconds, her paws, her calves, had been burned and crumpled, blood oozing out with every step. But as if she didn't realize it, she kept her footsteps going, getting closer and closer to Cliff Knight. Such irrational behavior, appearing in the human race, is something this honored one cannot understand. Human race, tell this honorable man what it is that could make you do such a deed. You demonic beasts won't understand, never will. Li Qingyi sneered. All of you demon killers, if you can walk out alive, remember to bury me at the peace squad, and by the way, tell my teammates that Li Qingyi died in battle. Li Qingyi lifted his fist and leapt, without a single fluctuation of spiritual energy in his fist, but at this time, it set off a violent and powerful wind. Cliff Knight frowned a little, and the power of the domain he carried instantly blasted Qingyi Li out and smashed him hard on top of the ground. Barely. The blazing spirit fire, like a maggot attached to her bones, kept searing her. Instead, without changing her face, she braced herself and stood up, walking towards Cliff Knight once more. Human, tell this honorable man what sustains you. Never mind. Li Qingyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the color of determination on his face grew stronger. She brought up her fists and leapt up, only to be knocked out of the air once again by Cliff Knight. She, however, quickly climbed back up. Though by this time, she was burned all over. Though by this time, she had broken one of her arms, and one of her legs. Though by this time, her consciousness had fallen into a blur. Unfortunately, despite the heartbeat, I haven't been able to get into a relationship yet. Subai, that said, I haven't been able to properly spar with you yet. But it was nice to see my teammates and play alongside them again. Li Qingyi let out a light laugh, relying on the instinct of hatred in his bones. He swung his last punch towards Cliff Knight. Human race, this honored one has tolerated you for a long time. Since you won't say anything, then go to hell. With a wave of Cliff Knight's long sleeve, the long swords in the sky suddenly turned into a rain of swords and fell down. With such a crushing attack, before he could even get close, Qingyi Li was suppressed and flew backwards. She looked at the long sword that was getting closer and closer, and a trace of reminiscence appeared in her eyes. This sword, it's too ugly, not as good as that high and cold guy, half a point. Daring to call my father's sword ugly, you're really looking for death. Cliff Knight's figure moved, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Qingyi Li with a long sword in hand. Li Qingyi looked at this hideous face and a mocking look crossed his face. The sword is ugly and the man is even uglier. Die for my honor. Cliff Knight's long sword fell, and Li Qingyi closed his eyes to welcome the approach of death. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't feel anything or even hear anything. Is this what death feels like? She murmured and opened her eyes. Instead, she only saw a thin-backed figure standing straight in front of her. In front of him was the brilliant sword awnings that traversed the southern 6 districts. This sword, it's so cool. Having said that. And she fainted. When Qingyi Li woke up again, he was already in the medical room of the Heavens battlefield. Where is this? Am I dead? The demon slayer standing guard next to the sickbay rushed over at the sight. Sister Qingyi, you're not dead, none of us are. I thought I remembered that I had been killed by Cliff Knight, how come? Li Qingyi rubbed his distended head as the earlier images surfaced scene by scene. Instead, he only remembered her being killed by Cliff Knight, and then dreamed of Subai wielding a sword blade that ran through the southern 6th district. It's Subai, Subai saved us. A demon slayer said excitedly. Subai, he's too strong. Not only did he save you with a single sword kill Cliff Knight, he also killed all the thousands of Earth Emperors encamped in the southern 6th region. Really strong. When I left I looked back, Subai was carrying thousands of bloodstreams on his back, just like a god of killing. Wherever he passes through, there will be a demon clan that will die. That sword, it's really too handsome. I haven't seen that sword of the 9th Army commander, but this sword of Subai's, it's really handsome to my heart. The rest of the demon slayers had spoken about what they had seen and heard, but they had not noticed that Li Qingyi, who was on the hospital bed, suddenly had 2 light blushes appear on her miserable white face. She wasn't dreaming, which meant that the words she uttered were heard by Subai. Ugh, senior, the device shows that your heart rate is too fast, you need to take care of your rest. A sharp-eyed demon slayer noticed this scene and busily opened his mouth to warn. Well, you guys go get some rest, I want to be alone. After the crowd left, Qingyi Li collapsed on the hospital bed with her eyes lost in thought. In his mind, it was all about that skinny figure. As well as, that one swordsmanship. This. Is that what it feels like to be moved? But why? I just felt embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground. In the future, how will I face him? Hey, Subai, your principal is here to pick you up, you can go over now. South 9. Hiyao's figure appeared, and together with him, there was also Gu Shishue. Subai, who was sitting here, opened his eyes and nodded expressionlessly. No, this is the reward you were promised, but in light of your performance last night, I have an extra gift for you that should interest you. The stuff is all in here. Hiyawu handed Subai a bag. This is the space bag, a storage item inherently redeemed by the battlefield of heaven. Subai had previously redeemed one in order to conceal the carry-on space. Subai, thank you for saving Qingyi. This is a little token of my appreciation, please accept it. Gu Shishue snapped her fingers, and an evening sunset-like sword aura flew over. This is the Rainbow Light Sword manifestation, which has Rainbow Light Sword intent attached to it, and it might be helpful to you. Subai took it, thanked him, and left. In situ. Hiyawu looked at Gu Shishue with an odd expression. You're willing to give it up, isn't this sword normally not to be seen by anyone, how come now, suddenly you're willing to give it to this kid? Chapter 68, He is like a dragon returning to the sea. With the death of Ride the Wind, my heart is no longer attached, but Qingyi is different, in her heart, there is one more person. I don't understand what love is, but don't want her to follow in my footsteps. Gu Shishue sighed. When he heard the word Ride the Wind, Hiyawu's face also became a few points heavier. Since ancient times, sword cultivators are the most harmful, causing men's eyes to blush and women to fall in love with them, although this kid is not multiplying the wind, but last night's sword has recruited a lot of women. Yeah. Gu Shishue smiled and unconsciously looked up at the sky dome. Once. Here, too, there was a flash of rainbow light. Like the evening sun at sunset, near the darkness of the night, it releases its light alone. Not to mention. That sword lit up the north and south 10 districts. What's the point of thinking so much? Life is just 2 words, drink and kill demons. Hiyawu lit up a cigarette, spitting smoke rings as he spoke. The man in the suit, in this moment, seemed to have a couple of extra sorrows as well. It's better not to smoke, it's not good to smoke. Gu Shishue said. Fair enough. Hiyawu stubbed out his cigarette. I just happened to see this brat smoking hard and couldn't resist lighting one up. Is it good to smoke? It's not good to smoke, it's hot in the mouth and chokes the throat. Then why are you still smoking? Maybe, not in the heart? Hiyawu smiled and disappeared. Gu Shishue looked at the cigarette butts in the heads of the surrounding demons and let out a long sigh. Cigarettes are fine. This kid, why is he still using demon heads as ashtrays? But relief is real relief. I hope you live up to the rainbow light and let it, once again, light up the battlefield of heaven. Subai, not bad, very good, very good. Battlefield of heaven. Wang Guoguang slapped Subai's shoulder 3 times in a row. This time, he led Subai back to Tianmen Pass, where the principal of the 8th middle school, Ji Hongwei, and his homeroom teacher, Wei Wuxing, as well as that Lu Banyue, were waiting for him. This is the army commander's order. When you have this, you can also enter and exit the Heaven's Gate Pass and Heaven's Battlefield at will. Wang Guoguang pulled out an ancient, pitch-black token and waved it in front of Subai. Immediately following the infusion of spiritual energy, the military commander's order emitted a blinding light. The heaven ascending stairs that Subai and the others had walked on earlier slowly emerged. Go! Wang Guoguang said. Subai nodded and stepped onto the heaven ascending stairs with him. Wait! Right at this moment, a group of demon slayers suddenly surged out from the battlefield of heaven. In the midst of Wang Guoguang's expression of wrongness, the group of demon slayers swished and knelt in front of them. Father, have a good trip. Have a safe trip, Grandpa. Old ancestor, bravely take the first place. Great Grandpa, known throughout the country. What's gotten into you guys, sick? Wang Guoguang was speechless. Sorry, these guys lost a bet with themselves. Originally, I wanted to renege on the debt, but after hearing that Subai's sword was the best in the southern 6 regions, they were all willing to gamble. He Qian, the receptionist on the 2nd floor, explains. Then, with a stunned look on Wang Guoguang's face, she whispered Subai's name for her husband and ran away. Heir? Wang Guoguang glanced at Subai, wanting to see how he reacted to this. As a result, Subai was still looking cool, as if he had not seen this situation. For a moment, his heart was mixed. It's really a drought and a flood. I've never been in a ing relationship until now. Ahem. Wang Guoguang coughed to hide his embarrassment, and then said in a serious tone. Subai, there's something I need to inform you about. Subai calmly looked at him. That's right. Wang Guoguang said seriously. The Heaven's Gate Pass has already transmitted the videos of your winter demon tide, as well as the demon beheading road back to the mainland, and according to them, the feedback on these videos has been very good, and they are very hot on the internet. So, you're very hot right now. Within the dragon's country and the land, a lot of people take you as their idol. Your popularity, I guess it's higher than those university heavenly prides, as well as many celebrities. When you go back, pay more attention to the impact. After all, you have now become the face of our eastern border war zone. Subai nodded silently. This guy, he's really calm. He's a big star and he's still so calm? Such a heart is truly unrivaled in the world. Wang Guoguang secretly lamented. The two of them followed the ladder of ascending to the sky and soon arrived at the gate of Tianmen Pass. The few people who had been waiting here earlier saw Subai and instantly jogged over. Subai, you've taken so many honors for our 8th middle school. It's all my negligence that brought you here. You've worked hard during this time. Ji Hongwei pulled Subai's hand tightly, and for a while, he was in tears. Child, the teacher responsible for the talent awakening at that time has been fired, and in the future, no one will be able to make the 8th grade students suffer from this injustice. It's all the teacher's fault. If the teacher had been fined then, what would have happened to you? Wei Wuxing also cried out and came over. What are you two muttering about, making it seem like I'm treating him Subai poorly in the eastern border war zone? Wang Guoguang's face was a shade of green and white. If it wasn't for the fact that Subai was here, he just couldn't help but blast people. Where, don't dare, don't dare. Ji Hongwei said in fear. Having served as a demon slayer, he knew exactly the temperament of these military leaders. The two men exchanged pleasantries for a while before suddenly sidestepping. The girl with the white dress had changed into the demon slayer costume by now. On his body, there were still traces of the battle. She didn't say anything, just silently lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Subai. Subai, have a word with Bingyu. In order to persuade you, this child has suffered a lot during this time. Wei Wuxing sighed. But she has a good understanding. When she came here she was still a level 1 martial artist, at this time she has already broken through to level 2 martial artist, so it's not a wasted trip. Ji Hongwei looked relieved. Subai glanced at Lu Banyue without saying anything and turned around to walk into the car. Seeing the situation, a few people couldn't say anything, so they took the girl with them to the car. Boom boom. The vehicle started, leaving a trail of exhaust fumes far behind. On the city walls, many demon slayers walked out and silently sent their blessings. He is going like a dragon returning to the sea. Wu Shanqing said. But that's not true, that's the man I'm attracted to. Fang Qing pushed up her glasses. Who said it was yours? He's obviously ours all right. That's just it. Two members of the Rakshasa squad walked over and one gave Fang Qing a blank stare. When he returns again, he will, perhaps, be a high military commander. But he is, still, Subai, still the same high-flying Subai, isn't he? Fair enough, stay with one. Stay with one. Hello. What? Subai is coming to take the entrance exam. Okay. Good. I'll definitely arrange the grandest welcome ceremony. Principal's office, 8th grade. The assistant principal learned the news of Subai's return and immediately called a general meeting. Not for long. An ear-piercing siren then sounded in the 8th middle school, followed by an announcement that Subai had returned to take the college entrance exam. Within minutes of this news, it spread across the internet. Chapter 69 Brother Subai flew over. What, the 8th school schoolboy, Subai, is back? Stunned, isn't it unprecedented to kill a demon and go back to school to take the entrance exam? Shocked, 8th grade Subai is doubly gifted. 8th grade school leaders suspected to have come forward to confirm. Families, form a group to meet your idols in 8th grade. Sword Immortal Subai returns. This time, I will take back everything that belongs to me. At the same time, posts about Subai sprung up like bamboo shoots, and the heat was so high that they quickly dominated several short video platforms, as well as the bib list. Many reporters close to the 8th grade, but also the first time to carry a long gun to squatting. Young Tang, Subai is back. Yes? Inside the villa. Tang Guan looked down at the black-clothed man kneeling on the ground with a shadowy face. Yes. Good, since that's the case, let him fool around for a few days, and during his college entrance exams, forcefully suppress his sister in front of him. I'll make him realize that he can't afford the consequences of killing a member of my Tang family. Yes. The man in black retreated. Bastard, if it wasn't for the Chang'an in your hands, I wouldn't have come to this Thai place, and I don't know what the older generation thought, such an important key was actually offered to the Heavenly Gate Pass as a merit ring. But as long as I kill your sister and then you, then this key is mine, Tangwon. 8th Center. A million people are watching. A military vehicle came slowly and stopped at the door. When they saw Subai, who was dressed in a strong suit and had a cool face, step out of the car, the whole place boiled over. Subai, so handsome. Subai, I love you. Subai, sign me up. Subai, 8th grade welcomes your return. The crowd was surging, the atmosphere was high, more than hundreds of security guards could not control the scene, many people had already crossed the cordon and rushed towards Subai. Most of these were women with flamboyant faces. They were clutching Subai's photos in their hands, their faces overflowing with star-crossed fervor. Such a sight made the leaders of the 8th grade school, including Ji Hongwei, show their aunt's smile. Subai's big hit means that the 8th high school, an ordinary high school, is about to make a big splash in the Dragon Kingdom. Students, calm down, our Subai has just rushed back from the Tianmen Pass, it's been a long journey, please give him some rest time. Yes, we understand everyone's love for Subai, but as fans, you don't want Subai to work too hard alone, right? Although Ji Hongwei was pleased with himself, he didn't forget to maintain order. The two of them, he and Wei Wuxing, sang in unison, paired with the aura of a third-level martial artist's viewing realm, and the cries from the surroundings gradually diminished. After all, in the dragon's internal land, in addition to the student instructors of the major universities and colleges, third-level martial artists also had a certain deterrent effect. Snap! 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 At this time, a group of students suddenly ran out from within the 8th middle school. They knelt down after seeing Subai. What are you guys up to? Ji Hongwei said angrily. I'm sorry, Senior Subai, we shouldn't have called you trash, the trash is us. I'm sorry, Senior Subai, we were wrong, we shouldn't have taunted you. I'm sorry, Senior Subai, we shouldn't talk bad about you behind your back. These students bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes in a pleading tone. I'm sorry, Headmaster, I didn't stop them, they were all scared by the video of Subai killing the demon, they were afraid that Subai would kill them as well if he was upset. The assistant principal led a group of teachers running over. But no matter how much they tried to persuade them, the group of students were indifferent. Still kneeling on the ground, with the attitude that they would not get up until Subai forgave them. With such a scene, Ji Hongwei was also in trouble. He looked at Subai, his mouth opened, but nothing came out. On the side, Wei Wuxing also only sighed. Subai didn't say anything, and expressionlessly walked through them and into the 8th middle school. You guys get up, Subai has already forgiven you. Ji Hongwei said. Really? He's not going to dismantle us like he did the demon race, is he? Subai, it's horrible. The group of students sniffed and froze, and not a single one of them dared to get up. Ji Hongwei was helpless and finally called a group of security guards to forcefully drag them away. This day, a new school rule was added to the 8th grade. All people in the school are not allowed to abuse or mock Subai, and if they commit any offense, they will be expelled directly. Bua, what are you doing in front of Subai's dormitory, is Subai not there? Night. Ji Hong came to look for Subai, but found only Lu Banyue standing alone at the door. Subai went to look for Xiaoji as soon as he came back. Lu Banyue said. Then what are you staying here for, aren't you ready to go and rest, the college entrance exams are coming up in a few days. I'll wait for Subai, I have something to tell him. Ugh, okay. Ji Hongwei shook his head and left. Do you, hate me that much? The moon is warm and the stars are hazy. The girl, in a white dress, lay lightly on the railing, and occasionally the wind came and ruffled her long hair, blowing against those sentimental eyes. Miss Evening E, yesterday I had a dream that Brother Subai is coming to see me today. Star of the Sky Kindergarten. The little girl in the pink dress propped her head up and stared blankly out the window. Really, Xiaoji, then tell the teacher, how did Brother Subai come over in your dream? The gentle-faced female teacher on the side laughed. Brother Subai flew over. Xiaoji waved happily. No way to fly, it would have to be a 4th-level martial artist. Oh, your Subai brother is so young, how? Before the female teacher's words fell, the window lit up with a burst of piercing azure sword light. This, Imperial sword flight. Between the female teacher's surprised stutter, the blue sword light had already swept to the window. She could clearly see a cool-faced boy standing on the blue stone longsword. If it's not Subai, who is it? Hee, Ms. Evening Xiaoji didn't lie to you, did she? My brother Subai flew here. Ji turned around and smiled smugly. When she turned her head, though, her little face was covered in teardrops. Brother Subai, you lied, you said you would be good, eat well and sleep well, but now, you have lost so much weight. Swish. Subai flashed into the house and picked up Xiaoji. He gently wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes and in the blink of an eye conjured up a cartoon sticker. Mistake card. She recognized the sticker at once. As she grabbed the sticker, she then pinched Subai's thin cheeks. Just this once, if next time Xiaoji sees Brother Subai lose weight again, she will ignore Brother Subai. Good. Subai rubbed Xiaoji's head and revealed a shallow smile. Good, handsome. The female teacher couldn't help but make a sound at the sight. Thanks to Ms. Evening Yi for taking care of Xiaoji. As it should be, as it should be. Lin Yuanyi came back to her senses and busily covered her mouth, wiping away the escaping saliva. Brother Subai, Xiaoji also wants to fly, will you take Xiaoji to fly? Chapter 70, we'll still have dinner together on New Year's Day. Good. Subai took Xiaoji out of the door and rose into the air with his sword. Wow, the Astro Nursery is getting so small, and the moon is getting bigger. On the Punisher's sword. Xiaoji tightly grasped the corner of Subai's coat and made sounds of surprise from time to time. Brother Subai, go after the moon. Brother Subai, go look there are so many people there. Brother Subai, fly around this big mountain. Brother Subai, I want to fly inside this cloud. Night down. The azure-colored sword on went east and west above the sky, as if it were a paintbrush, outlining and embellishing the thin black canvas board. After Xiaoji got tired of playing, Subai brought her to a dilapidated hut. Brother Subai, is this your former home? Aha! Subai led Xiaoji inside. The house had been unoccupied for years and had settled into a pile of dust. The top of the wall had broken through a couple of holes as well. Perhaps unable to protect against the rain, many wooden furniture are moldy and broken, emitting the smell of decay. Wow, this doll is so cute, Brother Subai gave it to Xiaoji, okay? Ji grabbed the doll bear on the TV stand into her arms. It's moldy, Xiaoji. Subai rubbed her little head. Moldy Ji can wash it. Xiaoji grabbed the doll bear, the love in her eyes was not hidden at all. Let me clean you up. Subai reached out, Xiaoji rolled her eyes in place and finally shook her head and refused. Xiaoji wants to wash herself, recently Ms. Evening Yi has taught me to wash clothes, I want to learn to wash clothes, in the future, I have to wash for Brother Subai. At that time, Brother Subai will go to fight the demons, and Xiaoji will be responsible for washing clothes and cooking food for Brother Subai, okay, Brother Subai? Xiaoji tugged at the corner of Subai's coat. Subai squatted down and pinched her round little face, smiling and nodding. Yeah. Xiaoji happily hugged Subai, but her stomach was indisputably ringing at this time of the hour. Why are you being so ungrateful, you just ate at noon and now you're screaming? Xiaoji patted her stomach and said in an old-fashioned manner, quite a bit of hatred. To eat well. Subai rubbed her little head. The wind intent was launched, and the dust that had piled up in the room was instantly blown away. At the same time he took out the stone bricks and finished repairing the house. After doing this, Subai took Xiaoji to the food market to buy some food. On the way, he didn't forget to buy her one of her favorite burgers. After returning home, Subai quickly made 4 dishes. A 3-course meal with fish and meat. It smells so good, it's been a long time since I've had a meal cooked by Brother Subai himself. Ji ran out of the house smelling the odor, and the burger was put aside for her. Celebrate your brother's first place in the college entrance exam. Celebrating Ji's immediate entry into elementary school. Cheers. Cooler in the fall. The evening breeze is pleasant. A large group of people ate and then collapsed into rocking chairs in the yard. Wobbly, wobbly. Xiaoji leaned on Subai's arm and kept pointing at the stars in the sky, telling Subai their story. Brother Subai, my teacher told me that people turn into stars when they die. Do you think mom and dad are in the sky too? Maybe. Subai's parents have disappeared and he has no information about their whereabouts until now. They must be in heaven. If they saw that there is a Brother Subai who is so good to Xiaoji, they would be very pleased. Xiaoji suddenly blinked her eyes and looked at Subai with a serious face. Brother Subai, on New Year's Day, we'll still have to eat together, still have to drink juice together, still have to set off fireworks together, and still have to be together, okay? Good. Yeah. Xiaoji happily kissed Subai. Two flushes of red climbed up on the young man's cool face. Does Ji want to see the fireworks? Xiaoji doesn't want to. Xiaoji wants to wait until New Year's Eve to watch it with brother Subai. Good. Subai brother, you have to cheer up. Oh, Xiaoji by then, but also to see you exam it, you have to take a first place, cannot drag Xiaoji's hind legs. Aha! The investigation is clear. The person who was previously traveling in the air is none other than Subai, who came back from the eastern border war zone to take the college entrance exam. Subai? Office chair. The middle-aged man with a country face on top sunk slightly after hearing this name. If anyone were here, they would recognize this man as the mayor of Daishan City. Yu Yak Sung. Ahem, it's the boy that Ms. Ryu likes. The assistant at the side added. Is he? A flash of appreciation passed through Lu Yuexing's gaze. This kid has a backbone. It would be a good thing if Manhwa could really make it with him. By the way, if I'm not mistaken about this Subai, he's the one who came back from the eastern border war zone, right? Lu Yuexing asked. Yes. In that case, prepare a car, I'm going to personally meet this teenage heavenly pride. But, Mayor, the time is now 12 o'clock in the morning. The assistant reminded. Why is it 12 o'clock? Don't I remember it was just 6 or 7? Mayor, just now you were busy going through the documents and were probably too focused to notice the time passing. Okay. Lu Yuexing sighed. So what if it's 12 o'clock for someone else? We can call them if we need to, but Subai is different. He's now a prosperity realm powerhouse. We must give him enough respect. Go see him once tomorrow morning, and call Manhwa up then as well, and see if you can, from that place of his, beg for a strand of spiritual energy with an intent attached. Mayor, you mean, nominated? Nice. Lu Yuexing nodded his head. For his meritorious service, he was nominated for the governorship of the great state. There were dozens of competitors in the same period of time, all of whom had higher cultivation levels than him, even though their merits were not as good as his. If he wanted to get this governorship with 9 out of 10 certainties, he had to comprehend a realm of meaning and advance to the prodigy realm. However, now on the verge of the final selection time, if you want to quickly comprehend the intent, you have to use the assistance of other intent. The latest news from Subai has come in. It is said that he has 8 realms of intent. Mayor, if you go and beg, there is a good chance that he will give it. 8 realms of intent. How is that possible? Lu Yuexing swished and stood up. This is a message from within the Heaven's Gate Pass, and the odds are that it's true. In that case, it is all the more important not to be slow in the face of such a character. Lu Yuexing stared at his assistant with a burning gaze. You don't have to come with me tomorrow, I'll meet him on my own. Good. The assistant nodded. Hello, how are you? This is Ji Hongwei. Most of the night. Ji Hongwei was just about to go to bed when a call came in. He wasn't going to answer it, but when he saw the short string of numbers, he didn't dare slack off at all. The current Dragon Kingdom stipulates that in order to better fight against demons, all numbers below 5 digits are collected for national use. What? Send you Subai's file, his information is fully blocked, rank SSS. Chapter 71, it's time for his dual talents to make their true debut. No comrade, Subai's information is completely blocked, so how can he take the college entrance exam? You mean regular high school exams are okay, as long as nothing else is revealed? Oh, got it, I'll get on it first thing in the morning. Ji Hongwei had just hung up the phone, and without waiting for him to think about it, another 5-digit number called in. Hello, how are you? This is Ji Hongwei. What? You want to collect Subai's information too? Ji Hongwei shouted out in confusion. Someone called earlier, don't believe him, I'm the regular one, Subai's information can only be temporarily stored by us here. The man on the phone said sharply. Ji Hongwei vaguely also heard what Qingbei institution a few words. He snapped back to his senses with a snap of his head. Dare I say these guys are from major college admissions. In order to come and dig up Subai, even reasons like data blocking were used. That, comrade, although the Qingbei institution is great and second to none in the country, the way you are going about it makes me feel very shameful. The martial arts college entrance examination is a serious matter. As a reference, Subai has the right to decide where he will go, instead of entering your school in such a haphazard manner. A word of advice, such behavior is harmful to others and yourselves, and Subai isn't weak, he's at the prosperity realm. If you guys mess up like this, you can imagine the impression he'll have on you. Let's leave this matter at that. I won't tell Subai this time, but next time, I won't guarantee it. Ji Hongwei hung up the phone angrily. I don't know. At this time, the teachers in the admissions department of Imperial University had already laughed into a pot of porridge. Han, you're too damaging even for her mom, this Qingbei somehow took a fall for you. This is a beautiful move, directly pulling down the impression score. Subai comes to our Imperial University, proper. Ha, already imagining the other principal's face this minute. This is honestly not the right thing to do, but if we can recruit Subai, then it's all worth it. Actually, this trick was told to me by senior sister Shui. The girl called Han smiled and scratched her head. This water guy is so damaged, but I wonder when she'll be back? Someone sighed. Still concerned about when she's coming back, want me to be in a place with Subai, not come back at all. So powerful, coincidentally, so am I. And me. Day 2. Ji Hongwei walked into the conference room with 2 dark circles under his eyes. This look of a living ghost eater startled many of the school leaders. The crowd threw in their greetings. Ji Hongwei's mouth twitched as he leaned back in his chair to clear the air. A group of school leaders crowed and laughed when they learned that he had been harassed by an evening of phone calls from college admissions departments. But on their faces, they all showed pride. There was a time when the tiny 8th grade school could be so highly regarded. And it's all because of that teenage talent. Su White. Principal, you've worked hard, I'll answer this kind of call for you from now on. A school leader said. Ji Hongwei sniffed and hurriedly slipped his cell phone into his pocket. He hadn't slept a wink, but he was a college teacher who had been educating all night. It was very simmering, but he was cool. The feeling of those normally high and mighty college admissions departments being scolded by him for not daring to let out a single fart is indescribable. Such an opportunity to continue pretending, how could he give it up? Ding 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 ding. Just then, the cell phone rang. He opened it up, 5 digits as always. Hello, 8th grade Principal Ji Hongwei. Ji Hongwei directly turned on the speakerphone and threw it on the conference table. Hello, Mr. Ji Hongwei, Subai's students' information has been entered into our country's state secret file management department, confidentiality level SSS, due to its special nature, please extract his file, about 10 minutes or so, there will be a special person to go ahead and take charge of sealing. This move will not affect Subai's college entrance exam, nor will it cause any inconvenience for him to go to college, everything is for the sake of the country, and I ask for Mr. Ji Hongwei's cooperation. Yo, digging my school Su White just straight up, and now you're ING bringing me to the state, you guys are really good at these admissions departments? Ji Hongwei lit a cigarette with an amused look on his face. Mr. Ji Hongwei, I don't understand what you mean. A puzzled voice came from the cell phone. Don't get it? I took 328 college admissions calls in one ING night and you're telling me you don't get it? Country in order to fight the demon is now introducing a plan for college soldiers, although it has not yet been formally notified, but has now acquiesced to the major colleges and universities to use the 5-digit number. Mr. Ji Hongwei, the phone calls you received should be these. You this admissions department is interesting, quite good at making up nonsense even the national plan you are a letter, you this is against the law you know. Principal. Wei Wuxing poked Ji Hongwei's shoulder and handed over a cell phone. It displayed a 5-digit number followed immediately by the word State Secret Records Administration. Ji Hongwei looked at the cell phone with a suspicious face and stood up with a swish and a flash. I'm sorry comrade, it's really because I was confused by all these phone calls last night, it caused this misunderstanding for a while, please don't mind comrade. The school leaders could not help but laugh at this contrasting scene, but it was not good to laugh out loud, and each of them stifled their red faces. It's okay, Principal Key, the person should be here, number 9527, just give him the file. As the words fell, a soldier in military uniform appeared in the conference room out of nowhere. The string of numbers on his chest was none other than 9527. Yes, comrade. Ji Hongwei answered, then signaled his assistant to extract the Subai file over. In order to protect Subai's information, the school authorities have secretly put away his file. No more than 3 people in the entire 8th grade knew where its location was. Comrade, since Subai hasn't taken the precise talent test yet, his talent column hasn't been updated yet. Ji Hongwei said. No problem, when the time comes, you carry out the confidentiality test and then give a notice to the department on the line. Remember, this matter is related to the great plan of my dragon country, not to be spread out. Having said that, the person then disappeared into thin air. Headmaster, you're fighting a fakely ghost and encountering a real Li Kuei. Wei Wuxing snickered, and the conference room erupted in laughter. Laughing my ass off, lousy her mom at least borrowed Subai to pretend in front of the state secret file management department, can you guys? Ji Hongwei coldly grunted, and the school leaders were not able to see this. But the episode passed quickly. The meeting unfolded. At the center of it all was the issue of Subai's dual talent awakening. After the meeting was finalized, a call came to Wei Wuxing's cell phone. Teacher Wei, Subai is back. Well, tell him to forget it, we'll go to him in person, and you and others don't let anyone near him. Hang up. Wei Wuxing's face became quite grave. Go find Subai, it's time for him to truly debut his dual talents. Chapter 72. Take care of my sister for me while I'm away. Subai returned to the dormitory. The original quadruple room was converted to a single room when he returned. The space is not small and the furnishings are simple. He swept around and had just sat down to cultivate when a soft knock came at the door. He got up and opened the door. The person who came was Lu Bianyue. Behind her, there was also a middle-aged man in formal attire with a country face. Something? Subai, my father wants to see you once. Lu Bianyue softly said. Hello, Mr. Subai, I'm Lu Yuesheng, the mayor of Diqian City. The middle-aged man laughed. He glanced at Rububuki. And at the same time, it's also Tagetsu's father. Is it convenient to talk? Subai didn't say anything and sidestepped to let the two enter the house. It's like this, I've come here for two main things, one private and one public. The three of them took their seats, and Lu Yuesheng directly stated the purpose of their visit. He knew that Subai was cold in nature and didn't like to talk too much, so he succinctly and clearly expressed the idea of wanting to borrow a wisp of intent. Subai didn't say anything, and when he raised his hand, a spiritual force attached with the wooden intent was suspended in front of him. This. Lu Yuesheng looked at this sudden mood and was a bit staggered for a moment. He had originally prepared a lot of rhetoric, wanting to use it to convince Subai. However, he didn't expect Subai to give him this without blinking an eye. It was important to know that although this thing would not have an effect on the realm of intent comprehended, it could help the royal wind realm quickly enter the prosperity realm. For martial artists who were about to comprehend the realm of intent, it was extremely precious. Right now, on the black market, a strand of intent was even speculated to millions of dollars, and there was a price for it. Subai, I would like to know why you gave me something so decisively? Lu Yuesheng took a deep breath and did not immediately collect this wisp of intent. Take care of my sister for me while I'm gone. Your sister, you're talking about the little girl called Ji, right? Subai nodded. Okay, I promise. Only then did Lu Yuesheng feel relieved to receive the wisp of intent. As for the second thing I'd like to say in front of the TV station, Mr. Subai, do you have any ideas? Subai shook his head. Okay, then you guys come on in. Lu Yuesheng clapped his hands. Within a few minutes, a group of reporters carrying long guns poured in. After all the preparations were done, Lu Yuesheng straightened his collar and stood straight in front of Subai. Next to him, Lu Bianyue took a step back after him with a solemn expression. My humble self, Lu Yuesheng, the mayor of Dajian City, would like to thank Mr. Subai, on behalf of all the people of Dajian City, for his outstanding contribution to Dajian City and the human race in the eastern border war zone. Having said that, Lu Yuesheng bowed with a solemn expression. Lu Bianyue followed suit. Didn't I say not to tell anyone to bother Subai? What's wrong with you guys? Ji Hongwei, who had rushed here, immediately changed his face when he saw a group of people swarming at Subai's door. He ignored the explanation of the assistant at the side and rushed over with a group of school leaders. Now Subai is the treasure of the 8th grade, what if something happens to him? No one is allowed to enter. As soon as they reached the door, they were stopped by a bodyguard in a suit and sunglasses. Damn her, I'm the principal of the 8th middle school, you call me an idler, blind your dog's eyes. Get out of the way, what are you doing to my school, Subai, and who gave you permission to come in? Off. Ji Hongwei was enraged at his words and led a group of school leaders in a great release of chi, directly blowing the bodyguards of the sea-viewing realm into the house. Crap. Damn. The man in there, he's the mayor. The assistant caught up just in time to see the scene. His already hanging heart was directly in his throat at this moment. No need for him to say. At this minute, everyone in the room focused their eyes on a group of school leaders represented by Ji Hongwei. This included Lu Yuesheng, who was bowing and had yet to get up. What brings you here, old mayor? Ji Hongwei saw that familiar face, and his rushing anger was instantly doused. The surrounding school leaders are all cowering behind him, fearing that the mayor will blame them. Cough. Big money citizens, this is the principal of the 8th middle school, Ji Hongwei. Everything Su White has grown up with could not have been done without him, the hard-working gardener. Below, let's give him the camera and hear from his mouth the story of Su Bai's past. Lu Yuesheng clapped his hands, and a bunch of long guns were immediately aimed at Ji Hongwei in the doorway. We first thank the mayor for his respect for the students of the 8th middle school, for the heroes of the city, the 8th middle school can have today, the students Su Bai can have today, are inseparable from this mayor who has quietly paid and worked hard for the city of big money. Next, as the principal of the 8th grade school, I will tell the story of the hero Su Bai's former life. Looking at Ji Hongwei's calm and unhurried response, the assistant who rushed over then put down his hanging heart. Worthy of a mayor, this turnaround, so damn professional. The mayor's assistant outside the door was also relieved. If he really made a scene just now, it would definitely be a black spot on his promotion path. But he turned the danger around and changed the subject in 3 words. This at the same time. And a secret apology for coming uninvited. As well as giving the principal of the 8th grade school a chance to promote his school. How can it be easy to be mayor? But this principal of the 8th grade school is good at what he does. As soon as he comes up here, he praises the mayor first. He's a character. Both of them, they're old farts. Still have to practice. Outside the door. People who witnessed this were overwhelmed with emotion. You guys just noticed the mayor and the principal. Did you notice that Su Bai's face, from start to finish, never changed? A cold hum rang out. The crowd hurriedly looked over and saw that Su Bai was still expressionless. It was as if the surrounding environment, how the atmosphere changed, could not affect him in general. He just sat there quietly, yet he brought a feeling of being unnoticeable to the crowd. This heart, it's really horrible as hell. Surprising indeed, if the mayor had bowed to me instead, I'd probably have my ing soul in my hands. Too calm, but also too cold. With this temperament, I won't agree with anyone who doesn't say he's a heavenly pride. The moment. Not only the people outside the door were shocked, but also the internet, who saw the scene, were frozen. Many university instructors who had not taken on a single person for several years saw this image and were inspired to take on an apprentice. When the news came down, many colleges and universities even sent enrollment teams headed by school leaders. Just for the sake of recruiting Su Bai into their colleges. Inside the house. Ji Hongwei spoke for a few hours, the number of people online in the live room soared to millions, and the screen was full of non-stop GIFs fluttering red. If it wasn't almost time for Su Bai's talent program to awaken, he was high and low enough to make 2 more sentences. Well, my family and friends, I'm going to say this much to you today for the time being, and forgive me if I don't say it well, and then the camera will be handed over to the mayor, who will point out my shortcomings and give you a final summary. Words. Lu Yuesheng quietly gave Ji Hongwei a thumbs up. 10 minutes later. A group of journalists withdrew from the dormitory. Su Bai, let's go. After performing the Talent Awakening confirmation, you can take the college entrance exam. Chapter 73 Born to Assassinate. Wait a minute. This time. Lu Yuesheng walked in through the door. What is it, Mayor? Ji Hongwei looked puzzled. It's like this, with Su Bai's current merits, it's enough to be guaranteed admission to any of the Dragon Kingdom colleges and universities by Big Money City. Now I happen to have 1 spot left in my hand. Su Bai can go to whichever college he wants. So it is. The crowd got it. Each city in the Dragon Kingdom has a specific number of guaranteed places, only the requirements are very high. Either to be overly gifted or to contribute to the human race. Su Bai, on the other hand, had both. Su Bai, what do you think? Ji Hongwei pondered for a while, but still gave the choice to Su Bai. For the 8th middle school, he since hopes that Su Bai in the college entrance examination field to show great style, for the school to make a name for themselves. But he preferred to honor Su Bai's choice. It wasn't just because he was a prodigy realm-level powerhouse. Most important. It was he who had been a demon slayer like Su Bai. Take the entrance exam. Su Bai said calmly. He promised Ji that he would take first place, so he couldn't go back on his word. Yes. A crowd of school leaders let out a cheer. Lu Yuesheng did not say anything when he saw this, only the admiration in the bottom of his eyes was much thicker. After Su Bai made his statement, Ji Hongwei smiled in relief and immediately led him to the Talent Awakening room. Cough, Su Bai, can I be a witness? Lu Yuesheng followed. Su Bai nodded. Let's go, Mayor, but Subai's information is now classified as SSS, so it can't be passed around. Ji Hongwei laughed. You mean, as mayor, I'm a little unaware of the importance of the situation and need to be reminded of it? Ryo Yakusheng joked. I don't dare, it's just that there are times when I act recklessly, and I'm afraid that I'll forget about this, and I still need the mayor to give me more advice. Didn't realize you kid was quite the talker, not bad, promising. Lu Yuesheng smiled and patted Ji Hongwei's shoulder. The group of people had a word for each other and soon arrived at the Talent Awakening Room. This place involves the fundamentals of the Dragon Kingdom, so it is usually tightly blocked. Ji Hongwei took out the key and opened the door, waiting for Subai to walk in before the crowd followed. The interior is decorated with antiquity, with a stone platform standing on the left and right, on each of which is placed a glass column. The pillar is about 3 meters high and only wide enough for one person to enter. When Subai had come before, he had awakened his talent in the glass pillar on the left. Only then the glass columns were filled with a pale blue curtain of light. At this point they were empty. The equipment of the 8th middle school is backward, and the single and double talents have to go to different places to awaken respectively. That's why it caused Subai to go to the eastern border war zone. In the end, it's all my fault as the principal. Ji Hongwei sighed. The school leaders also looked guilty. When I get back, I'll apply for an update of the gifted awakening equipment for the 8th grade. Lu Yu sank. Barely. By this time, Wei Wuxing had already opened the dual talent awakening table on the right. The light blue light curtain lit up, emitting a strange power. Previously, Subai was still only a mortal level martial artist and did not feel deeply about this. But at this moment, he could feel this power, which was vaguely similar to his attribute Dao intent. Subai, go up, 8th grade, can't let you suffer this aggravation? Under Wei Wuxing's gesture, Subai walked up to the dual talent awakening stage. Click. The glass door closed and a curtain of light flooded him in moments. A moment later, a tiny line of fishy red blood emerged from it. Along with it, white text emerging from the glass columns. E-rank talent, blood explosion. Immediately afterward, in the crowd's expectant looks, a black mass of light that obscured the pale blue curtain of light surged out. At the same time, a huge red symbol, the S, surfaced on the glass column. Below this symbol, a string of text is adorned. S-rank talent darkness, a ghost in the night, a natural god of assassination. Surprisingly, it's an S-rank talent. Subai, you're really good. My 8th grade, finally an S-class talent. This is a knocker that can directly step into powerful colleges such as Qingbei High School and Imperial High School. God bless my 8th grade school, God bless Subai. Ji Hongwei and a group of school leaders were ecstatic and honored to see this. A number of them even cried tears of joy and old age at once. They had already envisioned the scene where Subai's reputation was so great that the chickens and dogs of the 8th middle school would rise. Even Lu Yuesheng, who had been relatively calm earlier, had his face changed drastically at this moment. His original guess was that Subai was at most a relatively strong A-rank talent. However, he didn't expect that Subai's talent would actually be an S-rank full of precognition. However, the crowd that was in shock did not notice that an invisible long sword was revolving around Subai, unceasingly and unceasingly. The text on the glass pillar quivered gently but recognized nothing, still displaying the S-rank talent darkness. Boom click. The previously stabilized talent awakening table suddenly cracked open an opening. Immediately after that, the light blue light curtain tyrannized away, shattering the glass column. Before the crowd could regain their senses, the glass shards had cut through the void and swept in front of them. The speed was so fast that even Lu Yuesheng, who was a strong wind control realm master, could not react in time. At the critical moment, if not for an esoteric and mysterious power dispersing and fixing the glass, the people present would have been seriously injured. This is a talent awakening table, its sturdiness, even up to grade A, how could it suddenly burst open? Come back to your senses. Wei Wuxing looked incredulously at the glass shards that had stopped around him. It wasn't just him. At this time, a group of school leaders were also stunned. Only Lu Yuesheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Subai thoughtfully. If it's broken, big deal to rebuild it, this crap should have been replaced long ago. Ji Hongwei didn't care. Dual talents, with an S rank among them, plus this heat that was comparable to a big star, Subai was bound to be a well-known heavenly pride among the Dragon Kingdom. As his alma mater, it's not too much to ask for the 8th grade to apply to rebuild a talent awakening table. Plus the mayor saw that it was naturally damaged, so what are you guys worried about? Ji Hongwei laughed. The crowd of school leaders suddenly came back to their senses and complimented Liu Yuesheng. "I'll take care of this, but aren't you guys forgetting something? Our lives were saved by Subai," said. Liu Yuesheng straightened his clothes and solemnly bowed towards Subai. Seeing this, Ji Hongwei and other school leaders hurriedly followed. "It doesn't have to be," Subai said expressionlessly, then turned into a residual shadow and returned to the dormitory. "System, what grade of talent does my pure sword heart belong to, and how did it directly shatter the talent awakening table?" Subai didn't consider pure sword heart as an awakened talent at first. He only told the system that blood devouring demonstrated E-ranked bloodburst, and the talent darkness was displayed normally. However, he had never thought that the pure sword heart would undergo an anomaly on the talent awakening stage. Return to host. Chapter 74 Super Grade Talent. Back to the host, pure sword heart belongs to both unranked and super ranked talents. What do you mean? The grading of talent was an inherent rule within the Dragon Kingdom. Subai had never heard of any unranked talent, super ranked talent. It's like this, an unranked, super ranked talent, which simply means that the existing talent level can't describe this talent. This type of talent is usually tied to the state of mind, and does not have an effect on or connection to the outside world, and although the talent awakening stage can detect it, it cannot perceive it accurately. Subai sniffed and once again checked the introduction of the pure sword heart. Pure sword heart, when practicing the way of the sword, it is as if it were a god, not afraid of the world's illusions, charm and other illusionary arts. Described as such, it does indeed act on the state of mind. Subai thought carefully for a moment. The talents of the people he had met since he started were indeed all able to make a connection in the outside world. The only thing that was more vaguely connected was Qin Tianzhu's E-ranked talent, precognition. Host, the E-ranked talent precognition is also connected to the real world, only its connection is not current, but 10 years from now. That is to say, any talent that can create a connection with the outside world can be recognized and classified, while the opposite belongs to the unclassified category? Yes. And what's the deal with superlatives? Back to the host, a super-ranked talent is the equivalent of the strongest talent among the unranked. When the system said this, Subai also understood. Pure sword heart, which could not directly act on reality, but increased tremendously on the path of practicing the sword. The impact that was transformed was in no way inferior to that of any super high-level talent. And unusual unranked gifts, such as low self-esteem and complaining about these, have very little impact. That is to say, super-ranked talents are judged by the magnitude of the impact caused by unranked talents through the medium. Dang! 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 There was a knock at the door. Subai collected his thoughts and walked over to open the door. A slightly saddened face came into view. The Ryu Banyuki. Subai. Something? Can you walk me out? I have something to tell you. Say. Subai shook his head. That, and my dad wants to invite you to my house for dinner. No need. Subai finished closing the door, but was blocked by Lu Banyue reaching out her hand. One more thing. For the college entrance exam in 3 days, Dajun City is going to have a coordinated joint exam, and the original location was set to be the first middle school, but after you came back, the city decided to change the location to the 8th middle school. The map of the exam room distribution is out, so if you don't have anything else to do, accompany me to take a look. Subai closed the door with an expressionless face. Outside the door, Lu Banyue stood frozen in place for a long time. Inside the house, Subai took out the rainbow light sword mantle that Gu Shishua had given him. System, is it possible to comprehend multiple paths in sword intent? Back to the host, you can, but the subsequent comprehension of the sword intent will be with the fusion of the initial comprehension of the sword intent. The initial comprehension of the sword intent will have the characteristics of the subsequent comprehension of the sword intent. Receiving the system's reply, Subai unsealed the rainbow light sword mane. Next moment, the evening sun-like rainbow light of the sword filled the dormitory. The terrifying power attached to it crushed the surrounding void, revealing a pitch-black vacuum. However, under the blockade of the power of the forbidden domain, this sword aura did not spread out and quietly hung above Subai's head. Being so close to each other, Subai could clearly feel the appalling might coming from it. Present. He took a deep breath and sat with his concentration, closing his eyes to comprehend the rainbow light sword intent. With the addition of the pure sword heart, in just a few minutes, Subai had already comprehended it. 2 flashes of rainbow light flashed as he opened his eyes. Click swish. Sensing the familiar aura from him, the rainbow light sword aura flew directly into him. Ding! The host has comprehended the rainbow light sword intent, and the sword intent has been integrated into the initial sword intent. Current sword's intent level C24, 597 1 million. Swish! The long sword was sheathed, and Subai flicked it at his body. Strange blue and red sword awnings surfaced, cutting through the void. Boom click. The surrounding emptiness couldn't withstand the pressure brought by this two-colored sword on, and they all followed suit and shattered. In the blink of an eye, though, the dormitory was plunged into a dark vacuum. The only thing left was the sword, and that was still glowing. Subai withdrew his sword awnings and took out the S-rank sword skill, Demon Beheading. This sword skill had only one move, named Demon Slaying. The more demons it beheads, the more powerful it becomes. Only that the cultivation of this sword skill required the chi of Demon Beheading, and this item could only be condensed during the Demon Beheading. In other words, one could only cultivate when killing demons. Endless Demon Beheading, Endless Might, Sword Immortal of the Past, one sword to chop the sky. With such an introduction, even Subai could not help but take a deep breath. This kind of into a long sword technique can be hard to find in 100 different ways. If it wasn't for the fact that it was only possible to cultivate by beheading demons, I'm only afraid that its rank, still, would go up further. However, this characteristic that others viewed as a disadvantage was an advantage to Subai. After all, in order to earn attribute points, one had to kill demons, and the two complemented each other and were not in conflict. Calming his inner throbbing, Subai put away the demon beheading and opened the attribute panel. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Late Prosperity Realm 2,963,732 3 million. Optional. Attribute points, 5, 524, 051. Physique, 1, 100, 396 Body of a million elephants. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 5 million. Spirit, 159, 354 Mindfulness. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 300,000. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, S-rank Bloodied 05 million, S-rank Darkness 05 million. Optional. Intent, Attribute Dao Intent E Gold E Woody Watery Fiery Earth, E Ice Sea Thunder D Windy Light E Darkness Grade A Forbidden Intent 05 million, Grade C Sword Intent 01 million, Grade E Gun Intent 150,000, Intent to be realized X18. Optional. Field, E-Class Confinement Collar 03 million. No points may be added before breaking through the Cheonyu realm. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fushan 3 Swords Proficiency, Supreme, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, Supreme. No points may be added. Weapon, Pseudo-S Sword of the Immortal Punisher, Attributes, Grade A Sharpness 0500 million, Grade D Sword Intent 0500 million, Grade S Hardness 0500 million, Grade E Sword Formation 02 million, Spirit of the Immortal Punisher Missing 02 million. Optional. System, Spiritual Attribute plus 140, 646. Ding! The spiritual attribute has reached 300,000, a qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Enlightenment Extraordinary. Enlightenment, as the name suggests, the host's enlightenment far exceeds that of ordinary people, and his ability to learn is extremely strong, and his efficiency in practicing enlightenment is extremely high. Chapter 75 The Long Rainbow. After saving Li Qingyi earlier and killing the demonic powerhouses in the South 6th District, Subai then proceeded to kill the demons outside the 2 districts of the South 8th and South 10th districts. During this period, he absorbed enough cultivation to break through the Cheonyu realm 18 times. But he all chose to comprehend the intent. It was only rushed and returned to the mainland before it could be used. System, 18 realms of intent, if I remember correctly, is equivalent to 2 types of Dao intent. Back to the host, yes, you can also directly name the 2 Dao intentions you want, and the system will directly match you with the compatible intentions. The Way of the Soldier, the Way of the Sword. Ding! Successful comprehension of the Way of War. The matching realm is Grade E Sword Realm, Grade E Fork Realm, Grade E Stick Realm, Grade E Whip Realm, Grade E Halberd Realm, Grade E Hammer Realm, Grade E Axe Realm, Grade E Spear Realm, Grade E Hook Realm. The Way of Soldiering. After obtaining this Way of Soldiering, you can integrate 100 weapons and use them flexibly. You can watch the sword and realize the sword moves. You can make the stick strike and the god as a whip. In addition, with the Way of Soldiering, the host's speed for each type of weapon will be much faster than normal people. Ding! Successful comprehension of the Dao intent of the sword. The matching intent is Grade E Mori Wood Sword Intent, Grady Great River Sword Intent, Grady Gun Gold Sword Intent, Grady Thick Earth Sword Intent, Grady Frost and Snow Sword Intent, Grady Purple Violet Sword Intent, Grady Heavenly Dao Sword Intent, Grady Green Lotus Sword Intent, and Grady Burning Sky Sword Intent. Sword Dao Intent. After obtaining this Dao Intent, the host's understanding of the sword will reach a new extreme. In terms of the host, everything can be a sword, and all paths can be sword paths. In addition, having the Dao Intent of the sword, paired with a pure sword heart, the host's comprehension of the sword intent at your fingertips. Swish! The exorcist shuddered. The Dao Intent of the sword surged, and the sword awnings that looked like 7 colored rainbow lights instantly came out. The surrounding void was annihilated in an instant, and even the power of the confinement domain that Subai had used to blockade this place was shattered by the might of the sword. If he hadn't retracted it in time, this dormitory floor would have been destroyed under this kind of might. Such a strong power was beyond Subai's expectations. He didn't expect that the Dao Intent of the sword would actually be able to shake the power of the forbidden domain. Ding! Many sword intentions are fused into the sword intent. The current sword intent rank is B rank 374, 597 2 million. Sword intent melted into sword intent. Can it have an effect on sword Dao intent? Back to the host, it won't, it's just a matter of combining them into one. At this point, the sword's intent is equivalent to the sword's way intent. Receiving such a reply, Subai breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he had comprehended the Dao intent of the sword was to cultivate the way of the sword. However, the system's description also made him understand that a single realm of intent could also become the Dao on its own. Between the Tao and the way, there is again an implicit effect of cross-referencing. All of this he confirmed through the use of intent. For example, when using the Mori wood sword intent, hitching to the wood intent would have an increased effect. His strongest sword right now was the combination of attribute Dao intent and sword Dao intent. The power of this sword was terrifying, far surpassing the sword technique Autumn Water and the 3 swords of Fuya. Even 10% of the power of the forbidden domain could not match it. Only such a sword consumed quite a lot of spiritual energy. Subai's prodigious realm reserve of spiritual energy was only able to be cast once. He pondered for a moment and named the sword Longhorn. System, all low-grade attribute intentions, all upgraded to grade D. Ding! A total of 8 attribute intentions gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, light, and darkness have been raised to level D, consuming 1.2 million attribute points. The intent of the gun has been raised to rank D. Ding! The context of the gun has been raised to level D, consuming 150,000 attribute points. The sword's intent has been raised to a rank. Ding! The sword's intent has been upgraded to grade A. Attribute points consumed 1, 625, 403. Subai learned from the system that the transformation level of a domain was comparable to the level of intent. According to the current trend, it was impossible for him to raise all of his intentions to SSS, and he could only make trade-offs. And the way of the sword, that was his choice. Swish! The wind intent surged, azure sword awnings emerged, and Subai rode his sword to the top of the clouds. He held the immortal Punisher sword, and with his spiritual energy infused, he swung the most powerful sword. Longhorn! Boom click! The swords flew out and pressed horizontally more than 10 miles away. Whoa! Look guys, rainbows ugh! It's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful rainbow. Take a picture and send it to your friends. It's so beautiful, it's so far away, but it's almost as big as the 8th grade. It's beautiful. Below. Unknown 8th grade students stopped to watch. Several raised their cell phones to take pictures just to record the moment. Yet the next moment, a thunderous shattering sound exploded, followed by the sky dome above the 8th middle school, which suddenly turned into a pitch black to the extreme vacuum. There was no light pouring in, and it was as if the 8th grade had entered the night for a moment. However, the rainbow that pressed across more than 10 miles was bright and blinding at that moment. Through his light, everyone saw the man with the sword. This is actually a sword swung by this person. How is it possible? When did such a powerful sword cultivator come amongst my great money city? It's too terrifying, such a beautiful rainbow is actually transformed by a single sword. Take a picture, this sword is so damn cool. As the crowd reacted, the void was repaired and everything suddenly returned to calm. The rainbow-colored sword disappeared without a trace, as if it had never come. Ta-da! Subai returned to the dormitory. He had only used 40% of his strength with this sword. Although it was not as good as a random move by the 2 military commanders Gu Shishue and Gu Xingdong in the past, it was enough to decapitate Ouyang Xuanyi. If he hitched a ride on the power of the forbidden domain, he wouldn't be as clueless as he was when he faced Gu Xingdong directly again. Boo! The door to the room fell to the ground. Ji Hongwei led a group of school leaders to rush into the dormitory. After seeing that Su Bai was fine, the group of people all breathed a long sigh of relief. Su Bai, it's good that you're alright. Just now an unknown strong person came over the 8th middle school. We were worried about you, so we came over to take a look. Ji Hongwei patted his chest and gasped for breath while kindly blocking the door of the crashed room. Su Bai, you have to be careful. Now that we are on the verge of the college entrance exam, and you have such a supreme talent, I'm afraid that many people are only hitting on you. Wei Wuxing said in a deep voice. That's right, there's going to be a joint examination in the 8th grade, one after another. Middle school candidates and social candidates will come over. There's a mix of fish and dragons, so don't be careless. You are the hope of our 8th grade school. 10,000 cannot be taken lightly. If anything happens, remember to let us know. 8th grade, always have your back. A group of school leaders fixed the door and retreated. Su Bai had just sat down when a silhouette swept over from the distance. He had wanted to enter directly through the window, but was stopped by the power of Su Bai's forbidden domain. Domain power? 10% domain power? The visitor was surprised. Su Bai looked at him, his long sword held in his hand at some point. Su Bai student, don't be afraid, I'm Lu Shangsong, the instructor of Qingbei Institution. Chapter 76, Guardianship. That's right. Lu Shangsong showed a smiling face. I have come here to make a special offer to you. As long as you agree, you can enter the Qingbei Institution without taking the college entrance exam. Su Bai sniffed and calmly shook his head. Of course, you can also agree to enter my institution first, and with your strength, you can take the entrance exam if you want to. Lu Shangsong laughed. Without waiting for Su Bai to speak, several streams of light suddenly swept above the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen martial artists with powerful auras flew through the air and surrounded the old man who had spoken earlier. Old thief Lu, we all agreed to come together. You guys actually played dirty with us. A white-haired old man said angrily. If we hadn't run fast, I'm afraid you would have already lured Su Bai into your Qingbei Institution. You old covert, you really did it for Su Bai's classmate. Student Su Bai, don't listen to his compulsion. He, old thief Lu, is sinister and not to be trusted. That's right, don't listen to him. Old thief Lu, you're really doing it. If it wasn't for the presence of Su Bai's classmates, I'd be high and low to go through 2 moves with you. A large number of people have denounced Lu Shangsong. But he just stroked his beard and laughed, unimpressed by this. Such a heavenly pride as Su Bai's classmate, I wouldn't dare to slack off, unlike you guys, who say you'll go to the hookah to listen to music. You guys are so dust-loving and so Taoist, how can you be worthy of this talent of Su Bai's classmates? Now that Mr. Su Bai has agreed to enter my Qingbei Institution, you guys might as well please go back. You fart. The white-haired old man from earlier sniffed and roared out angrily. If you hadn't said something about getting out of the gate once in a while and wanting to go for a dash, I, who's half in the ground, would have gone over there with you? That's right, I don't know who usually listens to the most music on the hook. There was a sputtering around the room. While they were arguing, the white-haired old man suddenly came to the window. Mr. Su Bai, don't listen to the bastard words of that old thief Lu. As long as you promise to come to my Imperial College, I'll triple the conditions offered by his old thief Lu. Fine, you white-haired old Taoist is also not a proper person, is it? While we are quarreling you run to recruit Su Bai? An old man in black drifted over. Classmate Su Bai, don't listen to him, this white-haired old Taoist has a very bad heart. You come to my defense academy, and I'll give you 5 times what they both offered. You guys are also a hidden. Su Bai, don't listen to him. No matter what conditions they offer, my institution will give you 10 times. My institution offers 15 times. My institution is out 20 times over. 30 times? Just as they were fiercely competing, Liu Yushang flew over with a gloomy face. Everyone, according to the Dragon Kingdom's regulations, strong people above the Royal Wind Realm need to report their transit. I waited in my office for a long time when I got the news that you all had come, but I couldn't wait for you all. And yet, I never thought that you all had already crossed over to me, Mr. Ryu, to come to the 8th grade. Nah, it happened suddenly, plans can't catch up, Mayor Lu, forgive me. Lu Shangsong looked guilty. The rest of the group followed suit and expressed their apologies. There is a law of the land, and a word of pardon is all it takes, so what's the point of having rules? Lu Yusheng coldly grunted. Now how many people are here? All of them come with me to register before we talk. The crowd's faces changed slightly at the words, but none of them said anything. As powerful as they were, they had to play by the rules in the face of the laws of the land. Otherwise, when that department comes out, all that's left for them is to die. Mr. Subai, remember what I said. Besides, the scenery of my Imperial College is beautiful, and so are the people. Classmate Subai, my Qingbei institution has a deep heritage, and there are many older sisters. Subai's classmates. As the group of people left, they still didn't forget to transmit their voices to solicit Subai. Subai did not respond, silently closing the window and pulling the curtains. He lit up a cigarette and opened the space pouch that Yaowu had given him. There wasn't much inside, just a bracelet and 2 pamphlets. The bracelet was called Guardian, and it could withstand 5 attacks from powerhouses below the Sunga realm. 2 pamphlets, one recorded the information of the major colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom and the forces of the Dragon Kingdom, while the other recorded some information from the Vanguard era. Subai was the first to take out the book that recorded the information of the Dragon Kingdom. But after flipping through a few pages he put it aside and took out another book instead. The Age of the Ancients, an epic suspected to have been blocked by the demon race. What is it? Obviously the joint examination was down to our first school to be held. How did you get it to go to the 8th school? Isn't there just one Subai? I admit that his realm is high, but most of the test items in this college entrance exam can't use cultivation spirit power, so how is he going to compete with our school's scholars? Plus his cultivation isn't much higher. Have you guys forgotten about that demon? Yeah, it's rumored that that guy is already a rank 5 martial artist, the same realm as him, and besides, this guy is also a dual talent. 1 in. Conference room. Mention the man. The sad faces of many school leaders gradually relaxed. After this high school co-curricular exam, next time, we can't let the 8th grade school take away the hosting qualification. The principal at the head of the table murmured. A group of school leaders also nodded frequently. Headmaster, Mr. Chu Zhanxiang is here. The assistant at the door called out. Immediately afterward, a boy with an arrogant face walked into the conference room carrying a large knife. The school leaders saw the situation, their eyes all emerged a strong color of relief. Headmaster, you guys called me? Chu Zhanxiang said respectfully. Aha! The principal nodded. I called you over to ask how you're preparing for the college entrance exams. Second is no problem. Chu Zhanxiang said. Yes. The principal's face stretched. But there's no chance of taking first place? That pervert from class 1 is too strong, I can't compare to him no matter which way I look at it. Also. The principal walked over and patted Chu Zhanxiang's shoulder. That demon doesn't care. Your task is to suppress Subai of the 8th middle school with the total score and collect the 2nd place into my 1st middle school, understand? Headmaster, just don't worry, as long as it doesn't involve the cultivation assessment program, I will be able to crush him. Good, worthy of being the S-rank gifted heavenly pride of my 1st middle school, talking is tough. The principal smiled broadly in relief. Only after Chu Zhanxiang left did he sit down in his seat with a quick look on his face. Being the host but losing the 1st and 2nd place, everyone, I've already imagined the scene where Ji Hongwei, the reckless man, is turning blue in the face, ha. Ha ha. It's all about student competition. Ha ha. Principal, it's not good, this college entrance exam, number 1 middle school is afraid of holding back big moves in order to target Subai. What the hell? In the office. Ji Hongwei bounced out of his seat when he heard the news. The panting assistant wiped the sweat from his head while handing over the information in his hand. What? Chapter 77, Examinations. A few minutes later. Ji Hongwei put down the information with his face as usual. Principal, aren't you nervous? The assistant was a bit puzzled. That's it? These are the 2 major S-rank gifted talents in the 1st middle school, aren't you worried at all, headmaster? S-rank, Subai is also S-rank. But there are 2 of them here on the other side, and it is said that one of them is also in the same realm as Subai. The assistant exclaimed. Subai dual talent. Ji Hongwei said blandly. Are we really not preparing any measures at all? Why don't we go and give Subai a heads up so he can mentally prepare? The assistant was still a little uneasy. It's fine, if the other party was really that outstanding, then a bunch of college tutors wouldn't have come to my 8th grade school to recruit Subai first. What, there's actually a college instructor personally coming here. They came more stealthily, it's normal that you don't know, it's me who just learned about it not long ago. Ji Hongwei said and opened his cell phone. The assistant looked over and realized that it was the video of Lu Song and the others coming to solicit Subai. Ding dong. At this time, a message popped up. Mayor Lu, Hongwei, prepare 37 more stools in the audience. These tutors are going to observe the examination at that time. I will fight for it, so that they can recruit a little more big money candidates. See? Ji Hongwei glanced at his assistant, who subconsciously nodded. Then why don't you go and get ready? Old Lu was hinting at me in the 8th grade. Besides this matter, you put this news out to give that group of rabbits a boost. Yes, headmaster. The assistant was gone in a puff of smoke. In situ. Ji Hongwei slapped hard on the information. So what if there are 2 S-ranked talents in the first middle school? As long as Subai is still around, if you guys want to take first place, think of farts to eat. 3 days later. The college entrance exams are coming up as promised. The boundary of the 8th middle school was surrounded by the crowd of people who came and went to watch the examination. Long guns were everywhere in the large playground. The audience was packed. Many people pulled banners and cheered for their idols. The scene was warm for a time. The first grade exam team is here. A sellout chant from the host came over the stereo. Soon, the first school candidates, led by the first school principal, walked into the playground. Chu Xiaxiong. Chu Xiaxiong. Chu Xiaxiong. The crowd erupted into chants as the boy carrying a large sword was reflected on the big screen. A number of people rushed forward clutching their books to ask for an autograph, only to be stopped by a team of security guards specially recruited for the 8th grade. Headmaster, how can there be so many people? I remember the last joint exam didn't even reach 1/10 of what it is at this point. The assistant principal of the first high school was a bit incredulous. Subai is handsome and his heat is comparable to a star. It's normal to attract so many fans. But the more people there are, the more painful it will be to punch Ji Hongwei in the face when the time comes, huh? The principal of the first high school was unimpressed, waving his hand and leading a group of candidates to step into the examination area. No one noticed that among the ranks of the first form, there was a man masked and hidden in the center of the crowd. This person followed the group while blinking his eyes and looking around, as if he was looking for something. The second grade exam team is here. The third form exam team is here. The fourth form exam team is here. The 8th grade exam team is here. With the host's roar, the atmosphere of the scene instantly ignited. Subai. 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 Before the team even entered, countless spectators rose from their seats, stretched their necks, and screamed while frantically pulling banners. Many girls who learned dance, but also at this moment, willing to become cheerleaders, dancing around, for the 8 middle school team to build momentum. Boom! 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 Just then, dozens of fireworks flew into the sky and thunder roared. Tens of thousands of balloons flew into the air from all directions. On each balloon, there was a picture of Subai hanging. Under the attention of all the people, Subai led the 8th middle school examination team into the examination room. As soon as his figure appeared, thousands of spectators directly rushed towards him. Subai. Sign me up. Subai, I love you. Subai husband, sign it. Subai baby, I want an autograph too. Boom click. Boom click. Boom click. The huge force formed by the surging tide of people directly squeezed through the many security guards and rushed into the examination center. Crap! Ji Hongwei, who saw the scene from afar, was directly dumbfounded. He had expected Subai to be extremely popular, but he hadn't expected that the group of fans would be crazy to this extent. It's not a problem, just watch it, Hongwei. On the side, Lu Yuesheng smiled. As soon as his words fell, a white-robed figure swept out and propped up a spiritual power shield to protect Subai. Everyone, Subai students still have to take the exam, to sign what to do later. The white-haired old man's spiritual energy spread out, his voice was like a bell, shaking the crowd's scalp. Who are you, old man? What do you want? Get out of the way. That's right, don't bother us looking for Subai's autograph. It doesn't take much time to sign an autograph. Get out of the way. However, many of the people around them did not give the slightest bit of face. Instead, one by one, their spiritual energy surged, intending to forcefully punch through the shields. Meh. The old man sneered at the situation and directly pulled out a proof of employment. Old husband by Morphone, chief tutor of the Imperial Capital Institution. Whoever comes forward to harass student Subai again, don't blame me for not showing any mercy and eliminating you, as well as your family members, friends, and relatives from entering this institution. As soon as these words came out, the previously noisy playground instantly fell cold and silent. No one would have thought that such a big shot would show up in such a small place as the 8th grade. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, 30 or so silhouettes swept in with a snap of their fingers, firmly protecting Subai in the center. Lu Shangsong, the chief tutor of the Qingbei institution, means the same thing as director by of the imperial capital institution. So are the defense academies. Yanbei institutions are the same. Many well-known institutions spoke out together, and this neat and tidy attitude shocked the crowd once again. In the face of these mentors' harsh words, the scene once again fell silent. This group of mentors, without exception, are all people who have some power in their respective institutions. It can be said that they determine, to a certain extent, a person's future. The students they named not to be admitted, other institutions will naturally not touch the mold. Unable to enroll in colleges, the only options are to enter an auxiliary school or go to the border to kill demons. And the impact is not just personal, it involves those around you. In this situation, naturally, no one dared to go up and be a standout. With the first person back in the audience, it was only a matter of minutes before everyone was back in the audience. What's going on? How did this group of godly and powerful people come to the 8th middle school and give Subai a head start? The podium. The principal of the first middle school had an extremely ugly face. Yo, why isn't Colonel Huang smiling? Ji Hongwei saw this and voiced out a flirtation. The corner of first middle school principal Huang Shuyi's mouth twitched and his face became even more ugly. Smile, it's not like you don't like to smile? Ji Hongwei gave another snort. The principals of the several surrounding middle schools all burst out laughing in unison at the words. Being in the city of big money, they have suffered the same ridicule from Huang Shuyi over the years. With such an opportunity to get back at the other party, it was natural not to miss it. Brother Subai, go for it, take first place. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice rang out from the audience. Subai looked over, it was Xiaoji waving at him. He returned the greeting with a light smile. How can he look so good when he smiles? Chapter 78. It's so cool, how seeing him smile suddenly puts me in a hotter mood. Subai, smile again. Smile. The atmosphere of the audience once again returned to its initial appearance because of one of Subai's smiles. Student Subai, have a good exam, with me here, no one dares to bother you. Mo Feng smiled at Subai, then turned into a stream of light and flew back to the audience. Mr. Subai, good luck with the grades. Student Subai, I'll be waiting for you at Yanbei Institution. Subai student, cheers for the college entrance exam. The rest of the institutional instructors said hello and returned to the audience. Accompanied by loud cheers from the audience, all the candidates from the 8 middle schools assembled at the examination center. Mayor Lu Yueshang gave the order, the joint entrance examination officially began. With his pass, Subai quickly found his seat and sat down. From the beginning of the Aura revival, the subjects of the high school exams have gradually evolved into 2 major programs. Taking the lead, there is the civil program, and after the civil program, there is the martial program. Candidates, the use of spiritual energy, equipment, and talent to cheat during the examination is prohibited, and if proven, cheaters will be punished with a lifetime ban. Aura shield meter, talent alteration meter, signal shield meter, noise isolation meter, turn on. Hair curls. As the examiner's words fell, hundreds of invigilators came out together, and in just a few minutes' time, the test papers were already distributed. The text items are assessed with subjective and objective questions. With the ability to forget before the exam, Subai memorized all the knowledge points and answered the questions. But this last subjective view question made him frown. But this question is only worth 3 points. The high school exam is worth 100 points, with 70 points for the martial arts and 30 points for the arts. In addition to these 3 points, there are 27 points for the text item. Subai pondered for a moment, but still answered according to his heart. School G, I've heard that Subai has been a demon slayer for a few months. Could he have forgotten all these knowledge points? I see him frowning a bit tightly. The podium. Huang Shuyi made an unprecedented move to speak to Ji Hongwei. Schoolmaster Huang, you may not know, Subai used to be in the 8th middle school. He has always been the number 1 in literature and martial arts. I still have all the test papers, he answered. Look. Ji Hongwei took out a test paper and spread it on the table. A number of school principals have come together. The answer sheet of this current man of unrivaled fame similarly piqued their curiosity. Swish. 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 Even Bimorphin and his group in the audience swept over in curiosity. Hiss, this word is upright and regular, meticulous, but also contains a sense of floating spirit, unable to describe, difficult to describe, can only say that it is the most I have ever seen in my life. Bimorphin scrutinized it for a long time and stroked his beard to voice his opinion. Hearing such a strong person praise Subai, the corners of Ji Hongwei's mouth rose slightly. He looked at Huang Shuyi and laughed. Schoolmaster Huang, student Chu Zhanxiong is said to be the best-looking writer in your first form. I wonder if you're in the habit of collecting his answer sheets? I'm not as boring as School Key. Huang Shuyi's expression sank. He originally wanted to kill Ji Hongwei's sharpness and show his superiority by borrowing Chu Zhanxiong's copied answer sheet. But I never thought that Su Bai's words in this answer sheet were as impeccable as his own. It made him very upset inside. Suddenly, Huang Shuyi seemed to have thought of something. With a wave of his hand, a paper article was spread out on the table. With such a reminder from Colonel Ji, I suddenly remembered that Chu Zhanxiong had written an essay. The words were poorly written, but the feelings that the essay exuded were excellent. This statement was made. The eyes of the crowd looked over. It didn't take long for admiration to show in their eyes. Not bad, it's a good piece of writing. If I remember well, this student is also an S-rank talent, right? Lu Shangsong looked at Huang Shuyi, who immediately stood up in a flattered manner. Director Lu is right, Wario is indeed an S-class talent. Well, such a heavenly pride can be admitted to my Qingbei institution. How come it's you Qingbei institution again and it's me, Imperial institution, who is unworthy? What are you two doing again? Do you mean that I, Yanbei College, am much worse? It's better to come to our institution. When I look at War Heroes article, it's just like my school's motto. Seeing that the tutors were vying for Chu Zhanxiong, Huang Shuyi was red-faced and honored for a moment. He glanced at Ji Hongwei with his remaining light, but found that the other party had a bland, unperturbed face. It instantly made him uncomfortable. Look at Colonel Ji's appearance, could it be that he has some good articles in his hands? His voice was not small, and a number of people looked over with it. That was exactly the effect he was looking for. He just wanted to make a fool out of Ji Hongwei in the presence of so many people. Schoolmaster Huang is as good as God, and not coincidentally, I really do have it here, and, again, it's written by Su Bai. Ji Hongwei slowly turned the roll over to reveal an essay. With this confident look of his, coupled with the mention of Su Bai, Huang Shuyi was inexplicably a little uneasy in his heart. He followed, but the mere sight of the article's title made his head go blank. Yu's family is poor, so I won't give up an inch of land. Good. 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 Good, I knew that Su Bai's son had the heart of the world and the ability to save the heavens. Bimorpho gave a high shout, his robes rolling, and his vast aura was born. Not giving an inch of ground, coupled with his identity as a demon slayer, this speech is truly transcendent. A mentor said with admiration in his eyes. I, Lu Shangsong, have put my words here. Whoever wants to rob Su Bai from me, I'll be anxious with him. Stop talking and draw your sword. Is it okay to draw a gun without a knife? There's something I want to say first. Bimorpho suddenly looked at the rest of the tutors. Let go of the old road if you have a fart. Lu Shangsong drank. Su Bai I, Imperial Capital Academy, want it, Chu Zhanxiong, I can let you have it. You fart, then change me to give you Chu Zhanxiong, Su Bai is my Qingbei, do you agree? What the hell, old Taoist, by your bullying people based on your age, aren't you? I, Yanbei Institution, likewise don't want Chu Zhanxiong, I want Su Bai. So is my institution. The tutors argued. Ji Hongwei hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to record the scene. Just kidding. This thing makes a promo. There's just nothing that can compare to that effect. Not to mention, it can also be used to take revenge on Huang Shuyi and suppress the first school. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Alas, Colonel Huang, even though the tutors said so, you shouldn't take it to heart. Ji Hongwei twisted his head and laughed. Personally, I think Mr. Chu Wario wrote it really, really well. That's what I thought, it's much better written than our second graders. That's my take on it too. The surrounding principals, as if they had a heart-to-heart, chimed in together. Huang Shuyi didn't say anything, his face was frighteningly gloomy. Shuyi, Hongwei was joking, don't take it to heart, I also think that Chu Zhanxiong's classmates write well. Lu Yusheng patted Huang Shuyi for comfort. The corners of Huang Shuyi's mouth twitched, and after a few moments, he revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Time for the high school literature program. Stop writing and stand up. Chapter 79, Wu Xiang. There is a 2-hour break once the paperwork is over, except that you are not allowed to leave the test center in the middle of it. As soon as Subai got up, he saw Lu Banhua bring Xiaoji over. She said she wanted to see you, so I brought her here. Aha! Subai picked up Xiaoji and put the guardian on her hand. The bracelet, which was originally wide, became the right size after a bright flash of light. Wow, brother Subai, what is this will still glow ugh? It's a bracelet called guardianship, which means, I'm always by your side. Subai said. Xiaoji sniffed and immediately shrunk her hand into her arms, her small eyes surveying the surroundings for fear of being snatched by someone else. Subai rubbed her little head and a touch of doting appeared on his face. Aside. Lu Banhua looked at Subai, silently hung her head and left the place. Brother Subai, I have something for you too. Xiaoji quickly pulled out an object and stuffed it into Subai's hand. Subai was just about to open it when Xiaoji reached out and stopped him. Brother Subai, this thing can't be looked at now. Oh, it has to be quiet, this is our secret, it can't be found by others. Good. By the way, this thing is called it's called Jiji, right? It means that Xiaoji will always follow Brother Subai and will always be by his side. If Brother Subai misses Xiaoji, he can take Xiaoji out to sea. He. Good. Subai rubbed her head and led her around. Young Tang, why didn't we do anything just now? Audience. A group of 10 or so people quietly gathered together, their faces grim as they surveyed the 2 Subais in the examination room. You guys don't get it. Tang Guan sneered. With Subai's talent, he will definitely be able to achieve the top 3. The 4 most beautiful things in life are the reign of a long drought, meeting an old friend in another country, the night of the wedding, and the time of the gold list. Just imagine for yourselves, if Subai achieved the top 3 and was accepted by those transcendent institutions, is it not part of the golden list? Is it not the most gratifying time of his life? Dare I ask young Tang, is there any conflict between this and killing that little girl? One frowned. This little girl is Subai's only relative. You guys imagine, Subai gold list, coincides with life's most pleased, is not the most happy? But what if the person he cares about the most, at this time, dies in front of him? Extreme sadness coupled with extreme joy, you should have guessed without my saying, he will go mad, he will destroy himself, he will become a monster. By this time, there's no need for me to make a move, someone will deal with him on their own. And what I want, I can easily get. This is what is called killing to kill, do you fools understand? Tang Guan pointed to his head. The people around them didn't say anything, but several of them couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the scene. Afternoon. The entrance exams are on time. The martial item examination is divided into 10 items, which are evaluations of your bodily functions, of which the rest of the items, except for the one item of cultivation, which can display cultivation, are not allowed to use cultivation as well as spiritual power. You've had quite a few practice tests, so I won't go into detail on that point. Gao Gao Wu Xiang, begin. The first of the martial arts items was a cultivation test, and Subai's prodigy realm cultivation took first place. The second item is the strength measurement, that is, by determining the corresponding cultivation level corresponding to the physique, go to distinguish the grade to which the physique belongs and confirm the score. You're Subai? The boy carrying a large sword cut in behind Subai from the side. The student in the back just wanted to open his mouth, but when he saw the other party's face, he had the sense to shut his mouth. Xu Zhanxiong in the first center, S-grade talent, a heavenly pride that shook the great money city, he couldn't afford to mess with him. Subai glanced at him and didn't say anything. Prosperity realm cultivation, it's very strong, but the piece of physique won't increase dramatically with cultivation. So, above the piece of physique, you're not necessarily better than me. Not to mention, it's my best force measurement. Xu Zhanxiong sank. Subai ignored him. The candidates around them, however, let out a fervent murmur. Xu Zhanxiong's force measurement is indeed formidable. As far as I know, his force measurement level touches the edge of a rank 5 martial artist, which means that by relying on strength alone, he can be compared to someone who has broken through to a rank 5 martial artist. So terrifying, isn't the physique of an unusual martial artist always lagging behind their own realm? How come he, Xu Zhanxiong, can still move forward? This, most likely, has something to do with his talent. His S-grade talent, such a strong physique, no wonder he can use such a big sword, what a demon. Listening to the bragging of the people around him, Xu Zhanxiong could not help but have a look of arrogance appear on his face. School G, Xu Zhanxiong's student's physique is not ordinary, I wonder how about your school Subai? Until this time. It was only then that Huang Shuyi found a reason to strike Ji Hongwei. Subai student physique, uncomplicated, very uncomplicated, very uncomplicated. Without waiting for Ji Hongwei to open his mouth, Bai Morphin couldn't help but voice his admiration. The surrounding group of tutors spoke out in agreement. Others don't know this, but they, as institutional mentors, are incredibly aware of it. The lance that Subai had thrown from the midst of the winter demon tide was a weight that no one in the Dragon Kingdom could bear. Having such power, one could imagine how strong the physique was. Impossible, Chu Zhanxiong student's talent, but the S-class warbody, to a certain extent, the physical strength, can be comparable to the cultivation, and even beyond. Huang Shuyi's face sank slightly. No one chimed in, though. This minute. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the examination venue. Name? Subai. Gender? Subai student right, now, you are about to make your strongest punch and hit the force measuring machine. Remember, only use physical power, not spiritual power as well as martial arts or talents. The invigilator in charge of force measurements sank in. How much force can the dynamometer withstand? Hearing this question, the invigilator somewhat doubted his ears for a moment. It was only after Subai repeated it that she was sure she hadn't heard it wrong. Young man, don't be overly ambitious. Since the force measuring machine is used for the Gao Gao Jie exam, it is since sufficient to withstand your full force punch, you just hit it. Is there a spare? Subai asked expressionlessly. This is naturally there. You can rest assured that the entire city together with the joint examination, the precautions that should be done are done, now placed here in the force measuring machine a total of 3. If you are not satisfied with the results of the measurement of the force, you can go to other places to test again. The invigilator wanted to say something else, but Subai had already stepped forward and punched the force measuring machine. Boom, click. Chapter 80. I'm also a double gift. Accompanied by a dull thud, the force measuring machine with an upper limit sufficient to withstand more than 1,000,000 pounds of force was blown into pieces by Subai's punch. How is this possible? The invigilator knew that Subai was strong, but she never expected this result. Until Subai turned to leave, she still covered her mouth tightly, not able to return to her senses for a long time. The aftershocks of power from this punch also shook the rear line of candidates back hundreds of steps. Even Chu Zhaxiong, who possessed the S-rank talent battle body, had difficulty resisting and retreated more than 10 steps. How could such power come from a prosperity realm? An ordinary prosperity realm powerhouse, without focusing on practicing their bodies, could reach up to over 10,000 pounds of their own strength. Even if one valued the body and subconsciously hardened it, at most it would only be more than 30,000 pounds of strength. Chu Zhanxiong possessed an S-class battle body that could infinitely quench and enhance his physique. Even so, as of now, he only possessed over 50,000 pounds of strength. Ben was thinking of making a big splash in the exam room. However, Subai's punch directly shattered his proud physique. How can it be, the force measuring machine that can withstand more than 1,000,000 pounds of force, how can it be shattered by Subai with a single punch? There is a fraud, there is a fraud, there is definitely a fraud. In the name of the principal, I will apply for Subai to retest. Huang Shuyi on the podium swished and stood up. However, and no one bothered to talk to him. It was only after a long moment that Lu Yusheng patted him on the shoulder with a heavy face. Shuyi, this one machine is nearly $1,000,000 and it's priced to sell, but if you pay that in one, I'll agree to let Subai retest it once. First Middle School has made a lot of money in the past few years with its reputation, right? If School Huang really pays for a force measuring machine, Ji Hongwei, will guarantee that Subai will be able to test it again. How about it? Ji Hongwei laughed. Huang Shuyi didn't answer and sat back in his chair with his head down, unable to read his expression. Ji Hongwei glanced at him, his face was full of joy, and his heart couldn't be happier. But with Huang Shuyi's character didn't pat his butt and leave, and stayed here to suffer, which he didn't expect. Could it be that the other S-ranked gifted person in the first middle school was the ace in the hole of this college entrance examination? Perhaps verifying his suspicions, the masked man wearing the first high school badge walked in front of another force measuring machine. Verifying her identity, she removed her mask, revealing a pretty melon face. A reporter outside the arena saw this and hastily disliked the camera. The crowd was abuzz when they saw the face on the screen. It's the first high school beauty, Yi Rouge. Yi Rouge. Yi Rouge. Yi Rouge. It was only when this name rang out in the arena that Huang Shuyi raised his head with a gloomy face. This was his last trump card in his first form, crushing Chu Zhaxiong, who was also an S-rank talent, in every aspect. If she couldn't even surpass Subai, then there was basically no hope of first place in the first school. Boo! Exam room. Yi Ruj slammed his fist hard on the force measuring machine. A dull ringing sound spread out, and then a string of numbers surfaced. 92, 354. This girl's physique is still a bit lacking, School Huang. Sometime you tell her to ask Subai to teach her a bit. Subai, from my school, is able to dry crush a force measuring machine with one punch. Ji Hongwei joked. Indeed, student Subai's physique is indeed unusual. School Huang, at this time, it's appropriate to listen to School Ji's advice. It's all for the sake of the children's future. School Ji is a bit worse. How can we just call you Rouge? I think student Chu Xiaxiong also needs to practice after Subai, don't you think so? Yes, Pol, yes, Pol. The rest of the school principals would not let go of this opportunity to beat up the dogs, and they all voiced their agreement. Huang Shuyi was furious when he heard these words, but he couldn't refute them. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness hit him and collapsed onto the table with a muffled grunt. Call the doctor, Colonel Wang is sick. Someone exclaimed. It didn't take long for Huang Shuyi to be carried down by several white coats. Seeing this scene, the crowd sighed. Originally prepared for the candidates' first aid measures, did not expect the candidates did not use, but was sitting on the podium of the principal to use. If you ask me, this school Huang's physique is still too poor, but where he follows Subai to practice for 2 days it won't be like this, don't you think so? Ji Hongwei looked regretful. Words. Huang Shuyi on the stretcher sprayed out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. The crowd on the podium witnessed this scene, and the corners of their mouths could not be suppressed from rising a few points. Lu Yueshang was even under the table, giving a thumbs up towards Ji Hongwei. A few years ago, a high achievement, Huang Shuyi tail cannot wait to go up to the sky. He suffered just as much as a mayor. I can't tell you how relieved I am to see the other side suffer today. One can only say that Subai is fighting for his honor. Ji Hongwei looked at Subai in the examination room, and the color of pride in his eyes grew stronger. Indeed. Lu Yueshang was undeniable. When the surrounding principals heard the two, their eyes were so envious that they were about to spit fire. It's not just a ING contender, it's a demon alright. After Yi Ruj finished testing his strength, he cut in behind Subai. Subai, here. She patted Subai on the shoulder and handed over a bag of cucumber-flavored refreshing chips. Subai ignored her. Che, this is my favorite cucumber-flavored refreshing potato chips. You don't want it, I'll just keep it for myself and give it to you when you want it. Yi Ruj hummed arrogantly. The surrounding students of the first middle school saw this and their eyes dropped. This cold as ice goddess who was usually as cold as ice would actually have this side. This Subai, what kind of person is she? Many people saw this scene and talked quietly, their gazes looking here from time to time, and the shocking meaning in their eyes grew thicker and thicker. Pass it on, Subai and Yi Ruj are friends. Pass it on, Subai and Yi Ruj are BFFs. Pass it on, Subai and Yi Ruj are lovers. Passing it on, Subai and Yi Ruj have 3 children. Subai, my talent is not a B-rank shotgun, but an S-rank heavenly Dao. I am also a dual talent, the shotgun is just my other talent. My family asked me to keep it a secret, I didn't mean to hide it from you. And I don't know why, but after meeting you, my S-rank Tendo rose to SS rank. Yi Ruj transmitted her voice, only she didn't say the latter sentence. It went against the 3 laws of gifted awakening, which she hadn't understood until now. She was going to get this situation straightened out before she went to tell Subai. Subai nodded. Yi Ruj's breaking through the realm at a rapid pace naturally couldn't be an effect brought about by AB rank talent. Hey, why don't you say something, and my power is strong right, it's all thanks to the body tempering goldstone you gave me. Yi Ruj waved her petite fist while eating her snack. This time, when the team arrived at Subai, Subai walked over and quickly finished the test. I'll go, you've gotten 4 or 5 perfect scores in all 10 of the martial arts events, this first place is yours. Yi Ruj's cheeks puffed out as she clapped her hands. However ringing. And yet it wasn't applause. Instead, it's the sound of heartbreak from the boys in the first grade. Such a scene. Make it clear to them. The goddess of cold they had longed for would never return. Subai didn't say anything and went to the next project point. He had just reached the back of the line when the candidates in front of him suddenly scattered, neatly lining up behind him in a moment. He craned his head suspiciously, but the other man pointed ahead with a goofy grin on his face. Senior Subai, you first. Chapter 81, First Place. Subai did not say anything and turned around to the first test. Instead, there was a sound of cool air being sucked in from the surrounding crowd. This guy is not the first middle school of Tianjuit, usually always inserted into the queue, always cause trouble, if not the grades every time ranked in the top 3, has long been the teacher to clean up, how now and Subai in front of, with a grandson to see grandpa like this expression, to be more naive. To crush 3 heavenly prides in a middle school with one's own strength, such an amazing feat, only Subai can do it. Hey, this guy is a bully, he's probably afraid that Subai will him up with one punch. But Subai is also really powerful, his writing is as good as God's in the literature item, and the items he has taken in the martial arts item are all perfect scores. This is an achievement that no one can achieve when looking at the whole of the great Xian city. Unsurprisingly, Subai will be the first place winner in this joint entrance examination. Listening to the comments of the people around her, Yi Ruja's small eyes narrowed as she revealed a bright smile. It was as if the snacks in his mouth, in this moment, became a few moments more tasty. With an expectant look on her face, Subai once again took a perfect score. Once this test had passed, Subai headed to the next one, and the candidates in this queue similarly gave him priority when they saw it. He took full marks to go elsewhere, and as always, got a preferential assessment. In just half an hour's time, Subai ended the martial arts examination with a perfect score in the martial arts item. His score, too, lit up the big screen at the first opportunity. The audience then erupted in a crescendo of screaming shouts. "Brother Subai, awesome!" Xiaoji happily waved her hands towards Subai. Subai laughed a little. The GCSE regulations stipulate that you may not leave the examination room early until the overall results are available. He now has to wait for the results of the literature program to come in. By all accounts, the results of the civil examination should have come out by this time. Why haven't they come out by now? Ji Hongwei frowned. The principals were also puzzled. Ding dong. At this point, the phone rang. Lu Yuesheng took out his cell phone and glanced at it, his face changed steeply, and he quickly picked up the phone. "I'm Yu Yak Sung. Mayor, can you ask that group of tutors to come here to the high school literature item marking team for a moment? We have a bit of a problem, it's about Subai." This statement was made. Lu Yuesheng didn't hesitate and immediately trotted over to Bai Mo Feng and the others to explain the situation. Originally, this group of tutors didn't want to get involved in this matter, but when they learned that it was related to Subai, a group of people instantly turned into streams of light and dispersed in all directions. It was only after a few seconds that Bai Morphin swept to Lu Yuesheng with an anxious face. "Mayor Willow, where is the marking team?" When he was informed of the location, Bai Morphin disappeared into thin air. After this, many tutors who couldn't find a place came to inquire about the location. Lu Yuesheng was not able to win, so he directly used his spiritual energy to condense the location where the marking team was located. Every time one came, he mechanically raised his hand to point at the words conjured by his spiritual energy in front of him. Ta-da! Bai Morphin was the first to arrive at the marking group. A crowd of worried teachers gathered around as if they had seen his savior. "Director Bai, all the other students' grades are out, but this last question of Subai's, we really don't know how to grade it. So I'd like to ask for your advice." The head of the marking team laughed bitterly. "What's the situation? Which question?" Bai Morphin frowned. The marking team leader sniffed and pointed to the projection cloth. Bai Morphin looked over. The title of this question is very short, only a mere 24 words. Subai's answer, however, was even shorter, only a few words. Question: if one day the demon race comes in for a full-scale invasion and our human race is defeated, what would you do? Answer: kill. Just this one short word, but it made Bai Morphin lose his concentration for a moment. Trance. He saw a thin sword-wielding figure step out from the crowd when the human race was about to fall. Facing the hundreds of millions of demon clans alone, he uttered this one word in a cloudy manner. Kill. I see, Subai. May be the one in the prophecy. Bai Morphin returned to his senses for a long time. The crowd was dumbfounded, not understanding what he meant. "This, Director White, any ideas for grading?" The head of the marking team asked. "Is that even a comment?" Bai Morphin let out a deep cry. "My human race is on the verge of extinction, at such a time of life and death. If we don't fight for our lives and analyze a chicken hair, besides killing, what else can we do? Can it be that you still want to surrender to these brutal and bloodthirsty beasts? To live on? Don't dare." The crowd was suddenly cold. "Full marks." Bai Mo Feng coldly said. "Full marks." Lu Shangsong, who had rushed over, similarly spoke out. Full marks. Full marks. Full marks. Each of the mentors that followed were surprisingly consistent. The head of the marking team didn't dare to delay when he saw this, and immediately determined Subai's score. Textual items, full marks. Swish. After the grades were assessed, they were synchronized to the big screen in the examination room at the first time. The results are out. Subai scored first in both full scores and first in the total score, the first full score martial artist ever in Big Money City, and even in Dragon Country. A loud shout spread out, and all eyes were focused on the top-ranked score. The already noisy audience, at this moment, directly resounded with a thunderous roar. Ha! Double firsts, the best in the Dragon Kingdom. My 8th grade Subai has won the championship. My 8th grade Subai has won the championship. My 8th grade Subai has won the championship. Did you see that, Mayor? Subai from the 8th grade school in Dajun City won the championship. Did you see it, School Chen? My 8th grade Subai won the championship. Won the championship. Ah. Did you see that, Chang School? My 8th grade Subai won the championship. Won the championship. Ah. Did you see this at Wells School? Ji Hongwei saw the swish popped up from his seat, smiled broadly and grabbed the hands of the people on the podium, running between the old tears. He never dared to think that the bottom-ranked 8th middle school would one day take the first place in the joint examination, or the first place in the Dragon Kingdom. But Subai, the student who had once decamped to become a demon slayer, had allowed him to fulfill this incredible dream. Subai. Good job. You're the pride of my 8th middle school, the pride of big money. Ji Hongwei wiped down a handful of tears, stretched out his hands, and fiercely gave a thumbs up in Subai's direction. Seeing this, Lu Yuesheng similarly extended his hand and gave a thumbs up with a smile. The surrounding middle school principals saw this and followed suit, giving a thumbs up. The tutors who had rushed over to see this also extended their thumbs up without hesitation. Brother Subai got first place, awesome! In the audience, Xiao Ji's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon as she watched the scene in front of her. Well, it's not what I expected. Yi Rouge happily opened a bag of new snacks. In the meantime, the news flew into fermentation and soon dominated the hot searches on several platforms. Subai, who had 2 perfect scores in literature and martial arts, and the first full score in the college entrance exam, also shocked the people of the Dragon Kingdom once again. Half an hour later, all candidates' results are out. According to the customary practice of Big Money City, the top 3 will be awarded medals. Please invite the first place winner of this joint college entrance examination, Subai, the second place winner, Yi Rouge, and the third place winner, Chu Zhanxiong, to come up to the stage to receive their awards. Chapter 82, Subai, Can't Die. A thick voice came out of the stereo. It didn't take long. Subai and the 3 of them were then placed on the podium, where the medals were presented by Mayor Lu Yuesheng, 8th middle school principal Ji Hongwei, and the chief tutor of the Imperial Capital Institution, by Mo Feng. This process was completed with deafening applause in the arena. This time, a pink petite figure came trotting from the audience. In her hand, she tugged tightly at a small red flower sticker. However, as soon as she stepped onto the podium, she was flooded by a dozen attacks. No! Almost at the same time, dozens of 7-colored sword awnings appeared, decapitating more than a dozen of the black-clothed men who had struck out. Subai scored a hit and hurried to where Xiao Ji was. The entry point was a blue shield of protective light. Xiao Ji stood frozen in the middle of it, her little face filled with fear and anxiety. After seeing Subai, her tears swished down. Brother Subai. Don't be afraid, brother is here. Subai picked up Xiao Ji, but unexpectedly, a terrifying killing move fell straight down. Boom click. There was a loud bang. Pieces of the void shattered open, revealing a pitch-black vacuum. However, at its center, the radiant and glowing 7-colored sword aura was incomparably dazzling. Swish! As the sword fell, the epileptic man in front of Subai was instantly split in 2. When the heavens and earth calmed down, everyone returned to their senses. Morphin rushed over at the first opportunity. Student Subai, I'm sorry, this group of people is too fast. We blocked our cultivation for the sake of crossing the border. We couldn't make the first move, please understand. Subai didn't say anything, just kept pacifying Xiao Ji in his arms. The rushing Lu Banyue, Yi Rouge, and the others saw this and their faces went cold. Xiao Ji's constitution is soft and weak, although she has a treasure to protect her body. This aftermath still injured her. This is a bottle of healing elixir, you give it to her to take. Within a few days she will recover as before. Mo Feng handed over a bottle of elixir. Subai did not refuse and poured out a capsule for Xiaoji to take. The medicine was extremely effective, but in a few minutes, Xiaoji's disturbed pulse stabilized. It's still weak, but it's a lot better than it was a moment ago. Brother Subai. Ji called out. Then with a trembling hand, he pressed the crumpled sticker onto Subai's forehead. Evening, teacher said, exam first place, to, reward little red floweret. Having said that, she then passed out. Subai gently stroked her pale cheeks, and behind him, the Punisher's long cry continued. No one knows what he's thinking. But at this moment, everyone felt an icy cold to the core killing intent. Check. Find out, if you dare to ignore the laws of the Dragon Kingdom and make a move on the college entrance examination grounds, you will be punished. Lu Yusheng roared out in anger. Without waiting for him to say anything, the tutors of the major colleges in the field had already launched an investigation. However, none of them realized that wisps of bloodlines were pouring into Subai's body from the ground, without stopping. And there was a thin black line attached to one of the bloodlines. Ding! The host has gained the talent Insanity and is currently ranked E0100. Student Subai, this person, most likely, is from the Tang clan. Lu Song pointed at the fingers of the two halves of the corpse. Look, on this person's ring finger, the signature character of the Tang clan Tang is engraved. And in this person's spatial pouch, I also found the Tang clan's ancestral technique, the 3 transformation turning technique. Said. He threw the feet in his hand onto the man's corpse. Don's 1. Subai remembered the harsh words Tangjin had left before she died. Who is it? Dare to behead my Tang clan's direct descendant Tangwan. A black-robed old man suddenly emerged from the void, and the constantly collapsing void around him revealed this person's strong cultivation at the peak of the Cheongyu realm. Seeing this scene, without the slightest hesitation, the crowd surrounded and protected Subai. You're the one who killed my Tang clan, Tangwan? The black-robed old man's gaze landed on Subai, a murderous aura raging in his eyes. Tang clan I, Tangwan, transit unreported, wanna kill in the high school examination ground, multiple crimes and punishments, has been the crime of executing the company, Subai will behead him, is a heroic act. Lu Yusheng roared. You are such a strong person, illegal transit, quickly retreat and I will not pursue, otherwise, according to the law, I have the right to invite the Dragon Kingdom Law Enforcement Department to kill you. You please, before you do, I need to kill this son on the spot. The black-robed old man had murderous intent. What if I don't allow it? Bai Mo Feng suddenly let out a cold snort. You're the chief tutor of the Imperial Capital Institution, Bai Mo Feng. The black-robed old man was startled, but after a moment, he let out a cold laugh. It's just a 4th-level martial artist whose cultivation has been blocked, what is there to be rampant about? Plus me. Lu Song stepped forward. Chief tutor of Qingbei Institution. The old man's eyes flashed. And me. Chief instructor of Yanbei Institution. And me. All 37 institutional tutors stood out and blocked Subai's heels. Heaven and earth share the same view. I, Bai Mo Feng, swear here that if you kill Subai, the old me, the Imperial Capital Institution, and your Tang clan, will not rest in death. Bai Mo Feng said in a cold voice. My Tang clan, why would I fear your Imperial Capital Institution, but I can't figure out, a small prosperity realm only, it's worth it for your many colleges, he wouldn't have given you some kind of mesmerizing soup, would he? The old man grunted coldly. No one noticed that strands of undetectable and mysterious power surged out from his body, imprisoning this piece of heaven and earth and encircling the crowd. A small prosperity realm, the Bull Tang clan, what a way to blind your dog's eyes. Yi Ruj stepped forward. Big Money City Subai, in the talent awakening to go to the eastern border war zone when, during the period to kill countless demons, Winter Demon Tide, but also angrily beheading more than 10 Demon Emperor, more than 1,000 Demon Emperor, more than 30,000 Demon King had paved the way. This road is more by the eastern border war zone 10th Army Chief Bright Military Chief Wang Wudwang named Beheading the Demons Road. The will is, step on the demon beheading road, get out of the gate. And behead the demons. Boom click. A dull ringing sound spread. The big screen in the exam room suddenly lit up. Immediately afterward, the image of Subai in the battlefield of heaven, alone guarding the southern 9th region, was revealed. Upon seeing that one skinny figure with its feet on the heads of all the demons, carrying thousands of pillars of blood on its back and slaughtering a screen full of demon clansmen, the large high school entrance exam venue was silent. However, in everyone's heart, waves of shock were set off at this time. The visual impact of this image was like a heavy punch that ruthlessly pounded on their hearts. Subai, can't die. I don't know who shouted. Next moment. Subai's name completely resounded through the great money city. Countless people came out from the audience and righteously blocked in front of Subai. Some of them were martial artists, some of them were mortals, some of them were young, some of them were old, and some of them were even mere children of a few years old. Their faces were full of determination, without fear or trepidation. Because in their hearts, a voice has been telling them. Subai, can't die. Chapter 83 Shaoji, Brother Subai, draw you a rainbow. Above the vault of heaven. Seeing such a situation, the old man became even more determined to kill Subai. Today is the generation that pays for my life, I will also behead this son. Swish. As the old man's words fell, a burst of scarlet mist came from all directions. This is the power of rules. Morphin snorted coldly, and just as he tried to resist, his eyes suddenly lost their expression. However, in a few seconds, everyone above the examination room also had as if this was the case. If it weren't for the concern for you and the others, would the old man have wasted this effort to cast the power of rules to lay down such illusions? The old man sneered. Old piker, what kind of a good man are you to do that, if you have the ability to come at me? Yi Rouge roared. The change in the crowd around her just now was the effect caused by her talent, the SS grade Heavenly Dao. However, she didn't expect that the old man who comprehended the rules would actually make everyone lose their fighting power by just laying an illusion. You girl child has the aura of an ancient martial art on your body, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the Yi clan's heavenly pride Yi Rouge, right? Know that I'm still not rolling. Normally when I meet you, I may avoid retreating for a while, but this son is widely implicated, and I can't keep him today. Strike that. With a wave of the old man's big hand, the power of the rules transformed into a cage, imprisoning Yi Rouge in an instant. However, her illusion seemed to have no effect on Yi Rouge, who quickly broke free and shook his lance, turning into streams of light to kill the old man. Boo! With a loud bang, Yi Rouge fell as if she had dropped a kite. Worthy of being a pride of the Yi clan, it's a pity that he's only just stepped into the prosperity realm, and his intent hasn't even been fully grasped yet, so how could he be a match for the old man at the Cheongyu realm? The old man sneered. Correction, the old man's realm in the last chapter was the peak of the Cheongyu realm. Yi Rouge had just stood up when he was knocked into the realm with a wave of the old man's big hand. At this time, Shaoji's face was peaceful as she slept away. Subai's spiritual power surged out, dragging her in the air, and when he turned around again, the immortal execution long sword had already fallen into his hands. He had just taken a step out when a small tug came from the corner of his coat. He turned back to Ji, who had woken up at some point and was staring at him blankly. Brother Subai, don't go, it's dangerous. Shaoji is good, Brother Subai, draw you a rainbow. Subai dotingly touched her little head. Next moment. The wind realm was unleashed, and Subai killed the old man in an instant. The longsword shook, and a sword that was clothed in attribute Dao meaning, sword Dao meaning, and the full power of the forbidden domain fell. Boom click. Above the sky, the void shattered and a bend of rainbow covered the sky. You guy, you're actually not affected by the power of my rules, damn it. The old man's face changed abruptly, and as early as when Subai came over, he unleashed an extremely strong illusion rule power. However, he did not expect that this hand of his would have no effect on Subai at all. It wasn't until Subai landed this sword that he hurriedly returned to his senses to fend it off. But without the suppression of the power of the rules, he was simply unable to resist the sword. He had wanted to escape, but the power of the forbidden domain attached to Subai's sword caused his speed to plummet. In a panic, he could only watch as the sword overwhelmed him. Knock! A sword was swung out, and all the spiritual energy in Subai's body dissipated, falling straight to the ground. A large hole was smashed in the specially made sturdy playground floor. Not a moment later, several pillars of blood poured down from the sky above, surging into his body. Ding! The host reaches the note of breaking through the prosperity realm cultivation. Does the host choose to break through directly, or continue to comprehend the realm of intent? Save it. Copy that. Subai leapt out of the hole and took the worried-looking Shaoji into his arms. Click click. Losing the maintenance of the power of the domain, Yi Rouge quickly broke free from the old man's domain. When she saw Subai unharmed and a fading rainbow lingering in the sky, shock welled up in her eyes. Subai, you killed him? Subai nodded. Holy, you're so good. Yi Rouge walked over, tore open a packet of snacks, and handed it to Shaoji. Shaoji, your brother Subai is so powerful, do you know that? Xiaoji's eyes were filled with heartache, burying her head into Subai's arms and sobbing in a small voice. Xiaoji don't want brother Subai to be powerful, Xiaoji want brother Subai to be peaceful. Xiaoji don't want brother Subai to be in danger. Silly girl. Subai rubbed her little head, but Xiaoji cried even more. Subai, are you guys okay? After the old man died, the rule force dispersed, and Bimorphin's group came to their senses. After realizing that Subai and the others were fine, the group of people were also relieved. Tang's clan, openly provoking my Dragon Country law, really hateful. Subai students, I will go to report to the Dragon Country Law Enforcement Department. Be sure to let these hateful guys, to give you an explanation, give me big money, give me an explanation of the Dragon Country. After Lu Yuesheng finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and left. This rainbow. Good boy, the unknown strong man a few days ago, is you, right? Ji Hongwei laughed bitterly. Subai nodded. After this. Finish the aftermath of this place, because the mayor of Lu Yuesheng is not here, Ji Hongwei on behalf of the organization of the college entrance examination of the volunteer registration. The crowd originally thought that Subai would choose the Qingbei institution, which currently ranked first in terms of overall strength in the Dragon Kingdom. But Subai, in the end, chose the second-ranked imperial capital institution. None other. When Xiaoji was in danger, it was by Mo Feng who was the first to deliver the elixir. He, for one, doesn't like to owe people favors. Night. The stars are warm and the evening breeze is soft. Subai hugged Xiaoji and quietly leaned on the recliner, enjoying this quiet and beautiful time. Brother Subai, tomorrow, are you going back to the eastern border war zone? Aha! So she misses you, can she still call you? She can fight whenever she wants. Brother Subai, take Xiaoji out, Xiaoji is very pretty. Subai sniffed and took out the Xiaoji that Xiao Zai had given him earlier. It was a small azure stone, glowing in the moonlight. Like a night pearl, or an oval glass ball ground on the edge of the beach. It's nice, isn't it, Brother Subai? Aha! This is Xiaoji. Brother Subai, you must protect her. If one day Brother Subai is in danger, take her out. Xiaoji is also very powerful, she, too, can protect Brother Subai. Good. Subai rubbed Xiaoji's head. Brother Subai, be sure not to forget what Xiaoji said. For life. A lifetime is too short, Xiaoji still wants to stay by Brother Subai's side forever. Then, forever. He. Swish. A group of people swept through the air. The leader was the heavy-faced Lu Yuesheng. They were followed by Ji Hongwei, Lu Banyue, Yi Rouge, and Bimorphin. Subai, I'm sorry to bother you at this time, but the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement department's plan for handling the Tang clan has already come out. Chapter 84 His Way of the Sword. Subai calmly looked at Lu Yuesheng, waiting for his next words. The Tang clan, as a famous ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom, has a lot of strong people within it, a lot of celestial pride, and the implication is complicated. Many colleges and universities have people from their family holding positions, and there are not a few students in the Dragon Kingdom who are ranked high. Under the mediation of the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement, their Tang clan is willing to send 300 strong men to various border war zones to kill the demons. In addition, in order to compensate you, the Tang clan permits you to practice their clan's ancestral technique, the 9 turns and 3 bodies technique. Lu Yuesheng's face was a bit ugly. What kind of solution is this? When did the clan's sons and daughters go to be demon killers? Can also be a means of trade. He Tang family, really shameless, make such a big fuss. A broken gongfu want to solve this problem. There's also a problem with this Dragon Kingdom law enforcement department's handling program. It's obvious that they want to protect the Tang family, damn it. Yi Rouge's face was indignant, and the snack bag in her hand crunched and squeaked. She wasn't the only one, the faces of several people around her were also very ugly. Subai didn't say anything, the 7-colored sword awnings emerged and chopped the gongfu in Lu Yuesheng's hand. Gee, do you want to fly? Think. Subai's mind moved, the immortal execution sword was sheathed, and the two of them turned into streams of light and left this place. In situ. Yi Rouge huffed and puffed. A few people were speechless relative to each other. A few moments later. Lu Yuesheng sighed. Subai won't accept the settlement. It's not that he's aggrieved, it's that Xiaoji is aggrieved. Perhaps, Xiaoji is his sword Dao, and anyone who strikes at Xiaoji's idea has only one end, and that is, death. Same time. Unknown boundaries of the earth. The Tang family had burst into a rage. Vertical Sun, how dare you destroy my Tang clan's gong method, you really deserve to be killed. It seems that this son doesn't intend to accept a settlement, but how could my Tang clan let such a heartbreaking danger live in peace? On the side, a black-robed old man spoke coldly. This son must be eliminated. Pass on my order to order Tang Yu to kill this son at the selection of the 9th Army Commander of the Heavenly Battlefield in the near future, to safeguard the majesty of my Tang clan. Yes, master of the house. The black-robed old man cupped his fists and left. It's no good, family master. The Yi clan has suddenly announced that they've broken off diplomatic relations with my Tang clan. What? The next day. Daylight. At the entrance of the 8th middle school, Ji Hongwei organized the whole school to see Subai off. Subai, no matter what, 8th grade, will always be your solid backing, will always be your home. If there's anything you need help with, just say hello. Ji Hongwei instructed. Big money too. Lu Yuesheng pondered for a moment and made his attitude equally solemn. Subai, this time when you go to the battlefield of the heavens, everything should be done with safety in mind. In addition, remember to take the time to report back to the Imperial Capital University when the school year starts. Shui is a student of my Empire University. You can ask her anything you don't understand. Also, this is the emblem of my Imperial University. Bai Morfeng raised his hand and pointed, and the emblem of Imperial Capital University was printed on Subai's clothes. Subai nodded and turned to enter the military vehicle. Boom boom. The military vehicle started up and left. Solemn. Send the heroes on their way. Ji Hongwei faced the direction of the military vehicle and bowed with a serious face. The students and faculty in the rear of the school bent over at the sight of the situation. Even the mayor of Dajian City, Lu Yuesheng, and the chief tutor of Imperial Capital University, Bai Morfeng. At this moment, also with a face of admiration, he bowed. Lord Mayor, I'm a little surprised by your stand. For a long time. It took Ji Hongwei a moment to straighten up. There's nothing unexpected. Isn't life just a bet? I'm placing a bet on Subai. What's wrong with that? Lu Yuesheng smiled indifferently. Goodbye, both of you. It's about time for old me to go back and find his Tang clan and settle the score. Bai Morfeng finished speaking and turned into streams of light and left. With all the internal and external troubles, and the eventful fall, my human race is in need of someone to come out and say something. Lu Yuesheng sighed. Ji Hongwei's face changed abruptly when he heard this. Magnificent, if it comes to that, perhaps, you and I are both heroes. Perhaps. Ji Hongwei's eyes twinkled. If my guess is good, you should have broken through the Royal Wind Realm when Subai won the championship, right? Thanks to Subai's blessing, I opened my heart. Originally I wanted to hide it for a bit, but I didn't expect to be discovered by you. Then when you step into the peak, join me in comprehending the realm of intent. Subai left me a strand of intent. Good. Hey, say, how did you get to know Subai, and how come you're thinking of becoming a demon slayer too? Car. Yi Rouge looked at Lu Banyue. Nothing, it's all in the past. Lu Banyue smiled lightly. In the back of his mind, however, he remembered that summer. It was a sweltering afternoon and the little girl was carefully writing her homework. But the sunlight cast from the window fell impartially on her face. It didn't take long for her little face to turn red from the sun. Just as she was praying for the annoying sunlight to hurry up and disappear, the light in front of her eyes was suddenly separated by something. When she looked up in surprise, she saw the little boy beside her, grasping his books and impartially shielding her from the sunlight cast under the window. Despite being sunburned and sweating, the little boy just looked away and grunted arrogantly when the little girl looked over. Really, why don't you tell me about it? Yi Rouge was high on melon seeds and had a curious face, just like he had transformed into a melon eater. Nothing. Lu Banyue returned to her senses, glanced at Subai in the front row without any trace, and sighed silently. Che, sooner or later, we're going to dig up your secrets. Yi Rouge had a firm face. Rububuki laughed a little and didn't say anything. What? Tang Yu, who comprehended the power of 2 rules, is also going to participate in this army commander selection? This is the list sent out by Army Commander Gu Xingdong. I guess it can't be wrong. There was Ouyang Prowler, Tang Hao in the front, and Subai in the back. Only Subai was slightly weaker among the 3, but now there's a Cheongyu realm bigwig Tang Yu who comprehended 2 rules. What else are they playing at this? Terrifying indeed, the power of rules, but the existence of overriding the power of domains, Tang Yu out of the blue, is tantamount to a descending blow. This time the position of the military commander is not his. Battlefield of Heaven. Logistics Department Bulletin Board. Shui looked at the news and her face turned ugly. Last night, she had just learned from Yi Rouge what had happened in the Great Money City during this period of time. Now Tang Yu of the Tang family had announced his participation in the selection of the military commander, and with such behavior, he was bound to be targeting Su Bai. Ta-da! At this time, the southern demon came to her side with an expressionless face. Sign me up. Sister demon, you want to participate too? The southern demon didn't say anything, just swung his sword and stabbed at a name on the notice. Jinchang West. Xu Wei understood what she meant. Southern demon, to kill. This Jin Shengxi was the middle-aged man who had guided them here in the past. Welcome back, Su White. Chapter 85 9 Types of Dao Intent. The military vehicle stopped. Wang Guoguang and his party then greeted him. As early as when he sensed Su Bai's merit ring, he had organized a crowd of demon killers from Tianmen Pass to wait here. Su Bai, long time no see. The news of you being number 1 in the Dragon Kingdom has already reached us, that's awesome. Now Su Bai is a college student. Congratulations! As soon as Su Bai stepped off the bus, the crowd gathered around to congratulate him. He nodded and returned to the battlefield of heaven with Kingdom Light. I didn't think you'd come back. Fang Cheng looked at Lu Banyue, who stayed here with a surprised face. The people around him cast equally surprised glances. They had also learned of Lu Banyue's true identity during this time. Daughter of the mayor, a class talent possessor. Now it's even a registered, soon-to-be enrolled college student at Tudor University. No one would have thought that she, who was sitting on such favorable conditions, would choose to return to Tianmen Pass again. Under the steel walls. Lu Banyue smiled warmly and didn't answer. Her gaze. It always rested on the thin figure that was getting farther and farther away. It's our Su Bai who is charming. Fang Qing followed her gaze and sighed quietly. Lu Banyue was infatuated, but her, how could she not be? Just for meeting such a wonderful person. And so it was. No matter what kind of people you meet in the future, you can't help but compare yourself to him. Heart. And that's how it's locked into his body. He's not wrong. What was wrong was just the girl who buried her head in the register in the first place, the time she lifted her head without realizing it. Yes, Su Bai has a lot of charisma yet, so much so that this Tyrannosaurus Rex has become gentle, and to be honest it's still a bit uncomfortable. Fang Qing, you say you have a good job in the logistics department, what do you have to come out as a demon slayer for? What's so hard to guess? It's nothing more than wanting to go up to the battlefield of heaven and get closer to Su Bai. A lot of teenage demon slayers are taking this mentality lately, it's hard to get it right. The surrounding demon killers snickered. Fang Qing didn't say anything, pushed up her glasses, and silently carried her lance away. It's almost nightfall. The demons, too, are coming. Horror. Still have to hold down the South 23rd District. Su Bai returned to the Heavens battlefield, and after talking with Xu Wei and the others for a while, he arrived at the Southern 9th District. During his absence, it was Wang Zhanyuan who held down the fort here. Judging from the heads of the demon race laid on the clouds, the demon race's attack was not very fierce during this time. There aren't many demon clans during this period of time, so it's likely that there's some kind of plot brewing, so you have to be careful. Wang Zhanyuan left after saying that. After a few steps, though, he stopped again. Cutting a deal? Su Bai nodded. In the blink of an eye. The Southern 9th District's boundaries were then covered with long stick shadows in 7-colored sword awnings. Half an hour later. It was only then that Wang Zhanyuan dragged himself away with all his injuries. By the way, Su Bai, now that every district is following your example of paving the road with demonic heads, the commander-in-chief is happy to see it happen, and for this reason, he even ordered the town guards to open a list, and it said that those who maintain the first place ranking in January will be rewarded. Currently, the Southern 9th region is still in the number 1 position, but it's about to be overtaken by the Southern 8th region and the Southern 10th region, that is, the two of them, Ouyang Prowler and Tanghao. Wang Zhanyuan transmitted his voice back. Su Bai nodded. Only when Wang Zhanyuan was far away did he open the attribute panel. Host, Su Bai. Cultivation, Mid-Prosperity Realm 1,463,732 3 million, to be comprehended in the realm of Intent X1. Optional. Attribute points, 2, 686, 294. Physique, 1, 356, 297 Universal Body. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 5 million. Spirit, 303, 234 Gnosis Extraordinary. Addable, qualitative change occurs when Spirit reaches 5 million. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, S-Rank Blood Eater 05 million, S-Rank Darkness 05 million, E-Rank Obsession 0100. Optional. Realm of Intent, Attribute Dao Intent D Gold D Wood D Water D Fire D Earth, D Ice C Thunder D Wind D Light D Darkness Grade A Forbidden Intent 05 million, Grade A Sword Dao Intent Grade A Sword Intent 05 million, Grade D Gun Intent 150,000, and the Way of Soldiers Intent E Knife E Fork E Stick E Whip E Halberd E Hammer E Axe E Spear E Hook. Optional. Field, E-Class Confinement Collar 03 million. No points may be added before breaking through the Cheonyu realm. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fushan 3 Swords Proficiency, Supreme, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, Supreme. No points may be added. Weapon, Pseudo-S Sword of the Immortal Punisher, Attributes, Grade A Sharpness 0500 million, Grade D Sword Intent 0500 million, Grade S Hardness 0500 million, Grade E Sword Formation 0200 million, Spirit of the Immortal Punisher Missing 02 billion. Optional. Subai tapped the talent Blood Devouring, and in the next moment, the attributes of the SS grade Blood Devouring surfaced. SS Blood Devouring can absorb 1/5 of the Decapitator's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain bludgeon rate 50% bludgeon rate. In addition, there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of devouring the Decapitator's talent, and the initial level of the devoured talent is all E rank. Currently, Subai's biggest threat was not Ouyang Prowler, but Tang Yu of the Tang clan. This person was a strong person who had comprehended the power of 2 rules. The power of rules was a power that had to be mastered when the Cheonyu realm stepped into the Shanghui realm. If you master the rules, you will have a great advantage in your own field and in the outside world. Earlier against the old man of the Tang clan, if Subai did not possess a pure sword heart that happened to restrain his illusions, he would have been irresistible even if he had gone all out. You can see how strong the rules are. 1 rule can still block off tens of thousands of people from the high school grounds, and 2 rules will only get stronger. Subai hadn't come into much contact with this type of strong person and couldn't imagine just how powerful. All he knew was that he needed to upgrade Blood Explosion to SS if he wanted to get stronger quickly in this remaining time. Right now, there were still more than 2 million attribute points short of what was needed for the Blood Explosion upgrade. That is, more than 4,000 Earth Emperors. System, condensing 9 kinds of Dao intent reaches the limit, right? Back to the host. Yes, to a normal person, 5 kinds of Daoi is the limit, but the host is different. The host's limit is to condense 9 kinds of Daoi. Subai nodded and closed the system panel. At that time, the black fog in the sky surged, and all the demons attacked, and he was expressionless, carrying his sword. A few minutes later, the 7-colored sword flashed, and the last demon race head was chopped to the ground. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X302, gaining 151,000 attribute points. Ding! The host reaches the node X3 of breaking through the Prosperity Realm cultivation. Does the host choose to break through directly, or continue to comprehend the realm of intent? Comprehending intentions. Today, there aren't many demon races in the southern 9th district. Subai carried hundreds of blood pillars on his back and headed to the next area. Another 10 minutes passed. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X234, gaining 117,000 attribute points. Ding! The host reaches the node X2 of breaking through the Prosperity Realm cultivation. Does the host choose to break through directly, or continue to comprehend the realm of intent? Comprehending intentions. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X272, gaining 136,000 attribute points. Ding! The host reaches the node X2 of breaking through the Prosperity Realm cultivation. Does the host choose to break through directly, or continue to comprehend the realm of intent? Comprehending intentions. Chapter 86 SS Grade Blood Devouring. Subai beheaded the last demon race in the South 1st District. Only then did he turn back and look at the demon-slaying squad that was guarding this place. Merit rings out. A few of the men looked confused, but they raised their palms at the lead of their captain. Next moment, 5 strings of numbers flew out from Subai's merit ring and poured into their rings. This. Subai, it's not necessary. This is what you earned from killing demons. There is no need to give us. If you hadn't come, we might have to face any danger. The squad leader looked terrified. Subai didn't give them a chance to speak and directly turned into streams of light to leave. Subai, when it comes to righteousness, not only did he help us kill the demons, he also gave us merit points. it's these demon heads that he didn't even take away. What's the point of him doing that? Are all the strong ones so capricious? In that case, won't we be able to lie flat? Perhaps, this is the reason why Subai has such a high reputation among this group of newcomers. In situ. The members of the squad were all puzzled. And at this time, Subai had already returned the merit points from South Zone 1 to South Zone 7 and went back to South Zone 9. The reason he did this was to continue to kill demons elsewhere tomorrow. These demon killers relied on merit points to exchange for supplies to become stronger, and for him to take all of them was tantamount to them having no income at all. By then, when it got to the military commanders, or Hiyawu, he would certainly not be allowed to do so again. Subai sat in meditation for a while, then checked the attribute panel. He had killed nearly 2,000 Earth Emperors this time, harvesting over 900,000 attribute points. Additionally, he had gained 16 breakthrough nodes for comprehending the realm of intent. Comprehend the Dao intent of the gun, with 9 attributes, all of which are transformed from the attributes paired with the previous Dao intent of the sword. Ding! Gunway intent is successfully comprehended. The matching intent is Grade E Moriwood gun intent, Grade E Great River gun intent, Grade E Gungjin gun intent, Grade E Thick Earth gun intent, Grade E Frost and Snow gun intent, Grade E Purple Violet gun intent, Grade E Heavenly Dao gun intent, Grade E Green Lotus gun intent, Grade E Burning Sky gun intent. The way of the gun. By obtaining this intention, the host will be more comfortable with the use of the gun, and can be said to be a gun out of 100 guns, turning everything into a gun, invincible. In addition, with the way of the gun, the host comprehends the gun like a fish out of water, and has a great advantage. Ding! Many gun meanings are fused into the gun's intent. The gun's intent is the gun's Dao intent. The current gun's intent level is B grade 70,000 1 million. As with the previous Dao intent of the sword, a single intent was upgraded to a Dao intent, and all of the intent associated with it would merge into one. However, this meant that using the Dao intent, which was equivalent to the full number of intents coming out in unison, was not a bad thing. Swish! The Heavenly K surfaced, and with the gun Dao intent added, the previously silver-white shiny spear was suddenly covered with a layer of 7-colored gun intent. The surrounding void felt the horrifying power and instantly collapsed in a twisted piece. In a matter of seconds, however, the void in a few miles around was all crushed, leaving only the 7-colored light. Such might was displayed above the S-class weapon, the Heavenly K Lance. The might caused by Subai's use of the exorcism was not much stronger than that. After all, at this time, the exorcism is not complete. Swish! Subai put away his spear and instead took out a ball of blood-colored gas. This was a must-have for practicing the S-rank sword skill Demon Chopper's Chi. Originally, it could only be collected and practiced when killing demons, but the speed was too slow, so Subai asked the system to gather it for him. This fist-sized demon-slaying Chi was collected from killing nearly 2,000 Earth Emperors. Present. Subai sheathed his long sword, and the Chi of demon beheading attached to the sword and began to cultivate. Ding! The host has acquired the S-rank sword skill Demon Chopper. The current proficiency level is introductory 0-100, and can be increased. This sword skill could also add points, which was something Subai did not expect. However, given the nature of this sword skill, he did not intend to add points. Practice is enough. Anyway, it's all about killing demons. 2 hours passed, and relying on this demon-slaying Chi, he managed to brush his demon-slaying proficiency to the proficient level. The power of the sword skill had also reached the level of the C-grade sword skill, Fuyao 3 swords. Although the sword move was only one sword, it was powerful enough to threaten powerhouses below the peak of the prodigious realm. With such a growth rate, even though Subai was in a calm state of mind, he was still sweating a bit. It was worthy of being an S-rank adult sword technique. Perhaps if we kill the demon race for a while longer, this sword might be able to compare to a long rainbow. If the long rainbow was combined with it and the power of the domain, it would only be even more terrifying. With this thought in mind, Subai instantly executed an astonishing and unparalleled sword. Long Rainbow Demon Chopper. Swish! 7-colored sword-ons, wrapped in blood-colored demon chopper gas burst out, more than tens of miles in a radius of the void, in this sword under the whole number of steps into a vacuum. Boom click. A cracking sound resounded. Kingdom Light, who was in deep cultivation, opened his eyes in an instant. Only to see that his domain, which was covered with the power of rules, was actually chopped to pieces. He bent down suspiciously. Just as he saw that the surrounding void was pitch black, a 7-colored sword aura carrying blood chi traversed across the southern 9 regions, unusually piercing. Old Mi's domain, was it chopped up by this brat's sword? This is a field that is clothed with the power of a rule. This brat, he's already strong enough to shake the power of the rules. Wang Guoguang was furious and was about to go and settle the score with Su Bai. But on second thought, he stopped again. Old me is at least an army commander, an existence that has mastered the power of 5 rules. If we go to this brat, isn't this a disguised way of giving him a hard time? It's not cost effective. No go. It's not good to pretend too much when you're in the wind, kid. Wang Guoguang chanted and pulled the field up quite a bit. Think about it. He rose another dozens of miles. Who knows how much noise this brat will make next? It's always good to stay away. Su Bai didn't know the impact of this sword. He was doing a test with the long rainbow demon beheading and the power of the forbidden domain this minute. After a long time, he obtained the exact power index of the long rainbow demon chopper. Such a sword could break 10 layers of the power of the confinement domain superimposed on each other. This kind of power was beyond his expectations. I just don't know if it can be a threat to the power of rules. Su Bai murmured. Without a reference, though, he couldn't verify the conjecture. After thinking for a while and not being able to think of an answer, Su Bai no longer dwelled on it and turned to continue practicing his sword skill, demon beheading. He was going to, first, brush up the proficiency of this sword skill to the utmost. As for the power, it can only be enhanced by subsequent acquisition of the demon-slaying chi. 4 days on end. Su Bai was either killing demons or practicing his sword skills. The proficiency of demon slaying hadn't been pulled full yet, but there were enough attribute points saved up for upgrading the SS-ranked Blood Devourer. System, Talent Blood Devouring plus 5 million points. Ding! Adding points completed, current Blood Eater level is SS rank 08 billion. The next level is SSS Blood Devouring Vault, which can absorb 100% of the Decapitator's cultivation, and the absorbed cultivation has a certain bludgeon rate 100% bludgeon rate. In addition, there is a 1/10 chance of devouring the Decapitator's talent, and the initial level of the devoured talent is all C grade. Chapter 87 The Sword Way of Transcendental Supremacy. The blood explosion rose to SS, and a cloud of blood chi suddenly appeared on Su Bai's body at first glance. A ferocious beast-like aura emerged and disappeared without a trace a moment later. When the visions calmed down, Su Bai looked at the attribute panel. His breakout node, which has come to 45 points. It meant that he could comprehend 5 Dao intentions at this time. System, can you still comprehend the sword's Dao intent? Back to the host, naturally you can, except that the system suggests that the host should just comprehend the Dao intent of the sword 4 more times. Why? The world 9 for the pole, 9.5 for the supreme, the host in the comprehension of 4, is 36 realms of meaning, so add the previous 10, just 1 more realm of meaning of the Supreme Sword Road, so for the transcendence of the Supreme Sword Road. Can there be a stronger sword way intent on it? Back to the host, this side of the world Supreme Sword for the extreme, the host transcends the Supreme Sword of the sword is already the first person in the sword, incomparable, the host wants to pursue higher, the only way is to break the boundary wall, to go to a higher level of the world. Understood. Su Bai pondered for a moment before choosing to comprehend the Dao intent of the sword 4 times. Ding! For Dao intentions of the sword have been successfully comprehended, and the relevant matching intentions of the sword are being distributed. Ding! Many sword intentions have been integrated into the sword intent, reaching the extreme point of this world. The host sword intent has thus been upgraded to chaotic sword intent, and the current level of chaotic sword intent is S-class 400,000 3 million. Chaotic sword intent, the origin of sword intent, can diffuse any sword intent in the world, and when you perform chaotic sword intent, you can suppress all sword intent in the world. Ding! The host's Dao of the sword has merged into one, and the current host's sword Dao is the sword Dao of the Transcendent Supreme. Transcendence of the Supreme Sword Dao, just a hair beyond the Supreme Sword Dao, the strongest sword will in the world. As the system prompt fell, thousands of long sword shadows were released from Su Bai's body. In the snap of a finger, however, this kind of vision filled the entire southern 9th district. If someone is here, they can definitely see that the many longsword silhouettes at this time are constantly changing. From the nothingness at the beginning, it was transformed into black and white, and from black and white, through many transformations, it settled on the 7-colored light. Jing! Under the 7-colored light, the exorcism of the immortal long sound, the woods unsheathed, hovering in the sky under the 7-colored light. Jing! South 8. The rainbow light beside Ouyang Prowler suddenly flew out of the scabbard, as if sensing something, turning into a reddish haze, and flew to the southern 9th district at a rapid speed. At the critical moment, Ouyang Prowler's brows turned cold and he promptly utilized the domain blockade. What's this ing guy, what's going on here again? Witnessing this seven-colored light that spread throughout the southern 9 regions, Ouyang Prowler looked horrified. In the face of this monstrous sword intent, he actually had an urge to kneel down and worship. Jing. Same time. Battlefield of Heaven. The southern demon, who had closed his eyes to meditate, was suddenly awakened by the long sword beside him that kept chanting. When she froze, the long sword had already turned into streams of light and flew away, but it was trapped by the cultivation room's formation. The southern demon got up and put away his long sword. She had just opened the door when she was startled by the eye-catching ray of seven-colored sword light in the sky. A sword intent. No, this is many sword intents. This guy, a person, how can he master so many, and, moreover, fuse them so perfectly? Swish. 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 Without waiting for her to return to her senses, in the battlefield of heaven, more than 1,000 longsword streams emerged one after another, swiping towards the seven-colored light. My sword! What's going on? Why is my sword gone? All the alloy longswords on the first floor of the Hall of Merit have flown away. Come on people, help intercept them. That place, it's the southern 9th district that Subai is in charge of. What the hell is going on here? Behind the long sword. The crowd of people stopped in their tracks when they saw the seven-colored light that was raging with sword intent. Separated by such a distance, they could all feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. If they were close, they, only, wouldn't even be able to act normally. It's Dowie again. In the meantime, many army chiefs also cast their eyes towards this place. Even the commander-in-chief, Ho-Umo, who was fishing at the waterhole, had the waterhole picture tuned to the South 9th district. This sword Dao, it's truly terrifying. Subai relying on this Dao intention is only enough to threaten any military commander. Only, his realm is still too low to support him in using this Dao intent. No, when his realm comes up he won't be able to worship a damn teacher. We must find a way to make him worship a teacher first. Yawo swished away and scurried back a few seconds later with a depressed look on his face. Originally, he was watching Subai's sword path and suddenly had another realization. Come early, come late, how can I accept disciples if you're like this? Yawo spat out a sigh and closed his eyes to sit in meditation. Next time out. It is necessary to take my precious apprentice and put her in the bag. What a strong sword intent, I can't actually see through it. Over South 9. Wang Guoguan looked at it for a while, and without moving, he pulled the field up another dozens of miles. He, who lives up to the rainbow. A wan and soft voice came through. Wang Guoguang froze, sighed when he came back to his senses, and nodded silently. Rainbow light, too, will be honored by him. The sunset-like field opens halfway, reflecting the seven-colored light of the southern 9th district. Gushi Shui, who was dressed in a white robe, looked at this scene and smiled in relief. South 9. Subai was bathed in seven-colored light, and around him, there were circles of long swords that kept circling and rotating. Boom click. When Subai opened his eyes and got up, seven-colored light surged into his body, majestic sword intent spread out from his body, and more than 1,000 longsword swords around him continued to roar. He reached out and the immortal Punisher's sword entered his hand in an instant, in the blink of an eye. It's the most powerful sword. Long Rainbow Demon Chopper. Barely. A sword was swung out, and the seven-colored sword aura, carrying the vast blood chi, only for a split second, shattered the void of the southern 9th district, and even the southern 8th and southern 10th districts suffered from the ripples. Click click. The sedentary kingdom light steeply opened his eyes, looking at the field that had cracked open and fell into deep thought. With such a sword swing, Subai's internal aura was all consumed. However, he was only able to execute 30% of the chaotic sword intent and was unable to execute the true transcendent supreme sword Dao. He knew that as long as he could exert more than 10% of his chaotic sword intent, this sword could be even stronger, but it was only limited by the prosperity realm cultivation restriction. However, Subai understood that comprehending one more Dao intent would reach the limit of comprehending the intent. At this time, it was time for him to break through the Qiongyu realm. System, comprehend the meaning of the Windway. Ding! Windway intent is successfully comprehended. The matching intent is Grady Swift Wind intent, Grady Green Steel Wind intent, Grady Lightning Wind intent, Grady Misty Wind intent, Grady Spring Wind intent, Grady Cold Prancing Wind intent, Grady Evocative Wind intent, Grady Illusory Wind intent, and Grady Riding the Air Wind intent. The Wind's way of intent. By obtaining this way of intent, the host will be favored by the wind of heaven and earth, and will be able to use the wind as if it were an arm, stopping the wind when there is one, and generating the wind when there is none. Moreover, by possessing the wind's way of intent, the host will be able to comprehend the wind as if it were a fish out of water, and will be able to hold the wind like a fish in a hand. Swish! A breeze blew, followed by a gale. The South Ninth Ward boundaries, but in 5 or 6 seconds, were transformed into a field of wind. Grip, what's going on? Chapter 88, Cheongyu Realm. Don't mess with it, Subai, I just want my sword. It's killing me. Again, Maru's spice. Give me a good buddy pick me up. The many demon slayers who had just arrived at the periphery of the southern 9th district were directly lifted off by the fierce winds before they even had the chance to enter. Several of those with low strength were directly confined by the wind, turning into a black dot and going nowhere. The good thing is that the dissension didn't last long. The crowd came back and gathered behind the security cordon, but not one of them dared to set foot in the South 9th Ward again. Swish! 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 This time, thousands of longswords flew back and hung silently in front of them. I knew Subai couldn't look at these swords. Take the sword back to your house. This sword is tainted with a trace of Subai's sword intent. It will only increase in power, thanks to Subai. Thank you, Subai. Good job, Subai. The crowd retrieved their longswords, and after noticing the change, they all hugged towards the southern 9th district. It wasn't until they were far away that a few people came sweating in imperial air. Lanrua, how far Subai has blown you off? I've ING'd my way to South 1. Yang Tian withdrew his alloy longsword with a depressed expression. At first, he thought about cultivating hard and trying to catch up with Subai. But now, he only felt that the distance between him and Subai was becoming more and more distant. I'm a wooden chicken too, it's quite close to the battlefield of heaven anyway. Xiao Lanrua huffed and fetched her sword. Practicing a fart of the sword, but also said handsome a hand, this is good, the two of us is estimated to be the most humiliating two people in the battlefield of the sky, really, but also think of practicing the sword, like Subai is handsome a hand, do not practice. Yang Tian spat out. Give me that sword, I'll practice. Admiring the high mountains and looking up, smelling the clear wind and encouraging myself, with Subai in front of me, I also have a direction to learn. Xiao Lanrua hemmed and hawed. Yang Tian threw the sword to him and took out his lance and left in the air with a huff. In situ. Xiao Lanrua eyed the longsword in her hand, remembering the sword on that penetrated the southern 6th region in the video. That sword of Subai's, it's awesome. South 9. A residual shadow that could not be captured by the naked eye was riding the wind, and wherever it passed, the clouds churned and the void distorted. Swish! The residual shadow stayed in the air, and it was originally a thin figure dressed in black power suit. Su White. With the windway intent added, Subai was incredibly fast. It was also the fastest he had seen so far. At full power, it was only a fraction of a second slower than the flash carried by his talent, Darkness. However, the disadvantage was the same as long rainbow demon slaying, which consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy. The cultivation of the prodigy realm couldn't be maintained for long. Barely. Subai didn't make any entanglements, took out the saved demon beheading chi, and continued practicing the sword skill demon beheading. The power of the demon slaying was now enough to rival the 3-stacked Fuyao 3 swords. His proficiency, too, had come to the Zhongshu level in the past few days of practice. Several hours later, the demon chopper proficiency reached the level of the realm of transformation. At this point, the black mist surged in the sky as hundreds of Earth Emperors swarmed over, but they quickly died under Subai's sword. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X200, gains 100,000 attribute points. Ding! The host's cultivation has broken through, current cultivation level Cheongyu Realm 5, 876, 234 4 billion. Ding! All of the host's intentions have been transformed into domain power. Ding! A class forbidden intent is transformed into a class forbidden domain. The current domain level is a class 150,500 million, and it can be added to. Ding! S-class chaos sword intent is transformed into S-class chaos swords domain. The current domain level is S-class 400,003 billion, and it can be added points. Boom click boom click. Above the dome of the sky, seemingly sensing Subai's breakthrough, a dark cloud appeared out of nowhere, with thunder rolling within it, and the power was horrifying. A few moments later, thousands of giant dragons of rubber thunder descended from the sky. Its speed is so fast that it instantly submerges Subai in the middle of the breakthrough. Only the cultivation path of the 10,000 ancient era can induce a thunderbolt. In this world, could it be that there are still 10,000 ancient cultivators who were like me? Demon Realm. A stunningly beautiful woman in white robes looked at this scene, and a reminiscent look emerged in her eyes. If Subai was here, he would definitely recognize this person as the more Shunshui in the sarcophagus in the past. Now let's understand the situation in this period before we go ahead, and if we go ahead rashly, we are likely to be poisoned. Stranger searching Snow's eyes flickered, and he finally decided to head to the demon race's territory first to poke around. Still, her eyebrows jumped hard when she turned and saw the hundreds of boulders. Damn thieves, stealing the immortal execution sword, the most precious treasure of my people, even if it is. And they moved so many rocks to blockade the place, causing me to take so long to dig out. When we meet again, I'll make sure you get a taste of what it's like to dig in the dirt for months. Battlefield of Heaven. After the crowd had experienced several visions, when they saw the changes in the South 9 districts again, they were already lighthearted and their faces did not change. It's too normal for them. If Subai didn't make some noise out of it, they wouldn't be too used to it instead. With so many intentional Dao intentions, it would be strange if it didn't attract a thunderbolt, but this guy has thick skin and flesh, this bit of thunderbolt isn't even enough to quench his body for him. Wang Guoguang eyed these thunderbolts, his face sank, and without a trace, he drew his domain upwards by tens of miles. After thinking about it, he flicked his wrist and another rule force was incorporated into the domain. 2 rule powers, such a long distance, unless you brats have mastered the power of rules, don't think you can break my domain again. Strike that. Wang Guoguang closed his eyes to meditate. South 9. Subai was in the middle of thousands of thunderbolts. But amazingly, the thunders didn't attack him. Instead, they all turned into pure thunder yuan qi and surged into his body. Boom click. Along with the influx of heaven and earth aura and thunder yuan qi, Subai officially stepped into the Qiongyu realm. Swish. 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 One domain after another emerged from his body, constantly filling the southern 9 regions. Domain of chaotic sword, domain of imprisonment, domain of gun, domain of thunder, domain of wood. There were a total of 26 domains, spreading throughout the entire southern 9th district boundary. Boom click. There was a loud bang. Wang Guoguan looked at the field that had been cut open by a large avenue of 7-colored light and fell into deep self-doubt. I'm Nima. I laid 2 domains of rule power, and it was just torn apart by your brat's domain of swords? If you can't afford to mess with me, I can't afford to hide from you? Wang Guoguan was just about to move, when he suddenly thought of something, and a strong look of shock appeared on his face. This brat has broken through the Qiongyu realm, it's ing open, isn't it? During the time that Kingdom Light froze, a thin figure stepped out of the 7-colored light and came into his realm. The corners of his mouth twitched and he ended up with a grin that was worse than tears. Subai, congratulations on the breakthrough. Chapter 89 3 Rules. Your domain, laid with 2 rule powers? Subai asked. Is. The corner of Wang Guoguang's mouth twitched, hating to admit it, but there was no way to help that it was the truth. Subai nodded and turned to leave. As soon as his figure disappeared, Kingdom Light quickly pulled the realm up by more than 100 miles. South 9. Subai's mind moved, a total of 26 domains, all of which melted into the chaotic sword intent domain. The hardness of the domain at this point was even higher than that of Kingdom Light's with the addition of 2 rule powers. When one breaks through the Qiongyu realm and the realm of intent transforms into a domain, the domain is held open with 10% of the domain's power. From Kingdom Light's reply he could ascertain that 10% of the power of the domain was enough to easily cut through the domain that was clothed with 2 rule power additions. This shows that the power of the chaotic sword intent domain can threaten the power of 2. Or even 3 or so rules. If the remaining 25 domains were added, it might be possible to threaten the 4 or 5 rule powers. Subai broke through the Qiongyu realm, and the spiritual energy in his body rushed like a great river. It was incomparably strong. But even so, he could only use about 60% of the power of the chaotic sword intent domain at most. 60% of the chaotic sword intent domain, plus the remaining 25 domains, I wonder how many rule powers can be resisted. Read to this. Subai swung his long sword towards the sky, making his most powerful sword. Long Rainbow Demon Chopper. Swish. The blood chi swung out carrying the 7-colored sword awnings, crushing the void along the way until it encountered the realm of Kingdom Light. Boom click. Wang Guoguan looked at the domain that had been chopped up by a large portion and his face was incomparably ugly. This domain of his, but it was fully charged with the power of 3 rules. A domain of this level of hardness could still be cut apart by a sword? This brat, on purpose, right? Swish. Subai's figure walked into the domain. 3 rule powers? Yes, but Subai, what are you doing? Why do you keep staring at my field? I'm verifying a guess. As Subai spoke, a string of numbers poured into Kingdom Light's merit ring from his merit ring. 1 million. Wang Guoguang originally wanted to spit out a few words, but when he saw the string of numbers, he swallowed what he was about to say hard into his stomach. 1 million merit points was also a considerable fortune for him. It was only a little more than what he had consumed in these few times of repairing the domain. This brat, he's quite good at what he does. Suddenly, Wang Guoguang looked like he realized something and looked at Subai with a guarded face. You give me so many merit points, it can't be that you still want to come next, I tell you, I can't rely on. But before he could finish his words, Subai's figure disappeared in place. A few minutes later, a sword on that was half as powerful as the previous one struck. This time, Kingdom Light's domain was only cut out by a single slit. Subai walked up and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Next moment. Another swordsmanship. Week after week, after several hours of continuous testing, Subai also had a clear position on his current strength. The power of his current 20% chaotic sword intent domain was enough to threaten the domain that was clothed with the power of 2 rules. If it was the most powerful sword long rainbow demon chopper, it could cut 2 rule power added domains in half. But that's just the effect of the other side being a one-sided sandbag. A real fight wouldn't necessarily be as effective. Swish. Subai's figure appeared in the middle of Kingdom Light's domain, and Kingdom Light's face immediately darkened. Subai, I've already lost a lot of money, I'm not coming. If I do it again, I'm going to lose a lot of money. Cutting and dicing. Subai said calmly. Cutting? Wang Guoguang froze, and after a moment, he also understood what Subai meant. Subai was testing his own strength, and in his current situation, it was enough to threaten a military commander-level figure. To him, the unusual Qiongyu realm was no longer his opponent. Only a strong person who had comprehended the power of rules could battle with one. Good. Wang Guoguang nodded, his huge fists kept trembling from excitement. Bastard, you think a strong person who has comprehended the power of rules is that simple? After letting me be a sandbag for so long, I must give you a good beating next. You can use the power of 3 rules. Subai said. Why do you need 3 courses? 2 are enough. Wang Guoguang originally wanted to say 1 course, but felt it wasn't too safe, so he said a 2 course. Watch this, these 2 rules, one is suppression and the other is the divine spear. As the words fell, a brutal oppressive force erupted from all around the domain. Subai was in the middle of it and steeply dropped dozens of steps. But as a burst of 7-colored light diffused out from his body, the pressure around him disappeared without a trace. I forgot that you have comprehended the Tao intent, and the strength of the Tao intent is so strong that the power of the rules cannot suppress it. A flash of gravity appeared on Wang Guoguang's face, and a cold aura suddenly came out of his hand between lifting his hand. However, in an instant, a shiny silver white lance broke through the air and killed Subai. It carried the power of rules on it, as well as the power of a dense domain. Subai instinctively dodged, but the gun was like a maggot attached to his bones, moving along with unabated speed. From him, too, closer and closer. Divine Lance means my lance won't stop attacking until it stabs you. That's how powerful the rules are, and how insoluble the power of the rules are. When Wang Guoguang saw that Subai was defeated, a smirk appeared on his face. Boom click. When he couldn't get rid of it for a long time, Subai directly used half of the power of the chaotic sword intent domain to execute the long rainbow demon chopper, decapitating the long spear behind him on the spot. However, in a few moments, dozens of long spears once again emerged from the realm and pursued towards him. I forgot to tell you that the cold lance is not just a lance. As long as I don't run out of spiritual power, wherever the power of the rule is, it's a lance. Wang Guoguang shouted aloud. Seeing this, Subai directly propped up the chaotic sword intent domain. The 7-colored light filled the air, and the lance around his body was immediately suppressed, his speed plummeting. He turned defense into offense, and with the power of the chaotic sword intent domain, after clearing these lances, he raised his hand to chop the demon with a long rainbow. Good fellow, good strength, but just how many Dao intentions have you brat comprehended? You can actually suppress my rule power in turn. Wang Guoguang dodged the sword and hundreds of long spears attacked Subai once again. At the same time, the middle of the field was suddenly covered in layers of ice and snow. In a few seconds, Kingdom Light's domain, including Subai's chaotic sword intent domain power, was frozen. Subai, this is my third rule, I seal. This rule freezes the realm, and no one is immune to it except me, but there is a time limit. A martial artist of the same realm can blockade for about 30 seconds, so I don't know, how long can you come out? Wang Guoguang's body moved frequently, and the surrounding ice had no effect on him, as if he was walking on the ground. His huge fist was just about to land on Subai's head when a 7-colored sword aura emerged, shattering the ice with a snap of his fingers and directly drowning him. Ahem. You kid actually broke free in less than 3 seconds, not simple, again. As soon as Wang Guoguang ripped off his shirt, a long sword wound was left on it. Being injured by a guy who had just entered the Cheongyu realm, this minute he also fought with real fire. At that moment, he no longer stayed his hand, and the 3 rule powers crossed and were used in conjunction with each other, displaying the true hideousness of the rule powers. Ah, it hurts. Ouch. Dozens of minutes later, Wang Guoguang couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Subai, who was covered in injuries. Chapter 90: The Body of 1,000 Mountains. Subai's face was expressionless. This battle was the first time he had seen how strong the power of rules was. If it wasn't for Wang Guoguang staying his hand at the critical moment, the injuries on his body would only have been more. But your guy's physical strength, it's really not simple. If your physical body was a bit stronger, it wouldn't be so easy for me to defeat you. Wang Guoguang laughed. Physical? Subai's eyes moved. Your flash assassination wasn't bad, or else I was alert and almost fell into your path, but compared to Tangyu, it's quite inferior. Subai sniffed and looked up at Wang Guoguang, waiting for his next words. Tang Yui, with the talent of S-rank ghost, paired with the rules he comprehended, assassination and venom, even a military commander would have to be careful when facing it. Assassination, venom? His talent is ghost, which allows him to collect all of his aura and melt into the darkness, and with his night realm, it's basically equivalent to stealth. The rule of assassination, striking in the darkness without being detected and perceived, is very terrifying. Venom, on the other hand, some disgusting people, once he stabbed, equivalent to the poison. This poison is not fixed, there are heavy and light, but attached to the power of the rules, the unusual poison can be called the most poisonous, such as 5 seconds do not discharge it out of the body, must die. But 5 seconds of distracted detoxification is enough time for Tangyu to stab dozens of times. So far, none of those targeted by Tangyu, whether human or demon, have survived. Wang Guoguang said with a heavy face. Now that he's declared that he's going to participate in the selection of the army commander in the near future, there's a good chance that he's coming for you, so you should be careful. Thanks a lot. Subai thanked him and went back to the South 9th District. After the battle with Kingdom Light, he understood the power of rules. Tangyu possessed the 2 rules of the Nightshade domain, assassination, and venom. He possessed the domain of wind, hitched to the S-rank talent Dark Knight, as well as the many Dao intentions that resisted the suppression of the domain. His speed was close to a flash, and he was not afraid of assassination. However, in order to utilize his full strength, he would inevitably have to use the chaotic sword intent domain. Using such 2 domains together was very consuming of spiritual energy. Even though the Cheongyu realm's spiritual power was majestic, it couldn't support it for long. In addition, he was very passive in the face of Tang Yui's rule, venom. The odds are not good that you will be able to defeat it without injury. Unless, of course, one is immune to all the poisons of the world. Think about it. Subai opened his personal attribute panel and looked at the physique column. Currently, there were still more than 3 million attribute points left to make a qualitative change in the physique. He's just over $1 million now, and he's still 2 million or so short of that. Still have to save up attribute points. Night down. Black mist emerged as hundreds of Earth Emperors swept in. Subai got up and ended the fight in just 2 or so minutes. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X-187, gaining attribute points 93,500. The Demon Race, it's getting smaller and smaller. Subai's eyes flashed, and the wind domain was displayed, disappearing into the void and quickly coming to another district. It wasn't until he had cleared the 7 districts of the Demon Race that he had collected 600,000 or so attribute points. For the next few days, Subai collected attribute points while collecting the demon slaying chi to practice the sword skill demon slaying. It's day and night. Subai decimated the last Earth Emperor. His attribute points, in the end, reached over 3 million. System, physical fitness added to 5 million. Ding! Adding points completed, current physique 5 million. Ding! The body mass has reached 5 million, a qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of 1,000 mountains. Body of 1,000 hills, 80% damage reduction for S-class weapon attacks including spirit weapons, attached intent, and attached rule power, and immunity to all damage from weapons below a class including spirit weapons, in addition to the power of 1,000 hills and the power to break the dome of the heavens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an extra bonus blast and successfully obtaining one draw for the physique attribute. Please draw for the host, and the drawn physique attribute will be given out free of charge. Sweepstakes. Physical attributes in the raffle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the physique attribute impervious to all poisons. Physical attribute immune to all poisons in the world. Ding! Attributes along with rewards are being distributed, please check and receive by the host. Swish! The white light flooded Subai and kept transforming the physique. Half an hour passed, along with the last flash of white light entering his body, Subai's body surface violently exuded a strong body astral wind. As a result of this, the surrounding void became distorted and compressed. If someone is present, they can find that Subai's already fair skin is a few points whiter, and from a distance, it seems to be a piece of diamond. Nearby, the pores on the exhale and inhale swept the road wind, imposing. In addition, with the blood surging, Subai body surface, vaguely visible some purple strange lines, non-stop appearing and disappearing, week after week. Boom click. Subai blasted out with his fist, and wherever the wind of his fist went, the power of 1,000 mountains rushed out, and the void in front of him for several miles of the land boundary was directly blown up by his fist. Barely. Bear it. The power of the attribute domain surged from the fist. Subai eyed the sky and handed out a punch. Boo! The field shook tremendously. Kingdom Light, who had closed his eyes to meditate, abruptly opened his eyes. He had just opened his domain when Subai's figure stepped out of the void and walked into his domain. Brat, it's only been a few days since you stopped, you're looking for a beating again, aren't you? Wang Guoguang joked. Subai didn't say anything and blasted out with a furious punch, directly causing Kingdom Light's domain to quake several times. Good boy, his physique has gotten stronger again, interesting, come and fight. Wang Guoguang shouted loudly, and the three rule powers came out in unison, entangling with Subai. During this period, the more Wang Guoguang fought, the more alarmed he became, because Subai's physical toughness was far beyond his imagination. He was directly dumbfounded when he saw Subai shatter the ice block that was frozen with the power of rules attached in front of him with a single punch. Although everything in this world has its limit, so does the power of rules. But he didn't expect that the limit of the rule ice seal was actually measured out by Subai in this way. This time, the two fought for 2 hours. No more fighting, with this physical strength of yours, unless I use the power of the 4 rules together, I can't help you at all. Wang Guoguang voiced out to end the fight. As of now, Subai hadn't even utilized his supreme sword move. He had already limited his 3 rule powers just by relying on his physique. If the fight continued and Subai used his sword moves, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hold back with only the power of the 3 rules. After all, these days, he could feel that after the baptism of the demon race in these days, the power of Subai's sword skill, which had risen in a straight line, was no longer comparable to what it was at the beginning. Thanks a lot. Subai looked serious and clasped his fists. These days, in addition to helping him test his strength, Wang Guoguang also volunteered to take on the responsibility of accompanying him. His combat experience, too, had greatly improved with his feeding of moves. There's no need to thank me, everything I did was just for the human race. 91. Selection of the Commander of the Army. Wang Guoguang let out a laugh. Subai didn't say anything and turned to leave. In situ. Wang Guoguang looked at his departing figure with a touch of relief on his face. Xia Changkong, Xin Tianzhu, for the sake of the human race, you are right. Such a celestial pride might really have that day to lead my human race to an unprecedented height. Also, the 8th grade test was too sloppy, this guy, I guess it's not just dual talent. Elementary school, the Army Chief's selection starts in 3 more hours, so you can go over there. 3 days later. Subai's merit ring resounded with a watery voice. Next moment. His figure, then, disappeared into the South 9th District. Hey, Stinky Shui, when do you think Subai will arrive? It's been a long time since I've seen him, the man kinda misses it. Battlefield of Heaven. The Hall of Performing Arts. Yi Rouge patted Shui's head. Dead love brain, I told you not to pat my head so I wouldn't grow taller. Shui glared back at her and smoothly pulled out a cookie and threw it into her mouth. Stinky Shui, you're stealing my snacks again, humph. Yi Rouge hurriedly sealed the snack bag when she saw this. Che, I took it openly and honestly, okay, Shui, walk upright and do the right thing. How could I do such a thing as stealing chicken and dog? Che, I'll believe the hell out of you, you're a bad stinker. Yes? Shui transformed into a small reclining chair covered in flowers and leisurely sat on it. Shui, I actually think that snacks should be shared with good friends, don't you think so? Yi Rouge hurriedly took out several bags of snacks and handed them to Shui. It seems to be blah. So what, when I was in kindergarten, my teacher told us that if we have something good, we should share it with our good friends, so, Shui, I'll have one of these chairs for you. Shui glanced at her and didn't say anything. No, the cucumber refreshing flavored chips are reserved for Sue White, I haven't eaten them myself in quite some time. True, love brain. Nizu sighed and with a flick of her wrist, another stool surfaced. Yay, stinky. Ahem, Shui, you're so nice. Yi Rouge sat up. The two of them ate their snacks while surveying the empty martial arts arena. On the battlefield of heaven, everyone had their own mission, and now that there was still quite a bit of time before the army chief's selection, she and Yi Rouge were the only ones in the field. Swish! A longsword whisper rang out, followed by the southern demon's imperial sword flying over. As Shui raised her hand, another chair surfaced. The southern demon walked over and sat down, her eyes dead set on a name displayed on the projector. Jinchang West. Sister Demon, I found out clearly that there are a total of 32 participants in this army commander selection, and the competition will be conducted in a turn-based mode, and the one who ultimately comes out on top will be the new 9th Army Commander. The southern demon nodded. Sister Demon, this person from Jin Shengshi has already transformed 50% of his domain power, you've only transformed less than 20% now, so be careful. The southern demon's face was expressionless at his words, still staring intently at that name. This Tang Yu is doing, condense 2 rules of power, why also participate in the army chief selection, really shameless, earlier directly say to be not on the line, with his strength, who dares to say half a word? This guy, he must be coming for Subai. Yi Rouge bit her cheeks hard and said. Subai has to be careful, this guy's domain, including the 2 rules, is quite something. Xing Yili walked over. Seeing her, a wave of hostility sprang up in Yi Rouge's eyes. I don't know why. She always felt that this person had thoughts about Subai just like her. Senior sister Qing Yi. Shui greeted. Aha! Xing Yili nodded. Those of us who are really destined to come out of Imperial University. What you're trying to say is that you and Subai have a destiny, right? Yi Rouge said. Subai and I, we do have a destiny. Xing Yili graciously admitted it. The school will start soon, I might even have to go back with him. Rouge Senpai, do you want to join us? Che, who wants to be with you? Yi Rouge twisted her head and skimmed her lips, seemingly venting her anger, her snack pockets pinching and crunching. This time, one after another, people walked in. But in an hour or so, the martial arts hall was filled with demon slayers. So many people, are they waiting here for me, the big handsome guy? Ouyang Ichio came with his sword. To his surprise, the people in the arena just looked at it without the previous sensation. This makes him very unhappy, but in order to maintain the Tianmen pass first. Second handsome style, he did not show it. After the arrival of Ouyang Yuxiang, quite a few people who participated in the selection of the military commander came here one after another. Spectre Tang Yui is here. I don't know who called out. Next moment. From the entrance of the Hall of Performing Arts, the crowd walked to the sides, separating a path wide enough for more than 3 people. Not long after, Tang Yu, who was shrouded in black robes, slowly stepped out of the void and arrived at the martial arts stage. During this process, everyone didn't say a word, and some of the timid ones didn't even dare to look directly at Tang Yu's figure. What's the big deal, isn't it just condensing 2 rules, with such a big rack? Yi Rouge said. Her voice was not loud, but it was heard by quite a few people in the needle-sniffing martial arts hall. For a while, many people sucked in a breath of cool air, and pity filled their gazes towards her. However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Yu just glanced at Yi Rouge and didn't say anything. What are you looking at me for? I'm not going to look at you, you're too ugly, I still want to look at Subai. Boom click. Tang Yu's aura was steeply released, and his berserk strength shook the martial arts stage fiercely. Everyone thought he was going to get angry, but after a moment, he collected his breath and walked away alone. That's right, stay away from me. Yi Rouge chewed her snack hard, her eyes full of triumph. Aside. Several people in Shui glanced at her, and there was some complexity in their eyes. To be able to tease a military commander-level demon slayer who comprehended two rules like this, Yi Rouge's identity, naturally, would not be simple. This is obvious to anyone with eyes to see. At the same time, voices in the field continued to be transmitted, and they all listed Yi Rouge as someone not to be messed with. Swish! As Jin Xingxi arrived, the southern demon's gaze turned cold as he walked onto the martial arts stage. Su Bai is here. A shout came. Next moment. The people on either side of them took a few steps back again. At the same time, a series of screams rang out. Su Bai, big handsome guy. Su Bai, thank you for giving us the sword. Su Bai, thank you for helping us kill the demon. Su Bai, god of war. Seeing such a sound, a sinister look surfaced on Ouyang Prowler's handsome face. It was Tang Yu on the martial arts stage who subconsciously turned her head to look at the doorway. He was curious to know why the clan would use him, a rule powerhouse, to decimate a progenitor realm. Chapter 92, The Rule of Light. Su Bai walked out from the void, passed through the crowd, and arrived at the martial arts stage. At the same time, a series of more than 20 silhouettes emerged. It was clearly He Yawu, the commander-in-chief of the heavenly battlefield, as well as a group of army commanders. The rest of them were demon slayers who possessed the strength of a military commander but did not hold a position. This time, the selection of the army commander will take the form of a 2x2 duel, a turn-based model, and the one who ultimately wins the first place will be the new commander of the 9th Army. With his hands behind his back, He Yawu briefly and concisely explained the rules for the selection of the military commander, and then gave the right to speak to Wang Guoguang. During the competition, life and death are regardless, you can choose to admit defeat before the competition begins, and once the competition begins, there is no reason to admit defeat. Competition opponents are determined by drawing lots, those who draw the same number are the opponents. Please ask the 32 participants to put on the martial arts stage and draw lots. Wang Guoguang's words fell. In the center of the martial arts stage, a table appeared out of nowhere with a black box on it. To ensure fairness, the order of drawing lots is in the order of entering the martial arts arena. Those who enter at the same time, draw at the same time. The drawing of lots begins. With a command, the first participant to enter this place, Nan Demon, walked over and drew out a black orb from the box. It has a number written on it. 8. The drawing of lots was quickly completed under the supervision of the commander-in-chief, plus the 10 army commanders. Su White arrived last and drew last. The number he drew was 9, and his opponent was an eyeless Cheongyu realm powerhouse. Swish! With a wave of Wang Guoguang's hand, the martial arts stage was instantly divided into 16 regions. In each area, a number is displayed. As a rule, those with the same number go to the appropriate numbered area to face off. When Su Bai arrived at area number 9, the Cheongyu realm powerhouses holding the same number as him had already arrived here. Kill Demon Man Luo Shangdong, cultivation level peak Cheongyu realm. Su Bai, early Cheongyu realm. The two exchanged a cry, and with a command from Kingdom Light, in the blink of an eye the realm held open and headed for the void to fight intensely. In just a minute, Luo Shangdong fell from the void and ruthlessly smashed onto the martial arts stage. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately leapt off the martial arts stage to admit defeat. Weiwa, Su Bai is awesome, he's the first one to win the battle. Yi Rouge slapped her small hands violently at the sight. Wasn't the first one Tang Yu, but his opponent admitted defeat without hesitation. Qing Yili said. That guy doesn't count as a person. Air. At this point, Wang Guoguang announced Su Bai's victory, and the crowd let out a loud chant. Su Bai didn't say anything and closed his eyes to meditate, recovering the consumed spiritual energy. This was not a kill, and there was no spiritual energy to replenish him. Half an hour later, the list of the top 16 had been decided. A new round of draws was opened under the organization of Wang Guoguang. This time, the order starts with the order of victory in the contest. Su White was the second. The number he drew was number 5. Su Bai, I hope I draw a number 5 as well, in that case, it will be. Ouyang Prowler sneered as he walked towards the table. It seemed like heaven had favored him, and he really drew a number 5. Su Bai is in danger. Off stage. Li Qingyi spoke out with a sullen face. It's said that Ouyang Prowler has not only become skilled in the use of domains during this period of time, but has even touched the barriers of the rules, allowing him to use a hint of the power of the rules. The power of rules in a domain is like a domain in a realm of intent. Even if it's just a trace, it's enough to form a crushing force. Not necessarily. Xu Wei had a different opinion. The dissension caused by Su Bai in the past few days is bound to be preparations for this army chief selection. Although Ouyang Prowler is strong, don't forget that Su Bai beheaded a Qiongyu realm powerhouse who had comprehended a rule on the college entrance examination grounds. Even if we don't defeat Ouyang Prowler, it shouldn't be too difficult to defend ourselves. Che, why don't you guys trust Su Bai? I bet Su Bai cuts him to death with one sword, just like he cut that old man in the exam room. Yi Ruge huffed. Su Bai doesn't fear illusions. The other party's rules are naturally useless to him, so it can be said that that fight was a coincidence. This person, Ouyang Prowler, has killed many demons and has a lot of combat experience, and now he has also mastered a trace of the power of rules, so Su Bai won't necessarily be able to take any advantage under him. Yang Tian walked over. They had discovered Su Bai's immunity to illusions since the time he killed the demons at Tianmen Pass. If you don't believe me, forget it. Yi Ruge glared back at him. Take a look, all of you come to my domain and I will show you the battle. Li Qingyi held up his domain to envelop the crowd. A Qiongyu realm powerhouse can watch a powerhouse of the same level fight in a vacuum. It is also possible to cloak one's domain and launch an attack on another domain. Only Li Qingyi's domain was separated by Kingdom Light's 5 strong rule powers. You can only watch, you can't interfere. The contest begins. At Wang Guoguang's command, Ouyang Prowler immediately propped up his domain. Compared to the power of the domain that was previously spread all over the longsword, there was an extra trace of metaphysical power in his domain. It was relatively weak, but it made a qualitative change in the field. Su Bai, I've just comprehended a hint of the rules, and you bumped into me, so I can only say that you will surely die here. Take your life. Ouyang Prowler's longsword shook and instantly killed with a sky full of long swords. On top of each longsword, there was a trace of rule power attached to it. The might created by such a number of longswords gathered together was not something that could be compared to the old days. Only. This field was too weak for Su Bai. 10 more such domains would not be able to compare to Kingdom Light's domain that was enriched with the power of 3 rules. Su Bai carried his longsword and silently swung out a sword strike that was enriched with 20% of the power of the chaotic sword intent domain. Long Rainbow Demon Chopper. Barely. The 7-colored sword-ons chopped away, and the long swords encountered along the way were shattered as if they were pieces of paper. It was only until the field was sliced in half that this sword aura slowly dissipated. Seeing that the situation was not right, Ouyang Prowler, who had narrowly avoided it, just wanted to escape, when Su Bai surfaced from beside him and cut off his head with a sword. Ding! The host has gained the talent Sword Spirit. The current level is E rank 0100, and can be added to. Ding! The host reaches the note of breaking through the cultivation of the Sanghui realm, and can comprehend the rules. Note, a common martial artist can break through the Sanghui realm after comprehending 9 rules, and the host can comprehend more than 1. Ding! Will the host please name the rule he wishes to comprehend? Bright. Ding! Rule light comprehension successful. As the system's words fell, Su Bai's body suddenly blazed with light, appearing unusually blinding in the dimly lit martial arts hall, like the rising sun. How is this possible, to strongly decapitate Ouyang Prowler, and also comprehend a rule along the way, and judging by this, it's still an extremely strong attribute rule. Su Bai, when it really can't be deduced by common sense, such talent, it's too terrifying. Terrifying, the rule of light, just enough to restrain Tang Yu's night realm. Su Bai, I'm only afraid that he's running for the position of military commander. It wasn't just the surrounding crowd that let out cries of horror, it was Xu Wei and her group that were all in disbelief. Su Bai, has he grown to this point already? How long has it been this time? Chapter 93, The Decisive Battle. Xing Yili was in a bit of disbelief. The boy who had needed his own help some time ago. How long has it been, and all of them have the strength to kill the same level in seconds? And she could see that Su Bai had not used his full strength. Scary guy. Yang Tian glanced at Xiu Lanrua, who seemed to have sensed something and retreated 2 steps in silence. What are you retreating from? I will eat you. The corner of Yang Tian's mouth twitched. Captain, the rest is fine, you've already given me that sword, so don't even think about taking it back. Autumn Lanrua laughed. Who cares? Yang Tian clasped his hands in front of his chest with an unconcerned look. These two swords are like a rainbow, so cool. Xiao Lanruo looked towards the martial arts stage with a look of admiration, but he didn't notice that Yang Tian, who was at this time, had already left behind him. The hand, moreover, went to the sword he had pinned to his waist. Swish! Unexpectedly, just as he grabbed onto it, the sword dissolved into a ball of spiritual energy. Captain, I already knew that you would regret this, a long sword tainted with Subai's seven-colored sword intent. Do you think that I, a tiny royal wind realm that hasn't broken through the prosperity realm yet, would carry it around with me? Garlic. Yang Tian resentfully withdrew his hand. Above the void. The 10 army commanders, including the commander-in-chief, also revealed a look of surprise. They had all comprehended the rules, but they had never seen that any of them were comprehended in battle. This move of Subai's could be said to have refreshed their perceptions. This kid is indeed extraordinary. How much time has passed between the previous Dao intention and then the current rule? A military commander murmured. Indeed, to comprehend the rules is to be a military commander-level powerhouse, and with his light attribute restraining Tang Yu's talents and domains, he does possess the strength to fight against them. Gushi Shui Dao. I don't think he can fight against Tang Yu. Tang Yu's other rule venom, everyone knows about it, such a perverted talent. Even if he doesn't rely on assassination, as long as he injures Subai, Subai will lose. Unless, Subai can defeat Tang Yu without any injuries, but that's simply impossible, and the other thing is that he can resist all poisons in the world, but that's even more unrealistic. Gu Xingdong's face didn't look too good. Fong. He had wanted to step in and bail out Ouyang Prowler, but Subai's speed was too fast for him to make it in time. See, after the completion of this army chief selection, it's also time to send someone to investigate the situation of the demon race. Recently, the demon race has been getting less and less, which is not in line with common sense at all. Wang Guoguang sank. All of them were silent when they heard the words. This time, the surrounding anomalies calmed down. Subai collected the power of the rules and sat down to meditate. In the meantime, Shui's group had arrived at another sparring area. Here, it's Southern Demon taking on Jinchang West. The two had not yet fully transformed their domains and were unable to open their domains for combat, so they could only fight in the prescribed area. As a result, there were very many demon slayers who had gathered here to watch the competition. Fizzle. The Southern Demon slashed out with a sword, and his strong domain power transformed into an azure sword blade, tearing through a small piece of emptiness and arriving in front of Jin Xingxi in a matter of seconds. Jin Xingxi advanced instead of retreating. His long spear came out horizontally, and with the power of the thick domain, he picked through the sword awnings and blinked towards the Southern Demon to kill him. The Southern Demon didn't engage in a battle with it, and between the steps back, several long black arrows sprang up and sped away in the opposite direction. Taking advantage of the gap between the long arrows delaying Jin Xingxi, the Southern Demon quickly pulled away. With less than 20% of her domain power, she was very passive as she took on 50% of Jin Xingxi's domain power. However, with the dual talents, it was possible to maneuver around it without being powerless. The two fought for several rounds in a row, mostly with the Southern Demon avoiding retreat and Jin Xingxi attacking. Facing such an attack, even though the Southern Demon dodged flexibly, his body was still hung with colors. Die! Jin Xingxi roared, and his gun poured down, not giving the Southern Demon a chance to catch his breath. The Southern Demon held his long sword in his hand and did not move, his gaze coldly watching him approach. Resigned? Jin Xingxi let out a cold cry, his speed steeply increasing by a fraction. Just as he stepped 3 meters in front of the Southern Demon, a 7-colored sword aura suddenly appeared above the Southern Demon's longsword, drowning him. With a cloud of blood raining down, where Jin Xingxi had previously stood, only a lance remained, falling to the ground. Hiss. When the people in the arena saw this scene, they all looked at Subai, who was sitting on the martial arts stage and meditating. Within the eastern border war zone, everyone knew that the 7-colored sword on was his symbol. Along with Wang Guoguang announcing the end of the match between the two, Nan Demon expressionlessly picked up Jin Xingxi's lance and space bag and walked off the martial arts stage. This is gone. Is she giving up her qualifications for the military commander's selection? A chant came from the crowd. Sister Demon's purpose for participating in the army commander selection was simply to behead this person. Shui sighed. It was hard for her to imagine that Nan Demon, a person who was arrogant to the bone, would go to Subai for help. However, the 7-colored sword on that decimated Jin Xingxi said it all. After a period of heated discussion, the drawing of lots for the third round of the competition began under the organization of Wang Guoguang. Subai was still second, and the number he drew was number 2. This time, his opponent was a peak Cheongyu realm powerhouse who had comprehended a rule. According to the regulations of the Eastern Border War Zone, this person was also a veritable military commander-level powerhouse. The crowd had expected this to be a vicious fight, but they didn't expect this person to choose to admit defeat as soon as he stepped onto the stage. What's going on? This guy is in the same realm as Subai, and he actually chose to admit defeat, and that's giving up? Can't figure out what he's thinking. Even though Subai is ridiculously strong, it's good to at least go through 2 moves. I do think that this person is doing the right thing, fighting Subai. The probability of him winning is indeed not high. Killing Ouyang Prowler in 2 moves, this kind of strength is not much weaker than a strong person who has comprehended a rule, and now Subai has even comprehended a rule. How is this going to play out? Between the crowd's heated discussions, the 3rd round of the competition quickly ended. There were only 4 people on the stage right now, Subai, Tangyu, and 2 strong people who had each comprehended a rule. After a few people had finished toning down, Wang Guoguang organized the draw for the 4th round, the 4-into-2 showdown. Since Subai's opponent was the first to admit defeat, this time, Subai was the first to draw. The number he drew was 1, and his opponent was a demon slayer who had comprehended the power of 1 rule. To the bewilderment of the crowd, this person likewise chose to admit defeat. That's how Subai got into the top 2. Neither of them had fought, and their condition had been at its peak. When Kingdom Light saw this, he withdrew the rule force laid down on the martial arts stage. This military commander selection will be decided from the duo of Subai and Tangyu. Both of you, does anyone want to admit defeat? The 2 didn't speak. In that case, the contest begins. The words fell. The 2 domains rumbled open, each occupying half of the martial arts stage's heaven and earth. 1. A chaotic sword intent domain that was strewn with longsword shadows and filled with 7-colored light. For 1, it was a pitch black, no light visible, as if it were a night curtain field. Chapter 94 Beheading Tangyu. Boom click. The power of the rule of light surged into the chaotic sword intent domain, and the light blazed forth, dispelling all darkness within the domain. In a few moments, however, the martial arts stage was occupied by 1 black and 1 white color. Subai, Tangyu, and the 2 of them each stood in half and did not make a move, allowing the fields to compete. A few minutes later, Tangyu's figure merged into the realm and disappeared onto the martial arts stage. At the same time, Tangyu's nightshade domain suddenly transformed into dozens of thin black lines that extended into the chaotic sword intent domain. This is a truly sinister move by Tangyu, using the domain as a medium, coupled with his natural characteristics. As long as Subai doesn't find the thin line of the domain he's in, he's bound to be assassinated by him. Gushi Shui sank in. Indeed, this move is too tricky to defend against, unless Subai can chop Tangyu's realm with a single move, but that's impossible for a Cheongyu realm powerhouse who has just comprehended the power of a single rule. A military commander seconded. When Wang Guoguang heard this, his eyelids jumped. This brat was even able to cut through his field that was covered with 3 rules. This move by Tangyu was not a problem for him at all. Okay. However, what Wang Guoguang did not expect was that even though these dozens of domain black lines were fast approaching his body circumference, Subai still did not make a move. What's this brat going to do? Wang Guoguang was puzzled. Not only him, but also Yaowu at this time, was also a bit puzzled at this time. Seemingly realizing something, Yaowu hurriedly looked at Subai, a bright light emerging from his eyes. Next moment, he, who was originally expressionless, was directly stunned into furiously retreating several steps. Commander-in-Chief, what's wrong with you? Wang Guoguang asked. Nothing, I'll take a few steps back and straighten my suit. What's the problem? We are now, aren't we all alters? There was a breathlessness on Wang Guoguang's face. You control me? Yaowu glared at him, then continued to survey Subai. No one noticed that the Subai in Yaowu's eyes had a fiery blood chi all over his body, and the ancient purple lines were like long dragons, accompanied by the blood chi surging endlessly. How could this brat's physique be raised to this level in a short period of time? Moreover, on his body, how could there be that strange pattern that seems to be from the age of the ancients? It's a pity that I'm a splitter now, and I can use limited power to see more clearly. The eyes of Yaowu flashed in his eyes. Swish! This time, many domain black lines approached Subai's surroundings, but Tangyu did not launch an assassination. With a movement of his mind, all the domain black lines instantly split apart, and dozens of domain black lines, in just a few moments, transformed into a giant net, covering Subai. However, the rules of light bursting out from Subai's body caused the several meters of land around his body to be in a zone of absolute light. Even as Tang Yu's nightshade domain invaded, it remained stalwart, its light undiminished. Barely. Subai's chaotic sword intent domain dispersed, and in a moment, the domain of light emerged. The field of light that was enriched with the rules of light shone brightly, and with a snap of his fingers, he propped up the giant black net. However, due to the fact that the power of rules was inferior to Tang Yu's, Subai's field of light only lasted for tens of meters. However, this distance was enough to ensure that Subai would not be assassinated by Tang Yu. Realm of Light, terrifying. I didn't expect Subai to have this hand. It's not going to be easy for Tang Yu to make a move now. It looks like Subai has put in some effort to deal with Tang Yu. But it's only a matter of resisting. If Tang Yu throws his weight around, as long as he injures Subai with his other rule venom, Subai will likewise be defeated. To be able to do this in a short period of time, Subai is already very impressive, but Tang Yu's venom talent is really too insurmountable. Yes. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were hotly debating, but no one was optimistic about Subai. This person, Tang Yu, has too much combat experience. He clearly has the advantage of the rules, but he's still so cautious. It's too difficult for Subai to defeat such a strong person. Shui sighed. This person's mind is extremely vigilant. Even when facing martial artists whose realm is lower than his, he will go all out and never take them lightly. Previously, several major army commanders had also recommended him for the position of 9th Army Commander, but he refused them all. Subai facing him, honestly, not a good chance of winning. Qing Yili's brows furrowed. Tang Yui's venom rule was too unanswerable. Unless Subai could be immune to all poisons in the world, but this was something that was simply impossible to do. Middle of the field. In the face of the light that was as bright as a vast sun around them, Tang Yu's domain's black lines trembled for a while, then slowly retreated. But not a single person noticed that his figure hidden in the darkness, at some point, had already stood not far in front of Subai. He just stood in the midst of the blinding white light, but he did not appear to be abrupt at all. Instead, he melted into it, as if this was his domain. All of this, even Subai, who was in the center of the domain, did not notice. All of a sudden, Tang Yu moved, and like a ghostly shadow, he quickly swept to Subai's side. Barely. The short blade stabbed into Subai's body, and Tang Yu instantly disappeared, but was confined by Subai. He had asked Kingdom Light before and learned that only by applying a rule could he utilize the strongest power of a rule power. If Tang Yu wanted to assassinate him, in order to ensure that he didn't miss, then when he killed him, he would inevitably have to apply the rule venom with all his might. At this time, his other rule assassination could not be maintained at full strength. So, that's what broke him. Only by seizing this point would Subai have a chance to kill him. If not, even if Subai defeated him, he would not be able to kill him. Boom click. Facing Tang Yu, Subai didn't hesitate for a second. Raising his hand, he added 60% of the power of the chaotic sword intent domain, as well as the rest of the 25 domains of the power of the most powerful sword. Long Rainbow Demon Chopper. Barely. Tang Yu didn't even have time to resist before he was chopped into a bloody mist by the 7-colored sword aura. Boom click. Losing its spiritual power to maintain it, Tang Yu's nightshade domain dissolved into fragments in an instant. Ta-da! Subai landed on the martial arts stage and became the final victor. However, at this moment, not a single person in the large martial arts arena made a sound. Because every single person saw Tang Yu's short blade stab Subai. This meant that Subai had been hit by his rule venom. Subai. 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 Yi Rouge, Shui, and Li Qingyi ran towards the martial arts stage. At the same time, dozens of demon slayers who had not long come to this place from the Heaven's Gate Pass also ran towards the martial arts stage. It was the light of the kingdom above the void that swept to Subai's side. It's a pity. If he becomes an army commander, then with his growth rate, he will definitely cause the entire demon clan to tremble in fear. An army captain sighed. There's no way. Things are unpredictable. Rules are rules. This world does not shift by personal will. Perhaps this is Subai's life. Another army chief lamented. That flash of rainbow light, crossing the 10 northern and southern districts, the path of a teenager shouldn't be so short, but unfortunately, Tang Yu struck too fast. Gu Shishue turned her head away, wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes, and murmured out. Who knew that Tang Yu had actually grown to this point? The ultimate black is the ultimate white. Alas, Subai wouldn't be wrong if he died. Just as the crowd was lamenting, a purple pattern suddenly emerged from Subai's body. Chapter 95 Commander of the 9th Army. At the same time, an extremely violent body wind erupted out. Before the surrounding people could react, they were blown back dozens of steps by the strong wind. Boom click. The ancient and bizarre purple lines held open, as if the heaven and earth legal image stood behind Subai. In an instant, a ball of black blood emerged from the top of Subai's head. The terrifying aura of rules emanating from it caused everyone present to change their faces. How is this possible? This is a powerful poison created by the rule venom. How can Subai block it? Above the void. Gu Xingdong was shocked beyond words by the scene before him. The rest of the army commanders were also filled with horror. Earlier, they had known that Subai was not afraid of illusions. But now, Subai actually didn't even fear this kind of poison. Doesn't this mean that he is immune to any illusion, venom in the world? Scary guy, I have a hunch that among the people who will go to that place on behalf of the Eastern Border War region in the future, there will be Subai. A military commander murmured. The road of a teenager is long and winding. Gu Shishue rubbed her reddened eyes, and a smirk passed through her eyes. Is the function of this tattoo to be immune to all poisons in the world? My human race must have been extraordinary in the ancient times. Yao's eyes flashed with essence. The vision settled, the purple lines returned to the body surface, and the black blood, which was blocked by a purple line, quietly hung in front of Subai. Being so close, Subai could clearly feel the horrificness of this massive venom. If he hadn't obtained the physique attribute impervious to all poisons, he would have been seriously injured without dying in the face of this kind of rule poison. Swish! Subai put away this massive venom, and at the same time dispersed the surrounding body astral wind. Subai! Yi Ruj leaped in with a stagger. After seeing Subai's face as usual again, she let out a long sigh of relief and busily tore open a bag of snacks to suppress her shock. Subai, are you alright? Shui walked in with a worried face. Subai shook his head. He looked up above the martial arts stage, and with the point of his fingertips, the rainbow light of the longsword flew in front of Gu Shishue. The story has a beginning, there will be an end. Multiplying the wind of the sword should not be converged on the sharpness, it, not only the sword, but also shoulder multiplying the wind of the conviction of guarding the human race. Gu Shishue waved her hand, and the long sword flew back in front of Subai once again. I have the sword. Subai's words fell, and behind him, the Punisher unsheathed his sword, and the blue sword in 10 emanated, as if swearing his sovereignty, with a long chant. Good sword! Good sword! Good sword! Many demon slayers shouted out at the sight. Even the military commanders had envious looks in their eyes. Such a long sword, although it had not yet been born, had already reached the level of a psychic. In the future, if there is a chance that a spirit is born, it will be a divine weapon. This sword, what is its name? Gu Shishue asked. Subai didn't reply and just glanced at the immortal Punisher sword. Next moment. The immortal execution sword in 10 steeply flourished, hovering in the void for a while, leaving behind 2 large azure-colored characters. Exorcism. The name of the sword is Immortal Execution, a sword that beheads the immortals. What an overbearing name, this sword. I'm afraid it only comes from an extraordinary source. Since ancient times, a precious sword matches a hero, and only a demon like Subai can be recognized by the long sword. To be able to obtain such a long sword, big handsome Subai, truly good fortune. Even if a demon becomes an immortal, he can be executed. The crowd was boiling, their eyes surveying the immortal execution sword with different expressions. The exorcist seemed to have a sense of what was going on and let out a soft chirp, turning into streams of light and flying into the scabbard. The longsword's rainbow light sensed when the exorcist returned to its sheath, only to return to its all-over rainbow appearance. It's easy to see which one is stronger or weaker. Rainbow light, indeed, does not deserve you. Gu Shishue sighed, flexed her fingers, and the rainbow light flew in front of the southern demon. Your sword has no spirit. This sword is psychic, although it also has no spirit, but it is not bad. Are you willing to take it? But what do you want me to do? Southern demon asked. It's just killing demons. Good. The southern demon nodded and took it. At this time, Wang Guoguang walked onto the martial arts stage with a solemn face. Subai, if I remember correctly, the Chang'an order is in your hands, isn't it? Subai took out the Chang'an order. Seeing this, Yao in the void snapped his fingers and a metaphysical aura surged into the Chang'an order. The commander-in-chief has just given you the military commander's authority, and from now on, you will wear the Order of Chang'an, which will allow you to access the 5th level of the Hall of Merit, as well as having the right to enter and exit the battlefield of heaven and the Heaven's Gate Pass at any time. That is to say, the Chang'an order in your hand is the order of the new commander of the 9th Army. When Wang Guoguang said this, his aura spread out and the crowd around him instantly quieted down. I hereby announce that Subai, who came out on top in this selection of military commanders, is the 9th military commander of the Eastern Border War Zone. The crowd of demon slayers clasped their fists and bowed. It was the group of army chiefs above the void, and the army chief level demon slayers were no exception. 9th Army Commander. 9th Army Commander. 9th Army Commander. 3 roars of fury spread across the Eastern Border War Zone, and Subai officially assumed the throne. 10 districts in the north and south of the Heavens battlefield, the demon slayer is in charge of guarding the clouds, and the military commander is in charge of guarding the void. Previously, the void in the southern 9th region was being guarded by Ride the Wind, and you have succeeded to the position of the 9th Army Commander, and are likewise responsible for guarding this place. South 9. Wang Guoguan looked at the void above him, and a flash of remembrance surfaced in his eyes. The void, the clouds, I'll take them all. Subai said calmly. Wang Guoguan predicted it. If Subai had only said that he was guarding the void, that would have surprised him. That's fine, if you're too busy to greet me, I'll be in the neighborhood. Kingdom Light said. I mean, South 8, South 9, the clouds, and the void, I'll take them all. Air. The corner of Wang Guoguan's mouth twitched. She's ing loaded again for this brat. How come the old man didn't think of this kind of pretense before? Can you keep it? Wang Guoguan said offhandedly. But a moment later, he seemed to think of something and slapped himself hard. This brat can mow down 7 districts of demons in one night, and the old man is actually asking this kind of stupid question. How did it get so stupid? Call me if you need anything. Wang Guoguan put down a sentence and left without dragging his feet at all by propping up the field. In situ. Subai's mind moved, and the many domains dispersed. The chaotic sword intent domain was left alone in the sky above the southern 9th region, and the rest, all went to the southern 8th region. This is the place where Ouyang Prosperity is holding down the fort, but now, it's his. For a few days after this, Subai practiced the sword technique demon beheading while killing demons to earn attribute points. But I don't know why, but the number of demon race is getting smaller and smaller. Some days, even less than 50. Ding! Host kills demon race X20, gaining 10,000 attribute points. This night's demons broke through to a new low. Subai put away the immortal Punisher sword, propped up the domain of wind, and strolled through each of the 9 districts in the north and south. Basically, the number of demons in every district is decreasing. This number is not enough for the demon slayers guarding this place to kill. He had no reason to strike. Ding, ding, ding. At this point, Subai's merit ring lightly released its light. At the same time, Hiyao's heavy voice came out from inside. All army commanders gather, location, Heaven's Battlefield Heaven Viewing Hall. 96, Commander's Mission. When Subai arrived at the Temple of Heavenly Observation, all the army chiefs had already gathered here. Those who come, all true. There were 11 positions in the temple, and on each position, a name was engraved. On the first chair was the name of the commander-in-chief, and on the remaining 10 chairs were the names of the military commanders. Subai, here. Wang Guoguan pointed to the chair beside him with the word Subai engraved on it and said. Subai walked over and sat down. Subai. Gushi Shui, who was on the side, snorted. This guy, Wang Guoguan, I don't think he's told you about the military commander's mission and the point system yet, right? Subai has only been on the throne for a short time. How could I have thought at the time that I would be starting my army commander's mission so soon? Wang Guoguan looked helpless. Then let me tell you about it, just as the commander-in-chief is not here now. Gu Shishue smiled gently. A military commander's mission is a mission that can only be completed by a military commander, or a military commander-level powerhouse. The mission does not have a selection condition, and once it is issued, someone must step in to complete it. It's similar to the Heaven's Gate Pass quests, except that there are numerous quests in Heaven's Gate Pass that can be chosen independently. As for the point system, the commander-in-chief determines how many points are to be awarded and issues them to the taskmaster in accordance with the completion conditions of the task. According to the Dragon Kingdom's regulations, the point system will be settled every 3 years, and at that time, the top 3 ranked army commander-level demon slayers in each border war zone will be able to go to the most holy temple to cultivate for 1 year. Right now, there are still 2 or so months before the triennial point settlement, and the top 3, for the time being, are Wang Guoguan, Gu Xingdong, and me. The Temple of the Most Holy? Subai heard about this place for the first time. The most holy temple of the human race is the place where the strongest of the human race converge, and the reason why the demon race doesn't dare to raise their clan is not all because the human race has nuclear weapons, but also because of the existence of the most holy temple. Wang Guoguang said. After you break through the Cheongyu realm, you should be able to feel that an unusual nuclear weapon, when faced with a self-formed domain, will not be able to threaten. Possessing a domain, not only does it form a world of its own, but it also travels extremely fast, and nuclear weapons, indeed, can't threaten this type of powerhouse. Subai was puzzled at that time why the demonic powerhouses above the Cheongyu realm did not invade on a large scale, but now, it was because of the existence of the most holy temple. You've also heard Shishu say that the most holy temple can only be visited by strong people with military commander level strength or above, which means that the weakest strength inside is also military commander level. And the reason why the Supreme Sacred Hall is so powerful is because it has the power of the world origin within it, as well as many Dao intent rules to comprehend. But the main thing is that the flow of time in the Supreme Sacred Hall is different from the outside world. 1 day of cultivation in the most holy temple is roughly worth 10 days of cultivation in the outside world. At the mention of the most holy temple, Kingdom Light had a face of yearning, and it was quite a few army chiefs on the side that showed the same look. 1 day of cultivation was worth 10 days, and the power of many rules and the power of the world's origin were available for enlightenment. It's a fatal temptation for all of them. After all, once, Hiyawu had gone there with his Cheongyu realm cultivation, and when he returned, he was already a Shanghui realm powerhouse, a top-tier bigwig who had mastered the power of the world. But you've only just ascended to the rank of military commander, this is too far away for you, just listen, and in the next 3 years, maybe there will be a place for you. Wang Guoguang patted Subai on the shoulder. Why is it that only the military commander is here? As I recall, there are quite a few powerful people with military commander level strength. Subai asked. Those guys, that's why they don't compete for the position of military commander because they're afraid of being assigned the military commander's mission. The previous apparition, Tang Yui, exemplifies this category. Gu Shishui sank in. Just then, Hiyawu's real body walked out of the void, and he came out very naturally, as if he was walking normally, as if he was melting into this world. Unlike Xiongyu realm martial artists, in order to step out from the void, they still had to tear apart the void in front of them. Is the mastery of the power of the world characterized by the ability to merge with the world? Subai's eyes flashed with thought. Everyone, the human race's Tianji Pavilion has already issued instructions that something big has happened within the demon race, and this related army chief's mission is also related to this matter. With a wave of Hiyawu's hand, 10 pieces of information were distributed to the army commanders. Subai took a look at it, it succinctly recounted the internal situation of the demon race, and the rest, the 10 military commander tasks that were labeled in red font. The human race Tianji Pavilion is formed by many have foreknowledge of a class, speculate a class, calculate a class of gifted martial artists to form a highly confidential department, mainly responsible for probing the situation of the demon race, for my human race to make the corresponding countermeasures. Qin Tianju's talent is in the category of precognition, but his rank is too low to reach the threshold of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, that's why he's here as a demon slayer. Gu Shishui transmitted her voice to explain to Subai. Finished reading? Hiyawu said, the chair, he did not know when to light up a cigarette. Quite a bit of cigarette ash fell on top of his suit, making him look slightly disheveled. Finished reading. Wang Guoguang said. Good, then I won't say more, now that the demon race is stirring things up again, and you've all read the relevant tasks, so next, let's assign the tasks. The old rules, the army commander's mission can be taken solo or in a group, and any of you who are sure of yourselves can take it. Those who want to rush the accumulated points can also take the plunge. The Heavenly Pavilion has said that this time, the army chief's mission is very severe and involves the 10,000 ancient era, so after completing the mission point rewards will all receive a 20% increase. When Hiyawu said this, many of the top-ranked military commanders had some interest in their eyes. I'll take the first mission, Wei Dong Squad. Gu Xingdong said in a deep voice. Good. For the second mission, I, Walking Wind Squad, take it. The 9th mission, Gu Shishui took it. Good. There's one last mission, if no one takes it I'm going to go call the army chief level guys. Hiyawu put away the information, and the surrounding military commanders didn't say anything when they saw this. Subai, you've only just taken office, it's so comfortable not to have to take mandatory assignments. Wang Guoguang enviously transmitted his voice. However, before his words fell, Subai had already stood up. The 10th mission, Subai took it. The smile on Wang Guoguang's face froze, and the surrounding military commanders, too, looked at Subai with surprised faces. No one thought that Subai, who had only just succeeded to the position of military commander, would actually choose to take on a mission. Even Hiyawu, who was in the first place, couldn't help but curse. Subai, too impulsive, Gu Shishue murmured. Subai didn't answer her, only repeating what he had just said. This quest, it's in the Demon Fox Clan's land. The Fox Clan specializes in illusions, but Subai is immune to them, and to be honest, it does suit Subai. After a moment of silence, Gu Xingdong spoke. Think it over, you still have room for regret now, but once you take the mission, you can't back out? Hiyawu said. Subai nodded. Now that the number of demons was getting smaller and smaller, attribute points could not be saved up at all. The only way for him to become stronger was to turn passivity into initiative, give up his township and head to the demon clan to kill the demons. Yes. Chapter 97 The Demon Realm. As things stood, Hiyawu had no choice but to agree. The quest pickup process went quickly. Subai, with vigor, is a talent. The first sergeant gave a thumbs up on his way out. It's not bad, being in a position to deserve the title of military commander. Reminiscing about my first time as a military commander, I haven't had such vigor. Subai, you're much stronger than we were then. Good job coming back from the mission to cut a deal. Suddenly have a kind of Subai to go to the most holy temple idea, but feel not too practical, huh? Subai cheer, this time to go cannot, with your natural talent, 3 years later in the most holy temple, there will be a place for you. All the military commanders gave Subai a greeting as they left. Even Gu Xingdong, who had tried to kill him in the first place, made an unprecedented remark of encouragement. Let's go, we'll be back then, we'll beat you up again. The thought of punching your overly good-looking face into a bun is inexplicably exciting. Wang Guoguang left with a big smile on his face. Let's go, Great Sword Immortal White, my quest site is not far from the Fox Clan, it's possible that the two of us will run into each other. Gu Shishue smiled gently and then tore through the void to go far away. Something? The reason why Subai didn't leave was because Hiyawu voiced out to tell him to stay alone. Where's the bracelet I gave you? Hiyawu asked. Gave it to my sister. That's right. Hiyawu murmured and raised his hand as 3 arcane breaths surged into Subai's merit ring. Chang'an, this ring is made of special materials and involves some karma. I injected a little power into it. It can withstand 3 demon elder attacks, and it can save your life in times of crisis. Thanks a lot. Subai didn't refuse. That's right, didn't I say that those who keep their demon heads ranked number 1 this month will receive a reward, and currently it's still you, the Southern 9th District, who is leading. Say, what do you want? Details of the Don family, including to everyone. Have a temper, I'll take care of this. Hiwoyao exhaled a smoke ring and a hint of appreciation showed in his eyes. Having an axe to grind is a bit like him. Further, it was time to remove some of the tumors within the human race. This is a map of the demon race collected in the Eastern Border War Zone over the course of several decades. Although it is rather rough, it is important for you to memorize. Hiyawu handed over a piece of information, and after Subai wrote it down, he put it into his carry-on space. And, so what, didn't I tell you about Ride's last wish? Hiyawu scratched his head and was just about to say the following when Subai had already torn through the void and left. Brat, it's not easy to fool. In situ. Hiyawu puffed on a couple of cigarettes. With that, he took out his satellite cell phone and dialed a number. Dragon Country Headquarters. Hiyawu, Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Border War Zone, has requested access to the Tang family's information. Just a moment. 10 minutes later. A document came out of thin air. Hiyawu took a look at it, and his complexion went cold for a few moments. Among my human race, there is competition, which is normal, but when the great enemy is at hand, instead of helping to fight against the demons, you and the others engage in internal struggles with the intention of maiming the pride of my human race, in vain for my human race, when killed. Subai arrived at the Hall of Merit. Wang Guoguang had sent him some items that had to be redeemed, and he had to go ahead and redeem them. Sarge! 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 As soon as he appeared, the surrounding demon slayers immediately clasped their fists and saluted, making way. Subai nodded slightly and walked all the way to the 5th floor of the Hall of Merit. As soon as he entered, Shui greeted him with a bag of stuff. Her current position was to be in charge of the redemption matters on the 5th floor of the Hall of Merit. This is what I've outfitted you with according to the standards of the rest of the army commanders. Take a look and let me know if you need anything else. Subai took the stuff. The high-grade astringent water that Wang Guoguang had instructed, as well as the high-grade transformation water and other items were among them. As for the rest, there were some small snacks and some healing medicines. It's okay. Subai stretched out his left hand. There are also feats in here, do you want to take a look and choose one to practice? Shu Wei had wanted to talk about the weapon category, but the weapons here weren't suitable for Subai. No need, but remember to let me know if there's a high-level sword skill. Subai shook his head. Okay, I'll do the job, so don't worry about it, elementary brother. Shu Wei laughed. Also, the commencement ceremony is soon, so remember to make a trip back then. Subai nodded and left. As soon as he left, Yi Rouge leapt out from the corner cabinet. I knew that Subai would take those snacks, hee. Che, it's not for my sake, dead love brain, in order to chase Subai, even good girlfriends are utilized, do you have the good sense? Shu Wei fainted and pinched her little face. Subai must have his eye on the cucumber refreshing flavored potato chips, I knew it, he'll love that flavor. Yi Rouge did not realize the general, did not know what came to mind, a blush climbed on his face. Shu Wei saw this and slightly increased her strength. Ah! Dead water, it hurts. And I said you're a love brain with no feelings, say, what were you thinking? Not telling you. Say no. No. I'll scratch you to death if you don't. Aw. That tickles. Say no. No. South 9. Subai used transformation water and transformed into a fox demon. In the middle of the night, under the cover of the army commander-level powerhouse guarding this place, he managed to follow a dozen or so Earth Emperors back to the Demon Clan's realm. As soon as he entered this place, he cast his wind domain and followed the map to the Demon Fox Clan's territory. His mission this time was to explore the relics of the ancient era unearthed in the Fox Clan's territory and collect information related to them to bring back to the human clan. Swish! There were only rough markings on the map, so Subai had no direction, so he landed on the ground and prepared to find a demon to explore the road. However, the surrounding area was filled with ancient trees in the sky, cold and damp, and there was no aura of the demon race. He went with his instincts and picked a direction. It took about several hours of walking to see a small, meandering river. Subai was just about to go over when several humanoid female demons with fox ears and tails came out of the opposite woods. Seeing this, he moved his mind and held up his domain, stealthily swept over into the void. It was only when they got closer that they heard these fox demons talking. Xiaomei, Lord Demon Zun is going to start another handsome man contest, and it's said that the person who wins the top prize will be able to spend the night with her, and will also be qualified to explore the relics. The fox demon dressed in white robes said. Don't say it white, my favorite white male has passed, he just left me behind, I'm so sad now. The purple-robed fox demon cried. Don't cry little Violet, our sisters are not bad, when we break through the human race in another day, would it not be good for us to pick a few handsome-looking men for you to be your slaves? Red is right, there are so many human races, there must be a lot of good-looking men. Quickly beat the water, later on, when Father Sama knows, he will scold us again, I don't know what kind of madness he has, every day, he wants to bathe in the river water in the morning hours, I reckon, Father Sama probably wants to go to the draft too. Alas, it is only a matter of time. As the crowd of fox demons hit the water, Subai silently tore through the void and walked out. He had just taken a few steps when a sharp-eyed fox demon spotted him. Wow, so handsome. All Hikikomori Tianxian righteous father and mother to give a favorable comment okay, Small Puff Street almost cried. Woo! Chapter 98 Tianqiu City. Really handsome. Is he, too, going to the Junkman pageant? His appearance, he really looks like the relegated immortal man said in the book too handsome. Several of the banshees turned back with the shriek. When they saw Subai's face, they all had red eyebrows and unconsciously revealed their pink demonic aura. Can I ask you how the road to the junkyard draft is going? By using a high-level transformation water, you can transform your appearance and aura into that of a demon, and do not need spiritual energy to maintain it. The only downside, however, is that it leaves certain parts of the body intact. What Subai happens to keep is the face. Ah, he's talking to us, so excited, why does he sound so good? Yada yada yada, what should I do, my fox's tail is going up. So eager to jump into his arms. A few fox demons leapt for a moment. A few minutes passed. It was only then that they pushed the fox demon, who was dressed in red robes, over. Gongzi, I'm called Xiao Hong, my big name is Humei Hong, are you going to participate in the handsome male talent show? Subai nodded. Sensing his cool temperament, Hume Hong could not restrain the leakage of pink mist all over her body. The delicate little face also became flushed and breathed much heavier. "Well, I'll take you," Hume Hong softly said. Seemingly worried that Subai was wary, she pondered for a moment and covered her eyebrows and laughed lightly a few times. "The mountains are complicated here, the road is not easy to find, Gongzi, just let me take you there." "Good." Subai nodded. "Yeah." The group of female fox demons in the back leapt up happily at the sight. However, when they noticed Subai looking at them, one of them pretended to be shy again and beat the water there. "Sisters, I'll take this male to Skyfox City, you remember to give father a word." Hume Hong turned back and smiled, and when she turned her head again, she resumed that soft and shy look. "Your Excellency, this way please." Hume Hong peeled back the bushes, and a claustrophobic pathway was revealed. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice. This is an illusion set up by the Heavenly Fox City's City Lord, and since you are new to this place, you will not be able to recognize it. Hume Hong smiled softly and led Subai to step onto the path. Subai surveyed the road as he walked, and there were indeed many traces of illusions on the road. Pure Sword Mind is only immune to illusions and cannot actively detect them. So at first he didn't notice. Under the deep trail, Hume Hong walked in front to lead the way, and Subai followed unhurriedly. As the journey went deeper, Hume Hong seemed to slow down her steps on purpose, and got closer and closer to Subai. At the same time, a shallow fragrant breeze drifted over, haunting Subai's heart. Several minutes passed, and Hume Hong was only one body position away from Subai. At this time, the fragrant breeze, thick to the extreme, rippling pink mist quietly drifted in, quickly enveloping her and Subai. "My lord, little red, is it beautiful?" Hume Hong rubbed her braids shyly. A moment later, she turned around, a pair of fox ears gently flicking, her eyebrows like silk, looking straight at Subai. Subai saw the expressionless face and put his hand into her mouth. "So, Your Excellency, you like this bite?" Hume Hong laughed daintily. Her soft fox ears suddenly stood up as the crunching sound spread. A small face was stagnant, allowing the surrounding mist, the scent to dissipate without reacting. For a long time. It took her a moment to come back to her senses, but the delicate taste that erupted in her mouth made her bounce in place a few times in delight. "Gongzi, what did you give Xiao Hong to eat? It's really delicious, Xiao Hong wants more." "Lead the way," Subai said calmly. In his negative hand, there was a bag of cucumber refreshing flavored chips hanging from his back. "Aha!" Hume Hong nodded her head obediently. I don't know if it was because of the bag of chips, or what, but she put away her seductive little mind and led the way at ease. All the way. She turned back every now and then to ask for chips, but Subai didn't even bother with her. It wasn't until she stepped into a quiet hill that she turned back with a sultry look on her face. "Gongzi, Tianqiu City is here, can you give Little Red that delicious food?" "Tianqiu City?" Subai looked over. This hill is no different from the usual hills. And it was so peaceful here, so peaceful that it was a bit eerie compared to the previous demon camp. Is it hard to believe that it's another illusion? Go into town. Subai pulled out a chip and handed it over. Hume Hong was busy catching it and finished eating it with a face of enjoyment before moving to take Subai into the city. Boom click. At the foot of the mountain, Hume Hong didn't know what to chant, and a stone door emerged. At the same time, dozens of strong auras surveyed over. The weakest of them were also strong Earth Emperors. This is an illusion formation laid down by a powerful Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Mound City. I wonder what kind of light is at Gongzi's place that he can still produce such delicious food. Hume Hong stared straight at the bag of chips. If she wasn't unclear about Subai's cultivation, she couldn't help but want to make a move to grab it this minute. The location of the Juniper election, is it here? Subai handed over a chip. Aha! Every evening, a talent show for handsome men is held here. Hume Hong nodded her head busily as she munched on her potato chips. Subai walked into the stone door and was greeted by a burst of rich spiritual chi. Walking further down the narrow mountain road in front of us, we see another world. Peach blossoms on the mountains, wooden houses in a row, as well as the endless fox demon. Red, who is this? A demon spotted Subai and ran over at once. Hume Hong just wanted to open her mouth, but the words reached her mouth and swallowed. She had been so preoccupied with thinking about potato chips all the way there that she hadn't realized Subai's name. My name is Fox White, and I'm here to participate in the handsome boy pageant. Subai said. Yes, his name is Fox White. It's my good friend, just came from the next door today, of Tianxian City, ready to participate in the draft. Hu Meihong hurriedly picked up the conversation. No wonder, it's really handsome. It's a pity that he was born in that hole of a place, Tianxian City. It's quite good to come to my heavenly mountain now, or else, he'll cultivate here from now on. A female fox demon scratched her head and came over, but was blocked by Hu Meihong. Sanyan, what are you doing? The other by Gongzi is going to participate in the handsome man contest. And he's. What is he? The female fox demon laughed delicately. He was the first demon I looked at. Hu Meihong inserted her small hand and held Subai's arm without a second thought. Don't you guys hit him. Okay, but if Mr. Bai doesn't like Xiao Hong anymore, he can come to the forest to catch up under the peach tree. The female fox demon threw a wink and twisted her body to leave. It's okay, he. Hu Meihong patted her chest and hastily pulled her hand out. It's not my intention to offend you, it's really because you're too handsome and easily missed by other foxes. Subai didn't say anything and threw her a chip. The latter was instantly happy. There's still some time left before the handsome male draft, so I'll take your son to sign up first. Chapter 99, Fox White. It took one person and one demon a few hours to arrive at the center of Tianqiu City. It wasn't that the distance was far, but on the way, the path was blocked by a number of female fox demons. At the center of Tianqiu City, instead of staggered huts, was a bustling field of ancient buildings. From a distance, it looked similar to the ancient cities of Blue Star. The only difference, roughly, is the peach blossoms that are everywhere here. You guys here, do you love peach blossoms a lot? Subai asked. I'm not sure, legend has it that it was the city lord of Tianqiu City in the ancient times who was solely in love with peach blossoms and told down from generation to generation that in her honor, Tianqiu City was laden with peach blossoms. Speaking of which, Hu Meihong carefully came to Subai's ear. Wild history says that it was because the city lord fell in love with a human man who, at the time, was using a piece of peach blossom to deceive her heart. Only, that human man in the back betrayed her, and after she killed that man with her own hands, she established Sky Hill City. And Tenchu, according to the book, is the name of that human man. Again, it's the time of the ages. At that time, can the human and demon races still love each other? Subai pondered for a moment and looked back at Hu Meihong, who immediately made a big red face when she saw this. Gongzi, what are you doing looking at people like that? Nothing, lead the way. Oh. Hu Meihong lowered her head, her small hand rubbing the whip, not knowing what she was thinking, her mouth smiling. She surveyed Subai with her remaining light, and saw that the excessively handsome face was gradually surrounded by a light pink mist. Subai handed over a chip with a blank face. This refreshing flavor immediately calmed Hu Meihong's inner agitation. Thank you, Your Excellency. Also Little Red would like to ask, does Gongzi have a Dao couple? Seeing that Subai didn't say anything, a hint of joy surfaced under Hu Meihong's eyes. Sun Yang said that men with Dao couples usually say they don't have a Dao couple so that they can get their hands on the flowers. And the men who don't have a dowager usually don't speak up, either because they are afraid of being looked down upon by others, or because they have moved on to the woman who asked the question. Mr. Fox White, you wouldn't have a crush on me, would you? Hu Meihong bit and nibbled her lips, and layers of pink mist filled her body again. Seeing this, Subai shoved the bag of chips in his hand into her hand. I'm sorry, Fox White Prince, I'm only in the sea viewing realm, I can't control my demonic nature somewhat. But don't worry, when I break through the royal wind realm, prosperity realm, I'll be able to control it well. Hu Meihong bit into a piece of potato chip and was going to follow it up with a second piece. But after glancing at Subai, he silently sealed the pouch and put it away. No words on the way. Under the shelter of Hu Meihong, Subai successfully enrolled. The fox demon in question arranged for him to wear a mask to the casting grounds. It was a peach tree textured platform, much like the one in the Hall of Performing Arts, but quite a bit taller. At the forefront of the stage sat 10 fox demons dressed in green robes. According to the fox demon who led the way, this is the demon honored to send down the valet, mainly responsible for selecting qualified handsome men to bring back. Surrounding them were the fox demons of Heavenly Mound City who surrounded the stage and watched the bustle. Boom click. Accompanied by dozens of fireworks soaring into the air, Tianqiu City was brilliantly illuminated for a moment. At the same time, an aged fox demon appeared on the casting stage, announcing the start of this casting. Handsome man selection, naturally, is to be handsome. I announce that the first round of the handsome man selection competition, seeing face as Jade, begins. Please welcome the first contestant, Hudangue. As the old fox demon's words fell, two fox demons led a masked man onto the stage. Next, let's take a look at the stunningly beautiful face of this contestant, Hudangue said. The old fox demon picked a peach branch in her hand, and the face of a middle-aged man was revealed. Why is this guy Huan Gao, and even took the name of Hudangue? I thought at first it was someone's handsome son. A handful of years old with a couple of kids and still coming to the draft, that's disgusting, vomit. Get your ass down here, would Lord Demon Lord look at an ugly old man like you? Eyes hurt too much. The surrounding demons sighed for a while, and some even spat a few mouthfuls of spit directly onto it. Seeing this, Hu Hong as well as her group of sisters directly covered their faces with their hands. Just because. The man on the stage, Huan Gao, is their father. The 10 green-robed fox demons also huffed at the situation and shook their heads. Sorry, range. Dangue Gongzi, you were not recognized by all 5 or more of the green-robed messengers. Unfortunately, you fell out of the election. The old fox demon waved his hand, and the 2 fox demons dragged Huan Gao down. Don't pull me, I'm so handsome, how could I not fall into the green-robed messenger's eyes? Take a good look at how you've buried me with such a look. Huan Gao stomped his legs and tried to rush onto the stage, but he was dragged down by 2 fox demons without mercy. Off stage. Seeing this, Hu Hong's group of sisters couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. This episode passed quickly. As more and more fox men took the stage, all kinds of handsome looks set the atmosphere of the handsome male talent show ablaze. But no matter how much the surrounding fox demons cheered, Hu Hong and her group of sisters were somewhat lackluster in their interest. On the one hand, it was because of their father, Hudangue. On the other hand, it was because they, all of them, had seen Su Bai's face. Xiaohong, why are you so uncontested? You're the best looking of our sisters and have the highest vision. How come you didn't take down the fox white prince? The white-robed fox demon grabbed Hu Hong's small fox ears with a face of hatred. That's right, Mr. Fox White is so good looking. If he wasn't as good looking as you, I wouldn't even give you the chance. Who told you to be so useless? On the other side, the fox demon wearing a plum blossom robe smoothly grabbed Hu Hong's other ear. Little Red, you have to do your best. My white duke doesn't have me in his heart anymore. Your fox white duke, you can't lose him. The purple-robed fox demon choked. Alas, I also want to but other people fox white male sun heart only demon Zun Lord, pressure simply did not me. Hu Hong rubbed her braid and couldn't help but sigh. However, when she thought of Su Bai's appearance, she still had trouble suppressing her heart. On his body, a gust of pink mist also filled the air uncontrollably. Red moved. Look at the fox flavor leaping out at once. Tails up too. Tisk, TSK, it seems that Lord Fox White has charmed our little Red to death. No way. Hu Hong hurriedly ate a chip, which suppressed her body's reaction. Next, let's invite the last participant in the handsome male talent show, Mr. Fox White. As the old fox demon's words fell, Su Bai was brought up by 2 fox demons. Next, let's take a look at the stunning appearance of this fox white male. Chapter 100, Goodbye. Fox White. Fox White. Fox White. Before Su Bai's mask was uncovered, Hu Hong and a group of sisters under the stage couldn't help but chant. Ta! The old fox demon's peach branch was picked, and Su Bai's face was suddenly revealed. The clamor fell silent as this face appeared. The 10 green-robed fox demons in the front row even stood up at the same time. So handsome. Too handsome, only such a fluttering gentleman is worthy of Demon Lord. Quickly, report to the Demon Sovereign. Speed. It's better to wait a bit. What the Demon Zun is looking for is not just face, the rest of the aspects also still have to get by. This fox white I can't see his cultivation, wait and see. The green-robed fox demon in the center murmured. As soon as she spoke, a loud cheer erupted around her. Quite a few fox demons even couldn't help but have gusts of pink mist rising from their bodies. If not with the fox demon to maintain order, I'm afraid they have rushed onto the stage. Swish. At this time, the old fox demon's body aura spread out, and the heavily emperor level of pressure covered it, and the fox demon in the field quickly regained its senses. Prince Fox White's appearance is truly breathtaking. Congratulations on entering the next round. The old fox demon sighed, and with a wave of his hand, the mask suddenly returned to Su Bai's face. The 2 fox demons understood and did not dare to delay, bringing him down. Half an hour later. It was only then that Su Bai, and the group of Fox Clan men who had been selected earlier, were brought to the stage. Only, except for Subai, the rest of the fox men didn't have face masks anymore. This round is more than the physical body. In order to get close to Lord Demon Zune, just a face won't do, you also need to be strong enough to have a physical body. This is a rock that weighs 100,000 pounds, and those who can't lift it lose their eligibility to enter the next round. In order, start. As soon as the old fox demon finished speaking, a man of the Fox clan with a powerful body lifted the stone on the stage. Pass, next. The old fox demon said. What should we do? Lord Fox White is so soft and weak, I'm afraid he won't be able to carry such a heavy stone. Hu Mei Hong was worried. It's only good if you can't carry it, then don't you have a chance, Red? The white-robed fox demon said. But I prefer not to see Lord Fox White sad. Hu Mei Hong softly. Red, you're not really in love, are you? I don't know. Alas, it's only been a short time, and you've been mesmerized by Lord Fox White like this? I don't know if I really like him or not, but the thought of him leaving makes me a little inexplicably lost. Ugh. The white-robed fox demon didn't say anything, just let out a long sigh. Lord Fox White, it's your turn. The old fox demon called out. At the same time, he removed Subai's mask. When they saw this face, the crowd of fox demon men on the stage were somewhat ashamed of themselves. Just this small body still wants to carry 100,000 pounds of stone. I think it's hard for him to carry 10,000 pounds. The previous man with the powerful fox demon sneered, showing off his powerful body and passing in an attempt to find a hint of superiority. But in the next moment, Subai used one hand and easily lifted the boulder. How? The pithy foxman had a stunned look on his face. Hiss, he actually lifted it up with one hand. How strong is this physique? I'm only afraid that his cultivation is already in the prodigy realm. Terrifying, to be so skinny and weak and still be able to burst out with this kind of strong physique. It's really not simple. So handsome and physically strong, love it, love it. This son's cultivation is only not low. The moment. The crowd of fox demons who only focused on Subai's appearance were also shocked by the situation in front of them. Great. The old fox demon nodded with a satisfied face. Lord Fox White, congratulations on making it to the next round. Final round. It was a display of cultivation, and only fox demon men who had reached the prosperity realm would be able to successfully follow the demon sovereign's servant to the realm where the demon sovereign was located. Subai did not reveal his true cultivation, only displaying the peak strength of the prodigious realm. That's all. He and the remaining 6 fox demon men became the final victors. All of you and rest at the Peach Source Inn for the night first. Tomorrow morning, we will officially depart. The green-robed fox demon in the center made an arrangement and led the fox demon men to check into the Peach Source Inn. Night. A fiery red fox quietly arrived at the Peach Source Inn and accurately burrowed into the room where Subai was. Swish. The fiery red fox transformed into the appearance of Hu Mei Hong. Lord Fox White. Something? Subai looked at her expressionlessly. I'm leaving and wanted to say goodbye. Bye. Having said that, Hu Mei Hong then transformed into a fox and leaped out of the window. Through her open window, Subai saw hundreds of fireworks taking off into the air. The flames of light were splendid, lighting up the countless peach blossoms of Tianqiu City. As well. The word goodbye hanging high in the air. Demons, too, can be merciful? Subai's face was expressionless as he leaped out of the inn with his sword. On the bed in the room, only a high-level puppet dummy doppelganger remained. His speed was fast, but he still failed to catch up with Hu Mei Hong's figure. The final vanishing point of the breath was the stage in the center of Sky Hill City. Subai carefully surveyed for a while and still didn't find any traces. So fast, take away Hu Mei Hong, is it a Demon Zune-level powerhouse? You are? While Subai was pondering, the old fox demon walked over from the back and was shocked after seeing his face. Fox White, you're even a human. The words just fell. Subai then pulled him into the chaotic sword intent domain and killed him with a sword. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X1, gaining 10,000 attribute points. After absorbing the old fox demon's cultivation, Subai's figure changed and transformed into Tang Hao's appearance to walk out of the domain. Enemy attack. At the same time, the internal powerhouses of Heavenly Mound City had already sensed the disturbance and were rushing towards this place. Subai's field of wind was propped open, along with his talent Dark Knight, and launched a burst of assassination. Under the same level, as long as one did not comprehend the rules, they were simply not a match for him. Most of the foxes are good at illusions, and the rules they comprehend are all illusions, which have no effect at all on Subai. In just a few minutes, the strong demon Sky Emperor here was decimated. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X30, gaining 300,000 attribute points. Human enemy attack. Assemble. This time, all of the fox demons were all heading this way. At the sight of Subai carrying hundreds of cultivation blood pillars on his back, standing in the void as if he were a god descending to the world, shock surfaced on the faces of all the fox demons. This man is horrible, flee. Quickly go and invite the demon exalted sacred spirit to descend. Go! Damn human race, hurry up and retreat. Subai's face was indifferent, lifting his hand between the heavenly lack of lance flew out, the terrifying power plus multiple domains poured down, instantly bombarding tens of thousands of fox demons. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X53, 231, gains attribute points 4, 321, 643. Ding! The host reaches the breakthrough of the Sangui Realm Cultivation Node X2, and can comprehend the rules. Without a demon Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, these demons were no match for him no matter how numerous they were. After all, with SS-ranked blood devouring, one could replenish the consumed spiritual energy without limit. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's a human-sized god of killing. Subai's chaotic sword intent domain held open, enlisting thousands of demon clans and opening up the next bout of slaughter. Boom click. Right at this moment, Tianqiu City trembled violently. Thousands of peach blossoms gathered together and soon formed a humanoid figure. Human race, if you dare to destroy my Tianqiu City, you shall die. Chapter 1012 Rules. A stern cry came out, followed by thousands of peach blossoms spreading out, carrying the terrifying power of rules and attacking towards Subai. Above the slices of peach blossoms, they all contained a trace of metaphysical and terrifying power. This kind of power, so far, Subai had only seen it on Hiyao's body. That's the power of the world. To be able to grasp the power of the world, the demon in front of him was, at the very least, a demon exalt who had touched the barriers of the powerhouses of the Sangui realm. Comprehend the rules of wind, the rules of space. Ding! 2 rules have been successfully comprehended. Swish! The void surged, and the layers of space compressed into a shield hanging in front of Subai. At the same time, the many domains on Subai's body held out and merged into the void, and with the rule of wind added, he retreated tens of miles in the blink of an eye. Human race, die and come. The humanoid figures gathered at the back of the peach blossoms roared angrily. With a hint of world power added to her speed, she quickly caught up. Seeing this, Subai stopped fighting and fled to the entrance of Tianqiu City. Boom click. He blasted his fist on the stone door, berserk power row mountains and seas. The ancient stone door only lasted for a few moments before it turned into a ground of stone debris and burst open. The exit was in front of him. Swish! 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 The roiling peach blossoms caught up with Subai and easily broke through his physique, leaving hundreds of bloody and tiny wounds on his back. However, as soon as Subai left Tianqiu City, these peach blossoms withered and fell to the ground as if they had lost the power to maintain them. Human, you deserve to die. A roar that resounded for dozens of miles around came out from behind Tianqiu City, startling countless demon clans into kneeling in submission. Subai stood in the void 100 miles away from Tianqiu City, fine cold sweat piled up on his white cheeks. This kind of powerhouse was the strongest existence amongst the demon race that he had encountered. Combined with the earlier reaction of the fox demon of Tianqiu City, Subai guessed that this strong man was the city lord who established Tianqiu City in the past. However, he did not expect to be able to reappear in the world through such means more than 10,000 years from now. If he had known of this change, he would certainly not have chosen to slaughter the city. Preserving a demon race that has been passed down from the ancient times, it really can't be speculated by common sense. For a long time. Only then did Subai drop his guard and sit down to meditate. In the meantime, Tianqiu City. The crowd of demons gathered and fell to their knees. In front of them was a humanoid silhouette dressed in a peach blossom robe. Ta-da! The humanoid silhouette pointed its fingertips, and Subai's illusory Tang Hao's face emerged. This man, what is his name? Back to the city lord, this person is the human demon slayer Tang Hao, currently in charge of guarding the southern 10th district of the heavenly battlefield. An Earth Emperor trembled. Go to the Fox Demon Clan's Demon Exalted Hall and summon a Demon Exalted to kill this son for me. If this son is not removed, he will surely be a great scourge to my demon race in the future. The humanoid figure voiced coldly. City Lord doesn't know, currently the human race supreme powers and the demon race supreme powers have signed a Heaven's Tao agreement that demonic Zoon-level powerhouses are not allowed to invade the boundaries of both sides. What? The humanoid silhouette let out a deep cry, and the peach blossoms around his body exploded, instantly shocking the crowd of demons into retreating hundreds of steps. The human race's inheritance, hasn't it been severed, so why is it still able to fight against my demon race? Back to the City Lord, it is rumored that it was the result of this side of the Heavenly Tao intervening. Meh. The humanoid silhouette sneered. How about the intervention of the Heavenly Tao? The day he overthrows the human race will be the time when the Heavenly Tao of this side becomes extinct. Where are the demons? In. The fox demons chanted. With this honor's order, go to the demon camp and summon 1,000 heavenly emperors to the southern 10 zones of the heavenly battlefield to suppress this person Tang Hao. Yes. The long moon is like a song, the stars rise and fall. 3 days passed. It was only then that a few green-robed fox demons led a few Fox Clan men out of Tianqiu City with a wary expression. One of these fox men, a thin one, was individually masked. The leading green-robed fox demon's domain spread out, wrapping several people inside in an instant. However, she didn't realize that a transparent shadow flashed into the group as the field was held open. At the same time, there was suddenly a bit more divinity in the eyes of the person wearing the mask. Fox White Prince, the field is rushing, you're only at the prodigy realm, so you might not be too used to it, so I'll escort you. A green-robed fox demon walked to Subai's side and cast a domain to protect him. When the rest of the fox men saw this, their eyes showed envy. One of the demons even voiced out to seek refuge, but no one took any notice. About a few hours passed. The domain that covered Subai dispersed, and in front of his eyes was a large palace, in which there were many traveling demons, mostly fox demons dressed in green robes. The leading green-robed woman instructed them to wait here and walked into the palace. When she came out again, she braced the field once more. What's wrong, Autumn? The green-robed fox demon beside Subai asked out loud while casting a domain to shelter Subai. Demon Lord is in seclusion, and according to Demon Lord Qinglian, before the Demon Lord's seclusion, he ordered that all the fox men who qualify for the handsome male selection need to go through a test and meet the requirements before they can stay in the Qingqiu Palace. What test? It is sufficient to bring forth an item from among the unearthed relics of the human race of the Age of Ages. This statement was made. Not only did the rest of the green-robed fox demons turn pale, it was the crowd of Fox Clan men whose pupils shrank. However, the leading green-robed fox demon didn't say anything more, and with a big wave of his hand, he manipulated the domain to rush on. Several more hours passed. Only after the two domains were withdrawn did Subai see the outside world. It was a dilapidated city covered in thick fog, and only the gate of the city was vaguely visible. But judging from the roiling mist, the city was huge. Stretching outward from the gate, all of them were stationed with a group of green-robed fox demons. The worst in terms of strength was at the Earth Emperor realm. It was the Heavenly Emperor-level demonic powerhouses, and there were nearly 100 of them. All brought? A green-robed Heavenly Emperor emerged from the void, his eyes coldly sizing up a line of fox demons. Why did you put a mask on him? Reporting to the Green Moon Heavenly Emperor, this person's appearance is too astonishing, so in order to avoid right and wrong, we have come up with this plan. Oh, reveal. Emperor Qin Yu's gaze twitched. As you wish. The leading green-robed fox demon pointed his fingertips, and the mask covering Subai dispersed. His true face was revealed at once. It's good. The Green Moon Heavenly Emperor let out a light laugh. Take them there, they will have demon arrangements there. She waved her hand, and the leading green-robed fox demon led the demons in a salute. It was only when they reached the front gate that a green-robed fox demon stopped them. Lord Demon Honor has ordered that only qualified handsome male fox demons are allowed to enter, you and the others may not enter. The leading green-robed woman stopped and looked back at Subai as well as the group of Fox Clan men. Just enter it and take out an item, don't let greed cloud your mind, the things left behind by the human race are good, but you have to have the life to take them. Subai didn't say anything. The crowd of Fox Clan men, however, were all a little afraid. Well, can we not go? A moment of silence. It took a foxman to ghost out a voice. However, what answered him was a hollow hand from a green-robed fox demon stationed here. Lord Demon Exalt has said that those who are fearful are not good enough to hold a great position and should be killed. Said. He then crushed the heart in his hand, along with the demon core. Chapter 102, With hope, everything is possible. Bang bang! Bright red flesh exploded, blazing blood, directly splashing on the surrounding green-robed fox demons, as well as the faces of a group of Fox Clan men. This brutal scene caused the foxman who wanted to retreat earlier to lose the courage to open his mouth. It was the 10 green-robed fox demons who had led Subai here that were somewhat shocked. Only Sue raised her hand expressionlessly and wiped the blood from her face. "What's your name?" The green-robed fox demon who suddenly struck out noticed that Subai was a bit different from the rest of the fox demons. "Fox White." "Fox White?" The green-robed fox demon stared slightly. "The name is good, and the heart is okay. If you manage to come out, with your looks and abilities, you will definitely be favored by the demon lord." Subai didn't say anything. The green-robed fox demon didn't say anything more and told the guards to open the door and let them in. "Damn guys, this just wanna find a peaceful place can, the result came here and also accept the test, or the human race 10,000 ancient times of the land, this is not purely let us die?" That's right, this human ruins are full of dangers inside itself. What with the ancient remnants of souls and extinction formations galore, wouldn't it be the end of the game for our demon race if we bumped into them? Why don't we wait here for a bit, and when the men who went in earlier come over, how about we directly strike to suppress them and take what they find? That's a good idea. Several fox demon men came together at once. But to their surprise, Subai didn't come over, instead he went deeper alone. "Hey, Fox White, what are you doing?" "Whatever, the guy's not very nice, let him be." "Misfits. You really don't know how to die, you just don't know how to die when the time comes. If he doesn't die, he can bring out something for us, can't he?" Several foxes looked at Subai's departing back, and coldness gradually emerged in their eyes. Without realizing it, the space around them was constantly surging towards them. A Fox Clan man had just opened his mouth when he was crushed into a mass of blood and water by the surrounding void. Several surrounding fox men saw the scene, their hearts and minds were horrified, and just moved to escape when they were confined by the void. Next moment, it similarly turned into several balls of blood and water and exploded. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X5, gains 2,500 attribute points. Outside the city of Tianqiu, two strange-looking demon clansmen were hiding in the void, constantly surveying the situation within the city. Due to Subai's destruction of the stone gate, the unusual hill at this time was gradually covered with patches of peach blossoms. The city that had been flooded by the illusionary formation also gradually emerged due to the destruction of the formation. From the outside world, you can also get a glimpse of what that peach-like city looks like. Shishue, the last place where Subai's Chang'an order signal appeared was around here, and looking at the traces of destruction on this stone door, it should be Subai's doing. One of the demon clansmen sank in. In his hand, he grasped an instrument. "Kunimitsu, I had thought that Subai would have acted with the same caution as us, but it seems that he chose a most irrational course of action." Another demon race's eyes showed concern. If Subai is here, it was certain that he could recognize that these two demonic races were the Kingdom Light and Gushi Shui who had used the high-grade transformation water. I also sensed the aura of a high-level puppet doppelganger. With Subai's strength, if he wants to leave, no one will be able to leave him behind unless a demon exalt makes a move. The most likely thing right now is that Subai has created a turmoil on his own, causing himself to blend in with the demon race, and it's extremely likely that he's now at the boundary of the land where the green-eyed demon sovereign is located. Kingdom Light said. "I suppose so, but after all, this is his first mission and it's always a little unnerving." Gushi Shui sighed. At this point, beside her, Wang Guoguang suddenly crouched to the ground holding his head. "What's wrong, Kunimitsu?" Gushi Shui hurriedly helped him up. Wang Guoguang shook his head, didn't say anything, and took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. "Kunimitsu, what's wrong with you? Usually you never smoke in front of me." Gushi Shui asked with an anxious face. "Nothing." Wang Guoguang lit up a cigarette, took a big hard pull, and exhaled an extremely thick smoke ring. "Shishue, haven't you always wanted to know what the fifth rule I comprehended is?" "Yes, there is that, but what does that have to do with you suddenly smoking in front of me?" Gushi Shui frowned. "It's just that that brat is a bit handsome when he smokes, so I want to be handsome too, no?" Wang Guoguang raised an eyebrow and attempted a gangly smile. But with a righteous face, he didn't have that feeling in any way, which in turn made Gushi Shui laugh. "Okay, let's make you handsome." Wang Guoguang smiled a little at his words. The middle-aged man's vicissitudes of the brow stretched, and then he ruthlessly plucked a few more mouthfuls. As the smoke filled the air, he snapped his fingers and a gap appeared in the field. From here, it happens to be possible to see the bright moonlight and stars of the outside world, as well as the patch of gradually spreading peach blossoms. In the past, I was concerned about doing tasks to go. How did I not realize that the earth, there is such a beautiful scenery? It's okay, you can come over anytime you want to see it later, it's not like it's going to run in this territory. Also, Wang Guoguang flicked off his cigarette and refilled it with another one. This stuff, is it really that good to smoke? Why do you guys seem to like it? Gu Shishui asked with an odd expression. You'd have to ask the brat, he smokes the most, I don't have much say in the matter. Wang Guoguang seemed to have remembered something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but emerge with a hint of a smile. It's time to ask him. Gu Shishui nodded thoughtfully. And then you can ask about the story of how he got piggybacked. And he got his ass kicked like that, funny. Gu Shishui laughed. Despite the demonic appearance. But by the light of the moon, Wang Guoguang still captured the brightness under her eyes that was as brilliant as a river of stars. He quietly tossed away his cigarette and refilled it without a trace. Shishui, do you think, in this world, there will be hope that exists? Gu Shishui nodded without thinking at his words. There is always hope. Hope, the most beautiful thing in the world. With hope, all things are possible. What about you, Kanemitsu, do you think there is still hope that exists in this world? That's for sure. Wang Guoguang said. At this point, Subai had already gone deep into the human ruins. The city was old, and many of the buildings had tumbled over from the passage of time. Even the lapis lazuli floor that his feet stepped on, there were not many pieces intact. Along the way, Subai didn't receive any attacks, instead, he met quite a few demon corpses on the way. But he hadn't gathered much information and hadn't seen anything substantial other than some crumbling murals. Crunch! Subai entered a relatively well-preserved palace. Much of the place had fallen into disrepair, and only one of the side halls had managed to keep its general framework. He walked in and was greeted by a pile of broken furniture. Nothing else. But he was keenly aware of a fresh mark in the corner of a table. The mold is very much left by the touch of one hand. Subai's figure did not move, and he condensed his spiritual hand and hitched it. Boom click. Only a loud bang was heard as the ground cracked open, revealing a stone staircase leading down. Chapter 103 Immortal Water Spirit Root. In situ. Subai poked around in front of the stone stairs for a while. But unfortunately, it seemed like something was interfering inside. The visual power of the sea viewing realm couldn't penetrate to know what was going on inside. Subai pondered for a while and finally walked down carefully. After all, it is this similar hidden place that could be related to the ancient period. Subai didn't encounter any danger along the way. However, he realized that the appearance of this place was becoming more and more similar to the human cave in the ancient wolf demon emperor's realm in the past. Even the stone bricks used to build the walls are invariably the same. Holding on to his doubts, Subai quickly arrived at a large stone hall. To his surprise, this place was, as it had been, a human cave. The architectural style was the same, even the lines carved into the walls were the same. Moreover, within this great hall, a sarcophagus was similarly placed. Subai pondered for a moment and went over to open it. Swish! In an instant, several long arrows flew out, ignoring his protective field and attacking fiercely, stabbing on top of his body surface. At the same time, a white silhouette killed out from the side, lifting his hand and chopping hundreds of swords, landing on Subai's domain. This person's attack was extremely swift. If it wasn't for Subai's domain being a fusion of multiple domains, he was afraid that it would be breached. Damn you guys, dare to barge in here, suffer death. A dainty cry came out, followed by several women with the same appearance leaping out, forming a closed circle and attacking Subai's position. Subai was not going to sit back and wait for death. The spatial rules were pulled out and quickly restrained a few women. To his surprise, these few women were all only at the peak of the prodigious realm cultivation. In other words, the other party was a threat to his powerful domain that had fused several domains just by relying on his prosperity realm cultivation. This was the first time Subai had met such a strong prosperity realm demon race. He didn't hold back and instantly struck out to kill. Several women in a row were transformed into spiritual energy and dissipated under the spatial compression, leaving only the last woman to struggle to hold on. Jing! Right at this moment, the immortal execution sword suddenly let out a long cry, unsheathing its sheath and cutting through the void that was strangling the woman. My human race's greatest treasure, the immortal execution sword. The woman exclaimed. You're human? Words. Subai revealed his figure. Who are you, and how did you come to possess my human race's supreme treasure, the immortal execution sword? The white-robed woman asked rhetorically. Without waiting for Subai to speak, the immortal execution sword let out a long roar and slashed at the woman's face. Kada! The two halves of the mask fell off, and a stunningly beautiful face was revealed. Subai frowned at the sight. The person in front of him was clearly the woman in the sarcophagus in the past. 15th year of the Vanguard calendar, Stranger Seeker. You know me? Morshuinshua looked at Subai and then at the immortal execution sword. Seemingly realizing what was going on, he suddenly killed with his long sword. So it was you, the damned thief, who stole my human immortal execution sword and buried me in that place for so long, causing me to dig for 3 months before I could dig it out. You die for me. Strange Seeker was killing. But with a prosperity realm cultivation, how could he be Subai's opponent? However, in one round, she was once again confined by Subai's use of space. Thief, you wait, when I step into the Cheongyu realm, I'll kill you like a dog. Stranger Seeker snow screamed, but a moment later, on her face, a strong look of shock surged. Even in the 10,000 ancient era, an ordinary person could only comprehend 1 or 2 Dao intentions, and even a supreme heavenly pride would only be able to comprehend 5 Dao intentions at most. But this damned thief has actually comprehended 9 Dao intentions. Tell me about the 10,000 ancient era, and the reason why the human race's inheritance was cut off. Subai said expressionlessly. Yes, but you have to let go of me first. You have no choice. Subai's mind moved, and the immortal execution sword let out a long roar and flew into its scabbard. Sword of the Exorcist, isn't it broken? It wasn't until the azure sword aura faded away that Morshuinshua noticed that the immortal Punisher sword's body had been repaired. In an instant, her heart and soul trembled, and in her eyes as she looked at Subai, there were a few more points of scorn. Only after calming her mind did she sigh and answer Subai's question. The human race's inheritance was severed mainly because of the Battle of Extermination. After the Battle of Extermination, the human race was nearly extinct, but fortunately, the heavenly Tao showed mercy and gave the human race a ray of hope. This is the reason I can live through these 10,000 years, and there are 10 people like me in plain sight. Our mission is to be responsible for helping the human race rebuild after 10,000 years and overthrow the demon race in the new round of the Battle of Extinction, reviving my vast human race. On the bright side? Subai was puzzled. In the age of the ancients, there were many heavenly pride and great powers, and there were always some strong people with heavenly means who could avoid the massacre of the demon race and survive. How long have you been awake? Several months, waking up from when you moved hundreds of boulders to bury that inheritance site. Strange Seeker gritted his teeth. What is the difference between the cultivation system of the ancient age of the 10,000 years and the present day? There's a big difference. The current demon race seems to have broken through the Cheongyu realm without having to comprehend the Dao intent, and their intent is fragile and weak, roughly only 10% of the cultivators of the 10,000 ancient era. Including you, the strength of your domain isn't good either. If it were in the age of the ancients, a domain like yours would only be laughed at as papier-mâché. Strange Seeker laughed. Subai didn't say anything and calmly held up the chaotic sword intent domain. Sensing this field, Stranger Seeker's smile froze on his face. How could she have never imagined that amongst the human race in this era, there were actually people who could comprehend such domains? Although this domain was not of a very high grade, the amount of sword intent contained within it was simply beyond her knowledge. As she identified them one by one, her face, too, gradually revealed a look of incredulity. To actually have 46 sword intentions, how was this possible? Even in the ancient era, the sword god who had comprehended the most sword intentions had only comprehended 36. It was the legendary 9-5 Supreme Sword Dao that only had 45 channels, but this guy, he could have comprehended 46 channels of sword intent. What are the names of the other 10? Subai asked. I don't know, all 10 of these people don't know each other, and according to the human emperor at the time, this was the only way to protect these 10 people from the prying eyes of the demon clan. What are you doing here? I came here because I sensed this place here, and I thought there was a preacher here, so I came to see. And, what is your gift? Talent, you're talking about my spiritual roots, right? Isn't that thing called cultivation qualification? Morshuinshua looked at Subai with a puzzled expression. My spiritual root is an immortal grade water spiritual root. There is no such thing as talent in the age of the ages? What talent or not, I don't understand, there was no such thing in the age of the ages. An odd smile suddenly appeared on his face between the shaking of his head by strange seeker. And, you can go to hell, leave the burden of saving the human race to me. Chapter 104, The Siege. As the words fell, dozens of black mists emerged from Subai's body, but in a moment, they wrapped around him. At the same time, the strange purple lines flew out, blinking into a phantom standing behind Subai. Swish! Touching the purple lines, these black mists collapsed as if they had met a natural enemy. In a matter of seconds, however, the purple lines suppressed the last trace of black mist. However, the more Xuanxue, who had previously been imprisoned by Subai, disappeared into thin air, not leaving a single breath behind. A prodigious realm powerhouse that could escape from under his nose, even Subai was a bit surprised. However, this also confirmed, side by side, the power of the cultivators in the age of the ancients. Unfortunately, Subai still had a lot of questions unanswered. He came to the ground and wandered around this relic city for a long time again, finding nothing, so he dismissed the idea of continuing to explore and instead drew his immortal execution sword. Barely! A cloud of demon-slaying chi emerged, and Subai swung his long sword, practicing the sword skill demon-slaying. 10 days later. Subai arrived at the entrance to the ruins. A demon has come out, kill! Grab what he's holding and we'll get out, go! Kill this man and take one step to heaven. Swish! 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 The many fox demons that had ambushed this place came out in a flurry, their strength varying. There were heavenly emperors, earth emperors, and also demon emperors of even lower strength. But for Subai, none of it was enough. In less than a minute, Subai had beheaded the last Fox Clan man. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X23, gains attribute points 23, 400. Phew! Sheathing his long sword, Subai walked out with an expressionless face. To his surprise, the many green-robed fox demons that had previously guarded this place had retreated at some point, leaving only an empty gate. Just then, a flash of intense unease welled up from the heart. Subai propped up his domain in an instant and drilled into the void, flashing away. However, a terrifying spell still blasted precisely on top of his domain. Boom click. With an explosive sound, the sturdy and unrelenting chaotic sword intent domain was directly blasted open by this strike with a wide opening. Before Subai could dodge, he was shaken back dozens of miles by the world force that had drilled into the realm. Borrowing this force, he decisively utilized the rules of wind and retreated with the rules of space. But unexpectedly, another attack containing the power of the world once again landed on top of his domain. Boom click. The chaotic sword intent domain that had fused dozens of domains was directly torn open. Pust. The domain suffered such a heavy blow, implicating itself, Subai could hardly bear to spit out a mouthful of blood, his breath around his body was disorganized, and his face was pale. However, he did not dare to have the slightest distraction, and once again switched directions to escape. But what greeted him was another attack containing the power of the world. Several times in a row, whenever Subai used his strength to escape, he would receive such a blow. Week after week, under these rounds of incessant bombardment, his domain was already riddled with holes, making it difficult to take shape. Subai's face crossed and he simply withdrew his domain and revealed his figure. Yo, Subai, no more hiding, resigned to your fate? A woman in a green robe revealed herself and looked at him with interest. Her eyes were filled with green light, haunted by a metaphysical world power. If there were fox demons here, they would definitely be able to recognize that this woman was one of the Fox Clan's demon dignitaries, the green-eyed demon dignitary. It's no fun, it's hard to find a puck that's resistant to being punched, and I'm talking about playing a little longer. Another woman revealed her figure. She was dressed in a flaming red robe, raising her hands and feet, the fragrant wind lingering, charming meaning as waves roaming out. This design siege used supreme means, and even sacrificed a Heavenly Father to shield the Heavenly Tao. We can only succeed but not fail, don't delay, hurry up to kill this person, if we let him escape, my demon clan will definitely have great difficulties. A middle-aged man surfaced. His cultivation level was, likewise, at the demon Zune level. Worthy of being the human race that was prophesied to be able to bring great hardship to my demon race, the domain that was condensed actually resisted a dozen or so of our moves, even though it wasn't at full strength. This battle record of yours is enough to qualify you as a son of language. Another figure stepped out of the void. He was shrouded under the black mist, his cultivation of the Shanghui realm spreading out, and every step he took seemed to carry the might of this piece of heaven and earth. The four great demon zoons surrounding and killing a Chongyu realm, thinking about it is a bit humiliating, but for the sake of my demon clan's grand plan, this face, just lose it. The green-eyed demon father let out a cold laugh, and in an instant, heaven and earth shook, and the heaven and earth in a radius of tens of miles was as if it was called upon, pouring pressure towards Subai. In just a few moments, Subai's strong body surface oozed with reddish blood. He had a feeling that if he continued like this, his physique, there was a real possibility that it would be crushed and exploded. But no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to hold open this heaven and earth that added to the power of the world. Swish! Just when Subai could barely hold on, the ring on his finger suddenly bloomed with a burst of blinding white light. Immediately afterward, the pressure around him suddenly dispersed, and that feeling of being stared at by the four great demon sovereigns instantly disappeared. Subai didn't hesitate, and immediately activated space, the rule of wind, and the domain of wind, and quickly retreated in the direction of the heavenly battlefield. This is the power of Hiyawu, worthy of being a strong person who has comprehended the power of the world to this level. It's really not simple, but unfortunately, Subai today must die. The green-eyed demon sovereign turned into a flash of green light and walked into the void between cold smiles. Chase, it's about my demon clan's grand plan. This person definitely can't be let go. Kill. Hiyawu's power is limited, he won't last long. The remaining 3 demon dignitaries also walked into the void. Subai frantically retreated while drinking a high-grade spiritual power replenishing potion to replenish his spiritual power. Several minutes passed and the white light on the ring dissipated. At the same time, the 4 demon zoons once again formed a closed circle, blocking him off. Where are you going? Can you walk? The green-eyed demonic father smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Die. With a wave of the robe of the demon venerable dressed in fiery red robes, this part of the heaven and earth was set ablaze in the blink of an eye. The terrifying high temperature was like an inferno. Subai was in it, but in the blink of an eye, his body surface was baked dry and cracked, and blood flowed in all directions. It's pretty beat resistant, but it ends here. The middle-aged man demon sovereign's mind moved, and a long spear appeared out of thin air, killing towards Subai. The terrifying worldly might carried above this gun caused heaven and earth to change color and wind and thunder to roll. Subai was powerless to resist and could only watch as the lance stabbed at him. Swish! Another white light lit up, blocking the fatal blow. At the same time Subai violently retreated, his speed more than tens of times faster than before. This fellow truly is not simple, being killed by the 4 demon dignitaries of us, actually still able to grow. It's truly unbelievable. Such a human demon should be killed. It's still far from the human heavenly battlefield. With that ring in his hand, he can withstand at most one more attack from us. At that time, he will die. After them. Chapter 105, Subai, the Hope. 10 minutes later. Subai was once again caught up by the 4 demon zoons. This time, he was out of his spirit power replenishing potion. Even all the attribute points were all charged as spiritual energy consumption. The 3 powers left behind by Hiyawu were only the last one left. But even after comprehending a higher level of the wind domain and bursting out with a speed that far exceeded the ordinary by tens of times, he had only traveled half the distance. The time he had left now was only about 10 minutes. Moreover, in his current state, he didn't have enough spiritual energy to rush to the battlefield of heaven. Dying? Subai looked ahead expressionlessly. The feeling of powerlessness that had never existed before kept surging out of his heart as if it were a tidal wave. But the thought of that innocent little girl cheered him up again, and he calmly calculated the time left. Boom click. The demon Zoon powerhouse hidden in the black mist struck out. A boundless black mist emerged, and before Subai could react, he was blasted back 100 miles away. At the same time, a blazing white light was released from the ring, shielding him once again. He seized the opportunity and retreated again. The power of the world on the ring is gone, he will, this time, surely die. After them. Not bad for a son of prophecy, but a dead son of prophecy is no longer a son of prophecy, is it? This time, just to make sure, the 4 of us, together. The 4 demon elders stepped into the void. 10 minutes passed, Subai consumed his last ounce of spiritual energy and fell from the void. The immortal Punisher's sword softly chirped and sheathed itself, dragging him to continue escaping. However, after the white light dissipated, the 1 man and 1 sword were still being chased by the 4 demon zoons. They struck out together, and the surrounding heaven and earth added the power of the world, and the terrifying power poured down, drowning this man and sword in the blink of an eye. Xiaoji, I'm sorry, brother Subai, I can't spend the new year with you. Subai held Xiaoji tightly and slowly closed his eyes. Boom click. Brat, you're resigned to your fate, isn't it just 4 demon zoons, afraid of nothing, just do it and be done with it, it's really a waste of this face. The piercing white light flashed, Subai only felt a pain in his cheek. When he opened his eyes, he only saw another fist blasted by Wang Guoguang. He hurriedly tilted his head to dodge the punch. Yo, don't wanna die? Wang Guoguang grinned and rubbed his fists together. Boom click. As the heaven and earth tumbled down around them, Wang Guoguang saw this and hurriedly grabbed Subai and retreated. For demon elders, we're no match, you shouldn't have come over. Subai sighed. So what if there are 4 demon sovereigns? As long as there is still hope, anything is possible. Don't give me any nagging, hurry up and recover your spiritual energy. In the white light, Wang Guoguang roared as he threw in a spatial bag containing hundreds of bottles of high-grade spirit power replenishing potions. Subai didn't say anything else and frantically replenished the consumed spiritual energy in his body. 10 minutes passed. The white light dissipated, and the attacks of the 4 demon sovereigns fell instantly. Swish! Another white light came on. Subai, which was recovering his spiritual power, immediately exerted his fastest speed and took the kingdom light far away. The 2 of them fled for another 7 or 8 minutes, and behind them, the demonic jinn continued to follow them like a shadow. Subai! At this point, Wang Guoguang called out. As soon as Subai turned around, he was suddenly blasted in the face with a punch. He was pushed forward a distance of several miles by the power carried on the punch. However, Kingdom Light was borrowing this power to do the opposite, charging towards the 4 demon zoons. Subai, I have to say, you're really enjoyable to punch in this face. Go back and tell Shishue that my 5th rule power is hope. Wang Guoguang laughed. His face continued to age, and his short, dark, refined hair, which had been extracted of its vitality in general, turned a withered white color. At the same time, a strange power flowed out from him. It was actually the power of the world. There's not much to say, big old man, so don't get into that melodramatic business. If it's time to go, get the hell out of here. Remember, Subai, I didn't die for you, I died for the entire human race. Subai glanced at him, didn't say anything, and rushed towards the battlefield of heaven at full speed. Boom click. Berserk world power roamed out from within Kingdom Light, blocking off dozens of miles of heaven and earth and stopping the 4 demon elders that were rushing in. 5 rule powers, fused as one, forcibly stepping into the Shanghui realm, and, at this level of the Shanghui realm, human race, what kind of secret method are you using? The 4 demon elders struck out in unison, but they were unable to blast open the heaven and earth blocked by the kingdom's light. Let your horses come, what is there to say with you beasts? Wang Guoguang sneered. Seek death. Together. He's just using a secret technique, he won't last long, kill at speed and go after Subai. Kill. The 4 demon zoons struck out with all their might, and Kingdom Light coldly laughed as he met them. 20 minutes later. Wang Guoguang's body shook as his cultivation scattered at a rapid pace. Within moments, however, he fell to the mortal level, plummeting from the sky above. The 4 demon elders glanced at him, sneered, and chased forward. Stinky, stinky boy, I hope that one day, you can become the hope of the human race. The gleam in Wang Guoguang's pupils gradually dissipated. Out of nowhere, he saw a man in a military uniform with a stalwart face, as well as a skinny little boy. Little Light, what do you want to do in the future? The man picked up the little boy and said, Dad, I want to be a soldier, like you, to protect our country and our human race. The little boy waved his little fist, his tiny face full of determination. Not bad for my son, awesome. The man pinched the little boy's cheek, his face filled with pride. Little Light, Daddy's going on a mission, and this time, he might be gone for a long time. How long is a long time? The little boy asked. Daddy doesn't know, but Daddy will definitely come back, because Ko is Daddy's hope. Dad, what's hope? Hope is that as long as Dad thinks of Ko, then no matter what Dad is doing or where he is, even if it crosses a mountain of swords, Dad will definitely return to Ko. Then Dad is also Koko's hope. Why? Because Ko wants Daddy back. The man's face was stunned, then he raised the little boy and spoke aloud. Human Knight 41, June, Eastern Border War Zone, Tianmen Pass Demon Slayer Wang Shijiang hereby assures comrade Wang Guoguang that he will return to his side after this winter demon tide is over. So, what's the hope? On the verge of death, Wang Guoguang murmured, remembering the image he had seen earlier when he had a headache. It was a skinny man with a sword, facing the endless demon race. There was no one beside him, and his back was lonely and forlorn. However, with his own strength, he made this roaming demon race not dare to take a step forward. Who says that a mortal body cannot be compared to a god? Subai is the hope of our human race, is the god of our human race. There was a sudden roar in his ears. The corners of Wang Guoguang's mouth grinned, revealing a hint of a smile. The gleam in his eyes, also at this moment, completely turned into dead ashes. Su White, it's all about hope. Chapter 106, even if you can wake up, you'll still be an invalid. Su Bai. Come die. So what if it's the son of prophecy of the human race? Today, he will have to die in our hands as well. Kill. Strike. As soon as the 4 demon elders caught up with Su Bai, they struck out instantly. The winds of the heavens and the earth rose up, and the power of the raging world struck like endless wild waves. Su Bai's heart crossed, and all the domains were held up, all of which were added to the surface of his body. At the same time, the heavens like lance transformed into a giant pillar across his body, as if it was a shield charging into the sky. Su Bai didn't know if this could block this wave of attacks, but he now no longer had any means to dodge this level of attack. Boom, click. With a loud sound, Su Bai's domain shattered, and his entire person flew out backwards as if he had dropped a kite. Pust. Several mouthfuls of blood were sprayed out in a row, and Su Bai's breath shriveled to the extreme. The Punisher's sword caught him and flew away. But how could this slow speed be compared to the 4 demon elders? However, in a few moments, the 4 demon elders reappeared and blasted down. Boom, click. Just then, blinding white light appeared, followed by a figure that swept out from the void and grabbed Su Bai. At the same time, she crushed and exploded the 10 or so teleportation balls in her hand, and the 2 of them shifted 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Why are there still people? Don't let them return to the battlefield of heaven. Quickly strike to suppress them. Only a few 100 miles to go. Damn Hiyawu, how did he save a few channels of power for everyone? The 4 demon elders attacked and killed. 10 minutes later, the white light dissipated and they struck out together, only to be blocked by the white light again. Damn, why is there more? Kill. There's no time. Hurry up and strike. The 4 demon sovereigns once again chased after them. In the white light, Gu Shishue looked at Su Bai in her arms with a worried expression. This at the same time. With a flick of her wrist, she took out an ancient military commander's order. If someone from Tianmen Pass was here, they would definitely be able to recognize that this army commander's order was exactly the one that the former 9th Army commander Li Shifeng wore on a regular basis. This military commander's order also protects against 3 attacks, and with the one I have, that makes 4. Su Bai, it's just a few 100 miles away, hold on, don't fall off the wagon. Gu Shishue spoke softly while maneuvering the domain to hurry. Under a vacuum, the field is very fast. However, compared to the 4 demon elders, they were slower than just a star. Under the cover of several white lights, Gu Shishue still brought Su Bai to the outer edge of the battlefield of heaven. However, just tens of meters away from the human realm, the white light that enveloped the realm suddenly dissipated. Ah, the heavens have helped my demon race, son of prophecy, die. Strike. Killing the son of prophecy is magnificent for my demon race. Heaven's will is such that the human race will be destroyed. Kill. Rumble. For destructive attacks fell, and Gu Shishue's domain was imprisoned in place by the power of the world, unable to move, and could only watch the attacks fall. However, at this critical moment, a flash of white light suddenly emanated from the human realm, blocking these attacks. Gu Shishue seized the opportunity and hurriedly led Su Bai to leap into the human land. Hiyawu, you dare to break the rules and cross the border rashly, don't you know that your behavior is provoking my demon race? Aren't you afraid that my demon race, with hundreds of millions of troops, will step on your human race's territory? The green-eyed demon Zun's eyes were cold. The remaining 3 demon sovereigns had equally angry faces. Just a little bit. They came just short of beheading the prophetic son of the murderous race. What the heck, Hiyawu has always been in the human land, just now that thing, but it's just the noise made by my cultivation of martial arts. How come, you beasts can still restrict me Hiyawu from cultivating martial arts? Or do you guys want to spar with me? It's okay, how about a few of you go together? I represent the human race and don't count you as transgressing the border, how's that? Hiyawu's figure emerged. He held a cigarette in his mouth and stood outside the borderline between the human and demon races with a helpless face. You! The green-eyed demon sovereign shouted angrily, wanting to say something but not saying it. After all, Hiyawo was right, his real body hadn't moved. Heh, so what if you just saved him? In his current condition, even if he could wake up, he would still be nothing more than an invalid. The green-eyed demon sovereign laughed coldly. The remaining few demon dignitaries sniffed with a similarly mocking look on their faces. The chain effect of the four strands of world power surging into the body together was bound to be more than a Cheongyu realm martial artist could withstand. Moreover, it was still the Cheongyu realm that had suffered a heavy blow. It's safe to say. Without heaven-defying means, Subai, even if he was still alive, in this life, he would still be wasted. Thinking of this, the four demon elders' faces were relieved. Can't kill the son of prophecy, nullify the son of prophecy, and they'll be able to deliver. Weak human race, the battle of extermination is about to start. You human race, are you ready to be exterminated? The supreme demon race is bound to stand at the top of the 9 heavens, and you, the human race, are a stepping stone for my demon race. Let's go, this damn heavens battlefield. When the battle of extermination is fought and we gather again, we must step through this place. Go! The 4 demonic dunces gave their harsh words and stepped into the void to leave. Commander-in-Chief, what is all this about? South 9. Gushi Shui asked with an ugly face. The Temple of Heavenly Observation sent a message an hour ago, saying that this mission of Subai's is a deadlock that the demon race has specially set up for him, and that their purpose is to strangle Subai, who hasn't grown up, in the cradle. Hiyawu sank. Why? Because he is the hope of our human race. Hope. Gushi Shui seemed to have thought of something, and her entire body was instantly stunned in place. Then the reason Kunamitsu told me to wait for him there was because he went to rescue Subai? Kunamitsu, let's go. Hiyawu nodded. How? He hasn't told me what his 5th rule is yet. How did? Gushi Shui was lost in thought. His 5th rule is hope. Hope? Yes, this rule was comprehended from watching Subai comprehend the Tao intent, and he said that at that time he saw the final end of the human race in the battle of extinction. Also saw the image of Subai resisting the entry of the demon race by himself. But in the beginning, why didn't he tell me? Gushi Shui said. Probably, Kunamitsu doesn't want you to cry, because the effect of this rule is to sacrifice one's own life to gain the next realm of strength. Duration, 20 minutes. What's he, so stupid? As Gushi Shui murmured, crystal-clear teardrops slipped from the corners of her eyes. At this minute, she suddenly remembered what he had said to her outside of Tianqiu City. He chose to believe in hope, just like his father, and was willing to die for it. Hiyawu took out a cigarette and lit it silently. How is Subai doing now? Gushi Shui suddenly asked. All the meridians in his body are broken, his 5 organs and 6 bowels have suffered heavy damage, even his dantian is broken. Moreover, with my strength, I can't save him, and now if he wants to stay alive, he can only rely on his own desire to survive. Hiyawu sighed. Subai's situation was not far from what the 4 great demon sovereigns had said. Is there any way to save him? He is the hope in the eyes of Xiechangkong, Qin Tianzhu, and Guoguang. No matter what, he can't die, much less be reduced to a waste. Gushi Shui firmly said. It can't be helped, in his condition, he's lucky to be alive, and it's going to take a miracle to restore him to his previous condition unless a miracle happens. Chapter 107, What I Say includes everyone in the room. This time. More than 10 old men in a row walked out of the void with heavy faces. Where is he? The white-robed old man in the lead sank in. With a wave of Hiyawu's robe, the void surged and Subai's figure emerged. He was immersed in a closed glass tank and had recovered from his physical injuries. However, the breath was extremely weak and could not be perceived at all without careful examination. Guys, take a shot. The white-robed old man took out a lingji that was cleansed of a rich spiritual qi. The rest of the old men nodded at the words and each took out an item. Without exception, all of them were heavenly treasures nurtured by the revival of spiritual qi. This brat's platitude, it's really big. Hiyawu said. He's, well, worth it. The white-robed old man softly shouted, and with a wave of his palm, the power of the world rushed out, quickly melting the lingji in his hand into a mass of medicinal liquid. The rest of the old men were like this. Swish. The white-robed old man waved his big hand, and the liquid formed by many heavenly materials was injected into Subai's body at the same time. Visible to the naked eye, a flash of blood color surfaced on his ghastly white cheeks at this moment. The white-robed old man breathed a long sigh of relief at the sight. Life, saved, but cultivation, gone. And with the problem with the dantian, it's only going to be as difficult as climbing into the martial arts path again. Strong as you and the others, there's nothing you can do? Hiyawu took a hard drag on his cigarette. A group of old men shook their heads. Now that he's in such a condition that he's no longer fit to stay in the eastern border war zone, I'm going to take him back to the mainland to find some viable solutions. The white-robed old man said without question. He is my disciple. If you want to take him, fine, but after he wakes up, I want you to respect his choice. You may not stop him if he wants to return here, and if I hear of anyone forcing him to stay on the mainland, or of anyone trying to target him, I don't promise what I'll do. Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Border War Zone Hiyawu, please watch your words. An old man sank in. I've been paying attention. Hiyawu straightened his suit and laughed. But I'll be sad if he's not okay. I'm a person who tends to be a jerk when I'm sad, and when I'm in a bad mood, I might offend quite a few people. Don't think I'm joking, I've always been an honorable man and never joked, and besides, what I'm saying, of course, includes all of you in the audience. I'm here to apologize in advance, in case I'm offended in the future, so I don't have to say it again. You. This old man's face tightened as he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. With a temper, worthy of being the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Border Theater. The white-robed old man laughed. I'm the chief tutor of the Imperial Capital Institution, by Morphone. I originally wanted to take Subai as my disciple, but I didn't expect that Subai had already worshipped you as his teacher. You're lucky. I'm here to assure you that as long as I, by Morphone, am still alive, no one will dare to touch a single hair on Subai. What do you think? Elder Bai's words, he am convinced. Hiyawu said. Also, if it's convenient, I'd like to ask you a personal question. Not very convenient. Since you've said so, I have no choice but to ask. White Morpho laughed. I would like to ask, do you mind, Subai having one more master? The corner of Hiyawu's mouth twitched. He thought for a moment and smiled. If you can really make Subai worship you, then I don't have a problem with that. It's a deal. Bayemo Phone said. Strike that. The group was ready to leave. But two women swept over at that moment. Upon seeing Subai's appearance, their faces became ugly. Mentor White. Shui, Li Qingyi called out together. What brings you here? The few people in front of him were all students of the Imperial Capital Institution, and several of them had taken his classes, so Bimorphin was no stranger to them. Yiruj sensed that Subai was in danger and sent us over to take a look. Waterways. Yiruj? Has that girl's talent been sensed? Bimorphin frowned slightly. Then why didn't she come? She said she wanted to cultivate and avenge Subai. Mizu explained. But I think that she should be afraid to see Subai in this form. Bimorpho nodded, and after briefly dealing with a few people, he was ready to leave. Tutor Bai, when Subai wakes up and reports to Imperial Capital University, please let us know and we'll go pick him up. Li Qingyi suddenly called out. Good. White Morpho nodded his head and walked into the void, leaving this place without warning. Subai opened his eyes and realized that he was lying on a small wooden bed, and at eye level was an energy-saving lamp emitting a soft glow. He craned his neck with difficulty. The familiar window was open, and by the light, he could still see the recliners set up in the small yard. At this moment, a white-robed old man was leaning on it, squeaking and rocking his recliner in a very cozy manner. Hiss. A series of memories flooded into his mind, causing Subai to let out a soft cry with difficulty. After slowing down, he opened the attribute panel at the first opportunity. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Middle Cheongyu Realm 23,463,732 4 billion. Optional. Attribute points, 0. Physique, 10, 356, 297 Body of 1,000 hills. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 80 million. Spirit, 357, 234 Gnosis Extraordinary. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 5 million. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, SS Grade Blood Eating 08 billion, S Grade Darkness 05 billion, E Grade Obsession 0100, E Grade Sword Spirit 0100. Optional. Fields, Attribute Dao E D Gold D Wood D Water D Fire D Earth D Ice C Thunder D Light D Darkness Grade A Forbidden Field 3 million 5 billion, Transcendent Supreme Sword Taoist Chaos Sword E Field 08 billion, Way of the Gun Grade B Field of the Gun 70 million 3 million, Way of the Wind Grade B Wind, Way of the Warrior Grade E Sword Z Fork Z Baton Z Whip Z Halberd Z Hammer Z Axe Z Spear Z Hooks, Way of the Wind E Level C Wind Domain 850,000 2 million E Swiftness E Green Steel E Lightning E Misty E Spring Wind E Cold Spirit E Evocation E Illusion E Ride the Air. Optional. Rules: Levelly Rule of Light 01 billion, Levelly Rule of Space 01 billion, Levelly Rule of Wind 01 billion. Optional. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fuyu 3 Swords Proficiency, Tijun, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, Tijun, Grade S Sword Skill Demon Beheading, Proficiency, Tijun. No points may be added. Weapon: Pseudo-S Sword of the Immortal Punisher, Attributes, Grade A Sharpness 0500 million, Grade D Sword Intent 0500 million, Grade S Hardness 0500 million, Grade E Sword Formation 0200 million, Spirit of the Immortal Punisher Missing 02 billion. Optional. As soon as the attribute panel surfaced, a ray of white light crossed it, followed by a change in the data on it. Chapter 108, The Demon Tower. Host: Subai. Training: Mortal 99-100. Damage to Dantian, can add points after repair. Attribute points, 0. Physical fitness, 90-10 for normal people. Addable, qualitative change occurs when constitution reaches 100. Spirit, 357, 234 Gnosis Extraordinary. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 5 million. Talent: Pure Sword Heart, SS Grade Blood Eating 08 billion, S Grade Darkness 05 billion, E Grade Obsession 0100, E Grade Sword Spirit 0100. Optional. Fields: Attribute Dao D Gold D Wood D Water D Fire D Earth D Ice Thunder D Light D Darkness A Level Confinement Field 3 billion 5 billion, Transcendent Supreme Sword Daoist Chaos Sword E Field 08 billion, The Way of Guns B Level Guns Field 70 million 3 billion, The Way of Winds B Level Guns Field 70 million 3 million, The Way of Warriors E Sword Z Fork Z Stave Z Whip Z Halberd Z Hammer Z Axes Z Spear Z Hooks, The Way of the Wind Z Level B Wind Domain 1,850,000. 5 billion E Swiftness E Green Steel E Lightning E Misty E Spring Breeze E Cold Breath E Evocation E Illusion E Ride of the Air. No points may be added before breaking through the Chonyu realm. Rules: Levelly Rule of Light 01 billion, Levelly Rule of Space 01 billion, Levelly Rule of Wind 01 billion. No points may be added before breaking through the Chonyu realm. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fuyu 3 Swords Proficiency, Tijun, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, Tijun, Grade S Sword Skill Demon Beheading, Proficiency, Tijun. No points may be added. Weapon: Pseudo-S Sword of the Immortal Punisher, Attributes, Grade A Sharpness 0500 million, Grade D Sword Intent 0500 million, Grade S Hardness 0500 million, Grade E Sword Formation 0200 million, Spirit of the Immortal Punisher Missing 02 billion. Optional. System: How is the Dantian repaired? Back to the host only needs to spend 1 attribute point to fix it. It was already fortunate that he was able to pick up a life from under the hands of the 4 demon Zuns. When Subai offered his domain to resist, he didn't think that this cultivation and body could be preserved. He had only one thought in his mind at the time, and that was to get back alive. Now this situation was what he had expected. However, he did not expect that the Dantian that required a heaven-defying divine object to be repaired in unusual novels. Here in the demon-killing burst point system, it actually only required 1 attribute point. Translated into a demon, it's just a mortal level. Awake? A dead wooden hand shook in front of his eyes. Through the cracks in his fingers, Subai saw by Morphone with a smiling face. He put away the attribute panel and nodded. Just woke up, physique is still a bit weak, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Got a cigarette? Subai asked calmly. Smoke? Morphone was stunned, then he took out a packet of Huazi and handed it over. Subai drew one out and lit it up, taking a few hard puffs. A wave of spiritual energy poured into his lungs for a moment, causing him to choke a few times unaccustomed to it. Mistake, this pack of cigarettes is made with spirit tobacco, it's stronger, I'll replace it with another pack. Subai didn't say anything, just lifted the cigarette in his hand and took another sharp pull. The smoke rushed into his lungs and burned to his heart's content. In a trance, the man's words echoed in his ears once again. So what if there are 4 demon Zuns? As long as hope is still alive, everything is possible. Don't give me a nag, hurry up and recover your spiritual power. Subai, I have to say, your face is really enjoyable to punch. Go back and tell Shishua, my 5th rule power is hope. There's nothing to say, big old man, so don't get all melodramatic about it. It's time to go, so get the hell out of here. Remember, Subai, Lao Zi didn't die for you, Lao Zi died for the entire human race. Bayemo phone sighed and closed the door and left the house. He knew that Subai needed to be quiet for a while. Jingle bells. The cell phone is ringing. As soon as Bai More phone connected, an anxious voice came out from inside. It's no good, Director Bai. The Tang clan's Tang San has occupied the first place on the demon suppression ranking again, and is thousands of demons ahead of the second place, and doesn't give a chance to overtake them at all. What? Bai Morphin's face changed. Didn't I already ask Lu Qingge to make a move? Can't even she suppress Tang San? I can't suppress it. Tang San doesn't know where he got a great killing weapon. On the first floor of the demon suppressing tower, facing these low-grade demon races, he's practically invincible. No one can catch up at all. It's now just 3 days until the end of the month, and such a gap is only going to be hard to surpass. Don't worry first, I'll think of another way. Bai Mo Feng hung up the phone. He kept pacing in front of the house and his frown deepened. Crunch! A smoky Su Bai pushed out the door. Well, are you hungry yet? Do you want something to eat? I'll get it for you. Bai Mo Feng snuffed out his thoughts and greeted him with a concerned face. No, send me back to the eastern border war zone. Su Bai, you've lost all your cultivation now, your dantian is damaged, and multiple demon clan demon elders are still staring at you. Going to that place is just sending you to your death. Bai Morphin murmured. I want to kill demons. Su Bai said. Killing demons isn't killing them anywhere. Do you think you can't kill demons in the mainland? What do you mean? Su Bai frowned. Inside the Imperial Capital University there is an item from the ancient times called the Demon Suppressing Pagoda, which holds countless demon races, so as long as you go in, you will be able to kill the demons. Shui, Li Qingyi, Nan Demon, and the others have practiced inside. Bai Mo Feng said. Real demons? Fidelity. Bai Morphin had a proud face. How else do you think the Imperial University got the title of #1 in border killing power? Naturally, it's because this group of students have killed demons in school and know these demons very well. Speaking of which, Bai Mo Feng patted Su Bai's shoulder with a bitter look on his face. I know that you want to kill the demon and avenge Wang Wuguang and the others, but you have to be clear that the current you doesn't have the ability to do this. And the many demon elders are still staring at you. If they didn't kill you this time, maybe they'll send a stronger existence next time. You couldn't escape with your previous strength. Do you think you can escape now? In your current situation, it's best to go to the university to study for a while, and it's not too late to go to the border when your dantian is repaired and your cultivation level comes up. The demon race in the suppression tower, are there many of them? Su Bai asked. Much more. If you don't believe me, go ahead and take a look. If you think it's less, I'll personally send you back to the border then. Plus at this stage it's college enrollment time, and again, you need to get over there. Chapter 109, The 8 School Beauties. In situ. Su Bai pondered for a while and finally nodded. Then we're going over there now. There's no rush, you've just woken up, get used to your current body and go over there first thing in the morning. White Morpho laughed. Only when Su Bai returned to the house did he pull out his satellite phone. Hey, Qingyi, Su Bai has woken up and will report to school tomorrow. Okay, thank you Mentor White. Battlefield of Heaven. Qingyi Li hung up the phone and turned his hand to dial another number. Hey, Qingge, this is Qingyi Li. What's wrong? A cool voice came from the end of the phone. Meet me at the airport tomorrow, I want you to pick up someone with me. Who? You'll see when the time comes. Good. The phone hung up. Qingyi Li nodded the merit ring and said. Shui, Tutor Bai called to say that Su Bai has woken up and will report to school tomorrow. I see, do you know what transportation they took to get there? Watery's voice rang out on the merit ring. With Tutor Bai's personality and the fact that Su Bai just woke up, he'll probably take a plane there. Good. The other side. Just as Shui hung up the phone, Yi Rouge grabbed the snack bag and came over. Shui, tell me which is the closest airport to Imperial University. What, are you going to pick up Su Bai? Shui laughed. That's for sure, what's wrong with me and him, as classmates, picking him up and checking in with him? Yi Rouge said without thinking. I don't know what came to her mind, but a smile appeared on her face. Okay, it's rare that you do something serious, the closest airport to Imperial is. As soon as Shui's words fell, Yi Rouge's figure disappeared in place. Only a bag of cucumber refreshing flavored chips was left behind. Garlic has a conscience. Shui ripped open the package and grabbed a piece and put it in her mouth, not knowing what came to her mind. With a twinkle in her eye, she pulled out her satellite phone and dialed another call out. Hey, Wanru, it's Shui, do you have a minute? What's the matter Shui, miss me? A soulful, girlish voice came from the phone. Go to the airport and pick up someone for me. Who, your boyfriend? No, this is someone you know and probably idolize. Could it be, Subai? Aha! Shui, I love you to death, you're such a good military advisor to me, I'll be the first to treat you to candy if we two become a couple. Got it. A wave of helplessness washed over Shui's face. She lowered her head, looked at the boots, and stomped her foot hard. What time does my husband arrive? It doesn't say exactly when, just go over to the airport tomorrow and wait. Well, blah blah blah, even though my back is sore and tired from standing for so long, the thought of my husband fills me with fighting spirit. It's hopeless. Shui hung up the phone decisively and picked up the papaya porridge and ate it in boredom. Just then, the merit ring lit up and a soft voice came out from it. Sister Shui, I'm Lu Banua, do you know when Subai is going to report for duty? Mizu pondered for a moment, but told her the time and place. Thank you Shui senpai, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Good. Hang up. A playful smile suddenly appeared on Shui's face. She dialed another number. Hey, big schoolgirl, it's Shui, I have something to ask for your help. Go ahead, I owe you. Pick up someone at the airport for me. Who? Subai. It's him, got it. Wait, don't hang up yet. Shui hurriedly said. Anything else? I don't have the phone numbers of Big Schoolgirl Joe and Big Schoolgirl Zhang, give me one, I'm looking for them for something. Good. Soon. Shui dialed 2 more numbers. The content was the same, both telling them to go to the airport to pick up Subai. Hang up the last call. Mizu didn't know what she remembered and hid her mouth and laughed for a long time. Junior, with so many schoolgirls picking you up, you're probably going to be in the news again. Laughed for a while. Shui suddenly let out a long sigh, and the gleam in her gaze dimmed a few points with it. She silently grabbed a side pot and swallowed the papaya porridge inside in one gulp. When I grow up, I'm not so bad, huh? The next day. The rising sun bids farewell to his ex and embraces dawn for the official announcement. The earth takes off its green hat and the mountains are no longer young. The haunting chorus of birdsong was also silenced by the birds' neutered vocal cords. Original. It's the beginning of winter. Subai walked into the big money airport alone and boarded the plane to the imperial capital. White Morpho was originally going to join him, but left due to a temporary commitment. Mommy, this brother is so pretty. As soon as Subai sat down, the little girl in the neighboring seat let out a shocked cry in a milky voice. Yes? The woman on the edge looked over. Next moment. She couldn't help but reach up and cover her mouth. You're Subai? Subai nodded. Wayawa, is this brother the human hero Subai that mommy hangs onto every day? It seems like mommy was right, this brother is really handsome. The little girl milked her voice. That, Subai, I'm a fan of yours, can you sign an autograph for me? Subai shook his head. But it's also really high cold, my son exempted, this brother is the highest cold drop I've seen. The little girl said in a sticky voice. The woman on the side sniffed and seemed to think of something, and attached herself to the little girl's ear and said a few words. The little girl's eyes lit up at the words, and she reached out her little hand to tug on Subai's coat corner. Brother, will you do me a favor? The little girl was dressed in a little pink cotton padded jacket and a plush hat with mittens attached, her face hanging with baby fat and fleshy cuteness. Subai inexplicably thought of Xiaoji and agreed. Brother, can you take a picture of me and my mom? Subai nodded and took the cell phone handed by the little girl and took a picture of the two. Thank you, Su White. The woman thanked him excitedly. She already imagined the giggles when they saw the photo when she went to her girlfriend's party. After all, this is a picture taken by Subai himself. In the meantime, the Imperial School City Airport was packed with people. At the exit of the airport, it was even more crowded, even affecting the traffic. Many martial artists had received temporary assignments and came here to maintain order. Lee is one of them. After learning the cause of the traffic jam, he could barely resist rushing into the crowd. Just because. The 8 major schoolgirls of the Imperial Capital University have all gathered here. Lu Chinga, goddess, who are you waiting for? Sister Rouge, aren't you going to report for duty yet? Zhou Shiyun, I love you, are you waiting for me? Sister Lu Banua, if you're not going to report for duty, are you waiting for someone here? The crowd chanted and chanted, and many reporters sniffed out the hotspots and carried their long guns around, accompanied by an airplane coming in. The crowd. 8 women surrounded by a crowd walked together towards the airport exit. Chapter 110, Imperial University. Swish. For a moment, many reporters hurriedly turned their lenses and aimed at the airport exit. Accompanied by the flow of people coming from the exit, the previously noisy crowd seemed to be silent for a few moments. The crowd unanimously looked towards the exit and seemed to wonder who these schoolgirls were picking up. "Sis! What are you doing picking me up?" A joyful shout spread out, followed by a sunny and handsome robust boy walking straight to one of the schoolgirls. "I go, is this the person Jo Sher-yoon Jo schoolgirl wants to pick up? Is this her brother? Not bad looking, the two are quite similar." So it turns out that schoolgirl Jo is picking up her brother. I said, how come the schoolgirl who usually doesn't go out much will come here to pick up someone? But there's one thing to be said for her, she's really nice to her brother. So loving, I wish I had a schoolgirl sister here to pick me up. The person picked up by schoolgirl Jo was confirmed. What about the other schoolgirls? The crowd looked at Jo Sher-yoon and her brother with envious expressions. This such a heartwarming scene was also the first to be streamed live online. The crowd of netizens saw this and envied the loving siblings. 1 million people are watching. Jo Woyang was touched. He never thought that his own sister, who had never cared about any of his problems, would give him such a rowdy time when he was an adult and going to college this time of year. With her reputation as the school flower in the Imperial University, this is a bull that he can blow all 4 years of college. Maybe he could even make the headlines tomorrow, attracting talent scouts to discover him and become a star martial artist. Thinking of this, Jo Woyang's heart surged, and the smile hanging on his face became even brighter. However, Jo Sher-yoon across from him just glanced at him lightly. Roll. Air. Jo Woyang sniffed and silently dragged his large bag of luggage out of the airport. He didn't want to, but if he dared to refute it, his sister would really dare to beat him up. My God, the person Jo Sher-yoon is waiting for is actually not her brother, so who could it be? That roll sound is so familiar, it's definitely a sibling. Alas, poor brother. Ah, inexplicable joy. The crowd laughed for a while, and then explored who the person that school beauty Jo Sher-yoon was going to pick up was. After all, she didn't even want her own brother in order to pick this one up. Boom boom. Just then, a roar of an engine came, followed by an executive vehicle with the dragon flag driving into the entry exit. Isn't this the car of the president of Imperial University? He's coming to pick up someone too? I don't know what kind of person would actually make the president of Imperial Capital University personally come to pick him up. It's too dignified. It's probably Director Bai. I've heard that recently Director Bai is not inside the institution. It's very likely that he's here to pick up Director Bai. After all, Director Bai likes to take airplanes the most. Most likely. Specialized cars are just great. They can drive right into the exit, unlike us who have to wait here. Ta-da! The president of the Imperial University, Cho Dong-hong, got out of the car sweating profusely, and the female secretary who followed closely on the side held a tissue and kept wiping his sweat. White old man, this phone also suddenly, open the meeting, Subai to come to the school to report to this big event also do not know in advance to me to say a word, make me this a little preparation is not. I don't know if I've missed Subai's classmate, if I've missed him, then old Bai won't scold me to death. Cho Dong-hong said sharply. Principal, look, it's Subai. The secretary suddenly called out. Cho Dong-hong hurriedly nodded his head at his words, and sure enough, he saw that one skinny figure. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly dragged his obese body to meet him. Hello, student Subai, I'm the president of Imperial Capital University, Cho Dong-hong. Elder Bai explained that I'm responsible for helping you with your enrollment, so please get in the car. With pleasure. Subai nodded and got into the car. Boom boom. The vehicle quickly pulled out of the airport. Why isn't he coming yet? Yi Rouge was bored and eating a snack. Maybe not this flight. Lu Bian US said. Maybe, anyway, I'm going to wait for this guy today, huh? Yi Rouge's afterglow glanced at the 6 schoolgirls around him. With her precise sixth sense, she could predict that these people, likewise, were waiting for Subai. Me too. Lu Bian US smiled softly. And me. Xing Yili laughed from the sidelines. But none of them had seen Subai's shadow among the flights after this. Time, too, came from early morning to sunset. It wasn't until the big money to Empire flights were finished that the 2 men were completely dead in the water. A few of the remaining schoolgirls also left just then. This day, a couple of stories quickly dominated the Hot 100. Shocked. The 8 school beauties of the Imperial Capital University have been pigeonholed. Tearjerker. I turned down my own brother, but I couldn't wait for the one. All of this. Subai didn't know that. At this minute, he was already living in the small courtyard that Mo Fong had specially prepared for him. If the demon-suppressing tower wasn't blocked during the day, he was ready to go kill demons to restore his strength. Swish. Just then, Mo Fong appeared in the small courtyard, and along with him, there was also a woman dressed in a long black dress. How's it going, Subai? Getting used to living here? Subai nodded. That's good. By the way, let me introduce you, this is your counselor, Mo Yenchang. Hello, Subai student, I'm Mo Yenchang, the Demon Academy counselor. Mo Yen lightly reached out. Hello. The two men said hello. Here's a stack of enrollment materials, including all the required facilities at Tutor University, so you can take a look. In addition, Elder Bai explained that I won't interfere with everything you do during your college years, including courses and so on, and that you can choose to attend or not to attend by your own will. The reason I'm here is to get your personal confirmation that you really approve of this program, and if you don't, then please give it to me. I approve. Subai only wanted to kill the demon now, and didn't want to be disturbed by anything else. Okay, but let's get this out of the way. Every month the institution will have a test, and if you pass it, you can continue to keep this exception. But if you don't pass, you'll have to listen to me and keep coming back to class. Mo Yen pushed his glasses up lightly. Mo Fong was just about to say something when Subai nodded in response. Not bad for a human hero with character, I hope your strength is the same. Mo Yen Light revealed an approving look and then tore through the void to leave. Subai, now that your dantian is damaged, how are you going to pass the test after a month? You shouldn't have promised her, this girl child is also stubborn. Mo Fong said. Subai didn't say anything and turned his head into the house. In situ. Mo Fong looked at his back and sighed helplessly for a few moments. How is it that all these demons nowadays are so stubborn and so proud? Not at all like he used to be, so easygoing and low-key and down to earth. Jingle bells. Hello, this is Bimorphin. Chapter 111 Repairing the Dantian. It's no good Tutor Bai, the demon suppression ranking shows that this Tang San fellow is now directly separated from the second place by more than 5,000 demons. What? Bimorphin's eyes flashed. Didn't I ask you to issue an announcement that those who surpassed him would receive a mysterious reward from me? How come this gap has widened now instead? Aren't there any students to catch up? The students are catching up, but they can't catch up at all. Tang San doesn't know what kind of chicken blood he's pumped up, he's killing harder and harder, and with the help of that weapon, no one can catch up at all. There are only 2 days until the settlement of the demon suppression ranking. Instructor Bai, think of something. Got it. Mo Fong hung up the phone, and a hostile aura inexplicably surfaced on his face. Goddamn Tang family, really intend to catch my Imperial Capital institution gripping, don't you? Now that I'm busy repairing Subai's dantian, I'll let you guys run wild for a bit this time, and when Subai gets better, I'll definitely make you guys pay for it. Day 2. Subai came to the demon suppression tower early in the morning. Instead, a long line had already formed here. It's Subai. That human hero, Subai. Holy, it's really him. When did he get here, and how come I didn't see him when I checked in? A group of people wanted to gather around, but when they sensed the cool aura of Subai's body, they took a few steps back, not daring to get too close. Luchinga is here. A startled cry came, followed by a tall woman in protective armor power suit. She wanted to be at the back of the line, but after seeing Subai, she switched places with the people behind him. Hello Subai, I'm Lichingi's good friend, Luchinga. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, did you fly in yesterday? Subai nodded. But at the Cadet City Airport? Yes. Something wrong? Nothing, ask. A trace of realization flashed across Luchinga's face. Hearing this, the surrounding students unleashed their spiritual power to transmit their voices and explored. Listening to schoolgirl Lu, she and Lichingi, they went to wait for Subai yesterday? It's very likely, and it's rumored that Subai and that Yiruj as well as Lu Banyue have some unclear relationship. It's very likely that these two are also going to wait for him. My god, for school flowers waiting for him together, what an honorable treatment, but weren't they pigeonholed? Subai is so Sigma? Ha! Haven't you guys heard that the principal's special car went to the school city airport yesterday? I don't think it's Subai who stood them up, but rather Subai was intercepted by the principal. Frog fun, the truth. Between the speculations of a group of students, the news of the 4 school flowers waiting for Subai was quickly posted to the school's official website. Surprisingly, Yi Rouge, one of the newest school flowers, quickly responded in the affirmative. Swish! An old man tore through the void and walked out. With just a turn of his wrist, the forbidding bronze gate of the demon suppressor tower slowly opened. Next moment. The demon suppressor tower, which stood in the center of the imperial capital university and towered over the clouds, shook fiercely. At the same time, an aura of blood came to the face, making in the crowd many new students blanched, several even did not hold back and vomited out. Compared to them, Subai and Luchinga, as well as a group of older students, were used to it and didn't show much reaction. In such a situation, Subai also understood that what Bai Morphome had said was not false. It is true that such a model produces much better students than other institutions. The demon suppressor tower is open, you must come out before 12 o'clock at night. Otherwise, it's very likely that we'll encounter a high-grade demonic beast. The old man coldly shouted and watched as a group of students swiped their student cards to enter. Upon spotting Subai, a smile was pulled from his stern face. Perhaps it was a bit too long to keep his face taut, the smile was a bit weird. But this fell into the eyes of a group of students, but the iron tree blossomed for the first time. Even Lu Chingo was surprised. She had been in the Imperial Capital Institution for 3 years, and it was the first time she had seen this old man smile. After entering the suppression tower, the desert was boundless as far as the eye could see, with a blazing sun overhead, mercilessly scorching the land. Subai had anticipated many scenarios, but the scene in front of him was still beyond his expectations. For a moment, he thought this was coming to Heaven's Gate. System, the environment within this demon-suppressing tower, why is it generally the same as the outside world? Back to the host, a flower is a world, a leaf is a Bodhi. This demon-suppressing pagoda was refined by taking the world left behind after the death of a powerful person in the Bodhi realm. That is to say, here is a side of the world? You can think so. Is a Bodhi realm powerhouse the one who was able to create a party of worlds? Subai pondered for a moment, then didn't continue to look deeper. This level of realm was still too far away for him. Right now, restoring cultivation was the right thing to do. With a thought, he sheathed his immortal Punisher sword, dragging him deeper into this desert. Weiwa, the big man who flies with a sword, the hero of the human race, Subai. Awesome, when I break through the royal wind realm, I'm going to be ruthlessly handsome too. +1. Handsome miserable, hold the grass, just now how I forgot to shoot video this is Subai Phew. Many of the royal wind realm students similarly transformed into streams of light and vanished. Such a scene ruthlessly made the surrounding students envious again. In the meantime, Subai had arrived at a realm where ancient trees stood in the sky and filled with the aura of the demon race. As soon as he landed on the ground, a huge demon race came swooping in from the rear. Swish! The immortal execution sword swept out autonomously, and the azure sword aura flashed out, decapitating this mortal-grade demon race. Ding! Host kills demon race X1, gains attribute points X1. Repair the Dantian. Ding! The host has successfully repaired the Dantian, consuming a total of attribute points X1. Dantian repair. The roiling spiritual energy surged into Subai as if it had found a home, filling his Dantian. In just a few minutes, his Dantian was filled with spiritual energy. It was only that this spiritual energy was too rare, and compared to the vast spiritual energy of the Cheongyu realm, it was like the difference between a drop of water and an ocean. But this was a new beginning for Subai. Phew! With the immortal execution sword in his hand, Subai walked deeper with an indifferent face. Along the way, the demons he encountered were all killed by his sword. His cultivation, with the enhancement of his talent blood devouring, quickly reached the peak of the spirit river realm. The distance to the floor and mountain realm was only at his fingertips. However, he wanted to reach the extreme of each realm this time, so he didn't break through. Swish! Another spirit river realm demon race died under Subai's sword. The natural blood devouring was unleashed, and the cultivation came pouring in. His originally white cheeks also turned red from the infusion of cultivation spirit power. The berserk aura could not be suppressed and emanated, kicking up a cloud of dust. Subai sat down to meditate, and only after stabilizing his realm did he continue to go deeper. Swish! The bodies of several Spirit River Realm demon race members in front of him exploded, and several lines of blood surged into Subai's body. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the spiritual energy piling up in his dantian and broke through the Lushan realm. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X6, gaining 60 attribute points. Ding! Chapter 112, Breaking Down and Then Standing Up. Ding! The host's current cultivation level is 51,000 in the Lushan realm. I remembered that only 500 attribute points were needed earlier. Back to the host, since the host is breaking through the Lushan realm with the limit of the Spirit River realm, the corresponding physique and spirit increase is larger, so more attribute points are required. But the host can also feel that the Lushan realm in its present state is at least twice as powerful as the previous Lushan realm. The system makes a good point. Cultivation breakthroughs widened the meridians and dantians far beyond the first breakthrough. He hadn't traveled this path of limit breakthroughs in vain. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the Lushan realm, his physique has gained an increase, current physique is 358. Ding! Physical attributes have reached 200, congratulations to the host for obtaining this silver bone body. After the white light, Subai's physique had strengthened quite a bit, but it was just a drop in the bucket from the previous body of 1,000 mountains. After he familiarized himself with the changes in his body, he carried his longsword and continued to go deeper. Along the way, he didn't come across any camps similar to the demon race outside the Heaven's Gate Pass, and only occasionally came across some demon races that had gathered together. However, the number was pitifully small compared to that in the demon camp. As they gradually went deeper, the number of demons only began to increase. At this time, Subai's cultivation had already arrived at the peak of the Lushan realm. Physique, too, had broken through to the golden body level. With an expressionless face, he carried his longsword and continued with the next round of slaughter. And don't even know it. The crowd by the demon suppression tower in the outside world had been shocked beyond words. Among them, a youth in a black robe had even colder eyes. Gosh, Subai's ranking has risen again, actually coming to 322. In less than an hour and a half, he has killed over 300 demon race members. This speed, it's too fast. The number of unusual people who can only be decapitated in a day was actually accomplished by him so quickly, it's really powerful. Oof. Haven't you guys seen Subai's video? This number of demon clans are directly killing for fun for him. Restrictions on Subai's, perhaps this is due to the dispersal of the demon race in here. This guy's dantian, isn't it damaged? How can he still kill demons? Bimorphin had thought to go to the tower to see Subai, but he didn't expect a group of people to surround the demon suppression list at the side. When he went over again and saw Subai's ranking rise wildly, he was elated and at the same time a bit puzzled. That's right, it's the sword. That sword is covered with sword intent. Martial artists below the prosperity realm are basically no match for it as long as they don't swarm it. Bimorphin understood, as if he had remembered something, a bright light flashed in his eyes. But it quickly dimmed. That sword's killing power was great, but it was unrealistic to catch up with Tang San's 78,000 demons in just 2 days. Mentor White! Mentor White! Mentor White! The surrounding students spotted Bimorphin and immediately voiced their greetings. Bimorphin waved his hand. Tutor Bai, the family head invites you to come to the Tang Clan realm in January. The youth in black robes clasped his fists. I'm busy now, let's talk about it when we have time. Biemo Fong shook his head and left. After he left, a group of people on the side immediately surrounded the black-robed youth. Senior Tang San, you've killed so many demons, can you give us some pointers on our martial arts? Senior Tang San, as the current #1 person on the demon suppressor list, may I ask what you would like to say, and do you think that Subai will be able to surpass you by that amount? Mr. Tang, give me an autograph, will you? Senior Tang San, Subai's demon-killing momentum is so fierce, aren't you worried at all? He's a demon killer who came back from the eastern border war zone. Facing the crowd, Tang San smiled, and a long sword emerged from his hand. The name of Subai is just an exaggeration. If he can surpass me, this sword in my hand, give it to him. The surrounding students let out a loud chant when they heard this. Senior Tang San is so domineering, worthy of being the 10th ranked existence in the demon faculty. Senior Tang San kills demons and never kills below the Lushan realm, or else this number would have to be doubled a few more times. I know Subai is powerful, but it's probably unlikely that he can catch up to this number in 2 days. Senior Tang is awesome. Cool. Just then, a woman with a lance approached. Her cultivation spread out, and after the crowd of students sensed it, they immediately made way. Ms. Yi? Tang San's face stiffened, and after a moment, he put away his longsword and revealed a not-so-natural smile. I'll take note of what you said, and if you don't recognize it when the time comes, don't blame me, Yi Rouge, for robbing it with my hands. Said. Yi Rouge walked into the demon suppression tower with a gun. As soon as she set foot in the desert, she couldn't wait to open a bag of snacks and eat them. Sure enough, I'm so overbearing without snacks, I'm only that much worse than Subai. But still, I want a snack, especially on cucumber refreshing flavored chips. But me, shall I leave it for Subai, or eat the other blah? In the meantime. A mysterious realm. Several human cultivators with strong breaths were sitting around a copper mirror. Swish! Suddenly, a bright light shone from the copper mirror, and golden rays of light shot out from it, quickly condensing a thin, sword-wielding figure in the air. When they saw the silhouette, none of the human cultivators in the crowd had a look of disappointment on their faces. It has been measured 81 times in a row, and every time, it's Subai. Everyone, it's a matter of the survival of my human race. What are your thoughts? An old crone stepped out from the void and looked around with a heavy expression. Kill. After a moment of silence, a black-robed man murmured. You, the Tang family, want to kill Subai so badly, it makes me examine your intentions. A beautiful woman spoke out. I won't argue with you if your Yi family is powerful, but please remember that this is the Heavenly Observatory Hall, and the reason why I'm saying this is bound to be based on something. The black-robed man said coldly. The Heavenly Tao decreed that Subai is the son of prophecy, but now that Subai's dantian is damaged, he has been reduced to an invalid, but the identity of the son of prophecy remains unchanged. In such a situation, it's obvious that only by killing him will my human race give birth to a new son of prophecy, who will lead my human race to exterminate the demon race and move towards revival. What Tang Yuan said is true. Right now, in addition to the eastern border war zone, the remaining 3 war zones are in bad shape. If we do not sit down as soon as possible to argue, my human race, dangerous. An old man chimed in. Breaking down and building up is indeed the optimal solution nowadays. Not bad, although this matter is dishonorable, compared to the life and death of the human race, it is the best way. Agreed. Agreed. One by one, comments were made. Why are you guys like this? If you were Subai, and the human race that you've been guarding so painstakingly has turned around and tried to kill you, how do you feel? The beautiful woman said angrily. Why are you all unwilling to believe in Subai? My human race has been able to continue even after 10,000 years of severed inheritance. This is a miracle in itself. Is the legendary son of prophecy not worthy of you believing in a miracle once again? Chapter 113 9 Dragons Charging Heavenly Formation. You are correct in your notion that the children of prophecy can, indeed, bring about miracles. But now Subai is wasted, a wasted son of prophecy. Even if he can bring about a miracle, he won't necessarily lead my human race to continue. Besides, the reason why my human race has come so far today relies on, not all miracles. Above the void. The old woman looked at the beautiful woman with a calm gaze. So, your attitudes are all the same as Tang Yuan's, beheading Subai? The beautiful woman said angrily and kept looking at the crowd. Everyone subconsciously shied away when they touched her eyes, which were racing with anger. Remember your faces, you will regret this, for sure. Definitely. Yi Kongho, do you know something? The old woman frowned. I can only tell you that the son of prophecy can only be Subai. Yi Kongho sneered. In addition, I'm here to show my Yi family's attitude. This time, my Yi family stands Subai. Whoever wants to kill him is an enemy of my Yi family. That's all there is to say, folks, behave yourselves. The words fell. Yi Kongho walked into the void and left. Everyone, it's a matter of the survival of the human race. How long can a Yi family protect Subai? Moreover, she, Yi Kongho, is not the Yi family head, so what qualifications does she have to represent the Yi family? Tang Yuan sank. Khonshu's words are my Yi family's attitude. An old voice traveled into the heavenly observation hall, clearly resounding in everyone's ears. Yi family ancestor, is that really true? The old woman sank her voice. Which continuation of my human race was not aided by the will of heaven? It's ridiculous to think that it's Subai when he's been tested 991 times in a row, yet he doesn't deserve the slightest bit of trust from you and the others. Not to mention that Subai is the son of prophecy. Even if he isn't the son of prophecy, with the outstanding contributions he made in the eastern border war zone, he is already a hero of my human race. But you, instead of rewarding and encouraging them, you talk about fighting and killing here. If the world knew what you do, who would dare to kill demons? That's all there is to say. Take care everyone. The Yi family ancestors' voice dispersed. In situ. The crowd of powerful people all lowered their heads in silence. Matters related to the survival of the human race cannot just listen to its one-sided words, the way of the old generation, not enough to apply the current, my people, should also be with the times. Silence for half a day. The old woman spoke in a deep voice. Hold the pursuit order and transfer to 3 military commander-level powerhouses of the Holy Temple to head to the Imperial Capital University to decapitate Subai. And it is our task to remove, for them, the obstacles along the way. Yes. Inside the demon suppression tower. Subai killed demons along the way. Under SS rank blood devouring, his cultivation had recovered to the sea viewing realm, and his physique had reached the 100 elephant's body. Swish! A large amount of spiritual energy surged out, and the 7-colored domain quickly outlined itself. But for a moment it was gone again. Sure enough, even if the spirit power of my current sea viewing realm can be compared to the spirit power of the previous royal wind realm, it's still not enough to maintain the domain consumption. Subai murmured, his long sword entered his hand, and he continued to walk towards the depths. Along the way, the demon race, the highest realm, is only at the level of the sea viewing realm. All of them are not a match for him. He slaughtered his way there, and as his cultivation grew crazily, the realm of the demons he encountered also grew higher and higher. Swish! 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 Just then, black mist surged from the sky, and dozens of streams of spiritual energy swept in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Subai activated his talent Darkness and leapt to a tree to hide. Soon, a demon emperor landed, and after surveying for a moment, killing intent surged on his face. The scent has disappeared. This person may have faded away, or he may be hiding right here. Scout separately. It's a matter of whether or not we can escape this kind of cage. Lord Demon Zun's plan cannot have a single slip up. Yes. The crowd of demon emperors shouted in unison and scattered in all directions. In situ. This demon emperor looked around and confirmed that there were no mistakes before leaving. However, just as he moved, a long azure sword pierced through his head in an instant. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X1, gaining 200 attribute points. Swish! Cultivation surged in, and Subai's white cheeks became red in an instant. He suppressed the strong feeling of breakthrough and leapt onto the immortal execution sword, chasing towards the surrounding streams of light. Under the suppression of the immortal execution sword intent, the crowd of demon emperors were killed in no time. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X23, gaining 4,600 attribute points. Bared! As soon as Subai stopped his body, the lines of cultivation blood coming from all around drowned him. By the time the surrounding visions dissipated, his cultivation level had already arrived at the royal wind realm. The spiritual power contained within his body at this moment was straight ahead of the previous prodigy realm. Swish! The void surged, followed by a 7-colored field emerging. This time, the field lasted a full 10 minutes before it ran out of spiritual energy. In other words, Subai could utilize the chaotic sword intent domain for 10 minutes. After his spiritual energy recovered, Subai proceeded to test the rest of the domains. Basically, with the exception of the chaotic sword intent domain, each of the remaining domains could be maintained for a long period of time. Also, he can also use a certain degree of supreme killing moves. Long Rainbow Demon Chopper. Under such a sword, with the power of many domains added, even if it was an ordinary Cheongyu realm, he had the ability to decimate it. This path is right. As long as I break through the Cheongyu realm with the limit prosperity realm, I will definitely be able to make up for my previous shortcomings and make 10% of the power of the chaotic sword intent domain. Swish! The Punisher's sword enters the picture. Subai unleashed his darkness talent and swept deeper. Not for long. He then encountered a group of demon race with low strength. These demon clansmen, under the command of a demon emperor and more than a dozen demon kings, kept placing the demon cores in specific directions. Subai frowned at the sight and leapt onto a towering ancient tree. Taking advantage of the terrain, with the visual power of the sea viewing realm, he saw hundreds of such like demon groups. This group of demon race is laying down a formation in an attempt to break free from the demon suppression tower? Back to the host. Yes, this array is called the 9 Dragons Charge the Sky Array. Once launched, it can attract 9 dragons to help, commonly used to break free from the predicament, but the array arrangement is very harsh. Once a mistake is made, it is likely to attract the array backlash, appearing 9 dragons devouring the host situation. Here's the deal. Subai's eyes flickered. A few moments later, the confinement field was held open, blocking off this area of land. Before the crowd of demons could react, they were cut down on the spot by the accompanying azure sword awnings. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X 1024, gains attribute points, 74, 231. Swish! In an instant, thousands of cultivation channels surged into his body, and Subai's cultivation climbed, coming to the peak of the Royal Wind Realm before stabilizing. He put away his domain and shifted his body to reposition these demon cores. Subai, you recognize this thing? Lu Qingge tore through the void and walked out. Formation. Subai nodded. Can you tell me a little bit about what this formation is? Tutor Bai noticed the strange movements of these demons a long time ago, but didn't really know what it was. He's worried that we'll destroy them to attract the deepest demon Zune, so he just told us to keep watch and not let us do anything rash. You. Chapter 114 Candle Dragon Imperial Clan. Can you say something? Lu Qingge said. Subai shook his head and tore through the void to leave. Now that it was 12 o'clock, there wasn't much time left, so he had to hurry up and kill the demons. Xing Yi was right, this guy, he's really high-strung. However, he actually knows about the formations that many instructors in the school are not aware of. In situ. Lu Qingge looked at the direction Subai disappeared in, and there was some surprise in her gaze. But more than that, it was curiosity. Click click. Returning to her senses, Lu Qingge tore through the void and left. Subai unleashed the field of wind, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the next formation point. As he did, he decimated the demon race here and changed the orientation of the demon core arrangement. The cultivation absorbed in this place also pushed him to the grand circle of the Royal Wind Realm, just one step away from breaking through the Prosperity Realm. Swish! The field of wind was propped open, and Subai came to the next formation point. Not even a minute later, he had decapitated the last demon race here. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X 1056, gains attribute points 75, 325. After absorbing his cultivation, Subai headed to the next demon race formation. Soon, he decimated the demon race here. Cultivation surged all the way in, and his date-red cheeks oozed with beads of blood containing cultivation at this moment. At this time, he could no longer suppress the cultivation within his body and stepped into the prodigy realm. Swish! In an instant, the spiritual chi of the surrounding heaven and earth was like a dragon scroll, surging into his body. Boom click! At the same time, the violent astral wind of his body surged out, lifting up the sand and dust around him in an appalling manner. When all the visions calmed down, Subai's cultivation stepped into the prodigious realm. Physique, and also reappeared in the body of 1,000 elephants. The moment. His spiritual energy reserves had not only reached the level of the previous Zhongyu realm, but even exceeded it. Aside from his physique and his inability to use rules, Subai's strength was at least twice as powerful as the previous Zhongyu realm. And that is still just the prosperity realm. Weak human race, how dare they slaughter my demon race, they really deserve to be killed. A heavenly emperor led more than a dozen earth emperors to appear, and without any further ado, they directly used the power of their domains to launch an attack. The void around them, also under their thunder hour, underwent a burst of distortion, and there was a hidden tendency to break through this void. This earth realm was forged from a world left behind by a Bodhi realm powerhouse, and it was filled with the power of many worlds, rules, and realms of intent. These forces caused the hardness of the void of this world to reach an extremely high level. Even the void of the heavens battlefield could not compare to this place. This shows how strong this move is. Die, lowly race. The heavenly emperor of the demon race came to kill forcefully, and in his copper bell-sized scarlet vertical eyes, he seemed to have foreseen the image of Subai dying tragically on the spot. But the next moment, a seven-colored sword suddenly appeared from before his eyes, enlarging hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, and quickly drowning him in it. As soon as he opened his mouth, his head fell from above his neck. The scarlet aura emanating from his eyes also turned into a deadly gray color at this moment. Boom click! At this same time, a piercing golden light lit up from the demon suppressor list. Immediately afterward, an unusually thick voice came out from it. Human Subai, beheading the Demon Imperial Clan, Candle Dragon Imperial Clan Xiongyu Realm Powerhouse. What? The Demon Imperial Clan has appeared. The old man in charge of guarding this place swished over. At the same time, dozens of figures came tearing through the void, and at the sight of the piercing golden light flickering with the font, everyone's face changed. Haha, magnificent, my imperial capital institution, Subai, worthy of being the hero of my human race. Above the void, an old man laughed out loud. Since the establishment of my imperial capital institution, no one has ever killed a demon imperial. I didn't expect that Subai, who only came on the first day, would finish with such an amazing record. It's really extraordinary. Another mentor burst out laughing. God bless my human race, God bless the imperial capital institution, and God bless Subai. Such a feat must be nationally communicated. What, is a more eye-catching enrollment brochure than this thing? Where is the propaganda department? Hurry up and implement what the instructors have said for me. The rushing principal, Xiao Donghon, hurriedly spoke out. How is it possible? How can Subai resist the Qiongyu realm demon clan with just that one sword? Not to mention, the other party is one of the demon royal clans, the Candle Dragon royal clan. Unlike the rest of the people who had joyful faces, Morphin's eyes were filled with shock. He really couldn't imagine how Subai, with a mortal body, could accomplish such a shocking level-crossing beheading with only the immortal execution sword? Jingle bells. Hello, this is Morphin. Tutor by, Subai climbed up to the top 10 of the demon suppression ranking. He killed a total of 12,800 demon race members today, directly breaking the highest record since the founding of my imperial capital institution. At this rate, if he came a few days earlier, he might be able to surpass Tang San and ascend to first place on the demon suppressor list. Unfortunately, there is only 1 day left before the settlement of the demon suppression ranking. 12,800. Morphone looked at the sound. Above the Jin demon list, the word Subai, which flashed with blinding golden light, was very conspicuous. He does follow such a string of numbers under his name. According to school practice, breaking records should be recognized. The day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony. At this juncture, to recognize Subai, will be able to create a wave of momentum for my Imperial College hard. Tutor Bai, I'm going to honor Subai at the opening ceremony. Do you have anything to say? Just watch the whole thing. Mo Fong hung up the phone with a face full of confusion. He couldn't figure out how Subai, who was immortal yesterday, had transformed into a god of killing today. That's not possible any way you think about it. It couldn't be that Subai was not just a dual talent, but also the legendary dual Dantian? Ding! Host kills demon race x10, gains attribute points x104, 500. That Mikado, worth 100,000 attribute points? Back to the host. This demon is the Candle Dragon royal clan, one of the royal clans of the demon race, and killing it will result in a tenfold increase. There are many different types of demons and a lot of recorded information. But only the demon royal clan basically left nothing too detailed. So far, there were only 3 types of demonic royalty that Subai had encountered. The Ape Demon Imperial Clan, the Divine Crow Imperial Clan, and the now decapitated Candle Dragon Imperial Clan. Regarding the innate divine abilities of the Demon Imperial Clan, he had only seen the Ape Demon Imperial Clan's Ape Demon Vajra body. It was also unknown what the innate divine ability of the Divine Crow Imperial Clan as well as this Candle Dragon Imperial Clan was. Back to the host, the Candle Dragon royal family's natural aptitude is the Candle Dragon's pupil. When launched, the low realm of people who see it instantly be cursed, turned into stone, but when launching this aptitude, and the Ape Demon royal family in general, consumed by the life expectancy. What about the God Crow clan? Chapter 115, After January, the Tang family. The innate power of the God Crow clan is the dark spy on heaven. When activated, they can predict what will happen within a certain period of time, and their ability to perceive will be greatly increased, but, again, it consumes their lifespan. What about the rest of the Demon Imperial clan? Subai asked. Back to the host, the system can only parse the demon race that the host has killed, the rest of the Imperial race cannot be parsed. Got it. Subai didn't ask again and looked up into the air. The time recorded in large blood-colored letters had come to 11:57. He didn't hesitate and immediately tore through the void to leave the demon suppressing tower. As soon as he came out, he was surrounded by dozens of tutors and was forced to receive a compliment. He wasn't too used to the atmosphere, but fortunately, Mo Fong saw this and immediately pulled him away from the place. As soon as he arrived at the small courtyard, Morphone couldn't wait to size up Subai. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see Subai's current cultivation level. Subai, your cultivation has recovered? For a long time. It was only then that Morphin asked slyly. Subai nodded. Good, the heavenly Tao is merciful, my human race will surely escape this calamity. Morphin laughed out loud moments later. His patted Subai's shoulder, concluding his suspicions even more. Subai, is a double Dantian. Speaking. He excitedly dialed a phone number. Yo, Elder Bai, calling me this late at night, is it because you want to ask me to go to the hook rail to listen to the music? but I, Hiyawu, am a rough man, I don't have your kind of transcendent elegance. Hiyawu's teasing voice came out from the other end of the phone. Bimorphin's old face flushed at the words, and he coughed dryly and said something about Subai's cultivation recovery. Really? The other sighed. When Hiyawu learned about this, he immediately stood up in excitement. He cupped his hands around the phone, afraid he'd miss some important message. Not even noticing that the burnt-out cigarette blackened his thumb. It was only after receiving an affirmative answer from Bimorpho that he revealed a bright smile. I knew it, this brat-ass life. Ah. What's wrong? White Morpho's voice came from the phone. It's okay, I accidentally fell, it's not a big problem, you give the phone to Subai. Hiyawu hatefully stepped on the cigarette and kept flinging his fingers, which were burned red. Damn old man Bai, causing me to get burned by this cigarette, I'll get back to you. That brat's strong body was dispersed by the demon exalted, and I don't know if he's recovered now. Subai, your cultivation has recovered? Aha! That's good, do you want to come back to the battlefield of heaven now, or stay there for a while? My suggestion is for you to stay there for a while first. Once you come over, these demonic jinn will inevitably open the next round of assassinations once they learn of your cultivation recovery, which will be dangerous for you. I'll be here for a while. That's good. Hiyawu sighed in relief. But if you want to come back, just tell me, and anyone who tries to stop you, just tell me and I'll have to blow him away. Also, I found the information you asked me to find, I'll send it to Elder Bai in a moment and ask him to just bring it to you. Good. The other sighed. Subai looked at Bimorphone with a serious face. Elder Bai, please cover this place with the power of the world, I have something to say. Bimorphone didn't dare to delay when he heard this, and with a turn of his wrist, the two of them instantly arrived in an ancient tea house. Here around the lingering refreshing ancient tune, several women dressed in ancient style, constantly prancing dance on the stage, looks very eye-catching. Ahem. This is my world prototype, Subai, you just take a look, do not need to pay too much attention. Bimo Feng's old face turned a little red at the sight, and with a wave of his hand these women disappeared. Yo, old man Bai, why do I hear the tune of a hookah listening to music? You're afraid you're not going to bring my disciple down, are you? Ho Umo joked. Bimorphin darkened his face, and he, who was usually good with his mouth, didn't know what to say this minute. Get to the point. Subai sank. What I'm going to say is the information I gathered when I went to investigate. In the next half an hour, Subai told the two of them all the information that he had obtained from strangers seeking snow in the human ruins. That is to say, during the 10,000 ancient era, my human race left behind 10 preachers who were responsible for leading the revival of my human race 10,000 years later. Bimo phone sank. Ice spirit roots have come out, something that only exists in such novels. It seems that what this stranger seeker Snow said is not false. After all, there are very few people in the same realm who can walk up a few moves with Subai, not to mention, being one realm lower than Subai and still getting away with it. This Morshuinshua, the path that he took, is most likely the way of cultivation in the ancient times of the 10,000 years era. Hiyawu said. Subai, since you've made it known, you must already have a guess as to where these preachers are located. Bimo Feng frowned at Subai. Subai gave him an expressionless look and slowly spat out two words. Ancient martial arts. Nice. The sound of Hiyawu violently snapping his thighs came over. These ancient martial clans have always been above the top of my human race due to their gong methods, and combining this with stranger seeking Snow's situation, it's not hard to guess that they have the path of cultivation from the 10,000 ancient era. Only then were they able to emerge a large number of strong people in a short period of time after the aura recovery, establishing their position. As long as we target these families, we will surely be able to dig out one or two martial artists. Or, more appropriately, cultivators who survived the 10,000 ancient period. Subai, do you have an idea? Bimorphin seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze towards Subai flickered continuously. The Don family. Ha, the brat is thinking with me. While taking revenge and looking for people, the direction is very clear, but you are not strong enough now, but if I shake some more people, it will be enough. Only, if we take this way, this intelligence is going to leak out. Subai, what do you think? Tell me, I'll resist your waist pole. Hiyawu laughed. For the sake of the human race, this information can be spread out. Subai said in a deep voice. I see what you mean, just get some people who can be trusted, I get it. But all of these ancient martial arts families have separate realms, so there's no reason for us to go? Today, the Tang family's Tang San asked me to be a guest at the Tang family in January, so that's a reason. By Mo Phone said. Then what are we waiting for? After January, the Tang family is finished. As a preacher of the word, to seek personal gain and disregard the survival of my human race is already a crime that will be punishable by even death. He Yawu spoke coldly. The three proceeded to discuss some details before hanging up. Right, Subai, your physique? By Mo Phone asked. It's recovering, and there are still a few days to go before it's back to its full strength. So be it. Dum 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 dum. At this point, a knock on the door came from outside. Subai, I'm Mo Yen Light. Chapter 116, Rules of Darkness. By Morpho put away his world power and walked over to open the door. Mo Yen, dressed in a small floral dress, lightly greeted her before she pushed her glasses and walked in. Subai, it's like this, the main reason for coming here is that I have two things to tell you. Mo Yen Light succinctly and clearly explained the reason for his visit. The first thing was that Subai, as a new student of the Imperial Capital Institution, needed to participate in the opening ceremony. The second thing that happens is that freshmen need military training. The instructors for military training are under the direct jurisdiction of the military. I'm just a counselor, I don't have the right to exempt you from military training. You might want to go and explain the situation to the instructors. This is the instructor's information, you can read it. This person is very strong. My advice is to go to military training if you are not sure of defeating her. And it's good for you, too. Said. Moyen lightly handed over a piece of information. Subai took a look and there were only two small lines on it. Demon Faculty Freshman Military Training Instructor, Dongfang Taoyao. Cultivation, Peak Xianyu Realm 5 Doctrine Rule Powerhouse. How could it be this guy? By Morphin's brows furrowed at the sight. This Dongfang Taoyao is known as the iron-faced instructor and treats her students very harshly. During military training, not only are students not allowed to take time off, but in many cases training is intensified. In addition, this person is extremely bad at talking, and the only thing she can communicate with is her fists. I asked around, and the reason given by the military is that the demonic realm is higher this term. Mo Yan lightly pushed up his glasses and instructed two sentences before leaving the small courtyard. Subai, you don't have to worry, the military training piece, I'll try to go and help you talk about it. By Mo Phone said. No, I can fix it. Subai shook his head. The next day, Subai entered the demon suppressing tower, and just like yesterday, he smashed hundreds of demonic formations in a row. His cultivation had also broken through from the prosperity realm to the peak of the Cheongyu realm. Physique, too, came to the body of 1,000 mountains. As expected, at this time, he was enough to utilize 10% of his chaotic sword intent domain. Swish! Subai tore through the void and went, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the next formation point. Phew! The longsword was swung out, 7 colored sword awnings emerged, and tens of miles of emptiness in a radius were crushed in an instant. Before the thousands of demon clans could react, they were directly chopped into blood mist by this sword. Ding! Host kills Demon Race X 2536, gaining 200 attribute points, 342. Bared. The blood mist surged and condensed into a Dao cultivation blood pillar, quickly drowning Subai. Ding! The host reaches the note of breaking through the Sanghui realm, and can comprehend Rule X1. Comprehend the rules of darkness. Ding! The darkness rule has been successfully comprehended. As the system prompt fell, Subai calmly stood in place, his body gradually blending into the darkness. At the same time, the tens of miles of heaven and earth around him were pitch black, and even the extreme light that spilled down from the cracks of the trees could not invade it in the slightest. At this time, Subai walked among them, pairing the talent darkness, the rule of wind, the domain of wind, and the domain of space. His speed was comparable to that of a flash. That is to say, he could instantly reach any place in this realm where the darkness rule affected. Swish! Suddenly, the previously pitch-black realm blossomed with a blinding white light, and in but a few moments, the realm was filled with extreme light. Subai was like a speck of light, quickly blending into the realm. In such a situation, he could achieve the same speed he had when he was in the dark. The ultimate black is the ultimate white. Subai's mind moved, and the surrounding scene once again turned into a pitch black, and in a few seconds, it then turned into an extremely white color. The process remained standing in the middle of it. But no matter how the black and white shifted, it was as if he was invisible, converging the traces of his existence without revealing a single breath. Only when the alternating black and white visions dispersed did Subai's figure appear. Open the Personal Attributes panel. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Early Cheongyu Realm 12,263,732 4 billion. Optional. Attribute points, 26, 123, 423. Physique, 356, 297 Body of 1,000 hills. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 5 million. Spirit, 457, 234 Gnosis Extraordinary. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 5 million. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, SS Grade Blood Eating 08 billion, S Grade Darkness 05 billion, E Grade Obsession 0100, E Grade Sword Spirit 0100. Optional. Fields, Attribute Dao D Gold D Wood D Water D Fire D Earth D Ice C Thunder D Light D Darkness Grade A Forbidden Field 3 million 5 billion, Transcendent Supreme Sword Taoist Chaos Sword E Field 08 billion, Way of the Gun Grade B Field of the Gun 70 million 3 million, Way of the Wind Grade B Wind, Way of the Warrior Grade E Sword Z Fork Z Baton Z Whip Z Halberd Z Hammer Z Axe Z Spear Z Hooks, Way of the Wind E Level C Wind Domain 850,000 2 million E Swiftness E Green Steel E Lightning E Misty E Spring Wind E Cold Spirit E Evocation E Illusion E Ride the Air. Optional. Rules, Level E Rule of Light 01 billion, Level E Rule of Space 01 billion, Level E Rule of Wind 01 billion, Level E Rule of Darkness 01 billion. Optional. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fuyu 3 Swords Proficiency, Tijun, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, Tijun, Grade S Sword Skill Demon Beheading, Proficiency, Tijun. No points may be added. Weapon, Pseudo-S Sword of the Immortal Punisher, Attributes, Grade A Sharpness 0500 million, Grade D Sword Intent 0500 million, Grade S Hardness 0500 million, Grade E Sword Formation 0200 million, Spirit of the Immortal Punisher Missing 02 billion. Optional. Physique plus 4, 643, 703. Ding. Adding points completed, current physique 5 million. Ding. The body mass has reached 5 million, a qualitative change has occurred, congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of 1,000 mountains. Majestic power surged into his body, and Subai finally returned to his heyday. The Punisher Sword Sharpness is upgraded to S, the Punisher Sword Intent is upgraded to S, and the Punisher Sword Spirit adds 2 million points. Ding! Adding points is complete, the current Punisher Sword Sharpness is S rank 03 million, Punisher Sword Intent rank is S rank 010 million, and Punisher Sword Spirit rank is E rank 05 million. Phew! The Immortal Execution Sword came out of its sheath, and its light was so bright that countless stone chips fell from it, revealing the original azure blue appearance of the long sword. At the same time, a slightly blurred female face emerged from the sword, her gaze was like a wave as she looked at Subai, and in the blink of an eye, the sword intent surged and filled the air, just like her long blue hair. Chant! The long sword softly chirped, light convergence, flew to Subai's front, long hanging, refused to return to the sheath. Then, follow me. Subai calmly glanced at the Immortal Punisher sword. Swish! The woman on the Immortal Exorcism sword revealed a smile, and the long sword softly chirped continuously, seemingly telling of her joy at this time. Chapter 117 Sword Spirit, Obsession. On top of the ruins with the remnants of the 7-colored sword awnings, stood a slightly thin back dressed in a black power suit. Next to him, there is a blue long sword, and occasionally a woman's face will emerge from the sword, gazing at him in fascination. Phew! Subai reached out and the long sword fell into his hand. The void cracked in front of him and he quickly arrived at the next formation point. This array point is very large in scale, about tens of miles wide, and the demon nuclei placed on it are very eye-catching under the night, bright and shining like the starry sky. Who? Several demon race heavenly emperors stationed here noticed the strange movement in front of them, and had just opened their domains when a 7-colored sword aura mixed with blood chi suddenly attacked, and in a moment, the sword aura zoomed in, cutting across dozens of miles in a radius. The might it carried was so great that it shattered the void for 100 miles in a radius in one fell swoop. Boom! 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 Nearly 10,000 demon race members in this area were killed by this sword before they could react. Under the extremely pitch-black vacuum, this sword at this moment, seemed to have transformed into a 7-colored bright moon for a long time. What a terrifying sword, this sword, is it something a human can chop out? It's too terrifying, with such might, I'm only afraid that those tutors, they can't even show it. 7-colored sword awnings, Subai without a doubt. Holy, I've seen a lot of demon slayers returning from the border, but it's the first ING time for one as fierce as Subai. In the demon suppression tower. All the students saw this mind-numbing scene. Boom click. With a loud bang, the demon suppressor list suddenly blazed with 7-colored light. At the same time, a voice that sounded like thunder resounded throughout Imperial Capital University. Human Subai, killing 9,783 demons with a single sword, breaking the record of the demon suppression list. Shasta. Thousands of figures gathered at the demon suppressing tower. Even quite a number of old antiquities who had been practicing in seclusion had broken out when they heard this news. To kill such a number of demons with a single sword, Subai, truly terrifying. A mentor was appalled. He was also a Cheongyu realm powerhouse, but he thought to himself that he couldn't make it to this point. Truly horrifying. In the past, he killed more than 100,000 demon clans by throwing a shot and chopping them, but those demon clans were mostly of the mortal level, and they simply couldn't form any combat power. But the demon clans in the Demon Town Tower are scattered, and in order to kill such a number of demon clans with a single sword, this sword of his, it must at least reach nearly 100 miles. With such a range of attacks and still maintaining this kind of killing power, I'm sure that Subai's strength is at least at the border army commander level. The other mentor sank in. Ahem. This time. Bimorphin gave a dry cough. I forgot to tell you guys, Subai had previously passed the military commander selection and became the 9th military commander of Tianmen Pass. What? The rushing Chiodong Hong's gaze was horrified. He just went to college and became a military commander. Doesn't that mean that he's the youngest military commander in the Eastern Border War Zone, and even amongst the entire Dragon Kingdom? Bimorphin nodded his head. Oh my god, the military chief has entered our school. This is a supreme honor, Elder Bai. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter first? If I had known this, I would have inevitably given Subai a grand welcome. Xiao Donghong said excitedly. The surrounding tutors were also red in the face, staring at Bimorphin with a look of reproach. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the color of pride in their eyes was growing stronger. The conversation of several people was not concealed, and the crowd of students below, likewise, learned of the news. Within a few minutes, Subai's identity as the 9th Army Commander of the Eastern Border War Zone had spread to the entire Imperial Capital University. And with great speed, it spread over the network and soon topped the hot search. Stunned, the human hero Subai also has the status of a military commander. The youngest military commander of the Dragon Kingdom is out, and yes, it's still the same man. Isn't it true that Subai is more high maintenance? He won't like this similarly crowded event. Mo Fong kindly laughed. Little Fong has a point. Subai's current status is that of an army commander, a hero of the human race, and even more so, a powerful person on the same level as you and the others. It is indeed reasonable to give him enough respect. A wrinkled old man spoke out. His voice was not loud, but when he spoke, the crowd all fell silent. None other. Just because of this person, he was one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the Imperial Capital Institution. What the old chief said. A crowd of people spoke out in agreement. Just then, a flash of golden light blossomed once again. The crowd looked in unison, only to see the word Subai, who had previously ranked second, had ascended to the first place on the demon suppression list. Wow! In an instant, the previously silent crowd erupted into another heated discussion. All of this. Subai didn't know that. He was absorbing the cultivation this minute. Ding! The host has reached the note of breaking through the Sangui realm and can comprehend Rule X1. After Subai finished absorbing his cultivation, his mind moved and the long sword fell into his hands. Through testing, with his current power of the Cheongyu realm, he could execute the sword move Long Rainbow transformed by 10% of the power of the chaotic sword intent domain twice. While the most powerful sword, the Long Rainbow Demon Slaying, was only strong enough to be performed once. But this sword was several times more powerful than before. Phew! Subai calmed down his inner excitement, and between his body movements, the demonic crystal cores were drastically altered. After doing so, he went to the next formation. In less than 5 minutes, he had slaughtered all of the demon race in this place. Ding! Host kills Demon X8957, gains attribute points, 705, 325. Ding! The host reaches the note of breaking through the Sangui realm, and can comprehend Rule X1. Only after killing 5 formations in a row did Subai fully grasp his current strength. He opened the attribute panel and tapped on the introduction panels for the E-rank talent Sword Spirit and E-rank talent Obsession. Grade E talent Sword Spirit, activate this talent to increase the power of sword skills by 5%. The next level is D grade Sword Spirit, activating this talent will increase the power of sword skills by 10%, and when learning sword skills, it is faster than normal. Grade E talent dementia. Activate this talent and you will fall into a state of dementia, indistinguishable from enemy and confused, but under this talent, you can increase your own strength by 5%. The next level is D ranked dementia. Activate this talent and you will also fall into a state of dementia, which is deepened from the previous level, but can increase your strength by 10%. Note, Pure Sword Heart, immune to the negative effects of the talent obsession. System, talent Sword Spirit, obsession, add points to raise to a rank. Ding! Adding points completed, total consumption of attribute points 117,200. Ding! The current Sword Spirit level is a rank 0,500,000, and the current Dementia level is a rank 0,500,000. Grade A Sword Spirit, activating this talent can increase the power of sword skills by 20%, and the speed of cultivating sword skills is very fast, far beyond normal people. Grade A Dementia, activating this talent will cause you to fall into a state of insanity, with scarlet eyes and a single-minded desire to kill, but under this talent, you can increase your own strength by 20%. Chapter 118 SSS Grade Heavenly Tao. As the system prompt fell, Subai's long sword was held horizontally, and under the talented sword spirit, he wielded a sword that was enriched with 10% of the power of the chaotic sword intent domain. Boom click. The void shattered, and a 7-colored moon suddenly hung in the sky. The power of the realm on it raged, and the violent power caused the surrounding void to not be repaired for a long time. Subai eyed this sword on, and his pitch-black eyes gradually became blood red. In the blink of an eye, another 7-colored sword aura that was enriched with 10% of the power of the chaotic sword intent domain flew out. This sword on straightly shattered the previous one, transforming into a bigger round of bright moon hanging above the void. The 2 swords in a row that Subai had exerted were all equal spiritual power of 10% of the chaotic sword intent domain power. It was only that the first sword was only under the gifted sword spirit, while the second sword was under the sword spirit, obsession. With such an increase, even if Subai's state of mind was smooth, his breathing was a bit heavy at this time. After all, these 2 talents were still only A ranked, and if they were upgraded to SSS ranked, the effect of the increase brought about would only be multiplied by multiples. And this has no side effects. Knock. At this point, deafening bells rang out. Subai knew that this was a signal to remind the students to leave the tower, and immediately transformed into tearing through the void to leave. As soon as he stepped out of the demon suppression tower, thousands of students clasped their fists and saluted. 9th Army Commander. 9th Army Commander. 9th Army Commander. 3 loud shouts came out, and only then did the crowd stand up straight with serious faces. Subai, I can't help it if they have to mess with it. By Mo phone led a group of tutors over. Subai didn't say anything and turned around to tear through the void to leave. It's still really high and cold, and he even said that he would find him to chat for a few minutes. Xiao Donghon let out a bitter laugh. Break it up, break it up. With this high and cold personality of Subai, it's no wonder that he's so good at practicing swords. Since ancient times, many swordsmen have been sad in autumn, and one person ascends to the heights of the most lonely. The road of a sword cultivator is indeed difficult to walk. But which of those who can practice it out is not a resounding presence in the human land? A group of mentors lamented. In the meantime, Yi Rouge pinpointed where Tang San was. She didn't speak, just pointed at the sword in the other's hand. Subai won, this sword, mine. Missy, I'm afraid it's just not a good idea to take someone's love like that, right? Tang San sank in. If you want to blame it, blame yourself. Who told you to make a big, mean statement? Yi Rouge didn't give him room to refuse, and with a tremor of the spear, the domain was instantly propped up, blocking him off. Damn it, this is the Imperial Capital University. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the school if you take a shot at me here? Tang San said coldly. I don't want to bully you, either hand over the stuff or die. As for me killing you, it's just a dispute between our ancient martial arts families, the school can't care. You! Tang San shouted angrily, but said nothing. He grimaced and pondered for a moment, but still threw the long sword in his hand. Ms. Yi, the mountain is high and the road is long. Say it. Don Yui Field braced to leave. In situ. Yi Rouge took a disdainful two-way bite and pulled out a snack to eat. Getting an S-rank longsword is good luck. It's time to go see Subai. By the way, let him know that my talent has been upgraded to SSS Tendo. Hey, Demon Faculty Counselor Moyen Light. I'm Oriental Tao Yao. Hello, Instructor East, is there something you're calling about at this hour? Mo Yanqing didn't dare to slack off, pulled on the bedside lamp and got up to sit on the edge of the bed. I've watched the military training videos of these demonic faculties, and to be honest, I'm very dissatisfied. An undeniably cool voice came from the other end of the phone. Mo Yenchang sniffed and her grip on the phone tightened by 2 points. And what does Instructor East mean? Imperial Capital University, all students of the demon faculty, no matter which term, all gather and retrain. That's not quite right, after all, right now, several students are about to graduate. My word only once, pull back and retrain. This. Toot 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 toot. Without being allowed to speak, Mo Yenlight, the phone was hung up. Her brow furrowed, and a moment later she dialed a number. Elder Bai, Dongfang Taoyao said she wants to military train all the students of the demon faculty. What's wrong with this guy? The other side. Bai Mo Feng, who was knocking on his melon seeds and hooking the fence to listen to the song, sniffed and directly roared out. Doesn't she know that a lot of these students are going to the border war zone to support them, and what if there are problems at the border when he's being so reckless? I've persuaded her, but her attitude is resolute. Mo Yenchang said helplessly. Let's leave it at that for now and call a meeting tomorrow to discuss it and try to find a good way to get rid of her. Hang up. Bai Morfeng sipped his tea and watched the dance that used to be pleasing to the eye, only to find it tasteless. It's so hard to have a good mood, and it's all ruined by this guy. Day 2. Imperial University. The wide soccer field was filled with students and teachers from all over the school. Behind them was a group of reporters carrying long guns, as well as the crowd that had gathered in circle after circle. The reason for this pomp and circumstance is that today is the opening ceremony of the Imperial University. The army chief is here. I don't know who howled. Next moment. Everyone's gazes were gathered on that skinny figure. Su Bai. I love you. 9th Army Commander, it's really too hot. Killing nearly 10,000 demons with one sword, Su Bai, you are the strongest sword cultivator in my heart. Su Bai, great. The crowd chanted continuously, and among the onlookers, there were even people who raised signs with Su Bai's name written on them and kept shaking their hands in ecstasy. Su Bai didn't say anything and turned around to walk into the back of the demon faculty lineup. Along the way, the crowd clasped their fists to make way. Su Bai, your place is not here. Mo Yenlight tore through the void and walked out, pointing at the podium. Your place, up there. Su Bai looked in search of the sound and saw that there was a chair on the podium with his name engraved on it. And this chair is not on the edge, but in the very center. Come on, Su White. It was decided at a school meeting and there's nothing we can do to change it. Just sit there, you don't have to say anything. Bai Morphin walked out of the void. Su Bai followed him to the podium and sat down. The tutors on the side had voiced their greetings, to which Su Bai just nodded. But instead of feeling humiliated, the group of tutors who knew his character well were all beaming. After all, Su Bai had returned their greeting. Once everyone was seated, the president of the Edge got up to deliver this commencement address. There are only 2 major events in this commencement ceremony. First, recognizing outstanding students. Second, meet the military training instructors for this freshman class. Hikaru's heavenly fairy fathers and mothers, ask for a favorable review. Chapter 119, The Sword Points to the Demon Race's Boundary. Imperial University. On the soccer field, one student after another stepped out of the crowd as Principal Chiu Donghong shouted. Most of these people came from the demonic faculties in the center, and on each face, pride hung more or less. But the crowd, which used to cheer, was silent at this time. Everyone's eyes were gathered on the thin figure on the podium. The last student is the commander of the 9th Army of the Eastern Border War Zone, the hero of the human race, Su Bai. In the midst of the sound, suddenly came out Chiu Donghong's high cry that contained spiritual energy. Next moment. The previously silent crowd exploded directly. The atmosphere of the scene also reached its peak because of the word Su Bai. Su Bai got up from his seat and came among the group of outstanding students with a calm face. Along the way, many tutors had risen to congratulate him, and many of the usually arrogant demonic faculty students had coincidentally moved to the sides, making way for Su Bai. Su Bai, very good. When the old man with a wrinkled face gave Su Bai the award, his admiration showed. Not for long. The award ceremony came to the last item, the press interview. Hello, Mr. He Yuanqing, what are your plans after graduation as the outstanding student of the year? A reporter asked to the male student in front of him. So much so that the image was also synchronized over the big screen at the soccer stadium. The previously noisy scene gradually fell silent. On the screen, He Yuanqing looked at the camera with his face as usual and spoke his thoughts without any hesitation. Nothing too ambitious. After graduation, I want to go to the border as a demon slayer. Why, with your talent, you should be good enough to enter most departments in the Dragon Kingdom? I thought the same thing before this, but after watching a few videos of the 9th Army commander, I realized that the so-called quiet years are just someone carrying the weight for us. Now that I've grown up and am no longer the young and ignorant teenager I once was, I should also do something to let our descendants grow up in peace. He Yuanqing said with a straight face. Suddenly, he turned toward Su Bai and hugged him. He Yuanqing, I would like to accompany the army commander to kill the demons and guard our great motherland together. Good. A wisp of spiritual energy surged out from Su Bai's body and helped He Yuanqing up. People of my human race should strengthen themselves. The reporter wiped the corners of her eyes, not waiting for her to come. The next student how to source clear general, fist salute. This was followed by a series of hundreds of outstanding students who clasped their fists without delay. Zhu Changsheng of the human race, willing to follow the 9th Army commander to kill the demons. Human race Lu Qingge, willing to follow the 9th Army commander to kill the demons. The human race Qi Tian Domain is willing to follow the 9th Army commander to kill the demons. Human Li Qingyi, willing to follow the 9th Army commander to kill the demons. A moment. Tens of thousands of students following in their footsteps. Willing to follow the 9th Army commander and kill the demons. Willing to follow the 9th Army commander and kill the demons. Willing to follow the 9th Army commander and kill the demons. 3 roars in a row resounded throughout Imperial Capital University. Such a scene caused the surrounding crowd to redden their eyes. Unspeakable national pride, as if a floodwave rises at first, from the chest rushed out. Even the crowd of school leaders on the podium stood up at this moment, their eyes looking in admiration at the only thin figure standing on the large soccer field. Swish! Su Bai didn't say anything, but the long sword beside him suddenly leapt into the air and released its light, handing out a shocking sword towards the front. Boom click! With a loud bang, nearly 100 miles of land in front of the sword blade, the void shattered in an instant, leaving only a 7-colored sword on that traversed nearly 100 miles. The sword's blade points to the demon clan's territory. Such grandeur and vigor, when it shows the style of my vast human race. The podium. The old man with a wrinkled face laughed out loud, and battle intent raged out around him. It seems to be with this sword, together with the battle of the demon race, restoration of the river and mountain of the human race. Kill! Bai Morfeng roared, and a long sword appeared out of thin air, tracing out a brilliant sword aura, quietly hanging behind the immortal execution sword. The same demon race that the sword blade was pointed at. Kill! 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 The school leaders roared, and many weapons swept out, with unparalleled power, crushing pieces of emptiness, like Bai Morfeng's long sword, quietly hanging behind the immortal execution sword. Kill! 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 Students from all the imperial institutions have followed suit. Tens of thousands of Dao weapons blasted out, so powerful that it directly caused half of the void of the imperial capital to fall into an extreme pitch-black vacuum. However, that one 7-colored sword on was exceptionally eye-catching. As if piercing the darkness and bringing the dawn, it is tantalizing. Kill! Infected by this, all the martial artists who had come here had sacrificed their weapons to follow closely behind. Kill! 8th Center. Ji Hongwei, who was organizing the entire school to watch this live broadcast, saw this, and his long spear, like a dragon, cut out a flash of lingering white aura and hung above the void. The point of the gun blade was also the demon clan's territory. Kill! The crowd of students is such as this. Those students who hadn't stepped into martial arts and couldn't offer up their weapons turned around and gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, the sharp edges of their hands. Demon race. Such a scene. At this very moment, non-stop surging in the human land. Boom click. In the middle of the temple of heavenly observation. Suddenly, countless points of light came pouring in. These points of light gathered above the bronze mirror and soon outlined a back. He had a thin frame and held a long sword. Ahead of him was an endless stream of demons. It's really a miracle, but after spoiling my Tang clan's grand plan, even if you're the son of prophecy, you still have to die. Tang Yuan's figure emerged, and with a flip of his palm, all the visions dissipated into thin air. Sensational words will do, and if we go on, do we have to wait until dark to start organizing the work? Imperial University. Soccer stadium. The podium. A group of military training instructors in camouflage uniforms walked over. The old man with a wrinkled face frowned and raised his hand as spiritual power roamed out, soothing the crowd's state of mind while returning thousands of weapons to their original owners. What's going on? Principal Chiu Donghong called out. Nothing's going on, it's just that I think, what's the point of being melodramatic like this? It's better to go to the border and kill a demon. The lead woman among the military instructors approached and grabbed the microphone out of his hand. Everyone, I'm Dongfang Taoyao, the military training instructor for all members of the demon faculty. I now announce that this military training will begin in 3 minutes. What? Today is the opening ceremony, and by all accounts military training will not take place until tomorrow, Instructor Dongfang. What do you mean by that? Chiu Donghong frowned. It's just that looking at this group of fine-skinned trash who still want to try to kill demons, I feel a bit ridiculous. Besides, we're taking over here, so you guys can go back if you're okay. Dongfang Taoyao coldly said. She didn't put down the microphone in her hand, and that one sentence, too, spread throughout Imperial University. Who are you calling a loser? He Yuanqing roared, tearing through the void in an instant and swept to the podium. Says you, no, want to fight? Chapter 120 Oriental Taoyao. Come on. As a demon courtyard faculty heavenly pride, how could he Yuanqing endure such insults? The realm held out and instantly enveloped Dongfang Taoyao into the void. These guys from the demon faculty are really wild, but under the boss, there's no cure. But this Subai is indeed not bad. For a moment just now, I couldn't help but sacrifice my weapon. The aura of killing is thick on this person, a fellow who has truly traveled the battlefield, not simple indeed. Ha! So what? It's not true that he's been to war, but as long as the boss is out of the way, it's still obedient. The military instructors were laughing and joking and were not surprised by this scene. Old chief, what shall we do? Bimorphin looked toward the old man with a wrinkled face. The old man shook his head and didn't say anything, his eyes looking at Subai who was surrounded by the crowd, raking in his thoughts. There's no way out, this Eastern instructor is notoriously unreasonable, there's no way to communicate with her, unless one of you can beat her into submission. A tutor smiled bitterly. She's only in her 20s, it would indeed be a loss of face for us to fight her, and her strength is not weak, so I'm afraid it won't be too easy to subdue her. Better, or someone among the students could squash her a bit, but that's unlikely. What about Subai striking out? Although Subai is a military commander and strong, but facing this kind of powerhouse who has comprehended the 5 rules, he is still quite a bit worse, so I guess it's hard enough. Furthermore, Subai is the military commander, in terms of status alone, it is not lower than her, both, there is no reason to make a move. A group of school leaders exchanged words for a while, but did not discuss any solution. Principal Chiu Donghong sighed and had to speak out to announce that the opening ceremony was over and the new students were in military training mode. Finally. He said the last sentence with a proud face. In the name of the Chancellor, I announce that henceforth, a new program will be created at the opening ceremony of the Imperial Capital University Sword Sacrifice, Sharpness to the Demon Race. Strike that. He then led a group of school leaders out of the area. Subai, there's no way out, Dongfang Taoyao is overbearing, we can't persuade her. But with your position as a military commander, the other side shouldn't make things too difficult for you. Remember to contact me if something happens. Biemo Fong transmitted his voice, and Subai nodded without saying anything. Barely. Just then, the void cracked open a mouth, and a black shadow fell out from it, smashing hard on the ground, trying to struggle but unable to move. It's Yuanqing, hasn't he already comprehended a rule? How was he defeated by the instructor so quickly? Yuanqing's battle power, in the Demon Academy department, is enough to rank in the top 10, this instructor, just how strong is he? It's horrible. With such battle power, it's no wonder he's called the freshman butcher. The crowd of freshmen exclaimed in shock. Swish! Dongfang Taoyao tore through the void and walked out, ruthlessly stepping on Yuanqing. This is the student who boasts of being a demon, weak as a chicken, and still wants to graduate and kill demons. I see you, you can only drag your feet when you go to the border. If you have the ability. Don't use the 5 Dao rules. Yuanqing gritted his teeth. Joke, my own strength, why can't I use it? According to your idea, it's hard to believe that when you go to the border, those powerful demon clans will have to give you a little bit of slack. What a waste! Dongfang Taoyao snorted coldly as she turned her head to look at the crowd of demonic faculty students and sneered. Look at you guys, you're a little defiant, next, who's next? Beat me, and I'll spare you military training and continue to agitate you. But if you can't beat me, then remember clearly that during military training, what I, Dongfang Taoyao, say is ing Holy Writ. Whatever you guys are upset about, you're going to have to ing hold it in, understand? I'll do it. Qing Yili stepped forward. Yo, you're quite brave, what's your name? Dongfang Taoyao laughed. Demon Slayer of the Eastern Border War Zone, Li Qingyi. Well, come and fight. Dongfang Taoyao sighed, and in the next moment, the two domains exploded, and the two of them instantly disappeared in place. 30 seconds later, Li Qingyi, how to source clear general, ruthlessly smashed on the ground. Mei. Dongfang Taoyao tore through the void and walked out. With this amount of strength, it's nothing more than a waste of space, and you still dare to call yourself a demon slayer, it's really laughable. Or the demonic faculty students of the imperial capital institutions, I don't think you can even compare to those low-talent trash. It's better not to go to the border, just retire in the interior. Dongfang Taoyao, what do you mean? Yi Rouge stood out holding her spear. What, you're a trash with a low talent level too? Eastern Border Warzone Demon Slayer, Yi Rouge, please enlighten me. Come, let me see what's so special about you demon slayers. Dongfang Taoyao sneered. Next moment. The two disappeared into thin air. 3 minutes later, Yi Rouge fell from the void and landed in front of Subai. Can't do it either, I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you're also a waste. What, is this the demon slayer that was touted to the heavens? Why are they all trash? It's just that the talent level is low, and the battle power is still so poor. It's a shame to live with just such a person, and they still want to guard the border. They really don't know how to die. Oriental Taoyao emerged from the void, her gaze full of teasing. She glanced at Subai with her remaining light, as if she wanted to see what reaction Subai had. Subai, however, remained expressionless. Subai, I'm sorry, she's too strong, I'm no match for her. Yi Rouge got up and stood beside Subai with a guilty face. Subai didn't pay any attention to her and just quietly looked at Dongfang Taoyao. You have half an hour to recover your spiritual power. What do you mean? Dongfang Taoyao coldly said. Is it hard to believe that you want to challenge me as well? Interesting, the 9th Army commander of the Eastern Border War region, the hero of the human race, Subai, has come to challenge me, Dongfang Taoyao. I feel honored just thinking about it. This challenge of yours, I accept. However, I don't need to recover my spiritual energy. Defeating these trash didn't consume much spiritual energy for me. No, they said you needed it. Subai shook his head. They? Dongfang Taoyao looked around the circle, revealing a touch of contempt between her brows. Just this bunch of losers, it's so trashy, what they say is about as good as farting. Plus, do you think I need to do my best to beat you? Although it's not true that you're an army commander, I, Dongfang Taoyao, have defeated far more army commanders, and just you, it's not enough for me to use my full strength. Not me. Subai said. It's not you, funny, you come to challenge me and say it's not you, what is it then, is it hard to be a ghost? If you want to fight, just fight, why are you so nagging? You're like a... Dongfang Taoyao sneered. Good. Subai nodded. Killing Demons in the Eastern Border War Zone. Chapter 121, Killing Demons in the Eastern Border War Zone, Challenging Your Excellency. Demon Slayer of the Eastern Border War Zone, E-rank talent shotgun, Xia Changkong, challenges Your Excellency. Demon Slayer of the Eastern Border War Zone, E-rank talent precognition, Qin Tianju, challenges Your Excellency. What's Xia Changkong Qin Tianju? What kind of trashy stuff are these again? Dongfang Taoyao coldly said. The heroes in the hearts of all the demon slayers in the Eastern Border War Zone, are the garbage trash with low-level talent in your eyes. Yi Rouge said angrily. Garbage deserves to be called a hero, it seems the Eastern Border War Zone is hopeless. Come on, Subai, let me see your strength as the youngest military commander of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom click. Oriental Taoyao's domain opened up, and the 5 rule powers poured out, attacking and killing without reservation. Subai didn't say anything. Between his steps, his eyes were as scarlet as blood, and his body was raging with sword intent. The immortal Punisher sword he held in his hand also let out a horn-like roar of fury at this moment. Next moment. Subai then swung his strongest sword so far. Rule Long Rainbow Demon Chopper. Barely. The 7-colored sword mango mixed with black and white disappeared into the void and appeared in front of Dongfang Taoyao in the blink of an eye. The residual sword she carried on it directly shattered her domain that had been enriched with 5 rules. Without the domain isolation, all the students present saw the shocking sword. Many of the students whose strength was underneath were even prostrated by this sword, unable to move. Swish! Under the attention of millions of people, Dongfang Tao Yao was directly submerged by this sword on. Seconds later, a figure bathed in golden light flew out backwards, smashing a large hole in the podium and ruthlessly embedding itself into the ground. Swish! Subai dispersed his sword awnings and slowly fell from the void, his scarlet eyes converging and returning to his original appearance. Witnessing such a scene, everyone in the congregation was silent. Everyone knew that Subai was very strong, but no one could have imagined that Subai could actually defeat Dongfang Tao Yao with such an unbeatable stance. At this time, Dongfang Tao Yao crawled out with a pale face. She wiped the blood that had spilled from the corner of her mouth, and a strong scorn filled her gaze towards Subai. That sword just now, if she didn't have a protective treasure, she would definitely die. Phew! She let out a long breath and drank aloud. Oriental Tao Yao lost to the Eastern Border Warzone Demon Slayer Xie Changkong, Xin Tianzhu. Subai sniffed and left the place with his imperial sword. Wait for me. Yi Ruj just wanted to follow, but was stopped by Dongfang Tao Yao. Subai can defeat me, his strength, I recognize it, but you people, all of you, get your asses over to military training. The Demon Suppressor Tower. Subai quickly slaughtered nearly 100 demon race formations. Just as he rolled over to the next formation point, 3 figures tore through the void and stepped out in a closed circle, blocking his path to death. Introducing, Supreme Sacred Hall, Yang Hadao, Cultivation Level, 6 Dao Rule Qiongyu Realm. One of the men laughed. Supreme Sacred Hall, Zhengengshi, Cultivation Level, 6 Dao Rule Qiongyu Realm. Supreme Sacred Hall, Park Goji, Cultivation Level, 6 Dao Rules Qiongyu Realm. As soon as the other 2 men did so, they introduced themselves one after the other. Well, introductions are done, and you should die. Yang Hadao faced steep cold, blink of an eye field open, 6 rules spread out strongly, all are suppression series of rules. But what he didn't expect was that a metaphysical power suddenly permeated Subai's body, and the many rules that had previously imprisoned him were as if they were nothing at this moment. How can it be? How can you have a Dao intent when you haven't touched the most holy palace? Yang Hadao shouted angrily, and before he could finish his sentence, a 7-colored sword on that was mixed with black and white came suddenly, slashing straight at his face. The terrifying power attached to it blasted his domain into 1,000 holes in the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, Zhang Nengshi and Park Goji on the side made a joint move and narrowly blocked the fatal sword. However, when the 3 of them came back to their senses, Subai had already fled towards the depths of the demon suppressing tower. This guy is not bad in strength, and he also possesses the Dao intent, which can't be suppressed by the power of rules. If we face him alone, we'll most likely be killed back. Yang Hadao's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that with his strength, he would actually be unable to defeat a university freshman at the early stage of the Qiongyu realm who comprehended less rule power than him. I don't know what the Temple of Heavenly Observance thinks. We've learned about the Subai during this time. He has made such a great contribution to the human race. How could he be killed just like that? Zhang Nengshi said in a deep voice. I also don't understand. When I watched the opening ceremony of the Imperial University earlier, I almost couldn't help but follow and offer my weapon. How could the higher-ups choose to fight and kill such a human hero? Park Goji concurred. This has nothing to do with us. Our task is to kill him. Only by killing him, we can enter that place to cultivate, can comprehend more rules, can have a longer life. When Yang Hito said this, Zhang Nengshi and Park Goji were silent. Let's go, continue the chase. There are demon zoons present in the depths of this demon suppression tower, be careful. Said. The 3 of them then opened up their domains and swept after them. Subai borrowed the rules of space and the rules of wind to quickly escape. Only after he was sure that he had gotten rid of the 3 did he find an area of land to cast his talent darkness to hide and recover his spiritual energy. At this same time he opened the attribute panel, which showed that the rules he could comprehend had been saved up to 4 times. Comprehend, rule of suppression, rule of venom, rule of assassination, rule of illusion. Ding! Rule comprehension successful, current levels are all E. Suppression rule, activating this rule can suppress the cultivation of all enemies within the field by 30% of the minor realm, and the suppression realm increases with the level of the rule. Venom rule, the attacked person is equivalent to being poisoned, venom follows, with the power of the rule attached, and the toxicity rises as the rule level rises. Assassination rule, strike in the darkness, cannot be detected. The current time to launch the assassination rule is 10 seconds, the time to strike is increased with the level of the rule. Rule of illusion: within the field, all can become illusions. The current launch of the illusion rule lasts for 5 minutes. The intensity of the illusion increases with the level of the rule. As the system prompt fell, Subai saw the 3 people chasing after him in the distance. He stopped tuning in and carried the immortal Punisher sword and walked into the pitch-black void. Things aren't quite right. This guy's aura disappeared when he got here. Zheng Engshi stopped here. This place is dark, there's no scent, hell knows where he ran off to. Why don't we split up and look for him? Park Goji chortled. No, this person's strength is not positioned correctly, and he most likely has a backstroke, so we must be careful. And there are fluctuations in the spiritual energy of this place. He's probably in this neighborhood. We can't act rashly. Yang Hadao spoke coldly, his domain propped open, cautiously surveying the surrounding land. Swish! Just then. Chapter 122, Heaven Mending Stone. Just then. An abrupt 7-colored sword unsurfaced without warning, and before Yang Hadao could react, his head was instantly chopped off. Not good, enemy attack. The strike was too fast, it didn't give any time to react. Zheng Engshi and Park Goji held up their domains at the first time, covering Yang Hadao. But there was no effect at all, and they could only watch with horrified faces as Yang Hadao became a cold dead body. Not good, the aura of heaven and earth around us has been confined. Subai is going to cut us off. Zheng Engshi let out a deep cry. The battle experienced two looked at each other and didn't panic. Instead, he took out the spiritual power replenishing potion and put it aside, his expression heavy as he watched out for Subai. Boom click. At that moment, the void between heaven and earth cracked open, and a figure slowly emerged. Su White. Go! Don't give him a chance to strike. Without the slightest hesitation, the two of them raised their hands and blasted away with the strongest killing moves. But at this time, Subai, comprehending the number of rules far exceeded the two of them, the strength of the body's strength, the surging spiritual power, it was simply not the two could block. A brilliant, 7-colored sword interspersed with black and white swept out, forcefully breaking through the two men's joint strike. Swish! This same time Subai converged into the void, and when he reappeared, he had already killed the two men with his sword. Without any words, raising his hand was the ultimate supreme sword rule long rainbow demon slashing. Bared! The terrifying power shattered the void, and even if the two men resisted with all their might, they were still shaken back to more than 10 miles away by this strike. Before the two of them could return to their senses, Subai attacked with several pillars of blood bathing in them. As the longsword swung, there was another blazing sword strike that was mixed with the power of rules. The two men scrambled to fend it off in a hurry. However, the sword that was mixed with the power of multiple rules still shook the two back once again and broke through their body surfaces, leaving several fine sword marks. Escape! This person is deceitful and strong, it is no longer possible for us to kill him, withdraw. A sword killed a most holy temple army commander level powerhouse. Two swords forced them back and wounded them. With such strength, even amongst the most holy palace, it was enough to rank amongst military commander level powerhouses. They didn't have any chance of winning if they kept on spending like this. Present. The two of them no longer hesitated, their domains disappeared into the air, and they scattered and fled in a matter of moments. But they didn't notice that dark blood kept gushing out from their fine wounds. However, 10 seconds later, Zheng Engshi fell from the air with a weak face. What greeted him was a 7-colored sword blade that Subai raised his hand and waved out. Toxic, you're so mean. Before the words fell, Zheng Engshi fell to the ground and died. His body cultivation was like a big wave expelled, turning into several columns of blood and surging into Subai's body. Subai's figure moved, the rules of wind, the rules of space, the field of wind, quickly caught up with Park Goji who fled. Unlike Zheng Engshi's weakness, Park Goji, at this time, still had the strength left to resist. However, the two of them together were unable to resist Subai, so how could he resist with just him alone? In just a few seconds, Park Goji was chopped down by Subai's sword and turned into pillars of cultivation, blood pouring in. Visible to the naked eye, a pitch-black thin line flowed into Subai's body at the same time. Ding! The host has gained the talent transference and is currently ranked E0100. Ding! The host has reached the breakthrough to Sangui Realm Note X2, and can comprehend the rules. Subai, I sensed a violent battle within the demon suppressing tower, are you alright? Bayemo Phone walked out of the void, and only after seeing that Subai was fine did he let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, a beautiful woman stepped out of the void right behind her. With a movement of her eyebrows, the corpses of Yang Hadao, Zheng Engshi, and Yang Hadao were suddenly gathered in front of her eyes. By more phone, you killed the three of them? I was just discussing things with an elder of the Heavenly Observatory Hall and didn't come over first. Now, it seems that the other party is intentionally holding us back just to give these three people time to decapitate Subai. Bayemo Fong thought carefully for a while and quickly restored the original story. But he couldn't figure out why, with Subai's status and position, and merit and contribution, the Heavenly Observatory Hall, as well as the Most Holy Hall, would want to lay their hands on him. You killed it? The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow toward Subai. Subai nodded. What a strong physique, and having comprehended so many Tao rules, it's no wonder they died at your hands. It seems that your cultivation has been restored, and you even said that you've come to help you recast a dantian. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered as she looked at Subai with increasing shock. Yi Kongho, I want to know what exactly happened to the Heavenly Observatory Hall to the Sacred Hall, and why, all of a sudden, they would lay their hands on Subai. Bayemo Fong said in a deep voice. Yi Kongho sighed and then told what happened in the Heavenly Observation Hall. Originally, I was planning to personally come to protect Subai, but I didn't expect them to strike so quickly. But just now, I've already sent back the news of Subai's cultivation recovery. If they're not sick in the head, they shouldn't take another shot at him. Swish. Speaking. She flexed her fingers and a palm-sized transparent crystal stone suddenly appeared in front of Subai. This is the Heaven Mending Stone. It can recast or open up another dantian, but this item needs to be supplemented with chaotic spiritual liquid, and I don't have that in my hand. But there's one in the Tang family treasury. Yi Kongho said. As she said this, her gaze went to the merit ring Chang'an on Subai's finger. This ring in your hand is the key to unlocking the Tang clan's treasury. So your purpose for coming here, besides protecting Subai, is to help him recast his dantian? Bayemo Fong said. Yes, of course, stopping by to see that precious niece of mine. The reason why we are firmly on Subai's side, in addition to the old ancestors' divination, more than anything else, it is Ru Ji's talent that guides us. Yi Kongho replied. Bai Morphin understood, and when he saw that Subai didn't move, he flexed his fingers and pushed this heaven mending stone into his hand. This object will be of great benefit to you, take it. As for the Tang family's treasury, when the time comes, we'll go and explore it again. Bayemo Fong looked at the ring on Subai's finger and frowned slightly. But still, be careful, the Tang clan's old ancestor is not a simple person. When he contributed this ring as a merit ring and did not allow people in the clan to choose it, he may not have failed to foretell this. He is most likely plotting something and must be extremely careful. You mean you're going to make a trip to the Tang family? Yi Kongho suddenly became interested. After obtaining Subai's consent, Bayemo Fong spelled out the plan. Good, count me in as a member of the Yi family for beating this tumor. Yi Kongho immediately expressed his participation. Other than the chaotic spirit liquid, I don't want anything else. Subai accepted the heaven mending stone. All of his sword moves were extremely spirit energy consuming, opening a second dantian was necessary. Good boy, saying don't want it, there are a lot of good things in here, those techniques, martial arts, and heavenly treasures, etc., you're not interested? Chapter 123, A Different Kind of Wisdom. Subai shook his head. The system gave an additional cultivation path, although it was not explicitly pointed out, but it was not difficult to guess that it was the way of ancient cultivation, and ancient martial arts did not have any meaning to him. As for weapons, he didn't believe that there were any weapons in this world that could be compared to the edible immortal Punisher sword. Heavenly materials and treasures, etc., but auxiliary cultivation is just time-consuming and labor-intensive, far worse than adding points to the real. Having this effort to use these was enough for him to kill many demons. Alright then, we'll talk about these issues when the time comes. The most important thing right now is your safety. Bayemo Fong sank. Although you have decapitated these three this time, there is no guarantee that the Tang clan will not be so desperate that they will send out their clan's superpowers to continue to come and assassinate them. Indeed, it's better for us to follow you around and protect you during this time. Yi Kongho concurred. No need. Subai refused the good intentions of the two. I'll stay in the demon-suppressing tower all this time, and no one below a Shanghui realm powerhouse can pose a threat to me. This. Alright then, you cultivate in peace. Yi Kongho was about to say something, but was stopped by Mo Feng's voice. Subai nodded and tore through the void to go elsewhere. In situ. Yi Kongho looked at Bimorphin with a puzzled expression. Why are you trying to stop me? You should be well aware of how many pairs of eyes are staring at Subai right now. Subai has his own thoughts, so don't worry about it. Besides, with us guarding the outside world, Will the Tang Clan Shanghui realm powerhouses be able to enter here? White Morpho smiled. That's true. The two of them talked for a while, then walked into the void and left the demon suppression tower. Subai slaughtered hundreds of demonic formations in a row. As he went deeper, he gradually approached a translucent boundary wall. The strong demon race members here had also upgraded to the level of Cheongyu realm heavenly emperors who had comprehended several rules. The demon core energy they laid down was even thicker, and the layout of the formation was even more subtle. Subai gathered his breath and approached. According to the information, after crossing this boundary wall, the inner part of it is the boundary of the blockade demon elder. He could vaguely see the magnificent formation within it that stretched for 100 miles and flashed with blood-colored red light. 9 dragons charged the heavens formation. The boundary wall cracked open underneath, and several blood-colored streams of light stretched out from it, connecting to the various array points in the outside world. Looking down from above, these formations were connected to each other like 9 struggling and twisting blood-colored dragons. The scale was so vast that even though Subai had destroyed nearly 1,000 formation points, it was only 1/10 of that for this formation. Present. He moved his body and turned into streams of light, continuing to carry out the slaughter of the demon race and the destruction of the formation points. 10 days in a row. Under Subai's persistent destruction, all of the outside formations were destroyed. The demon race that he had slaughtered had also brought in an extremely considerable amount of attribute points. The notes for breaking through the Shanghui realm also came to 70. He didn't hesitate and immediately sat down, comprehending all of the intentions that he had previously mastered, which had all been comprehended as rules. Ding! The host has successfully comprehended 70 rules, including the rule of wood, the rule of Qinggang wind, and the rule of the Moriwood gun. The system's words fell. A strong burst of rule power erupted from Subai's body in an instant. Such power filled out, and half of the demon-suppressing tower's realm outside the translucent boundary wall was soon enveloped by the power of his many rules. Between the interplay of these rule forces, it actually manifested a vague world prototype. It was filled with mountains, rivers, grass, trees, sun, moon and stars, just like a real world. What a strong rule power. So many rules, what's going on? Have the internal demonic powerhouses joined forces? It's horrible, back off. Withdraw. The students were horrified and retreated. Even the old man guarding the outside world let the crowd leave at the first opportunity. Ding! The number of rules the host has comprehended has reached 78, 21 more rules can be comprehended to reach the limit of comprehending rules. Getting close to the limit? Subai took a deep breath, and the power of the roiling rules was instantly incorporated into his body. His mind moved, the relevant rules of wind were all exerted, plus the rules of space, a step swept out, actually stepped into the void, just like a strong person of the Shanghui realm, walking in the void, and at a fast speed. However, this situation only lasted for 3 minutes before the spiritual energy in his body was depleted to nothing. When he recovered his spiritual energy, his long sword shook, and the 7-colored sword on swept out with it. Only at this time, the 7-colored sword awnings, compared to the previous sword awnings, was accompanied by dozens of rules of power. The power is overwhelming. Just surfacing, it wantonly drained all the spiritual energy from his body. However, after maintaining it for a second, Subai fell from the void with a lack of physical strength. Even the strong physique of the body of 1,000 mountains was not enough to support him in swinging his sword. He followed up with a couple of tries and established an indisputable fact. With such a sword move, the spiritual energy reserve in his body could only perform 10% of it. But even so, it could already be worth 10 times the power of the previous supreme sword stance. Scary as hell. Calming down his inner throbbing, Subai knew that in order to utilize the full strength of these sword strokes, opening up a second dantian, or even multiple dantians, was necessary. System, spirit added to 5 million. Ding! Adding points is complete. Total attribute points consumed, 3,246,783. Ding! Spiritual attributes have reached 5 million, a qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the otherwise wise roots. Other wisdom roots, the host has a unique eye for enlightenment, and can comprehend points that ordinary people cannot comprehend, and the enhancement of enlightenment is huge, far beyond the enlightenment of the extraordinary, and it is very easy to enter the realm of epiphany, and all the difficulties in the world are in the middle of a single epiphany. Subai's heart is clear, many confusing questions seem to be in this moment, have found the answer. He collected his thoughts, propped up his domain, and crossed his legs into comprehension. This time, he was prepared to comprehend all of the domains, all of the rules, all of them to S rank. Baird. Half an hour passed, and a field of thunder suddenly spread out on him. Its power was so great that it obscured hundreds of miles of land around the demon suppressing tower. Ding! The host's thunder domain has reached S rank. Subai's eyebrows moved and the thunder domain retracted. Within 10 minutes or so, however, another field filled with flames was propped open. Ding! The host's domain of fire has reached S rank. Subai put away this domain and closed his brows tightly, once again falling into comprehension. Ding! The host's field of light has reached S rank. Ding! Host Morioki's sword domain has reached S rank. Ding! The host's field of ice has reached S rank. Subai still hasn't come out? Outside the demon suppression tower. Bayemo Fong said with a worried expression on his face. It should be fine, in the demon suppressing tower, as long as you don't leap over that boundary wall you'll be fine. Yi Kongho murmured. Originally, she was quite worried, but ever since Yiruj informed her that her talent had been upgraded to the SSS level, the stone in her heart fell. The son of prophecy, but one who can save the human race with his own power. Chapter 124 Son of Heaven. And how could he, so suffocatingly, die in the small town's demon tower? Yi clan, spoil my Tang clan's plans, go to hell. By more phone, you dare to expel my Tang clan's children these days, my Tang clan, you must pay the price in blood. Two men in black robes stepped out from the sky above the Imperial Capital University and attacked in an instant. Before the crowd of students below could react, they were all prostrated to the ground by this force. How dare you! Several angry roars came out. Immediately after that, several powerful members of the Imperial Capital Institution stepped out from the void and met the two. But within moments, another dozen or so strong members of the Tang clan stepped out and attacked, and within a few moments of raising their hands, dozens of students died tragically on the spot. Damn it, how can there be so many Shanghui realm powerhouses from the Tang clan? Bimorphin roared in anger and hurriedly held up the world to block the series of attacks. In the next moment, a strong member of the Tang clan directly propped up the world and tangled with it. This underpinnings, it's truly horrifying. Yi Kongho's gaze was heavy as he let out a cold smile and joined the battlefield. The crowd in the midst of the fierce battle didn't notice that two Shanghui realm powerhouses swept into the demon-suppressing pagoda under the cover of their magic treasures. If Yi Kongho had been present, he would have recognized these two men as Tang Xian, the head of the Tang clan, as well as Tang Yuan, a powerful member of the Tang clan of the Heavenly Observatory Hall Shanghui realm. Tang Yuan, having come this far, my Tang clan, it's considered a dangerous move. Tang Xian sank. It can't be helped, brother Xian, we have a deep enmity with the Sons of Prophecy. If we don't make a move now, the one who will be overthrown in the future will only be my Tang clan. Tang Yuan coldly said. As long as Subai is dead, only then can all this situation be salvaged. After all, the old ancestor of my Tang clan is a superpower who has survived since the age of the ancients. Although he fell, he left behind more than a dozen Shanghui realm powerhouses for my Tang clan. With such power joining the border, how can he, Subai, compare to us? The human race will only be on our side. In that case, kill. Tang Xian's eyes flickered as he stepped into the void alongside Tang Yuan. When the two reappeared, they had come to the front of Subai's domain. Swish! A wind polymerized tornado rose up between heaven and earth, and the power of the rules on it filled the air, as patches of ancient trees in the sky were uprooted, and sand and rocks flew sideways, causing people to look at them. Such a level of rule power, once this person is alive, he will be a great danger to the heart of my Tang clan. Strike! Tang Xian roared, and berserk world power poured down, quickly imprisoning this dragon scroll. But in a moment the dragon scroll dissipated and disappeared, and at the same time, Subai's silhouette disappeared into the void, heading towards the boundary wall. Not good, there is a demon Zun powerhouse within it, don't let it go in. Tang Yuan raised his hand and a world force blocked Subai's path. But in an instant, a splash of 7-colored sword awnings spiked with dozens of rule powers swung out, and the sturdy and strong world force barrier was directly chopped out of a gaping hole. Subai's figure, in an instant, did not enter it and leaped inside the boundary wall. Damn it! Tang Xian growled and chased after him. Tang Yuan also killed in without hesitation. At this point, the Tang clan, there is no way back. Only when Subai was dead would everything turn around, they had no choice. Lowly human race, how dare you come here, you're really looking for death. As soon as Subai Fong entered the realm, he was stared at by the dozen or so demon Zuns guarding this place. Such a number of demon zoons, forming a closed circle, was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. He didn't hesitate for a second, attribute points, spirit power replenishment potion madly surging into his body, once again unfolding the spatial rules, the field of wind, the rules of wind stepping into the void to escape. Kill the people, eat their blood. Kill. After them. The many demonic jinn had just lifted their feet when Tang Yuan Tang Xian and the two of them rushed in. At the sight of these dozens of demon sovereigns, their hearts and minds were horrified as they violently stepped into the void and fled. Good dense world power, I didn't expect the human race, there are still such strong people, when killed. Such strength is enough to pose a threat to my demon clan and must be eradicated first. Lord Earth Exalted is activating the Grand Formation, we must not be interrupted by its interference, strike. Die, lowly human. Let's settle these two first, and then go catch that weak human mole. All of the demon zoons shot out at once, directly blocking off thousands of miles of land in a radius, not giving the two of them a chance to escape at all. Within tens of seconds, however, the two were already covered in wounds and bleeding. The matter has come to a head, Brother Xian, invite the soul of the old ancestor. Tang Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze morose and cold as he looked at the crowd of demon zoons. Tang Xian's gaze moved, and a jade pendant flew out across the sky. Boo! The jade pendant exploded, and an old man in a Taoist robe came out from it. Once he appeared, thousands of miles in the vicinity of the realm was confined, and 10 or so demon zoons were even suppressed by the strong aura that flowed out of his body, unable to move, as if they were lambs to be slaughtered. Who calls me? The old man's eyes were filled with chaos. He seemed to have sensed something, his aura shook around him, and the 10 or so demon zoons lost their breath in the blink of an eye. A weak demon race, how dare you make a scene? Speaking. He moved his fingertips slightly. My Tang clan, will it finally be this far? I regret that I shouldn't have designed to conceal the heavenly Tao, and to cut off the path of my Tang clan. Since there's still a ray of hope, it's the only way, this side of heaven, if you want to eliminate the path of my Tang clan, don't blame me. The old man's eyes went cold as he stepped into the void. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the heels of Su Bai, who kept fleeing. Such a physique, such a swordway, such a Tao intention, such a rule. Is worthy of being the legendary son of the heavenly Tao, it is truly amazing. Who are you? Su Bai looked at him expressionlessly, and kept thinking of countermeasures in his heart. But soon he despaired, facing such a strong person, there was not a single possibility for him to escape. Me? The old man shook his head. A wisp of a remnant soul is just that, a slightly false name in the age of the ages, I remember, others call me, concealing the divine calculator Ziwei Taoist Tang timing. Originally, this ring was to allow the Tang family to befriend you, but I never thought that the descendants would be mesmerized by the immediate benefits and choose the inferior path. I was originally a fallen man, but my selfishness was too heavy, and I hid from the heavenly Tao to survive since the beginning of time, and I wanted to grow my Tang clan, but the Tang clan was affected by the power of my karma, and I came to this point. There are no regrets in life, but I wish for the Tang clan to recreate the glory of his day. So today, you must die. As a son of heaven, I will give you an honorable death. Tang timing sighed, and in the next moment, the monstrous power of the world surged in, and before Su Bai could make a move, he was imprisoned in place, unable to move. At the same time, the terrifying power drilled into his body, constantly wiping out his vitality. Boom boom boom. Dear Hikari Tenshin, give me a favorable review, thank you on my knees. Chapter 125 The Body of 10,000 Mountains. Right at this moment, the heavens and earth shook madly. Only to see countless paths of blinding bloodlight filled this realm, followed by 9 giant dragon silhouettes emerged, blinking through the translucent boundary wall, spread throughout the Jin Demon Tower space. Ha ha ha, the honored great formation is complete. Weak human race, when my father breaks free from this damned demon-suppressing tower, I will make sure that the human race bleeds to death. A blood-colored figure suddenly stepped on a giant dragon silhouette and swept into the air, carrying the rest of the 9 blood-colored dragons and slamming towards this side of the sky. Boom click. Such a terrifying strike caused the entire suppression tower to be thrown into violent vibrations. Pieces of emptiness shattered, and even the vacuum was shattered by its impact, revealing the world power, domains, and rules that make up this world. Affected by the rest of the wave, Tang Timing's figure dissipated quite a bit, and a short gap ensued in the process of exterminating Su Bai. Swish! Su Bai seized the opportunity and fled out at full speed. Tang Timing's eyes went cold at the sight, but just as he stepped into the void with his front foot, he was sent flying by the dragon tail of a huge dragon with his back foot. At this same time, a blood-colored figure suddenly emerged from in front of him. Human thieves, my father has been trapped here for more than 10,000 years, and this day he has set up the 9 dragons charging heavenly formation, so you won't think of spoiling my father's good deed again. 9 dragons in one, crash. The words fell. The 9 blood-colored dragons fused into one, carrying a world-destroying terrifying power as they charged towards Tang Timing. Wherever he passed along the way, the vacuum of the void was annihilated, and the strong world power that was revealed was directly annihilated by this shocking collision. 9 dragons charged the heavens formation. I didn't expect that your demon race had actually mastered such means. Tang Timing's face was cold, his fingertips pointed, and a long sword shadow flew out, and the sword aura flourished, and the long sword transformed into a giant sword, chopping straight at the giant dragon's head. Boo! The moment the two collided, the void vacuum of thousands of miles around was destroyed, revealing the bronze-like internal boundary wall of the demon-suppressing tower. Human, you want to escape while you have the chance? In the midst of the Earth realm raging with transcendent power, the blood-colored figure swept out, blocking Tang Timing's path. At that time, Tang Timing's body was disorganized, as if it was a translucent spiritual split. It could be seen that this strike just now had consumed the vast majority of his strength. Bared. Tang Timing fingertip point, a chessboard step into the foot, black and white pieces moved between, winking disappeared. A wisp of a remnant soul, you want to escape too? The blood-colored figure pinched his hands and snapped his fingers. 9 giant dragons vacated from the inner edge of the demon-suppressing tower, blocking the entire demon-suppressing tower space. At the same time, a blood-colored world opened up, and the rich world power within it surged out, confining Tang Jiqi and Su Bai, as well as Tang Xian and Tang Yuan, who were traveling in a hurry. Damn, that was close. Tang Timing looked at Su Bai, who was a few miles ahead. At this distance, he could reach it within a breath, but he was confined by this demon Earth Elder. Ancestor, help! Tang Xian, Tang Yuan, and the two of them still didn't know what was going on. Sensing that they were confined here, 6 gods were lost, desperately calling out for help towards Tang Timing. However, in the next moment, these two people turned into a cloud of blood mist and drifted. 2 damned human mole crickets, yelling to the distraction of my father. The demon Earth Sovereign figure appeared in this place. With a wave of his big hand, he gathered the blood mist that Tang Xian, Tang Yuan and the two of them had turned into and threw it into his mouth to chew on. Perhaps, we can cooperate. Tang Timing said with an unchanged face. Cooperate? Interesting, as such a strong human race member, you would actually think of cooperating with my father. Aren't you afraid of being treated as a traitor by the human race? No one knows about our partnership, and our partnership is limited to this one time. It sounds somewhat interesting, but my father can't see any leverage in your hands to cooperate with me. The demon Earth Elder sneered. If I'm not wrong in guessing this realm, it's the world of the demon-suppressing pagoda where my human race imprisons the demon race, and I, as it happens, know the process of building this object, which means that I can help you to break this object easily. Don Timing said. How can my father trust you? You can also not believe it. Tang Time is just a wisp of residual soul. The main body has long since fallen, dead or not dead in my case, there is no difference. Interesting, tell me, what do you want my father to do? In case my father is in a good mood and agrees to you, it's not impossible. Kill him. Tang Timing pointed at Su Bai. Ha! A strong person like you would actually lay hands on such a weak fellow human. This really opens the eyes of this honored one. However, this kid's flesh is extremely strong. This honored one still has a use for keeping it. This honored one can only wipe out his divine soul at most. What do you think? May. Tang Timing pinched his fingers together and nodded after a moment. Half of it first. The demon Earth Elder didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he looked at Tang Timing with sophistication. The suppression tower, which was taken. Tang Timing spoke eloquently, quickly explaining the materials used to refine the demon-suppressing pagoda, as well as some simple processes. The parts that deal with relevant secrets are intentionally portrayed as ambiguous and not fully disclosed. People of the human race, they are indeed cunning. In order for the deal to continue, how about this honorable man grinds down one of his prana and you inform this honorable man of a key point? May. In that case, carry on. The demon Earth Zoon's robe waved, and at the same time a heart-palpitating power surged, and before Su Bai could make a move, a strong tearing sensation came from his divine soul. But in a moment, a strong soul force suddenly erupted from above his divine soul, and actually strangled this force alive. A mole in the Qiongyu realm can actually erupt soul power comparable to that of the Shanghui realm. It's really not simple. But this can't stop my father. The demon clan's Earth Sovereign let out a cold cry, and another even creepier force surged out as he raised his hand. But right at this moment, the 9 giant dragons blockading this place suddenly let out a long roar, breaking free from their bonds and crashing towards the demon race's Earth Exalt in unison. What's going on? The demon Earth Sovereign's face was horrified, and he couldn't care less about obliterating Subai's divine soul as his body moved to Tang Shirji's side. Human race, now that my father is being revolted by the formation, hurry up and make a move to resist this formation together with my father. If not, you will have to be buried with my father. God's will, all this, is God's will. Tang Timing didn't say anything, just murmured to himself as if he was resigned to his fate. Damn the human race. When the demon Earth Sovereign saw this, he directly slapped the wisp of his residual soul and dispersed it. System, physique added to 80 million. Such a formation backlash, although it acted on the demon Zune Earth Zune, Subai was in the center of the 9 dragons' impact, and suffered the same ripple effect. With such a ghastly array power, even if it was just the aftermath, he didn't dare to resist it. Ding! Adding points completed, total consumption of attribute points 66, 932, 751. Ding! Attribute points have reached 80 million, a qualitative change has occurred. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Body of 10,000 Mountains. Body of Manzanar. Chapter 126 Fighting Demon Zune Earth Zune. Body of 10,000 Mountains, 80% damage reduction for SS-class weapon attacks including spirit weapons, attached domains, realms of intent, and attached rule powers, and immunity to all damage from weapons below S-class including spirit weapons, in addition to the power of 10,000 Mountains, with a fleshly body of the utmost strength, and a force that breaks through the vacuum. Along with a white light illuminating, Subai's body was transformed in the blink of an eye. By this time, the 9 giant dragons had already rushed to the center of the world held up by the demon Earth Sovereign. Seeing this, Subai opened up a field with more than 90 channels superimposed on it, and put all of his own rules, all of which were laid out in it. Boom rumble. The 9 dragons converged and exploded, the heaven and earth shook, and everywhere was overflowing with the power of the world, the power of rules, the power of intent, the power of the void, and the power of the vacuum. Under such a blow, Subai was blasted backwards and flew out with such speed that he even merged into the void. The domain he had laid down, the rules were all shattered, and his physical body, which was as strong as the body of 10,000 mountains, was also impacted with 1,000 holes at this moment. 10,000 years of scheming, this honored one is unwilling. A miserable roar came from the place where the 9 dragons converged, and immediately afterward, the surrounding world instantly shattered, transforming into the power of the world, the power of the rules, and the power of the realm that swam between heaven and earth. The surroundings were pacified, and within the thousands of miles around the previous location of the demon race's Earth Sovereign, it was still slow to recover from the repair and remained in a chaotic state. The demon Zune, whose strength had already reached the Bodhi realm powerhouse, was hanging in the air as if he was swimming in air, looking at the scene in front of him with a gloomy expression. He's not dead. But with this blow, his world was all but destroyed, and his strength was non-existent. A person's cultivation, but also to the naked eye visible speed continuously flow away. And all around the body meridians broken, demon core broken, soul seriously injured, unable to perform any means of martial arts, just like becoming a waste. Phew! Right at this moment, a 7-colored sword on that was mixed with the power of rules suddenly appeared from behind him, piercing through his head with a swift and lightning speed. A generation of demon race Earth honored one died. Ding! Host kills demon race X1, gaining 10 million attribute points. Swish! 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 Thousands and thousands of cultivation blood pillars surged in, directly drowning Subai. Ding! The host has reached the node of breaking through the Sanghui realm and can comprehend Rule X1. Ding! The host has reached the node of breaking through the Sanghui realm and can comprehend Rules X2. Ding! The host has reached the node of breaking through the Sanghui realm and can comprehend Rule X3. Ding! The host has reached the node of breaking through the Sanghui realm and can comprehend Rules X20. Ding! The host has reached the node of breaking through the Sanghui realm and can comprehend Rule X52. It was only with the fall of the system's last beat that the cultivation of the Demon Earth Elder was absorbed cleanly by Subai. He opened his eyes, and his injuries had all recovered under this influx of cultivation. The physique also gained a huge increase in the process of absorbing the cultivation, far surpassing what it had been earlier. Swish! Several figures emerged. Subai, are you alright? The old man with a wrinkled face asked with concern. On the side, Bimorphin, Yi Kongho, and the others also raised their voices to inquire. Subai shook his head. Subai, what exactly happened in here just now? Mo Fong asked. Boom click. A loud sound spread out, followed by the rapid collapse of the surrounding heaven and earth. Its momentum was so fast that it spread in the blink of an eye. Not good, the demon suppressor tower is about to be destroyed, go out first. The old man with a wrinkled face grabbed Subai and swept out of the demon suppression tower. As soon as the crowd came out, the suppression tower that towered over the Imperial Capital University, one of the symbols of the Imperial Capital University, collapsed and was reduced to rubble. Here's the thing. Subai succinctly explained the situation to the crowd. This Tang clan, actually even the remnants of the old ancestors' souls have been deployed, truly ill-intentioned. Yi Kongho said angrily. It's a good thing Subai is fine. If anything really happened to Subai, 100 deaths of his Tang family would not be enough. Morphin roared out in equal fury. Is it because I've been laying low for too long at Imperial Capital University that anyone would dare to come and step on it? The old man with a wrinkled face spoke coldly, and his gaze swept around in a harsh manner. Everyone, those who are still able to fight, follow the old man and exterminate this tumor that plagues the human race. As his words fell, the tutors immediately stepped forward with murderous intent. Subai, can you still fight? Mo Fong transmitted his voice. Subai didn't reply and just silently walked into the group of tutors. Imperial Capital University, Demon Faculty Freshman Yiruj, requesting to fight. Imperial Capital University, Demon Faculty Freshman Shu Zhenxiong, requesting to fight. Imperial Capital University, Demon Faculty Senior 3rd Year Li Qingyi, requesting to fight. Imperial Capital University, Demon Faculty Senior 3rd Year Lu Qingga, requesting to fight. Tutor University. At the same time, many students with cold faces joined the ranks. This raid by the Tang clan, many of the students of the Imperial Capital University, had lost their lives as a result. Former classmates died tragically in front of the crowd of students. For the crowd of students, this is the same as a deep hatred that is engraved in their hearts. They, too, will go to war to avenge the deaths of their close friends. Alright, I declare that this time, Imperial Capital University, will definitely decimate the Tang clan. The old man roared angrily, and between the flaps of his robes, the power of the world surged out, rolling up a crowd of people and going in a rage. Just then, dozens of officers in uniform suddenly appeared in front of them. On the clothes of each of them, the words Law Enforcement Department of the Dragon Kingdom were embroidered. Elder Qi. Imperial Capital University, will go out to conquer the Tang Fei. If you are in the way, kill them. With a wave of the old man's big hand, dozens of Law Enforcement Department personnel instantly flew out to the side uncontrollably. Captain, they passed. One of them was just about to step forward when he was stopped by the leader of the law enforcement unit. The Tang clan was at fault first. Such a blood feud is bound to be impossible to settle. Once we make our move, we will only stir up the situation, which is not a good thing for our human race. After all, a great enemy is at hand. Pass on my order to report this matter to the Heavenly Observatory Hall, to the Sacred Hall, and let them handle this matter. Captain, why don't we stop trying to persuade them? Although the Tang clan is at fault, is the Imperial University not right? They are so blind to the rules. This has violated the rules of my law enforcement department, and according to the law, they are to be impounded. A woman walked over and looked at the direction Subai and the others had left with an indignant expression. She is? The lead captain looked aside. Back to the captain, she's a newcomer named Tang Xiaoxiao, from the Tang clan. Grab it. Yes. Two members of the law enforcement department instantly imprisoned Tang Xiaoxiao on the spot. What are you doing? I'm not wrong, Imperial University did break the law. You harbor them so much, when the time comes to find out, none of you will escape. Swish. The leading captain waved his hand widely, and the power of the world surged out, cutting off her voice. Chapter 127, Two Worlds. I suspect that this person is a scout that the Tang clan has planted in my law enforcement department. Bring him down for severe interrogation. Above the void. The leader of the law enforcement force commanded out. Between nods from the surrounding people, the man was brought down as if dragging a dead pig. Captain, phone call. A member of the Department of Law Enforcement handed over the satellite phone. Hello, Law Enforcement Unit Leader Fong Baiong. I'm Hoyumo, I'm going back to the mainland, call someone to take a shift. Reason. Someone raised a clan to kill my good disciple. I, as a master, can't just watch, I have to do something, right? It's out of order. I don't have a good temper, and besides, I wasn't thinking of you applying. I was just informing you that if something were to happen to my good apprentice, I can't guarantee what I'd do. That's it, call someone over as soon as possible, I'm on my way now. Toodaloo whoa 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 whoa. The phone hung up, and a touch of helplessness appeared on Fong Buyong's face. Is this world, after all, going to be in chaos? System, open the attribute panel. Ding. Please look at the big screen. Host, Subai. Cultivation, Lake Xiangyu Realm 32,263,732 4 billion rules to be comprehended x52. Optional. Attribute points, 216, 123, 423. Physique, 90, 356, 297 Body of 10,000 mountains. Addable, qualitative change occurs when body mass reaches 10 million. Spirit, 19, 600, 234 otherwise known as wisdom. Addable, qualitative change occurs when spirit reaches 80 billion. Talent, Pure Sword Heart, SS Grade Bloodied 08 billion, S Grade Darkness 05 million, A Grade Obsession 050 million, A Grade Sword Spirit 050 million. Optional. Fields, Attribute Dao Es Gold S Wood S Water S Fire S Earth S Ice S Thunder S Light S Darkness S Class Confinement Field 3 million 8 million, Transcendence of the Supreme Sword Dao S Chaos Sword Intent Field 08 million, The Way of the Gun Dao S Class Gun Field 70,000 3 million, The Way of the Wind Dao, The Way of the Warrior Dao S Swords S Forks S Baton S Whips S Halberds S Hammers S Axes S Spears S Hooks, The Way of the Wind S Class Wind Domain 850,000 2 million S Swiftness S Green Steel S Lightning S Misty S Spring Breeze S Cold Spirit S Evocation S Illusion S Ride of the Air. Optional. Rules, Level E Rule of Light 01 billion, Level E Rule of Space 01 billion, Level E Rule of Wind 01 billion, Level E Rule of Darkness 01 billion, Level E Rule of Venom, Level E Rule of Suppression, Level E Rule of Assassination, Level E Rule of Wood. Optional. Martial Arts, Grade C Sword Skill Fuyu 3 Swords Proficiency, Tijun, Grade A Mass Injury Sword Skill Autumn Water Proficiency, Tijun, Grade S Sword Skill Demon Chopper, Proficiency, Tijun. No points may be added. Weapon, Pseudo-S Sword of the Immortal Punisher, Attributes, Grade S Sharpness 02 million, Grade S Punisher's Sword Intent 05 million, Grade S Hardness 05 million, Grade E Punisher's Sword Formation 02 million, Grade E Punisher's Sword Spirit 05 million. Optional. System, isn't it true that one can reach the limit after comprehending 99 Dao? Why are there still 52 breakthrough nodes? Back to the host, the system detected that the host wanted to open a second Dantian, so it was specially kept. For the second Dantian to be cultivated to the Sangui realm, the same breakthrough node is needed. You mean that the second Dantian not only has the effect of storing spiritual energy, but can also be used to break through cultivation? Back to the host, yes. Subai understood what the system meant. That is to say, as long as he opened up the second Dantian, he could use it to continue his cultivation. He had only thought of an extra reserve of spiritual energy at first, and to operate in such a way was something he had not expected. The spiritual energy stored in the Dantian could be increased as one advanced in cultivation. If he raised his second Dantian cultivation to an equal level, then he would have 2 equal reserves of spiritual energy. In this way, the current strongest killing move Rule Long Rainbow Demon Slash was also enough to be performed twice. Together with the talent Blood Devouring, it was enough to wield this move without interruption whenever fighting. Moreover, in the future, as long as he broke through the Sangui realm, he would be able to possess 2 worlds. If he goes up like this, his killing power will increase exponentially. Subai, are you okay? A pleasant voice came to his ears. Subai stopped his thoughts and saw Yi Rouge handing over a bag of potato chips. Cucumber refreshing flavor. He shook his head and didn't answer. Well then blah blah blah, I'll save it for you and let me know when you want it. Yi Rouge said, very naturally sitting cross-legged beside Subai. By the way, you're living in the tutor's small courtyard now. I had something to look for you last time, but students can't get in without a pass. What is it? Subai asked. I wanted to tell you that my talent has been upgraded. Yi Rouge transmitted her voice. Your talent can be upgraded? Subai frowned. He has the system so that he can defy the 3 laws of talent awakening. But Yi Rouge was just a martial artist, bound by the rules of this heaven and earth. How could he also upgrade his talent as he did? I only have one guess, but I'm not so sure, now that my talent has been upgraded to SSS. Say. Because of you. Me? Yes, I don't know, every time you're in danger, my talent can foretell me in advance, allowing me to go and save you, this time as well, except that the Tang Clan Shanghui realm powerhouses are too powerful, and I'm not strong enough to cross over them and go and save you in the demon-suppressing pagoda. Every time this time, I feel that there is a force in the underworld pouring into me, helping me to become stronger. You may not know that at this time, I have already comprehended 3 rules. I'm guessing that my talent upgrade should also be related to the influx of power. Yi Rouge said. Your talent, if I remember correctly, is Tendo, right? Aha! Yi Rouge's head was like pounding garlic. On his face, there was a very pleased smile. Original. He who remembers my gift yet. Kaiser. System, what is this about? Back to the host, it should be related to the will of the heavenly Tao in this place. You, perhaps, are the savior in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Savior? Subai was silent, he never thought he had such a great ability. But at this moment, he was inexplicably reminded of those 3 men. He promised Xie Changkon that he would tell each other when he broke through to the Supreme. He promised Qin Tianzhu that after 10 years, he would go back and light a cigarette for him. But Wang Guoguang didn't ask him to promise him anything, he just said that everything he did was for the sake of the human race. Thinking about this, Subai silently lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. Smoke and mirrors, thoughts drift away. The shadows of those 3 people appeared in a trance among the hazy world in front of them. It seems like he hasn't gone to tell Gu Shishue that his 5th rule, it's hope. Stay with 1. Chapter 128, Breaking the Formation. He Yaowo walked over, squatted beside Subai, and skillfully lit a cigarette. A company 1. Bai Morphin also walked over. Seeing the situation, many of the students who could smoke also silently pulled out cigarettes and lit them up. Streams of smoke, so like a mist, and so like a wordless veil. Through them, Yi Rouge saw Subai's knife-like side face. She wanted to say something. But the words came out of his mouth and he swallowed. Give the bag of snacks. Xing Yili walked over. Yi Rouge glanced at her and grunted lightly, instead pulling out a bag of snacks and throwing it over. After thinking about it, she handed out another pack to each of the students who couldn't smoke. Everyone in the world was silenced, the only sounds were the gulping of smoke and the choked chewing of snacks. The Tang Clan realm has arrived. A deep drink came. All of them instantly got up, weapons in hand, and looked ahead with cold faces. Break the boundary wall. Boom click. Several Shanghui realm powerhouses struck out together, forcefully breaking through the Tang Clan's boundary wall. Everyone, for the dignity of our Imperial University and for our dead best friends, strike. The old man with a wrinkled face waved his big hand, and in the next moment, the world dispersed and everyone landed in the Tang Clan's realm. As soon as Subai Fong landed, an extremely dense spiritual chi came crashing down on his face. To such an extent, it was several times more than what he had seen in Tianqiu City. Under this kind of aura, with the assistance of ancient martial arts techniques, even a waste, the speed of breaking through the realm is far beyond ordinary people. With this kind of heritage, it was no wonder that the Tang Clan's clan was full of powerful people and stood at the top of the Dragon Kingdom. Kill! Hundreds of students roared in anger and killed in unison towards the front. Bared! Just then, a curtain of light appeared out of nowhere, blocking their way. A barrier protection formation? The wrinkled old man's gaze was cold. The Tang Clan, what an abomination! Such a formation, if used on the border, will bring about what kind of effect, and why would so many people die amongst my human race? With a wave of his large hand, the entire world poured down, causing the pass protection formation to vibrate, but it didn't bring any substantial damage. On the side, Bai Morphin, Hiyawu, and the 2 of them exchanged glances and struck out together with the rest of the Shanghui realm powerhouses. Boom boom boom. Under the bombardment of several worlds, the pass protection formation shook, but even so, it remained as firm as ever, unable to shake it at all. Ha! The depths of my Tang Clan, is it not for mere mortals like you to speculate? A shadow emerged from the pass protection formation, and he wore a mocking expression on his face, not feeling that the pass protection formation would be destroyed in the slightest. The wrinkled old man's face turned cold, and just as he was about to say something, a voice transmission surged into his mind. His mind moved, and then with a wave of his hand, hundreds of thousands of demon cores surfaced. Everyone, take these demon cores and arrange them in the positions I have passed on to you. In addition, these demon cores are not enough. Whoever has extra demon cores in their hands, please contribute all of them. At that time, the old man will make compensation. As soon as his words fell, Subai waved his big hand, and millions of demon cores instantly surfaced, flickering with such a strange light that they actually obscured a large portion of the sky. Hiss. So many demon cores, Subai, how many demons did he kill? This amount directly caused the students and the crowd to fall into a stupor. Even by Morphin, Hiyawu, and a host of other Shanghui realm powerhouses were shocked, and it was the old man with a wrinkled face who was dumbfounded at this moment. These hundreds of thousands of demon cores of his were the stock he had accumulated for decades. But Subai actually took out several times as much as he did so easily. Set up the formation. Subai's mind moved, and he took the lead in moving to siphon off the demon core into action. The transmission that the old man had received earlier was the very same 9 dragons charging heavenly formation that he had passed on to him. This formation was something he had searched out from the demon race's Earth Elder. Formation. The old man came back to his senses, and with a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of demon cores were displayed, and soon placed in a specific orientation, forming the eye of the 9 dragons charging the heavens formation. On the side, the tutor students joined hands one after another and quickly laid down more than 1,000 array points. The scale of this formation was no less impressive even when compared to what the demon Earthfather had been plotting for 10,000 years in the demon suppressor tower. The human race's inheritance is broken, and with the trash you casually fiddle with, you're also attempting to break through my Tang clan's pass protection formation. What a fool's dream. Another figure emerged. My Tang clan is certainly at fault, but for you and others to come in such a loud voice has seriously violated the rules and regulations, and the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom will surely hold you accountable. The figure from earlier coldly said. But no one paid any attention to him. Everyone was methodically setting up their formations. During this time, Hiyawu felt that this person was noisy and shattered his detachment with a wave of his hand. It's not too late for you to retreat now. When the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom come, you will die. Another figure emerged coldly. What greeted him was a brilliant 7-colored sword blade. Damn it, third brother, now that big brother and second brother have more than likely met an untimely end, if they really make a formation, my Tang clan is in danger. In the pass protection formation. An old man looked a little anxious. Worry about what's shaking the army and shut the hell up. The old man with a wrinkled face drank in a cold voice. Now my Tang clan realm and the realm, only I, such as the realm of the living glory of the strong, big brother, 2 brothers before leaving the 2 have arranged things properly, my Tang clan bloodline, have been transferred to foreign countries. Even if I die, the Tang clan can still continue. Furthermore, our Tang clan's guarding formation is a transcendent formation laid down by our old ancestor himself. It's really ridiculous to try to break through the guarding formation with just this kind of haphazard fiddling they've done. Boom, click. Just then, there was a riot in heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, a series of 9 giant dragons surged out from the formation and converged towards the wrinkled old man. Wherever one passes, the vacuum of the void doubly shatters, revealing the original power of the world, the power of the rules. Ha! Worthy of being the formation that destroyed the demon suppressor tower, it's truly horrifying as it is. Thieves of the Tang clan, take your life. The old man flicked his wrist, and the 9 dragons united, together with him, and slammed into the pass protection formation. False handle. In the pass protection formation, the wrinkled old man let out a cold smile, not feeling in the least that an attack at this level could pose a threat to the formation. Boom, click, click. With an explosive sound, the pass protection formation shattered in an instant, and the old man's eyes widened at the sight. Before he could regain his senses, the wrinkled old man's passed through the formation, carrying the power of the 9 dragons, the power of the world, and blasted through his chest with a single punch. How? How is that possible? The old man looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. But the flow of life in his body made it clear to him that it was true. Swish! A 7-colored sword blade flashed by, and the old man's head flew out horizontally in an instant, falling dead in front of a group of people in the outside world. Ta-da! Hiyawu walked over and pressed the cigarette into his eye, then looked forward with cold eyes. Kill!